The man stood on the deck of a ship, gazing at the vast and beautiful island that gradually came into view. Looking out, the Great Barrier Reef resembled a jewel shimmering with light from sky blue, indigo, azure, and pure white. Looking at the distant scenery, he said with emotion, "That's the Great Barrier Reef, the place where I'll live from now on." Jiang Nan, tired of the cutthroat competition in the workplace, resolutely resigned from his original job and became an island caretaker on the Great Barrier Reef. The island keeper's daily work is simple: feeding the island's animals, taking photos and videos, giving media interviews, and also exploring undeveloped areas of the island and repairing some infrastructure. Aside from the tourist season, the island is almost entirely inhabited by the island keeper, who must be able to endure the loneliness. But for Jiang Nan, this job could be described as the best job in the world. He no longer had to worry about complicated workplace relationships and could live freely every day. As the ship drew closer, the Great Barrier Reef became increasingly clear in Jiang Nan's view. However, the island was surrounded by large rocks. Jiang Nan descended the escalator from the ship, his feet officially stepping onto the land of the Great Barrier Reef. Just then, a clear system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has become the guardian of the Great Barrier Reef. The island development system has been activated. The host can randomly obtain rewards such as special abilities, a complete encyclopedia of flora and fauna, miraculous elixirs, powerful equipment, and various special items by completing tasks such as rescuing animals, promoting the island through live streaming, exploring the island, and cultivating plants and animals. Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Nan felt a surge of joy, and his face revealed an undisguised excitement. This system had come at just the right time for him. He originally planned to use drones to live stream after landing on the island, partly to pass the time and partly to promote the Great Barrier Reef. The next second, a complete plan gradually took shape in Jiang Nan's mind. He planned to start a live broadcast to promote the island and make it quickly become popular online. While exploring the island, you can also use the system's capabilities to continuously transform it, complete system tasks to obtain generous rewards, and start your free and enjoyable life on the island. The system notification continued to ring in Jiang Nan's mind. The newbie gift pack has been issued. Please check it. Jiang Nan rubbed his hands together and said with a smile, "Let me see what's in the gift pack." Congratulations, host, for obtaining the plant and animal encyclopedia. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the novice beast tamer skill. Congratulations, host, for obtaining novice spirit water. Animal and plant encyclopedia. Click to learn, and you will immediately have access to information on all known animals and plants on Earth. Beginner animal tamer. After clicking to learn, the host will gain animal affinity. Even ferocious animals such as sharks will become docile in front of the host and will not attack on their own initiative. Beginner spirit water. Just one sip is enough to energize you. Jiang Nan nodded slightly. This beginner's gift pack was indeed very practical. Every reward was extremely useful, especially the ability of a novice animal trainer. A thought suddenly popped into Jiang Nan's mind. Humans are animals too. If he learned this ability, would it make him more approachable to girls and more attractive to them? Jiang Nan picked up the spiritual water, preparing to drink it directly. The bottle looked similar to an ordinary mineral water bottle, except it had no label and appeared quite ordinary overall. The moment Jiang Nan uncorked the bottle, an irresistible fragrance immediately wafted out. Jiang Nan licked his lips, then drank the entire bottle of spiritual water in one gulp. A little sweet. That was the only word Jiang Nan could use to describe the taste. After the spiritual water entered his stomach, he could clearly feel his body gradually warming up, a warm current flowing slowly through his body, making him feel extremely comfortable. Jiang Nan involuntarily closed his eyes, quietly sensing the changes in his body. As the warm current gradually disappeared, he reopened his eyes. At this moment, Jiang Nan clearly felt his body become stronger. He slowly clenched his fist and could clearly feel the power surging within him. Jiang Nan pulled open his shirt, immediately revealing 8 clearly defined abdominal muscles. Each muscle seemed to contain astonishing power. Not only that, he also found that his fever symptoms had improved significantly. Although Jiang Nan grew up by the sea, the climate here was completely different from his hometown. Coupled with the long journey by boat, he had been running a fever. But as soon as the spiritual water entered his stomach, the fever was instantly cured, and he felt incredibly relaxed. Afterward, Jiang Nan clicked to learn about the Flora and Fauna Encyclopedia and the Beginner Animal Trainer. In an instant, a vast ocean of knowledge flooded into his mind. Jiang Nan casually glanced around, and he could immediately name a patch of coral or a small fish and tell them its classification. Finally, Jiang Nan found a drone and prepared to start a live stream. After successfully connecting to the network, he gave the live stream a title, My Leisurely Life on an Island. However, even with some mental preparation, Jiang Nan was quickly met with a harsh reality. Until he actually landed on the island, no viewers entered the live stream. Being a newcomer is tough, and this is true in every industry. It wasn't until Jiang Nan finished packing and sat by the sea enjoying the breeze that people finally started entering the live stream. An island? Does the streamer really have an island? How big is this island? Most viewers were drawn in by the title. Although the number of viewers was small, the comments section was already buzzing with activity. Jiang Nan glanced at the comments and said, I do own an island now, and it's the famous Great Barrier Reef. By the way, let me share some information with you all. The Great Barrier Reef has almost everything. Swimming pool, kitchen, game room, and all kinds of entertainment facilities. Basically everything you can think of is here. Now I am not only the caretaker of the Great Barrier Reef, but also have many other roles. I'm usually responsible for repairing these structures if they break down. In addition, we need to explore the undeveloped areas deep within the Great Barrier Reef. The most important task is to protect the animals in this sea area. Jiang Nan's deep and magnetic voice quickly attracted the interest of many viewers. I'm dying of laughter. You've made even a lone commander sound so refreshingly unique. By the way, how were you chosen as a streamer? The vetting process for that position must be very strict, right? Is it strict? Jiang Nan asked rhetorically, then continued to explain. To work here, you must meet 3 strict requirements. First, you must be fluent in multiple languages. Second, you must be a good swimmer. And third, you must be proficient in using various tools, such as yachts, sailboats, and so on. I submitted my resume just to try my luck. I never expected to be selected. I wonder if those 40,000 plus candidates have already gone home. After saying that, Jiang Nan deliberately covered his face and sighed. How many candidates? More than 40,000. The tone of the live stream began to subtly shift. The audience's attention gradually moved from the Great Barrier Reef to the beauty of Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan was somewhat helpless about this. Besides, sitting by the sea was rather boring, so he simply took off his short-sleeved shirt and jumped into the sea for a swim. Jiang Nan grew up by the sea and was an excellent swimmer. Shen Kinga is the president of a company in Shanghai, and her work is very stressful. Therefore, in her spare time, she often scrolls through Douyin, TikTok, to relax by watching short videos about daily life. Outdoor live streaming has always been her favorite type of content. But as the company president, she doesn't have time to personally experience that leisurely rural life and can only satisfy her longing by watching other people's lives. Shen Kinga browses the outdoor area almost every day, hoping to find a streamer she likes. Today, when she opened the outdoor section, she happened to come across Jiang Nan's live stream. A leisurely life on an island by oneself. The title immediately caught her eye, so she clicked on it without hesitation. Upon entering the live stream, she was immediately drawn to Jiang Nan's good looks and abs. However, after seeing the comments suddenly start making suggestive remarks, she simply turned her attention to the scenery of the sea. However, as she watched, she suddenly noticed something was amiss. Wait, what's that little black dot on the sea not far away? Hiss, it looks like it's in pain. The tiny black dots on the sea surface kept churning in the water, swimming with all their might towards the direction of Jiang Nan. The live stream chat exploded with comments. There's something on the sea. What kind of animal is that? It's too far away. I can't see clearly. It looks like it's swimming towards the island owner. Jiang Nan glanced at the live stream comments, then turned and swam directly towards the small black dot. This action immediately shocked the viewers. As Jiang Nan drew closer, the small black dot became clearer. Only then did the viewers realize that it was a sea turtle. No wonder Jiang Nan swam over without hesitation. He had clearly already figured out that it was a gentle sea turtle. Jiang Nan observed it carefully. The sea turtle was about 1.3 meters long and weighed nearly 100 kilograms in its prime. What surprised Jiang Nan even more was that he seemed to have struck gold. It turned out to be a green sea turtle, a Class II protected animal. And the green sea turtle's shell was densely covered with barnacles. This thing is a nightmare for many marine animals and ships. Once attached, it's almost impossible to get rid of. As the number of barnacles continues to increase, some marine animals even die as a result. Hee, what great luck! Jiang Nan poked his head out of the sea and explained to the live stream. This is a green sea turtle that is listed as an endangered animal. Moreover, Green sea turtles are species from the same era as dinosaurs, so they can be considered famous living fossils. Green sea turtles can generally live to be over 100 years old. The longest-lived green sea turtle on record lived to be 152 years old, which can be said to be the longest-lived animal in the animal kingdom. I never thought I could learn something from watching a live stream. What are those densely packed things on the turtle's back? This green sea turtle looks to be only about 30 years old. Jiang Nan explained, those things on its back are called barnacles. Carrying these things in the sea, it will either die of exhaustion or starvation. Of course, the more likely scenario is that it won't be able to swim fast and will be eaten by predators. That's why you all saw this green sea turtle struggling to swim. Jiang Nan looked at the green sea turtle not far away and said, "Come ashore with me first. I'll help you get rid of these barnacles." After saying that, he turned and swam towards the shore. The sea turtle seemed to understand, and instead of being afraid, it followed closely behind Jiang Nan. With Jiang Nan leading the way, the sea turtle swam much more easily. Soon, the two reached the shore. As soon as they were ashore, Jiang Nan began cleaning out the barnacles. The ones that could be grabbed were easier to handle. Because the top layer of barnacles is usually attached to other barnacles, their adhesion is not strong. Jiang Nan can easily remove them with a slight pull. They just fall off. However, those barnacles that are directly attached to the tortoise shell are much more troublesome. Not only are they difficult to grasp, but they also cannot be pried off with fingers at all. Hey, you dare to forcibly parasitize someone else's body. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Nan had already turned around and grabbed a sharp dagger. He pressed the tip of the knife against the gap between the tortoise shell and the barnacles, gently pried, and then forcefully pulled, finally removing the stubborn barnacles. Jiang Nan's movements were clean and efficient, causing the green sea turtle no pain. As the barnacles were gradually removed, the green sea turtle seemed to become more and more comfortable, occasionally twitching its body gently. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Ding! The green sea turtle is feeling very comfortable. Intimacy level +10. The green sea turtle requests the host to go faster. Intimacy points can be used to upgrade the basic beast taming skill. Jiang Nan was slightly taken aback upon hearing the notification. This works too. Since intimacy points could be used to upgrade beast taming abilities, Jiang Nan naturally worked even harder. Each time a barnacle was cleared, intimacy points increased by 10. After Jiang Nan finished cleaning up all the barnacles, he gathered them together and gained 150 intimacy points. Dinner's ready for today, Jiang Nan said with a smile to the live stream. Don't be fooled by how disgusting these barnacles look. They're actually edible. They can help with stomach aches and acid reflux. Like cicadas, although they can be harmful, they're not only edible, but also have some medicinal value. I can't believe this thing looks so disgusting, yet it's edible. The island owner's hands are so beautiful, I love them. At this moment, a viewer with the live stream ID Koi drinking pesticide and spitting bubbles gifted a treasure map and added a comment. If sea turtles are so resilient, why are they protected animals? That's a good question. Finally, someone has noticed the details. Jiang Nan explained, sea turtles do live a long life, but baby sea turtles are very fragile. After hatching from their eggs, baby sea turtles must immediately burrow out of the sand and crawl to the sea, which is 100 meters away. During this process, a large number of seabirds will be guarding the area. Many baby sea turtles are eaten by seabirds less than an hour after they are born. Of 100 baby sea turtles, only 20 can survive their first year, and less than 1 in 1,000 can grow into adulthood. Jiang Nan smiled and continued, besides the natural environment, humans are also the biggest threat to sea turtles. Every part of a sea turtle is valuable. Their meat is delicious and nutritious, making it a highly valuable tonic food. Therefore, they have long been overhunted by humans. As they spoke, Jiang Nan had already cleaned all the barnacles off the green sea turtle's back. He examined it closely and noticed that the patterns on its shell had been somewhat corroded. Fortunately, the situation wasn't too serious. The shell hadn't been pierced. If it weren't for Jiang Nan's timely help, this green sea turtle probably wouldn't have survived. The green sea turtle seemed completely unafraid of Jiang Nan. Instead, it slowly crawled over and gently rubbed its head against Jiang Nan's trouser leg. Are you comfortable now? Jiang Nan pointed to the sea and said, Go back to where you came from. I won't keep you. The green sea turtle tilted its head, looked at the sea, then at Jiang Nan, and lay still, seemingly having no intention of leaving. Chapter 3. Sea turtles line up to come to my house. Jiang Nan was cleaning barnacles from a green sea turtle on the beach, but the live stream audience was already in stitches. Viewers joked that the green sea turtle had latched onto the island owner. Someone suggested that since the green sea turtle wasn't leaving, they should give it a name. Jiang Nan thought it made sense, so he stroked its head and looked at it carefully. He noticed a green patch on its head, and its round, chubby shape looked like an emoji. So he smiled and said, "Let's call it Little Green." The moment the name was announced, the live stream chat exploded. Some people complained that it sounded like naming a dog, while others started making all sorts of outrageous suggestions. The chat was in an uproar, with no one willing to back down. Jiang Nan was both amused and exasperated. Finally, he made the decision. Then let's call him Dallin. After he finished speaking, he even looked at the green sea turtle. Unexpectedly, the turtle slowly nodded, as if it really understood. This scene left the audience completely dumbfounded, and the live stream chat exploded with comments like, "It's become a spirit, and turtles are supposed to be spirits." The chat was flooded with jokes, making the atmosphere in the live stream even more lively. Jiang Nan suddenly realized that Dallin didn't actually not want to leave. Rather, he still had a barnacle on his body that hadn't been completely removed. When he turned over earlier, he had seen a small barnacle hidden under his left foreleg, clinging tightly to the flesh. These barnacles that grow on the shell are not easy to handle. Jiang Nan took out a small knife, carefully pressed it against the edge of the shell, and gently pried it open. Once it loosened slightly, he quickly used his hand to pry it off, afraid of hurting the sea turtle with the knife. With a little force, the barnacle was finally pried off. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding! The green turtle is very satisfied with the host and has awarded a reward, a weight-reducing glove. These gloves look ordinary, but when worn, they can continuously massage the hand muscles, reduce fatigue, and prevent hands from getting tired even after long periods of work. They can also withstand attacks from daggers and other melee weapons. After clearing away all the barnacles, Dallin glanced back at Jiang Nan as if saying goodbye, then staggered towards the sea and quickly disappeared into the ocean. Jiang Nan was still studying the new weight-reducing gloves when, by the time he came to his senses, Dallin was already gone. Looking at the calm sea, he sighed helplessly. That guy, he doesn't recognize me after he's caught the barnacles. Despite his complaints, he waved to the sea, then took the barnacles he had just removed back to the villa to prepare dinner. While cooking, Jiang Nan explained to the live stream audience, barnacles may look ugly, but they taste incredibly delicious, and the cooking method is very simple. First, you need to clean the barnacles thoroughly, otherwise they'll be tough to chew. Next, boil them in a pot. All you need are scallions, ginger, cooking wine, and a little salt. Barnacles don't need to be boiled for too long, just a minute or two after the water boils. He spoke quickly and efficiently, and soon a pot of barnacles was cooked. The audience looked bewildered. Just these 2 steps? So simple. Some even doubted whether it could really taste good this way. As soon as Jiang Nan lifted the lid, steaming hot air instantly billowed out. The barnacle meat was tender and juicy, and the aroma seemed to waft through the screen, making one's mouth water. Jiang Nan scooped out the barnacles, picked up a toothpick, and prepared to eat, not forgetting to smile and say to the viewers in the live stream, "To those friends who haven't eaten yet, I can only apologize." But just then, thump! A dull thud suddenly came from the doorway. Jiang Nan froze for a moment, and the viewers in the live stream instantly tensed up. Some said it sounded like knocking, while others started making all sorts of ghost stories, and the chat instantly turned into a massive horror scene. Jiang Nan frowned, got up, walked to the door, slowly opened it, and peeked outside. There was nothing there. The silence was eerily quiet. He was about to close the door and go back inside when he sat down for a short while. Knock, knock. The sound rang out again, clearer than ever, as if it were right at the door. This time, Jiang Nan rushed over and flung open the door, but still saw nothing. He even shone his flashlight into the distance, but it was still empty. The comments section has completely let loose. Some people are telling him to build a safe house, others are saying they want to order tanks, and still others are starting to chant all sorts of life-saving spells. Thump! The sound rang out again. This time, Jiang Nan simply ignored it, sat back down at the table, and continued eating the barnacles. As he ate, he calmly said, "Whatever it is, I'll eat my fill first." He quickly finished the pot of barnacles, let out a satisfied burp, and then slowly walked to the door. Seemingly sensing his approach, the knocking outside the door suddenly became more urgent. Jiang Nan flung open the door, but there was still nothing there. Just as he was about to step out, he tripped over something. Looking down, he saw it was the same green sea turtle from before, Delang. Jiang Nan casually switched on the main light at the entrance, and the sight before him stunned him. A dense swarm of green sea turtles stood at the entrance, more than a dozen of them, each almost entirely covered in barnacles. Looking at this scene, Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. Looks like my ability to catch barnacles has already spread throughout the sea. Chapter 4. I'm a marksman. Everyone in the live stream breathed a sigh of relief. They had only heard knocking but couldn't see anyone. It turned out to be Turtle Bro causing a ruckus at the door. It was a false alarm. The atmosphere instantly shifted from tense to playful, and the chat erupted in laughter. Jiang Nan looked at the crowd of green sea turtles at the entrance and almost wanted to slam the door shut, making Dallin lose face in front of his companions. But thinking of the system rewards, he immediately dismissed the idea and rubbed his hands together, ready to get started. He brought over a stool and said to the sea turtles, "Everyone line up, one at a time. I'm not a time management master. I can't handle several at the same time." After saying that, he put on the lightweight gloves that the system rewarded him with and began to remove barnacles from the sea turtles. Dallin stood to the side, watching his companions like a supervisor. Whenever a sea turtle tried to cut in line because of its size, he would immediately turn around and glare at it, scaring the other turtle into obediently retreating. This scene left the viewers in the live stream completely dumbfounded. This sea turtle is so intelligent. In ancient China, sea turtles were considered auspicious. It seems that Dallin has a high status in his tribe. As Jiang Nan removed the barnacles, system notifications kept ringing in his ears. Ding. Removed 1 barnacle. Intimacy +10. Ding. Intimacy +10. Each time a barnacle was removed, the notification sounded. Jiang Nan became increasingly enthusiastic, working even harder. The weight-reducing gloves were also very effective, giving him tremendous strength in both hands. He could even pry off the barnacles that were tightly attached to the tortoise shell with his bare hands, without needing a dagger. Shortly after, the system notified me again. Ding. The sea turtle is very satisfied with its host. Reward: mosquito coil. Congratulations to the host for acquiring basic archery. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ox horn bow. Mosquito coil. The island is teeming with mosquitoes. This mosquito coil not only repels mosquitoes, but also repels moths and other insects. Basic archery. Once mastered, it guarantees perfect accuracy. Each hit grants experience for leveling up. Horn bow. Made from buffalo horn, the system provides 100 arrows. When the last barnacle was cleared away, Jiang Nan received all the rewards. He then counted the sea turtles, 18 in total, all adults, apparently there to lay their eggs on the Great Barrier Reef. After finishing his work, Jiang Nan stretched and waved to the live stream audience. "Alright, that's all for today's live stream. I'm going to go on a date with the Duke of Zhou's daughter in my dreams. See you all tomorrow." This was his usual reason for ending the live stream. "Island Master, don't go. How can I live without you?" Someone suddenly realized the time. It's already 11:30. I have to take my driving test tomorrow. Good night, Island Master. After turning off the live stream, Jiang Nan first practiced archery, then took out the mosquito coil and ox horn bow, and then checked today's live stream data. Live stream followers, 1368. Number of donations, 17. Number of new members, 399. Donation amount, 4,399 yuan. Seeing this number, Jiang Nan's heart skipped a beat. He had barely prepared anything, yet he earned over 4,000 yuan on his first day of live streaming. No wonder more and more people are becoming live streamers. He was already quite satisfied with the over 1,000 new followers on the first day. At this rate, a guild might approach him to sign a contract tomorrow. System, open the attribute panel. Host, Jiang Nan identity, Great Barrier Reef Island owner skills, basic beast taming, 930-1000, basic archery items, lightning gloves, horn bow, mosquito coil animal, green-headed turtle Dallin. Jiang Nan looked at the data and couldn't help but gasp. My beast taming skill is just a little short of leveling up. I hope Delang can bring a few more sea turtles tomorrow. After saying that, he lit a mosquito coil and went to bed. The mosquito coil not only repels insects but also helps with sleep, and Jiang Nan slept exceptionally well that night. The next morning, Jiang Nan quickly washed up, took out his horn bow, and started his live stream again. Good morning, everyone. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Those with girlfriends are probably still exercising in bed, while single dogs like me can only pretend to exercise. He brandished the bow and arrow in his hand. Let's practice archery today. After all, living on an island, a bow and arrow are essential weapons in case we encounter ferocious beasts. Jiang Nan's practice method was simple. He placed a few wine bottles in the open space outside the villa, then stood at a distance and drew his bow to shoot. Let's try starting with 10 steps. He gripped the horn bow, easily drew the bowstring taut, held his breath, and aimed at the bottle. The next second, whoosh. The arrow shot through the air, heading straight for the bottle. With a bang, the bottle shattered instantly, glass shards flying everywhere. Jiang Nan himself couldn't help but marvel. He had never even touched a bow and arrow before. At most he had played with a slingshot, yet he hit the target accurately on his very first shot. This archery skill was truly amazing. Chapter 5, Gangza the Vajrarat. Jiang Nan hits the wine bottle with an arrow, and the live stream room instantly becomes lively. The barrage is full of jokes. Island Master so good at shooting? Nonsense. All men have a marksman's bonus. Even more outrageous, someone seriously discusses the difference between a marksman and a gunner, and the barrage style goes further and further astray. Jiang Nan ignored the comments and was about to continue practicing archery. Just then, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for shattering the wine bottle. Accuracy +10. Bang. The second arrow hit its mark again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for shattering the wine bottle. Accuracy +10. Jiang Nan thought it was too easy, so he had a sudden inspiration. He found a black cloth, blindfolded himself, and prepared to try blind shooting. The live stream chat immediately exploded. Blindfolded shooting? Can the Island Lord even do it? Even world champions might not be able to do it. Some people even started swooning. The blindfolded Island Lord is so cool. Jiang Nan could no longer see the comments on the screen. He drew his bow and knocked an arrow, even deliberately veering off course to test the system's guaranteed hit effect. Whoosh! The arrow shot through the air. Strangely, the expected sound of a wine bottle shattering did not occur. The live stream chat immediately erupted in schadenfreude. Damn it, he overdid it. The slap in the face came too fast. Jiang Nan also removed the black cloth to look, and the bottle was indeed intact. Just as he was about to mentally complain about the system, the notification sounded again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for hitting the coconut. Hitting value +20. Jiang Nan paused for a moment, then looked up. In the distance, a coconut tree held a coconut from which his arrow was stuck. He immediately understood. This divine archery technique wasn't about aiming and hitting, but rather that every shot would inevitably hit a target. Thinking this, Jiang Nan almost burst out laughing. Ahem, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel like drinking some coconut juice, he said, casually pointing the camera at the coconut tree. The viewers in the live stream quickly noticed something was wrong. Wait, there's an arrow stuck in the coconut. That arrow just hit here? This luck is unbelievable. Jiang Nan offered no explanation, but instead covered the coconut with the black cloth again and drew the bow once more. Whoosh. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've hit the coconut. Hit value +20. He hit it again. When Jiang Nan removed the black cloth, the two arrows were almost stuck in the same spot, and the coconut finally gave way and fell. The live stream chat instantly erupted. I'm impressed. This is truly amazing. Some even claimed to be directors, wanting to hire him to film period dramas. Fans were also showering him with gifts. Shinkinga had been watching the live stream the whole time. Just as she was about to give a gift, she suddenly noticed a yellow shadow flash past behind Jiang Nan. The comments section immediately erupted with warnings. Director, there's something behind you. It's huge, taller than you. Jiang Nan glanced back, but saw nothing. Just then, he suddenly realized the coconut on the ground was gone. Looking closer, he saw a large yellow animal in the distance, frantically leaping away while clutching a coconut. The live stream viewers recognized it instantly. A kangaroo. It's huge. Jiang Nan couldn't help but exclaim. Give me back my coconut, he said, and immediately drew his bow and shot an arrow. He didn't chase after it because a kangaroo can jump 5 meters in one leap, and a person simply can't catch up. Whoosh ding. Congratulations, host, you've hit a coconut. Hit value +20. Jiang Nan didn't aim at the kangaroo. He specifically targeted the coconut. Although shooting kangaroos was permitted in the area, this muscular creature, which looked like a wolverine from a movie, was too much for him to do. 3 arrows were fired in quick succession. Whoosh! The coconut was finally pierced, and all the coconut water spilled out. The kangaroo, running along, sensed something was wrong. It looked down and saw that the coconut had been completely pierced and was now leaking out. The next second, it was clearly enraged. It slammed the coconut to the ground with a thud, its chest muscles bulging, then abruptly turned and leaped back towards Jiang Nan. The livestream chat erupted in panic. It's over. Gangs is angry. Island owner, run. Getting kicked by this thing will leave you crippled, if not dead. But Jiang Nan remained standing still. He drew back the bowstring again. The giant kangaroo had already jumped 5 steps away from him, staring intently at him. Chapter 6. Winning Hearts Through Virtue. A man and a kangaroo, gazing at each other. A gust of wind blows, fallen leaves swirling at their feet. The scene is still as a movie scene. If you added the line, a lone figure on a cold river, an old friend from the martial world, why bother with past acquaintances? The entire live stream would overflow with the atmosphere of the martial world. A few seconds later, the calm was broken. The kangaroo suddenly let out a heavy breath. Its legs tensed sharply, and it charged towards Jiang Nan like a spring, full of power, clearly ready for a fierce fight. The instant it moved, Jiang Nan had already drawn his bow and released an arrow. With a whoosh, the arrow grazed the kangaroo's face and struck the wine bottle behind it precisely. Jiang Nan smiled faintly. Guess, will the next arrow hit your head? The kangaroo seemed to understand, or perhaps it was startled by the arrow, and froze on the spot, staring intently at the bow and arrow in Jiang Nan's hand. The atmosphere tensed again. The viewers in the live stream held their breath. This is so exciting. The kangaroo and the island lord are about to fight. Who do you think will win? Don't ask about winning or losing. You should ask who lives and who dies. Jiang Nan was in a rather awkward position at this moment. Arrows were fast from 7 paces away, and fists were fast within 7 paces. Once the kangaroo got close, he might not be able to withstand a kick, so he could only keep using his bow and arrows to deter the other party from getting closer. After a few seconds of stalemate, the kangaroo suddenly moved. However, it didn't rush forward. Instead, as if it had figured something out, it turned and walked away. It was truly stunned. Jiang Nan felt a surge of joy, looking down at the oxhorn bow in his hand, and couldn't help but exclaim, from now on, you'll be called the bow of subduing people with virtue. The bow of subduing people with virtue not only commands respect from men, but even from animals. Gangzi, wait. Seeing the kangaroo about to walk away, Jiang Nan suddenly called it back, then turned and went back to the villa. When he came out again, he had 3 carrots in his hand. There are no more coconuts. Here are the carrots. Jiang Nan spread his hands and said, we've become friends through this little misunderstanding. You can come to me if you're hungry in the future, but don't steal. It's the 21st century. You should be a polite animal. That's how you get liked. Whether the kangaroo understood or not, it picked up the carrot and ran off. But it didn't go far. It just ran to the coconut tree in the yard, sat down, and started munching on the carrot. The live stream immediately buzzed with excitement. Looking at it like this, the kangaroo is actually quite cute. It has such chubby cheeks, I really want to touch it. Did you guys notice? The island owner keeps calling it Gangzi, and it actually accepts it. The drone camera slowly zoomed in. The kangaroo's chubby little face, round belly, and muscular arms made it look like a muscular Barbie doll, strangely kind of cute. Jiang Nan walked over while it was eating and gently stroked its back. The kangaroo didn't resist. Instead, it looked like it was enjoying it. Jiang Nan laughed. They really are opportunistic. They were trying to kick me just now, but now they're so docile. Then he took the opportunity to give the audience a lesson. There are currently 5 known species of kangaroos in the world. The smallest is the musk kangaroo, which is only a few centimeters long and emits a musky scent. The most common is the gray kangaroo, which can often be seen in zoos. The gray giant kangaroo is larger and the fastest, reaching speeds of up to 64 kilometers per hour. The red kangaroo lives in the arid regions of Australia, while the largest and most muscular is the giant red kangaroo. Jiang Nan pointed to the one in front of him. Judging from its size, this one is a large red kangaroo. Since I called it Gangzi and it did an object, then we'll call it Gangzi from now on. Since Gangzi didn't seem to want to leave, Jiang Nan decided to let it stay. After all, having such a big guy with him would be both prestigious and reassuring. If they encountered any ferocious beasts on the island in the future, it would be like having an extra bodyguard. No sooner had he finished speaking than Gangzi had already ate the carrot, then stared intently at Jiang Nan, licking his lips. The meaning was clear. Still hungry, wanted more? Jiang Nan raised an eyebrow and beckoned to him. Follow me, he said, turning and walking towards the villa. Gangzi didn't stand on ceremony, hopping after him. The morning sunlight shone on the man and the kangaroo, creating a particularly warm and cozy scene. Back at the villa, Jiang Nan gave Gangzi some carrots and sat on the sofa watching. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for taking in the stray red kangaroo Gangzi and educating him well. Reward: 3 chi-enhancing pills, 10 tomato seedlings, a packet of cabbage seeds, and a packet of cucumber seeds. Spirit awakening pill. After consumption, animals can awaken some of their intelligence, at least understanding the host's words and only obeying the host's commands. Tomato seedlings. Tomatoes from their native region, unaffected by local climate, will grow immediately after planting. Cabbage seeds. No special care is required after planting, 100% survival rate. Cucumber seeds, same effect as cabbage seeds, will thrive immediately after planting. Chapter 7. Viral Sensation Online. Mr. Meow is an animal-themed content creator who has loved all kinds of animals since childhood. Besides common pets like cats, dogs, turtles, and parrots, he also keeps many less common ones, such as lizards, squirrels, ants, and spiders. It's no exaggeration to say that his home is practically a mini zoo. Normally, he would film these animals and post short videos on Douyin, but the number of views was never ideal. Yesterday, he stumbled upon Jiang Nan's live stream. After watching it, he found it both interesting and heartwarming, so he had an idea to edit together the highlights of the live stream and post them on Douyin. After all, it's rare to find a streamer as interesting and heartwarming as Jiang Nan. Last night, after Jiang Nan ended his broadcast, he didn't leave but left his account in the live stream room and continued to watch as soon as the broadcast started today. Just now, he saw Jiang Nan and Gangzi reconcile and immediately started editing new footage, even coming up with a title. Although it was a bit clickbait, that's exactly what the audience is into these days. But when he opened the Douyin backend, he was instantly stunned and then blurted out a national treasure. Holy crap! It's gone viral. All 3 videos he posted last night went viral. Last night, Mr. Meow edited 3 videos in one go. The first one was about Jiang Nan rescuing the green sea turtle Dallin and helping it clean barnacles, with the title, "In Broad Daylight, People and Sea Turtles Are Actually Doing This Kind of Thing." The second video shows Dallin returning to Jiang Nan with a group of sea turtles, titled "Sea Turtles Pretend to be Ghosts to Scare Their Savior." Is this ingratitude, or is there more to the story? The third video shows Jiang Nan cleaning barnacles from a line of sea turtles, with an even more outrageous title. "I've seen 4 people and lizards, but have you ever seen 1 person with a dozen sea turtles?" The titles were increasingly exaggerated, but the results were surprisingly good. All 3 videos went viral, garnering millions of likes, and the number was still growing rapidly. Mr. Meow opened the comments section and found it incredibly lively. "My girlfriend thinks I like watching videos of long legs, but I actually watch these every day. Barnacle removal is such a stress reliever. The sea turtle is so smart, it even brings its companions to find humans. Barnacles need to be handled by professionals. I recommend an expert, manhwa." Many more comments asked the same question. Where does the guy in the video stream? Seeing these comments, Mr. Meow didn't hide anything and replied directly in the comments section and pinned his comment to the top. This is the streamer's room number, 12581. The island owner is called Jiang Nan. He just arrived abroad yesterday to work as an island keeper, and this is his first day streaming. As soon as the news spread, a large number of netizens immediately jumped into Jiang Nan's live stream room. Some netizens even downloaded the live streaming app specifically to watch Jiang Nan stream. Meanwhile, Mr. Meow wasn't idle either. He uploaded his newly edited video. The result was unsurprising. It went viral again. Within just 1 hour, it garnered over 1 million likes. Even more astonishingly, many people saw the surge in popularity and began re-editing and sharing the video. Within an hour, clips of Jiang Nan's live stream appeared on all sorts of short video platforms. Jiang Nan, Dallin, and Gangzi quickly became internet sensations, becoming the hottest topic of discussion across the entire internet. Jiang Nan himself was completely unaware of this. At this moment, he was still checking the rewards that the system had just distributed. There were 3 chi-enhancing pills in total. 1 could be given to Delang and 1 to Gangzi, and the last one could be kept as a backup. As for the tomato seedlings, cucumbers, and cabbage seeds, they could be planted in a little while. Being able to eat vegetables that one had grown oneself on a deserted island at sea, just thinking about it gave him a great sense of accomplishment. After checking the rewards, Jiang Nan slowly opened his eyes. But as soon as he opened them, he was startled by the screen filled with frantically scrolling comments. Looking at the live stream's popularity, it had increased several times compared to yesterday, even showing signs of approaching 1 million views. The island lord has opened his eyes. These eyes are so beautiful. Such a handsome young man could easily beat a bunch of people in the entertainment industry. Seeing these comments, Jiang Nan was completely bewildered. He had only been resting with his eyes closed on the sofa for a few minutes. So how did so many people suddenly start calling him husband? A few seconds later, it dawned on him. It must be his damn charm. It absolutely had nothing to do with Gangzi, who was stuffing his face next to him. That must be it. Jiang Nan smiled at the camera. Thank you everyone for watching my live stream. It makes me feel less lonely on this deserted island. This is also why he started the live stream. Even just watching the comments and chatting brings more life to the island. Otherwise, staying alone for too long might even cause one's speaking ability to deteriorate. Jiang Nan continued. Next, I plan to grow some vegetables so that I can eat all natural vegetables that I grow myself on the island. As he spoke, he got up, walked off camera, and quietly took out the system reward. The enlightenment pill was a white pill, about the size of a marble, with no taste. The tomato seedlings were bundled together, while the cucumber and cabbage seeds were in small glass bottles. Jiang Nan picked up an enlightenment pill and casually placed it in front of Gangzi. Eat this. Gangzi seemed to trust Jiang Nan completely, swallowing the pill without even smelling it. Jiang Nan stood beside him, carefully observing its changes. After all, his body had noticeably become stronger after drinking the spiritual water, so the spirit awakening pill should also cause changes in Gangzi. However, 5 minutes passed. Gangzi showed no reaction whatsoever. Chapter 8. The sea turtle runs faster than a rabbit. Jiang Nan stared at Gangzi for a long time, wondering to himself, could this chi awakening pill be fake? It doesn't seem to have any effect at all. His muscles haven't increased, and his condition hasn't changed. He shook his head helplessly. Forget it. I'll go plant some vegetables in the yard first. The villa's yard was covered with lawn, and Jiang Nan planned to clear a small patch in a corner. But looking at the neatly arranged grass, he was a bit hesitant. The live chat immediately buzzed with activity. Some people said that manually weeding such a large lawn would be too tiring. Jiang Nan waved his hand and explained, "This is my own yard. It's not appropriate to spray pesticides. I'm only clearing a small patch. If I spray pesticides, the whole lawn will die." After saying that, he brought out a hoe, sickle, and rake from the tool shed and got right to work. Many viewers in the live stream were immediately moved by these old tools. Some said their families used these when they were children, while others recalled the days of going to the fields with their parents in the early morning. Jiang Nan hadn't expected that a few simple farm tools would evoke so many childhood memories. He simply turned on some music. As soon as the music started, the scene of weeding slowly taking place in Jiang Nan instantly created a warm atmosphere. The live stream was filled with nostalgic comments, catching dragonflies, fishing, 5-cent ice cream, and that carefree childhood. For a moment, the live stream felt warmer. The koi fish, seemingly drinking pesticide and spitting bubbles, tipped Tiger Tooth #1 and left a message. "Thank you, Island Master. This reminds me of the days I spent at my grandma's house when I was little." However, this warmth didn't last long. Jiang Nan suddenly looked up, completely stunned. He didn't know when, but Gangzi had already run out of the villa and was standing behind him. Even more outrageous, it was mimicking Jiang Nan's movements, digging at the ground with its paws. And it was digging quite skillfully, making the ground even softer and smoother than when Jiang Nan turned it with a hoe. Jiang Nan was dumbfounded. A kangaroo plowing the ground? Who had ever heard of that? A thought immediately popped into his mind. Could the spirit awakening pill really be effective? Jiang Nan walked over and patted Gangzi on the shoulder. "Keep it up. Work hard. I'll give you extra food tonight." Upon hearing extra food, Gangzi's eyes lit up instantly, and he dug even faster with his paws, full of energy. The live stream chat erupted in laughter. A kangaroo plowing the field. This is too outrageous. This scene is more surreal than a movie. Don't believe him. He only said extra food. He didn't say who it was for. Jiang Nan was about to continue working when he saw a sea turtle slowly crawling towards him in the distance. It was Dallin. Behind him were more than 20 sea turtles. Jiang Nan glanced at Gangzi, who was busy working, and immediately handed over the task of plowing the land to him with a clear conscience. He then moved a chair over, put on his gloves to reduce the burden on the turtles, and began to remove barnacles from them. Gangzi wasn't slacking off. Every few minutes, it would look up at Jiang Nan, not to confirm if Jiang Nan had left, but to see if he was watching it, so it could continue its diligent performance. A classic example of a performance-oriented personality. Jiang Nan saw through its little scheme immediately, and every time Gangzi looked up, he would deliberately look back as well. System notifications kept ringing out. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've lost 1 barnacle. Intimacy +10. With practice, Jiang Nan's movements became increasingly faster. The Lang, like a squad leader, stood by, directing the sea turtles to line up. Jiang Nan seized the opportunity to slip a spirit awakening pill into Delang's mouth. But like Gangzi, Delang showed no outward change. After all the barnacles were cleared away, Dalan led the sea turtles away slowly. Just then, Jiang Nan suddenly frowned. He noticed that Dalan was much faster than the other sea turtles. All the sea turtles had started together, but in less than a minute, Dalan had already crawled 2 or 3 meters away, while the other sea turtles hadn't even crawled half a meter. The live chat exploded instantly. Wait, is Delang running? A turtle running that fast? That speed is almost as fast as a rabbit. Jiang Nan also realized something was wrong and immediately chased after him. He stared at Delang for a moment and said, "Run with all your might. Let me see." Delang tilted his head and looked at him, as if confirming. Really? Jiang Nan said decisively, "Quick, run." The moment he finished speaking, Dalan darted off. Jiang Nan checked the time, and 20 seconds later shouted, "Stop." Looking up, Dalan was already 2 meters away under the coconut tree. It turned its head and tilted its head, looking at Jiang Nan as if showing off. "Master, wasn't I fast?" Chapter 9 My Kangaroo Can Plant Trees. The live stream chat exploded instantly. It's become a spirit. The tortoise and the hare race really lived up to its name. So the hare didn't lose because it was sleeping. It really can't outrun the tortoise. Even more outrageous comments popped up. Island owner, there's definitely something wrong with your sea turtle. I'm a veterinarian. Send it to me for a checkup. Someone immediately retorted. I could hear the abacus scheming at home. Dalan's frantic sprint left the audience completely dumbfounded. Many even rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were seeing things. Actually, Dalan's speed wasn't that exaggerated. It was probably at the level of a 4 or 5-year-old child. But in people's minds, sea turtles are always slow and sluggish, so this sudden burst of speed created a striking contrast. Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Delang's smug face. The spirit awakening pill had given Gangzi intelligence and Delang speed. He was already considering whether to try a third spirit awakening pill on another animal. Jiang Nan walked over and patted Delang's head. Not bad. You'll live on the Great Barrier Reef from now on. The turtle population in this area is your responsibility. Also, bring over those sea turtles that need to be cleaned of barnacles. Dalan seemed to understand, and even nodded in a human-like manner. Jiang Nan looked up at the live stream, which was filled with 666. He smiled helplessly and said, "Calm down. Sea turtles can reach speeds of 35 kilometers per hour in the ocean. What's this speed?" This was originally just a casual explanation, but it made Dalan seem even more impressive. Led by Dalan, the sea turtles slowly retreated back into the sea. Jiang Nan prepared to return to farming, but as soon as he got back to the villa, he was stunned. The land in the yard had been turned over neatly, the soil soft as if it had just been tilled. Even more outrageous, the vegetable seeds on the table had been sown into the ground and covered with soil again. Jiang Nan followed the gaze and saw Gangzi carefully watering the vegetable patch, holding a watering can. He had practically shoved some tomato seedlings into the soil with his clumsy paws. The seedlings were leaning precariously, but overall they actually looked quite decent. This scene was even more astonishing than Dalan's earlier frantic run. My kangaroo can actually grow vegetables. Jiang Nan was completely shocked. The comments section went wild. Didn't they say that sentient beings weren't allowed after the founding of the People's Republic of China? Gangzi, I feel safe eating vegetables I grow myself. What's wrong with them? You know, it's actually quite organized, with a row of seedlings and a row of seeds. My dead memories are starting to attack me. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, walked up to Gangzi, pointed to the ground, and asked, "Did you do all this?" Gangzi turned its head, looking left and right with a puzzled expression, as if to say, "Are there other animals here?" Then it put down the water bottle, spread its paws, and licked its lips. The meaning was clear. Jiang Nan laughed immediately. "So you've been working so hard growing vegetables just to eat them? You've got quite the dream." He turned and went back into the house, taking out a few carrots and tossing them over. Gangzi's eyes lit up the moment he saw the carrots, and he started frantically munching on them as if he hadn't eaten in over a decade, completely ignoring Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan clapped his hands and said to the live stream audience, "All right, next I'll take you on a tour of the Great Barrier Reef to familiarize you with the environment." He then walked out, glancing back at the scene. Gangzi had finished his carrot and was lying under a big tree in the yard, sprawled out in the sun, thoroughly enjoying himself. Jiang Nan asked, "Want to come along?" Gangzi rolled over, pretending not to hear, and immediately closed his eyes to take a nap. "Eat well and sleep well, perfect life. Jiang Nan didn't bother him and started wandering around the island alone. The Great Barrier Reef is enormous, almost comparable to some small countries. However, most of the islands here are scattered small islands. The main island where Jiang Nan is located is the only developed area, but the developed area is very limited. In front is a large beach, and behind is a dense primeval forest. The sides are full of reefs, making it almost impossible to find a foothold. Jiang Nan chatted with the audience as he walked. This sea breeze is so strange. It was so stuffy just now, and now it's chilly. A sea breeze blew by, carrying a damp coolness. Jiang Nan, however, had no intention of going back and continued to stroll forward. Before long, he came to a pristine beach without any buildings. Under his feet were stones of various sizes, along with seashells and snails. Jiang Nan looked around and smiled. This place has a good view. Let's sit down and enjoy the scenery. He found a clean rock and prepared to sit down. But just then, his movements suddenly froze. Jiang Nan frowned, looking around in confusion, as if searching for something. The live stream viewers noticed the anomaly. Why isn't the island owner moving? Gangza followed us. Wait, did you guys hear the dog barking? I didn't hear it. Jiang Nan didn't even look at the comments, but muttered to himself, where did that dog barking come from? That's right, he heard it too. He immediately stopped what he was doing, held his breath, and listened carefully. Although the sound of the waves was loud, his enhanced body allowed him to still pick up subtle sounds. The faint barking of a dog seemed particularly jarring on the beach. Suddenly, woof! The sound was much clearer this time. Jiang Nan instantly stood up, not even bothering to sit down, and ran straight towards the direction of the sound. He walked along, scanning the messy beach, not missing a single corner. The barking was definitely there, and it sounded like a puppy that had just learned to bark. Jiang Nan was filled with doubt. This was an isolated island. How could there be a puppy? Could it be a stray dog? Or perhaps a tourist who had abandoned their dog here? Various guesses kept popping into his mind. Chapter 10. The baby seal searches for its mother. Jiang Nan, on the deserted island, suddenly heard a dog barking, and the live stream chat exploded. Some guessed it was a stray dog, some said it might be a wolf, and others joked that a tourist might have abandoned their husky on the island. Jiang Nan, ignoring the comments, followed the sound and walked for over 30 meters until he finally spotted a fluffy white creature behind a large rock. He quickly went around it, looked down, and froze. Jiang Nan gasped. Family, I wasn't mistaken, it really is a dog, but it's a small seal. The little creature before him was pure white, curled up in a corner of the reef. In people's minds, for seals are mostly black or gray, white is extremely rare. After careful observation, Jiang Nan confirmed that this wasn't puppy fur, but a true albino fur seal puppy. The puppy appeared to be very young. Its eyes were opening and closing intermittently, and its movements were not very agile. When it sensed Jiang Nan approaching, it immediately cried out in panic. Wah! Wah! The little guy frantically waved its forelimbs, trying to escape. Seeing this, Jiang Nan immediately stopped, not rushing to grab it, but quietly squatting beside it, letting it slowly get used to his presence. He even deliberately slowed his breathing, waiting patiently. Perhaps it smelled the scent, or perhaps it was just naturally timid. The little seal gradually calmed down and stopped struggling. Jiang Nan gently sat down beside it and reached out to stroke its little head. Where's your mother? Why did she leave you here all alone? Fur seals usually live in packs, but Jiang Nan hadn't seen a single pack on the island. Normally, this is the time when fur seal packs migrate to their breeding grounds in the North Pacific. This migration usually lasts 8 months. But there's never been a case of a seal landing on the Great Barrier Reef to give birth. And this little seal looks to be less than a month old. Jiang Nan became increasingly puzzled. If its mother had only gone out to sea to forage, it would be almost dark now, and she should have returned by now. Could it be premature? Perhaps the mother seal suddenly gave birth during her migration, and to avoid delaying the main herd, she had no choice but to leave her pup here. Jiang Nan thought for a long time, but couldn't find an answer, so he looked down at the little guy in his arms. The little seal was enjoying being petted, its big, round eyes looking at him pitifully. Those eyes were so bright and round, it was almost unfairly cute. Jiang Nan couldn't resist, and picked it up. The little seal was very light, probably only 5 or 6 pounds. After being picked up, it even stuck out its pink little tongue and gently licked Jiang Nan's face. Jiang Nan was instantly charmed. My goodness, this is so cute. The live stream chat exploded. Some said it looked like a white, glutinous rice ball. Some exclaimed they wanted to take it home, and others were completely captivated by its tiny pink tongue. Jiang Nan ignored the comments and started wandering around the island with the little seal in his arms. Back in his childhood textbooks, it was the tadpoles searching for their mother. Now it was his turn to lead the little seal in its search. However, seals aren't very fast on land. If its mother is still on the island, they should be able to find her quickly. But if she's already at sea, things will be more complicated. Jiang Nan searched the vicinity for half an hour with the little seal in his arms, but couldn't find a single seal. He sighed, "Looks like, little guy, you'll have to stay with me for now." It was already dark. Jiang Nan carried the little seal pup back towards the camp when he suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, I still need to name you." Jiang Nan smiled and said to the live stream, "I'll leave the name to everyone, but there's a small requirement. The name can't contain the word yellow, but it still has to reflect that it's quite yellow." As soon as he finished speaking, the chat exploded. Some suggested big yellow, little white, while others started coming up with all sorts of outrageous names. The live stream was incredibly lively. Chapter 11. Gangzi is drunk. Jiang Nan shook his head helplessly and laughed at the live broadcast room. "You guys are really my gods. Stop arguing. This little sea dog will be called 404 from now on, or Brother C for short." Someone immediately chimed in. "The island lord knows a lot. Let's talk in private." Another person complained, "Why would I borrow it? The island owner's page is already 404. Some people joked, "Could it be that there are too many resources, hence the 404 error?" The chat was filled with what? Comments, creating a lively atmosphere. By the time Jiang Nan returned to the villa, night had completely fallen. Gangzi lay on the sofa like a lazy kangaroo, fast asleep, too lazy to even open its eyes. Even when Jiang Nan pushed open the door and came in, it didn't react at all, its posture as relaxed as if it were the master of the house. Jiang Nan ignored it and carried 404 straight into the kitchen, ready to find something to eat for the little guy. But as soon as he stepped inside, he froze. The kitchen was a mess, with bowls, plates, chopsticks, knives and forks scattered all over the floor and various seasonings strewn about. Fortunately, most of them were made of iron, otherwise it would have been even more troublesome to clean up. Jiang Nan discovered something even more outrageous. The beer bottle in the corner, which was open last night, is now empty. Only a small sip of the wine had been poured out of the bottle, but now there wasn't a drop left. Jiang Nan's expression changed, and he immediately turned around and rushed back to the living room. As soon as I approached the sofa, a strong smell of alcohol hit me. Jiang Nan stared at Gangzi and said speechlessly, "So it was you who drank it. No wonder you were sleeping so soundly." The words had barely left his mouth. Whoosh. Gangzi suddenly jumped up from the sofa, staring straight at Jiang Nan with red eyes. "Oh, you're awake? The wine is delicious." Before he could finish speaking in the Jiang Nan dialect, Gangzi had already kicked him. Fortunately, Jiang Nan reacted quickly and dodged in time. Otherwise, he might have suffered a fracture. He quickly complained, "Damn, this guy's still drunk." When Jiang Nan saw that Gangzi's eyes were bloodshot, he immediately turned around and rushed into the kitchen. Gangzi, completely out of control after getting drunk, chased after her, acting like he was ready to fight. They were about to catch up. Whoosh. Jiang Nan quickly filled a basin with water and splashed it directly on Gangzi's face. The icy water instantly sobered Gangzi up, and he shook his head and whimpered. Once its vision returned, it looked at Jiang Nan, then at the messy kitchen, and seemed to remember something, a sheepish smile appearing on its face. The next second, it trotted over to Jiang Nan's side and gently patted Jiang Nan's shoulders with its two little fists. Jiang Nan said with a kind smile, "Don't be like that. I still prefer your unruly attitude from earlier." Gangzi was even more embarrassed and wished he could disappear into the ground. It was just thirsty after waking up, so it went to the kitchen to find water, only to find beer, and drank it all in one go. Who knew he had such a low alcohol tolerance, and started acting crazy while drunk? Seeing that it was in a good mood, Jiang Nan said calmly, "Clean up the kitchen, or there won't be any carrots tonight." Gangzi immediately became obedient, picked up a mop, and went into the kitchen. Picking up plates, wiping the floor, tidying up condiments, a flurry of activity. The viewers in the live stream were thoroughly entertained. What goes around comes around, and Gangzi has learned his lesson. You can't hold your liquor, so next time you'll sit at the same table as the kids. Some people joked, "This kangaroo is so capable. It farms during the day and does housework at night. It's the perfect nanny." The wages are cheap, and a meal only requires a few carrots. Island owner, please post the link. I also want a Gangzi nanny. The comments section was filled with laughter. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan had already prepared milk for 404. The baby seal smelled the aroma and immediately raised its head. Its big, round eyes were fixed on Jiang Nan. Its two front fins rested on its belly, and its tail fin gently patted the ground, making it look both cute and adorable. Jiang Nan picked up a spoon, scooped up a little milk, and brought it to 404's mouth. The little guy first sniffed it carefully to make sure it was something good before biting the spoon. The way they wolfed it down made it seem like they wanted to swallow the spoon as well. Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh out loud and quickly hid the spoon behind her. Don't rush, they're all yours. No one's going to take them from you. Once 404 quieted down a bit, he scooped up another spoonful and handed it over. Smack! One bite, and the spoon is empty in an instant. 404 was still licking his lips, looking like he hadn't had enough. Jiang Nan laughed and said, "Looks like you're really starving." But feeding him spoonful by spoonful is too slow. Jiang Nan simply put 404 on the ground, poured the milk into a plate, and let it eat it by itself. The baby seal pounced on it immediately and began to drink it in large gulps. They were pouncing like hungry wolves. Luckily, it's cute. Otherwise, its eating habits would be just like those of Li Kuei, the hero of Liangshan. The comments section was filled with cuteness. So cute, its face is covered in milk stains, but it just won't stop. It looks so therapeutic and is especially stress-relieving. I can almost smell the milky aroma through the screen. I really want to take a sip. Someone suddenly wondered, why is this milk yellow? Is it spoiled? Jiang Nan explained while watching 404 drink milk. I didn't give 404 regular milk, but cow's milk. Cow's milk is the milk secreted by cows within 3 days after giving birth, and it is especially nutritious. Simply put, cow's milk is the daily milk, while cow's milk is a special nutritional milk for a specific stage, containing many antibodies, which is very suitable for newborn animals. Moreover, cow's milk is usually pale yellow, while regular cow's milk is milky white. After he finished speaking, he looked down. 404 had buried his entire face in the plate, his face covered in milk stains. Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh at what he saw. Chapter 12 Training the Baby Seal. Just then, Gangzi finished cleaning the kitchen and walked towards Jiang Nan. Eat. Jiang Nan took a few carrots out of the refrigerator and tossed them to Gangzi. Perhaps feeling guilty, or perhaps because he liked 404, Gangzi didn't pick it up and start eating it as before. Instead, he separated one and gently placed it in front of 404. Ha 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 ha. I'm laughing so hard my chest hurts. He has a kind heart, but not much. Assessment complete. Is this a skit for the Spring Festival Gala? I'm not sure, let me check again. This is a good thing. It shows that Gangzi is kind-hearted and won't bully 404 in the future. I've noticed that many mischievous animals are afraid to mess with the old and dare not tease the young, but they dare to bully those in the middle, like cats. That's exactly right. My blue cat is like that. It always bites me, but it's very docile in front of my parents. We've come to the conclusion. Gangzi is crazy. It doesn't eat carrots, so you can keep them for yourself to chew on. Jiang Nan seemed to have thought of something, turned to look at Gangzi, and asked, You've been on the island for so long. Have you ever encountered a pack of sea lions? Gangzi scratched his head and started thinking about it seriously. A few seconds later, Gangzi shook his head helplessly. Even Gangzi had never seen a pack of seals, so where did 404's mother go? Jiang Nan frowned slightly, a possibility coming to mind. 404 was abandoned by its mother. In the animal kingdom, there is also discrimination based on skin color. Some animals are driven away, beaten, or even abandoned because their fur is different from that of their own kind. A 404 error is most likely caused by this situation. While Jiang Nan was thinking for a few minutes, 404 easily finished a whole box of milk. He seemed very happy after finishing it, and even patted his belly gently with his flippers. At the same time, the system's voice came through. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained the little seal's approval. It is willing to recognize you as its foster father. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the art of painting. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the upgrade component. Congratulations, host, you have successfully fed the little seal. Intimacy level plus 30. Beginner painting techniques. By learning this technique, even if you are a complete beginner, you can master all painting techniques and integrate them, including traditional Chinese painting, Western painting, brush painting, and pencil drawing. The Great Barrier Reef is a beautiful place, but taking pictures with a camera would lose some of its beauty. The host can use paintings to record every scene on the island. Note, for each painting you complete, you will receive random experience points based on the difficulty and impact of the painting. These experience points can be used to upgrade your painting skills. Upgrade component. This component can be used to upgrade the host drone for underwater operations and photography. Jiang Nan was very satisfied with the items the system rewarded him with, especially the upgrade components, which will be useful when I go to explore the ocean depths in the future, since current drones are just ordinary ones that can't even get wet. Jiang Nan was very pleased with the reward. Humming a little tune, she began to prepare dinner for herself. However, Jiang Nan, who was preparing to cook, did not head straight to the kitchen, but instead turned around and walked outside the villa. Why did the headmaster run out? Isn't it cooking? Could it be that some other animal has come? Jiang Nan glanced at the comments and explained, "Don't misunderstand, everyone. I'm out looking for food. Although someone delivers supplies every month before the tourist season to ensure my normal life on the island. If there is extreme weather, the supplies may be delayed by a few days, so I try to save as much as possible. Fortunately, the island is rich in resources, so there is no shortage of food and drink." As they spoke, Jiang Nan arrived at a patch of grass and said, "These are the ingredients I need. They're called shepherd's purse, and we have them in China too. This wild vegetable has been recorded as early as 300 BC. It grows all over the world and can be found easily in the wild. Now it has begun to be cultivated artificially. Shepherd's purse tastes delicious and can be stir-fried or used in cold dishes. If you'd like, you can also use it to make dumplings. As a Chinese, tonight I'm going to use these shepherd's purse leaves to make a noodle dish that is unique to Chinese people." Jiang Nan's hands moved very quickly. How can one describe this speed? Even just a finger can satisfy a woman. It far surpasses Duan Zhengchun, who possesses the unparalleled martial art of one-finger divine skill. With so many wives, could Duan Zhengchun really satisfy every single one of them? No, because one-finger divine skill is not just a martial art at certain times. Jiang Nan did not pick all the shepherd's purse. She only picked a handful, enough for herself. Back at the villa, Jiang Nan immediately went into the kitchen and started getting busy. It's not easy to prepare this shepherd's purse, because it has some small thorns on it, so you have to cut off the thorns with scissors first. While explaining, Jiang Nan found some scissors and began trimming the thorns. After cutting, the next step is washing. Next, light a fire and put the food in a pot to boil until it can be easily mashed with water. After cooking the shepherd's purse, Jiang Nan chopped it up with a knife. After preparing the shepherd's purse, the next step is to make the dough. After kneading the dough, add shepherd's purse and continue kneading and rolling. Finally, cut the noodles and put them into the hot pot. After cooking the noodles, Jiang Nan also heated up some oil and made a plate of stir-fried dried anchovies. After everything was ready, Jiang Nan sat down at the table and began to eat heartily. It even made a slurping sound. Some people might think making noise is impolite, but in Shanxi province, known as the hometown of noodles, there's a saying. If you slurp while eating noodles, it means the food is delicious and it's a form of recognition of the owner's culinary skills. What? A massive mukbang livestream. No way. Seeing the island owner's mouth drooling makes me hungry. I want to order a bowl of noodles too. Human noodles. Noodles with soybean paste. Noodles with minced meat sauce. Belt noodles. Braised noodles. Pot lid noodles. Dandan noodles. Knife-cut noodles. Hot dry noodles. Come on, pick whatever you like. I, Lanzhou ramen, refuse to accept this. Where can I find Guangzhou wonton noodles? Does Huxian's noodle shop not deserve to speak? Jiang Nan was simply eating noodles when, unexpectedly, noodles from various regions suddenly appeared in the live stream, with everyone trying to prove their hometown's identity. That's why they say there are countless delicacies in China. A foreign friend once came here and boasted that he could eat all the Chinese food in 3 months, but a year has passed, and he still hasn't left the city. Even so, during the Winter Olympics, they were ridiculed by South Korea, a typical case of a wild boar can't eat that stuff. During the meal, Jiang Nan took out the last qi-enhancing pill and quietly tossed it to 404. 404 didn't doubt Jiang Nan and swallowed it whole in one gulp. After dinner, Jiang Nan gave 404 a special training session. He deliberately placed a small dried fish on the table, wanting to see if 404 would run over and steal it. Perhaps because they were too small, they couldn't resist the aroma of the dried fish. As soon as they were placed, 404 came running over excitedly. No. Jiang Nan immediately reached out and gently patted 404 on the head. Why? 404 cried out in distress. Meat. I want to eat meat. You can only eat it if I tell you to. Jiang Nan patted the dog's head, sat down in the chair, and continued to examine 404. As if understanding Jiang Nan's words, 404 lay on the ground and stopped moving, but still stared longingly at the meat on the table, panting and licking its pink little tongue. Finally, unable to resist the temptation, it got up again. Cough, cough. Jiang Nan quickly coughed lightly. Wow. 404 wiggled its chubby little bottom and sat down on the ground again. This time, it would sometimes look at the piece of meat, and sometimes at Jiang Nan. His expression was contorted, his pitiful look practically written all over his face, because he was so hungry that some sticky drool was already slowly dripping from his mouth. Jiang Nan chuckled and quickly waved his hand, saying, Eat up, eat up. If I don't let 404 eat dried fish, I'm sure I'll be cyberbullied by some so-called animal lovers online. Only after receiving Jiang Nan's order did 404 feel at ease and start eating the dried fish. Come on, shake hands. Jiang Nan extends his right hand. Having just swallowed the meat, 404 trotted over, half squatting on the ground, and slowly raised its pink paws. Cute and smart, that's great. Jiang Nan was quite pleased. The island lord has obtained a treasure. Fourth brother is exceptionally intelligent. With proper training, he will surely gain countless fans in time. Zhao Si, someone's trying to steal my title of fourth brother? Actually, the number 4 has already been taken by someone else, such as a certain writer, but he can't handle the title of fourth brother, so he can only be called Little Fourth. No wonder this thing is called a sea lion. It really is as smart as a dog. I remembered a dog I had when I was a child. When it needed to poop at night, it would open the door by itself so as not to disturb my rest, and then go out by itself. After it finished, it would close the door by itself, as if it were a spirit. That's right. When I was a child, the dog I raised got sick once, and would go to the fields to find herbs to eat. We raise dogs, while the island owner raises seals. They're not even in the same league. Speaking of which, how do you tell the difference between seals, fur seals, and sea lions? I still can't tell them apart. 404's clever performance resonated with many viewers, who reminisced about the past. Who hasn't had a puppy when they were a child? Jiang Nan keenly noticed a problem and explained with a smile. These three are easy to distinguish. Just remember one sentence. Sea lions have no hair, but have ears. Fur seals have hair and ears, and seals have no ears. Chapter 13 Super Admin's Note. It's that simple. Are there also seahorses, manatees, and walruses? How were these divided? The viewers in the live stream were even more attentive than when they were in school. Actually, these animals are all easy to identify, but you probably don't see them often. If you follow my live stream, I will explain them to you one by one if you encounter these animals in the future. That's all for today's live stream. I'm going to go back to sleep now. I'll be back on air at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Seeing that it was already late at night, Jiang Nan didn't chat any longer and ended the broadcast directly. Is the island owner stuck on the machine? My friend from the island nation, please calm down. Why don't you live stream yourself sleeping, island owner? Jiang Nan decisively rejected the audience's suggestion. After all, these days, people who live stream themselves sleeping are still a minority. You can't find people who don't seriously stream themselves sleeping. Most people simply can't find that. Few people actually streamed themselves sleeping live, but one of them received a generous reward from Principal Wang. After ending the broadcast, Jiang Nan checked the live stream data again. Number of viewers in the live stream, 14,030. Number of donations, 112. Number of cardholders, 1258. Tip amount, 28,581 yuan. Because of the viral video edited by Mr. Meow, which trend on the Douyin short video platform, the number of viewers entering the live stream today has increased significantly, and the data has also surged. There is definitely room for improvement in this achievement. Jiang Nan touched 404's head and said confidently. Then, he opened the properties panel. Host's name, Jiang Nan. Identity, owner of a Great Barrier Reef island. Skills, intermediate beast taming, 1,230 to 10,000. Basic archery, 110, 1000. Basic painting, 0 to 1,000. Items, weight reduction gloves, bow of winning people over with virtue, upgrade components. Animals, green sea turtle Dallin, macaw Gangxi, and seal 404. The day's live stream was very rewarding for Jiang Nan, and his animal taming skills even got an upgrade as he had hoped. Intermediate animal taming. As an upgraded version of the beginner level, the host's affinity will be greatly enhanced. In the future, even if they encounter cold-blooded animals that are inherently cruel or insane, they will not harm the host, but will instead be extremely obedient. After reading the introduction to intermediate beast taming techniques, Jiang Nan hugged the little sea dog 404 and went to sleep contentedly. That evening, Mr. Meow started editing the video again. The video still uses clickbait titles as always. For example, the video he edited of Jiang Nan training 404 was titled, "Shocking. A man and a dog doing this kind of thing late at night." Such a title is bound to cause misunderstandings. Viewers who watched the live stream that day commented that they hoped he would change the title, but Mr. Meow ignored them, even deleting their comments and blocking them in the end. Mr. Meow has already seen huge profits in such headlines, so how could he possibly correct them easily? At the same time, Tigerfish app, Outdoor Operations Department. Yu Ning, who was a super moderator, left Jiang Nan's live stream room. Her daily work is simple, patrolling various live streaming rooms to check for any prohibited behaviors, actions, or even movements, and issuing warnings or banning accounts in a timely manner. Generally speaking, the dance area receives special attention from the moderators. The outdoor area is relatively safe. After all, this sector has almost been forgotten by the public. Moreover, the outdoor area lacks well-known figures like Zhang Daxian and Lu Da who are present in the gaming area, so its popularity has naturally declined. Since there wasn't much work to do in the outdoor area, she spent most of her time helping her colleagues in the dance area with their rounds. After getting tired of watching all sorts of glamorous female anchors dancing in black stockings, white stockings, fishnet stockings, jeans, and yoga pants, Yu Ning decided to go back to the outdoor area to refresh her eyes. She immediately noticed the Jiang Nan live stream room, where the number of online viewers and its popularity were soaring. At first, she thought that Jiang Nan's live stream was deliberately generating hype, but after clicking in, she was deeply attracted and watched until the stream ended, forgetting that she had finished eating. At this moment, her computer was still playing a replay of Jiang Nan's live stream, because we still felt like we hadn't had enough. As the super moderator of the outdoor section, she hadn't seen such an outstanding outdoor live stream in a long time. No wonder the data is so outrageous after only 2 days of live streaming. After rubbing her sore eyes, Yu Ning, following her personal habits, began to analyze the live stream data from Jiang Nan. It's fine if she doesn't analyze it, but once she does, she's shocked. The retention rate is as high as 70%. Generally speaking, it's quite impressive if a newcomer's live stream has a retention rate of 40%. Because most tourists nowadays are just looking for excitement and novelty. If they enter your live stream and don't find it interesting after a minute or two, they'll never come back. After all, we live stream in an era where everyone can do it, and there are even more people doing it than watching it. If your live stream isn't engaging enough, people will naturally switch to the next one immediately. It's just a matter of moving a finger. Yu Ning sat in the chair and muttered to herself. It seems that a new face of the outdoor live streaming scene is about to emerge. There are essentially 3 key elements for a streamer to become a viral sensation. First, the uniqueness and recognizability of their own live streams. For example, Lu Dihua likes to chop vegetables while playing games, and Ye Yang likes to smash keyboards. Second, the number of big spenders in the live stream who are willing to support you and spend money on you. Third, luck. Jiang Nan has already achieved all 3 of these points. The handsome features of Jiang Nan and its diverse array of animals are what make it special. There are still quite a few big spenders in the live stream. As for luck, if Huya app were willing to do some promotion and marketing, Jiang Nan would definitely become a well-known streamer. Thinking about this, Yu Ning felt even more that she had found a treasure and decisively called the director of the outdoor area. "Boss, I found a treasure." "Honey, are you going to resign from your job?" The director thought Yu Ning had found some valuable antique and would be financially independent, no longer needing to work. "No, this treasure is right here on Huya." "Impossible. I've never heard of any ancient tombs near our Tiger Tooth area, let alone found any antiques." "It's not an antique." Yu Ning was speechless. He said urgently, "Boss, to make a long story short, a new streamer has become a sensation across the internet in our outdoor section. He's only been streaming for 2 days. Are you talking about that young man who catches barnacles? Is he from our Tiger Tooth team?" The director reacted quickly. Because he had just come across this video today, but it was on Douyin, he initially thought it was a compilation of the Douyin blogger's own life. Yu Ning said urgently, "It really is Huya? He's really popular right now, and his live stream data is incredible. We have to sign him as soon as possible, otherwise he might be snatched up by other platforms and companies." Chapter 14, This Island Owner Knows Light Body Kung Fu. "Okay, I'll leave this to you. See if you can sign this streamer." The director seemed hesitant and indecisive. It's worth noting that in recent years, the number of people doing live streaming has been increasing. Some guilds even go to real life to find pretty young ladies to sign with. and then train them for a period of time before they start streaming. In order to sign more high-quality streamers, the streamer's live streaming performance is even linked to the salary of the person in charge of signing them. Therefore, whenever a new streamer with some success emerges, it basically triggers a talent war among major platforms. Even when some veteran streamers have just expired, other platforms will try to poach them. It's fine if it's snatched away by your own super admin, but if it's snatched away by another guild or platform, it would be a huge loss. Jiang Nan is currently enjoying great success and has immense potential, but the director seems completely indifferent. Perhaps it's because he found a better streamer than Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan woke up at 9 in the morning. He, who is usually very self-disciplined, overslept today. Just as I fell asleep last night, a light drizzle started falling and continued until 8 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Nan loves to sleep on rainy days, and since it's so warm in bed, she lingers in bed for a while. After having breakfast and feeding Gangzi in 4:04, he finally started broadcasting. Jiang Nan was startled as soon as he turned on the live stream, because the screen was filled with apologies and messages to open the door. The practice of requiring streamers to apologize for being late was started by that woman named Xiao Tuantuan. Jiang Nan gave an awkward laugh. Let's skip the apology. I don't have Xiao Tuantuan's ability to randomly rearrange songs. However, today I'll take everyone to explore the primeval forest behind here, as a way to make up for it. It rained all night last night, so today I'll go into the forest to dig up some wild vegetables, and it would be best if I could pick some mushrooms too. Jiang Nan is traveling light today, carrying only a large backpack. In case of any unexpected events in the forest, they also brought the bow of winning people over with virtue. As soon as I stepped out of the house, 404 started whimpering. Jiang Nan turned his head and saw that 404 looked reluctant to leave. He couldn't help but smile and said, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Gangzi, take good care of fourth brother for me." Before long, Jiang Nan entered the mountains. Walking on the dirt road, a fresh earthy scent wafts over you. Sometimes you can hear cicadas chirping, sometimes you can feel the warm breeze blowing, and sometimes you can see all kinds of lush trees and vegetation. Jiang Nan also played the fitting song Warm in the live stream. Beautiful scenery and wonderful songs filled the air, creating a healing atmosphere that instantly transported viewers back to their childhood. It looks so comforting, it reminds me of my childhood. What sounded noisy when I was a child has become a source of security and happiness as I grew up. Memories are poisonous, and there is no antidote. I'm reminded of my grandfather. When I was little, he would always sit under a big tree like this to cool off. His clothes would always get lifted up, and he would always secretly slip $1 or $2 into my hand, telling me not to tell my parents. After walking around for a while, Jiang Nan found a shady spot under a tree and sat down. He quite enjoyed the mountain environment. The blue sky and white clouds here don't need any filters. On a sunny day, a few white clouds drift across the azure sky, like various cotton candies, stretching out freely. When the sun is high at noon, the air will be filled with the fragrance of various flowers and plants. Although this area has been developed into a tourist destination, a small portion of the island's original forests and environment have been preserved and are not damaged. Unlike some unscrupulous businessmen who recklessly discharge wastewater to build factories, only to later turn around and blame it on local farmers cooking in earthen stoves that pollute the environment. The koi fish that was drinking pesticide and blowing bubbles tipped Tiger Tooth #1 and left a message. "The environment here is so nice. I really want to stay for a while. Island owner, when will this place be open to tourism?" Jiang Nan glanced at the comments and quickly said, "I don't actually know when tourism will reopen. If I do, I'll let everyone know as soon as possible." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. He noticed a bamboo grove ahead. After a short jog, we soon arrived at the lush bamboo forest. Seemingly tired from running, Jiang Nan leaned against a thick bamboo and said, "I'm going to tell you a little survival tip. If you get too tired and thirsty in the wild, find a bamboo grove, lean against the bamboo like I did, and then take the bottled water out of your bag, twist off the cap, and take a satisfying sip." As Jiang Nan spoke, she took a bottle of water out of her bag and drank it in large gulps. "What? Your words are more insightful than any other. What the hell am I expecting? I'm actually listening intently. Look everyone, I found wild mineral water in the wild. Island Lord, you're so naughty. I love you so much." Speaking of which, the island owner wouldn't want to dig up bamboo shoots, would he? I remember there aren't any bamboo shoots this season. After finishing his water, Jiang Nan glanced at the comments and said, "That's right. Winter bamboo shoots don't sprout and grow in the ground. Even experienced people can't dig up many in a whole day. Spring bamboo shoots sprout, and those before Qingming Festival are the best. As for summer, sorry, there are no bamboo shoots in summer. The reason it's not there is because the bamboo shoots have grown bigger. After wandering around for a while, Jiang Nan spotted a bamboo shoot about the thickness of a stick and about 30 to 40 centimeters long and said, "This is a summer bamboo shoot, also known as a summer bamboo shoot or a whip bamboo shoot. Summer bamboo shoots can be stir-fried or stir-fried with meat. It's a pity I didn't bring my machete today, so I'll have to come back another time to pick them." Jiang Nan's face was filled with regret as she continued searching for wild vegetables. Walking through a bamboo forest is a difficult task. However, Jiang Nan acted as if nothing had happened, completely unaffected. He would even grab a bamboo pole from time to time and leap over it, saving himself the trouble of walking. The bamboo pole, which was originally too heavy to support an adult, did not break. On the contrary, Jiang Nan even stepped on bamboo poles. What did I just see? Is this kung fu? So the island lord is a martial arts expert. I remembered the martial arts movies I watched when I was a child. The heroes in those movies were so light and agile that they could walk on snow without leaving a trace. They only needed to use leverage to achieve this, which made me feel that they really knew how to do it. Unlike the martial arts movies nowadays, where the characters are hunched over and heavy as Mount Tai, relying entirely on wire work and special effects, which makes me feel that I could do it too. Calm down. Everyone calm down. I don't know any kung fu. I just used to climb trees a lot when I was a kid, so I've gotten good at it through practice. Jiang Nan smiled calmly. With a leap, she landed lightly, as nimble as a swallow, graceful and elegant. The viewers in the live stream were already dumbfounded. Although Jiang Nan's move was quite clever, his luck wasn't good. He must have forgotten to check the almanac before leaving home. After wandering around the forest for a long time, he still couldn't find a single mushroom. Chapter 15: The Battle Between Humans and Snakes. Where are the mushrooms? Where are the mushrooms? After walking for most of the day, Jiang Nan began to feel dejected, and even her speech became weak and listless. We didn't see any mushrooms, or even any wild vegetables. The island lord had a bad start today. He only found some tune leaves, which are not even edible. Actually, I was quite surprised that the island owner knew about wild vegetables. Anyway, I can't recognize it. Besides, aren't all grasses the same? I remember my dad telling me a true joke when I was a child. It was during a college student's time in the countryside. A college student came to the village and, after seeing the wheat the villagers were growing, he actually said, "The chives here are growing really well." Jiang Nan glanced at the comments and shook his head helplessly. In this season, wild vegetables should be everywhere. Shepherd's purse, dandelion, garland chrysanthemum, sow thistle, bread lettuce, and so on are all edible. They are not only wild vegetables, but also traditional Chinese medicines, and some can sell for 80 or 90 yuan per kilogram. Some people make a living by digging for wild vegetables, earning at least 3 or 4,000 yuan a week. In short, the wilderness is a treasure trove this season. Since learning about flora and fauna, Jiang Nan has gained a lot of knowledge. But why can't I meet one myself? Jiang Nan suddenly stopped speaking as soon as he finished. What happened? Found some wild vegetables? Let me see it. I've never seen anything like it before. And Island Lord, could you explain it to me? I'll go dig around the neighborhood tomorrow to earn some extra money. What? Upstairs. Even Li Yunlong would have to say you're a real talent when he sees you. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, Jiang Nan actually picked up a tree branch from the ground. This branch is 1 meter long, thick in the front and thin in the back, very straight and smooth, and particularly easy to handle. Jiang Nan then shook it and said, "It's quite resilient. It'll be perfect as a walking stick." It's just a stick. But who wouldn't want a wooden stick like that when they were a child? With this staff in hand, not a blade of grass will grow within a radius of 10 miles. If we had obtained this stick back then, the rapeseed flowers for miles around would have been headless. It's no exaggeration to say that when I was a child, I owned a wooden stick like this. When the kids in the village played house with me, they all wanted to be my son. This is the legendary dream lover. Island Lord, I'll give you 100. I'll take this stick. Jiang Nan smiled, leaning on his cane, and continued deeper into the area. About 10 minutes later, a small stream appeared in front of them. The stream is crystal clear, and occasionally small fish and shrimp can be seen. Jiang Nan stopped, rolled up his sleeves, and took the opportunity to wash his face. Suddenly, I heard birds chirping nearby. The bird song was very rapid, indicating that they were very uneasy. Jiang Nan felt something was strange, So he grabbed a wooden stick and ran quickly toward the source of the sound. When Jiang Nan emerged from the bushes, he witnessed a tragic incident taking place under a large tree just 3 meters away. Under the big tree, there was a bird's nest that had fallen to the ground. There were 3 sky blue bird eggs in the nest. Fortunately, the nest was woven from dry grass, which was sturdy and soft enough that the 3 eggs did not break. But misfortune never comes singly. A king cobra is eyeing them menacingly and is slithering toward them. Nobuko would occasionally stick her head out of her mouth, as if she wanted to swallow the 3 bird eggs right away. The mother bird had already sensed the cobra's presence and was flapping her wings, confronting the king cobra in midair. However, it was too small and no match for the cobra. Its defeat was only a matter of time. In the end, they either fled in disarray or were eaten by a cobra along with the 3 bird eggs. Alas, the rope always breaks at its thinnest point, and misfortune only finds those who are unfortunate. Seeing this scene, Jiang Nan sighed. It must have been because of last night's rain that the bird's nest fell down, and then it was targeted by the king cobra. Holy crap, a king cobra. Oh no, this red mother bird is going to die. Island owner willing to help them? They look so pitiful. Please, that's a king cobra. How can the island lord save it? He might even get himself killed. Come, Lushan giant Buddha, please sit here. In fact, Jiang Nan was also considering whether or not to save it, because he noticed that the red mother bird in front of him was not an ordinary bird. But this is a king cobra. If you get bitten, your life will be in danger on this deserted island. The king cobra is one of the most dangerous snakes in the world, and also the largest cobra in the world. The creature in front of them was already 1.8 meters long, and it was agile and had a flexible head that could turn. It could attack in all directions, including forward, backward, left, and right, and it could also leap vertically to attack objects above its head. Once it bit into something, it would never let go easily. To be honest, Jiang Nan really didn't want to provoke it unless absolutely necessary. But the mother bird seemed to have discovered Jiang Nan's presence, and she led the king cobra toward Jiang Nan, chirping incessantly as if seeking Jiang Nan's help. The king cobra quickly noticed Jiang Nan and assumed an attack posture. Now, there's no way to leave Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan gripped the wooden stick in his hand, forcing himself to remain calm, and said, "Everyone, if you encounter a king cobra in the wild, you must turn around and run immediately. If you are unfortunate enough to anger it, then do not try to run away, because you will not be able to escape." The king cobra is also known as the grass-flying snake, and its speed when it suddenly bursts out is among the best of all snakes. At this moment, the live stream chat is completely empty. The immersion was so strong that viewers were already feeling their scalp tingle, sweating profusely, and breathing rapidly as they watched the king cobra. They had no time to focus on typing. Only a few viewers were still being cheeky. Where are the comments? Where are they? I need their protection. Actually, what the island owner said is not accurate. In this situation, you just need to bring your ID card, and the police officer will be able to easily identify you. By the way, are king cobras protected animals? If I encounter one in the wild and accidentally kill it, would that be considered an emergency escape? Zhang San, if you have the guts to kill it, I'll count it as an emergency avoidance. The viewers in the live stream had never encountered a king cobra before, so they could only worry anxiously or pray for Jiang Nan. But while we can pray, we can't just let Jiang Nan keep wasting time fighting the king cobra, can we? Even if Jiang Nan agrees, king cobra will not. There's no other way. Looks like we'll have to put on a good show of a battle between humans and snakes today. Jiang Nan gripped the long staff in his hand, ready to launch the first attack. If you wait for the king cobra to attack, you will be in a very passive position because you will have to worry about the king cobra's venom spraying at any time. Chapter 16 These days, even snakes know military strategy. Jiang Nan still had some doubts. Even though my animal taming skills have been upgraded, why is this king cobra still eyeing me so menacingly? They must be really starving. When people are starving, they will do things that violate morality and even the law, let alone a small snake. 2 seconds later, Jiang Nan had already swung the long stick, striking the king cobra squarely on the head. Jiang Nan was very fast, and the king cobra was still a juvenile and clearly lacked combat experience, so it managed to withstand the blow. The king cobra was stunned when the long staff hit its head. Seeing the king cobra in a daze, Jiang Nan casually picked up 3 bird eggs from the ground, ready to turn and run, but who would have thought? The king cobra suddenly realized what was happening, its cold gaze fixed on Jiang Nan, its scarlet forked tongue flicking out with a chilling hiss. Its head swayed slightly, ready to launch an attack at any moment. It's over. The island lord has completely enraged the king cobra. If you don't kill a snake, it will cause endless trouble. If it were me, I would have smothered it with a stick just now. It's easy for you to say that when you're not in my shoes. If you were in my shoes, you'd wet your pants the moment you saw a king cobra. To be honest, this king cobra was indeed acting sluggishly, seemingly not wanting to anger the island lord, but it was just too hungry. No matter what, honey, you have to be careful and don't get hurt, or people will feel sorry for you. You damned bastard, take this sword. This is my husband. It's none of your business to pity him. After shaking its head a few times, the king cobra finally decided to attack Jiang Nan. With its mouth wide open, it lunged forward fiercely. Bang! Jiang Nan was prepared and swung his stick back, striking the king cobra on the same spot again. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and the viewers in the live stream had no time to react. Holy crap! At this speed, I can't even see it clearly. I have to watch the replay after the broadcast ends, and I'll have to slow it down. I didn't expect the king cobra to be so fast, and I certainly didn't expect the island lord to be even faster. Pass it on, island master, be quick. Pass it on. The island lord only has 3 seconds. Seeing that the king cobra was nothing special, Jiang Nan relaxed his guard slightly. The king cobra, sensing Jiang Nan's power, turned and darted into the bushes. Just as Lu Zixin killed Jin Guangzai with 3 punches in ancient times, the island lord teaches king cobra a lesson with 2 blows. Nothing more to say, the island lord is awesome. Don't let the king cobra escape. Those things are very vengeful. To strike a snake, you must strike its vital spot, island master. You should have captured it decisively just now. Jiang Nan looked at the scrolling public screen and explained. The saying strike the snake at its 7-inch spot is true, but king cobras are protected animals after all, so we should avoid harming them if possible. Of course, don't follow my example. If you encounter a king cobra in the wild, you must kill it, or you'll lose your life. If you are unfortunately bitten by a snake, you can only rush to find someone to suck out the venom, just like in the movie Lost in Thailand. Even if you are bitten on the butt, you have to suck it out. The viewers in the live stream were immediately amused. Island master, don't worry, I won't go into the wild. Even if we encounter a king cobra, we can't beat it. Our first instinct would be to run away. The island lord really thinks highly of us, and is even thinking of letting us kill him. If your butt gets bitten, should you suck it? I suddenly have a really bold idea. Upstairs, your idea isn't just bold, it's perverted. I'm not going to say anything more. I'm going to take my girlfriend to the wild to find king cobras right now. I don't care where they bite us. The main thing is to enjoy the sucking process. Even I, a pervert, find it perverted. Jiang Nan was having a great time chatting with the viewers in the live stream when suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Not only that, the mother bird that had just quieted down overhead started screaming hysterically again. Not good. Jiang Nan sighed inwardly, immediately turned aside, and quickly spun around. As soon as I turned my head, I saw the king cobra return, its gaping maw revealing its menacing fangs, and it spewed out 2 streams of venom. The venom landed right where he had just been standing. Thankfully, the dodge was perfect. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What? Did you learn your sneak attack technique from that monkey in Black Myth, Sun Wukong? Jiang Nan cursed and complained. He recalled that in the actual demonstration video of Wukong from Black Myth, there was a monkey who would kowtow and beg for mercy when he couldn't beat you, but when you got close, it would throw a knife, commonly known as the New Year's greeting knife technique. The king cobra's move is remarkably similar to the New Year's greeting knife technique. The island lord reacted very quickly. If it were me, I would probably have collapsed here by now. The island owner's comment is really accurate. This king cobra is just like the monkey in Black Myth, Wukong. They are both the 6th one. If you don't kill a snake, it will still have some of its mouth left. If you let a tiger return to the mountain, it will harm your own family. There's still some truth to this old saying. These days, even snakes know how to pull a surprise attack. Aren't they supposed to be forbidden from becoming spirits? Master Jiang, don't be a coward. Try to cut through its mid-lane. We can't let it get away this time. The viewers in the live stream were all startled. None of them expected the king cobra to come back. Jiang Nan remained calm and explained, king cobra venom can spray up to 2 meters away. Direct contact with the skin is harmless, but if there are any scratches on the skin, then it's all over. Just 1 drop of venom is enough to take down an elephant. I didn't have any wounds, but it sprayed venom at me. It must have really been pushed to the limit by me. As a top predator, the king cobra rarely encounters an opponent. But today it was repeatedly thrashed by this two-legged creature, Jiang Nan. Naturally, it harbored resentment and thus returned to spray venom. Seeing that the venom had not hit Jiang Nan, the king cobra turned and ran away again. But this time, where do you think you're going? Jiang Nan swung the wooden stick in his hand hard, hitting the king cobra squarely in the body. The king cobra immediately rolled to the side, its body twitching slightly. Previously, Jiang Nan had been hitting its head, which was quite hard. Although it hurt, it didn't cause any damage. This time, hitting its body directly was a different story. Jiang Nan didn't know martial arts or staff techniques. He was simply quick-witted, and his staff was long enough to easily deal with the king cobra. King cobras usually only spray venom once, so their threat level is not much higher than that of ordinary venomous snakes. If it weren't for the fact that it's a nationally protected animal, I would definitely have given it an extra meal today, and it wouldn't need its mother to prepare lunch for it. Jiang Nan joked as he walked toward the king cobra. Chapter 17 5 Brothers 8 Trigram Staff. Upon approaching, Jiang Nan grabbed the king cobra by its vital spot, examined it carefully, and said, "Fortunately, I didn't hit you too hard. You're not injured, just twitching in pain. You're just hungry. Wait here, I'll go find you some food." After saying that, Jiang Nan turned and left. Whether the king cobra understood Jiang Nan's words or was too hurt to move, it stood there dumbfounded, showing no intention of leaving. About 5 minutes later, a wild rabbit appeared in Jiang Nan's hand. He killed him with the bow that he used to subdue people with virtue. "Go eat." Jiang Nan casually tossed the hare in front of the king cobra. The king cobra was truly starving. It opened its massive jaws and began to swallow it whole. The island owner is so kind. He actually put aside past grievances to find food for the king cobra. Who says otherwise? If it were me, this king cobra would have been soaked in alcohol by now. Punishment. I want punishment. Soaking it in liquor? Brother, tell me honestly, are you kidding me? I made this liquor for a friend of mine. What a brilliant scheme to create a friend out of thin air. Hare, you think you're so high and mighty. You're feeding me to the king cobra? What did I ever do to deserve this? Jiang Nan glanced at the comments and laughed. Let me give you a little history lesson. In the 18th century, a farmer named Austin came to the Australian colony and brought 29 rabbits as a meat reserve. Who would have thought that more than a dozen rabbits would escape from the pasture? And from then on, the situation was out of control. Rabbits have 2 uteruses and a very high reproductive rate. They can give birth to 4 babies at a time, and they typically give birth 6 times a year. Moreover, the baby rabbits born reach maturity after 4 to 6 months and can give birth together. Here, they have no natural enemies, and people don't know how to eat them. The rabbits, like the foolish old man who moved mountains, have truly achieved an endless lineage. To this day, there are over 10 billion wild rabbits in Australia, which has severely damaged the local ecosystem. The government spends millions of dollars every year to exterminate the rabbits, so the rabbits here are practically worthless. Of course, during this period, people also tried many ways to eliminate wild rabbits, such as spraying pesticides, but that would harm livestock and the rabbits would develop antibodies. Another example was introducing some wild wolves, but the wolves could not eat that many and their reproduction could not keep up. Or they set up various traps, but all of them were in vain. Finally, people even started using helicopters to shoot wild rabbits in midair. In conclusion, I was actually doing the people a favor. My goodness, billions of wild rabbits. How long will it take to eat them all? I've already thought of many ways to cook it. Spicy rabbit head, braised rabbit meat, rabbit hot pot, and dry-fried rabbit cubes. Hey upstairs, stop talking. I'm drooling. Jiang Nan is clearly telling a story about history, but the comments section started listing dishes, and they were all related to rabbits. Jiang Nan smiled helplessly. I'll catch a few more wild rabbits when I get back today, and I'll make everyone a rabbit feast tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a chill coming from behind him. Turning my head, I saw the king cobra had finished eating the rabbit and was flicking its tongue at me. Are you trying to ambush me again? Jiang Nan slapped the king cobra across the face and said, Eat and drink your fill, and then leave. I'm leaving too. See you later. Hiss hiss hiss. The king cobra didn't seem to want to leave, but after seeing that Jiang Nan had gotten up and walked away, it turned around and disappeared into the bushes. The king cobra understood what the island lord said, and it really left. Chow chow, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I seriously doubt that the island lord understands animal language. I'm actually quite curious. What was the meaning behind the king cobra's final hissing? Jiang Nan explained, I don't understand animal language, but king cobras are just more intelligent. After all, This is Lu Xian, one of the 5 immortals. As for what it said, I think it was something like, Island Lord, you are so kind. If there is a next life, I will definitely be reborn as a human, possess the beauty of the white snake lady, and have billions in assets, so I can pursue you and become your wife. As soon as Jiang Nan finished speaking, viewers in the live stream started typing question marks to express their speechlessness. When it comes to talking nonsense with a straight face, I only admire the island owner. Island Lord, we have no grudge against each other. Why do you treat me like a fool? So the island owner likes beautiful, rich women. Now that I have both looks and a great figure, I guess I need to work hard to make money. Honey, you have to wait for me. Island Lord, I have plenty of money, but I'm getting old. Would you be willing to take me? Upstairs, if the island owner doesn't want you, I will. What do you mean by getting old? You're my old baby. Chirp chirp. Having dealt with the king cobra, the mother bird gently landed on Jiang Nan's shoulder, coming to claim her child. Jiang Nan looked at the mother bird and said softly, Don't panic. I don't want your baby. You can't live in that nest anymore. From now on, live in my house. My house is safer, and you can incubate your baby in peace. Chirp chirp. The mother bird's calls became cheerful, as if she understood. Ding. Congratulations, host, for saving the bird mother and her family and letting them stay in your home. The bird mother is very happy and is giving you a lucky ring. Ding. Congratulations, host, for feeding the king cobra. It has eliminated its hostility towards you and is grateful. It will give you a set of 5 elements 8 trigrams staff techniques. Lucky ring. A seemingly ordinary ring that, when worn, can increase the wearer's luck. 5 elements 8 trigrams staff technique. The 5 elements 8 trigram staff from the movie. Click to learn it and increase the host's combat power, allowing for better protection of yourself and the animals of the Great Barrier Reef. The Wulang Bagua staff technique is said to have been created by Yang Wulang, one of the Yang family generals of the Song dynasty, hence its name. Yang Wulang followed his father in the war against the Khitan. Later, he became a monk at Mount Wutai. He transformed his spear into a staff, and his staff technique evolved from Taiji to Yin and Yang to the 4 symbols, and the 4 symbols to the 8 trigrams, which evolved into a 64-point staff technique. This technique conforms to the number 64 of the inner and outer 8 trigrams, hence the name Wulang Bagua. In the movie Kung Fu Hustle, and in the movie of the same name, Jiang Nan already knew how powerful it was. I was pleasantly surprised to have it now and immediately clicked to learn. In an instant, a series of knowledge flooded into Jiang Nan's mind, and even his body muscles seemed to have acquired some kind of memory. Without much thought, Jiang Nan picked up the wooden stick in his hand and began to practice. It's just an ordinary wooden stick, but when wielded in Jiang Nan, it seems to possess a myriad of transformations and unfathomable depths. Jiang Nan's movements are silky smooth, graceful as a swimming dragon, seemingly light and airy, but actually full of energy and spirit. Every move he made was full of power, swift and powerful, as if he were one with the heavens and earth. Chapter 18 Dancing in Women's Clothes. It feels like a blockbuster movie. This is my childhood dream of becoming a martial arts hero. With a swift wrist and a powerful cudgel, the thunder subsides. With a graceful waist, she moves like a willow in full bloom. Please, directors, use this standard when casting martial arts actors in the future. Slow motion and special effects are really annoying. Amazing. It gave me the same thrill I felt when I watched Shaolin Temple as a kid. Where is Ime Lingyun? I think you guys can have a showdown. What? The island owner has flown away. Upstairs, please be more precise. The Taoist priest took off, not flew away, otherwise it's easy for me to misunderstand. Doge. Jiang Nan touched the ground with both feet and leaped into the air, truly as if she were flying. Whoosh. With the final move, he shook the wooden stick in his hand and chopped it down at a rock in front of him. The stick didn't actually touch the stone, but it felt as if a real gust of wind had swept over it. The next instant, tiny cracks appeared on the stone. What? Did I see that wrong? The stone cracked. The island lord must be a trained martial artist. Otherwise he would never dare to come here alone to guard the island. I take back what I just said. Even if Ime Lingyun came, he would be defeated by the island lord. Inside the live stream, all the viewers were stunned. Jiang Nan smiled calmly and said, Everyone, this stone is actually a bit weathered because it has been exposed to wind and rain in the wild for many years. With a light tap, it will naturally crack. And I don't know any martial arts at all. I don't believe you, you old geezer. The old Taoist priest on Wudang Mountain said the same thing, and even said that he did not know how to use light kung fu. But then he turned around and jumped off the mountaintop. Speaking of which, wasn't the island owner supposed to be picking mushrooms today? How come he hasn't picked a single one yet? I bet a treasure map that the island lord will leave empty-handed today. I've been following a tiger tooth number 1 for so long and haven't encountered a single mushroom. This bet is definitely going to be a sure win. I'll bet 1 guardian. I don't have much money, so I'll bet 5 rockets. 1 rocket costs 2,000. 5 rockets would cost 10,000, yet they still say they have no money. This is just like Versailles. Jiang Nan looked at the scrolling comments and said with a smile, since everyone is so interested, I'll take a gamble too. But what should I bet on? If the island owner loses, he will send out a few red envelopes in the live stream for us to grab. Red envelopes are so tacky. How about the island lord dresses up as a woman and dances for us instead? Yes, women's clothing. I want to see women's clothing. But what kind of women's clothing will the island lord allow us to wear? A skirt? A maid outfit? Black stockings? A flight attendant uniform? A nurse's uniform? A bodycon skirt? Shorts? It has to be a bodycon skirt, paired with stockings. Then what kind of dance should we perform? Hip-twisting dance, thigh-shaking dance, seaweed dance, dust-patting dance, Gangnam style. Why bother choosing? Of course, we should let the island lord pick all 5 of them. I want them all. Then it's decided. If the island lord loses, the island lord will have to wear a bodycon skirt and dance these 5 dances, preferably with stockings. Black stockings with letters on them would be best. With the diversification of live streaming nowadays, the content is also becoming more and more varied. Viewers especially enjoy male streamers wearing women's clothing for laughs and novelty. Popular live streamers such as Zhang Daxian, Lu Dihua, Ye Yang, and Fu Lai have all worn this style. Jiang Nan looked at the viewers in the live stream, discussing so intensely and making such a tacit decision without consulting him at all. He looked helpless and said, even I, a pervert, think you guys are perverts. If you don't feel disgusted, then I don't care. Being a live streamer means being able to interact and have fun with the audience. Moreover, Jiang Nan did not believe he would lose. As we venture deeper, the humidity increases, and I believe we'll soon find mushrooms. The system just gifted me another lucky ring. With its bonus, I'm sure I won't leave empty-handed. Jiang Nan continued walking forward, and even started singing the catchy song by the internet celebrity Tilapia from a while ago. Red umbrella, white pole, eat and lie on the board. Lie down on a plank, sleep in a coffin, and then be buried in the mountains. Bury the mountain, cry and shout, and all relatives and friends will come to eat. Eat rice, have an umbrella, lie down on the board together. The viewers in the live stream immediately started making fun of it. The island owner is so carefree, he even has the mood to sing. Looks like the stakes weren't high enough, they're looking down on us. We strongly urge the island owner to wear black stockings and a bodycon skirt, and then apply lipstick, eyeshadow, and women's makeup on his face. Upstairs, you're so mean, but I like it. Tilapia, come quick. The island owner is singing your song. Is this some kind of dream collaboration? To be honest, this song has been out for so long, but I still don't know the full version. Can someone tell me? Oh dear, I've got a short temper. I'll fire 5 more rockets to put an end to the island lord's arrogance. However, no sooner had this hot-tempered viewer finished typing than a large patch of gray mushrooms appeared at Jiang Nan's feet. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. Damn, the island owner is incredibly lucky. I couldn't find any before, but now I'm finding them in large numbers. This fuzzy thing looks like a monkey head mushroom, doesn't it? That's right, these are monkey head mushrooms. Jiang Nan hurriedly squatted down and explained while picking the mushroom. Monkey head mushroom is known as the mountain delicacy monkey head and the seafood shark fin. It is rich in nutrients and is ranked alongside bear paw, sea cucumber, and shark fin as one of the 4 famous dishes of China. It is also one of the 8 famous mountain delicacies in my country. In ancient times, only the royal family and relatives could eat it. I've already figured out how to eat monkey head mushrooms. Naturally, I'll hunt a pheasant and make a stew of small pheasant and mushrooms. Just thinking about it makes me feel that it will be delicious and fragrant. Jiang Nan's hands moved quickly. Before she could finish speaking, she had already picked most of the fruit. Then, he shouldered his backpack and continued searching. After walking about several dozen steps, another patch of grayish mushrooms appeared in front of us. This is termite mushroom, the finest of mushrooms, even more valuable than the monkey head mushroom we just saw. Really? This doesn't look like it used to. While the audience was still discussing enthusiastically, Jiang Nan pounced on the fruit like a hungry wolf, her eyes shining and her hands flying as she quickly began picking. Their expressions and posture suggested they were afraid the mushrooms would be stolen and eaten by other animals in the forest. Judging from the appearance of these mushrooms in Jiang Nan, it's clear that they are quite valuable. Chapter 19, The King Cobra's Gratitude. After picking all the mushrooms and putting them in his backpack, Jiang Nan sat down on the ground and said excitedly, "A fan in the live stream just now had a good eye for these. They really are termite mushrooms." Termitumyces mushrooms have a strong aroma and taste like chicken, hence their name. They can sell for around 200 yuan per kilogram. In addition, everyone should be aware that termite mushrooms and termites live in symbiosis. Generally, where there are termite mushrooms, you can also find termite nests. As they were talking, Jiang Nan swept the pile of weeds beside him with a stick, and sure enough, a large pile of loose brown mud came into view. Termites could be seen coming and going from time to time in the cracks of the mud. Jiang Nan arrived at the termite nest, looked around, and found many more termite mushrooms in other locations. They immediately acted like Japanese soldiers entering a village, taking everything without any hesitation. After finishing the chicken of the woods mushrooms, Jiang Nan had no intention of returning and continued searching in the forest. Before long, he actually found other mushrooms. Black oyster mushrooms, matsutake mushrooms, straw mushrooms, oyster mushrooms, and other mushrooms were all harvested from the soil and put into backpacks. My God, so much. My head is spinning. The island owner has incredible luck. He managed to find so many termite mushrooms in one go. Picking mushrooms, is that easy? I feel like I could do it too. Two great illusions in life. She seems to like me and would sleep with me. I'm not going to say anything more. When it rains here one day, I'm going to go up the mountain to pick mushrooms too. The entire village's hope rewarded a treasure map and left a message. Island Master, I'm willing to accept defeat. The user, Tujijing Yi Guodong, tipped Huya number 1 and left a message. I can afford to lose too. Here's Huya number 1. The drowned fish tipped the user 10 rockets and left a message. What a pity, we can't see the island owner dancing in a black stockings and bodycon skirt. Immediately, the audience members who had made the bets began to present gifts, fulfilling their promises. They are willing to accept defeat and will not deliberately cheat. After thanking them for their gifts with a smile, Jiang Nan said, "Everyone is too kind. I did my best. If you have pocket money, spend it. If you don't have any, just consider it as bragging. Anyway, I often brag too, so just think of it as having some fun. Next, I'll teach you how to pick mushrooms. You can write this down. You might need it someday." Jiang Nan is smart and knows how to handle people. He knows that some of the audience members who made the bet were just following the crowd and bragging. So he doesn't mind and quickly changes the subject to prevent some netizens from digging deeper into the matter or even exposing it online. Watching live streams is all about having fun. The audience erupted in excitement upon hearing that they would be learning how to pick mushrooms. Nowadays, most people live in cities and don't know how to do farm work, let alone how to distinguish mushrooms. If they are not careful, they may pick a mushroom in the wild, eat it, and end up being poisoned and hospitalized, which is not worth it. Over the years, countless people have been hospitalized due to eating mushrooms, and the number is increasing exponentially every year. There are just too many foodies. Island Master, I've already taken out my notebook. Please speak quickly. Teacher Jiang, I will be your student from now on. I wasn't as diligent as I am now when I was in school. Doge. When I was in junior high school, I never understood math again because I picked up an eraser. I absolutely cannot be careless again today. Jiang Nan first used a stick to stir up the grass before continuing forward. This prevents you from accidentally stepping on and damaging the mushrooms. Mushrooms are actually quite easy to identify. The brighter the color, the more poisonous they are. On the contrary, these grayish ones are edible, but there are exceptions. Jiang Nan stopped under a big tree. These are large red mushrooms. Large red mushrooms are rich in protein and vitamins, which can strengthen the body, nourish yin and tonifer the kidneys. People with weak bodies can take them to supplement their diet. However, they are a bit expensive, costing at least 2,000 yuan per kilogram. What? Kidney tonics? A friend of mine needs them. To be honest, I have a friend who also needs it. Don't even mention 2,000 yuan. I would buy it even if it cost 20,000 for my future happy life. Oops, no, for my friend's happy life. Haha. Upstairs, you're showing your chicken feet now, aren't you? Chicken feet. Upstairs, I suspect you're a hater. Enough said, let's start the fight. While viewers in the live stream were placing group orders, Jiang Nan had already begun harvesting. This isn't picking mushrooms, it's picking up money. With all the giant red mushrooms harvested, Jiang Nan's backpack was finally full. I had a great day. I'll go hunt a couple more rabbits and pheasants. Then I can go home. Jiang Nan stretched and said contentedly. Suddenly, a series of sounds came from a bush nearby. At the same time, the mother bird perched on the shoulder chirped again, sounding terrified. Is there something in the bushes? Could it be some kind of wild beast again? My goodness. Island Lord, run. Don't fight head-on this time. The viewers in the live stream were filled with fear and unease. People are bound to feel fear when faced with unknown creatures, especially in the wild. This fear is etched into our DNA. Hiss hiss hiss. The familiar voice reached Jiang Nan's ears. Jiang Nan gripped the wooden stick tightly again, staring intently at the bushes. About a minute later, a king cobra emerged from them. It was the same one that fought against Jiang Nan before. How did you get here? Jiang Nan asked curiously. Hiss hiss hiss. Upon seeing Jiang Nan, the king cobra did not continue forward but turned to leave. It was still flicking its tongue, glancing back at Jiang Nan several times. What do you mean? Are you asking me to go with you? Hiss hiss hiss. Don't you dare repay kindness with enmity, or I'll make sure you don't get away with this stick. Upon hearing this, someone who didn't know better might have thought it was Sun Wukong who said it. Hiss hiss hiss. After receiving Jiang Nan's affirmative answer, the king cobra led the way without looking back. Jiang Nan didn't hesitate either, following the king cobra as it disappeared into the bushes. The man and the snake walked like this for about 10 minutes, until the king cobra stopped under a towering tree. Jiang Nan looked around, but saw nothing. What the hell? Is this snake playing a trick on me? After all, it knows military strategy. Hiss hiss hiss. The king cobra hissed again, and this time, it slithered into a hole under the big tree. Jiang Nan hurried over to check, and what she saw shocked her. What? This is a giant white mushroom. Jiang Nan's eyes widened, and she didn't dare to breathe. The viewers in the live stream were even more puzzled. What is a giant white ground mushroom? That sounds amazing. Judging from the island owner's expression, it must be very valuable. Whether it's valuable or not, it's huge. It's more than 10 times the size of the mushrooms I saw before. It's not 10 times, it's dozens of times. Chapter 20 Learning Boxing from Gangxi. Jiang Nan took several deep breaths to calm himself down and said, the giant white mushroom is the best of the best. It is more valuable than the termite mushroom and the big red mushroom we just encountered. Even black truffles and cordyceps are not worth mentioning in front of it. In 2004, a buyer paid £28,000 for a piece of white ground mushroom, but because he wanted to grow larger white ground mushrooms, he buried it in his yard, and it rotted due to improper storage. In 2007, 3 Hong Kong people jointly bid for a 750G piece of white ground mushroom, spending 210,000 Hong Kong dollars. As for how delicious the giant white mushroom is, that remains to be seen. As soon as Jiang Nan finished speaking, the live stream room was like a pot of oil that had been doused with cold water, boiling over again. According to the island owner, this king cobra is really sensible. It even knows how to repay kindness. It's just mushrooms. Is it really that valuable? They're just people. So why is Ma Yun's wealth in the hundreds of billions while we're still working for others? Zheng Qinzi gave a rocket as a reward and left a message. Hello, island owner. My master is a senior traditional Chinese medicine doctor. He really likes this giant white mushroom. Would you sell it? He is willing to offer 180,000. Upon hearing this, viewers in the live stream gasped in shock. One mushroom, 180,000? Is this treating money like toilet paper? Or is it just a way to tease the island owner? But judging from how seriously he was looking at it, it seemed he wasn't joking. Island master, be careful. There are a lot of scammers these days. Hello, island owner. This is Lao Chun. Please download the National Anti-Bombing app. Forget about old Chun. He's completely addicted to carnivals now. Based on the price the island owner just quoted, this giant white mushroom in front of us must weigh at least 2 kilograms, so 180,000 is a reasonable price. But that was the price back then. Zheng Qinzi gave a rocket as a reward and left a message. Island master, my master said that if you are not satisfied with this price, we can discuss it in more detail. Teacher Ma's Pai Yanzi gave a rocket as a reward and left a message. Island master, 200,000. I want this mushroom, not for any other reason than to try it out. Arthur ate a cake and tipped a rocket, leaving a message. I'll give you 210,000. A perfectly good live stream suddenly turned into a large-scale auction. To be honest, if it were someone from Jiang Nan who hadn't yet entered society, they would definitely sell it at the highest price immediately, not for any other reason than for the money. Nobody turns down money. But he wouldn't be tempted at all now. He decided to come to the Great Barrier Reef alone to experience the beauty of nature because he was tired of the boring and tedious work in the complicated and materialistic society. Most importantly, he has no use for so much money. He can't spend it here unless the tourist season comes. Excuse me, everyone, I'm not selling this giant white mushroom. Jiang Nan refused decisively, not wanting to keep these people hanging, and continued. Actually, I also really want to try what giant white ground mushrooms taste like. Tonight I'm going to use them to make braised wild chicken with mushrooms. Jun Kinsey, Island Master, are you really not going to reconsider? Teacher Ma Swallow, I'll add another 100,000. Island Master, give it to me? Arthur, have a piece of cake. Island Master, are you selling the braised wild chicken and mushrooms that I made? I'll offer 250,000, and the extra 40,000 can be considered your labor cost. Island Master, I don't have much money. Here's 50, just let me have a sip of soup. I'll also contribute 50, just so I can have a sip of soup. I'll pay $100, you can't let me have a chicken leg, can you? In an instant, the large-scale auction turned into a free-for-all. This reminded Jiang Nan of Uncle Benshin's sketch comedy planning. Chicken meat costs 2,000, chicken hearts 4,000, chicken livers 6,000, and chicken kidneys 8,000. Otherwise, you have no right to eat them. Jiang Nan smiled, thanked the king cobra, and then picked the giant white mushroom. On his way home, Jiang Nan also caught a wild rabbit and a pheasant, which solved his dinner problem. It was already past 2 p.m. when we got back to the villa. Jiang Nan was taken aback as soon as he stepped into the villa. Gangzi was seen punching the big tree in front of him, kicking it occasionally to train his leg power, completely unaware of the barnacles. Because I was so focused, I didn't even notice that Jiang Nan had returned. Ahem, are you practicing martial arts? Jiang Nan stood behind Gangzi and asked in confusion. Gangzi slowly turned his head, his eyes narrowed slightly, as if asking, isn't it obvious? Even if I want to practice my boxing, I can't just punch a tree. I want to eat the coconuts from the tree. Jiang Nan turned and went into the inner room, saying, wait here, I'll make you a sandbag right now. Anyway, there's plenty of sand all around, so you can just find any bag and make it. A short while later, Jiang Nan made a simple sandbag and hung it on the tree, saying, everyone, watch Gangzi practice his boxing for a while. I'm going to deal with the pheasants and rabbits. After all, it's a bit bloody to deal with them, so it's not suitable for you to see. The island owner runs so fast. It seems his leg muscles are very developed, and his territory is very stable. I suddenly have a bold idea. Seriously? You can drive on this lousy road. Help! A car wheel is hitting my face. Is anyone going to do anything about this? The island owner is truly inhumane, actually letting Gangzi do the broadcast. To be honest, Gangzi's punches are really fierce. I feel like I couldn't withstand one of his punches at all. Be confident, and let go of your feelings. Newcomer, let me introduce you. This kangaroo practicing boxing is the streamer, and the one cooking is the streamer's assistant. For 04, I'm a sea lion, but you're even more of a dog than me. Despite the teasing from the viewers in the live stream, they still really enjoyed watching Gangzi practice boxing. After all, these days there don't seem to be any kangaroos that are both self-disciplined and know how to box. Some viewers even started practicing boxing alongside Gangzi in front of their screens. In the future, when I go out into the world, I can say, I practice kangaroo boxing, and I am a disciple of Gangzi. Just like those girls who watch Liu Jinghong's live stream every day, they would sit in Liu Jinghong's live stream room on time and exercise with him. About half an hour later, Jiang Nan finally finished processing the pheasants and rabbits, turned the camera to himself, and began cooking. As for Gangzi, he continues to practice boxing relentlessly. Jiang Nan once thought it was just too energetic, like a husky, except that huskies like to destroy things, while it, because it was intelligent, knew how to practice boxing and didn't cause any destruction. While cooking, Jiang Nan suddenly noticed that Gangzi had finished practicing his boxing and returned to the villa, sitting on the sofa and watching TV intently. The television screen was showing Tyson's boxing match. Chapter 21. The Phoenix came to live in my house. The television was turned on by Jiang Nan. Because little Sea Dog 404 was lying on the sofa, bored and spacing out, Jiang Nan thought of letting it watch TV to relieve its boredom. In her haste to cook, Jiang Nan randomly selected a channel and went into the kitchen. To everyone's surprise, boxing matches started playing on TV, which even attracted Gangzi's attention. Looking at Gangzi's serious face, Jiang Nan sincerely thought to himself, it seems that Gangzi really likes boxing, and it's not just a passing fancy. I need to let Gangzi watch more boxing matches in the future so that he can learn properly. Jiang Nan even fantasized that one day, Gangzi would combine human boxing and kangaroo boxing to create a new style of boxing. Throughout history, there have been crane fist, monkey fist, tiger fist, and even wild dog fist and meow meow fist, but I've never heard of kangaroo fist before. Jiang Nan is preparing two main dishes tonight: stewed wild pheasant with mushrooms and braised wild rabbit. As before, he demonstrated and explained simultaneously, making it easier for some viewers to learn. The first step in making braised wild rabbit is to wash the rabbit meat, chop it into small pieces, put it in a small bowl, add an appropriate amount of salt and beer, mix well, and marinate for 15 minutes. The second step is to cut the ginger into small pieces, peel and cut the garlic into small pieces, cut the cilantro into small sections, peel and cut the water chestnuts in half, and prepare the star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and dried chili peppers. The third step is to put oil in the pot and heat it up, then add ginger and garlic and stir fry until fragrant. Then add rabbit meat and stir fry until the moisture in the pot evaporates. Finally, add star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and chili peppers and stir fry evenly. After the fourth step of stir frying, add an appropriate amount of dark soy sauce and stir fry until the rabbit meat is colored. Add an appropriate amount of chili sauce to improve the color and flavor. Then add an appropriate amount of water to cover the rabbit meat and add water chestnuts. Finally, after bringing it to a boil over high heat, cover the pot, reduce the heat to low and simmer for about 20 minutes until cooked. Then turn the heat to high to reduce the sauce. Add some chicken bouillon, stir fry evenly, and plate it directly. As they were talking, a plate of braised wild rabbit, with its perfect color, aroma, and taste, was placed on the table. Jiang Nan also added some cilantro for garnish and flavor. Ugh, adding that last bit of cilantro was a complete disaster. I'm sorry, but I actually think the cilantro is good. I just love cilantro. I also like cilantro. I feel nauseous when I see cilantro. Enough said, let's start the war. The kitchen in Jiang Nan was filled with delicious aromas, while a fierce battle raged in the live-streaming room. There will always be arguments when it comes to cilantro. Just like people love to argue about whether tofu pudding or zongzi should be eaten savory or sweet. While the audience was debating, Jiang Nan had already prepared braised wild chicken with mushrooms. This dish is very simple. The key is to control the heat when stewing it. Chicken stew with mushrooms is ordinary, but the addition of giant white ground mushrooms makes it extraordinary. After the two dishes were placed on the table, Jiang Nan took out his chopsticks and prepared to start eating. However, For had somehow crawled under the table, his eyes fixed on the meat on it, drool dripping from his mouth. Try a small piece first. Jiang Nan didn't know if seals could eat cooked food, so he simply picked up a piece with his chopsticks and tossed it to 404. 404 gulped it down in one go, swallowing it on the spot. Then he continued to stare at Jiang Nan, as if to say, not enough. Not nearly enough to eat. Jiang Nan wasn't in a hurry. He observed for a while, and, after confirming that there was nothing wrong with the 404, he dropped another piece. We eat small fish and shrimp from the sea all year round, so it's time to eat some land animals to improve our diet. Jiang Nan fed the baby while eating, and even brought himself a bottle of beer, his face glowing with health. My tears, which I couldn't control, flowed from the corner of my mouth. This is such a big pot of chicken stew with mushrooms. The island lord definitely can't finish it. Wasting food is shameful. Why don't you send it to my house, and I'll help you finish it? Hey upstairs, you're up to your old tricks again. I'm not that greedy, I just want to taste a mushroom. I really want to know what giant white mushrooms taste like. At such an expensive price, does eating this grant immortality? Tang Santang. Is someone stealing my business? The island owner's cooking skills are really good. I feel like he's on par with Chef Huang Sanchi. When will the Great Barrier Reef be open to tourists? I really want to go and try the island owner's cooking. I want to go too. Sisters, let's go as a group. Jiang Nan didn't eat much during the meal, but he thoroughly enjoyed it. Before the meal, it was Sun Wukong's belly. After the meal, it became Zhu Beiji's belly. The only thing I'm not satisfied with is the beer here. I'll go to the mountains another day to see if there are any grapes, and make some wine myself. If there are no grapes, then pick some wild fruits and make fruit wine. Jiang Nan secretly began to make plans. What should you do after you've eaten and drunk your fill? Some people enjoy taking walks and strolling around. Some people enjoy sports involving both men and women. Many people, however, prefer to lie down comfortably. Jiang Nan was the latter. He moved a rocking chair to the balcony on the second floor of the villa, brewed himself a pot of tea, and lay down happily. I have the lovely 404 by my side. In the distance, there are enchanting beaches and seascapes. Under the setting sun, flocks of birds occasionally fly by. Everything seemed like a painting, or even a fairyland. Green mountains and clear waters, a return to simplicity and nature. It's pleasant and quiet, a place one longs for. The viewers in the live stream were also captivated by the scenery, and they all quietly admired it, unwilling to disturb the beauty. After all, people nowadays work and live in reinforced concrete buildings every day, and with the added pressure of mortgages, car loans, and other expenses, they have long lost their dreams, and their eyes have lost their light. It is rare to find a beautiful landscape that can cleanse one's soul, so we must cherish it. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Nan suddenly realized something, opened his eyes abruptly, and said, "Oh no, I forgot something." Before he could finish speaking, he had already headed downstairs. When it returned, it had 3 blue bird eggs in its hands, and a crimson mother bird perched on its shoulder. After returning from Jiang Nan, I was busy cooking, so I kept the bird eggs in my backpack, while the mother bird stayed by my side the whole time. After finishing his meal, he lazily began to admire the scenery, thus ignoring the mother bird and her family. Jiang Nan glanced around the balcony and said, "The scenery here is nice, and the sunshine is good too. You can come and build your nest here and live here. As for your 3 babies, I will take good care of them until you finish building your nest." After saying that, Jiang Nan found a cardboard box and put some blankets and hay inside, which served as a temporary home for the mother bird. If the island owner hadn't realized it, I would have forgotten about them. The island owner is so kind. He's no wonder he's the husband I chose. "Please, this is my husband." The mother bird is really beautiful. She looks a bit like a phoenix, but she's a little small. Why is there only the mother bird? Where did the father bird go? Chapter 22 Silly netizens bring joy. Jiang Nan looked at the comments and said, "A friend was right. This is a phoenix. Like the dragon, the phoenix is a mythical beast and totem of China, but no one has ever seen what it looks like. There are 6 animals that are generally recognized as the most similar to the phoenix. First, there's the long-tailed chicken, and second, the red-bellied pheasant. Both of these are special products and protected animals of China. The third is the peacock, which we all know well. The fourth is the silver pheasant, but since its entire body is white, it is also known as the white phoenix. The fifth is the resplendent quetzal, and the last one is the bird of paradise in front of us. As you can see, these 6 animals resemble phoenixes because they have long tail feathers, beautiful postures, excellent charm, and exude nobility and ethereal beauty. There are many species of birds of paradise. The one in front of us is the king bird of paradise, which is the smallest and lightest bird of paradise, only 20 centimeters long. However, its feathers are bright red all over its body, and with its long tail feathers, it really looks like a miniature version of a phoenix at first glance. Birds of paradise? I've never heard of that before. It's normal not to have heard of it. After all, it's not like the red-bellied pheasant, which is a specialty of China. I never thought I'd see a phoenix in my lifetime. I hope I can finally find a partner. Damn, upstairs, you're such a jerk. This is a phoenix, not a wishing well. I wish Reba and I would get married soon. Making a wish is fine, but don't indulge in wishful thinking. After all, Dilruba is my wife. May I pass my driving test tomorrow. Wishing Grandpa good health. May China unify the world soon. Jiang Nan was clearly giving a serious science lecture, but unexpectedly, the rhythm of the live stream changed drastically, and the viewers started making wishes for the bird of paradise. Jiang Nan smiled helplessly and continued, "There is a beautiful legend about the bird of paradise. There is a kind of bird that is born without feet, so it cannot rest, and can only fly towards the rising sun without stopping until it is exhausted. Then it crashes into a thorn and lets out a joyful cry. That joyful cry and its blood turn into another bird and continue to fly towards the sun. This kind of bird is called the bird of paradise. The real bird of paradise is also remarkable. Its call is very monotonous, sometimes like the howling of the wind, sometimes like a whistle. However, it can imitate a variety of sounds like a parrot, such as the crackling sound of burning firewood, the meowing of a cat, the howling of a cow, the grunting of a pig, the sound of a bugle call, the sound of a trumpet, the sound of clapping, the hissing sound, the knocking sound, and even the sound of shooting and the crying of a child. In short, it can imitate almost any sound except for speaking. Furthermore, birds of paradise are loyal in love. Regardless of gender, once they fall in love, they stay together for life. They never fight or quarrel, but care for and love each other forever. If one day they lose their mate, the other bird will never remarry or take another wife, but will starve itself to death. If people make a wish for love based on it, that's not wrong. As for why this mother bird doesn't have a husband, I think the father bird must have died in an accident, and since she happened to have given birth to her baby, she didn't starve to death, but instead survived. This explains why the bird's nest is so simple. A single rain shower can knock it down from the tree. After all, a mother bird's abilities are limited. The principal is right. The mother bird is so pitiful, but luckily she met the island owner. Should we give the mother bird and her 3 baby eggs names? Great idea. Let's name it. When faced with newly arrived animals, the viewers in the live stream had the most fun in naming them. Since it's so red, why not call it Big Red Robe? Then why not call her Auntie? Man Jiang Hong. What a grand name. Call it Red Flag. Isn't the red flag red? How about calling him Resilient? I suggest naming the 3 egg babies Jinza, Muzza, and Neza. Call it Anger, Ignorance, Greed. Viewers in the live stream began to express their opinions and showcase their talents. Jiang Nan also hoped that the bird of paradise family of 4 could live here forever, as their flock of phoenix-like animals would bring good fortune and prosperity to their home. Since we're going to stay, we must choose a name carefully. He glanced at the comments and finally said, I've made up my mind. The mother bird's name is Strong, which is a good meaning and blessing for her. As for the 3 baby eggs, let's name them Fu Fu, Lulu, and Shou Shou. That's a good name for the island owner. Let's call it that. Fu Lu Shou Flu So is good, I agree. Add 1. 404. Why is my name so weird? Island owner, are you applying double standards? Am I not cute? I have a question. How does the island owner know everything? Does he understand everything? Faced with this question, Jiang Nan boasted. Does everyone know Zudge Liang? That's right, I also have a nickname, God Zudge, which means I'm even more amazing than Zudge Liang. Feel free to ask me any questions, and I'll answer them to the best of my ability. After saying that, Jiang Nan lay back in the rocking chair, looking confident and certain of victory. The next second, he regretted it. He felt something was off after seeing the first comment. Island Master, I'd like to ask, who were the 3 heroes who fought Lu Bu? Doge. This is a very simple question. There's no need to ask it at all. Just as Jiang Nan was about to answer, the viewers in the live stream started answering one after another. Isn't that simple? Eagle, Vulture, Cloud Cherry. Bullshit. They're clearly radish greens, potato greens, and cabbage greens. I disagree. I think it's Li Huanying, Li Lianying, and Naing. It's clearly Tiga, Gaia, and Dinah. Don't try to deceive the island lord. Just wondering, isn't Saniying a person's name? Actually, Saniying is Yin Shuangying's nickname. The one who fought Lu Bu was Yin Shuangying. If I hadn't read Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, I would have actually believed what you said. The battle of the 3 heroes against Lu Bu was clearly Liu Bei, Sun Quan, and Xiao Qiao. Why do I see Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Xiao Wujing? You're all talking nonsense. The story of the 3 heroes fighting Lu Bu happened in northeast China, so I have reason to believe that the 3 heroes were Lu Neng, Zhao Si, and Xie Guangqin. The comments in the live stream are getting increasingly outrageous. Jiang Nan's face was full of black lines. He finally understood that these silly netizens were just trying to amuse themselves. He downed a cup of tea in one gulp, which calmed him down a bit. Then, with a quick twitch of his eyes, he joked, actually, you're all wrong. The 3 heroes who fought Lu Bu were Lu Yu, Guan Fei, and Zhang Bei. That's the correct answer. Chapter 23. A contract higher than S rank. That's hilarious. Excuse me, where was it sprayed? I was eating noodles, and some noodles got into my nostril. Didn't they get spicy strips? The live stream started with another dirty stunt. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and said, everyone, please stop fooling around and move on to the next question. Island Master, I have a question. A few years ago, the movie Najia was released. So, where does Najia rank among all of Li Jing's children? It was yet another question that couldn't be simpler, and Jiang Nan immediately felt a sense of foreboding. As expected, the silly netizens came online again. Neza is the 6th son. If he weren't that 6th, why would he have pulled out the dragon's tendons? He's clearly ranked 8th. No, 4th in line. Jiang Nan was speechless for a moment, then reminded him, Li Jing has 3 children. Neza is the youngest. However, this did not salvage the situation. Is the island owner selling products? Please add a link for Neza. Who is Neza? Is he the one from Gao Village? No, it's the one who uprooted the willow tree. I see. I thought it was the one who went to the Grand View Garden. I have another question. Who is Li Jing? Li Jing was the boiler operator downstairs from my house. How come I remember Li Jing being the grandfather of the Calabash brothers? Jiang Nan was overwhelmed by the wildly scrolling and ridiculous subtitles. He decisively said, I know the answer to this question, but it's a secret. I won't tell you. Let's move on to the next question. Hello, island owner. I'm your fan. I was here on your first day of live streaming. I want to ask you who the author of Romance of the Three Kingdoms is. It's over. Jiang Nan covered his eyes with his hands, too ashamed to look at the comments. The barrage of comments didn't stop because Jiang Nan covered his face. Instead, it intensified. Chao Swekin. Wu Qing'an. It was clearly written by Sima Yi. After Sima Yi unified the world, he wrote Romance of the Three Kingdoms to insult the stupidity of Liu Bei, Sun Quan, and Cao Cao, so that future generations would despise him. I have a feeling that it was written by Song Jiang. Before Song Jiang drank the poison wine, he wrote Romance of the Three Kingdoms to commemorate himself and his brothers on Liangshan. Bullshit. Romance of the Three Kingdoms was written by Buddha. The scriptures that Tang Santang and his disciples went to the Western Paradise to retrieve are Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Isn't Romance of the Three Kingdoms a banned book? I heard it features Pan Jinlian, Ximen Qing, and many of Ximen Qing's concubines. I'm suddenly feeling sleepy. Time to go find my dream girl. Good night, everyone. Jiang Nan couldn't control these silly netizens, so he turned off the broadcast before he could finish speaking. As soon as he turned off the broadcast, he saw a lot of messages in his private messages. I initially thought it was just some silly questions from netizens, so I didn't check it. Seeing the flashing private messages, Jiang Nan, unable to suppress his curiosity, calmed himself down a bit and opened them anyway. Hello, island owner. I am Yuning, the super admin of the outdoor section of Huyalive. We want to sign you directly to the company, just like Zhang Daxian did back then. If you see this message, please be sure to contact me. Island owner, this is Douyu platform. We'd like to collaborate with you. Would it be convenient to leave your contact information? Island owner, we are the Douyu platform. Are you interested in developing your business here? We are very sincere, and we can discuss the contract terms. Island owner, my private messages were full of contract signing messages. Some were recruited by the platform, some by guilds, and even external platforms like YY, DN, and Douyu came to poach people. There's no way around it. Jiang Nan's livestream performance these past 2 days has been too good, so poaching talent is only natural. Douyu Company's outdoor area. After receiving the director's approval, Yuning, adhering to the principle of striking first, immediately contacted Jiang Nan. She thought Jiang Nan would contact her soon, because Jiang Nan was still a new streamer and had not officially signed a contract with Huyalive. According to the agreement, he not only did not receive a base salary for his live streams, but all the tips he received were split 20/80ths. Based on this ratio, only 20% of the tip amount is received, and that's before tax. To be honest, this ratio is outrageous, but it's basically the same across all platforms now, with the goal of getting new streamers signed as quickly as possible. In order to maximize their own interests, some new live streamers will actively seek to sign contracts. But a day passed, and there was still no news from Jiang Nan. I don't know if the island owner didn't see my message, or if he doesn't want to develop on Huya and is just using this place as a stepping stone and transition. As it grew later and later, Yuning, having waited in vain for any news, muttered something under her breath and prepared to leave work. Since Jiang Nan had already finished his broadcast and was probably asleep, she never expected him to contact her at this time. To my surprise, just as I got up, my private messages started flashing. Yuning quickly opened the app and saw it was Jiang Nan. She immediately replied with great joy. Island Master, hello. Can we discuss the specifics of the contract via WeChat video call? Here's my WeChat ID, please add me. Sure. Jiang Nan readily agreed. Soon, the two added each other on WeChat and started a video call. As soon as the video call connected, Yuning's face turned red, and her heart even started racing. After taking several deep breaths, Yuning finally calmed herself down and spoke first. Hello, Island Master. You look even more handsome than during the live stream. It's probably because WeChat videos have an automatic beautification function. Jiang Nan smiled, very modestly. Haha, let's get straight to the point. Our platform has seen your potential and would like to formally sign a contract with you to establish a cooperative relationship. What do you think? How do we cooperate? Could you explain in detail? Jiang Nan listened attentively. Yuning immediately explained, currently, contracts on various live streaming platforms are divided into 3 levels. S level, A level, B level. Under normal circumstances, new employees can only get a B-level contract with a 30/70th split. Because of your outstanding live streaming performance these past 2 days, our company has decided to sign an A-level contract with you. In addition to a 40/60th split of tips, the A-level contract also includes 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, as well as a base salary of 10,000 yuan per month. Of course, this is assuming the live stream duration is met. If the live stream duration is insufficient, the platform will automatically deduct the corresponding penalty. This is true for almost every platform. Yuning added at the end, fearing that Jiang Nan might overthink it. Jiang Nan nodded expressionlessly. A-level contracts are indeed very attractive to newcomers. But for him, it really fell short. What he wanted wasn't an A or an S, but a Super S-class. As far as Jiang Nan knows, there is a Super S-class above the S-class. These are all used to sign super popular live streamers. Zhang Daxian, a top streamer in the King of Glory section, switched to Huya Live, and Huya is giving him Super S-level treatment. Chapter 24. Seeing that Jiang Nan remained silent for a long time, Yuning was stunned. In the past, when we encountered promising newcomers, we would agree to sign them without hesitation as soon as we heard they were eligible for an A-level contract. Even if they poach talent from other platforms, they can easily secure them by offering an A-level contract. But why did Jiang Nan remain unmoved? After hesitating for a while, Yuning continued to ask, Island Master, do you think there's anything wrong with this? Jiang Nan nodded and said frankly, to be honest, I want a Super S-level contract. This? Yuning was stunned. Jiang Nan continued, I'm not interested in how the tips are distributed, or things like social insurance and housing fund, or monthly base salary. What I want is a Super S-level contract. I can guarantee you that signing a contract with me as a Super S-level agent will be absolutely worth it. Of course, I also know that I am a small streamer now, and it is unknown whether I can continue to exert my efforts to bring huge traffic in the future. You don't dare to offer a Super S-level contract, so for me right now, an S-level contract is enough. If you don't agree, then there's nothing more to talk about. But you can rest assured that I will not cooperate with other platforms, nor will I consider any guilds. I will continue to broadcast on my own, just like before, without signing a contract. These are all Jiang Nan's heartfelt words. His insistence on signing a top-tier contract is not because he cares about the money. If he really cared about money, he would have sold the giant white mushroom during his live stream today. All he wanted was the title of a Super S-class contract. Just like writing novels now, basically every website will categorize your work and sign you up. The best one is naturally a contract with a top author, which is every author's dream. Even if you write simplistic or trendy works, your reputation as a top author will make readers prioritize reading your books. Above the top-tier players, there's a platinum-level player. Platinum-level users enjoy greater power and are highly sought after by various platforms. This is the benefit and impact of the title. In the live streaming industry, because you are a Super S-level contract, or even an S-level contract, you will be given priority in some good promotions and events, and you can also get to know more people in the live streaming industry. As a newcomer to live streaming, making friends with experienced people in the industry can only be beneficial, not harmful. After thinking for a few seconds, Yuning said hesitantly, Island Master, I'm sorry, I can't make a decision on this. I need to ask our director. No problem, I'll wait for your reply. Jiang Nan shrugged and waited for good news. Because she was anxious to ask the question, Yuning didn't hang up the WeChat video call and went straight to the director's office to explain. An S-level contract? He doesn't even deserve it. As a newcomer, we should be grateful for an A grade. What more does he want? He's so greedy. To put it nicely, he's an island owner. To put it bluntly, he's just a wretched island keeper. The reason his livestream data is so good right now is simply because a few edited videos on Douyin went viral. Once the hype dies down, what will he have left? Go back and tell him it's just A level. Take it or leave it. If he's arrogant and still doesn't sign, secretly lower the popularity of his live stream. Yuning hadn't expected the director to get so angry and hurriedly said, Director, his live streaming performance is quite good. Shouldn't we reconsider? What a load of crap. Outdoor live streaming has long since declined in popularity, and there haven't been any S-level contracts for many years. What qualifications does he have to get an S-level contract? The director, cursing and swearing, kicked Yuning out of the office. Yuning returned to her desk with a dark expression, hesitating for a long time, unsure of how to begin. Little did they know that Jiang Nan had already overheard the conversation. With a calm expression, he spoke first. The talks broke down, didn't they? Huh? How did you know? Yuning was utterly shocked. The director's office is soundproof. How did he hear it? Little did she know that since Jiang Nan drank the spiritual water, his senses, including hearing, had become extraordinary. Jiang Nan casually replied, "Just a guess." "Island Master, I'm sorry, I couldn't persuade the director to accept your conditions. I'm sorry to bother you." Yuning said with a look of shame. "It's okay, I was prepared." As I said before, Jiang Nan doesn't care. "Island Master, the director might be in a bad mood today. I'll try to talk to him again tomorrow. I hope you won't accept contracts from other platforms for the time being." Yuning really thinks highly of Jiang Nan and doesn't want to miss out on this amazing streamer. "Don't worry, I don't. I just want to focus on my live stream and don't want to keep switching between platforms." Switching platforms too soon after starting a live stream is a major no-no. Even some mid-sized streamers who switched platforms saw their popularity decline significantly. Unless you're at the level of Jiang Nan, who still has immense popularity even after switching platforms and can even break platform records. If there's nothing else, let's hang up. "Island Master, wait a moment, I have something else to do." Jiang Nan looked puzzled. Yuning said cautiously, "Actually, I'm also your fan. Can I keep your WeChat? Let's not let our relationship be affected by our director's matter." Jiang Nan looked at Yuning's pitiful expression, which resembled that of a little kitten, and nodded in agreement. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Nan lay down on the bed and drifted off to sleep, going to meet with the Duke of Zhou's daughter in the dream. He was unaware that at this very moment, he had become a sensation again on the Douyin short video platform. As Mr. Meow edited and uploaded today's live stream, its popularity surged again. The king cobra that knows how to repay kindness, the giant white mushroom, the kangaroo practicing boxing, and the bird of paradise that resembles a phoenix all evoke a sense of wonder and awe in people. The video garnered over 1 million likes in less than 5 minutes, with many people liking it before watching and commenting. About half an hour later, many people who had edited the video posted it on other platforms. That evening, many people flocked to Jiang Nan's live stream room. Even without live streaming in Jiang Nan, people are still willing to wait, chat, follow, and sign up for memberships in the live streaming room. In this way, a live stream room in Jiang Nan that didn't even start broadcasting garnered over 1 million views that very night, a feat that many streamers who have been broadcasting for years haven't achieved. It's worth noting that Jiang Nan on Huya maintains around 10 million views every night, while Lu Dihua reaches around 5 million. These are figures they've achieved after years of streaming and have a large fan base. In contrast, Jiang Nan, a newcomer who has only been streaming for a few days, easily surpassed 1 million views without even streaming. It's simply terrifying. The data was so alarming that it caught the attention of Huya's top management. That very evening, a meeting was held, and it was decided to sign an S-level contract with Jiang Nan. This change in attitude took less than 2 hours. Upon receiving the news, Yuning immediately contacted Jiang Nan via WeChat, but received no response. Undeterred, she sent several more messages, but still received no reply. Because Jiang Nan was already fast asleep. Regardless of the chaos outside, I drift off to sleep in peace. Chapter 25. The baby seal wants to drink Jiang Nan's milk. Jiang Nan has awakened. I didn't wake up naturally. I was woken up by the pain. Why? Jiang Nan opened his eyes and saw the little sea dog 404 lying on his chest, rubbing its mouth against his chest, and whimpering pitifully. "You really think of me as your mother?" Jiang Nan looked helpless and, without even washing up, hurriedly went to prepare food for 404. Today he's not going to feed it 404 milk and dried fish, but wants to find a bottle to feed it milk. This is not only convenient and nutritious, but most importantly, with a bottle, the little one won't bite his chest anymore. Before that, Jiang Nan plans to start a live stream. But as soon as he entered the live stream room, he was stunned. Millions of views. What's going on? Did someone broadcast for me last night? Could it be the legendary snail fairy? But the snail fairy only knows how to clean rooms and cook. The snail fairy in Love Apartment can also draw, but I've never heard of her doing live broadcasts. Do spirits and monsters use mobile phones now? Looking at the comments section, it was filled with a dense, scrolling text. The island owner is here. He's finally here. I've been waiting for 2 hours. I came to the live stream room at 1 a.m. last night to wait. Open the door. Open the door. Where's Gangzi? I want to see Gangza practice his boxing. What about the Phoenix? I still prefer watching the Phoenix. Don't worry, everyone. I'm dressing the island owner. The island lord was clearly serving me breakfast. The island lord dotes on me. Just wondering, is the breakfast the island owner feeds us soy milk? What? You can drive on this lousy road. You are not allowed to insult my husband. The island owner is clearly kissing me. We kiss every morning because we love each other very much. Jiang Nan looked at the comments in the live stream and was both amused and exasperated. If I don't go online soon, I'm afraid I'll be completely taken over by the female fans in the live stream, and someone might even say that I'm doing two-person exercise with her. I promptly went online and started the live stream. Good morning, Island Master. Wait a minute. Why is the Island Lord all disheveled? Hasn't he washed up yet? Didn't you notice that the Island Lord doesn't look well and seems a bit tired? It's my fault. It's all my fault for wanting too much last night. So my husband isn't feeling well today. Get out of here. This is my husband. He was definitely in my bed last night. Although the island owner is disheveled, his looks are still very good. He's definitely my husband. With looks like this, only Eddie Peng, Daniel Wu, and Hu Gu in the entertainment industry can probably compare. To be honest, I came from Duyan. I originally wanted to see the animals the island owner keeps, but I didn't expect the island owner to be so handsome. Duyan edits rarely show the island owner. If they did, it would definitely attract more fans. This is really a bad review. Jiang Nan smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliments. I need to find a baby bottle to feed fourth brother now." After saying that, he plunged into the small hut where supplies were stored. He didn't know if there was a baby bottle inside. He was just trying it out. About 2 minutes later, Jiang Nan returned, and he got the baby bottle as he wished. From now on, you'll eat with this. Jiang Nan waved the baby bottle in front of 404 as if teasing a child. 404 was quite intelligent. It tilted its little head and carefully examined the creature. Jiang Nan then went to the kitchen and began filling containers with milk. While the milk was being poured, 404 lay at Jiang Nan's feet, staring intently with its little eyes, occasionally licking its tongue. I was practically drooling. That blank look on his face was absolutely hilarious. Guess what? I came to keep watch at 1 a.m. last night. I was sleepy, but when I saw these cute little seals, I instantly perked up. This is so cute, I want to touch it. Island owner, I'm a student. Could you give me the baby seal, and also give me 5,000 yuan to buy milk powder? I'm an old man. The baby seal should be given to me. You two upstairs, why don't you look at what you're saying? I really didn't expect seals to be so cute when they're young. They're all fluffy, and almost all animals are cute when they're young. Mosquitoes and flies. Who said I was cute when I was little? Jiang Nan watched the live stream while pretending to be a baby, and was amused by the silly netizens several times. I couldn't help but feel grateful that my decision to start live streaming was the right one. Otherwise, I would have been bored to death on this lonely island. The audience spoke their minds. Jiang Nan acted as it was, and began to silently contemplate what to do today. After much thought, he decided to go into the sea to feed the fish. Yesterday, we went to the primeval forest. Today it's time to take a stroll in the sea. Otherwise, if we go to the primeval forest every day, the audience will get tired of it and experience visual fatigue. Going to the sea is a good opportunity to upgrade the drone with upgrade components and test its performance in the water. Open your mouth. After filling the milk container, Jiang Nan squatted down and patted 404's head. Every move he made was like coaxing a child. Wow! Little sea seal 404 actually obeyed and opened its mouth. Jiang Nan took the opportunity to put the baby bottle in its mouth. Why? The baby seal immediately grabbed the bottle and began to wolf it down. Haha, don't rush. You'll get food all over your face. Jiang Nan was worried that the baby seal would bite through the pacifier, so she quickly took it out. He had just searched the storeroom and found this one baby bottle. It was rare and therefore very valuable, so it absolutely could not be spoiled. Seeing Jiang Nan snatch the bottle away, 404 anxiously tilted its head back, its two forepaws patting its belly incessantly. Don't rush, don't bite randomly. Jiang Nan repeatedly reminded him before returning the baby bottle. 404 picked up the bottle and happily started drinking again, this time much more restrained. Tisk tisk. You can eat so much, you're going to get so fat. In less than 2 minutes, Jiang Nan saw that the bottle was empty. He couldn't help but touch 404's belly, which was fleshy, soft, and quite comfortable. Next, another bottle of 404 was prepared. After drinking another bottle, 404's appetite decreased significantly, and it stopped whimpering. Jiang Nan smiled, and then began preparing food for Gangzi and Niao Jianchang. Gangzi really loves practicing boxing. Early this morning, he was punching the sandbag in the yard again. Meanwhile, Bird Strong lay in the temporary nest prepared for it by Jiang Nan, diligently incubating its 3 baby eggs. After taking care of all the animals, Jiang Nan went to wash up and prepare breakfast. Breakfast was simple, milk and bread. Jiang Nan was sitting at the dining table, enjoying her meal, when something even more exciting happened. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have fed the little seal 404. It is very happy. Affinity plus 50, and you are hereby given a fishing rod. Ding. Congratulations, host, for feeding Gangzi. Affinity plus 50, and you are also granted the fishing skill. Ding. Congratulations, host, for feeding the bird strong. Affinity plus 50, and a water-repelling pill is given to you. System notifications sounded one after another. Meanwhile, 404 was lying on Jiang Nan's lap, crawling along while happily howling, just like a puppy. Chapter 26, Jiang Nan goes to sea. Upon seeing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile. Who would have thought that feeding the animals would earn you a reward? For a moment, he felt that 404 was incredibly cute. Of course, Gangzi and Niao Jinshang are also adorable. She's so good at being cute. Who can resist? I can't stand it anymore. Tomorrow I'm going to the zoo to see the seals, and maybe even pet one. Why do your zoos have seals, while our zoos only have donkeys, chickens, and ducks? You should be secretly happy, upstairs. I went to our local zoo the other day, and the sign clearly said wolves, but they kept huskies inside. At least the animals there are still healthy. The tigers in our zoo are skin and bones from hunger. The zoo tells the public that it's too hot, and the tigers have no appetite. They're just starving themselves. It's shameless. I heard there's a nice zoo on Gushan Island. The director is named Li Xiao. You can go check it out sometime. 404's unintentional attempt to be cute sparked a heated discussion among viewers in the live stream about the zoo. There's no way around it. Many zoos these days are really irresponsible. They only want to make money off the animals, but they don't care about treating them properly at all. Instead, they pocket the compensation money meant for the animals' food. Another interesting phenomenon is that any place with decent scenery is immediately designated as a tourist attraction. A mountain becomes a 3A level scenic spot, a temple on the mountain becomes a 4A level scenic spot, and if you make up a story, it becomes a 5A level scenic spot. Not only are the prices high, but the area is also crowded, and there is no sense of comfort in traveling at all. You can't see the animals you want to see at the zoo, let alone the harmonious coexistence of humans and animals. When you go on a trip, you see people all over the place instead of scenery. That's why more and more people are now dragging their tired bodies after get off work and preferring to immerse themselves in live streaming. At least the live stream can bring some joy. The reason why Jiang Nan was able to become so popular so quickly is that it has captured people's attention and psychological needs. The audience was enthusiastically discussing their interesting experiences at the zoo, while Jiang Nan began checking the system's rewards. Fishing rod. This is an ancient fishing rod, not the fancy kind we have now. The fishing rod is made of bamboo. The part where the bait is placed is made of bamboo that is wide in the middle and pointed at both ends, somewhat like a bamboo leaf. It is tied with hemp rope and bent in half. The bait is then placed at the pointed end. Once the fish swallows the bait, the bamboo strip will open up and block the fish's mouth. The host can name it, and once named, it cannot be changed. Fishing skill. Like beast taming skill and archery skill, it is at the beginner level and needs to be upgraded by the host through fishing. When used in conjunction with a fishing rod, fishing techniques can guarantee a 100% catch rate, even without bait, as long as the rod is cast. Water-repelling pill. Using this pill will allow you to breathe freely in seawater. The duration is half an hour. Note, this product can be used by both humans and animals. Jiang Nan remembers that the person who held his breath the longest in the world was a Spaniard who could hold his breath underwater for 24 minutes and 3 seconds. Although Bishwiden could only hold his breath for 6 minutes longer, it was still quite extraordinary. It'll come in handy when you go swimming in the sea. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Nan began checking his private messages and WeChat messages. The private messages are still mostly from people who want to sign with Jiang Nan. Another group consists of diehard female fans who want to have Jiang Nan's babies. The rest are some live streamers who saw that Jiang Nan is becoming popular and wanted to make friends and ride the wave of traffic. Some female live streamers in the dance section are even willing to develop a romantic relationship with Jiang Nan and have deeper interactions with him. Jiang Nan ignored all of this, including the messages Yu Ning sent on WeChat. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Nan washed the dishes thoroughly before preparing to leave, saying, "Let's go. Fourth brother, let's go to the sea." "That sounds a bit strange. Let's go see the sea." Jiang Nan quickly corrected himself. Otherwise, people would inevitably suspect that he was planning to develop his career in an island nation. "Why are you still carrying 404 today? Don't you understand? 404 errors are live stream traffic. Who wouldn't love such a cute little seal?" "Island owner, what? Don't you have any of my fans in the live stream? I don't believe they're all fans of 404, Gangxi, Birdstrong, and Dallin. Does the island owner want 404 to try its hand at swimming? We're in for a good show today. Before setting off, Jiang Nan found a corner, quietly took out a fishing rod, and learned fishing techniques. If someone suddenly pulls out a fishing rod from their hand in front of the viewers in the live stream, it's impossible to explain. Stepping out of the house, a sea breeze greets you. The closer you get to the beach, the stronger the sea breeze becomes. Jiang Nan had just approached the beach from the first day when suddenly, splash, a wave crashed heavily onto the beach, carried by the sea breeze. Wah! 404 was so frightened that it immediately hid behind Jiang Nan, burying its head between Jiang Nan's legs, but its fins and tails were sticking out. Like an ostrich, they are typical of those who only care about their head and not their rear. Haha, little guy, don't be afraid. You're going to conquer the ocean someday, so how can you be scared by these little waves? Jiang Nan picked up 404 and gently comforted him. Seal pups can usually go into the water about 2 weeks after birth. After going into the water, the sea became my home. Land is merely a place to stay, reproduce, and rest. They don't even go ashore to rest. They just find a floating reef or ice floe, go up there, and sleep. But 404, held in Jiang Nan's arms, was actually afraid of his own home. Looking at 404, who was covering his eyes with his four-leg fins, Jiang Nan shook his head and smiled bitterly. The viewers in the live stream were also charmed by 404's adorable appearance and offered their comfort. Because of its pure white color, 404 resembles the white seal wallpaper that went viral online for a while. It is naturally cute, and every move it makes seems to be so adorable that it can make your nose bleed. After calming him down for a while, Jiang Nan put 404 back on the ground and said, "You play with it by yourself for a while, I'll try out the drone." Friendly reminder. If you have thalassophobia, proceed with caution. After saying that, Jiang Nan flew the drone away to a spot where the waves were not too rough. The drone hovered in midair, and Jiang Nan was about to continue operating it when suddenly another wave crashed onto the beach. Splash, splash, splash. Wah! Upon hearing the sound, 404 began to howl in fear again. She ran over as fast as she could, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Jiang Nan. Helpless, Jiang Nan quickly freed one hand and placed it on 404's chubby body. Feeling the warmth from Jiang Nan's palm, 404 immediately stopped making noise. Jiang Nan laughed and said, "It seems I have to touch him myself. Otherwise, this little guy will be restless." Chapter 27. Something's happening in the sea. Getting a 404 error isn't necessarily being dramatic. It could be due to growing up without parents, a lack of security, or being overly sensitive to sound. They're still too young, it's okay. Just like some people who always have nightmares when they are young, their parents will stay by their side and gently pat their bodies to comfort them so that they can sleep well. But now, in order to appease 404's emotions, Jiang Nan can only operate the drone into the water with one hand. Fortunately, his hands were dexterous enough to pull the virtual joystick and slowly lower the drone until it was almost level with the sea surface. Finally, the engine was shut down, the wildly spinning propellers stopped, and with a thud, the drone fell into the sea. What's going on? The island owner's drones can actually go underwater? No wonder the island owner said earlier that those with thalassophobia should not enter. Island owner, what brand of drone is this? Could you please provide a link? I'd like to buy one too. Link here. Link here. Humans revere nature because they know the terrible consequences of its destruction. The reason why humans revere the sea is because it is so mysterious. To this day, humans have not explored the deepest part of the ocean, nor do they know what kind of animals live there. As the drone descended, accompanied by the sounds of bubbles and turbulent water, all the viewers in the live stream held their breath, fearing they might encounter some terrifying animal. But within seconds, the live stream chat exploded with excitement. What came into view was not something scary or dark, but rather an endless expanse of deep blue and all sorts of strange and wonderful animals. My goodness, the corals here have so many colors. Those little fish swimming around too. What kind of fish has that big mouth? It looks so fat, I really want to eat it. I see sea cucumbers. Island Master, shouldn't we get some to eat? While watching the live stream and reading the comments, Jiang Nan explained with a smile, the Great Barrier Reef has every color in the spectrum, which means you can see all the colors on Earth in the seabed here. Many of the small fish here like to cover themselves in bright colors to attract mates or threaten enemies, avoid predators, catch prey, or camouflage themselves while resting. As for that big-mouth fish, it's called the Napoleon wrasse, which was listed as an endangered species in the IUCN Red List in 2004. As you can see, the mouth of the Napoleon wrasse is very big. It feels like you can fit a fist in it. It's comparable to Wang Delu and Yao Chun. The Napoleon wrasse we saw was only about 1 meter long, not very big. The Napoleon wrasse can reach 2.5 meters in length and weigh up to 190 kilograms. It has a long and laterally compressed body, a straight head and back outline from the snout to the eye, short pectoral fins, and a rounded tail fin. The body is yellowish-brown to green, with dark straight lines on the scales. The body is elongated and oval, with a straight head outline from the back to the eye, and serrated edges on the preopercle. The name Salme comes from the two eyebrow-like stripes behind the eyes of this fish. It is also called Napoleon because of its high forehead, which resembles the hat worn by Napoleon. As for sea cucumbers, they're not something you can just catch whenever you want. You know, sea cucumbers are one of the most intelligent animals in the world. They can liquefy themselves, shrink their bodies into a narrow crevice or space, and then harden them again. It seems like a pretty good trick to evade prey, similar to the bone-shrinking technique in martial arts novels. The island lord actually knows so much. He's so handsome and outstanding. No wonder he's my husband. I learned something from watching a live stream for the first time, and I studied even harder than I did when I was in school. I'll never have the chance to go abroad and see the world in my lifetime, so I'll just watch the island owner's live stream to experience the beauty of nature. I'm just like you. I had my leg amputated and can only lie in bed every day. It's good to watch the island owner's live stream to broaden my horizons. No, I'm different from you. You had your leg amputated, but I'm poor and don't have money to go out and have fun. Glug glug. The drone is still descending. As the altitude continues to drop, visibility decreases further, reaching only about 30%. Viewers can see a variety of plankton and algae floating past the drone's camera lens. Jiang Nan did not stop and continued to operate the drone to descend. Visibility became clearer, reaching 20%. The blue that catches the eye is also starting to deepen. As they descended deeper and deeper, darkness gradually enveloped everything, leaving Jiang Nan with no choice but to turn on the drone's lights. He calculated that the drone could descend to about 80 meters and should be able to continue descending, but he felt it was unnecessary. Because the water pressure increases as you go deeper, the drone might not be able to withstand it. Then, Jiang Nan controlled the drone to walk back. When the view turned blue again, there were more and more fish in front of me. I saw a large yellow croaker, but I don't know if it's safe to eat. Just now, a very fast, slender fish disappeared into the rocky peak. Wow, it's a 7-star eel. I've only heard of this fish, but I've never eaten it. I don't know if it's good. I've never eaten this fish before. I'll catch one and try it sometime. The viewers in the live stream were making Jiang Nan, the region south of the Yangtze River, look incredibly delicious. At this depth, you can see all sorts of fish, but many of them are too fast to distinguish what kind of fish they are without controlling the camera to track them. Common fish don't require special tracking. They can be identified at a glance. The fish here are all wild. They are not only beautiful but also large in size, and there are quite a few of them. There are plenty of fish, but at this depth, it's really not that interesting. Having found nothing in the depths just now, Jiang Nan wanted to try again. Is the island owner going to continue? No, I can't take it. Even through the screen, I can hardly breathe. I think we should go and take a look. What if we can find some unusual fish? That's right. Although there are many fish here, most of them are common and lack novelty. Let's go down a little further and take a look. Jiang Nan glanced at the comments and said, just as I was about to make a downward move, I suddenly cried out in surprise. Oh no, something's wrong. At this moment, the audience could only stare at the motionless camera, each one filled with confusion. Especially after hearing the sounds from Jiang Nan, they became even more curious. But the camera is still deep underwater, so they can't see where Jiang Nan is and can only worry anxiously. For a moment, the barrage of comments was filled with question marks. But within seconds, the drone's camera started moving, began to rise rapidly, and eventually left the water, flying back towards the direction of Jiang Nan. This calmed down the viewers who were wondering why the streamer had exclaimed in surprise. However, it is precisely this curiosity and eagerness that drives us. Nobody noticed. As the drone ascended, countless bullet comments flooded the screen. A massive, dark shadow slowly passed by in the corner of the frame. Chapter 28, Saving the Baby Shark. Buzz. The drone flew back into the air. The audience finally saw clearly the situation Jiang Nan was currently facing. The sea turtles, who had been nesting or lazily sunbathing on the beach, suddenly became restless, as if they sensed something terrifying approaching, and ran away as fast as they could. Only Dallin stayed behind, guarding Jiang Nan. Despite its loyalty, it was actually quite afraid, its massive body trembling slightly. As for 404, it started whimpering again. Even when Jiang Nan held it in her arms, it still cried hysterically. Not only that, the seawater in front of them was also boiling. The fish that originally lived in the coastal area rushed towards the shore. Some had already jumped onto the beach and were unwilling to turn back. Some of them kept leaping out of the water and lingering in midair. My goodness, this scene is spectacular. There's no need to fish. The fish are coming ashore on their own. Could it be because they sense something? There's something dirty in the sea. Island owner, run. I know. It must be Godzilla in the sea. Quickly, get King Kong to fight it. The viewers in the live stream were stunned by the scene, staring wide-eyed at the sea, trying to catch any clue. However, no enormous creature appeared on the sea surface from beginning to end. Jiang Nan remained calm and wandered around the area, trying to find the culprit. Thump! Just 100 meters after Jiang Nan walked out, a voice suddenly reached his ears. Jiang Nan immediately looked around and saw water splashing out of a rocky pit not far away. A fish. A blue fish could be vaguely seen in Jiang Nan. Holding 404, I walked quickly toward the hollows in the rocks. Seemingly sensing someone approaching, the water splashed larger and larger in the low-lying area. Jiang Nan looked closely and grinned. There really is a fish, but it's a small shark. No wonder the animals nearby were trembling just now. It must have been this little guy. The baby shark, covered in blood, was thrashing about among the rocks. Because of the pre-existing injury, the strenuous exercise caused further damage from the nearby rocks, resulting in blood staining the surrounding seawater red. This shark is so small, it's less than half a meter long. It has at least 3 wounds on its body. It's so pitiful. Island owner, please save it. By the way, what kind of shark is that? The renowned Great Jaws. Jiang Nan murmured. There are over 600 known species of sharks in the world. The one in front of us is the great white shark that everyone knows, but unfortunately, it's still a baby. Adult great white sharks can reach 5 or 6 meters in length, equivalent to a bus, and their weight is immeasurable. Jiang Nan cautiously moved forward, put down 404, and gently picked up the great white shark with both hands, saying, "Don't bite me. I'm here to help you." Even though the great white shark is small, one bite from it would definitely kill Jiang Nan's arm. Sensing Jiang Nan's kindness and gentleness, the little shark did not resist. Instead, it became very docile and did not continue to move. Suddenly, Jiang Nan noticed that the little shark's mouth was opening and closing, as if it wanted to spit something out. It looks like he's in a lot of pain. Jiang Nan frowned slightly, forcefully pried open the little shark's mouth with his hands, and brought its head closer to examine it. What I saw was a plastic bag. How ironic that a plastic bag ended up in a shark's mouth. The little shark tried to spit out the plastic bag, but it got stuck in its teeth, and no matter how hard it tried, it was in vain. Jiang Nan shook his head helplessly and could only reach out and forcibly pull the plastic bag out of the little shark's mouth. He was fast enough to avoid being bitten by the small shark. He was very gentle, so as not to hurt the little shark. The little shark felt that the plastic bag was no longer in its mouth, and its condition improved significantly. Even when Jiang Nan reached out to rub its little belly, it didn't resist, and even made a comfortable humming sound. For any fierce animal, if it is willing to expose its belly to you, it is enough to prove that it trusts you very much. Jiang Nan remained calm and continued to examine the other wounds on the little shark's body. The fish's arms on both sides had scratches, indicating they had just been cut by the rocks. The wounds weren't very big, but fresh blood was still seeping out. The largest and most fatal wound was on his back, where there was a gruesome 30-centimeter long gash, and you could vaguely see flesh and blood flying out. Inside the wound was a large net. These are fragments of a shark net. The little shark must have struggled to escape from the shark net to save its life. To remove the net, tools must be used. Moreover, if you throw it into the sea now, it will definitely die. Come back with me, and I'll give you a comprehensive treatment. Jiang Nan scooped up the little shark and ran quickly toward the villa. Along the way, thick, fresh blood kept flowing from the wound and dripping onto the beach. As the first rays of morning sunlight shone down, the blood looked so dazzling and ironic. The viewers in the live stream felt a pang of heartache, their emotions indescribable. Who would be so wicked as to catch such a small shark? They must be islanders living a good life. They not only catch sharks, but also organize whale hunts every year. The key is that it's not illegal, and the country even strongly supports it. They are simply a bunch of devils. Upstairs, that's a brilliant use of the word. If it's the Japanese, then it's not surprising. They don't dare to mess with big sharks, so they can only bully small sharks. I don't know why, but when I think of the Japanese devils, my blood starts to boil, and I suddenly feel like I want to go into battle and kill them. What a pity. There are still a bunch of trash who have forgotten the pain of the past, and actually wear kimonos in certain special cities and on certain anniversaries, and even swagger around on the streets. Thank goodness they didn't run into me, or I would have broken their legs. Whenever the Japanese devils are mentioned, almost every Chinese person feels indignant, with an indescribable anger that they want to vent. Jiang Nan was very fast. He returned to the villa in less than 10 minutes. The baby shark was immediately placed in the pool, and some medicine to treat its wounds was poured into the water. Finally, the shark net trapped inside its body was removed with scissors. After finishing everything, Jiang Nan let out a long sigh of relief and plopped down on the floor. Exhausted, he didn't notice that his clothes were now stained red with blood. For Jiang Nan, clothes at this time were not dirty, but rather a badge of honor. Just then, the system voice came through. Chapter 29 Baidu Encyclopedia is now online. Ding! Congratulations, host, for saving the little shark. The little shark is very pleased and is hereby rewarded with a spirit awakening pill. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the special medicinal wine. Congratulations, host, on obtaining top-grade spiritual tea. Qi Ling Dan X3. The host already possessed these, so I won't go into detail. Special medicinal wine. It is red in appearance and has a fragrant and refreshing aroma. Its medicinal properties are extremely magical. If there is a large wound on the body, it can accelerate the healing. If the joints of the body are severely injured and become disabled, just a few drops will make the injured person recover and gradually return to normal activities. If the disability has been going on for a long time and the bone injury has already healed, the broken bone must be broken again first. After applying this ointment, the bone can also be restored to normal. In addition to its medicinal effects of promoting bone healing and regenerating broken bones, this medicinal wine can also calm the patient's nerves, regulate their emotions, and has remarkable effects on patients with mental disorders. Note: this product can be used by both humans and animals. Superior spiritual tea. Tea leaves imbued with a trace of spiritual energy, with the same effect as the spirit awakening pill, both capable of awakening spiritual intelligence. Note: drinking tea can be very unstable and may cause mutations. Please use with caution. After checking the rewards, Jiang Nan got up and began to observe the small sharks swimming slowly in the pool. The baby shark is gradually recovering. Although its skin was scratched by the rocks and the wound on its back was quite severe, the medicine was specially formulated for fish and worked very well. Upon seeing Jiang Nan, the little shark raised its head and swam over, as if to express its affection. She's quite intelligent. Jiang Nan patted the little shark's head and took the opportunity to put a spirit awakening pill into the little shark's mouth. Since you possess spirituality, the spirit awakening pill will be bestowed upon you. Anyway, it was obtained by helping you. The little shark wasn't afraid of Jiang Nan at all. On the contrary, it enjoyed Jiang Nan's caresses. I'll take you back once your injuries have healed, Jiang Nan murmured. It will grow bigger and bigger, and there's no way to keep it here forever. The ocean is its true home. After calming the little shark for a few minutes, Jiang Nan returned to his room, changed into new clothes, and went back to the beach. Before leaving, Jiang Nan took out another Qi Ling pill, crushed it, and fed it to the bird Jianchong. It's getting thinner and thinner from incubating its babies, so it needs to take a Qiling pill to replenish itself. Upon returning to the beach, Jiang Nan was once again dumbfounded. The beach was in a mess. After the shark attack, many fish had jumped onto the shore and hadn't had a chance to return to the sea. If it weren't for the occasional crashing of the waves, I probably would have died long ago. I originally wanted to go fishing, but now it seems unnecessary. I'll just collect the fish first. Jiang Nan shrugged and said, let's get started. It's a nautilus. Jiang Nan picked one up casually and explained, the nautilus is a precious shell that washes ashore. It is a pelagic mollusk that uses its strong tentacles to catch prey. It gets its name from its parrot-like beak, which crushes crustaceans before swallowing them. In order to swim, the nautilus also cleverly draws water into its inner chambers to form a jet propulsion system. It's starting. The island master is lecturing again. Get your notebooks out. Teacher, I'm ready. Please be gentle. Driving on this lousy road again. The doors are welded shut. No one is allowed to get off. Jiang Nan is now available on Baidu Bake. After explaining the science behind the shell, Jiang Nan casually tossed it into the sea. I also want to tell everyone something special. Nautiluses are not only unique to this place, but they also exist in China and even appeared thousands of years ago. The parrot cup from the tomb of Wang Xingzi and his wife in Nanjing during the Eastern Jin dynasty is made of a nautilus shell. The shell is edged with copper and has copper handles on both sides. The water wheel-shaped plates naturally formed inside the shell can store wine. It is an ingenious design and a unique shape. It is the only one of its kind in the archaeological finds of the 6 dynasties. In 15 years, 2 nautilus wine cups were discovered in the Western Jin dynasty tomb complex. Their rims and backs were fitted with bronze clasps, and the shells were intricately painted with patterns resembling mandarin ducks or parrots. Each cup had more than 30 isolated cavities inside, connected by only one small hole. When pouring wine, each cavity could be filled, but when drinking, it could not be drunk in one gulp, giving the impression that the wine inside could never be finished. In addition, the Tang dynasty poet Li Bai used the lines, cormorant ladle, parrot cup, 36,000 days in 100 years, 300 cups must be drunk every day, to describe the pleasure of drinking from a nautilus cup. That's why the nautilus was known as one of the 4 famous snails in China at that time. Holy crap, really? The island lord knows so much? Unbelievable. I really want to crack open the island owner's head and see how much knowledge is inside. It seems like he knows everything. As they were talking, Jiang Nan encountered another large fish thrashing about on the beach. This is potato cod. It has a thick-lipped face that doesn't look very appealing, but it is a very docile fish. The largest potato cod can weigh up to 100 kilograms. They are very curious and like to stay in the cod cave and ribbon reef. If you come here for tourism, you can dive down to take a look. Cod. It seems like it's edible. Sashimi. Sashimi. We must have sashimi. Is it still potato and cod? Should it be eaten with potatoes? A single sentence from Jiang Nan unexpectedly sparked a huge wave of foodies. Indeed, the cod was large and plump and looked really delicious. Anyone who saw it would drool. Next, Jiang Nan continued to collect fish on the beach, thoroughly enjoying herself. They also encountered quite a few Napoleon wrasse during the trip, and this time the audience recognized them all. It seems that popular science is still very useful. These are giant clams. If you look carefully on the beaches of the Great Barrier Reef, you might see a clam shell washed ashore, bleached white. They're smooth inside but rough on the outside. The giant clams attached to the coral reefs are actually quite impressive, their vibrant colors extending beyond their shells as they capture nutrients and sunlight. Don't get too close, because they'll close up quickly. These are adorable clownfish. They are typical of the tropical marine world around the world, and their habitat has a strict hierarchy, with the most aggressive females gaining the highest status. Unlike groupers, clownfish are born male, and the largest males maintain the species' reproduction by changing sex. As they were talking, Jiang Nan encountered 2 more marine animals he had never seen before, and once again launched into a long and detailed explanation of their scientific origins. This time, the viewers in the live stream went wild, because these 2 are just too famous. Chapter 30. Hey, isn't this Nemo? Where's your good friend Ollie? Why is it called a clownfish? It's not ugly at all. These clams are huge. They must weigh at least 5 pounds. I'm easily moved to tears. I can't bear to look at these things. Every time I see these seafood, I can't help but shed tears. I'm craving clams too. I'm going to eat them after get off work. Island Master, should we catch some of these giant clams and cook them into a big meal on live stream tonight? Jiang Nan looked at the comments and laughed. Clownfish have 1 or 2 white stripes on their faces, resembling the clowns in Peking opera, hence the name. As for these giant clams, I really don't dare to catch them. I don't know if you've heard of a variety show called Law of the Jungle. In China, the show features celebrities like Xiao Shenyang and Sun Yizhu as guests. But this show is actually imported. Apart from Kim Byung-man, the other guests are not fixed. Jackson Wang and Chung Xiao have both appeared on this show. A 23-year-old actress, Li Yum, also participated in the show and caught 3 giant clams. She will face 5 years in prison. Unlike our domestic variety shows, where guests pick snow lotus flowers on the show and nothing happens to them, Jiang Nan didn't name names at the end, mainly because he was worried about being attacked by the mindless fans of the celebrities, but the viewers in the live stream understood. While Jiang Nan was picking up fish on the beach, The top executives of Huya Company were holding a criticism meeting against Hao Run. Huya had already contacted Jiang Nan again, attempting to successfully sign him. Jiang Nan just wants an S-level contract, right? Then give it to him. But almost a day has passed, and Jiang Nan still hasn't paid any attention to them. This is nothing to worry about. All you need to do is wait patiently. Unexpectedly, several other live streaming platforms sent people to find them. Because Jiang Nan didn't contact them, they initially thought that Jiang Nan had already signed a contract with Huya. But since a contract has already been signed, why hasn't a gold medal contract been signed yet? Then there's only one possibility. Huya is deliberately controlling Jiang Nan through some means, preventing him from signing a contract or going to other platforms. Of course, this is just speculation from other platforms, so they all sent people to verify it. If Jiang Nan hasn't been signed yet, we'll snatch him up immediately. If Jiang Nan has already signed a contract, there's no need to worry. The platform is willing to cover Jiang Nan's breach of contract penalty. This situation was unexpected by Huya's senior management, who immediately convened a meeting after understanding the cause and effect. Are you a pig? If Tang Santang could reach the Western Paradise by raising a pig, what use would I be raising you for? I'm talking about you, Hao Run. Who do you think you are, Hao Ren? Did your dad think you were lacking in good fortune, which is why he named you that? Can't you use your brain before you do anything? What? Did you put your brain and butt backwards? Now look what's happened. Jiang Nan is definitely throwing a tantrum. Even if we offer him an S-level contract, he's completely ignoring us now. Do you know how much damage you've caused the company? If we had signed the Jiang Nan contract back then and focused on promoting and attracting customers, we could have made a lot of money, and none of this nonsense would have happened. But what have we gotten now? Idiots. You're a fucking idiot. It's because of you that we lost a top streamer like Zhang Daxian. Because of you, my phone has been ringing off the hook. Because of you, those people on the board want to beat you into a pig's head right now. If I hadn't stopped them, they would have thrown you off this building. Hao Ren sat there blankly. He allowed the head of general affairs to hurl insults at him. Spit had already splattered all over his face, enough to give him a bath, but Hao Ren didn't dare to reach out and wipe it off, or even move an inch. He suddenly realized how familiar this scene was. Last night, Yuning came to ask me if I had signed a contract. Isn't that how I berated that young girl? The head of general affairs took a sip of water to moisten his throat and continued to yell. Who the hell gave you the right to make the decision to sign a contract with Jiang Nan using an A-level company? Haven't you been checking the trending topics these past few days? Or haven't you checked Jiang Nan's backend data? Is that something a new streamer should have? Wasn't Zhang, the previous student, also popular because of her heartwarming daily life? You're not signing Jiang Nan, but instead you're willing to sign a female streamer? Have you lost your mind? You idiot, you made a really bad decision, and you have to take responsibility for it. Responsible? So there's still a chance? Hao Run, pale-faced, asked. How do you expect me to take responsibility? The head of general affairs said sullenly. After a unanimous decision by the board of directors, you are to go and apologize to Jiang Nan. You must get his acceptance and also invite him back. I don't care what method you use, Jiang Nan must sign it. This? Hao Ren's heart nearly stopped. Should I go and invite Jiang Nan myself? This is basically sending Tang Santang to invite Sun Wukong, who has been banished. What are you talking about? If Jiang Nan doesn't come back, then your position can be given to someone else. Your subordinate Yuning is quite good. Hao Ren. He cursed inwardly. I've worked hard for the company for so many years, and even if I haven't made any great contributions, I've still put in a lot of effort. Now you're going to use me, and then discard me for the sake of a new streamer. But it's also his fault. The reason he was so furious last night was all because of a female anchor. That female anchor was also a newcomer, and she also broadcasted outdoor content. The content she broadcasts is exactly the same as other outdoor broadcasters, except that she just wanders around the city. However, in order to attract more viewers and gain more popularity, she dresses in revealing clothes every day and dances from time to time. As a result, her popularity gradually increased, and she became somewhat famous in the outdoor community, but she has yet to sign a contract. Hao Ren thought highly of this female anchor. To be precise, I have a very high opinion of this female anchor's body. When Yuning first asked him if he wanted to sign with Jiang Nan, he hesitated because of this streamer. At that time, he had already contacted the female anchor privately. After a friendly exchange between the two parties, Hao Ren agreed to sign the other party with an S-level contract, and the other party would have to make corresponding contributions. The female anchor didn't seem to care about this, because she would often communicate with the top influencer in private. That evening, Hao Ren was preparing for a one-on-one video chat with the female anchor when Yu Ning suddenly barged in, which enraged her and caused her to start cursing, and she also took her anger out on Jiang Nan. Chapter 31 Apologize? You don't deserve it. After reprimanding Hao Ren, the head of general affairs looked at the others and said, Go and explain to the other platforms immediately. Tell them that we are determined to take Jiang Nan, and they should stop trying. He was so certain because Yu Ning had told him that Jiang Nan would definitely not leave. After giving everything a fierce look, the head of general affairs left the conference room. This was the first time in his decades of life that he had been so angry. Waste. Why did they let this good-for-nothing become the director in the first place? That's incredibly poor judgment. Giving up a top streamer who could potentially have millions of viewers every night for a female streamer is utterly foolish. The meeting has ended. Everyone rushed to leave. They had come to regard Hao Ren as a plague god, and no one dared to come into contact with him. Grass. Hao Ren slammed his fist on the table in anger. I opened my phone, feeling incredibly angry. I'm going to check what people are saying about Jiang Nan online right now. The comments section on the company's Weibo account was filled with insults. Idiot. There are idiots every year, but this year there seemed to be more than usual. Your company's food is really good, and you even keep idiots on the payroll. Why hasn't such a promising streamer been signed yet? What about other platforms? Hurry up and grab them. I boldly predict that Jiang Nan will definitely become a top expert in the entire online outdoor gaming community. I'll give you a scoop. I heard that the director of Hues outdoor section used an A-level streamer to sign an island owner, but used an S-level streamer to sign a female streamer. The island owner got angry, and that's why they haven't signed her yet. Haha, there's even such a silly thing to do. Just wondering, did that female streamer give it to him? How could an ordinary person know about inside information so quickly? It must have been leaked by other platforms. In this way, as long as things escalate, Jiang Nan will naturally leave Huya. Other platforms that sign contracts with Jiang Nan will also receive strong support from the public. This is just a competitive tactic. The netizens were in the middle of a heated argument when suddenly they couldn't post their comments. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that Huya had blocked several Weibo comments. It wasn't too late. About 3 minutes later, another Weibo post was made specifically about Jiang Nan. The Weibo post reads as follows. As we all know, the new streamer who has recently become a sensation and trend on Weibo for 2 consecutive days is an honor for Huya Live. One more thing. Although the island owner has only been here for a few days, we all treat him as family. Although we haven't signed a contract yet, we have already sent people to negotiate, and I believe we will soon be completely one family. The comments section exploded as soon as the Weibo post was published. It was all insults. They were even harsher than before. Just because the island owner became famous, they treat him like family? That's so pragmatic. You bitch, I spit on you, you're disgusting. Everyone, stop criticizing Huya's official Weibo account. If you want to criticize someone, criticize the director of the outdoor section. He's the real culprit behind this. I found the Weibo account of the outdoor section chief. Brothers, grab your knives and follow me. It has to be said that netizens these days are incredibly capable. Give them just a little bit of information, and they can dig up every detail about it, making them even more professional than FBL. Soon, they arrived at Hao Ren's Weibo and began to greet him. Because this matter escalated so quickly, several topics about Jiang Nan even emerged online. 2 of the top 10 trending topics were about Jiang Nan. The owner of Huya, a Chinese live streaming platform, is bullying a new streamer. Despite trending on social media for 2 consecutive days, they're still struggling to even sign a contract. These 2 topics quickly became trending topics. The reason is simple. People project this onto themselves. During my internship, I was clearly very capable and competent. So why did the boss end up choosing someone who was always late for work? At first, I thought it was because I wasn't good enough. But later I found out that the other person had connections and was deliberately arranged by their elders. The internship was just a formality. Why do superiors choose other people's proposals when your own designs are better than others? At first, I thought the other people might have something special about them, but later I found out that the 2 of them had been colluding behind the scenes for a long time. Once you bring your own experience into the situation, you'll instantly become furious, and naturally, the discussion will begin. While the trending topic was going viral online, Jiang Nan was still picking fish on the beach. Suddenly, Fat Tiger sent 10 rockets as a reward and left a message. Island Master, please take a look at the private message. Jiang Nan, who was busy at work, was a little puzzled when he saw the rocket taking off, so he opened a private chat. The private message contained only one sentence. I am the director of the outdoor area. This is my WeChat. Can we discuss this in detail via WeChat? Jiang Nan was still considering whether to add it, but the live stream chat exploded again. Because some viewers recognized who this guy was. Hey, isn't this the director of the outdoor area? What brings you here? You refused to sign the contract, so what are you doing here now? Brothers, don't hold back. Go in and swear. Brothers, shout with me. Get lost, and the rest of you follow. Get out. Get out. Viewers in the live stream flooded the screen, expressing their indignation on Jiang Nan's behalf. This can't go on. Jiang Nan sighed inwardly. If he continued to curse, the moderators would definitely come over. At best they would warn him, at worst they would shut down his live stream. Huya's moderators are always baffling. Lu Dihua once asked Zhang Fei in his live stream, "Have you eaten?" and his live stream was banned. The comments section is now filled with direct insults, which is much worse than Zhang Fei. Have you eaten yet? Everyone, please calm down and take a break. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do, so I'll end the broadcast for now and come back online in half an hour. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Nan turned off the live stream and added Hao Ren on WeChat. What's up? After adding each other on WeChat, Jiang Nan started a video call and asked casually. To be honest, Jiang Nan was terrified the moment he saw Fat Tiger. This guy was all flesh, his belly was round, his arms were round, his neck was round, and his head was round, but his eyes were very small, practically buried in the flesh. At first glance, it looks like a big meatball. One look at his face, and you can tell he's the kind of person who spends a lot of time sitting in the office belittling his employees. When Hao Ren smiled, his eyes became even more hidden, resembling a buttock that needed to be spread open to reveal them. Get to the point if you have something to say, otherwise I'm hanging up. Jiang Nan is disgusting. I'm about to die. No. It's like this. I'm here to apologize to you. There's no need for that. How could it be unnecessary? I was drunk that night, and that's why I talked nonsense. In my heart, you've always been my family, and Huya is your home. Jiang Nan remained silent, simply gazing at the scenery. I've already said it's unnecessary, and I don't want to say it a second time. But Hao Ren refused to give up and continued. I know you want an S-level contract. If you're willing, we can sign it now. As for other details, such as follow-up publicity, we can do whatever you want. In short, as long as you're willing to come back, anything is fine with us. Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. Now you're thinking about S-level signings? It's too late. The insults Hao Ren hurled that night still echoed in Jiang Nan's ears. There was no way Jiang Nan could forgive that guy. Moreover, while admiring the scenery, he also glanced at the trending topics on Weibo and had already roughly understood the ins and outs of the matter. Even if we were to sign a contract, it would definitely not be with Hao Ren, but with Yu Ning. Chapter 32 Get Lost. Seeing that Jiang Nan remained silent, Hao Ren offered his terms again, saying, as long as you are willing to sign with Huya, the profits will be split 40/60ths, with you getting 60% and us getting 40%. Moreover, the company will definitely promote you with all its might and use all its resources to cultivate you into the #1 in the outdoor category. In Hao Ren's view, the reason why Jiang Nan wanted to sign an S-level player was simply because he wanted more money. As long as the money is there, there's no need to worry about not being able to conquer Jiang Nan. Therefore, he had no intention of sincerely apologizing to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan remained silent. This made Hao Ren very anxious, and he hurriedly said, I have done everything I could. Are you willing to sign the contract or not? Just say something. Hao Ren's dissatisfaction was already evident from his tone. Didn't I just say that? Jiang Nan retorted without any politeness. Don't you understand Mandarin? Hao Ren. Damn it. If it weren't for protecting my own position, why would I bow and scrape to a nobody like you? Although I'm just a manager in the company, I'm still considered to be in a high position and have never been subservient to anyone. Now that I've finally lowered my stance, you're treating me like this. You're simply ungrateful. Hao Ren's heart was filled with a small fire, and he cursed Jiang Nan several times in his mind. Hao Ren, who was cursing under his breath, lost his smile and threatened, don't forget you're just a small-time streamer who's only gained a little popularity these past few days. I only signed a contract with you because I respect you. Otherwise, who do you think you are? Who knows the ins and outs of the live streaming industry? After this hype dies down, do you really think you'll still be this popular? If I were you, I would sign the contract immediately instead of pretending to be aloof. Only by signing a contract with the platform will the platform sign a contract with you, and only then can you continue to be popular, understand? Otherwise, I can shut down your live stream with a flick of my finger, and you'll be nothing. Of course, you can go to other platforms, but if I dig up some dirt on you one day and expose it online, it won't work no matter which platform you go to. Nowadays, live streaming can indeed make money, even more than celebrities. But if you have any scandals, you can suffer even more than a celebrity. I've said everything I needed to say. You'd better be sensible, or don't blame me for turning my back on you. Howren is right. These days, if a streamer wants to stay popular, they do need to rely on packaging and promotion. If the hype dies down, it'll be finished sooner or later. This is why many streamers, when they feel their popularity has declined, try to collaborate with other streamers or even engage in scripted romances. After all, these days, streamers rely on viewership. Traffic comes before content. No one can guarantee that their live streaming style will always be popular, and no one can guarantee that they have absolutely no scandals. Just like those award-winning actors, there are times when they make bad movies. Just like those legendary singers, there are times when their new songs don't achieve great success. Only if the company behind it promotes it well can the popularity and traffic continue. This is why many popular young male celebrities are constantly making headlines, whether it's competing with other artists for the center position, creating scandals, or issuing lawyers' letters to netizens. This is also the root cause of why some streamers are willing to push the boundaries and become increasingly shameless. Although all of this is bad, who cares? As long as there's traffic, the money will come. After all, black and red are still red. Jiang Nan from the entertainment industry became famous because of the criticism he received from netizens, didn't he? Despite being criticized for several years, she remains active in various variety shows. However, Jiang Nan doesn't need publicity or the traffic generated by being famous for being controversial. Living on the Great Barrier Reef every day, he has plenty of content to live stream, and he comes up with new ideas every day, which is the best form of self-promotion. Before Jiang Nan could speak, Howren continued, I'll give you one last chance. Sign a contract with me immediately. As for the profits, it will still be a 40-60th split, but this time it'll be your 40. Then, I can let bygones be bygones for your attitude just now. Howren thought he had scared Jiang Nan with what he had just said, and immediately became smug. This last statement sounds more like a formal announcement. Jiang Nan finally spoke. But he did laugh. Why are you laughing? Howren asked, puzzled. Wait a minute, I'm looking for something. As they were talking, Jiang Nan got up and started walking home. What are you looking for? Howren was even more puzzled. I'm asking you to sign a contract now, and you're going to go find something? Have you lost your mind? Etc. Could it be that Jiang Nan feels that signing the contract at the beach is not formal enough, and is planning to prepare properly at home? Not bad. It seems they're quite sensible. These new live streamers really deserve to be scolded. Only after being severely taught a lesson will they learn to be respectful. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Nan returned home and went straight to the kitchen. What are you doing in the kitchen? What do you need to get? Howren sensed something was wrong. His brows furrowed slightly, and he asked impatiently. Egg. Jiang Nan told the truth. As he spoke, he actually picked up an egg. Egg. Howren stared intently at the egg in Jiang Nan's hand, completely bewildered, and asked, What are you doing with the egg? Are you hungry? You guess. Jiang Nan smiled slightly, appearing harmless. I bet you're a big idiot. Howren was about to unleash a torrent of curses when he suddenly saw Jiang Nan place an egg on the table and roll it back and forth repeatedly. Egg. Rolling around. Grass. This is basically just getting out of here. Howren instantly understood what it meant. You little brat, you just wait. This isn't over. Howren Kai trembled with anger and, amidst loud shouts, turned off the video. She gets angry far too easily. How did someone like that become a director? After asking a question with a smile, Jiang Nan restarted the live stream. It's open. The island lord has finally arrived. How did the talks go? Has the contract been signed? Island owner, please don't give in. That guy clearly looks down on you. If you sign with him, who knows what he'll do to you? He might even find all sorts of excuses to cut your company's profits. Fly bravely, Island Lord. We, Nantianmen, will always be with you. The viewers in the live stream offered comfort and advice to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan smiled, but didn't say anything. I was just curious about what exactly the South Heavenly Gate was. Did their fans spontaneously create this title? Everyone, please don't get angry, calm down. Jiang Nan thought for a moment and said, We originally planned to go fishing by the sea today, but it turned into picking up fish instead. It wasn't a fun experience at all. Tomorrow I'll take everyone fishing in the river in the forest. As for now, let's make a cup of tea and enjoy the scenery. After saying that, Jiang Nan took out the top-grade spiritual tea that the system had rewarded him with. The can of premium spiritual tea was full. As soon as it was opened, you could smell its wonderful aroma, and your tired body immediately felt much more relieved. Jiang Nan took out a few tea leaves, brewed himself a pot of tea, and sat on a rocking chair in the courtyard. Chapter 33: The Quarrelsome Canary Couple. Island Master, everyone says you're like Baidu Encyclopedia. I have a question for you. What was Guan Yu's weapon in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Jiang Nan had just brewed the tea and was about to enjoy a delicious sip when another viewer in the live stream asked a question. Before Jiang Nan could answer, the other audience members began to speak enthusiastically. I know. The golden cudgel. Are you kidding me? The golden cudgel is so heavy. How could Guan Yu possibly lift it? Believe me, Guan Yu was wielding the nine-toothed rake. Could it be a halberd? Ho! A frying pan. Shadow axe. Malay sword. You're all wrong. Guan Yu was clearly holding a brick. I'm answering you very seriously. I'm carrying an AK-47. Jiang Nan was amused by the group of adorable audience members, because the image of Guan Yu holding an AK-47 flashed into his mind. At the same time, he understood the audience's good intentions. They must have thought that he was in a bad mood after chatting with Hao Run, so they came here to make tea and try to cheer him up. Jiang Nan was deeply gratified by such good intentions and naturally could not let them down. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, rubbed his face, quickly composed himself, and smiled. Let me answer this question. Do you all know what Guan Yu did? That's right, he sold mung beans. So where do mung beans come from? That's right, they grow on crops in the fields. What weapon do you need to pick mung beans from the ground and sell them? Of course, it's a sickle. In conclusion, Guan Yu's weapon was a sickle. Next question. Jiang Nan's argument was well-reasoned, logical, and difficult to refute. The island owner is so logical. I'm convinced. Me too. Island Master, I have a question. If you come home from get off work and are sleeping at home, and suddenly hear a lot of noise in the hallway, and see through the peephole that someone is breaking into your home and committing murder, and the killer has also noticed you and is about to break down the door, what would you do? Of course, it's getting your ears cleaned. Because when you're getting your ears cleaned, no one will touch you. I disagree. I would cover my eyes with leaves, so I wouldn't be able to see the murderer. I'm different from you. I will cover one eye because Zia Dun once said that if you cover one eye, you will have half the enemies. What a self-deceiving act, a case of being blinded by a leaf. At this point, it's actually very simple. Just keep smiling, because you can't hit a smiling face. Simple. Format the phone. After all, you need to leave a clean record in the world. I suddenly remembered a news story about a guy who got hit by a car, and he managed to get his phone out and format it before he vomited blood and fainted. I'll prepare an advertisement so that after he stabs me and leaves, I can watch the resurrection. Jiang Nan quickly glanced at the comments and laughed. You're all too narrow-minded. Since the murderer is going to break down the door, let's just open it and see how he manages to break in. Pftah! I spat out a mouthful of rice all over the screen. Turning passivity into initiative, well done. Be sure to pay attention in your next life. This isn't opening up a new horizon. It's opening the gates to death. Walk other people's paths, leaving them with no path to walk. Shoo! Just as the audience was laughing heartily, Jiang Nan suddenly put his right index finger to his lips and whispered, Look over there, everyone. After saying that, he directed the camera to point into the distance. Suddenly, two small golden birds flew down from a tree about 3 meters away. The only thing that's green is their heads, and what stands out most is the hairstyle they wear on their heads. The feathers on its head were fluffy and spread outwards, like the cap of a beer bottle, or even more like a watermelon head cut by a hairdresser. What kind of bird is this? I've never seen one like it before. It's so cute. This bird is so fashionable. Not only does it have a watermelon-shaped head, but it's also dyed green. Lu Xing, I also want to dye this thing green. Jiang Nan explained. This bird is called the crested canary. It was specially bred in 1925 and has the most unique watermelon-shaped head among all birds. A spirited young man of the bird world. Watermelon boy. So cute. I really want to part my hair in the middle for them. Hey upstairs, can't you apologize? And don't you dare mock my brother, because I eat him every single meal. Another group purchase event was held in the live stream room. Jiang Nan, on the other hand, carefully examined the crested canary. He noticed that the two seemed to be arguing, with the slightly larger one intentionally or unintentionally getting closer to the smaller one, who was clearly in a bad mood. The bigger ones come closer, and the smaller ones move to the side. You dodge, I dodge, and this went on for about 2 minutes. Finally, The bigger one couldn't take it anymore and leaned its head in, but the smaller one actually turned its head away in a human-like way. Their expressions and postures really looked like a young couple arguing. The viewers in the live stream gradually noticed this interesting scene. Canary husband: honey, don't be angry. Canary wife: don't touch me, you're annoying. Canary husband: I love you. Canary wife: wow, that's really something. Haha, this little temper of hers is exactly like my wife's. Maybe the female bird is trying to woo the male bird? That makes sense. Even female birds know how to coax their mates. If my wife coaxed me like that, I wouldn't be angry anymore. Look, a canary is flying by. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the larger canary stopped coaxing its mate, flapped its wings, and flew towards Jiang Nan. Sensing Jiang Nan's friendliness, it wasn't afraid at all. Instead, it jumped around on the table in front of Jiang Nan, and finally, my eyes are set on the tea brewed in Jiang Nan. What? Would you like a drink? Jiang Nan looked at the crested canary and asked with a smile. The crested canary actually understood Jiang Nan's words and gently shook its little head. Jiang Nan was puzzled and continued to ask, then what do you want to do? The crested canary decisively turned its head to look at its wife, who was still standing on the branch, sulking. Jiang Nan instantly understood and said, you want to use my tea to appease your wife? Haha, no problem. Since you love your wife so much, I'll order some for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Nan gently poured some tea onto the table. The crested canary opened its beak, gently took a sip of tea, and flew towards its wife. This is amazing. He's become a genius. He even knows how to find something nice to drink to appease his wife. When I'm trying to win over my wife, I'll buy her some milk tea. Has no one noticed that the island owner and the canary communicate without any problems? Chapter 34: The White Wolf Appears. While the audience was buzzing with discussion, the crested canary had already flown back to the branch and returned to the female bird's side. When the male bird returned, the female bird still ignored him. The male bird kept trying to get closer, while the female bird frantically tried to dodge. Finally, the mother bird was forced into a corner and flapped her wings to fly to another branch, tilting her little head up at a 35-degree angle. Are these really a pair of birds? I feel like the male bird is just licking the female bird. No way, no way. Are there really simps in the bird world these days? A simp will end up with nothing. Isn't that male bird me? I like a female anchor, and I give her all my salary every month, leaving only 100 yuan to buy instant noodles. Brother, you're much better off than me. The girl I like has a boyfriend, but I still bring her breakfast every day and give her lipstick on holidays. That way, when she and her boyfriend kiss at night, I feel like I'm part of it. Upstairs, I suggest you send her a child isolation bag next time. That would make her feel more involved. Chirp chirp. About 2 minutes later, perhaps moved by the male bird's sincerity, or perhaps finding the tea to be fragrant and delicious, the female bird finally stopped being difficult and took the initiative to lean against the male bird. Immediately afterwards, the beaks of the two canaries gently touched together. To the audience, it looked like they were kissing, which immediately caused a stir. Wow, is this something a minor like me should be watching? This is the first time in my life I've watched a bird video, and I'm a little excited. Paper for sale. Paper for sale. Get married. Get married. Have a baby. Have a baby. The audience cheered, but Jiang Nan remained much calmer. Because he could clearly see that the female bird was drinking the tea that the male bird was holding in its mouth. This can also be considered family affection. The male bird didn't have much tea in its beak to begin with, and the female bird finished it in just a few seconds. Seemingly still wanting more, she flapped her wings and landed on the table in front of Jiang Nan, pecking at the tea that Jiang Nan had just poured on the table. The male bird flew over and, instead of drinking water, hopped onto Jiang Nan's shoulder and gently rubbed its green watermelon-shaped head against Jiang Nan's cheek. This intimate gesture is a way of expressing gratitude to Jiang Nan. Ha ha ha, come into my hands. Jiang Nan smiled and placed her hand on her shoulder. The crested canary understood, and with a hop, it landed on Jiang Nan's hand. Jiang Nan placed his hand on the table and said, "You've had a tough time too, go get a drink." Only after receiving a reply from Jiang Nan did the male bird begin to drink water. It is smarter and more polite than the female bird. This seems to be the case in the bird world as well. Especially among birds that are relatively intelligent, such as parrots, mynas, and canaries, male birds are generally smarter than female birds and are more likely to learn to speak. My tea can even mediate relationships between couples in the animal kingdom. That's amazing. Jiang Nan, fearing that the two crested canaries wouldn't have enough to drink, poured them some more. The man and the two birds drank tea, and the scene was quite harmonious for a time. After finishing their tea, the two crested canaries hopped onto Jiang Nan, jumping and playing around, showing no signs of being strangers. No, it's an outsider. With two canaries for company, Jiang Nan felt very comfortable. However, this pleasant feeling did not last long. Whoa! Suddenly, a wolf's howl broke the silence. The two crested canaries were startled, their feathers bristling, and they spread their wings and flew into the air. Whoosh! Gangzi, who was sleeping in the room, suddenly opened his eyes and rushed out as fast as he could, using his strong body to block Jiang Nan's way. His eyes darted around suspiciously as he warily surveyed his surroundings. Inside the live stream, the audience erupted in excitement once again. What? A wolf? I never expected there to be wolves on this island. I'm most afraid of wolves, and I don't know how many wolves are here. Wolves are nocturnal, so why are they out in broad daylight? Actually, there are wolves in our live stream too, lots and lots of perverts. To be honest, I am one of them. Don't look down on perverts. Perverts have made an indelible contribution to improving women's self-confidence. Many women are like unpolished jade, always lacking confidence in themselves. At this time, we respectable and lovable pervert comrades will find the bright spots in women, even if it is just a tiny glimmer. As a result, women's self-confidence is improved like never before. Upstairs, you're absolutely right. Actually, perverts are quite admirable. They're good at discovering beauty, at finding the excellent qualities of beautiful women in the mundane details of everyday life. While ordinary people are busy with the mundane, perverts tirelessly search for beauty in this world. Perverts dare to pursue beauty and have the courage to sacrifice themselves for it. In today's materialistic society, who else is willing to give everything for beauty? Only perverts, absolutely only perverts. Perverts are simple-minded and have a clear purpose. It's not for work or money, it's just for beauty. Perverts are absolute aesthetes. It's clearly perverted, yet the audience describes it in such a refreshing and unconventional way. That's the art and charm of language. Jiang Nan remained calm and unperturbed, showing no fear whatsoever. Gangzi is here. It's a good opportunity to test how well Gangzi has been practicing his boxing these past few days. And so, Jiang Nan and Gangzi remained where they were, waiting for the wolves to appear, but time passed second by second, but the wolf still didn't appear. Just as Jiang Nan was feeling down, a white figure emerged from the bushes beside him. White wolf. This was a very strong white wolf, about 2 meters long. If Gangzi were to fight it head-on, he might not be confident he could take it down. Call. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, and seeing that the white wolf meant no harm, asked with slight nervousness, "What do you want to do?" Whoa. White wolf stared intently at the tea on Jiang Nan's table. "Would you like some tea too?" The white wolf didn't respond at all. Instead, it turned and ran away. What does this mean? Jiang Nan looked sullen. With the departure of the white wolf, the viewers in the live stream breathed a sigh of relief. The island owner is a level 10 animal language expert and can actually communicate with any animal without any problems. New fan, just wondering why there's a white wolf here. Could it be a husky? What's the white wolf doing here? Does he really want some water? Whoa! Before the viewers in the live stream could fully relax, white wolf reappeared in their sight. This time, it was carrying a ginseng root in its mouth. I understand. You want to trade ginseng for my tea? Jiang Nan, no longer nervous, tentatively asked. Chapter 35 The Strong Bird Can Talk. The white wolf nodded human-like and slowly walked towards Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan looked at the white wolf in front of him, then glanced at the tea on the table, a look of helplessness on his face. I hadn't even had a chance to drink the tea I had painstakingly brewed when the crested canary couple came looking for me, followed by the white wolf. Where did they get their information from? The viewers in the live stream also exclaimed in amazement. Island Master, what kind of tea is this? So many animals actually want to drink it. I see that this tea doesn't have a very rich color. Drinking too much of it will probably cause diarrhea, but I do like having diarrhea. Could you please deliver the tea to my house, Island Lord? The person upstairs is really trying to take advantage of me. And what's worse, they have no manners at all and didn't even say thank you. Shouldn't we say that the Great Barrier Reef has a beautiful environment, is rich in natural resources, and has all kinds of animals? I'm going to make a bold prediction. In a few days, this place will turn into a mini zoo. Junkinzi gave a rocket as a reward and left a message. Island Master, I think this ginseng is quite old, at least 10 years old, and the key is that it is wild ginseng. Why don't you make an offer? The former top students of traditional Chinese medicine have resurfaced. Jiang Nan suspected that he had turned his live-streaming room into a wholesale factory for medicinal herbs. But yesterday the king cobra brought giant white mushrooms, and today the white wolf brought wild ginseng. Just how many treasures are hidden in these mountains? As Jun Qinzi made his bid, more and more viewers stepped forward to offer their own. The live stream turned into an auction once again. Jiang Nan looked at the rapidly scrolling comments and felt like crying. He really wanted to tell all the viewers that his tea was worth much more than wild ginseng. Oh well, it's just a pot of tea after all, and I have plenty more to brew later. After considering it for a moment, Jiang Nan said, I'm sorry, everyone, I'm not selling this ginseng. I might need it someday. Go, leave the wild ginseng here, and this pot of tea is all yours. After saying that, Jiang Nan opened the lid of the teapot and placed it in front of the white wolf. The white wolf happily put down the wild ginseng, stuck out its tongue, and began to sip the top-grade spiritual tea. The small pot of tea was far from enough to fill the white wolf's stomach. After finishing it in no time, it still licked the water stain stuck to the teapot lid with its tongue, seemingly still wanting more. Finally, it took one last deep look at Jiang Nan, then plunged into the grass and disappeared. As they watched the white wolf leave, the viewers in the live stream, seeing that it was already past midnight, began calling out to Jiang Nan to cook. Watching Jiang Nan cook feels like watching a bite of China. It makes you very hungry, but it's also a great pleasure. However, Jiang Nan was not in a good mood and was physically and mentally exhausted, so she did not plan to cook, but only prepared to eat some bread. After saying goodbye to the viewers in the live stream, he turned it off. As soon as the live stream ended, Jiang Nan's WeChat rang. It was a message from Yuning. Island Master, I'm aware that your negotiations with Hao Rin broke down today. In that case, would you be interested in signing a contract with me? I will give you an S-level contract, and we can discuss all aspects. Most importantly, I will be fully responsible for your live streaming from now on. You just need to focus on live streaming and don't need to worry about anything. Jiang Nan has no intention of considering signing a contract right now. Even if he doesn't sign one, he doesn't care, because he just wants to focus on his live stream. He replied decisively, I haven't considered signing a contract yet. Although not signing might mean less publicity and being targeted, I don't care. I just want to focus on my live stream. That's all. After replying to Yuning, Jiang Nan ate a little food and then lay down on the bed to drift off to sleep, where he dreamt of romance with the Duke of Zhou. I slept until after 7 o'clock. Jiang Nan hadn't even had a chance to wake up naturally before she was woken up again. Get up. Get up. Is someone talking? How is that possible? Is the Great Barrier Reef all alone? Jiang Nan was startled, broke out in a cold sweat, and immediately jumped out of bed. After looking around, they found that there was no one in the room. Apart from, on the balcony, a bird named Jianshang is incubating its eggs in its nest. Jiang Nan walked over and subconsciously asked, was it you who spoke? I didn't say anything. You must have misheard me. I'm strong, bird said earnestly. It's like knocking on a door and asking if anyone's home, only to hear a voice from inside saying no one's there. What? You actually spoke. Jiang Nan was taken aback, then overjoyed, a smile spreading across his face. Like parrots, the bird known as the strong bird can mimic various sounds, but its ability to speak is extremely limited. It's rare to find even 1 in 10,000 birds that can actually speak. This is likely because these birds live in the wild year-round and are never specifically domesticated. But now the bird is speaking up. It must be because the Qi Ling Dan I gave myself yesterday worked. Jiang Nan grew increasingly fond of the talking bird, Jianshang, and promptly fed it more, while also sending food to Gangzi and 404. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have fed the bird Jianshang. Intimacy level plus 50. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully fed Gangzi the King Kong rat. Intimacy level plus 50. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully fed little sea dog 404. Intimacy level plus 50. This time, feeding them didn't yield any reward. It only increased our intimacy level. It seems that the chances of getting a reward for feeding animals are very small. It's just random, etc. While feeding the birds, Jiang Nan discovered that a bird's nest had appeared on the balcony. However, the bird's nest is not fully built yet. It is only in its initial form using some dry grass and branches. Did you build this? Jiang Nan looked at Niao Jianshang and asked, could it be that the bird doesn't like the nest I made for it, and is preparing to make a new one? Neighbor, neighbor. Strong bird chirped. Neighbor? Where are the neighbors? Jiang Nan frowned slightly, puzzled, when just then, a clear bird song reached her ears. 2 crested canaries flew over, carrying twigs in their beaks. So that's what it was. Yesterday I fed them some top-grade spiritual tea, and today they came to my house to build a nest. It seems they're planning to stay permanently and have more opportunities to drink top-grade spiritual tea. Jiang Nan smiled helplessly. Although I complained in my heart, I accepted it gladly. Who wouldn't love having 2 watermelon-headed little elves in their home? Besides, they can keep Niao Jinshan company and help him recover from losing his mate and not being in a good mental state. Next, Jiang Nan began preparing breakfast for herself. During the visit, I stopped by the pool to check on the baby shark's injuries. After a day and a night of soaking in the medicinal solution, coupled with the effects of the Kyling pill, most of the small shark's wounds had healed to a considerable extent. Only the wounds left on its back by the shark net were still clearly visible and could not be healed. Chapter 36 Paw Patrol, holding a general meeting. It seems you'll have to stay here for a couple more days. Don't worry, I'll provide not only accommodation but also food. As they were talking, Jiang Nan fed the little shark some food, changed the water, and poured in some new medicine. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acknowledging the arrival of the crested canaries. The young couple is delighted, and you are hereby rewarded with the god of food technique. Just as I finished taking care of the baby shark, the system voice sounded in my mind. Jiang Nan promptly investigated. The art of culinary delight. By learning this art, the host will master all the world's cuisines, including domestic Sichuan and Cantonese dishes, as well as international Western and French cuisines. Note: the host can use the god of food technique to create various new dishes and level up accordingly. This thing is useful. Jiang Nan is, of course, the place to learn. Although he can cook now, it's just some so-called home-cooked meals, far from reaching the level of an international chef. With enough learning, you can become not only an international chef, but also the god of cookery from Stephen Chow's movies. Just like Stephen Chow created the pissing beef balls, you can also create some interesting and delicious new dishes. Start broadcasting. After learning the god of cookery techniques, Jiang Nan began broadcasting. It's here, it's finally open. Good morning, honey. Did you dream about me last night, honey? I definitely dreamed about you. We had a huge battle on the Simmons bed, neither of us giving in. Scientific evidence suggests that women are dozens of times more lustful than men, and sure enough, as soon as the show started airing, some female viewers began making suggestive remarks. Jiang Nan prepared his fishing gear and said with a smile, "Let's go fishing in the mountains today." Bang! As soon as the door opened, Jiang Nan was stunned, because there were wolves swarming in front of us. Jiang Nan roughly counted about 10. They surrounded their own front door completely. These must be wild wolves living in the forest. Why did it suddenly appear out of the forest so early in the morning? Timber wolves are large predators, averaging about 1.5 meters in length and 1 meter in shoulder height. They are not only intelligent but also ruthless and adept at teamwork. They usually roam, hunt, and reproduce in their own territory. They would only venture out of the forest if they encountered an emergency or were starving. But today, without any warning, they all came to Jiang Nan's door. None of the wolves had any ill intentions. They just stared straight at Jiang Nan. We don't know what they want to do. Where did all these wolves come from? It's over. The island lord's life is in danger this time. Nothing more to say. Let's start the feast. I'll give 200. I can play the Suana. Does the island owner need it? I've been waiting for business in your live stream since the first day, and today I can finally put it to good use. Island owner, please also patronize my business. My family sells wreaths. PAW Patrol, let's have a general meeting. Some viewers in the live stream were shocked, while others made jokes. Oh whoa. Just as Jiang Nan was about to take a step back and close the door tightly, a familiar white figure appeared in his sight, accompanied by a wolf's howl. White wolf. Upon seeing the white wolf, all the wolves automatically split into 2 lines, making way for a passage. It's just like the procession of an ancient emperor. It seems to be the Wolf King. As the alpha wolf, it is smaller than other wolves, but in terms of intelligence, speed, strength, sensitivity, and other aspects, it far surpasses them. The white wolf walked step by step towards Jiang Nan, a ginseng root still dangling from its mouth. Judging from the color and size, it's twice the size of yesterday's. Ugh. White wolf casually placed the ginseng in front of Jiang Nan. You want tea again? Jiang Nan grinned and asked. Oh whoa. The white wolf howled, but did not nod. Instead, it turned its head and glanced at the wild wolves around it. Jiang Nan understood and continued. You'd like to invite them to drink with you too? This time, the white wolf finally nodded. What? White wolf is righteous. As expected of the Wolf King, He thinks of his brothers even when there's good stuff. Following a wolf king like this is more promising than following Song Jiang. Island Master, don't give them tea. It will damage the wolf king's reputation among the pack. Wolf King, I'm politely offering you ginseng in exchange, but if you won't let us have tea, we don't mind resorting to force. The viewers in the live stream were eager for a good show. With so many wolves, how much water would they need to drink? Just as Jiang Nan was hesitating, the white wolf roared again, and suddenly more than a dozen wild wolves emerged from the surrounding bushes, rushing toward them at top speed. Some of them had wild rabbits in their mouths. Some of them had pheasants in their mouths. Some had wild fruit in their mouths. After they all gathered in front of Jiang Nan, they gradually put down the wild rabbits, pheasants, and wild fruits. Jiang Nan was amused by the adorable pack of wolves. They actually knew how to barter, and although they were just small trinkets, they were still much better off than some people. You know, some bad people these days turn bad and often steal things from supermarkets, and when they get caught, they deny it to the death. Some people even resorted to violence and damaged supermarket items in order to grab free gifts given away during promotional events. Take these things to the storeroom next door, and I'll make you some tea right now. After giving the order, Jiang Nan returned to his room and began to brew tea. Having so many wild rabbits, pheasants, and wild fruits at the entrance is somewhat unsightly and blocks the doorway. More importantly, the weather is too hot, and they are likely to smell bad. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, the white wolf howled again, and the wolves then began to move, carrying pheasants, rabbits, and wild fruits. It's clear they only listened to the white wolf. This time, Jiang Nan used half a can of tea leaves to brew 2 whole basins of tea. He placed the tea in the yard and let the wolves drink it. You can drink here. After you're done, you can leave. But before you leave, remember to take the bowl to the corner. Jiang Nan gave a final word of advice before setting off into the forest. After walking for half an hour, Jiang Nan finally arrived deep in the forest. Along the way, Jiang Nan chatted with the viewers in the live stream from time to time, so she didn't feel bored or tired. The air in the mountains is especially fresh in the early morning, and you can see dew on the flowers, grass, and trees, which is beautiful and has a unique charm. The viewers in the live stream spend most of their time in cold cities made of cement and steel. They finally get up early, only to find traffic jams and smog. Such a sight was a rare treat, and everyone took screenshots. Almost every screenshot I take can be used as a cover image for my phone or computer, just like a Miyazaki Hayao movie. Before long, the viewers in the live stream heard the sound of a babbling brook. Chapter 37: The Pond Goose Force. Jiang Nan also heard the sound of the stream and quickened her pace. Before long, a small river came into view. The river was clear and not rapid. The grass along the shore is lush and green, and you can see butterflies, grasshoppers, mantises, and other small animals. Although the Great Barrier Reef has built many houses and recreational facilities to develop tourism, it has not deliberately damaged the environment, nor has it built various factories. Instead, through reasonable planning, the buildings and recreational facilities have been perfectly integrated into nature. As a result, the mountain environment has not been damaged and the river water has not been polluted. Everything is completely natural, and it looks like a scene from a painting, making you want to open your arms and embrace this beauty. Stepping into Jiang Nan is like stepping from reality into a painting, instantly lifting one's spirits. My goodness, this place is so beautiful. Screenshot. You absolutely must take a screenshot. I lived in this scene in my dreams. I never thought it would be so beautiful in reality. I saw a praying mantis, and I really want to catch one and play with it. There was a plump grasshopper there. With a kick of its legs, it grew a meter tall. I'm not bragging, but although this place is beautiful, I've seen it before. When I was a child, this was the kind of scene I saw everywhere in my rural hometown, until the real estate industry took notice of it. The viewers in the live stream were all moved. Jiang Nan, holding a fishing rod, went to the riverbank and found a comfortable spot to sit down. As soon as he sat down, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Everyone, look over there." As Jiang Nan pointed, all the audience members looked in that direction. On the opposite bank of the river, there was a large goose. It wasn't some noble swan or anything like that, but just an ordinary white goose. Behind the geese followed a long line of goslings, just learning to walk and wobbling along. Jiang Nan opened her mouth slightly and counted in her mind. There were 9 in total. Because they are still too small, their feathers have not completely fallen off, so they all look grayish. Thump! With a splash, the white goose jumped into the river. Instead of swimming away immediately, It turned its head and glanced at the children behind it. Although the goslings were still very small, they followed their mother into the water one after another, driven by instinct. Only the smallest one at the back of the group stood on the shore, chattering incessantly, but refused to go into the water. Perhaps out of fear, or perhaps out of anxiety, its little wings began to flap wildly. At this moment, a viewer in the live stream spoke up. "Island Master, do you want to help that baby goose? It can't keep up with its mother and older siblings." "Don't help. Absolutely don't help. The more you help now, the more you'll harm it. That's right. If you put it in the water now, it will be less afraid of being scared in the future. This kind of pampering will only kill it. But it's still a child." I hate that phrase the most. No matter what the brat does, the parents always say it. Especially when visiting relatives during the Chinese New Year, when the relatives' kids make a mess of my room. All the adults use that phrase to protect them. It makes me so angry that I really want to kick them. To the person upstairs, I've been through this too. I felt like crying but couldn't, and I was completely exhausted. While the audience was arguing, the smallest gosling finally jumped down after holding on for more than 10 seconds. However, it jumped precisely onto the back of the white goose. The white goose didn't throw it in, but started paddling in the river, with the other goslings following closely behind. This scene is both heartwarming and humorous. I'm dying of laughter. This little guy is so smart. I know, the smallest one must be the daughter. The ones following behind must be Zaidai, Pundi, Xiangdi, Wangdi, Dengdi, and Niandi, while the one on its back is called Yezu. Upstairs, you're a real talent. I wonder where they're going, swimming so fast. Are they heading to Beijing for the roasting? The last gosling is so pampered, thanks to its mother's favoritism. Baby goose, don't talk nonsense. I bought a first-class ticket. The audience's attention was entirely focused on the white goose family, and no one paid any attention to Jiang Nan. In fact, Jiang Nan was also watching the white goose family, but he casually took out a notebook and a sharpened pencil from his backpack. The painting technique was activated, and in the blink of an eye, the interesting scene from earlier was captured in a drawing. Although it's just a simple sketch, it's a perfect reproduction in terms of angle and other aspects. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was a copy. Great. Just add some simple coloring when we get home tonight, and it'll be fine. Jiang Nan looked at the sketch in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Who would have thought that I, who had never studied drawing, could complete a sketch in less than 10 minutes? Is the island owner painting? What? It really is. The island lord can actually paint. Is there anything the island lord can't do? This man is too omnipotent. It's so well drawn. It's a family of geese swimming. They even drew the baby goose sitting on its mother's back. You can even see a hint of smugness in its eyes. I studied painting, and from a professional point of view, the island owner must have undergone specialized training, otherwise it would be impossible to paint so quickly and so exquisitely. I'll buy this painting. Island owner, what's your price? I want to buy one too. Island owner, please add a link to this painting. We want to buy them all. Jiang Nan looked at the scrolling comments and laughed. I don't plan to sell this painting because I want to fill this notebook with drawings. As for what to draw, of course, it will be some interesting things that happen on the island. A notebook full of drawings is not only meaningful to me, but it will also bring back many memories when I look back on it in the future. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a sketch. Experience points plus 30. As soon as Jiang Nan finished speaking, the system notification sounded. Jiang Nan didn't care about gaining just a little experience. Looking around, he discovered something interesting. In the middle of the river, there were a few lotus flowers, but they were not in full bloom and therefore could not quickly attract people's attention. Luckily, Jiang Nan has good eyesight, otherwise he might not have seen it. Look over at the lotus flowers, everyone. There are animals even more interesting than the family of white geese. Jiang Nan hurriedly said. He happily shared his discoveries with the viewers in the live stream. The viewers in the live stream looked over again upon hearing the sound. There's nothing there. What does the island lord want us to do? They're just a few lotus flowers that haven't bloomed yet. Are we being tricked by the island owner? No, look closely. There's a little frog on one of the lotus leaves. Chapter 38. The fishing technique failed? Finally, some viewers noticed the key point. There was indeed a little frog on one of the lotus leaves. This little frog isn't lying down. It's actually sitting up. It's one thing to sit, but the worst part is that it's also crossing its legs, with its two front paws crossed and clasped together. Although it's just a tiny frog, this action already beats 99.99% of frogs. A frog crossing its legs? My God, it looks so arrogant. This thing must be from another time. Reborn as a frog. My system is invincible. Chapter 1. My girlfriend came to break off the engagement, and I shouted, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't underestimate a young man's potential. Battle through the heavens. Why does this feel so familiar? Hurry up and write Reborn as a frog. I love reading this, so I'll definitely give you 1,000 or so yuan as a reward. Little frog. What's wrong with sitting in the sun with your legs crossed? These humans have never seen anything like it. While the audience was discussing, Jiang Nan resumed painting. This time, Jiang Nan painted even faster. Since the main character is just a little frog, you only need to draw its leisurely posture with its legs crossed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed a sketch. Experience points plus 40. Because the host's drawing is so lifelike and vivid, a koi fish is hereby awarded as a reward. Koi. This koi has been released into the river in front of you. You need to catch it yourself. This koi is no ordinary fish. It is much smarter than other fish. If the host can catch it, a certain characteristic of its body will be activated. If the host is unable to fish it up, the system will automatically retrieve it. Note, the validity period is 1 hour, starting from this moment. What? They even take it back? Jiang Nan didn't care about anything else and immediately started fishing. Although it's unclear what specific traits of the koi fish can be activated, the animal rewarded by the system shouldn't be too bad. It's starting. It's finally starting. Fishing begins. By the way, does the island owner know how to fish? While fishing, Jiang Nan watched the live stream comments and pouted, saying, to be honest, I really don't know how to fish. This is my first time fishing. Although I grew up by the sea, I should theoretically know how to fish, but to be honest, I really don't. Kids who live by the sea should know that we don't need to fish, but rather use nets to catch fish, and we catch a whole bunch of all kinds at once. What I remember most vividly is fishing with wine bottles when I was a child. We would put some food in the wine bottle, tie a rope to it, throw it into the sea, and then pull it out after a while to catch some small fish. The little fish will try their best to squeeze into the bottle opening in order to eat, but the opening is too small. After they are full, and more little fish come in, they can no longer get out of the bottle opening. Although he doesn't know how to fish, his casting motion is quite professional and aesthetically pleasing. At least he looks very impressive. As soon as Jiang Nan said this, the viewers in the live broadcast room immediately learned his background. Haha, so the island owner can't fish. I suddenly feel better. You can swim, train animals, and paint. I thought the island owner was omnipotent, but I never expected there was something you couldn't do. God is fair. If he opens many doors for you, he will surely close one window. The island owner has been so focused on fishing these past few days. I thought he was a fishing expert. Honey, you can do it. I have faith in you. By the way, island owner, is this fishing rod any good? It looks like it could break at any moment. Some viewers mocked, while others supported. Jiang Nan smiled and looked down at the special fishing rod that the system had rewarded him with. This fishing rod is really old and quite ordinary. It can't compare to the fishing rods that cost thousands or tens of thousands of dollars these days. As for the bait, it's very simple, earthworms. He dug these earthworms in the yard last night before going to bed. Although earthworms can't compare to the nutrient-rich fish bait available today, they are all natural and organic, which should attract many fish to bite. Jiang Nan secretly cheered himself up. Even if I can't catch any other fish, I must at least catch that koi. However, the fishing hook fell straight into the middle of the river and had been submerged for 10 minutes, but there was still no movement. For professional anglers, this amount of time is nothing, but not all viewers in the live stream are anglers, and they gradually became impatient. Is the island owner really capable? How about we make a bet? I bet the island owner won't catch a single fish within half an hour. If he loses, I'll give him a rocket as a reward. I bet I won't catch a single one in 2 hours, even with 2 rockets. That's going too far. Can you please stop dampening the island owner's enthusiasm? Please learn from me. I bet the island owner won't catch a single fish today. What? Are you a devil upstairs? What if the island owner loses? Of course it'll be dancing in women's clothes. Just like we agreed before. Yes, dancing in women's clothing. Jiang Nan didn't say a word, yet he was already completely outmaneuvered by the viewers in the live stream. It's clear they're very keen to see Jiang Nan dance in women's clothing. Perhaps it's because Jiang Nan is too handsome. Truly good-looking people can be either masculine or feminine, like Bridget Lin and Hugo. For this reason, the viewers in the live stream naturally wanted to see what Jiang Nan would look like dressed as a woman. Another 13 minutes passed. Even more devastating things happened. Island Master, I'm fishing right now, and at the same time as you. I've already taken a bite, and I've posted the photos on my fan circle. You can take a look. Haha, same here, I caught one too. Me too. Everyone's here to see. On Huya, there's a fan community, similar to WeChat's Moments, where streamers' fans can post various photos and videos and engage in discussions. Jiang Nan didn't believe in this nonsense and decisively clicked in. All I could see were photos of fish. Some are still videos. Some fans caught grass carp, and some even caught loach. The photos and videos show that the fish was caught very recently, not that they are using online images or old fishing videos to deceive people. Jiang Nan looked embarrassed and said, I don't believe it. Having learned fishing techniques, how could I possibly not catch a single fish? He casually tugged at the fishing rod in his hand. One pull. There was nothing there. Jiang Nan calmed herself down and continued to wait quietly. This time, less than 5 minutes later, the fishing rod suddenly jerked violently. They've taken the bait. Jiang Nan was overjoyed and promptly put away his fishing rod. Chapter 39 Fate, Wonderful Beyond Words. However, Jiang Nan did not pull it up at all. On the contrary, the pull of Jiang Nan seemed to anger the fish in the water, causing them to thrash about and create a splash. In this situation, the viewers in the live stream immediately started discussing it amongst themselves. My goodness, look at the splash. This fish must weigh at least 30 or 40 pounds. Start with 40 pounds, you can't go wrong. The island owner is awesome. He doesn't fish, but when he does, it's always something amazing. You don't understand, do you? In fantasy novels, this is called defying fate. In the early stages, the protagonist is a useless person who is ridiculed and mocked, but in the later stages, he becomes incredibly powerful and amazes everyone. Jiang Nan glanced at the comments and said calmly, Everyone, always remember this saying. Fortunes change every 30 years, so never underestimate a young person's potential. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but laugh at Jiang Nan's posture. The island lord's tone and expression just now really did resemble Xiaoyan. With the island owner's good looks, he should act in the live-action version of Battle Through the Heavens. It might even become a classic. You really can't blame the actors. The reason why Battle Through the Heavens became Mappa Kangxing is because of the makeup artists, costume department, screenwriter, and director. As for the actors, they are just average, although some of them do not fit the characters in the novel at all. Don't believe the island lord. Most of us live lives where we should never underestimate the poor in youth, middle age, or old age. We should respect the dead, feel the sorrow of grave robbers, the sympathy of manhwa, the goddess of forgetfulness, the sighs of the judge, and the mercy of the king of hell. Upstairs, we were getting really into it, and you just poured cold water on us like that. Are you allergic to excitement? I have only one question. If this fish really weighs 40 pounds, it must be very strong in the water. Will the island owner be able to catch it? You should first consider whether the island owner will accidentally break his rod. The bamboo fishing rod in the island owner's hand is neither sturdy nor strong. I believe that the bamboo rod will break during the pulling before the island owner even catches a fish. Ignoring the audience's mockery, Jiang Nan took a deep breath and focused intently. He had a feeling that this was the lucky koi fish rewarded by the system, and if he could catch it, he would definitely make a fortune. As she was pulled, Jiang Nan's body gradually began to lean back slightly. At first glance, his whole body was stretched into an inverted bow shape. Anglers who frequently fish should know that if a fish really weighs 30 or 40 pounds, its impact force in the water can reach at least 100 pounds. With brute force, it can break free of the hook and escape to safety. Sometimes they even pull people into the water. This is a classic example of a big fish making a miracle. Although I don't know how to fish, I do know some of the theory. When you encounter a big fish like this, don't panic, and don't try to pull it with brute force. Instead, keep your balance and slowly play the fish around. The reason we play with the fish is to tire out the big fish's energy. Although this is a bamboo fishing rod and looks like it's not of good quality, it's definitely enough to catch a fish that weighs 30 or 40 pounds. While pulling the strings, Jiang Nan shared fishing tips with the viewers in the live stream. He's using a clever technique, following the direction the big fish is swimming to play it. Some viewers in the live stream, seeing Jiang Nan's incredibly professional movements, began to have doubts. Isn't the island owner someone who can't fish? How come he knows so much about it? It's probably because I watched some short fishing videos online. Don't worry about that now. Let's wait until the island owner catches it before we talk about it. Otherwise, it's just empty talk. Whether I can catch it or not, the island owner is better than me. I've been fishing for years, and I've never caught such a big fish. Watching Jiang Nan struggle against the big fish, The anglers in the live stream even wanted to reach through the screen and come to Jiang Nan's side to help him catch the fish. Even if you can't catch anything, you can still have a go at it. Looking at Jiang Nan again, his feet are now level with his shoulders. He's in a horse stance, leaning his upper body back, using a zigzag motion to play the fish. By playing the fish this way, once it's ashore, it will definitely be exhausted and won't struggle or jump around anymore. Soon, the big fish's struggles became weaker and weaker. Anglers became curious again. Why are you squatting in a horse stance? What kind of fish walking technique is this? This isn't a horse stance. It looks like it, but it's not quite. The zigzag fish playing method, the island owner, is a pro. I seriously suspect that the island owner was just trying to fool us when he said he couldn't fish. So this is the zigzag fish speaking method? This is the first time I've ever seen it. I should learn it quickly. Maybe I can use it in the future. Don't brag yet. Let's wait until the island owner catches it. Maybe he'll break his rod in a minute. Before we knew it, 3 minutes had passed. Seeing that the time was right, Jiang Nan slowly began to reel in the fish. The whole process went smoothly. Judging from the splash of water when the big fish was pulled over, the fish was at least 2 meters long. Jiang Nan freed one hand and eagerly moved the bucket in front of him. At the same time, looking at the scrolling comments, he said excitedly, "Sorry to disappoint you. Breaking the rod is impossible. It's impossible for me to ever break the rod in my lifetime. This thing was a system reward. How could it possibly break? I've never caught a 2-meter-long fish in my entire life. Don't worry, you'll never catch one in your next life. Oh no, we've all lost. Let's get ready to give out the gifts. I can't watch the island lord dance in women's clothes again." The viewer who had just mocked the island owner blushed and wished he could turn off the live stream and disappear into the ground. But they wanted to see what the fish looked like, so they held back. They were the ones who were making the biggest fuss just now. But who would have thought they'd be proven wrong so quickly, so harshly, and so loudly? It felt like a gust of wind slapped hard across my face. It not only hurt, but it also felt hot. "Come out, Pikachu." Jiang Nan raised his fishing rod, pulled hard, and didn't forget to make a joke. In an instant, the large fish in the water was pulled to the surface. This fish was indeed very large and thick, not just 2 meters long, but it's so long and thin. I've never seen anything like it before. What kind of fish is this? Why does it look so strange? Squid. Bullshit. Your squid lives in freshwater. Could it be a loach? Impossible. How could a loach be this big? What? This isn't a fish, it's clearly a snake. A snake. It really is a snake. As the camera zoomed in, the viewers in the live stream finally got a clear look. That's right, what Jiang Nan caught was a snake. And it was a king cobra. It's the same one I encountered just 2 days ago. What kind of situation is this? Jiang Nan's smile froze, and the movements of his hands also stopped, as if he had been struck by the sunflower acupuncture technique. Chapter 40. Fishing skills take effect, finally catching a fish. Fate is truly wondrous. Who would have thought that Jiang Nan would meet the king cobra again so soon? The king cobra also noticed Jiang Nan. Fearing that Jiang Nan might throw it off the bamboo pole in anger, it quickly hooked its tail onto the bamboo pole and tightly coiled around it. Hiss! It even opened its mouth and cried out, seemingly greeting Jiang Nan, saying, "Hello, two-legged creature." What a tragedy! Jiang Nan, looking at the king cobra, wore the same speechless expression Shun Tung had in "Goodbye, Mr. Loser," and thought to himself, "I'm fishing, not snakes. What the hell are you doing here? This is absolutely outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme." Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream breathed a sigh of relief. Since I won the bet, I don't need to give any rewards or gifts. Although the island owner did catch it, strictly speaking, it wasn't a fish, it was a snake, so it doesn't count. Huffed. Island master, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, but I just couldn't help it. We are all professionally trained, unless we can't help it. On the other hand, the island owner is still pretty awesome. He actually caught a fish. You're better than me. It was my first time fishing, and I caught a lot of trash. Jiang Nan shook his head helplessly, reeled in his fishing rod, and placed it on the shore. The king cobra took the opportunity to slide down. Jiang Nan, both amused and annoyed, patted the king cobra's head and asked curiously, "How did you end up in the water? What? The wild game on the road isn't enough for you anymore. Want to catch some small fish and shrimp in the water?" The king cobra didn't speak, nor could it speak. It simply rolled its eyes. Actually, it was quite upset. It had been happily swimming in the water, eating small fish and singing, when suddenly a hook fell from the sky, and it got caught. "Never mind, you can go." Jiang Nan was still thinking about continuing to fish and had neither the mood nor the time to chat with the king cobra, so he waved his hand casually, signaling it to leave. But the king cobra coiled up and sat down next to Jiang Nan, refusing to move. It's over. The king cobra has latched onto the island owner. This is a blatant scam. Island owner, please bring me this king cobra and I'll teach it a lesson. You've really messed with me. But you're ruthless too, daring to even take a king cobra. I understand now. The king cobra definitely wants the island owner to compensate for the medical expenses. If the island owner catches a fish for the king cobra, it might just leave. Jiang Nan asked instinctively. You want me to catch fish for you to eat? The king cobra nodded, its scarlet tongue lolling out, its eyes filled with anticipation. Jiang Nan wanted to cry, but had no tears. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. The island owner used to just be a fisherman, but now he's suddenly become an employee. Let's go fishing. The children are starving. Suddenly I feel sorry for the island owner. I feel a pang of sympathy for him. Island master, you'd better be careful not to catch another snake, or it will start harassing you again. If I catch another snake, I'll call the island lord a modern-day Jiang Zia. No matter what, from today onwards, the island lord's name will definitely appear on the fishing god ranking. His fishing skills are superb, but he just can't catch any fish. Instead, he can catch snakes. Isn't that amazing? This little guy is really something else. He's even looking at the island lord with such expectant eyes. It's just a pity he chose the wrong person. Snake is naive and has never experienced the harsh realities of life. He actually believed the island owner's fishing skills so easily. Jiang Nan watched the viewers teasing in the live stream, and this time it was his turn to feel embarrassed. I clearly have fishing skills. How could I not catch anything? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Nan didn't believe in this superstition, and also just to vent his anger, he cast his line to fish again. A few more minutes passed. There's a fish. However, it wasn't Jiang Nan who caught it, but a fellow angler in the live stream. He posted the video of his catch in the group again for everyone to watch. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream couldn't stand it anymore. Island master, why don't you just give up? Ha ha. Island master, so you really are no good. Now I believe you. Upstairs, please make yourself clear. The island owner is only bad at fishing, not in that area. Island master, if all else fails, go fishing by the sea. There are plenty of fish there, and you can catch them easily without any pressure. I feel sorry for the headmaster. Others have already caught their second fish. After so many days of broadcasting, the all-powerful island lord has finally suffered a Waterloo. Is fishing really effective? Even Jiang Nan was questioning this in his heart. However, at that moment, the fishing rod suddenly moved. The movement was very large. The viewers in the live stream all noticed it. Jiang Nan reacted quickly, reeling in her line. With a strong pull, the big fish was immediately lifted out of the water. The big fish thrashed violently with all its might, causing water to splash everywhere. This is a large fish with yellow scales. The sunlight shines on it, reflecting a faint yellow light, making it quite beautiful and delicate. The drone flew over quickly and immediately broadcast the large fish clearly to the live stream. The live stream chat exploded with comments. What? This is a yellow catfish. The park manager is awesome. He either doesn't fish at all, or he catches treasures. First a king cobra, and now a yellow catfish. I'm a complete fishing newbie, so I'm just wondering, is this kind of fish very rare? It's more than just precious. Yellow catfish is rich in amino acids, with tender flesh, delicious taste, and high nutritional value. It has nourishing and medicinal value. Most importantly, it has no bones between its muscles, making it easy to eat. In some nutritional aspects, it is even higher than freshwater fish such as carp, crucian carp, silver carp, and grass carp. Multidisciplinary popularization, 108, good people born. In that case, wouldn't the headmaster have made a huge profit? Congratulations, director. Congratulations, island owner. This is truly remarkable. A cause for universal celebration. After reeling in the fish in the water, Jiang Nan quickly grabbed it and immediately recognized it as a yellow catfish. Yellow catfish, also known in some places as yellow-bone fish, ankai fish, or yellow duck, has the effects of reducing edema, relieving cough and phlegm, clearing heat and removing fire, and promoting lactation. It is recorded in Li Shizhen's Compendium of Materia Medica. When the king cobra saw that Jiang Nan had caught a big fish, its eyes lit up. However, it was smart and knew how to restrain itself, so it did not pounce immediately. Jiang Nan glanced at the king cobra that was staring longingly to the side, then casually tossed the yellow catfish in front of it and said generously, "Eat up. Consider it my compensation to you." This move immediately caused a stir in the live stream, with many viewers expressing their envy. Chapter 41 Jiang Nan tells stories. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have caught a yellow catfish. Experience points plus 50. Jiang Nan continues fishing. Less than a minute later, the fishing rod began to shake violently. My goodness, there are fish already? That's way too fast. I strongly suspect that someone is deliberately hiding in the river and hooking fish onto the island owner's fishing hook. Playing dumb to fool the enemy, the island owner is obviously a fishing expert, but he still says he can't. This is too fast, unbelievable, and also very discouraging. I only have 4 words to say. The island owner is awesome. The comments section was flooded with messages. Every viewer in front of their screen stared in disbelief. Although I was shocked, I still praised him. Some viewers have already started giving gifts as a form of reward, accepting their losses. There's no way around it. Jiang Nan is just moving too fast. Of course, it's because the fishing speed is too fast, not in certain aspects. At that speed, the fish would probably swim over and bite the bait as soon as it was thrown into the water. I often tipped someone with a rocket using Pantene and left a message. I'm willing to accept defeat. Here's the rocket. Ajun fell in love with Ah Chong and gifted him 10 treasure maps, leaving a message. Island Master, I want to see you dance in women's clothing. Crying face. A single guy tapped his keyboard with his leg and sent 5 airplanes as a reward, leaving a message. Island owner, hurry up and catch it. Let's see what kind of fish it is this time. Jiang Nan was also surprised. He hadn't expected his fishing skills to improve so quickly. With a quick flick of his wrist, a fish appeared in his hand. This time it wasn't a yellow catfish, but an ordinary grass carp. It's only the size of a palm in Jiang Nan. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have caught a grass carp. Experience points plus 10. Jiang Nan placed the grass carp in the bucket and began his 3rd cast. This shot was even faster. About half a minute later, the fishing rod began to shake violently. It may seem unbelievable, but it's true. Even he couldn't help but gape. Another grass carp. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have caught a grass carp. Experience points plus 10. Inside the live stream, all the viewers were completely dumbfounded. This is cheating. This is absolutely cheating. To borrow a phrase from Chow Chow, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. There's someone hiding in the river. There's definitely someone hiding there. When I was watching back to field, there was a comment in the live chat that the staff went into the water and put fish directly on the hooks while Huang Sanchi and the others were fishing. I don't know if this is true or not, but some TV dramas are really filmed like this. As Shun Tingmali's skit, Catering to One's Tastes, illustrates this point. This leader likes fishing, so I dive into the water and hook fish for him one by one. This leader likes playing mahjong, so I let him win. This leader likes collecting antiques, so I bring my great-grandfather's relics to string together for him. This leader likes me. The river here isn't particularly rapid, but you can definitely hide someone in it. People in the river, come out. We've found you. Jiang Nan was both amused and exasperated, so he simply flew the drone onto the river. Finally, it fell into the river with a splash. Let's just let the facts speak for themselves. This time, viewers in the live stream could clearly see the pebbles, aquatic plants, and small fish swimming by at the bottom of the river. I looked around, but there was no one there. They didn't suspect that someone deliberately turned off the drone's camera, since if there really was someone in the water, it would be impossible for them to hold their breath for so long. They were even less likely to believe that someone was wearing an invisibility cloak and hiding in the river. After all, such high technology doesn't exist now. While green screens are used for invisibility or various special effects in filming, those are done in studios and rarely outdoors. All things considered, the fish caught in Jiang Nan must have been caught by the fisherman himself through his own skills. Maybe it's because the earthworms I dug up last night were plump and tender, and the fish here like to eat them. Facts speak louder than words, Jiang Nan explained with a smile. He had barely finished speaking when he threw out another club. This time, it's another yellow catfish. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have caught a yellow catfish. Experience points plus 50. The viewers in the live stream were once again stunned. Jiang Nan shrugged, then suddenly remembered something and said, you guys were talking about someone hiding in the river, which reminded me of an interesting story. The story goes like this. A boss wanted to get a project, so he thought of currying favor with the director who was in charge of the project. He found out that the director liked fishing, so he took him to a pond. Guess what? The director caught 100 pounds of fish in less than 10 minutes. Among these fish were salmon, tuna, and hairy crabs. The director asked, "I can't possibly eat all this fish," and the boss simply said, "Let's just do it the old way and give you the cash." The director suddenly remembered something. "I had a very heavy rod just now. It almost broke. What happened?" The boss immediately said that the box contained soy sauce-flavored liquor, and he had already delivered it to your trunk. The director was overjoyed. As he was talking, he caught another fish. When he reeled it in, he was surprised to find that this time it wasn't a fish, but an expensive gold watch. The director immediately asked, "Why is there trash in here?" The boss said this isn't trash, but a genuine golden ghost. According to our local custom, whoever catches it keeps it. The director patted his belly with a smile and said, "With such a rich fish pond, you're walking faster now. I don't know why, but I suddenly want to sign a contract." After the story was told, Jiang Nan put away his fishing rod again. This time it's a black catfish. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have caught a catfish. Experience points plus 20. The viewers in the live stream were already used to it and didn't show much shock. Or perhaps it's because they're still telling stories about returning to Jiang Nan. The island owner is awesome. Is that something we can just say? This isn't a story, it's reality. Director, I forgot to tell you. You just caught a 95-pound, 18-year-old mermaid, and I've put it in your passenger seat. I have nothing more to say. This kind of director is truly incorruptible and upright, and should be imprisoned. There aren't many good people like the director who would do things if they accepted gifts. I thought it was already impressive that the island lord caught a king cobra, but whose subordinate is this? In ancient times, Jiang Taigong fished for those who were willing to take the bait. Now, the director fishes for all sorts of things. Director, please change this bad practice. I can refuse to accept it, but you cannot refuse to give it. Wait, is the island owner deliberately trying to divert our attention? I remember now. Isn't the reason the island owner is so good at fishing because he knows how to tame animals? The island owner has a certain tacit understanding with the animals. As long as he says a word, the fish will line up to take the bait. Finally, some viewers realized what was happening. Chapter 42 Golden Koi. The audience believed that the island owner must know animal training techniques. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to handle so many animals such as green sea turtles, kangaroos, and wolves. Since he could tame animals, he must have deliberately said many nice things to the fish in the river beforehand, which is why the fish deliberately took the bait. The mystery of Jiang Nan's continuous success in fishing has been solved. This must be the most correct answer. There can't be any other. The audience's thoughts gradually began to wander freely. Island Master, I want to learn how to fish. Are you stupid? Follow the Island Master and learn how to tame animals. When you learn to talk to fish, no matter where you go, fish will line up and jump into your pot. They will even put scallions, ginger, and garlic in their mouths to marinate themselves. I saw it on Douyin before, where someone was cooking and the fish in the pot jumped up by itself and flipped over in the pot. Looking at the lively comments, Jiang Nan said helplessly, "I don't know anything. I can't teach you anything." You can't do anything? What can it teach? What? Old Versailles. What's the difference between this statement and old Ma saying he's not interested in money? At this moment, Jiang Nan had already caught several fish, but the koi carp mentioned by the system was nowhere to be seen. However, these fish were enough for him to eat. The king cobra, having eaten a fish, was full and lay contentedly on a rock, basking in the warm sunlight. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The king cobra suddenly sprang to attention, hissing loudly at the bushes not far away. Mouth wide open, body tense, ready to spray venom at any moment. Awooh! The familiar howl of wolves reached my ears. Jiang Nan smiled and said to the king cobra, "Don't be nervous, these are my friends." As they were talking, the white wolf emerged from the bushes. Behind it followed 7 or 8 strong gray wolves. As for the other wolves, their whereabouts are unknown. They must have returned to their own territory under the command of the white wolf. After all, if a territory is not guarded by wolves, it will definitely be occupied by other animals. What are you doing here? Jiang Nan watched with curiosity as the white wolf drew closer. The white wolf couldn't speak. It just stared intently at the few fish in the bucket. Jiang Nan's face darkened. "No way you want my fish? Don't go too far. I've already invited you for tea. How can you still be so greedy?" As soon as Jiang Nan finished speaking, the gray wolves, under the direction of the white wolf, surrounded him. It seems to be saying, "You can't leave unless you feed the fish. These few fish are just enough for me to eat. I'll catch more for you guys later." At this moment, Jiang Nan had no choice but to compromise and said weakly, And so, fishing resumed in Jiang Nan. However, this time it was different from before. It became purposeful. Haha. I once saw a blogger on Douyin who was originally just fishing in the wild. But after he gave a stray cat a fish, he brought all the stray cats with him. And then he went from fishing to working for the cats. I've seen it too. It's really hilarious. Island owner, don't spoil them, or they'll take advantage of you. Maybe tomorrow the whole wolf pack will come begging for fish. He started out fishing, but ended up feeding wolves professionally. Why do I have this feeling that the island owner has unknowingly become the backbone of the wolf pack? Haha, if all else fails, let's pump the water out. Don't follow the island owner's example. Look at him. He doesn't bathe for a long time, and now wolves are all around him. While the viewers in the live stream were discussing it, Jiang Nan caught fish one after another. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have caught a grass carp. Experience points plus 10. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have caught a catfish. Experience points plus 20. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have caught a carp. Experience points plus 50. Take it. Jiang Nan didn't put the fish in the bucket, but instead threw them directly in front of the white wolf. To Jiang Nan's surprise, the white wolves did not rush over to eat them. The white wolf didn't eat either. Instead, they hold the fish in their mouths. Before long, Jiang Nan had each wolf bring a fish into its mouth. After confirming that each of the wolves had a fish in its mouth, the white wolf scanned the area and then led 7 or 8 large gray wolves into the forest, disappearing from sight. Strange. Why aren't the white wolves eating? Is it because he's shy? What if he carries it away to feed the wolf cubs? That makes sense. At this time of year, the wolf pack should have produced quite a few wolf pups. Maybe it's for the wolf mothers to eat. Some wolf mothers don't produce milk, so they can only eat some fish to supplement their nutrition. The viewers in the live stream were very puzzled, and as they watched the white wolves and their departing figures, they all offered their guesses. Jiang Nan ignored it, sat down again, and continued fishing. An hour was almost up, and he had to catch the koi as soon as possible. In order to successfully catch it, he also added some plump earthworms. Call. Just when Jiang Nan was about to lose his composure, he finally saw the koi fish. This is a koi carp that radiates golden light all over its body. It looks like it was made of gold, and it looks quite expensive. However, it was an interesting and funny scene. A koi carp was swimming leisurely under the fishing rod, but it didn't bite the hook. Although the earthworm on the hook was very plump and tender, it seemed not to see it at all, or perhaps it wasn't hungry at all, perfectly embodying the phrase, unmoved. Jiang Nan couldn't help but think to himself, if this koi were to be reincarnated as a human, it certainly wouldn't be a traitor, at least it would be able to resist temptation. I just don't know if it can resist delicious food, or if it can resist beautiful women. No, it's a beautiful fish. In fact, for a fish, an earthworm is like a young man who has been single for over 20 years and has never been with a woman, facing the most ruthless trick outside of the 18 tortures, the honey trap. There was a news story a while ago about a young man in his early 20s who went to a hotel with a 50-year-old woman. Soon, the golden koi spotted Jiang Nan on the shore and, swaying its plump body, swam over. Immediately afterwards, as he moved his mouth, a mouthful of river water gushed out. The destination is Jiang Nan, located on the riverbank. Although it was a bit far away, the golden koi looked very strong. With a powerful spit, it actually spat hard onto Jiang Nan's face. This action is extremely insulting. Jiang Nan never even considered dodging, because he never imagined that this golden koi would be so shameless. Otherwise, you would definitely be able to dodge it. The next second, Jiang Nan's face was covered in sleep, and at the same time, his face turned black. Having lived most of his life, this was the first time he had ever been spat on by a fish. This isn't just becoming a spirit, it's practically cultivating into a monster. Give it a few more years to cultivate, and it might become like Ben Barba and Babarben from Journey to the West. Chapter 43, A Bountiful Harvest. This isn't a fish, it looks like an alpaca. I've been sprayed by an alpaca before. Just wondering, what do alpacas spray? Seriously? You can race on this lousy road. This is too insulting. If it were me, I would have kicked that fish to death. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. Jiang Nan, naturally, couldn't stand the provocation of the golden koi, but it just wouldn't bite the hook. Helpless, he put down the fishing rod and got up to catch it with his bare hands. But the golden koi was too intelligent. The moment it saw Jiang Nan get up, it knew something was wrong and darted into the depths of the stream, disappearing without a trace. Jiang Nan was exasperated and could only obediently continue fishing with his rod. Within minutes, several more fish were caught. Carp, grass carp, and crucian carp are all available. Jiang Nan was quick-witted and nimble, putting them all into buckets without missing a single one. The viewers in the live stream were all astonished. This time, it was their turn to be envious. I haven't caught a single fish yet, but the island owner's bucket is almost full. This is so discouraging. It looks like I'll have to go home empty-handed. Upstairs, you're obviously not a professional. A professional angler would never come back empty-handed. If I can't catch grass carp, I'll catch silver carp. If I can't catch silver carp, I'll catch common carp. If I can't catch common carp, I'll steal a dog. If I can't steal a dog, I'll catch a chicken. If I still can't catch anything, I'll pick cucumbers or break off corn. If I really can't catch anything, I'll just lie down by the river and drink a couple of sips of water before I leave. When I was a child, my family was poor. The only valuable thing we owned was the big iron lock on the front door. Whenever it rained, I would run to the door, hug the lock, and shout, "Old iron, don't rust. Don't rust." I have to say, the island owner is really lucky. Is it possible that the fish here are a bit dim-wit? That makes sense. Island master, you absolutely mustn't eat these fish you caught, or you'll become stupid. As your fan, I'm willing to take the blame for you, because I'm naturally stupid, just like the Sha-chun from Goodbye Mr. Loser. So please send them to me, so I can eat them. Upstairs, you blurted out what I was thinking. Could you please send me one too, island owner? It would be best if you could finish it before sending it to me. Thank you. Polite, but not much. Who would have thought that Jiang Nan, who hadn't been able to catch a single fish since arriving here, would now have his buckets full of water? The audience could only attribute it to luck. Sometimes luck is also a form of ability. Just like Lazy Sheep from the classic childhood cartoon Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. As the saying goes, on the green grassland street, everyone who sees lazy old man offers him a cigarette. Lazy Sheep is bad in every way. He doesn't like sports, loves snacks, sleeps in late, always gets the lowest score in exams, and likes to put things off until tomorrow or pass them on to others. But even so, thanks to his incredible luck, he managed to win at least half of the gold medals for the sheep village in the sheep games. Plus, his cute character design made him steal the spotlight from Happy Sheep and become the main character. Today, Lazy Yanjiang's current number of fans far exceeds that of other Yang. If it weren't for the fact that the characters weren't particularly likable and would lead to complaints from parents, the cartoon's name would have to be changed to Lazy Sheep and Big Big Wolf. Of course, Lu Xiaoqiu from the Fruit Warriors also has incredible luck. Although he is silly, he is surprisingly lucky and always manages to escape danger. Today's harvest can be described in 4 words, SOSO. Jiang Nan glanced at the overflowing buckets of water and concluded meaningfully. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream almost exploded. Those who competed with Jiang Nan in fishing, in particular, almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Although it's just 4 words, SOSO, its power is no less than the classic line from the King of Destruction, Master interrupting the flow of water. I'm not targeting anyone in particular. I'm saying that everyone here is trash. Having caught so many fish, one would expect Jiang Nan to be very happy, but she couldn't feel any joy. Because the golden koi carp haven't been caught yet. That thing is really something else. Every time I get up, it swims to the depths of the river, but whenever I sit down to continue fishing, it swims back and leisurely moves around the hook and the bank. For Jiang Nan, this was simply a matter of bang bang bang. Sorry, slap slap slap, refers to being slapped in the face, not. No, I have to think of something. Jiang Nan, hands on his hips, thought long and hard, and decided to make a fish trap. He also considered making a harpoon out of tree branches, which would be faster and more convenient, but that would harm the golden koi. Since it's a fish given by the system, we don't know what special effects it might have yet. We must catch it safely first. Fish traps are easy to make. All you need are sturdy wooden sticks and vines. Soon, Jiang Nan found some nearby and began the most responsible weaving. Fish traps need to be woven and knotted, and they are divided into sections. Normally, a section is about 50 centimeters long, while a smaller one is about 20 centimeters long. The ones woven in Jiang Nan are 20 centimeters long because he doesn't want to catch small fish and shrimp. The fish trap has many entrances that intersect on both sides, and its internal structure is quite complex. Once a golden koi enters, it will never be able to get out. Jiang Nan demonstrated and taught at the same time, and finally said, if you think weaving is too troublesome, you can actually use plastic bottles. First, use the knife in your hand to cut one of the bottles near the cap, and cut the other bottle near the bottom. Then put the cut-off head into the bottle with the tail cut off. and then use an awl to punch a hole at the joint. Then thread the rope through the hole and tie it, leaving a section of rope out, and tie the bottle to the shore. This simple fish trap is now ready. You can put some bait inside to lure fish, but this method can only catch small fish and shrimp. As they were talking, Jiang Nan had already returned to the shore and placed the fish trap in the water. The placement of the fish trap is also very particular. The small head is tied with a sturdy rope, and the trap is thrown directly into the water from the water's edge. The rope is then tied to a fixed object on the shore. This is called throwing the trap. After doing everything, Jiang Nan left. He didn't want the golden koi to notice him, as that would make it harder to catch it. After leaving Jiang Nan, they didn't stay idle. Instead, they searched for wild vegetables nearby. As the saying goes, those who live by the mountains live off the mountains, and those who live by the sea live off the sea. With both mountains and sea, one naturally has no worries about food and drink. Look at this, everyone. This is called water celery. Jiang Nan arrived at a patch of wild vegetables, pointed the camera at it, and introduced, water celery prefers cool conditions and dislikes hot and dry weather, so it can often be found by streams. As for its appearance, it is not much different from ordinary celery. Chapter 44 The Red-Faced Monkey Appears. In the Lushy Chun Kaiyu, which dates back more than 2,000 years in China, there is a record that Yunmin celery is a top-grade vegetable. There are two reasons. First, water celery has rich medicinal value. An alkaline component that can be separated from water celery has a sedative effect on animals and a calming effect on humans, which helps to stabilize emotions and eliminate irritability. Secondly, water celery contains zinc, making it a functional food that can promote sexual arousal. In the West, it is known as the couple's vegetable. In short, water celery has many benefits. It can treat colds and fever, vomiting and diarrhea, soothe the liver and lower blood pressure, lower blood sugar, calm the nerves, fight cancer and prevent cancer, and nourish the skin. The second type of water celery is rich in nutrients. It contains all the elements that the human body needs, such as protein, fiber, and calcium, so it is also known as lulu tong, meaning smooth sailing. Really? It can beautify the skin? I'm not saying anything more. I'm going to buy it after get off work. Me too. Can it really be exciting? My wife and I are planning to have a baby, so this is exactly what I need. I'm asking on behalf of my friend, does taking this really work? What a clever way to create a friend out of thin air. I have a fishing rod, and 90% of the viewers in tonight's live stream will go and buy water celery to eat. When I used to visit my maternal grandmother in the countryside, she would make this for me. I used to think that my grandmother disliked me and wouldn't let me eat meat, but instead made me eat wild vegetables like cattle and sheep. I heard that many rural people now go to the mountains to pick wild vegetables to sell for money, including water celery. Earning tens of thousands of yuan a month is not a problem. Really? I'm going to the countryside tomorrow too. In the past, people rushed to the city because they thought there were more opportunities there. Now, however, they are all going to the countryside because the countryside is full of treasures. Most importantly, there is less pressure in rural areas. If you have a piece of land in your hometown, you can spend your own money to build a small villa. That way, it will always be yours, and you can pass on your family line. Isn't that better than struggling your whole life in the city and still not being able to afford a house? Even if you do buy one, you only have a few decades of property rights. If it weren't for the fact that schooling is now linked to buying a house, who would want to suffer in a tiny apartment in the city? Now I finally understand why rich people always go to the countryside for vacation. Jiang Nan never expected that a small water celery would generate such a huge buzz in the live stream. It seems that the pressure in cities is really immense these days. Especially in recent years, young people are getting married later and later, and even if they do get married, very few of them have children, mainly due to various pressures such as housing prices, car prices, and commodity prices. If you can't even survive in a huge city, you naturally don't want to bring a child into this world to suffer. What Jiang Nan didn't expect was that because of his introduction, a large number of people flocked to the vegetable market that very evening, specifically to buy water celery. This directly led to a shortage of water celery, causing a complete stockout. This is hundreds of times better than having celebrities or internet influencers promote or endorse products. Most of the products they promote are fake, and the products they endorse are mostly just bought by fans, which cannot create a nationwide effect at all. Soon, Jiang Nan had acquired all the water celery. Let's go check if we've caught the golden koi yet. Jiang Nan began his return journey in high spirits. Ding dong. Before I had taken 5 steps, something suddenly hit me on the head. Jiang Nan looked down. It turned out to be a peach pit. Peach pit? How could there be peach pits in this place? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Jiang Nan was wondering what was going on when he heard the cries of monkeys. Looking up, I saw a monkey climbing on a tree that was more than 10 meters high. This monkey is half a meter long, and what makes it most different from other monkeys is its face, which is bright red. At first glance, I thought it was Guan Yu, the god of war. The red-faced monkey noticed that Jiang Nan was staring at it, so it shouted even louder, seemingly trying to scare Jiang Nan away. This monkey looks terrifying. To be honest, I hate monkeys the most, probably because I've been to Mount Imei. Golden snub-nosed monkeys. The monkeys of Mount Imei are always tarnishing the reputation of us monkeys. This monkey isn't scary at all. In fact, it looks quite imposing. Didn't you see the muscles on its arms? The viewers in the live stream had already started discussing it. Short-tailed macaque, also known as red-faced macaque. Jiang Nan stared intently at the monkeys atop the tree and explained, "These monkeys are round and sturdy with thick limbs. They have a varied diet, eating wild fruits, leaves, bamboo shoots, as well as preying on small animals such as crabs and frogs. When they realize that an enemy has entered their territory, they will exhibit threatening behaviors such as hissing, glaring, pounding the ground, intimidating, chasing, scratching, and biting, with the intensity of the attack increasing in that order." In China, the red-faced monkey is a Class II protected animal. It is also the most widely distributed and numerous species in the genus Macrochales besides the macaque, with an estimated population of 70,000. Jiang Nan's expression grew increasingly grim as she spoke. In his mind, red-faced monkeys are social animals, with groups containing hundreds of monkeys. Why is there only one here? Was it trying to attract nearby monkeys to help by roaring? Not good. Of the 36 stratagems, the best is to flee. As soon as he finished speaking in Jiang Nan dialect, he took off running. One monkey is not scary, but a group of monkeys is. Jiang Nan finally breathed a long sigh of relief as the monkey's cries grew fainter in her ears. Although a major battle between humans and monkeys almost took place, he also received good news. There really was fruit in this forest, especially peaches, which are the monkey's favorite food. I can really come here sometime to pick some peaches and make wine. Upon arriving at the riverbank, Jiang Nan received another piece of good news. We finally caught the golden koi. At this very moment, it is struggling desperately inside the cage, trying to escape. Unfortunately, despite its intelligence, it wasn't able to escape from the cage successfully. Jiang Nan quickly took out the fish trap and was about to examine the golden koi closely when he suddenly noticed that the king cobra next to him was soaking wet, as if it had just swum out of the water. "You didn't help catch this koi, did you?" Jiang Nan's eyes darted around, and he suddenly realized something. This golden koi is so smart, it would never have entered the trap on its own so easily. It must have been the king cobra that swam into the water and kept chasing the golden koi, leaving it with no way out, so it hurriedly crawled into the trap. The king cobra couldn't speak, it just kept flicking its scarlet tongue. "Thank you. You can have this fish as a gift." Jiang Nan, of course, wouldn't reward the king cobra with the golden koi carp. Instead, he grabbed a grass carp from the bucket and tossed it over. Chapter 45: The Stunning Valley. The king cobra opened its mouth wide and swallowed it whole. Jiang Nan lowered his head and began to examine the golden koi. This is a golden dragon and phoenix koi with a head shaped like a dragon's head, a tail fin as long as a phoenix's tail, and 4 long, thin barbels that look very majestic. Because of the dragon's whiskers, when it sways, it looks a bit like an ancient general wearing a battle robe, or even more like a phoenix soaring in the sky. This fish is huge. It must weigh at least 16 pounds. All anglers salute the island lord. Passerby, how do I get to the subway station? Island owner. Right, exactly 16 pounds. If I had caught this, I would have walked around the neighborhood several times, passing by my house 3 times without going in, so that everyone in the neighborhood would know that I caught it. I once saw a news report about a person whose fishing rod was dragged into the water by a fish weighing over 10 kilograms. The person jumped into the river and swam while reeling in the fish. Luckily, the island owner had set up a fish trap, otherwise, something like that would have happened too. If such a big fish gets away, people will laugh at you for the rest of your life, while if it drowns, you'll only cry for 3 days at most. What kind of fish is this? It looks like a dragon and a phoenix at the same time. It's so beautiful. Dragon and phoenix koi. Jiang Nan explained. This fish has a unique dragon head and phoenix tail shape, making it highly ornamental and a rare top-grade ornamental fish. In addition, it loves to play with people, has a very strong memory, and can even recognize its owner if kept for a long time. Really? If that's the case, then the island lord has found a treasure. If I make a wish upon such a beautiful koi, will it bring me good luck? The wishes are all fake, please don't believe them. I'll pray for my family first. What? You upstairs, you old fool. My wish is simple. I just want a rich woman to take care of me. Rich woman, I'm hungry. Let's get intimate. Brother, that's going too far. Can't you speak properly? There are no such things as rich women in this world. They're all treasures, understand? May you pass every exam. Please. I'm determined to find a partner this year, and I absolutely can't use dolls anymore. I heard someone bought a doll, and it exploded that very night. That's seriously amazing. My request is not high. I just hope that each of the billions of people in the world can give me a penny. My requirements aren't high. I just hope that one of these female celebrities, such as Dilruba, Jinmei, Baizialu, Ruth, Shuxin, Yaifei, etc., will officially announce their relationship with me tomorrow. The live stream room turned into a wishing contest. The golden koi carp has been transformed into a wishing well. Jiang Nan smiled and said, a very fruitful day. Let's go home and make dragon meat. Dragon meat? Where in this world are there dragons? The island owner wouldn't want to eat golden koi fish, would he? No. The golden koi is so beautiful, please don't eat it. I want to make a wish on it every day. Jiang Nan's words instantly brought the viewers in the live stream back to reality, and they all began to pray for the golden koi. Don't worry, everyone, I won't eat the golden koi fish. As Jiang Nan tidied up his tools, he explained, legend has it that if you steam the essence of 5 dragons, black dragon, earth dragon, golden dragon, young dragon, and flying dragon, together, you can make 5 dragon soup, which is as delicious as the legendary dragon meat. Please don't think this dish is fictional. It is actually recorded in the recipe for soup, but we don't know if anyone has actually made it throughout history. As for what these 5 dragons are, I will tell you all in detail when we get home. Jiang Nan first piqued the audience's interest, then deliberately kept them in suspense, leaving them eager to hear more. As he spoke, he had already thrown the fish trap back into the water. In this way, you can catch fish immediately the next time you come. After tidying everything up, Jiang Nan said goodbye to the king cobra and prepared to go home. Walking along the path home, everything went smoothly at first, until, thump, Jiang Nan was hit on the head by something. Looking down, I realized this time it wasn't a peach pit, but a soft peach. Jiang Nan picked it up casually and looked up. He saw the red-faced monkey he had encountered before was still watching him from the treetop above. It seems to be following me the whole time. What's going on? What does this red-faced monkey want to do? Why is it following the island owner? Could it be that it needs his help? The audience began to discuss and speculate. Jiang Nan took a bite of the peach with relish. One bite, and it burst with juice. He could clearly feel the juice not only gushing out from the gaps in his mouth, but also flowing down his throat into his stomach. Sweet. The fruit wine made from these soft and sweet peaches must be delicious. The red-faced monkey wasn't angry that Jiang Nan ate its peaches, nor did it squeak or yell. Instead, it turned and ran away. After jumping from one tree to another, it turned its head to look at Jiang Nan, as if waiting for Jiang Nan to follow it up. Jiang Nan thought about it, and decided to follow them to see what was going on. And so, led by the red-faced monkey, Jiang Nan once again ventured into the forest. This red-faced monkey was very clever. It was worried that Jiang Nan couldn't keep up with it, so it would stop and wait patiently several times. Before long, Jiang Nan arrived at the place where he had just met the red-faced monkey, the place where he had picked water celery. The red-faced monkey didn't stop and continued leading the way. After an unknown amount of time, a breathtaking scene appeared in Jiang Nan's view. Emerging from the woods, we arrived at a small, verdant valley. At the end of the valley, there is a cliff. The waterfall cascades down from above, gathering into clear streams. Each stream, like a jade ribbon, meanders from the entrance of the valley and flows into every part of the forest. The stream where Jiang Nan was fishing earlier must have flowed and converged here. The scenery here is beautiful, with all sorts of brightly colored birds among the flowers and plants. They gather in 2s and 3s, sometimes chasing insects, trying to fill their stomachs. Sometimes they drink water by the stream, jumping around, and even having water fights. Sometimes, while flying, they slap the water surface to play, splashing up a series of crystal-clear water droplets. If one day Jiang Nan wants to challenge himself with outdoor life, this is definitely the perfect place to set up camp. This place is truly a paradise. Jiang Nan stretched and took a deep breath of the fresh air, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. This place reminded him of the canyon, where Xiao Yin and Little Fairy Doctor were alone in battle through the heavens. Everything was so beautiful, so exquisite, so unreal, as if it could only appear in anime. Chapter 46, The Legendary Corpse-Scented Devil's Tongue. This scene is so beautiful. I have to take a screenshot. Screenshot successful. Perfect for using as my phone wallpaper. I have to say, the picture quality in the island owner's live stream is the best I've ever seen. It's like watching Animal World when I was a kid. It's even more beautiful than those so-called photography masters. The visuals are so beautiful. I wish I could step out of the screen and live here. Suddenly, I don't think that red-faced monkey is so scary anymore. It's fluffy and quite cute. I really want to touch it and hug it. If you all hug the red-faced monkey, then no one will compete with me for the island's owner position. It's perfect timing for me to hug the island's owner. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The island lord is mine. I hope you won't be so shameless. Is it fun to fight me for my husband all day long? Why don't we serve the island lord together instead? Cough cough. Jiang Nan quickly coughed lightly, interrupting the live stream chat. This isn't a barrage of comments. It's clearly lewd talk. No wonder scientists say that women are dozens of times more lustful than men. When they get really carried away, it's truly irresistible. The scenery before us is beautiful, but it also has its flaws. Gradually, a foul odor began to emanate from Jiang Nan. The stench was like that of a rotting corpse. Are there animal carcasses in the canyon? Jiang Nan frowned slightly, sensing that something was amiss. Some animals have a premonition when their lives are coming to an end, and they will quietly leave the group and find a beautiful place to quietly wait for death. This place looks so beautiful on the surface, but could it be an animal graveyard underneath? Squeak, squeak, squeak. The red-faced monkey turned to look at Jiang Nan, gesturing for him to follow. Jiang Nan didn't want to continue, but seeing the red-faced monkey's anxious urging, she softened and followed after him. He who eats another's food is bound to do his bidding. He who takes another's gift is bound to do his bidding. It's my own fault for eating someone else's peaches. Following the red-faced monkey, Jiang Nan continued deeper into the valley. The further you go in, the stronger the stench becomes, even making you feel nauseous and want to vomit. Soon, Jiang Nan's face contorted in anger. The viewers in the live stream couldn't smell it at all through the screen, and only Jiang Nan suffered from it. However, they can still see it. Why does the island lord look so grim? Did you eat something bad? Or did you smell something? Island Master, I strongly suspect that there is a serious problem with your health. Come to my house quickly, and I will give you a comprehensive examination in bed. I will also check. When the island owner comes to my house, I will specially prepare all kinds of stockings for you to choose from. The female viewers in the live stream started making suggestive remarks again. This is the comments section, not some deserted area, but they don't care at all when faced with a handsome guy like Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan walked for about 10 minutes and finally figured out what was going on. At this very moment, a flower grows in front of him. This flower is red, and the blossoms are clustered together, looking somewhat like a large cabbage at first glance. Kai-style rafflesia. No wonder it smells so bad. Jiang Nan pointed the camera at the flower in front of him and explained, this thing is also known as the corpse flower. As you can see, this flower has no leaves, not even roots or stems. Its entire life cycle depends on parasitizing a vine to absorb nutrients. When the vine is dried up, it will immediately open its flower bud and begin to reproduce the next generation. The huge petals are ant-colored, and if you look closely inside, you can find whiskers and teeth growing inside. When the petals are fully open, the diameter can reach 1 meter, making it the largest flower in the world today. In addition, it emits a very unpleasant stench. If you don't get close, you might mistake it for an animal carcass. In the wild, many animals will avoid it, but there is one exception, the blowfly. The so-called blowfly is that big-headed fly. They like to eat carrion and all sorts of disgusting things. They think there is something delicious inside the rafflesia flower and search everywhere inside. But there is nothing inside, and only death awaits them. The petals of this flower in front of me haven't fully opened yet, but they're already making me feel nauseous and suffocated. It must be removed as soon as possible, or it will wreak havoc on this valley. Because the hotter the weather, the smellier this thing becomes. The highest temperature can reach 40 degrees Celsius, which is higher than the surrounding temperature. And these past 2 days have been hot, which is perfect for this thing to grow. I absolutely cannot allow it to grow up and bloom. As soon as Jiang Nan finished speaking, the viewers in the live broadcast room started discussing it. Could this be the corpse-scented devil's tongue from Ghost Blows Out the Light? I have a question. What will happen if I step into it? It's just like stepping into a latrine. It attracts bees, but flies. It's hilarious. Is Gloom from Pokemon based on this? I once thought the Rafflesia in Plants vs. Zombies was fictional, but I never expected it to be real. I've learned something new from the island owner. You're never too old to learn. Without further ado, Jiang Nan put down everything and began to destroy the Rafflesia. Since he didn't have any tools on hand, he simply found a wooden stick. He was very strong, and in no time at all, he destroyed the Rafflesia to pieces. Looking further a distance, the red-faced monkey raised his hands and actually clapped happily for Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan finally understood that the reason the red-faced monkey brought him here was to destroy the Rafflesia. The reason it went through so much trouble was probably because it had its eye on this valley and wanted to live there. Ding! Congratulations, host, for helping the red-faced monkey destroy the Rafflesia Kai. The red-faced monkey is very happy and has begun to trust you as a human. As a reward, you are given a sealing card. Soundproof card. This card is a one-time use product and will expire after half an hour once used. As its name suggests, this card can create an invisible barrier of energy around the host, shielding them from noise from all directions, protecting their ears, and preventing them from becoming irritable. Additionally, this card can be used when facing ferocious beasts such as tigers and lions, as it can effectively block the roars of these animals. Good. Jiang Nan mentally evaluated the sound sealing card. Although it's only 2 words, I really like it. In the wild, many animals scare people by roaring, which frightens or irritates them, and then they can catch them off guard and attack, knocking them down. With a soundproof card, there's nothing to fear anymore. In Journey to the West, the group of little bull demons under the command of the 3 rhinoceros demons, Bihan, Bishu, and Baikan, annoyed Sun Wukong with their noise, causing him to flee in a sorry state. In ancient times, this thing would definitely be a bug, because it would be a natural counter to various sonic martial arts, such as Lion's Roar. Chapter 47. Whoa! Jiang Nan had just finished checking the system rewards when he heard the roars of monkeys. The red-faced monkey in front of them seemed to be afraid of something, and it quickly hid behind Jiang Nan, covering its head with its hands and trembling. The monkey troop is here. Jiang Nan sensed something was wrong, but it was too late to escape. The monkey's roars grew louder, and more piercing in my ears, clearly indicating that they were coming here with a specific purpose. Moreover, there were cries from all directions. They are rapidly forming an encirclement. About 2 minutes later, the monkey finally came into Jiang Nan's sight. Then, all I could see were monkeys. Densely packed, lined up one after another. The mountains and fields are teeming with monkeys. There are at least 100 of them. If you didn't know better, you'd think you'd stumbled upon the flower and fruit mountain. Some of them were hopping and jumping among the tree canopy. Some were running through the woods. Some have already gathered on the top of Jiang Nan. Holding either wooden sticks or stones, they stared intently at Jiang Nan. To be precise, he was staring at the red-faced monkey behind Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan realized something was wrong, and he boldly guessed that this red-faced monkey must have been a member of the monkey troop before, but was later driven out for some reason. Whoa! Squeak, squeak, squeak. More and more monkeys gathered, showing no fear of Jiang Nan and even patting their chests with their hands. Faced with Jiang Nan's lack of response, they assumed it was frightened and began to shout louder and more audaciously, even spitting at it. Seemingly knowing that the monkeys were not to be trifled with, or perhaps sensing their furious murderous intent, the small animals in the valley scattered in fear. Some flapped their wings and flew away. Some quickly hid in their own caves. Some little frogs weren't so lucky. They were caught on the spot by the monkeys and became their playthings. When the monkeys got tired of playing with them, the frogs would end up inside their stomachs. Crazy. Boiling. Rampage. My goodness. Even Sun Wukong's flower fruit mountain is nothing more than this. Jiang Nan shuddered. He knew there were monkeys in the forest, but he never imagined there would be so many hiding there. At this moment, looking at the dense troop of monkeys, he thought of a classic line from Li Bai's poem. The spirit of war unites with the heavens. The sound of drums can be heard from the bottom of the mountains. In an instant, the Jiang Nan region was surrounded by monkey troops. Red-faced monkeys of all shapes and sizes surrounded the area from all directions, some tall, some thin, some fat, and some short. They roared in like a flood bursting its banks, or perhaps Li Jing leading his heavenly army to besiege Flower Fruit Mountain. As the surrounding monkeys parted to make way, a gray-bodied, red-faced monkey slowly emerged. It is larger than other monkeys. However, perhaps due to his age, his hair was not very shiny, and he was mostly covered in fat, with a round belly that swayed as he walked. Judging by its size alone, you might mistake it for a pig. Judging from its status, it's obvious that it's the Monkey King. The Monkey King made his way towards Jiang Nan step by step, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. So many monkeys. Ugh, I have trypophobia. The island owner is in trouble. The island owner is in big trouble. A song of cooling down for the island lord. I'm not saying anything more. I'm definitely going to get to eat at the banquet today. The island lord has died. The play ends. I'll give you 200. Let me have a big pork knuckle. I'll give you 100. 500. Inside the live stream, while all the viewers were joking about giving gifts, they were all incredibly nervous, their hearts racing. In their view, there was no way they could escape alive from so many wild monkeys. Even if they manage to escape by sheer luck, they will be covered in wounds. Because some of the viewers have been to Mount Imei. There, even a monkey could drive it crazy. When faced with monkeys snatching their food, people dared not resist or lay a hand on them. They could only obediently hand over the food. Otherwise, you will face relentless and frenzied retaliation from the monkey troop. Meanwhile, in the outdoor area, a female live streamer was dancing. Her name is Ming Jiang. Although she has a high-tech look, she is slim, fair-skinned, and beautiful. She speaks in a sweet, coquettish voice, which has won her a large number of devoted fans. Her daily live streams consist of dancing at home or going for a walk outdoors. Today was the first time she wore a cheongsam to dance. Although it's called a cheongsam, it's actually not proper at all. Because its cheongsam has a slit that goes all the way up to the thigh, people can see what's inside from time to time while dancing. Although she was wearing safety shorts, the audience loved the subtle, alluring effect. Soon, Ming Jiang's popularity soared, quickly rising to the top of the outdoor category. It even surpassed Jiang Nan by 1 million in popularity. Logically speaking, this kind of live streaming style should have some popularity, but it's nowhere near as popular as Jiang Nan's. So why is it so popular? Because she was the female anchor whom Hao Ren had his eye on. That night, after failing to sign Jiang Nan as he wished, Hao Ren directly signed Ming Jiang. To prove his choice was correct and to get revenge on Jiang Nan, he used his position to boost traffic and give rewards to Ming Jiang's live stream in the background to support her. Unaware of the facts, viewers naturally followed suit and made donations. This is a disguised form of publicity and just another common tactic in live streaming. On the other hand, Jiang Nan, despite his popularity and being one of the top streamers in the outdoor category, was quietly hidden by Hao Ren because he hadn't signed a contract yet. You had to scroll to the second page to find his live stream. Ming Chan's dances are all very energetic, and she occasionally twists her sensitive body parts while revealing a seductive expression. This caused the viewers in the live stream to go crazy, and they started typing furiously in excitement. This is so beautiful, I can't take it. Brother, you're not doing well. Eat some chives to help you recover. When did such a pretty girl get into the outdoor area? She should be in the dance area. Tisk tisk tisk, that figure and face remind me of Xiao Duo from TikTok. Typing with one hand to prove my innocence. I'm done. What about you? I saw it. It's so beautiful. What's the use of seeing them? There's safety shorts. What's the use of looking around? In the end, they're just clinging to a big shot. Upstairs, you don't understand. Imagine you could do all sorts of things with a woman who's hooking up with a rich guy. How exciting would that be? A bunch of idiots. I know what they look like without even looking. Upstairs, please enlighten me. As everyone knows, anyone who dares to call themselves sauce has no hair. What? Bro, you're awesome. Chapter 48 Struggle for Surrounding 1. After performing a lively dance, Ming Jiang sat down in a chair and said, I just checked, and our popularity has reached #1 in the outdoor section. I'm so happy and excited. To thank my family for their support during this time, I made a last-minute decision. I will be broadcasting for 8 hours today, continuing until tonight. During this period, I will perform all kinds of dances for everyone. I will dance whatever you want to see. I also have some clothes in my collection, such as jeans, maid outfits, shorts, mini skirts, etc., which I will wear to show everyone. Throughout the entire process, Ming Jiang covered her chest with both hands, putting on a pitiful appearance, and her voice was extremely strained. The neckline of the cheongsam is very deep, and a large expanse of white can be seen if you are not careful. The reason for covering it up the whole time is simply this. I am afraid that people who are not rich will see it, and I am also afraid that people who are rich will not see it. In addition, Ming Jiang deliberately puffed out her body, seemingly intentionally showing off her massiveness. In short, Ming Ming Chan's every move and word is full of cunning. They say women are made of water, but this Ming Ming Chan is made of cunning. Are we really going to dance all day? My goodness, I really have none left, not even a little bit. Please spare me. Someone, bring me goji berries. I want more. Toilet paper, toilet paper. Where's the paper seller? I'm out of paper. I just ate grilled kidneys. I can eat. Just wondering, is it okay to wear overalls? I think overalls are the ultimate must-have. Upstairs, you've finally shown your true colors, haven't you? Hey kid, do you even know how to apologize? Do you know how hard my brother works? Do you know how many awards he's won? Looking at the scrolling public chat, Ming Ming Jiang remained calm and composed, saying, I only have one small request. I hope everyone can help me get the top spot on the daily donation ranking in the outdoor section. I just checked, and although we're number 1 in popularity, the daily donation ranking has been taken over by someone else. It looks like that person is streaming a bunch of monkeys. Is such a cute little Jiang not as good as a bunch of monkeys? If I can get first place on the daily donation ranking, I will also broadcast more at night, even until midnight. Jiang only has this one small wish. Dear brothers, please grant it to me, please. Jiang wants it. As soon as he finished speaking, the chat in the live stream became even more enthusiastic than before. What? You want money? Sorry, I don't. Talking about money hurts feelings, and gifts are out of the question. I'm leaving now, brother. Jiang, you're being unreasonable. I thought our relationship was very pure, but I never expected you to ask me for money in the end. Do you want something as disgusting as money to taint our relationship? I'm happy when I get something for free. I don't even pay for a membership to watch shows online, so I won't spend a single penny. Brothers, how could you do this to Ming Ming? It's really too much. At least do what I did and recharge $1. Sorry, not spending money is my bottom line. I won't spend a single penny online. Don't worry, I've covered the top spot for you today. But I'm a minor, so after I finish spending, can you give me the money back, streamer? Looking at the public chat, Ming Ming couldn't help but curse in her heart. A bunch of poor bastards, nothing at all. If it weren't for maintaining the popularity, I would have kicked you out of the live stream long ago. I feel disgusted just looking at you, and want to vomit. Just as Ming Ming Jiang was complaining, flashy special effects suddenly started flashing on the public screen. Congratulations to the irritable Bull Demon King for giving someone 10 rockets. Best wishes to you, brother. The sky is vast, and the wilderness is boundless. My elder brother gave me the belief to persevere, and the gift gave me the motivation. I will continue to work hard. After just one glance at the public chat, Ming Ming Jiang started dancing with joy, her smile undisguised. She's been streaming for a while now, and given that Ming Ming Jiang does have a great figure and looks, she naturally has big spenders supporting her. At the same time, Ming Ming noticed that her phone, which was lying next to her, had lit up. It was a message from WeChat. After playing a song in the live stream, Ming Ming Jiang promptly opened WeChat. In her WeChat account, there is a section specifically labeled with a fish. This column contains 20 or 30 people. These are the various big spenders she has encountered since she started live streaming. Some can spend tens of thousands of yuan, while others can spend even more. As for why they were labeled with a fish, the meaning is obvious. They simply treated these guys like their own pet fish. A message came from a guy whose face resembled the Bull Demon King from the movie, The Lotus Lantern. It was the same irritable Bull Demon King who had just showered the player with gifts. The irritable Bull Demon King, Jiang, I'll help you get to number 1 on the daily donation ranking today. Can you finally promise me that thing I've been asking you for all this time? Ming Ming Jiang thought for a moment and replied, Brother, I have to do a live stream tonight. I don't have time. The irritable Bull Demon King quickly replied, Then you should download an hour earlier. I want to have a one-on-one video chat with you tonight. If you don't want to, I won't bother anymore, and I'll leave now. Threaten. A blatant threat. If it were someone with a short temper, they would have quit long ago, or even started arguing. But Ming Ming knew this was her older brother, and she was counting on him to make money, so naturally, she wasn't angry. Instead, she replied sweetly, Okay, I'll listen to you tonight, brother. You have to be gentle with me. The text was followed by a shy emoji. This is the most realistic situation you'll encounter during a live stream. While you're chatting away happily in the live stream chat, thinking you might be able to flirt with the streamer, little do you know that the streamer has already started chatting with the big brother on WeChat, discussing how to exercise that night. After receiving a satisfactory reply, the irritable Bull Demon King returned to the live stream. They started spending money without warning. The irritable Bull Demon King rewarded the Bull Demon King with 10 rockets. The irritable Bull Demon King rewarded the Bull Demon King with 10 rockets and left a message. Today my Meng Meng is going to try her luck on the daily reward ranking in the outdoor section. This is her first time trying to get on the ranking, and as her family, I must support her unconditionally. Today's top spot in the outdoor section's donation rankings must belong to my adorable little darling. That's what my brother Nyo said. Even Jesus couldn't stop it. I'd like to see who dares to compete with Ming Ming Chan for the top spot. Anyone who dares to do so is going against my brother Nyo. His words were delivered with great force, and his pretentious manner was off the charts. Anyone who didn't know better would think this guy was Zhao Rishan. Chapter 49. Just as I started to get close to someone, I was robbed. Brother Bull Demon King is mighty and domineering. How much money would all those rockets cost? These days, a guy's money isn't money, it's toilet paper. Brother Nyo, I can dance too. Come to my live stream, I'll dance just for you. Upstairs, Brother Nyo wants to see more than just dancing. If I'm not mistaken, Ming Ming Chan has to put in a lot of effort behind the scenes. As the irritable Bull Demon King spammed rockets in the public chat, the entire live stream room erupted in excitement. Many viewers know that the reason why Bull Demon King spent so much money must have a purpose, but they are just too lazy to say it, since this is a very common thing in the live streaming circle. The reason why big brothers like to give gifts to female streamers with fair skin, beautiful faces, and long legs is 95% because they want to meet them in real life and have something happen between them. Even if we can't meet in person, at least we can have a one-on-one video chat. Otherwise, who would become a source of great resentment for no reason? Upon seeing the rocket, Ming Ming Jiang's smile grew even brighter, and her voice became increasingly sweet as she said, Brother Nyo, you're so amazing. I'm giving you a heart emoji. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right leg and placed his hands on it to make a heart shape with his hands. Female anchors make heart shapes with their hands in many ways, including heart shapes with their legs, chests, and buttocks. She's incredibly alluring, and after she's done, she'll deliberately wink at the screen. Any guy with a weak will simply couldn't resist, and his brain would even lose its ability to think, causing him to keep clicking the mouse and showering gifts without a second thought. Even if the balance is insufficient, you should still top up all at once. They even resorted to taking out loans or stealing money. What they enjoy is the sense of superiority they feel when sending gifts in the live stream. Upon seeing Ming Ming Jiang's crotch, the Bull Demon King's mouth went dry and his body trembled with restlessness. Like many big brothers, he uncontrollably continued to shower gifts. In his opinion, as long as the gift is right, he's 100% sure he can win over Ming Ming. He's been in Ming Ming Jiang's live stream for about a week, just to have something happen between him and Ming Ming Jiang. Today, Ming Ming Jiang finally agreed to a one-on-one video chat tonight. At this crucial moment, I naturally need to send her lots of gifts to make a good impression. At this moment, he only hoped that night would come soon, and he couldn't wait to start sharpening his spear at the last minute. I tipped a treasure map. The nunnery was raided at night, and a card issuing service was launched. The drowned fish tipped a rocket. As soon as the irritable Bull Demon King finished giving his reward, countless viewers began to give theirs. It might be a few dollars, $12, or $100, but rarely $1,000. They were all just following the trend and giving tips. Although the amount was small, at least the desired effect of following the trend was achieved. As more and more people follow the trend, the amount will naturally accumulate. What China has in abundance is people. This is what is known as the bandwagon effect. Many viewers, after seeing the older brother showering gifts, would also be unable to resist sending a few dollars in return, and before long, they would become addicted. This is why some of the big spenders in live streams are actually guild members pretending to be wealthy, or they have arranged it in advance with the streamer. Just like the line from the movie, Let the Bullets Fly, the gentry's money will be returned in full, and the common people's money will be split 30/70ths. Among them, the drowned fish had a little trick up its sleeve. After sending the rocket, it didn't forget to send a private message to the irritable Bull Demon King, leaving this message, Brother Bull, let's be friends. If something really happens between you and Ming Ming Chan, remember to record it. I'm willing to pay to watch it. He wasn't interested in Ming Ming Jiang and was too lazy to spend too much money on her, but he could make friends with the older brother and spend very little money to watch a video and gossip. Many female live streamers have their videos exposed for this reason. They thought they could make more money off their boss, or even that he was a tycoon and they could take the opportunity to marry into a wealthy family. Little did they know, they had already been sold out by their boss. The hot-tempered Bull Demon King quickly saw the message and simply replied with 3 words, no problem. He didn't intend to develop a long-term romantic relationship with Ming Jiang. He just wanted to have some fun, so it didn't matter if others saw it. Besides, you can also make money and recoup your investment, so why not? Led by the irritable bull demon king, Ming Jiang finally achieved her goal of topping the daily reward list in the outdoor area just 10 minutes later. On hues, each region has its own separate rankings, including the donation ranking, popularity ranking, and subscription ranking, which are divided into daily, weekly, and monthly categories. As a new streamer, appearing on any daily ranking list can bring a significant amount of traffic and attention. Because nowadays, viewers of live streams are just like readers of books. They check the rankings every now and then, wanting to change things up and find some books that suit them to read. After finally making it onto the daily donation ranking, Ming Jiang became even more excited, her chest heaving. She said, thank you so much for the gifts, brother. I'm so happy and touched today. Since I started streaming, I never thought I'd be on the ranking. I never expected to be so lucky every day. Before she could finish speaking, Ming Jiang started crying, tears streaming down her face. This crying scene is far more professional than that of a young heartthrob. No wonder some live streamers end up acting in movies after a while. It's worth noting that crying is one of the common tricks used by live streamers. They cry at any time. I cried because I was happy. I cried because I was sad. If you buy counterfeit goods, you'll cry even if you apologize. Whenever they cry, a group of die-hard fans feel sorry for them and start showering them with gifts, trying to make the streamer happy. This method works every time, and even some male celebrities who promote products end up crying. Soon, the daily donation ranking brought traffic to Ming Jiang, and more viewers clicked into the live stream out of curiosity. Knowing this was a great opportunity to gain fans, Ming immediately adjusted her mood, continued dancing, and radiated her charm. To be honest, Ming Jiang has studied dance, but it was too tiring, so she only took a few classes. However, being a woman, she was clever and knew which parts of her body would attract men, so she would always deliberately show off her most prominent features when dancing. The dance wasn't professional, but it was undeniably captivating and alluring, instantly drawing the audience in. This is so beautiful. My saliva is about to spray out of my nostrils. I'm different from you. My saliva is about to spray from my head. Hey upstairs, if I may ask, from which head did you spew that out? She dances really well. If she were in the dance section, she would definitely be the #1 dancer. Even if she doesn't go to the dance section, she's still the top girl in the outdoor section. She's currently #1 on the daily charts. The dance was good, but it used up a lot of paper. Selling paper. Selling paper. I specialize in selling paper in the dance area. I've already bought 2 courtyard houses in Kyoto, and I plan to buy a few more houses in downtown Shanghai next year to rent out. Ming-Chan, your boyfriend has been stolen. Chapter 50 showing off, just spouting nonsense. The top spot on the leaderboard was snatched away? Are you kidding me? It's only been less than 5 minutes, and the dance isn't even over yet. Ming Jiang panicked and lost all interest in dancing. She immediately took out her phone to check. As expected, the daily donation ranking in the outdoor section was overtaken, and not only that, it was also pushed down from the popularity ranking. The next moment, Ming Jiang performed the national treasure of face changing. 1 second she's all smiles, captivating and charming. The next, her smile vanishes, and her eyes turn sharp. Who is this? How dare you try to take first place from me? He's so incredibly arrogant. Ming cursed inwardly, but when she looked up, she froze. The island keeper? She remembered this guy because Hao Ren had specifically instructed her that no matter what, she had to crush him in every aspect of the data, because this guy had huge potential and would one day compete with her for the position of the #1 outdoor streamer. Ming Jiang never expected this day to come so soon. With old and new grudges piled up, she changed her expression again, her eyes glistening with tears once more, and she said in a pitiful, coquettish voice, "Brothers, our Pang has been taken away, why Please save Jiang, please. I want her, brothers, give her to me." The irritable Bull Demon King rewarded the Bull Demon King with 10 rockets. The irritable Bull Demon King rewarded the Bull Demon King with 10 rockets. And left a message, "Don't worry, Ming-Chan, I'm here today. The one I'm going to be with is definitely yours. I, the Bull Demon King, may not have anything else, but I have a lot of money." No sooner had he finished speaking than the Bull Demon King began showering the audience with rewards. Many viewers also started following suit, sending gifts along with the Bull Demon King. Seeing the irritable Bull Demon King make such a promise, Ming-Chan finally breathed a long sigh of relief and continued to stand up and wiggle her body to pose. The tears in her eyes disappeared, as if they had never been there. His acting skills are exceptional. Meanwhile, the island keeper's live stream. This time, the island lord was really careless. He should have brought Gangxi with him before he left. No matter how fierce Gangxi is, he won't be a match for so many red-faced monkeys, just like how the giant spirit god couldn't defeat thousands of monkeys and their offspring. If only we had the winning hearts and minds bow right now, we could shoot these monkeys through with one arrow and see if they dare to be so arrogant. Facing the red-faced monkeys coming from all directions, Jiang Nan remained calm and even glanced at the public screen before saying, "Listen to me, everyone. I'm not afraid of these monkeys even without Gangxi and the Yideforeign Bao. They're just monkeys, products of incomplete evolution. I can wipe them all out by myself." The island lord is all talk and no action. Doesn't the third leg get hard? At this point, you're still putting on airs. Forget it. Let's respect the dead and be understanding. Just like keyboard warriors on the internet, they always think they're the best. I even saw someone comment on a world champion's TikTok video that I can run faster than him. With so many monkeys, if even one of them spits, it could drown the island owner. Island master, how about we make a bet? If you can successfully escape from these monkeys, I'll reward you with a rocket. I'll take 10 rockets. Island owner, are you in? If you lose, you'll have to dance in women's clothing, just like before. The viewers in the live stream were still obsessed with Jiang Nan wearing women's clothing. They were incredibly persistent. Jiang Nan grinned and uttered 2 words, "No, I'll gamble." Given up. So even the island lord has his moments of weakness. Actually, gambling is useless. If the island lord loses, he will most likely be beaten to death by these monkeys. How can he possibly have the life to collect gifts? Upstairs, that's correct. Jiang Nan laughed and said, "The reason I don't gamble is not because I'm worried about my life, but because I know you're bound to lose. If you gamble twice a day, I don't want you to lose everything, not even your underwear. Then you'll only be able to walk around with your birds." What? The island owner is showing off again. Walking the bird? Wait, is the island owner driving? I never knew bird walking could be used like this. I've learned something new that I'll never forget. Oh dear, I've got a short temper, but I have to gamble today. Me too. Back then, Shunzaiodeo won 25 million with 20 yuan. I'm surnamed Shin too, so I wasn't afraid at all. At this moment, the irritable bull demon king entered the live stream. Seeing the lively atmosphere and the audience vying to send gifts, he was completely dumbfounded. The irritable bull demon king came using an alternate account. The only reason I came here was out of curiosity. After all, Ming Jiang's dancing was nothing more than the same few routines, which he was already tired of. Now, the streamer's popularity and donations had surpassed Ming Jiang's, which immediately piqued his curiosity, and he couldn't help but come over. Before the irritable bull demon king could react from the barrage of comments, he took a closer look and was terrified by the content of the live stream. What's going on? Why are there so many monkeys? Has Lao Tzu traveled to Flower Fruit Mountain? The scene was so spectacular that someone unfamiliar with it might have thought it was the filming of Monkeys vs. Planet, a sequel to Planet of the Apes. The irritable red boy, I'm new here, and I have a question. Did you steal the Monkey King's wife, streamer? Why are you being attacked by so many monkeys? New friend, follow me and I'll tell you the details. Actually, we don't know what happened either. The island lord was inexplicably surrounded by a troop of monkeys. Judging from the way these monkeys acted, they were probably after the monkeys around the island lord. This monkey must have bullied the Monkey King's wife, which is why it was chased by the troop. Of course, this is just my guess. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Monkey King has plenty of wives. He's too busy to handle them all, and he doesn't care. I suspect this monkey is toying with the Monkey King. But this monkey is male, and the Monkey King is male too. Isn't it better to have males or males? Doge. What? I never thought I'd see Gung Mai Wen's storyline among monkeys one day. Sisters, this is so exciting. New friend, calm down. The island lord just found a corpse-scented devil's flower from a tomb raiding novel. That's right, we even caught a dragon phoenix koi weighing over 30 pounds before. I suggest that new viewers watch today's replay after the broadcast ends. It's exciting and thrilling from beginning to end. I believe you'll fall in love with the island owner after just one look. The viewers in the live stream were very easygoing and kind. They took turns explaining things to help new viewers adapt quickly and enjoy watching the island owner's live stream. They have done everything in their power to make Jiang Nan bigger and stronger and create new glories. As for the so-called competition for the top spot on the daily donation ranking, they had no idea. Everyone just sent gifts based on their mood. And who would have thought that they would be snatched away while sending gifts? The Bull Demon King had no interest in watching the replay, nor did he care to know the content of Jiang Nan's live stream. He came here only to do one thing. The irritable red boy, Island Master, hello. My streamer wants to be #1 on the daily charts in the outdoor section today. Please don't try to take it from me. Give me some face, okay? Chapter 51, The Great Battle Between Jiang Nan and the Monkey Troops. This simple sentence reveals that the Bull Demon King is extremely arrogant and looks down on Jiang Nan and even all the viewers of the live stream. If you want to be a top streamer, you should rely on your abilities. Why are you coming to someone else's live stream to give orders? Who are you? Why should the principal give you face? Where did this random cat or dog come from? Get out of here, or I'll start swearing. This name looks familiar. I remember now, there's a female streamer in the outdoor section who often dances named Ming Jiang, and her top patron is called Beizao de Niu Mao. Could this Beizao Hong Haier be his alternate account? Soon, viewers recognized the Bull Demon King. He stopped hiding it, perhaps to avoid further embarrassment, and simply brought his large, irritable Bull Demon King character into the live stream, openly admitting, "That's right, I am Ming Jiang's older brother. Today, I'm going to fight for my streamer to be #1 on the daily rankings. Island Master, I hope you won't be ungrateful." This time, his tone was even more arrogant. This feeling is like someone coming to your house and viciously insulting your child. Anyone would feel very uncomfortable in that situation. The koi fish that was drinking pesticide and blowing bubbles gave a reward of 10 rockets. The koi fish that was drinking pesticide and blowing bubbles gave a reward of 10 rockets. The koi fish that was drinking pesticide and blowing bubbles gave a reward of 10 rockets. Comment. Originally, we didn't know anything about the top streamer and didn't care. We just wanted to enjoy watching the streamer's live stream. But since you've said that, we have no choice but to be ungrateful. Sorry, we have to compete with your streamer for the top spot today. If you're really capable, then come and throw money at us openly. Sister Koi is so awesome. Sister Koi, I'm not short of money. Come and smash me if you dare. Sister, I love you. Can I be your little lapdog? We only know that Sister Koi is a woman, but we don't know how old she is or whether she is pretty or not. I don't care if she's pretty or old. As long as she's rich, she's my darling. You came here to make threats over a female streamer. Brother Nyo, are you stupid? You think you're so cool, but you're actually a complete idiot. You're just lusting after that female anchor's body, aren't you? That's despicable, disgusting, ugh. Zhenli has been a regular on Jiang Nan's live stream since day one, and he gives gifts every day, more or less, and has unknowingly become a top influencer in the live stream. Meanwhile, many viewers, after checking her profile and discovering that she was a woman, became even more revered. At this moment, as Zhenli stood up to support Jiang Nan, other viewers also started sending gifts and making threats. The Bull Demon King looked at the rapidly scrolling barrage of comments, his face turning ashen. He's been on Huya for years, and because he sends a lot of gifts, he gets a warm welcome in every live stream he goes to. This is the first time he's been insulted like this. While he was furious, he was also curious about who this koi fish, which was drinking pesticide and spitting bubbles, really was. On Huya, in addition to various rankings specifically for live streams, there is also a top spender ranking for viewers. This list is concise and to the point. It simply encourages you to send gifts. You can get on the leaderboard as long as you send enough gifts. Similarly, it is also divided into days, weeks, and months. On the list of the richest people, the Bull Demon King had never seen this lucky koi. On the contrary, he himself often manages to make it onto the daily rankings. Although they're always in the dozens, at least they've made it to the top, and once they're up there, it's a small achievement. Thank you everyone for the gifts and for standing up for me. Now I need to get down to business. Jiang Nan glanced at the public chat, cracked his neck, and said, "Now open your eyes wide and see how I escape from the encirclement of these monkeys." As he spoke, Jiang Nan slowly walked towards the Monkey King. He remained calm and fearless. Holding a long staff, he exudes heroic spirit. At this moment, the Monkey King was seething with anger, his chest was heaving, and even his eyes were bloodshot. Because Jiang Nan never took its nobility seriously. Just now, it strode up to Jiang Nan and tried to communicate with him, but Jiang Nan was chatting happily with the viewers in the live broadcast room and didn't even look at it. Now that Jiang Nan has finally come over, the Monkey King no longer holds back and directly points to the red-faced monkey behind Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan looked in the direction the Monkey King was pointing and instantly understood. He asked in confusion. You want me to give you this red-faced monkey? Sorry, it's mine now. I can't give it to you. Jiang Nan didn't know what had happened between the red-faced monkey and the Monkey King, but he knew that given the Monkey King's current demeanor, if he handed it over, the Monkey King would definitely lead his troop to beat it to death. The Monkey King never expected Jiang Nan to be so forceful. Already furious, it became even angrier and began pounding its chest with its arms, letting out a ferocious howl. It was as if some kind of command was being issued. The next instant, monkeys from all directions, no matter what they were doing, all started screaming hysterically. The squeaking and creaking was particularly jarring. Some monkeys even frantically pounded on the tree trunks with the sticks in their hands, making the noise even louder. Jiang Nan immediately sensed something was wrong and promptly checked the data panel, using the sound sealing card from the package. As soon as the soundproof card was used, Jiang Nan felt much quieter. 1 second it felt like a kindergarten where many children were arguing and crying, and the next it was like being in a quiet midnight parking lot. Moreover, the sound blocking card is very special. It only blocks the monkey's calls, while other sounds can still reach Jiang Nan's ears. For example, bird calls, insect chirps, footsteps. It won't turn Jiang Nan into a deaf place all at once. However, merely blocking out the noise made by the monkeys wasn't enough, as monkeys began to pounce towards Jiang Nan one after another. Most of them are relatively strong monkeys. Some of them were holding wooden sticks. Some were clutching stones. Their imposing manner resembled that of bandits. The scene was quite spectacular. Someone who didn't know better might have thought that Sun Wukong was leading his monkey minions to attack the Heavenly Palace again. Within a minute or two, more than a dozen strong monkeys surrounded Jiang Nan, baring their teeth and trying to attack him. The Monkey King let out another strange cry, and upon hearing the roar, the dozen or so strong monkeys pounced on Jiang Nan almost simultaneously. Meanwhile, the surrounding monkeys shouted even louder and more shrilly, seemingly cheering them on. The Monkey King sat on a huge rock not far away, and a human-like smile appeared on his face. It was delighted to see Jiang Nan under siege. Anyone who dares to offend me, I don't care if you're a two-legged creature or not, you'll all kneel down and sing conquer. A major battle between Jiang Nan and the monkey troop is about to erupt. Chapter 52, Island Lord, Eternal God. My God, these monkeys are so scary. Which beautiful lady is afraid? I can give you a hug for free. Upstairs, I heard everything you were planning from my own home. Brothers, I turned my stereo up to the maximum, and all the monkeys suddenly started screaming. Can you imagine how ear-piercing it was? I felt like my eardrums were going to burst. I've already quietly turned the volume down to the lowest setting. There's a lion's roar in Jin Yang's martial arts novels, but I never imagined there would be a monkey's roar in real life. Actually, once you go to Mount Ime, you'll know that the monkey's calls can be quite terrifying, especially when a group of monkeys are calling together. Then why doesn't the island owner have any recollection of it? The viewers in the live stream were terrified. Because the immersion was so strong, when the monkeys screamed hysterically, some of them jumped up from their chairs in fright, some almost punched their computers, and some couldn't help but scream. Some of the female viewers seemed to have already anticipated the ending, and silently closed their eyes, unable to bear watching any longer. Although humans are powerful, when they encounter a group of monkeys, they can only get beaten up. Besides, there are hundreds of monkeys in this group. The audience was on tenterhooks, their hearts pounding, while Jiang Nan remained calm and collected, skillfully maneuvering among the monkeys with his wooden stick. Get out of my way. Jiang Nan let out a roar, his long staff whistling through the air. Awooh! The three monkeys roared at the same time. They waved their claws and ripped wildly, targeting only the upper, middle, and lower sections of Jiang Nan. One lunged at the head, one at the legs, and one at the chest. They cooperated very well, so they must have fought together quite a bit on a regular basis. Jiang Nan smiled calmly, swung his long staff, creating a piercing sound as he fiercely charged at the three monkeys that pounced on him. Bang! 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 A dull thud resounded as the long staff slammed solidly into the heads of the three monkeys, unleashing a surge of powerful force. Although the three monkeys were strong, they could not withstand such force. After letting out a series of miserable cries, they crashed backward in a sorry state. Whoosh! While rolling, one of the monkeys lost control of its body and knocked another monkey to the ground. My staff technique is called the fate-following staff technique. Jiang Nan put away his stick and said to the camera, if I encounter a king cobra, I can use it to fight the snake. If I encounter a monkey troop, I can use it to fight the monkey. In short, No matter what animal I encounter by chance, I'm willing to fight it. Even in such a tense moment, Jiang Nan still had the mood to joke. However, after witnessing Jiang Nan's skills, the viewers in the live stream breathed a sigh of relief. Continue. Jiang Nan roared loudly, leaped into the air, and flew straight into the center of the monkey troop, locking onto the Monkey King. He understood the principle of capture the king first to catch the thief. Otherwise, with so many monkeys, even if he had the ability to defeat them one by one, he would be exhausted to death. The Monkey King seemed to understand what Jiang Nan wanted to do, and suddenly jumped up from the rock, baring his teeth and claws while roaring loudly. In an instant, more than a dozen monkeys jumped down from the tree and rushed to the Monkey King's side, keeping a close eye on Jiang Nan and guarding him fiercely. They are so intelligent and in sync, especially in their ability to cooperate, which is a terrifying thing. Just like humans, they can use some simple tools. Jiang Nan remained completely calm. He swung his wooden stick with his right hand, spinning rapidly, ignoring all attacks, and forcefully smashed open a path. The sheer frenzy not only sent shivers down the spines of the monkeys involved, but also caused the viewers in the live stream to gasp repeatedly. Snap! Jiang Nan finally succeeded, his left hand precisely grabbing the Monkey King's neck. The Monkey King felt the pain, struggled fiercely, and squeaked. At the same time, all the monkeys jumped down from the trees and rushed towards this place, creating an overwhelming sensation. Some of them wanted to attack Jiang Nan, but they were afraid that Jiang Nan would strangle the Monkey King, so they helplessly lowered their heads. Some had already witnessed how terrifying Jiang Nan was and dared not approach, shrinking their heads and hiding several meters away. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Nan had managed to capture the Monkey King after battling the frenzied monkey troop. What fuck? Awesome. Nothing more to say, just awesome. What exactly is going on? A hallucination. It must be a hallucination. I was so shocked my heart almost jumped out of my chest. I was 9 months pregnant, and I was so shocked that the baby was about to jump out of my belly. I knew the Island Lord was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Island Lord, what kind of staff technique is this? This is so unscientific. This is the kind of live stream we should be watching. It's way more interesting than dancing or anything like that. Island Lord, forever a god. The irritable Bull Demon King rewarded the Bull Demon King with a rocket. Comment. I was so ignorant just now. The headmaster is truly amazing. All viewers in the live stream were. What's going on? Did I accidentally slip? Or did they betray us? The sudden rocket attack by the irritable Bull Demon King left everyone in the live stream completely dumbfounded, including the Jiang Nan region. Hey bro, what are you doing? I'm training a monkey, not you. Could it be that you've fallen in love with me? The atmosphere became quite awkward. A few seconds later, Jiang Nan said, Thank you for the rocket, Bull Demon King. Thank you for your support. Based on what the viewers in the live stream just said, anyone else would have been so ashamed that they would have quietly left the live stream. But the irritable Bull Demon King not only didn't stay, but instead stayed and used rockets. This is truly baffling. Actually, even the Bull Demon King doesn't send rockets. But after seeing how easily Jiang Nan captured the Monkey King, he began to act uncontrollably. Wonderful. This is even more exciting than a blockbuster movie with special effects. Even with prior rehearsal, it would be impossible to achieve this effect. This is what I should be watching. Screw Ming Ming Chan. Screw dancing. Screw one-on-one. One-on-one video chats can certainly bring an adrenaline rush of pleasure, but here, it's even more exciting and thrilling. What man doesn't enjoy a thrilling and exhilarating martial arts fight? Brother Nyo, have you been drinking? What exactly is going on here? Weren't you going to help Ming Ming Chan win the #1 spot on the rankings? Could it be that he was so angry that his hand slipped and he sent it to the wrong live stream? Even the lucky koi fish asked, Dude, are you going through something traumatic? The grumpy Bull Demon King excitedly replied, Thank you everyone for your concern. I'm doing very well now, and I've also figured things out. The content of the Island Owner's live stream is exactly what I want to see, and it's very much to my liking. My daily routine of going to work every day makes me feel that life is boring and tasteless, but after seeing the Island Owner's skills, I've really opened my eyes, and I feel that life can be more and more exciting. Chapter 53 Calabash Brothers Save Grandpa. It seems Brother Nyo is sincere. Congratulations, Brother Nyo, on abandoning darkness and embracing light. Congratulations to the Island Lord on gaining a new big brother. To be honest, the Island Lord is indeed very charming. He can not only subdue the Monkey King in the midst of a massive army, but also bewitch Big Brother. Brother Nyo, You'll soon find out how right you were to make this decision. The island owner's live stream is much more interesting than girls twisting and turning while dancing. Welcome, Brother Nyo, to Nantianmen. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. The irritable Bull Demon King's words were truly heartfelt, and the viewers in the live stream could feel it. They quickly put aside their previous dissatisfaction with him and applauded in welcome. They were all smart enough not to deliberately provoke their elder brother, escalate his conflicts, or cause him to leave in anger. Because with each additional big spender in the live stream, the streamer can go further and achieve greater success. Although the platform apologized afterward, the wealthy readers refused to go back. In less than 5 minutes, news of the Bull Demon King's betrayal reached Ming Jiang's live stream. Oh no, Brother Bull Demon King has betrayed us. The battle at the front is fierce, and even that guy with the thick eyebrows and big eyes, Brother Nyo, has joined in. Ming-Chan was still wiggling her body when she saw the screen filled with comments about the Bull Demon King's betrayal. Her expression changed drastically, and she lost all interest in dancing, anxiously asking, "What happened? What on earth happened?" The drowned fish tipped 10 rockets. And, Brother Nyo is gone, but we still have Brother Yu, right? Don't worry, Ming-Chan, I'll help you reach number 1 on the leaderboard. Originally, the drowned fish only wanted to watch Ming-Chan's one-on-one videos for a very low price, but unexpectedly, the Bull Demon King suddenly betrayed them. Helpless, they could only grit their teeth and go for it themselves. He felt that if he could reach first place, he could replace the Bull Demon King and fight Ming-Chan one-on-one. Even more could happen. After all, there's a saying, it's better to offer help in times of need than to add flowers to brocade. Just as Brother Nyo left, Brother Yu arrived. Ming was overjoyed and excitedly covered her face with her hands, saying, "Thank you, Brother Yu. I'm so happy. Pats." As he spoke, he even blew a big kiss to the drowned fish on the screen. The drowned fish wasn't in a hurry. It calmly sent a private message to Ming-Chan. "What I want is more than just a flying kiss. I also want you to understand. In the live streams of some popular female streamers, there is no shortage of big spenders. As soon as one big spender leaves, another one will immediately take his place. Because everyone wants to have something happen with the female anchor. Even if this female streamer had previously been with other big spenders and was dumped, the other big spenders still wanted to give it a try." Ming Jiang immediately replied, "I understand. As long as Brother you can help me secure first place, I will definitely satisfy you tonight. By the way, this is my WeChat, please add me first." Although the phrase drowned fish is used subtly, Ming Jiang understands it immediately. It's easy to imagine what she, who appears so innocent on the outside, has gone through behind the scenes. Only after receiving a positive response from Ming did the drowned fish start sending gifts again, helping Ming climb back to the top of the daily reward list in the outdoor section. However, I was pushed back down in less than 10 seconds. Just after the drowned fish finished donating a rocket, a notification popped up above its head from the irritable Bull Demon King donating a rocket. This time, it was the Bull Demon King, who had just betrayed Jiang Nan, who helped him reach the top spot. Ming Jiang was extremely anxious. "Brother Yu, what should we do? We've lost first place again. Can you help them out?" The drowned fish was puzzled. He couldn't understand why the Bull Demon King had betrayed him so completely, so he said, "Don't panic, Ming-Chan. I'll go see what's going on. Don't worry, I definitely won't betray you." After making a series of solemn promises, the drowned fish left the live stream and entered Jiang Nan's live stream. About 5 minutes later, Ming Jiang's live stream. "Oh no, even the drowned fish has betrayed us. Big Brother has betrayed us again." Oh, the anxious and bewildered Ming was completely confused. Another Big Brother has betrayed us? What's wrong with the Big Brother these days? He doesn't like women, he likes men? The other person is just a rough guy. How could he be more charming than me? It's like the Calabash brothers trying to save their grandfather. One by one, the older brothers are leaving, and Ming is so anxious she's almost crying. After much thought, she decided to ask other men on WeChat for help. You really think I can't live without you two? I have plenty of big brothers on WeChat." While cursing inwardly, Ming Jiang opened WeChat. "After careful consideration, I chose a big spender who really liked me and was very generous with his donations. I left a message saying, 'Good brother, come to my live stream and save me. I've lost my number 1 spot. Please help me. If you help me regain number 1, I'll send you a short video tonight, and I can even record it according to your request.'" Ming Jiang is very good at understanding the big brother's preferences. This big brother doesn't like one-on-one chats, but prefers to watch short videos he records, especially customized ones. She was also clever. She only summoned one of her older brothers. If several had come in a row, he might have become jealous, leading to unpleasantness or even him leaving. Sure enough, the older brother arrived in the live stream in less than a minute. Aunt Tooth Black donated 10 rockets as a reward. Aunt Tooth Black donated 10 rockets as a reward. Aunt Tooth Black donated 10 rockets as a reward. This guy was rather aloof. As soon as he entered the live stream, he didn't say a word. He just started showering people with gifts. Almost all streamers like this kind of generous older brother. Thanks to Aunt Tooth's efforts, Ming Jiang has once again topped the list. But a familiar scene unfolded once again. In less than a minute, the other side was snatched away by Jiang Nan. This time, it was the Bull Demon King and the drowned fish who helped Jiang Nan steal it. This bizarre situation caught Aunt Tooth Black, who had just arrived in the live stream room off guard. He said, "I'll go see what's going on." No matter how handsome a male streamer is, how could he possibly be so popular with these big spenders? Could it be that the big spender's sexual orientation has changed these days? Ming was a little worried and immediately said pitifully, "Brother Aunt, you must come back. I'm waiting for you at home." Aunt Tooth Black, after knowing me for so long, don't you understand me? I'm the most loyal. Chapter 54: The Verbal Battle Between Nantianmen and the Artillery Regiment. Aunt Tooth Black set off proudly and confidently. This time, Ming Jiang continued dancing with complete confidence, trying to maintain the popularity of the live stream. Aunt Tooth Black was there when she first started her live stream. Having been with her for so long, she was 100% certain that he wouldn't betray her. However, yet another leader has betrayed us. Even Aunt Tooth Black brother has fallen for it, and even sent them a rocket. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Aunt brother likes me so much, he would never leave me. Ming Chan stopped dancing and stood there, stunned. She couldn't believe it, and she didn't want to believe it. This scene is like an episode of My Own Swordsman, where the guys encounter the more outstanding and beautiful Jean Jiu, and each of them earnestly tries to persuade her, only to betray Tong, Jiu one after another. The slap in the face came too fast, like a tornado, and it was a series of slaps. Suddenly, Aunt Tooth Black entered the live stream. Ming Jiang immediately grasped at a lifeline and excitedly said, "Brother, you're finally back. I thought you didn't want me anymore either. Someone just said you betrayed me, but I don't believe it at all, because I know you're the most loyal one." While feigning grievance and arousing a man's protective instincts, she also showered him with compliments. Perhaps this is what people call a green tea woman. "Aunt Tooth Black, we've known each other for so many years. Let me give you some advice. You shouldn't compete for the top spot today." "Why? That guy has only been streaming for a few days. He's just a nobody. Doesn't he even give Aunt Brother any face?" Ming asked doubtfully. "Aunt Bro is in the top 30 of the monthly rich list. There's no way he wouldn't know him." This last sentence also attempted to incite conflict between Jiang Nan and Aunt Tooth Black. What's going on? There's a streamer that even Aunt Brother couldn't handle. Who exactly is this young live streamer? He just lured away 2 big spenders from the live stream, and now he's not even giving Aunt Bro any face. Could that guy also be a rich tycoon who doesn't care about money at all, and he's just doing live streams for fun? The viewers in the live stream were furious. "Aunt Tooth Black, the island owner recognizes me and is very polite to me. However, there is a woman on his live stream who is called the Koi who drinks pesticide and blows bubbles. I think her style of doing things is a bit like the Koi King who is often active in the top 10 of the rich list. The King of Koi. That rich woman who once spent all the gifts in one night. I heard he's the president of a listed company and has plenty of money, but I don't know his exact age." Aunt Tooth Black continued. "The Koi King said that she originally did not want to compete for the top spot, but if you continue to provoke her, then she will definitely help the island lord snatch the top spot." In the live stream in Jiang Nan, Aunt Tooth Black had already figured out the whole story. Is this really the smurf account of the Koi King? If that's the case, then there's really no chance. Just who is this little streamer? How did he manage to keep the Koi King watching? You know, the Koi King only watches streams randomly and has never stayed in any streamer's room before. Do you think it's possible that the King of Koi has taken a liking to that little streamer? If you put it that way, I'm really interested. I want to go and see for myself. Together. Within a minute, the number of viewers in the live stream plummeted, and the popularity dropped sharply as viewers flocked to Jiang Nan's live stream. Seeing this, Ming almost burst into tears. "Aunt Bro, you might as well not have come back. The moment you came back, all my fans in the live stream left because of what you said. Who am I supposed to complain to?" Seemingly having heard Ming Ming-chan's thoughts, Aunt Tooth Black said again, "Hey, Ming Ming-chan, I'll go take a look too." Ming Ming Jiang hurriedly said, "Aunt Bro, what are you looking at? Didn't you say you were the most loyal?" "Aunt Tooth Black, I'm loyal to one person, but not to you. From now on, I'll stay in the island owner's live stream room, and I'll delete your WeChat." As soon as he finished speaking, Aunt Tooth Black left the live stream. The last line left behind is like Chiu Ya's classic line from the movie, "Goodbye, Mr. Loser. Yuan Hua, don't call me anymore. I don't want Xia Luo to misunderstand." Brother Aunt, Ming Ming shouted anxiously. But Aunt Tooth Black had already left the live stream and couldn't hear it at all. She decisively took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Aunt Tooth Black, but the reply she received was an exclamation mark. WeChat has really been deleted. In an instant, Ming Ming Jiangqi bared her teeth and claws, her face contorted in a ferocious manner, losing all trace of her former charm and good looks. Increasingly angry, Ming Ming Jiang secretly entered Jiang Nan's live stream using a secondary account. She wanted to see for herself what kind of charm Jiang Nan had that kept so many older brothers here. As soon as she entered, before she even had a chance to watch the live stream, she saw the Bull Demon King, as well as a drowned fish and black ants. They were chatting and laughing with Jiang Nan, having a great time. They would even shower each other with gifts when they were having a good time chatting. More money was spent than in her live stream. This was unbearable for Ming Ming Jiang, who was about to start cursing on her alternate account when she suddenly remembered that her fans had also come to the live stream. Since there are fans around, there's no need for me to take action. Otherwise, if it gets exposed one day, it will greatly damage their image. In the live streaming world, if one streamer's top patron is taken away by another streamer, their fans will definitely start a war of words. This is the same process that has remained unchanged since ancient times. Ming Ming Jiang has a lot of fans, and more than 1,000 people have been flocking in one after another. As soon as they came in, they started swearing. Give a warm welcome to Ming Ming-chan's fan artillery regiment as they set out on their mission. When the artillery regiment marches out, not a blade of grass will remain. Is this the streamer who steals other people's big spenders' money? How shameless. That ant with black teeth, didn't you say you were the most loyal? You really deserve to be scolded. And the Bull Demon King, the drowned fish, you're disgusting too. So this is what rich people are like, fickle and shameless. It's truly mind-blowing. There must be something going on between the streamer and her lover. Sister Koi, what exactly did you see in this streamer? Her face? Her figure? Or her skills? Sister Koi, let me be your little lapdog. I'll definitely be a better lapdog than this streamer. The public chat was filled with insults from Ming Ming Jiang's fans. When fans hurl insults, they often link the streamer to the panderer or a follower. Even if the streamer and the person who is being used as a shill are innocent, they will still be criticized and unable to escape responsibility. Seeing this scene, Jiang Nan's fans couldn't sit still and joined in the flame war. Chapter 55 Sneak Attack. A disregard for martial morality. Oh, you want to start a war? We don't provoke trouble, but we're not afraid of it. Since you want war, then come on. If heaven hadn't created keyboard warriors, the keyboard world would have remained in eternal darkness. Let the keyboard come. The koi fish, drinking pesticide and spitting bubbles, said, "Calm down. Ming Ming-chan is clearly giving all these fans to the island owner. We should thank her. These days, even black and red are still red. What you're saying seems to make a lot of sense. This is definitely the most magnanimous female streamer I've ever seen." After giving gifts to the big spenders, she even gave gifts to her fans. The word broad is used wonderfully. Ming Ming-chan is indeed quite broad. You can't hold her in one hand. Welcome to Ming Ming-chan's fans. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome to the artillery regiment. Please speak more and contribute your words. There were still some smart people in Jiang Nan's live stream. Under the leadership of the King of Koi, all the fans of Nantianmen did not hurl insults, but instead applauded and welcomed them. We live in the age of internet traffic. Whether you're a celebrity, an internet celebrity, or a live streamer, no matter how many fans you have or how many haters you have, as long as you can generate traffic, you can stay popular. The most typical example is Zhang Dada, a host in the entertainment industry. Despite being insulted and ridiculed by the entire internet, and even having people want to crowdfund to beat him up, she still keeps appearing on variety shows and remains active in the public eye. She is also good friends with Yang Mi and Angelababy. Of course, there's also Kuan Kuan, a top-tier idol with immense popularity. What? You can say whatever you want, I'll accept whatever I want. This move caught Ming Ming Jiang's fans off guard, and little question marks were flashing above their heads. Overt conspiracy, to flatter and kill. One word, absolutely amazing. As the saying goes, you can't hit someone who's smiling, so these fans were no longer in the mood to continue their insults. If you keep hurling insults, you'll just be labeling yourself a keyboard warrior. Just as they were feeling embarrassed and preparing to quietly leave the live stream, they were suddenly drawn in by the content. Jiang Nan was sitting leisurely on a huge rock, with two monkeys beside him. One was the Monkey King, whose neck was being held by his right hand, and he was unable to struggle or move. One of them was a red-faced monkey, grinning happily and occasionally making a smug face at the Monkey King. In the end, it even clung tightly to Jiang Nan's leg. He's really sucking up to someone powerful. It never expected that Jiang Nan would capture the Monkey King from among thousands of monkeys so easily, and it was now firmly attached to this powerful figure. Then look at Jiang Nan, who, with his legs crossed and a kind smile on his face, surveyed the monkey troop from all directions and said calmly, "What are you all doing holding 10 wooden sticks in your hands? Throw them away." Squeak, squeak, squeak. Whoa! The monkeys completely ignored Jiang Nan's words, showing no fear whatsoever, and instead began to scream hysterically. Some waved wooden sticks, wanting to rush over and beat Jiang Nan. Some held stones in their hands, staring intently at Jiang Nan. Some even tried to be clever, attempting to sneak around to the rear and launch a surprise attack on Jiang Nan. They all wanted to rescue the Monkey King, and none of them would submit to Jiang Nan. Because the hierarchy within a monkey troop is extremely strict and brutal. Generally, as long as you can defeat the previous Monkey King, you can become the new Monkey King. The Monkey King has a harem and can choose any female monkey in the troop to serve him. He can also order other monkeys to pick any food in his territory for him to enjoy. In short, the best female monkeys and the most abundant food belong to the Monkey King. Within the Monkey King's harem, there are also queens and consorts of different ranks. The royal family lived a life of luxury, with no worries about food or clothing. The Monkey King's descendants also received preferential treatment and care, and could enjoy the sweetest, largest, and best fruits from the fruit trees. Other commoners could only eat the unripe small fruits from the trees. There are even members at the lowest level who cannot even eat the fruit on the trees, and can only eat the scraps on the ground. Whether it's food, housing, or choosing a spouse, everything is based on status and identity. Each monkey remembers its own role. Some are responsible for maintaining order within the troop, some for patrolling the troop's territory, some for standing guard, and some for gathering fruit. These are tasks that cannot be overstepped. The children and wives of the Monkey King are royalty, while the children and wives of commoners are commoners. This is predetermined at birth, just like in ancient dynasties. If they disobey or fail to challenge the Monkey King, they will be beaten or even driven out of the troop. Of course, this status can be changed. If you save the Monkey King's life or protect the Monkey King and gain the satisfaction of the Monkey King or other members of the royal family, you can get rid of your commoner status. Although they could never become royalty, at least they could eat better. It's exactly the same as in ancient times when someone would be rewarded for saving the emperor. At this moment, the Monkey King was captured, and every ordinary monkey was eager to try to rescue him and escape their status in the monkey troop. Apart from the few who had just fought Jiang Nan head-on, they were truly terrified and were still trembling in a corner. Whoa! A monkey jumped down from a nearby tree, descending from the sky, attempting to ambush Jiang Nan. Whoosh! Jiang Nan was already prepared and brandished his long staff, ready to strike. But the red-faced monkey in front of him was faster. He only saw a blur before the red-faced monkey leaped up and pounced on the monkey that hadn't even landed yet. In an instant, the two monkeys were fighting. To be precise, it was a one-sided suppression by the red-faced monkey. It pounced on its opponent, clenched its claws into fists, and began to relentlessly and frantically smash its opponent's head like a hammer. Soon, the monkey that had launched the sneak attack was defeated, struggled to its feet, and turned to run away. Whoa! The red-faced monkey did not give chase. Instead, it returned to Jiang Nan's side, patting its chest with its paws, showing Jiang Nan its bravery and loyalty. Because the fight was so fierce, some of its opponent's blood was splattered on its face. As it haphazardly wiped it, it appeared even more domineering and valiant. Who would want to launch a sneak attack now? Jiang Nan glanced at the monkeys all around him and said coldly, "I'll say it one last time. Put down your sticks and stones, and get back. Get back. Get back. Otherwise." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Nan exerted force with his right hand. The Monkey King, whose neck was being choked, immediately felt he couldn't breathe and started squeaking in a panic. Upon hearing the Monkey King's cry, the group of monkeys gradually put down their sticks and stones and slowly retreated. However, their eyes remained sharp, and they were still quite defiant. This is a golden opportunity to rise to prominence and achieve great success. They won't give it up easily. For them, the Jiang Nan region is not scary. What is scary is returning to their troop and continuing their life in darkness. Just like for people, there is only one disease in this world, and that is poverty. Chapter 56, How Ren's Dismissal. To hold the emperor hostage and command the feudal lords. One word: cool. A sneak attack. Snap. So fast. Fortunately, the island lord did not serve as an official in the heavenly court back then. Otherwise, there would have been no such thing as Sun Wukong causing havoc in the heavenly palace. To be precise, the island's owner must be the reincarnation of Sun Wukong, which is why he can easily control this group of crazy monkeys. The irritable Bull Demon King rewarded the Bull Demon King with 5 treasure maps. Comment: amazing. Thrilling. It's like watching a special effects blockbuster. I haven't had this much fun in a long time. The drowned fish tipped 3 rockets. One comment read: the immersion is so strong. I feel like I am the Monkey King Sun Wukong right now, and all the monkeys have to be respectful to me. Ant Tooth Black tipped 2 Midsummer Night's Dreams. The comment read: you two are so unfair. Why didn't you tell me beforehand that the island owner's live stream was so amazing? I wouldn't have been tricked by Ming Ming Chan into going to her live stream and giving her a lot of tips. Now that I think about it, it really hurts. The worst part is that when I came over just now, I greeted you, but you ignored me. The drowned fish said, this isn't our fault. We thought you were coming to interrogate us and call us traitors, so we didn't dare to say anything and could only remain silent. Ant Tooth Black. What's there to be afraid of? We are all very loyal people. We just accidentally took a wrong turn on the road in our search for streamers worth protecting. The irritable Bull Demon King. Ant Bro is right. We just went astray before. We're not traitors. This is called turning away from darkness and embracing the light. Besides, what's so interesting about that Ming Ming Chan's live stream? She's twisting and turning like a maggot. It's an eyesore. Ant Tooth Black. What? Brother Neo, you're really too daring with your description. Aren't you afraid that Ming Ming Chan's alt account is spying on us here? The irritable Bull Demon King said, I'm just telling the truth. Let her watch if she wants. Anyway, I have nothing to do with her anymore. After this incident, the Bull Demon King and the other big brothers realized that they were just fish kept by Ming Ming, who took advantage of their affection to make them keep giving her gifts. As soon as they left, she could immediately find another big brother to replace them, seamlessly taking over. Naturally, they distanced themselves from her. In Ming Ming Jiang's live stream, Ming Ming Jiang would cry and beg for big spenders to send her gifts every half hour. In Jiang Nan's live stream, Jiang Nan never asks big spenders to give him gifts. It all depends on the big spender's mood. If he feels comfortable watching, he will give gifts. If he doesn't, he will leave. This comparison further fueled the reason why the Bull Demon King and other elder brothers stayed. At this moment, Ming Ming Jiang, who was watching the chat of the big brothers using her alternate account, was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She was no longer in the mood to stay and decisively left the live stream. But when he returned to his live stream, he found that there were fewer than 1,000 viewers. Some of them were robots that I bought myself. Where have all the audience members gone? Naturally, they were captivated by Jiang Nan and stayed there one after another. Damn it. I don't believe it. Ming Ming Jiang was so angry that she started swearing. She opened WeChat and began sending messages to all the big shots in the fish pond. The message reads, Good brother, I was bullied today. Can you help me? If you help me, I'll immediately buy a plane ticket to your city to meet you. And I'll let you in on a little secret. I can drink cold drinks these next few days. One sentence. You can drink it cold. Those who know. However, what happened next made Ming Ming even angrier. Some of the guys replied, Sorry, I'm watching the island owner's live stream right now. Some older men simply replied with 2 words, no time. Some of the guys have even blocked Ming Ming Jiang, leaving her with a red exclamation mark. Damn it. Ming Ming Chan cursed repeatedly, grabbing her hair wildly like a demon. She was no longer in the mood to continue the live stream and decisively ended it, ignoring the few hundred viewers who remained in the room. To be precise, in a fit of anger, I punched the computer, causing it to shut down. She just couldn't understand it. She has a pretty face, a great figure, can sing, dance, and even act cute. Most importantly, she can satisfy any guy's desire, whether it's a one-on-one chat or a short video. She's even willing to meet him in person. So how did she end up losing all her boyfriends inexplicably? What is it about me that I lack compared to a man? Little did she know that while men do like beautiful women, especially those dressed in sexy clothes, they actually prefer things and events that get their blood pumping and fuel their inner fanatics. You should know that a man is a boy until he dies. I like beautiful women, but I like having fun even more. Just like some girls always think that their boyfriends are staying up late at night watching videos of beautiful women on TikTok, when in fact their boyfriends are just watching fishing, car racing, and horror movie reviews. Moreover, there were hundreds of monkeys. The scale was so large that one might never encounter such a thing in a lifetime. Anyone who was in that situation would have been terrified, but Jiang Nan calmly captured the Monkey King from among them. Even science fiction films like Planet of the Apes wouldn't dare to film something like this. This courage and strength are enough to fascinate any man. With nowhere else to turn, Mingming Jiang opened Hao Ren's WeChat. Now she can only seek help from Hao Ren. After all, it was Hao Ren who signed her in the first place, and it was Hao Ren who secretly told her to suppress Jiang Nan. Now, not only has she failed to suppress him, but she has also increased the popularity and audience of Jiang Nan's live broadcast room. It has backfired. Only Hao Ren, the director of the outdoor section, is secretly up to something. A director is more than capable of dealing with a junior streamer. Just like when Zhang Daxian's contract with Douyu expired. In order to deal with Zhang Daxian, Douyu actually restricted Zhang Daxian's search, otherwise you could not find Zhang Daxian no matter how you search for him on the platform. However, I've been fired. I'm no longer the manager. Hao Ren's reply came in less than 2 minutes. Upon seeing this short sentence, Mingming Jiang began to gasp for breath, almost fainting from anger. What the heck? He was fired? They actually dismissed the director of the outdoor area just for the sake of Jiang Nan? What about me? Without Hao Ren as my protector, what am I going to do? Mingming Jiang adjusted her breathing, calmed her emotions, and tried her best to think of a good way to continue working on the Huya platform. Soon, she had an idea. She used her alternate account to log into Jiang Nan's live stream again, opened Jiang Nan's profile, and sent him a private message. While Mingming Jiang's mood was on a roller coaster, someone else was grinning from ear to ear. This person is none other than Mr. Meow. Chapter 57, The Despicable Monkey King. By editing Jiang Nan's live streams, Mr. Meow has become a short video blogger with millions of followers. He tasted success, but was also filled with worries. He worried that Jiang Nan's live streams wouldn't be able to be consistently spectacular every day, which would leave him with nothing to edit and make it even harder to attract more fans. He also plans to edit some game streamers' live streams for this purpose. The first choice is naturally Lu Dihua. Because Lu Dihua's live streams are always entertaining, he's either building up his reputation score or on his way to build up his reputation score, so there's no need to worry about running out of material to edit. But now it seems that Mr. Meow realized he had completely overthought things. Because the live stream from Jiang Nan was even more exciting than the ones from a few days ago. If every day could be this exciting, he felt he could easily gain 2 million, or even 5 million, followers by editing Jiang Nan's live streams. Mr. Meow didn't dare to delay, so he started editing while watching the live stream. Soon, the highlights of Jiang Nan's live stream were edited out. There are 2 videos, which Mr. Meow has titled as follows. Shocking. The corpse-scented devil's flower from Ghost Blows Out the Light has appeared in the world, and the island owner is actually doing this to it. And now, in addition to the previous video where 4 black men fought a bloody battle with lizards, hundreds of monkeys are now besieging the island owner. The title is as satirical as ever, and could even be described as vulgar. But once Mr. Meow has tasted the sweetness, he no longer cares about so much, and he will not change anything. Isn't this what the island owner just streamed? That's way too fast. Excuse me, were you editing this while sitting on the island owner's router? I suspect it was edited while sitting on the island owner's lap. Mr. Meow edited quickly and well, but it's the title that's problematic. Just looking at the title, I thought the island owner had been ganged up on by a bunch of monkeys. After the video was posted, Mr. Meow ignored it, because he needed to keep a close eye on the live stream, lest he miss any other exciting content. He had no idea how popular the 2 videos were, with the number of likes increasing by tens of thousands every minute. As it spread rapidly, a topic emerged on Weibo. The victorious fighting Buddha is nowhere to be seen in the Western paradise, but Sun Wukong is reborn in the mortal world. This topic skyrocketed to the top of the trending searches. In less than half an hour, it had already been pushed to the top spot, and its popularity continues to rise. Isn't this the island owner? My goodness. The island lord has actually been hailed as the reincarnation of Sun Wukong. One person subduing over 100 monkeys can indeed be called Sun Wukong. To witness such a spectacular scene in my lifetime. If we were to film another journey to the west, I would suggest casting the island owner. Not only is his staff fighting superb, but we could also save money on special effects. No way, you're setting the island lord up. If Teacher Zhang finds out, he'll just say, adaptation isn't random fabrication, and fiction isn't nonsense. Wait a minute, do domestic TV dramas even spend money on special effects? Don't they give all the money to the young, handsome actors, and only use the last few cents for special effects? Why are you the only ones watching the monkey? Isn't the island owner handsome? This will be my husband from now on. I hope you won't try anything with your brother-in-law. As expected, people associated with monkeys are all quite handsome, like Mr. Zhang Wujian. Brothers and sisters, hurry over to the live stream. Something even more exciting is coming. By the way, where does the island owner stream from? There are still people who don't know where the island owner streams. Search Island Guardian on Huya. Thank you, miss. To repay you, I'm willing to have babies with you. Sorry, my heart belongs only to the island owner. Here are 4 words for you. Don't get close to anything. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, Jiang Nan was considering whether or not to let go of the Monkey King. It wasn't that Jiang Nan was a kind-hearted saint, but rather that he would continue to live on the Great Barrier Reef, and there was no need for him to be at odds with these natives. Most importantly, the red-faced monkey is a protected animal. In China, catching a sparrow can result in a 300 yuan fine. If you injure a protected animal, you might spend the rest of your life working as a sewing machine with Fan Fan and Feng Feng. We've become friends through a fight, so I can let you go now, but you have to agree to 3 requests. Jiang Nan said to the Monkey King. First, you are not allowed to seek revenge on me in the future. Secondly, I'll protect this red-faced monkey, but you're not allowed to lead the monkey troop to bully it in the future. Finally, I allow you to take the monkeys to human settlements from time to time for a stroll, but you are not allowed to lead the monkey troop to cause damage in the settlements, and you are even more not allowed to bully the animals there. If you agree to these 3 requests, I'll let you go. Perhaps the Monkey King was getting impatient with being gripped by the neck, or perhaps he was worried about losing his authority among the monkey troop, so he actually nodded in a human-like manner. It nodded almost immediately after Jiang Nan finished speaking, very decisively. Instead, the red-faced monkey shook its head violently and reached out its paw to grab Jiang Nan's arm, trying to stop him from doing so. As the Monkey King, you must keep your word, Jiang Nan added, still feeling uneasy. The Monkey King nodded again. Call. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and slowly released her hand. Who would have thought? Snap. The Monkey King, who was looking aggrieved just a second ago, suddenly went berserk the next second, and his clenched fist smashed towards Jiang Nan, who was right next to him. Not only that, it also started howling loudly. Upon hearing the Monkey King's cry, the surrounding monkeys picked up the sticks and stones they had just dropped and charged towards Jiang Nan. With bloodshot eyes and ferocious faces, they were like a flood bursting its banks, or wild beasts released from their dam, viciously pouncing on their prey. Some even jumped down from the trees, trying to pounce on Jiang Nan's face, blocking his view and thus restricting his movement. Some crashed into the ground, trying to knock Jiang Nan over. Some dared not provoke Jiang Nan, so they went to besiege the red-faced monkey. Suddenly, the woods were filled with the strange cries of monkeys, and the sounds became shrill again. You stinking monkey, you're so despicable. Jiang Nan cursed and grabbed the Monkey King's neck again. Although he let go, he didn't completely let go. His right hand was still a few centimeters away from the Monkey King's neck. If the distance were too close, he could grab it in an instant. Fortunately, the sound-blocking card was still valid. Otherwise, his ears would have been unable to withstand the sudden influx of noise from all directions. Although the Monkey King was caught again, hundreds of monkeys pounced on him. As they drew closer, Jiang Nan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This time, the monkeys' sudden uprising makes it impossible for them to once again seize the emperor and command the feudal lords. Because some monkeys had already pounced on them, there was no way for them to retreat. The atmosphere has been built up to this point. Jiang Nan only has 2 paths to choose from. First, force your way out. Secondly, I pray that these monkeys will go easy on me. If they go easy on me, I'll only get a few bumps on my body. If they go hard, I'll get a bump on my ancestral grave. Chapter 58, The White Wolf King's Rescue. Get out of the way. Without much thought, Jiang Nan rushed into the monkey troop. With a long staff in hand, he moved like a tiger descending the mountain, darting freely among the monkeys. Without a single unnecessary word, they started fighting right away. Boom. The long staff whistled through the air, a perfect combination of power and technique, and slammed into the monkey, blocking its way in an instant. No matter how fierce it is, or how strong its body is, it cannot withstand this blow. After staggering back a meter, he immediately rolled on the ground, howling in pain as he clutched the injured area with both hands, his body trembling uncontrollably. The Island Lord's stick is so powerful. If it were me, I would have fallen to the ground too. Hey upstairs, speak properly. What do you mean by the Island Lord's stick is so fierce? Explain yourself clearly. Which stick are you referring to? No matter where the Island Lord's sticks are from, they're all fierce. I love them all. Honey, please treat me like this tonight. Drooling. You should worry about whether our husbands can escape from the monkey troop first. If more than 100 monkeys ganged up on one person, even if the Island Lord was incredibly strong, he would be exhausted to death. If only the Island Lord's stick were the golden cudgel, one strike, and they'd all be knocked down. Sun Wukong's Ri Jingu Bang, the six-eared macaques Sui Exine Tai Gon Bing, the long-armed apes Qin Tianzhu, and the red-bottomed macaques Shihai Bin Tai Guan. Any one of them will do. Wait, listen, it sounds like an animal calling. The viewers in the live stream were buzzing with discussion. Most people were anxiously cheering for Jiang Nan. Until a faint wolf howl reached my ears. Jiang Nan quickly noticed and looked toward the source of the sound. Soon, a wolf darted out of the bushes. It was the White Wolf King. Roar, roar, roar. Awoo! As the White Wolf King appeared, wolves began to emerge from the woods from all directions. They bared their teeth and surrounded the entire valley, leaving no exit unchecked. Hiss! It's actually the White Wolf King. The wolves are coming. Let's see how arrogant the monkeys can be now. These wolves don't just eat fish for free. They'll actually help if you need anything. There's a saying that goes, if a wolf turns back, there must be a reason. It's either to repay a debt of gratitude or to seek revenge. Truly worthy of being the totem god in the hearts of us Mongolians. Upon seeing this, the viewers in the live stream cheered with joy. 1 second you're on edge, the next you're overjoyed. They even hoped that the wolf pack and the monkey troop would go to war and teach these arrogant and domineering wild monkeys a lesson. Awooh! The White Wolf King roared again. Wolves from all directions immediately rushed towards this place at great speed. The 4 wolves charging at the front were only about 1.5 to 1.6 meters long, and were even stronger than the Wolf King. The wolves galloped about recklessly, sweeping in like a storm. Like an out-of-control tide, it surges and churns wildly. For a moment, it caused dust to fly up in the woods. The scene was extremely spectacular and breathtaking. As the wolf pack drew closer, Jiang Nan clearly felt the Monkey King, which he was holding, tremble violently, as if it had been electrocuted. Looking at the other monkeys, they were no longer in the mood to besiege Jiang Nan and rescue the Monkey King. They turned tail and fled. However, the White Wolf King was clearly prepared. He ordered his pack to surround the valley before revealing themselves. Caught off guard, the monkeys could only climb up the trees, hoping to escape from the air, using the trees as cover. This move, if described in one word, is absolutely brilliant. But the wolf pack came too suddenly and too fast, and some of them were already terrified and had no time to escape. Then, the wolf pack surged forward like a tidal wave and knocked them to the ground. The wolf's claws were sharp, and it held the target firmly. The wolf's impact force and sharp claws are extremely powerful, seemingly capable of destroying everything. Most importantly, wolves are very intelligent. As soon as it went up, it used its paws to hold down the monkeys' bodies to prevent them from climbing up the tree and escaping. In less than 10 seconds, more than a dozen monkeys were knocked to the ground. Under the enormous wolf claws, some monkeys were so frightened that they fainted on the spot, while others forgot their hysterical struggles. The wolf pack showed no signs of stopping. After one wolf knocked down a monkey, it would immediately stop, while the rest of the wolves would continue to attack other monkeys quickly. This is how they can quickly catch more monkeys. Seemingly following orders from the White Wolf King, or perhaps because none of the wolves intended to eat the monkeys, none of the jungle wolves, even when they swatted a monkey over, immediately opened their mouths to bite it. Therefore, there were no excessively bloody scenes, but the film still exuded power and bravery. The viewers in the live stream were absolutely thrilled. Some viewers couldn't contain their excitement and even restrained their own destructive huskies, giving them a good beating. What constitutes a grand event? Aside from Zhang Zidong's solo performance of a large-scale event with 2,000 people in the Happy Meeting Room show, today's livestream is the best and most perfect interpretation. Even the animal kingdom wouldn't dare to film like this. Although the movie Wolf Totem was filmed entirely with real wolves, the number of wolves in the film was less than one-third of that in the movie. 5 minutes later, the wolf pack easily ended the battle as if sweeping away fallen leaves in autumn. Half of the monkeys escaped, but the other half were left behind. In contrast, the Monkey King's eyes were filled with terror as he looked at Jiang Nan. Had it known the wolves would help Jiang Nan, it would never have dared to provoke them. Unfortunately, there's no going back. Humph. The White Wolf King slowly walked up to Jiang Nan. It did not participate in the battle from beginning to end, and there was no dust on its body, making it appear exceptionally noble. Thank you for bringing the wolf pack to save me. From now on, whatever you want to eat or drink, you can bring the wolf pack to me immediately. Jiang Nan expressed his heartfelt gratitude and patted his chest in assurance. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, the White Wolf King narrowed his eyes slightly in agreement and laid down beside Jiang Nan. It's time to settle things between us. Jiang Nan turned his head and looked at the Monkey King, who was clutching tightly in his hand and had a deathly expression on his face. To be honest, he really hadn't figured out how to deal with the Monkey King. If it is locked up, the monkey troop might elect a new Monkey King to rescue it and retaliate against the harassment. Just as Jiang Nan was deep in thought, the red-faced monkey next to him nudged his arm and started gesturing with both hands. Is this sign language? Jiang Nan froze, his mouth slightly agape as he translated. You want me to release the Monkey King and hand him over to you to deal with? Uh-huh. The red-faced monkey nodded firmly. Jiang Nan looked puzzled and asked, Why? What do you plan to do with the Monkey King? Also, how do you know sign language? Chapter 59 The Monkey King's Struggle. The red-faced monkey's hands flew across its body as it used sign language again. Very skilled. It's obvious they learned it a long time ago. Jiang Nan nodded thoughtfully and said, If there are any friends in the live stream who understand sign language, I believe they have already understood it. However, there are probably many people who don't understand it, so let me explain it to them. This red-faced monkey once challenged the Monkey King. It could have won, but the Monkey King lacked sportsmanship and launched a sneak attack, which led to the red-faced monkey's defeat. Logically, monkeys that fail a challenge should not be expelled from the troop unless they offend the Monkey King's wife. The reason why the red-faced monkey was driven out is because the Monkey King realized that he was getting old, while the red-faced monkey was in his prime, strong and healthy. This time he was able to defeat the red-faced monkey by sneak attack, but next time it might not be so easy. And so, the Monkey King drove the red-faced monkey out of the troop, and the red-faced monkey began his life as a monkey. As for the monkey troop suddenly swarming over, it's because I ruined the corpse fragrance devil's tongue. The monkey troop had long been eyeing this small valley, but because the corpse fragrance amorphophallus was too smelly, no monkey had dared to approach it, let alone destroy it. So the Monkey King temporarily gave up on the small valley. After sensing that the stench had disappeared, the Monkey King immediately led his troop to the scene, wanting to quickly take over the place and prevent other animals from taking it away. Little did they expect that they would run into the red-faced monkey that had been driven away. Just now, the red-faced monkey grabbed my arm, signaling me not to let go of the Monkey King, because it had fought with the Monkey King before and knew that the Monkey King was despicable. It was worried that the Monkey King would launch another sneak attack. The reason I'm being asked to release the Monkey King and hand it over to it is because it wants to spar with me again and try to seize the Monkey King's position. As for sign language, it was learned by workers when they were building houses here a long time ago. There were a few mute people and a red-faced monkey who lived alone. It often wandered around the mountains and eventually learned to use sign language. Jiang Nan recounted the entire tale of the grudges and love-hate relationship between the red-faced monkey and the Monkey King in one breath. I never imagined the story of the red-faced monkey would be so fascinating. Who the hell can write a novel? This is perfect material. Hurry up and write it. I want to read it. Just like the royal relatives and nobles in ancient times, if they wanted to become emperor, they could only kill the current emperor. If they failed, they would either be killed by the emperor or exiled to the frontier. If they succeeded, they would naturally become emperor, such as Li Shimin and Zhu Di. This red-faced monkey is really lucky to have met the island owner. Otherwise, it would never have had the chance to compete fairly with the Monkey King again. I never imagined monkeys could use sign language in my life. It's like a knife pulling my butt. It's an eye-opener. Here it comes. We've finally found the island owner's live stream. I was tricked into a live stream where a man dressed as a woman was dressed up, and I almost threw up my dinner from last night. A woman dressed as a man? Hey upstairs, tell me the room number. Hiss. Bro, do you want to have a man on top of a man? Comrade, please calm down and don't get agitated. So many monkeys and wolves, it looks exciting. No wonder the guys on Weibo are urging me to come to the live stream. It was really exciting, especially the battle between the wolf pack and the monkey troop just now. It was absolutely breathtaking. Hello, island owner. Let me introduce myself. I am your future wife. New sister, calm down. The island owner is my husband. We already had a deep conversation in our dreams last night. Suddenly, the number of comments in the live stream increased. More and more viewers flooded into the live stream, and the popularity and number of online viewers soared uncontrollably. Looking at the number of subscribers and cardholders, the numbers are changing rapidly every minute and every second. Jiang Nan looked completely bewildered. What's going on? I haven't even signed a contract with Huya yet, and Huya is already giving me traffic? Island owner, you've topped the Weibo trending list. Really? I'm going to check it out. Guys, wait for me for 10 seconds. Our scouts report that the Island Lord has indeed topped the trending topics on Weibo. Not only that, on platforms like Douyin, TikTok, and Taoxiao, the Island Owner has also reached #1. It's blown up. The Island Owner's livestream content is being forwarded like crazy on various platforms. There are even more than a dozen edited versions, which are extremely blurry, typical mosaic quality. Weibo describes the Island Owner as a reincarnation of Sun Wukong. Island Lord, bullshit. I'm so handsome. I'm clearly the Tang monk that female demons are fighting over to marry. Congratulations, Island Lord. Congratulations, Island Lord. On such a joyous day, why don't you dress up in women's clothes and dance for us? It's hard not to agree. #1 trending topic on major platforms? I actually managed to get up there? Jiang Nan harbored deep-seated doubts. In this era where traffic is king, those who can trend on social media are basically young, attractive celebrities who are willing to spend money on themselves. They earn a lot, easily tens of millions or even hundreds of millions for a single film, so naturally they are willing to spend money on marketing themselves. Today, this young actor was praised for his excellent acting skills. Tomorrow, that young heartthrob will be praised for his good looks and handsome appearance. The more something is lacking, the more it will be promoted. There are too many ugly and greasy men in the entertainment industry now, which is incomparable to the past. As for their acting skills, they are even worse. It is precisely because of their inferiority complex that they need to frantically promote themselves in these aspects, trying to deceive the audience, which is just self-deception. Of course, the easiest thing to trend on social media is when a celebrity gets into trouble. Today's female celebrity is a mistress. Tomorrow, that male celebrity couldn't resist the temptation and actually went to a PC. 2 days later, another celebrity quietly gave birth to a child, stunning everyone. It seems that if you woke up one morning, at least half of the celebrities in the entertainment industry would have their careers ruined. In addition, some notorious news stories that have aroused public outrage will top the trending searches. In any case, as long as you keep an eye on the work schedules of teachers Wang Feng and Han Hong, you can basically determine whether there will be any breaking news that day. In short, it's simply impossible for an ordinary person to top the trending searches. The chances are lower than if Grey Wolf can eat the sheep. Unless a phenomenal ordinary person emerges. Dingjun was one of them. Jiang Nan also picked up his phone, browsed Weibo, and quickly understood the ins and outs of the matter. Today, some bloggers edited and posted my live stream content on a short video platform, and it inexplicably became the #1 trending topic. Previous live streams had trended on social media, but none were nearly as popular as today. It seems that today's battle between the wolf pack and the monkey troop was indeed spectacular. I never thought that just live streaming my daily life would make me a trending topic. It's really annoying. Jiang Nan started speaking in the style of old Versailles the moment he opened his mouth. Extremely pretentious. The koi fish that was drinking pesticide and blowing bubbles donated 66 rockets as a reward. Comment. Congratulations to the Island Owner for reaching #1 on the trending topics. Awesome. Chapter 60 The Monkey Calls for Help. Following the Lucky Koi's donation, the other big spenders in the live stream also started to do so. The irritable bull demon king rewarded the two who soared into the sky. Message. Congratulations, Island Owner. This is just a small token of my appreciation. The drowned fish tipped the user with 3 rockets. Comment. New friends. Don't forget to follow us so that Nantiamin can grow bigger and stronger together and create new glories. Ant Tooth Black donated 10 rockets as a reward. Message: Island Master, what are your plans next? Will you release the Monkey King and let them compete to reclaim the Monkey King title? Besides these senior members, some newcomers also made donations according to their own circumstances. Those who are able can tip several hundred or tens of yuan. If you don't have the means, just use the free tiger food. Prior to this, Jiang Nan had already topped the daily donation ranking in Hues outdoor section. Now, after this donation, he is actually heading towards the weekly and monthly rankings. Thank you for the gifts. Please give according to your own situation, but don't get carried away, and don't sell your car, house, or even take out a loan in real life just for the sake of so-called online face. Jiang Nan expressed his heartfelt gratitude and offered his sincere reminder. The reason why the live streaming industry is disliked by some casual viewers is because some people are too easily carried away and will go crazy giving tips just to say thank you or to meet a female streamer in real life. Some people donate their entire month's salary to the tips and then eat only instant noodles every day. Some people even stole batteries to tip female live streamers. Some bought houses and cars and even took out loans. Next, please watch the battle for the Monkey King. As they were talking, Jiang Nan had already released the Monkey King. Now, it's surrounded by jungle wolves, and it no longer dares to launch sneak attacks like before. Jiang Nan patted the red-faced monkey and solemnly said, "Go. Take back everything that belongs to you fair and square, and don't let me down." The red-faced monkey nodded to Jiang Nan, then walked to the open space in front of him, his gaze fixed on the Monkey King. Although the Monkey King was old, he was still a king and retained his dignity. He twisted his neck and stepped forward to meet the challenge. Your hands shake all the time. Full of energy. 360 professions. Every profession has its own strengths. We have athletes at the Olympics. The Monkey Show has a Monkey King. The grand stage of Huiguo Mountain. Welcome to our show. Today's main character. They've made a dazzling entrance. Before the Monkey King competition began, Jiang Nan surprisingly played the song Monkey Show in the live stream, instantly igniting the atmosphere. What? The Island Lord's song choice is absolutely brilliant. When the Suana horn sounds, gold pours in. I admit I'm crazy. I just love listening to Ant Long's songs. I disagree. I think the music from the scene of the real and fake Monkey Kings in Journey to the West should be played at this moment. That would be much more exciting. Let's begin. Get your stools ready. Selling melon seeds and snacks. It's quite rare to see two monkeys vying for the title of Monkey King, and the viewers in the live stream became very active. Some even started screen recording, preparing to save it. Oh whoa, the Monkey King launched the first attack. Knowing it was getting old, it tried to take the initiative from the start. However, the red-faced monkey remained calm and launched an attack with a swift movement. He swung his right arm, like a long whip, at the approaching Monkey King. Snap! The arm was hit hard. The Monkey King's claw also tugged at the red-faced monkey's chest. But the red-faced monkey was too strong, and it knocked the Monkey King back. The red-faced monkey gave the Monkey King no chance to react, charging forward, grabbing the Monkey King by the neck, and dragging him roughly to the ground. Bang 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 bang. Then, riding on the Monkey King's back, he formed fists with both hands and repeatedly pounded him on the head. This is a trick that monkeys love to use. Jiang Nan was terrified. Even a human being hit like that would at least suffer a head injury and a mild concussion. Hiss. That's too ruthless. Are all monkeys this fierce when they fight? Although they use the simplest and most direct moves, they are indeed ruthless. Excellent. I suggest future martial arts films follow this style. I love watching them. Island owner, please lend me the red-faced monkey for a day. I want to use it to teach my ex-boyfriend a lesson. My dear sis, you're so good at business. I want to get one for my ex-boyfriend too. The Monkey King is old, fat, and weak. No match for the red-faced monkey. It's time for him to go his own way. What a pity, we didn't get to see it all. The viewers in the live stream all thought the battle was a foregone conclusion, but Jiang Nan didn't think so. Although the red-faced monkey is young and strong, it still lacks combat experience. On the surface, it appears to be suppressing the Monkey King, but upon closer inspection, one can see that the Monkey King is cleverly raising its arms to protect its head. Otherwise, after all that smashing, he would have passed out long ago. Bang! Soon, the red-faced monkey's attack slowed down. The Monkey King seized the opportunity and kicked the red-faced monkey in the stomach. The red-faced monkey was in pain and was kicked away. Seizing the opportunity, the Monkey King opened his mouth, revealing his ferocious teeth, and roared at the red-faced monkey before turning around and climbing up the nearby tree. The red-faced monkey was both anxious and angry, and decisively followed after them. The battleground for the Monkey King's fight immediately shifted from the ground to the trees. Old Ginger is spicier, and the Monkey King is still a cut above the rest, trying to make up for his poor physical condition by fighting in the tree. A wool, a wool, a wool, squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, the monkeys that had just run away turned back and came rushing towards them with a thunderous roar. Like ants moving house, their numbers seemed even greater than before. As far as the eye could see, the monkey shadows almost completely covered the forest, densely packed and incredibly imposing. The escaped monkey must have gone back to get reinforcements, bringing all the monkeys in the troop with it. Because in Jiang Nan, some female monkeys were observed to be holding baby monkeys the size of a palm in their arms. They originally wanted to bring reinforcements to rescue the Monkey King, but after seeing that the Monkey King and the red-faced monkey had already started fighting, they understood what was going on and stood on the treetops, yelling and cheering him on. Organized, disciplined, and with a strict hierarchy, where orders are obeyed without question. That's what a monkey troop is like. They knew they shouldn't interfere in the battle for the Monkey King, so naturally they wouldn't rush in to help. There are so many monkeys. These must be all the monkeys in the Great Barrier Reef. It feels like there are more than 200, almost 300, so it's quite a large scale. It seems that Wu Qingyan was quite realistic when he wrote Journey to the West. The monkey really does like to call for reinforcements. Hopefully the red-faced monkey can win. Otherwise, with so many monkeys, the island owner will be in big trouble. White Wolf King, are you looking down on our wolf pack? We have plenty of wolves too, and we're not afraid of sheer numbers. The audience watched and commented. Jiang Nan looked up, keeping a close eye on the battle between the red-faced monkey and the Monkey King. He realized that the Monkey King was about to give up. Chapter 61. Although the Monkey King was clever and knew to climb trees to fight and dodge, he was really too weak. Before long, he was already panting heavily. It must have been the Monkey King for too long, never having to do anything itself, never knowing how to exercise, only knowing how to play and enjoy itself. Over time, its body became increasingly fat. Bang! Exhausted, the Monkey King wanted to launch a final attack to turn the tide, but before he could even jump up, the red-faced monkey had already charged at him. There was no time to dodge, and caught off guard, the Monkey King slammed hard to the ground. The red-faced monkey followed closely behind, leaping down from the tree and mounting the Monkey King once more. It swung its fists, unleashing a barrage of blows. This time, it was faster and more powerful. Having learned from the previous lesson, they prevented the Monkey King from taking advantage of the situation to launch a sneak attack. At this moment, the Monkey King was completely powerless. He was too weak to kick the red-faced monkey away as before, and he couldn't even lift his arms. He could only let his fists hit his face. Soon, the Monkey King was bruised and swollen, and was spitting blood. A hero's twilight years are destined for tragedy. Whoa! The red-faced monkey didn't beat the Monkey King to death. After seeing that it had completely fainted, it decisively stopped, patted its chest with both hands, and yelled at the monkeys in all directions. The previously boisterous monkey troop suddenly fell silent, all of them staring intently at the red-faced monkey jumping back and forth below. This is their new Monkey King. No monkey dared to deny it. All they could do was acknowledge and obey, because that was the ironclad rule in the monkey troop. Just like the new emperors who succeeded in rebellions in ancient times, no one dared to question them. Instead, they were mostly flattered and protected. Whether the old Monkey King will be driven out of the troop or killed, and whether his wife and children will be suppressed, or whether the children will be killed and the wife will be taken over, all depends on the new king's mood. The transition between old and new kings is so cold. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After a brief silence, the monkeys around began to cheer for the new Monkey King one after another. Several strong monkeys even jumped down from the tree, came to the Monkey King, symbolically lowered their heads, and raised their right hands to show their loyalty to the new Monkey King. The new Monkey King will gently touch their right hand to show his approval. After finishing all this, the new Monkey King quickly ran to Jiang Nan and gestured with his hands in sign language to express his gratitude. Thank you. Jiang Nan understood the new Monkey King's sign language, waved his hand, and laughed. You're too kind. Congratulations on becoming the Monkey King. From now on, the entire monkey troop is yours. Lead them well, and don't lead them to cause trouble. Jiang Nan fears that as the monkey troop grows larger, the monkeys will become increasingly arrogant, just like the monkeys on Mount Imei, who frequently attack tourists and steal their food. If you're going to be a monkey, you should emulate the golden monkey. The new Monkey King nodded very seriously and obediently sat down in front of Jiang Nan. For a moment, to Jiang Nan's left was the all-black, red-faced Monkey King, and to his right was the all-white Jungle Wolf King, exuding an extraordinary aura of power. Monkey King on the left, Wolf King on the right, Commander-in-Chief of the island. What are you all waiting for? Quickly take a screenshot. Such a harmonious scene is a rare sight. The island owner really struck it rich today. He gained the Wolf King's trust by fishing and also acquired a red-faced monkey who just became the Monkey King in the troop. From now on, the island owner will be able to walk sideways in this forest. Isn't this my childhood dream? To lead a group of animals through the streets and alleys, running rampant and dominating the land. Jiang Nan looked at the scrolling comments and suddenly thought of something, saying, "Come on, I'm here to collect names again. Everyone, please give the Monkey King and the Wolf King a name. I only have one request. The name of the Monkey King should sound like black, but it cannot contain the word black. The name of the Wolf King should sound like white, but it cannot contain the word white." As soon as the words were spoken, the viewers in the live stream immediately began to use their wit and ingenuity. The Monkey King is called a developer or a real estate developer. I'm asking you, isn't that shady? The agent disagreed. My boss is even more dissatisfied. Capitalists, all of you sit down. It would be better to just call it Africa, simple and straightforward. Silence, there is darkness, and there is you. Coal briquettes or dung briquettes. That's easy. Just call him Song Xiaobao. The little sea dog is called Fourth Brother, so it's a perfect dream collaboration. Politeness, are you Song Xiaobao? Simple. The Monkey King is called Bu Bai, and the Wolf King is called Bu Hei. The Wolf King is called Little Blackie, which is not only vivid but also fits our AI Cohen's temperament. Hey, what are you doing? I'm a bit rebellious, so the Wolf King has to be called Little White, and the Monkey King has to be called Little Black. The Monkey King must be called Guangong. It would be a shame if he didn't have that big red face. Delete it, let me post it. I'll give you 50 cents, buy some spicy strips, and share them with your friends. Wouldn't that be wonderful? That won't do. I'm afraid the Monkey King can't control that name. What's there to be afraid of? I've seen online that some people have named their children Qianlong, and some even have the surname Zhao and are called orphan of the Zhao family. The barrage of comments was scrolling faster and faster and becoming increasingly outrageous. Jiang Nan searched for a long time but couldn't find a satisfactory name. In the end, he had to think of one himself. After about a minute, he said, "Bai Chao Shuang, the name of the Monkey King. White Moon, the Wolf King's name." In ancient times, there were many elegant names for black, such as ink color, dark color, and mysterious color. One of them was called 100 Herbs Frost. According to the Compendium of Materia Medica, Baiko Shuang was made by boiling the ashes scraped from the bottom of a pot into medicine. This might seem confusing, as it's just soot from the bottom of a pot. How can soot be used to make medicine? Actually, the ash at the bottom of the pot is a layer of frost-like substance formed after hundreds of kinds of herbs have been burned, hence the name 100 Herbs Frost. Many people have seen how black the soot at the bottom of a pot can be, so it's natural to name the Monkey King 100 Herbs. In ancient times, white also had many elegant names, one of which was the bright moon. The moon white is a light blue color. The ancients believed that the color of the moon was not pure white, but had a thin, icy hue, which perfectly matched the cold and noble temperament of the White Wolf King. Moon white has appeared in many literary works. Imagine a gentle girl in a moon-white autumn dress standing in the rain, holding an umbrella. How beautiful that scene would be. My goodness, I never expected the island owner to be so cultured. The island owner is a walking encyclopedia, so this knowledge is just a drop in the ocean for him. Black Monkey King Baiko Shuang, White Wolf King Jiayu. Sounds good, quite poetic. I agree with what the island owner said. Me too. The viewers in the live stream all expressed their agreement. This is not merely an endorsement of Jiang Nan, but rather an appreciation of the wisdom of our ancestors. The White Wolf King and the Black Monkey King seemed to possess some intelligence, as if they knew they had been given names by humans, and they both gave Jiang Nan a deep look. Chapter 62. Alright, I should go back now, you can all leave. Jiang Nan glanced at the time, patted the heads of the White Wolf King Jiyu and the Black Monkey King Baiko Shuang, and said softly, "Awo." The White Wolf King, Jiayu, slowly rose and roared to the sky. Upon hearing the command from the White Wolf King, Jiayu, the surrounding jungle wolves released the monkey they had been trampling under their feet. Under normal circumstances, wolf packs will not have conflicts with monkey groups, let alone initiate battles. Even when they are starving, they rarely eat them because they know that monkey groups, like them, are extremely vengeful. If the monkeys can't climb trees, they aren't worried about retaliation. But the monkeys were too agile. They could climb trees and throw stones at the wolves on the ground, and even steal wolf cubs when the wolves weren't looking. In India, there were news reports of a baby monkey being run over and killed by a car while crossing the road. Since then, the mother monkey has frequently stolen human children. Therefore, the wolf pack's attitude towards the monkey troop is to avoid provoking them if possible. Under the leadership of the White Wolf King, Jiang, the jungle wolves gradually disappeared from the forest. Black Monkey King Baiko Shuang followed closely behind, leading the monkey troop away. Before leaving, he waved goodbye to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan noticed that the Black Monkey King, Baiko Shuang, did not drive away or kill the old Monkey King, his wife, and his children. Instead, he ordered the monkeys to take them with them. Perhaps it's because it's kind and doesn't want to kill its own kind. Perhaps it was because he didn't want Jiang Nan to see him handling the monkey troop's duties. After watching them leave, Jiang Nan stretched and headed home. Ding! Congratulations, host, for helping the red-faced monkey become the Monkey King and for naming it and the White Wolf King. The red-faced monkey and the White Wolf King are very happy and are rewarding you. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the bird's nest box. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the dancing grass. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a diving suit. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the eternal couple banyan tree. Nest box. This nest box is specially made to be warm in winter and cool in summer, clean and tidy, and is most suitable for newly hatched baby birds. Dancing grass x 1 acre. As the name suggests, dancing grass loves to dance. Whenever it hears a song or any other sound, it will sway its body continuously, like a beautiful woman dancing, which is pleasing to the eye. When it hears strange and unpleasant noises, it frowns and stops dancing. Furthermore, the dancing grass has no nightlife. At night, it doesn't dance. Instead, it presses all its leaves tightly against the stem, like a well-behaved lady, sleeping peacefully. If you had to describe the dancing grass in one sentence, it would be like a virtuous and self-disciplined dancer. Under normal circumstances, the dancing grass can grow to 0.5 meter, but the one rewarded by the system is special and can exceed 2 meters. In addition to being tall, it also has strong branches and dense leaves. In short, this dancing grass has extremely strong immunity and does not need any special care from the host. It can survive on its own. Not only that, the dancing grass rewarded by the system will dance with the host, and will also relieve the host's stress by dancing when the host is tired, and will stretch out its swaying branches and leaves to massage the host. If the host soaks the leaves of the dancing grass in alcohol and drinks a cup in the morning and evening, it can treat arthritis and rheumatism. If the leaves are used to wash the face, it can also have a beautifying effect. Note, the moment the host plants the dancing grass, they will regard you as their master and obey you absolutely and follow your commands 100%. In addition, the seeds of the dancing grass also dance. Diving kit. This kit is fully equipped with fins, snorkel, buoyancy control vest, triple gauge, wetsuit, and regulator. It allows the host to dive to depths of 500 meters or more, 100 meters more than the Guinness World Record for ordinary diving suits, and can sustain the dive for up to an hour, half an hour more than ordinary diving suits. Besides, the most special thing about this suit is that once you put it on, you don't need to worry about the pressure at the bottom of the sea at all. It will be just as easy as being on land. Note, this set does not yet have a color scheme. The user can choose the color scheme according to their own preferences. The everlasting couple banyan trees. These are 2 towering trees that intertwine with each other, with lush branches and leaves, and the top of the tree can even support a large passenger plane. This tree is spiritual. Any animal that nests or lives on or near it will benefit to some extent, whether it is good health and no longer gets sick, or it becomes strong, or it becomes intelligent and begins to understand human nature. Note, this banyan tree does not require a host to plant it. The system has automatically placed it somewhere in the Great Barrier Reef and successfully planted it. The host can try to find it. If you sincerely pray to the banyan tree after finding it, you might receive unexpected rewards. This reward is really great. Jiang Nan's heartfelt exclamation. The key is that the diving suit can even be color matched, which reminded Jiang Nan of Iron Man's armor. Almost every suit is color matched according to his own preferences. Most importantly, the nest box is exactly what I need, because Bird Strong is currently focused on incubating the eggs every day and has no time or energy to rebuild the nest. It is still using the cardboard box that I prepared for it. It's still usable now, but once the eggs hatch, the cardboard box won't be usable anymore. Because birds will run around and poop everywhere, cardboard boxes simply cannot accommodate them. Most importantly, although the cardboard box was lined with some hay and towels, it was nowhere near as warm as a real bird's nest. About an hour later, Jiang Nan arrived home. As soon as he got home, he saw a rather funny scene. Suddenly, little Sea Dog 404 was seen wearing a piece of clothing. Perhaps it was because when Jiang Nan left, it was playing alone and happened to find Jiang Nan's clothes. Because the clothes were large, it inexplicably put them on itself. There was nothing wrong with what it was wearing, but the clothes it was wearing were the same as those worn by Jiang Nan. They were both wearing white shirts. Just as Jiang Nan opened the door, 404 curiously turned his head. For a moment, their eyes met. Their eyes met in the air. The scene was quite awkward. Wearing the same outfit as someone else isn't scary. It's embarrassing if you look worse. The scariest thing is wearing the same outfit as a seal. 404, island owner. Do I look like a human being? Weasel. Isn't that the phrase I used when I was asking for a title? Island Lord, it actually wore your clothes. This dog must not be allowed to live. It's like in ancient times when someone wanted to usurp the throne, they would deliberately wear the dragon robe and say, "Who put the dragon robe on my body?" Ha ha ha, staring at each other, both questioning their existence and their very being as dogs. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but burst into laughter upon witnessing this scene. Chapter 63, The Legendary Dragon Meat. Take off your clothes. Jiang Nan blurted out the words almost without thinking and rushed towards Little Sea Dog 404. Upon seeing Jiang Nan rushing towards him, Little Sea Dog 404 actually turned and ran away. For a moment, a person and a dog started chasing each other in the living room. Little Sea Dog 404 thought Jiang Nan was just playing with him, so he kept dodging and weaving, sometimes crawling under the sofa, sometimes jumping onto the table, and sometimes picking up a towel and tearing it apart. He was having a great time, and his eyes were squinted into slits. It took Jiang Nan quite a while to finally grab it and forcibly remove its clothes. After taking off his clothes, Little Sea Dog 404 pretended to be innocent, as if to say, "Who put my master's clothes on me? You have so much energy, you're like a husky." Jiang Nan sat on the sofa and muttered a complaint in a low voice. "No. If this continues, Little Seal 404 will definitely destroy the house. I must teach it to swim tomorrow to wear down its strength and energy." The reason why huskies like to destroy things is because they have a lot of energy. You know, back in their hometown, they used to travel long distances pulling sleds every day. After the little incident in Jiang Nan began to check on the other animals in the house. Kangaroo Gangzi was still practicing boxing in the yard, and his pectoral muscles and abdominal muscles seemed to have grown even larger. The little shark was still recovering in the pool when it saw Jiang Nan approaching and slapped its tail in welcome. Meanwhile, Bird Strong was diligently incubating the eggs. Jiang Nan really wanted to show the audience how the 3 baby eggs were doing, but Bird Strong was sitting in the nest the whole time and didn't have a chance to check on them at all. The canary couple is building their nest very quickly. They've already built a basic model. If all goes well, they can move in tomorrow night. Finally, Jiang Nan placed the golden koi he had caught that day into the water tank. This is a large, pure black porcelain jar, 1.3 meters high and 1 meter wide. It has always been left in the corner of the yard, where various odds and ends are usually placed. After being cleaned up in Jiang Nan, it became the home of the golden koi. After being placed in the large porcelain jar, the golden koi carp was still quite resentful and even opened its mouth to spit at Jiang Nan. It's clear this guy has a short temper. After showing the audience all the animals one by one, Jiang Nan went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Do you all remember what I said when we were fishing today? I said we'd be making dragon meat tonight. Jiang Nan washed his hands and explained while preparing the ingredients. Many people must be wondering how there can be dragon meat when there are no dragons in this world. Actually, that's not the case. As I said today, it's not certain whether there are real dragons in this world, but according to ancient records, there are some things that can perfectly replace dragon meat. Today I'm going to make a 5-dragon soup. The 5-dragon soup consists of 5 dragons: black dragon, flying dragon, golden dragon, earth dragon, and baby dragon. Among them, black dragon refers to sea cucumber, flying dragon refers to partridge, golden dragon refers to crucian carp, earth dragon refers to loach or eel, and child dragon refers to eel. Perfect timing. I caught eels, crucian carp, and loaches while fishing today. I also caught sea cucumbers and partridges. The sea cucumbers were caught from the sea earlier, and the partridges were brought to me by the white wolf king, Jiu, and her pack before I left today. There were also quite a few pheasants and rabbits. With all the ingredients ready, let's make soup with 5 dragons. After saying that, Jiang Nan began preparing the ingredients. Eels, crucian carp, sea cucumbers, and loaches are all easy to handle, but partridges are more troublesome, requiring plucking feathers, bleeding, and gutting. The viewers in the live stream started discussing and complaining as they watched Jiang Nan work so hard to cook. This is too much trouble. For a lazy person like me, 5 dragon soup is not a must-have. Ordering takeout is fine. By the way, does a earth dragon include earthworms? No wonder the men's football team scored so many own goals. It turns out that own goal is another name for sea cucumber. Zhao Yun, which bastard wants to eat me? To be honest, I was fortunate enough to eat dragon meat once. It was spicy and sweet when I ate it, and the aftertaste was still spicy. It was not too salty or bland, and it was very delicious. If I remember correctly, the dragon was called Wei Long. Sure. Are you sure? Jiang Nan looked at the scrolling screen, smiled slightly, and added, the real flying dragon is called the hazel grouse, which is a class 2 protected animal in China. It's illegal to eat it, so we used partridge instead. In addition, the original 5 dragon soup used 5 snakes, but snakes are prohibited from being eaten and broadcast, so the current 5 dragon soup has been modified. As for what the 5 vipers are, there are different opinions. It is said that the viper is a poisonous snake in ancient legends. The record of strange things written during the Southern Dynasty states that the viper transforms into a jiao after 500 years, the jiao transforms into a dragon after 1,000 years, the dragon becomes a horned dragon after 500 years, and an inglong after 1,000 years. There are many different theories about the hui now. Some people say it is a lizard, some say it is a salamander, and some say it is actually a venomous snake. The 5 hui are actually the golden-ringed snake, the silver-ringed snake, the cobra, the water snake, and the rat snake. Of course, whether that's true or not, we can no longer know for sure. As the ingredients were gradually prepared, Jiang Nan also began cooking. First, take out the meat of the earth dragon. Earth dragons are considered a highly nutritious food. They often swim at the bottom of rivers and look like dragons, hence the name earth dragon. Fresh lobster meat is extremely delicious, comparable to abalone, so the most succulent part of the lobster, namely the meat, should be sliced off and cut into thin slices. As for the golden dragon, its roe needs to be extracted. Carp roe is a rare delicacy, but no one can guarantee that every crucian carp has roe. Jiang Nan searched for 3 fish before finally finding some. Next, remove the skin from the oolong sea cucumber, remove its internal organs, and repeatedly rub and pull it in warm water until all the water is squeezed out before cutting the skin. Next, you need to extract Zilong's blood. After cooking the eel in a pot, use a knife to cut open the eel's belly and extract the most essential blood from its lower abdomen. Finally, remove the pheasant bones and use them to make a soup. You don't need many seasonings, just a little salt. Finally, add the pork skin and blood roe of the 4 dragons to the bone broth. Thicken it with cornstarch and sprinkle with finely shredded scallions and ginger to remove any fishy smell. This completes the legendary 5 dragons soup. Now, all we need to do is wait quietly for the soup to cook. After making the 5 dragons soup, Jiang Nan didn't rest. She also washed and picked the water celery she had harvested that day, made a simple cold salad, and would use it to accompany the 5 dragons soup later. In addition, the wolves brought far too many pheasants and rabbits today. Jiang Nan couldn't possibly eat them all in one day. Worried that they would all rot if left too long, he plucked their feathers, removed their internal organs, cleaned them thoroughly, and then gradually put them in the refrigerator. In this way, we can make it whenever we want to eat it. Chapter 64 The World's Smallest Kitten. Bang! After Jiang Nan put the last processed wild rabbit in the refrigerator, a loud thud suddenly came. The commotion was so loud that all the viewers in the live stream were startled. What was that muffled thud? Who the hell pooped in their pants pocket? Could it be thunder? Why does it feel like firecrackers are going off? Did something fall down? Could it be that Dallin has brought the sea turtle to me again to catch barnacles? Jiang Nan frowned slightly and muttered, "Don't panic, everyone. I'll go out and take a look." As soon as he got up, he saw that little sea dog 404, who was fast asleep on the sofa, had also been startled awake. It seemed to sense something outside, or perhaps it was scared, and was whimpering towards the front door. Although this little guy is not even a month old, don't forget that it is also a wild beast. Kangaroo Gangzu sprang up, determined to protect its master, and charged toward the door. You all stay inside, I'll be right back. Jiang Nan closed the door to prevent 404 and Gangzu from running out, then turned on his flashlight and began to search the yard. After a thorough inspection, nothing unusual was found. However, a piece of broken tile was found on the ground in the northwest corner. The wind must have been too strong, blowing the tiles off. Jiang Nan didn't care, until I turned around and went back to the door, ready to open it and go in. Meow, mew. A faint meow came from the cat. Although it was very soft and weak, Jiang Nan still heard it clearly. The viewers in the live stream also noticed this. A cat. What kind of cat is it? A British Shorthair? A domestic Shorthair? A ragdoll? An orange tabby? No way. How could there be pet cats on this island? Could it be a cat left behind by the workers who built the island before? To be honest, I love cats the most. A cat's meow drew the attention of many cat lovers. There's no way around it. More and more people like keeping cats these days. The reason for this situation is that keeping a dog in the city is too troublesome now. Not only do you need to walk the dog on a leash every day, but you also need to go through all sorts of permits and licenses. On the other hand, you can just buy a cat and keep it as a pet. Of course, the main reason is that cats are cute. Following the sound of the cat's meow, Jiang Nan quickly ran towards the source of the sound and gradually arrived at the large porcelain jar. 2 or 3 meters away, Jiang Nan saw 2 little tabby cats. They lay on the edge of the large porcelain jar, gazing longingly at the golden koi in the water. One of them even stretched out its claws, ready to grab into the water. The cat wants to eat golden koi fish. Luckily, the island lord arrived in time. Otherwise, the golden koi would already be a dish. To be honest, this golden koi is really fat. I even want to eat it. By the way, what kind of cats are these? Tabby cats? They look like they have tabby markings. Tabby cats aren't that small. These 2 don't even look as big as my palm. They look so frail. Can it be a tabby kitten? This little cat has big ambitions. It actually dares to eat a fish that's more than 10 times its own size. This is nothing. Cats aren't afraid of any fish. I even saw a cat online that dared to bite a crocodile. Don't ask why it's so brave. Just know that crocodiles are fish too. This isn't a tabby cat. Jiang Nan observed them carefully for a few seconds, then said with a serious expression, "They are embroidered cats, the smallest cats in the world, even smaller than teacup cats. The smallest babies are not even as big as a leaf, and even when they grow up, they are only about 24 centimeters long, a little bigger than our palm. At first glance, they look a bit like kittens that have just escaped. Plus, the meows of embroidered cats are naturally very soft and sweet, making them even easier to mistake for kittens. But in reality, they are all adults. If they could talk, they would definitely say, 'What are you looking at? I'm an adult now, not a child anymore.' With their small size and unique colorful markings, the embroidered cat is both cute and majestic. In addition to their good looks, their inherent features are also very impressive. In terms of eyesight, smudged cats are 6 times better than humans, and nothing can escape their eyes. In terms of smell, their noses can distinguish a billion kinds of odors, which is far superior to that of humans. In terms of hearing, it is beyond ordinary people. It can even hear the sound of a mosquito flapping its wings, and can even determine the location of an enemy based on their breathing. Because they live in the wild, they have an exceptional ability to survive. Climbing trees and swimming are no problem for them. Besides catching birds and fish and hunting lizards, they sometimes even attack poultry. In short, they have a cute face, but do some dangerous things. Jiang Nan spoke softly, hiding herself in a corner, afraid of disturbing the 2 spotted cats. So this is what a spotted cat is. I've learned something new today. Wow, it can even swim. I should let my unfilial son see it. It's just a bath, and it's like it's been half killed. It's running around, jumping and barking all over the place. They're so cute, aren't they? I want to have one. Me too. It has to be said that the smudged cats are really cute. In just a few seconds, they captivated a large number of cat lovers in the live stream with their good looks. Some girls couldn't contain their excitement and sent all sorts of cute emojis. Sorry, you really can't keep this kind of thing. Jiang Nan laughed and said, "Don't let their small size and cute appearance fool you. They can be quite fierce. Among the world's 10 most ferocious cat breeds, the embroidered spotted cat ranks 10th. Their natural temperament is unruly, fierce, and irritable. They have no desire to be confined indoors. The vast and free nature is what they yearn for. If they are forced to be captured and kept as pet cats, they would rather not eat or drink, and even frantically ram their cages. Furthermore, because forests in various countries have been overlogged, the embroidered cat is already an endangered animal and is protected. Individuals are prohibited from keeping it as a pet in various countries. Why, yeah? I really love this adorable little guy, and yet it's forbidden to keep him. If you love it, give it freedom. Spotted cat, am I cute? Am I awesome? Do you want me? Sorry, you're not worthy. As expected, another beast destined to spend his life in jail. I don't care, island owner, get on that yellow bike. Yeah. Who doesn't love an adorable, perpetually small cat? Some viewers in the live stream were already going crazy. Just then, an accident occurred. Puff. Just as one of the spotted cats was about to reach out its paw to touch the golden koi in the water, the golden koi opened its mouth and spat out a stream of water, which hit the spotted cat squarely. Caught off guard, and because it was so small, it fell into the water tank on the spot. Chapter 65, Punishing the Golden Koi. Meow meow meow. Although the embroidered cat can swim, it is still at a loss if it suddenly falls into the water and immediately starts meowing hysterically. Its forepaws thrashed and thrashed in the water, struggling to climb out, but the surface of the large porcelain jar was too smooth. No matter how hard it tried, it was to no avail. The other spotted cat saw its companion fall into the water and started meowing anxiously. Jiang Nan reacted swiftly, rushing forward in 2 steps and snatching the spotted cat from the water, placing it on the ground. After landing, the spotted cat shook off the water droplets from its body, still shaken. Another one jumped down from the large porcelain jar to help, gently licking the food with its tongue. After this, the 2 spotted cats raised their heads and stared longingly at Jiang Nan, trying their best to express their gratitude. Jiang Nan squatted down and stretched out his hand. They even came closer and placed their heads in Jiang Nan's hand, making whimpering sounds. It's like she's being coquettish. Ding. Congratulations, host, for rescuing the embroidered cat from drowning. Special reward, limit technique. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a wingsuit. Extreme techniques. Learning this technique allows the host to master various extreme sports, including free climbing, wingsuit flying, whitewater kayaking, BSE jumping, mountain biking, deep-sea surfing, and life-or-death combat. This includes all kinds of sports in the world that transcend human limits. Note, this ultimate technique is currently only at the beginner level. The host can only learn wingsuit flying. Wingsuit, the best-known wingsuit in the world, equipped with a parachute, helmet, alarm, altimeter, camera, parachute pack, etc., costing around 700,000 yuan and weighing about 11.4 kilograms. Note, currently, there are only about 600 wingsuit flyers in the world. The mortality rate of wingsuit flying among all flight activities is about 30%, and the number of deaths continues to rise. It is widely regarded as the most dangerous extreme sport in the world. Please be extremely cautious. Limit technique? Wingsuit flying? Jiang Nan frowned slightly. This system is making me jump around in front of the king of hell. However, the Great Barrier Reef is sparsely populated and has many mountains, making it suitable for wingsuit flying. If wingsuit flying could be broadcast live, the program would be absolutely amazing. After all, no one in the country has ever done this before. Wow, this is making my heart flutter with girlish feelings. Didn't the island owner just say that embroidered cats are fierce? They're clearly very cute, aren't they? This is so cute, I want to take a sniff of it. It's no exaggeration to say that I could eat 3 of these adorable kittens in one bite. Wangdalu, someone's imitating my mouth. So cute and kawaii, I really want to raise one. I want to see the punishment. The 2 spotted cats' every move had already melted the hearts of all the viewers in the live stream. If special effects existed in real life, then pink hearts would definitely be flashing around them right now. This big fish is very fierce. Don't provoke them easily in the future. Be good, okay? Jiang Nan stroked the embroidered cat's head and gently comforted it. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He should discipline the golden koi. It was bad enough that they spat on me while I was fishing, but now they're bullying such a cute little kitten. Is there no justice? Is there no law? This matter must be addressed. Thinking of this, Jiang Nan took the fishing net and scooped out the golden koi, then placed it in the air above the swimming pool not far away. And in the swimming pool was a great white shark. Any fish must behave itself when facing a great white shark. Although this great white shark is small and is still recovering from its injuries, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse, and it's more than capable of dealing with a golden koi. The little shark sensed the approach and, a few seconds later, began swimming beneath the golden koi. It seemed ready to leap up at any moment, open its blood-red maw, and swallow the golden koi whole. Island owner, your takeout has arrived. Please open the door to pick it up. Little shark, I don't remember ordering any takeout. Island owner, this is a free gift from me, so you must finish it all and not waste a single drop. Hey upstairs, why does your tone sound like you're making a sexual innuendo? Hello, I'm a police officer. Please come with me. Why the hell do I always get caught in these prostitution raids? The golden koi must be feeling like a million grass is running through its heart right now. It's not just the grass rushing by. It will also send insults to the island owner's ancestors for 18 generations. This move is really ruthless. It could scare you to death. Why doesn't the island owner just throw the golden koi into the water? Wouldn't that be more convenient? How can you put a freshwater fish and a sea fish together? Are you stupid? Island owner, be careful. Some fish lovers might suddenly appear and criticize you. It has to be said that Jiang Nan really knows how to do live streaming. The viewers in the live stream are getting more and more excited. Whoosh! Suddenly, the little shark leaped out of the pool, its mouth wide open, and lunged at the golden koi. Jiang Nan held the fishing net in his hand, showing no intention of moving it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the little shark's mouth got closer and closer to the golden koi. Half a meter, 30 centimeters, 20 centimeters, 10 centimeters. The golden koi finally felt fear and struggled desperately in the fishing net, trying to escape. The next second, the little shark closed its mouth and fell into the water. The moment it closed its mouth, it brushed past the golden koi, the two being less than a centimeter apart. Was the little shark not jumping high enough? No. It's all about human relationships and social interactions. After taking the Qi Ling Dan, the little shark not only recovered from its injuries quickly, but also became exceptionally intelligent and perceptive. It seemed to know that Jiang Nan wanted to scare the golden koi carp with its presence, so it did not bite on purpose, but instead pretended to bite. After being startled, the golden koi immediately quieted down. To be precise, they haven't recovered yet. It's like escaping from the jaws of a tiger. You'll feel lucky, but your mind will be completely blank at first. About 10 seconds later, Jiang Nan prepared to put the golden koi back into the large porcelain jar. This stuff cannot be dehydrated for too long, otherwise it can be life-threatening. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The golden koi was struggling to move its body. It appears to have no pattern, but upon closer inspection, one can discover that it has a frequency. Its frequency is consistent with that of the small sharks in the swimming pool below. When the little shark swims to the left, it sways to the left. When the little shark moves to the right, it swings to the right. When the little shark stops, it remains motionless. At first glance, it looks exactly like a copy and paste. Chapter 66: The Real-World Invisibility Technique. Just as there was the story of the man from Handan who tried to imitate the way a shark walks in ancient times, today's koi carp try to imitate the way a shark walks. What's the koi doing? The koi fish didn't dry up. Do you even need to drive on this lousy road? Why is it imitating a shark? Could it have been frightened by a shark earlier and is still traumatized? The live stream room was full of curious kids. It seems I need to give everyone a little Goku, popular science, explanation. Jiang Nan began to explain. As we all know, fish eyes are basically protruding outwards. Because of this, their field of vision is very wide. So they can see things in a range of 60 to 180 degrees on the horizontal plane with just one eye, and even 150 degrees on the vertical plane. You can see behind you without turning your head, and you can see below without looking down. The total human field of vision is only between 120 and 130 degrees. Although the horizontal field of vision of a single eye can reach 160 degrees, the vertical field of vision is only 80 degrees. Therefore, within the range of human vision, it is no match for fish. That sounds impressive, but it's not. You see, a fish's two eyes are located on the sides of its head, which is why their vision is limited. The top of their heads is their biggest blind spot. As long as you hide at a good angle, they won't notice you at all. And the blind spot for humans is behind them. As long as you keep hiding behind them, no one can find you. I remember a movie about invisibility, not the kind of invisibility in science fiction, but the kind that uses blind spots in human vision to become invisible. In the end, he hid in a man's house and used the blind spots to have an affair with the woman. I've gone a bit off topic. One last thing. The world that fish see is like a 2D picture, lacking a sense of depth and distance. In addition, almost all fish are naturally nearsighted, yet their vision extends to more than 12 meters. The reason why golden koi fish now imitate the movements of sharks is to stay in the shark's blind spot, so as to prevent the shark from seeing them and attacking again. Jiang Nan talked at length, and he really did seem quite erudite. Awesome. These days, even fish know how to use vision control. Little shark. Why do I always feel like there's something unclean following me, but I can't find it? Little shark? I must have caught a cold. That's why I keep feeling a chill down my spine. It turns out that as long as the vision card is good, you can achieve absolute invisibility. The most dangerous place is the safest place. I finally understand the meaning of this sentence. A married woman? Island master. If that's what you mean, then I'll have to go see that movie. The spirit of the Wei and Jin dynasties still lingers. Upstairs, are you Chow Chow? An empty room. I don't tell just anyone this. 108 good people. I thought of a song. When the ghost blade is unleashed, alas, you just can't see it. There's no way around it. I'm just that powerful. Ha ha. You can't catch me. La 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 la. Ha. You've been defeated by me. Come at me all at once. I'm not afraid at all. After listening to Jiang Nan's explanation of science, the viewers in the live stream started making fun of him, each one more witty than the last. At that moment, Jiang Nan noticed that the two spotted cats were raising their front paws and bowing to him, as if they were begging him, looking pitiful. You want me to release the golden koi? Jiang Nan asked in confusion. It bullied you just now, and you even pleaded for it. Don't you have masochistic tendencies? What? Island master, you know so much. Attention all departments. The island owner has started the bus himself. The doors are welded shut, and no one is getting off. I just remembered a conversation I had with my boyfriend. I asked him if he would have violent tendencies in the future, and he just said that he could learn them if I wanted to. The island lord is an adult after all. It's normal for him to know a lot. I have no other requests. Island lord, please let me speak to you privately, otherwise I will report you. Same here. May I speak to you privately? Jiang Nan glanced at the comments, then at the embroidered cat with a face full of grievance, picked up the fishing net, and finally placed the golden koi into the large porcelain jar. If we don't put it in water soon, it might really be heading to meet the king of hell. After finishing up here, Jiang Nan saw that it was almost time, so he quickly returned to his room and turned off the stove that was simmering the soup. Upon opening the pot lid, a fragrant aroma immediately filled my nose and traveled down to my stomach. Jiang Nan couldn't help but lick her lips, quickly filled a bowl for herself, and began to savor it. With one bite, the sea cucumber is soft and chewy with its own gelatinous texture, paired with the tender and juicy eel, creating an aroma that is both fresh and sweet. With another gentle chew, countless carp roe bursts in your mouth one after another, along with the smooth and creamy eel blood. Layer upon layer, it conquers the taste buds of Jiang Nan, making it an absolute delicacy. No wonder it's the legendary dragon meat. It's delicious. Jiang Nan, still wanting more, grabbed a spoon and wolfed down the food, not even caring that it was scalding hot. Whether a food is delicious or not doesn't require fancy words to describe it. You only need to look at the words and actions of the person tasting it. If he's busy eating and doesn't want to talk to you, it must be delicious. At this moment, Jiang Nan's behavior perfectly illustrated just how delicious dragon meat was. If we really had to describe how delicious it was, Jiang Nan felt that at this moment we should use the dazzling special effects that appeared in the movie The God of Cookery and the animated series Cooking Master Boy. After tasting the food, he was so engrossed in the activity that several fish roe stuck to his face without him noticing. Before long, even the little seal 404 came running over, drawn by the aroma, rubbing its head against Jiang Nan's trouser leg and making soft whimpering noises. In Jiang Nan, it was made more often and then poured into its small basin. While Jiang Nan was being poured, little sea dog 404 couldn't wait to stick out its tongue to lick and drink it, just like Jiang Nan had been, not caring that it was scalding hot. What a tragedy. Why should I watch the island owner eat at night? Takeout. Takeout is a must. If we can't afford the dragon meat cooked by the island lord, can't we at least afford way long spicy strips? I ordered a roast chicken. Chickens are, after all, descendants of Tyrannosaurus rex, so it's like eating dragon meat. What the person upstairs said makes sense. I'm going to get a chicken leg too. The viewers in the live stream were already complaining as they watched Jiang Nan eat heartily, and since they couldn't get any themselves, they could only vent their frustration on the chicken. That evening, delivery drivers in major cities were completely bewildered to find that all the orders in their hands were related to chicken. They initially thought this was the haters deliberately trying to smear Brother Cohen. Chapter 67 Cloud Animal Raising. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully developed 5 dragon meat. Experience points plus 100. Jiang Nan thoroughly enjoyed the dragon meat, and even received an experience point reward. I clearly made a water celery dish, so why didn't I gain any experience points? Jiang Nan was puzzled. After studying for a long time, he finally realized that he would only gain experience points if he made some unique or influential dishes. If he only made ordinary home-cooked dishes that most people could make, he would naturally not gain experience points. After dinner, he brewed himself a pot of tea and prepared to lie on the rocking chair on the second-floor balcony to enjoy the beautiful view. When I got to the second-floor balcony, I found that the canary couple and the bird Jianchong were not there. It's normal that the canary couple are busy gathering hay and twigs to build their nest. The reason why bird Strong wasn't there was because it needed to find food. Incubating eggs is physically demanding. To maintain a suitable temperature for the eggs, the mother bird eats very little for up to 2 months, relying entirely on her stored fat reserves to sustain her energy needs and ensuring she fills her stomach. For the past few days, the bird Jianchong has stayed in its nest, like an old monk in deep meditation, rarely moving. It only occasionally eats a little food sent from Jiang Nan, but this food is far from enough to satisfy its hungry stomach. Now it has finally decided to fly out to find food for itself. The fact that the bird dared to leave 3 baby eggs at home shows that it has complete trust in Jiang Nan. If it were in the wild, it would not go out even if it was starving. Taking advantage of the bird's absence, Jiang Nan took out the bird's nest box that the system had rewarded him with. My 3 little darlings, I have prepared a new home for you. Jiang Nan spoke gently as she placed 3 azure bird eggs into the nest box. Before putting them in, he shone a flashlight on the bird eggs. As the light shines through, you can clearly see that the baby bird's body is gradually taking shape. If all goes well, it will hatch in the next few days. I can't wait for the birth of Fu Fu, Lulu, and Shou Shou. Island Master, you absolutely have to do a live stream when they hatch. That's right. I've never seen a baby bird hatch before in all my life. If the island owner puts an egg in there, what will Bird Strong's reaction be when it comes back? Magpie, which grandson is imitating my style of doing things? Island owner, may I virtually raise one of the birds? What does cloud-based parenting mean? Actually, it's just spending money to buy one of the birds, making you a semi-owner of the bird. However, the island owner takes care of the bird, and you only need to check on it through the screen every day. The bird's daily expenses are also paid by the person who paid for it. I heard that when a live streamer from Inner Mongolia was doing a live stream, someone took a liking to the lamb she was raising and virtually raised one, spending several hundred yuan. Jiang Nan looked at the scrolling comments and said, let's forget about virtual raising. After all, the 3 little birds, Fu Fu, Lulu, and Shou Shou, aren't mine. I have no right to virtually raise these resilient birds. There was another reason that Jiang Nan didn't say. There were too many viewers in the live stream. If cloud farming were really started, some people would want this today and others would want that tomorrow, which would completely throw everything into chaos. After all, there are just too many animals in the Great Barrier Reef, some of which are rare and protected species. Who knows if it's illegal to keep rare and protected animals online? If you don't understand something, then never do it, because one day you might find yourself wearing a pair of silver bracelets on your hands. Not long ago, there was a female streamer who didn't even know what kind of shark it was and ate it on live stream, which eventually caught the attention of the police. Suddenly, Jiang Nan thought of something and continued, if everyone really likes these little animals, starting tomorrow, I will register a Douyin account and film every single one of them, creating a separate compilation. In this way, those who like Gangza the kangaroo can watch Gangza practice boxing in the compilation every day. Those who admire the resilient family of 4 birds can also follow the entire process of the 3 baby eggs hatching. Those who like green turtle Dallin can also see how Dallin leads and commands the turtle troop every day. In short, I will film each animal every day, and I will film at least one video for each animal individually, so that everyone can experience the feeling of virtual parenting. Not only that, but viewers who are too busy to watch the live stream can also watch it there. In order not to disappoint his fans, Jiang Nan finally came up with this idea. This virtual nurturing method is simpler and doesn't require fans to spend money recklessly. It just means Jiang Nan will be busier every day, filming more videos. I think the island owner's idea is feasible. Hurry, I can't wait. It's settled then. Island Master, you must take what you've said seriously and do it. I hope to see Bird Strong on Douyin tonight. I want to see the White Wolf King, Jiayu. He's practically my dream wolf. It's just a wolf, What's so great about it? Actually, I'm a wolf too. I'm a pervert. Lady upstairs, how about me? With Jiang Nan's encouragement, the atmosphere in the live stream became increasingly intense. As they spoke, the tea was ready, and Jiang Nan, who had been busy all day, could finally sit in a rocking chair, drink tea, and relax. One bite, and you'll experience its rich, smooth flavor. Chew slowly, and the fragrance lingers on your teeth and cheeks. Looking out, a full moon hangs high in the sky, level with the sea. The white moon is like a veil of mist, hazy and ethereal, as elegant as a pair of bright eyes just beginning to wear makeup. Enjoying some good tea. Enjoy this beautiful scenery. This is the life I've always longed for. Instead of toiling away every day for mortgage payments, car loans, and dowries, losing their dreams, bending over, losing their light in their eyes, and losing their smiles. What's most infuriating is that experts know you'll never be able to pay off your mortgage in your lifetime. So they've introduced descendant loans, trying to make your descendants work and be enslaved by them. Feeling a sense of wonder, Jiang Nan took out his notebook again and began to describe the beautiful scenery before him, saying, "Why don't we all use what we've learned to describe the scenery before us? Simple. The bright moon rises over the sea, and we share this moment though we are far apart. The bright moon rises over the sea. I bow my head and think of my hometown. If I want to see 1,000 miles further, every drop of sweat is hard-earned. Hello, you four-legged creature. The moon is before my eyes, but the person in my heart is far away. The moon is within sight, but the person is hard to see." Just those 12 words, and your so-called poet, Xian, is awesome. I'm not cultured, so I'll recite an original poem. From afar, the moon looks big. Up close, the moon looks even bigger. The moon is indeed big, truly a big moon. Emperor Qianlong, you're imitating me. Drag him out and behead him. I'm not very cultured, so I can only say 2 words. Beautiful. Chapter 68, Outrageous. His mother opens the door for the outrageous. The live stream room was indeed full of talented people. Jiang Nan was drawing while watching the bullet comments, and was amused several times, almost breaking down in laughter. "Island Master, my girlfriend and I have known each other since junior high school, and went to the same high school. Later, I failed to get into university, but she did, so I came to her city to work and earn money to support her university education. Now she has graduated from university and suddenly messaged me saying she wants to break up. What should I do?" Crying. Suddenly, a comment like this flashed through Jiang Nan's eyes. He decisively clicked to pause the comment and read it carefully again. "Shime, I know this place well. The first person to reach the shore must first slay their beloved. Break up with her. Break up with her right now. This kind of woman is trash. She's a dog. The sooner you break up with her, the sooner you're free. Dog, please don't insult me with this trash, okay? The ancients were right. Righteous people often come from humble backgrounds, while ungrateful people are often scholars. I remember a while ago there was a girl who wanted to take the civil service exam. Her boyfriend was also supporting her studies, but they ended up breaking up. A few years ago, there was a woman who got seriously ill. Her husband bought a house and a car and spent hundreds of thousands of yuan to cure her. But after she recovered, she despised her husband for being poor and decisively divorced him. In the end, her husband went insane. Bro, I suggest you expose your chat history. Once it gets public, no company will dare to hire her, let alone find a new boyfriend." Before Jiang Nan could reply to the poor netizen, the viewers in the live stream had already started offering suggestions. After thinking about it seriously, he said, "Brother, you can just reply to her. Break up, break up, break up if you want to. You guys are the ones making a fuss. By the way, let me offer you a classic quote from Mr. Fengong. Losing one crooked tree can gain you a whole forest." Although she went to university, she has just entered the workforce. She has no idea how dangerous the world is and will definitely suffer in the future. On the other hand, you have been in the workforce for many years and must have accumulated a lot of experience. As long as you work hard for 2 years, you will get a house and a car, and you can definitely find someone better than her. As soon as Jiang Nan finished speaking, the live stream chat exploded with comments. "What? The Island Lord's move is too kind. I call it the pinnacle of breakup techniques. Once you say that, your girlfriend will definitely think that you've had several girlfriends, and she's just one of the fish in your pond. No, she's not even a fish. She's just a small shrimp. Even if you break up, you'll still make her feel bad. Just 2 words, control." The island owner is right. Nowadays, when you enter society, the experience you accumulate is more important. The bosses in our class are all the bad students who sit at the back and don't pay attention in class. They enter society early and end up working for them even after college graduates graduate. Jiang Nan's words enlightened the audience member. At the same time, Jiang Nan finished painting, and the system's voice came to his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing a painting of a bright moon over the sea. Experience points plus 30. Only 30 experience points. Mean. However, my goal is to draw on every page of the notebook, so that I can accumulate a lot over time. Jiang Nan put away his notebook and thought about what had just happened, and then he thought of Zhang Daxian. Many years ago, during a live stream, the popular King of Glory streamer Zhang Daxian received a private message. The message reads something like, "I'm under so much pressure lately, I feel like I can't go on living." Upon receiving this private message, Zhang Daxian was no longer in the mood for live streaming. He immediately ended the broadcast, even abandoning the game he was playing halfway through, and promptly called the police. It was his quick reaction that saved a life. The show was only rebroadcast after confirming with the police that the viewer had been successfully rescued and was unharmed. Although what I just experienced can't compare to the incident where Zhang Daxian saved a life, I still managed to enlighten a viewer and did a good deed. This kind of good deed should be done more often. Thinking of this, Jiang Nan said, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Just don't be as outrageous as before." He regretted saying it as soon as he finished speaking. He saw someone asking why men have to wait until they are 22 to get married, while they can join the army at 18. Someone else asked, "If I get caught on my way to turn myself in, does that still count as turning myself in?" Some even asked if they could guarantee they wouldn't be sentenced if they assassinated the Prime Minister of Japan. It's over. Things are going to continue in the same way as before, heading in an increasingly outrageous direction. Sure enough, when Jiang Nan pressed agree, an even more outrageous problem arose. "Alan Master, I have a question. If I develop a controlled nuclear fusion device on my own, can I upgrade my education to a bachelor's degree?" The viewers in the live stream laughed one after another after hearing this question. "What are you saying, my dear Dean? I really can't figure this out. This isn't a problem. This is utter nonsense. It's better to be safe than sorry. What if what this kid says is true? Like before, who would have thought that an art student failing the college entrance exam on the other side of the ocean could start a world war? Let me put it this way, forget about getting a bachelor's degree. Even if you just want to sleep with a top-tier female celebrity, I'll arrange it for you." "Really? If you say that, I'm going to be serious. My dear wife Dilruba, for you, I will definitely develop controlled nuclear fusion. Wait for my good news. Alan Lord, please speak. I want to hear your answer." Jiang Nan's face darkened. He picked up his teacup, took several sips of tea, and said irritably, "As long as you can develop a controlled nuclear fusion device, let alone getting a bachelor's degree, even if you want to ascend to immortality, the country will find a way to help you activate the spiritual energy revival and aid your cultivation." Puffed. The island owner is really good at creating drama. Ascension to immortality. Is that even possible? Ha ha ha. If the spiritual energy revival is truly initiated, and everyone can cultivate immortality, then when you just begin refining your chi, there will definitely be people who have already reached the golden core stage, and there might even be nascent soul stage old dogs. If we can develop a controlled nuclear fusion device, we might not be far from the era of mecha cultivation. Mecha is the romance of men, just like Swallow the Star. I'm sorry, technology is truly no match for cultivation. Technology is made based on rules, while cultivators can create the rules. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, please stop fooling around. Now, let's begin the second question." After another pause, Jiang Nan's vision went completely black. "Good heavens, how could you ask such a bizarre question? Island Master, I have always had a question in my mind. If a venomous snake is bitten by another venomous snake, will it die from the poison?" Chapter 69, The Little Animals That Steal Things. "I actually know the answer to that question." Jiang Nan blurted out confidently. "Different venomous snakes have different venoms. Some are blood type, and some are neurotoxic. If a venomous snake is bitten by another snake of the same species, it is very likely that it will not die and will become immune. However, if it is bitten by a venom that is different from its own, the snake will very likely die from the poison and may not become immune. In short, the chances of dying from a bite from one of your own kind are low, but the chances are different for other snakes. Although snakes are cold, the chances of them being poisoned by their own kind are extremely low. In fact, this question can be said to be invalid, Because venomous snakes rarely invade the territory of their own kind, which is much better than humans. It's that simple. This problem is not valid. I get it. It's the same logic as saving your mom and wife if they both fall into the water at the same time. It's completely unfounded. How could it be such a coincidence that they both fell into the water at the same time? And how could it be such a coincidence that I was on the shore with no one else around? It's just nonsense. You're never too old to learn. I must memorize this knowledge point. You never know when I might be able to use it in an exam. These days, humans are really inferior to snakes. Even snakes know not to invade the territory of their own kind. But a bunch of bastards actually trampled and invaded our country many years ago. You Japanese guy who's living a good life. I suspect you're subtly criticizing me. That's the essence, so what? This works well, we must support it. Perhaps because the audience is quite knowledgeable about animals, they started asking more and more questions about various animals. Some people ask, my pet cat was castrated, but before that, it had successfully mated with a female cat, and the female cat had successfully given birth to kittens. Should the kittens call my cat dad or mom? Another question was, if a person with rabies bites a dog, does the dog need to be vaccinated against rabies? Jiang Nan clicked pause again, and this time the problem finally became a little normal. Island Master, why can't I catch the mice in my house? No matter what I use, mouse traps, mouse sticks, or rat poison, I can't catch them. Most importantly, when I checked the security camera footage during the day, I discovered that the rats were actually avoiding mouse traps and sticky traps. Even if there was food on them, they simply wouldn't go up to them. As soon as Jiang Nan finished watching, the viewers in the live stream started discussing it again. Mouse, you think you can stick to me? You're dreaming. I've seen it all. It's the first of the 12 zodiac animals. How could it not be smart? I've also encountered this situation, and it was even more outrageous. The rats not only didn't eat the food I put with rat poison, but they also appeared in my pot the next day. I saw a video on Douyin where the food was on the table covered with plates, but at night a mouse knocked over the plates and stole the food. Owning a proper cat will wipe out the mice in no time. Excuse me, are there any legitimate cats around right now? That makes sense. My cat just sleeps all day, and it even snores louder than my husband. Jiang Nan looked at the scrolling comments and laughed. Any animal that has been in contact with humans for a long time will more or less absorb some spiritual energy, such as pigs, horses, cattle, sheep, dogs, and of course rats. Otherwise it would not be one of the 5 immortals. Mice are incredibly intelligent. The intelligence of an adult mouse is equivalent to that of an 8-year-old child. Not only that, they also possess a variety of skills, such as contortionism, tightrope walking, swimming, and the ability to use their brains. Furthermore, they have a powerful intelligence network. According to scientists' observations and research, rats mostly steal food in the middle of the night when people are asleep, sneaking in through small cracks to eat. They only eat a small amount each time, and then eat more next time after they are safe. Such resourceful animals are second to none. No other animal dares to claim the top spot. If a new type of rat poison is placed in a city, the news can spread to all the rat populations within hours. After people started using rat poison, rats were initially unable to cope, but now they know to seek out foods rich in vitamin E, as this substance helps detoxify. Rats also have a special ability. They can pass on their aversion to new things to their offspring. Because of this, rats are born very cautious. When they first eat something new, they will never eat a lethal amount. Moreover, if they sense something is wrong, they will prevent other rats from approaching, thus protecting the entire rat colony. Scientists also conducted an experiment where they hung food in the air with a rope. Mice, lacking a foothold, couldn't steal it, yet they still managed to do so. Observation revealed that the mice would first run up to the wall, then choose an angle and leap down, landing on the food in midair. They would almost always succeed after 3 tries. If it weren't for the scientists' observations, one might think the mice had studied mathematics. In summary, catching mice is simple. When you're setting out rat poison, rat bait, or rat traps, never shout things like, "This time we're sure to catch them," because the mice might be hiding in some corner of your house listening. The island owner is right. I remember when I was a child, my grandma would secretly put out rat poison without saying a word. That's right. You absolutely mustn't speak. That's the only way. It's true. I used to hang cured meat at home, and I asked my grandfather what to do if rats chewed through the rope. The next day, the rope was chewed through by rats. No wonder the ancients always talked about rat spirits. I recommend everyone watch a classic old movie, The Mouse Catcher. That's the real deal when it comes to rat spirits. As Jiang Nan watched the scrolling comments, he prepared to continue agreeing in order to answer the new question. Just then, a dark figure jumped down from a tree not far away. It's only the size of a palm, yet incredibly fast, lightweight, and agile. If Jiang Nan hadn't drunk the spiritual water and reacted differently than ordinary people, it would have been impossible to notice. Speak of the devil, and he appears. He truly deserves to be called the fastest runner in history. After expressing his heartfelt sentiments, Jiang Nan turned the camera downwards and said, "The quiz segment is temporarily over. Everyone, look over there." Viewers in the live stream followed the camera's view and saw a small black shadow dart into the yard. After carefully looking around and confirming there was no danger, it jumped onto the wooden table in the yard. On the wooden table were some dried fruit and fresh fruit. These were deliberately placed by Jiang Nan. You can take them whenever you want to eat them, and any small animals around that are hungry can also come and have a taste. Today, these foods have finally welcomed their first animal. Chapter 70: The Little Kitten That Makes Wishes. The little black figure seemed to be starving. It grabbed a dried fruit with its two tiny paws and stuffed it into its mouth. Then, 2, 3. It just won't stop. It seems to be a bottomless pit, impossible to fill. In no time, the little animal's cheeks were stuffed full. At first glance, it looks just like that dog that went viral online for stealing honey. Meow. Just as the little black shadow was happily stuffing food into its mouth, a meow suddenly rang out. 2 spotted cats appeared on either side of the little black figure without the little black figure noticing them. They walked silently. Upon hearing the cat's meow, the little black figure didn't hesitate and prepared to run away, but it was too late. 2 spotted cats pounced on the little black figure one after the other, using all their strength to prevent it from escaping. They were so small that they weren't even as big as the little black shadow combined, yet they were still doing their best. So brave. I'm instantly a fan of the embroidered spot cat. The embroidered cat is so small, but it still works so hard. It's really touching. They're fighting so hard. They must be thanking the island owner for saving their lives. That being said, they're catching squirrels. Squirrel, please, you've caught the wrong mouse. Is anyone going to care? Gangsy, I heard you manage everything that has the character for rat in its name. Squirrel, is there really no one speaking up for me? Squirrel, I won't say a word until my lawyer arrives. I'm afraid I'll have to wash up today. That's right, that little black shadow is a squirrel. Perhaps the 2 spotted cats were truly repaying Jiang Nan's life-saving grace, and at the same time, they also thought that the squirrel was stealing Jiang Nan's things, so they shouted out to repay the kindness they had shown. But this scene just looks ridiculous no matter how you look at it. Fearing the spotted cat might kill the squirrel, Jiang Nan quickly stood up and shouted, "Let it go. Small animals are allowed to eat the food here for free, so what it did isn't stealing. Don't let the small size of the embroidered cat fool you. 2 of them combined are smaller than a squirrel. But this creature is a real beast, and a squirrel simply can't handle it." Soon, it was subdued by the 2 spotted cats and pinned to the ground. Its eyes seemed to be glistening with tears, making it look pitiful. Seemingly having heard Jiang Nan's words, or perhaps because the embroidered cats were truly exhausted from fighting, they actually slowly let go. Seeing this, the little squirrel didn't care about anything else and ran away, rushing towards the big tree not far away. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Because it was running so fast, and its mouth was stuffed with too much dried fruit kept falling down as it ran. It didn't have time to pick it up and didn't dare to, and it almost tripped over the falling dried fruit several times. This scene immediately drew bursts of laughter from the viewers in the live stream. I'm dying of laughter. No, I'm on my period today, so I can't laugh, but I just can't help it. We're professionally trained, unless we can't help it. I'm sorry, little squirrel. Although you're pitiful, I really want to laugh. Thank you, island owner, and thank you, little squirrel, for providing me with such a comedy before I went to sleep. Jiang Nan watched the little squirrel disappear into the distance, waving and calling out, "Don't be afraid. You can come back next time you're hungry." He then exclaimed, "I never expected to encounter the Demon King squirrel here." To give you a brief overview, the devil squirrel can be categorized by fur color into black devil, red devil, and tricolor devil. They have exceptionally long fur on their ears and tails, which helps them adapt to life in trees. They also use their long, hook-like claws and tails to hang upside down from tree branches. Their body length is about 20 centimeters, with their long, thick tails accounting for more than 2/3 of their body length. Actually, the devil squirrel is one of the more peculiar squirrels because the fur on its 2 ears is so long and stands up high. If you didn't know better, You'd think it had been struck by lightning. That squirrel was entirely black, so it must be the Black Demon King. After Jiang Nan finished his introduction, the live stream chat was filled with sighs of disappointment. The Dark Lord? Island Master, are you sure you're not mistaken? The name sounds pretty imposing, but who would have thought it was just being rubbed against the ground by two cats the size of two palms? Dark Lord, here are 2 pine nuts for you. Take back what you said. Don't I have any dignity? Wait, everyone, look at those 2 spotted cats. What are they doing? Under the watchful eyes of all the spectators, the 2 spotted cats once again approached the large porcelain jar. The next second, they all raised their 2 front paws in unison, their eyes slightly narrowed, as if they were praying. It's like a person putting their hands together in prayer. At that moment, the moon overhead moved directly above the 2 spotted cats, adding a touch of mystery to the scene. The full moon hangs high in the sky, and the cat prays for good fortune, perhaps for the koi fish. You should know that cats eat fish. It's a little eerie, a little terrifying, but mostly magical. What? Are those 2 kittens here to pray for good fortune? By the way, don't cats eat fish? Could it be because this koi is special? That makes sense. I also have a dragon and phoenix koi at home, but it's not as smart as the island owners. My values are ruined. Excuse me, does the island owner have any other decent animals here? Why say so much? Hurry up and pray for blessings. No matter who it is, their first reaction upon seeing this scene would be shock, followed by superstitious prayers. Although superstition is generally considered undesirable, there are some things in Chinese culture that cannot be explained by science after thousands of years of tradition. One by one, the viewers in the live stream began to offer their blessings. Hands clasped together. Extremely sincere. It's as sincere as offering tribute to the Confucius statue in school before an exam. If they weren't short on time, they would have loved to send their offerings via their phones. I hope I'll wake up one morning and win the lottery. I hope my parents are healthy. I don't have any grand ambitions, just 2 words. Make money. I hope I can find a partner this year. My parents are pressuring me too much. I don't want to find a partner. I want to curse my ex. I hope she never gets the seasoning packet when she eats instant noodles. Her toilet gets clogged. Her cans never have pull tabs. Her milk tea never has a straw. Her watermelons are always full of seeds. People always cut in line, and she never gets on the bus. I hope my curse comes true. My wish is simple. I hope Jiang Nan, who plays the gentleman of East 8th District, can stay greasy forever. What? You upstairs, you're so mean. While you were praying, I secretly took a screenshot and used it as my screensaver. Hee, I'm so clever. That's too narrow-minded. Your vision is too limited. I hope that one day in the future, China can unify the world and create only one country on Earth. Chapter 71. Ming Chan, who is willing to be a simp. Could it be that the golden koi fish rewarded by the system can bring good luck, which is why it attracted the embroidered cat to come and pray for blessings? As Jiang Nan watched the scrolling comments, he suddenly remembered that at the beginning, the 2 spotted cats had also raised their 2 front paws as if begging, but they were accidentally hit by the saliva of the golden koi and fell into the large porcelain jar. Spitting? Etc. The golden koi fish even spat at itself. Is it because the golden koi fish spat on you that you have good luck? Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the 2 spotted cats, observing them carefully, not letting go of the slightest clue. Soon, he noticed that the spotted cat that had been spit on by the golden koi seemed to have grown larger. Recalling the battle with the black squirrel, it seemed to be even more ferocious, swift, and agile than the other one. Animals that have been sprayed with saliva by golden koi will become stronger and more majestic. But why don't I feel anything at all? Does it only work on animals? As for humans, these higher animals, they wouldn't react even if they were sprayed with saliva. To verify his idea, Jiang Nan hurriedly said, "Brothers, it's getting late. I'm going to have a date with the Duke of Zhou in my dreams. See you tomorrow." The live stream ended as soon as he finished speaking. No, I haven't seen enough yet. Island Lord, don't leave. Let's fight until dawn. Don't go, Island Lord, don't go. How can I live without you? Excuse me, everyone, my husband, who is also the island owner, is sleeping with me while doing some lovemaking. No matter how much the viewers in the live stream tried to persuade him to stay, Jiang Nan ignored them. He had already strode downstairs, picked up another spotted cat, and brought it to the large porcelain jar. He whispered, "Come on, spray some saliva on this little kitten too." However, quiet. The water was completely still. There wasn't even the slightest ripple or wave. Jiang Nan scared the golden koi with a small shark, which probably angered it. It's hiding at the bottom of the large porcelain tank and won't show its face. Jiang Nan refused to give up, so she found some fish food and threw it on the water's surface in an attempt to lure it out. It was still no use. She's got quite a temper. Oh well, I'll just have to try again another time. Jiang Nan pursed his lips helplessly, then turned and left. Although he failed to make the golden koi spit again, he still felt that any small animal that had been sprayed with this guy's saliva would definitely become stronger. Similar to a lower-spec version of Qi Ling Dan. At the very least, Ling Dan can develop the brains and intelligence of animals, making them smarter and more human-like. Like the bird of paradise, which has a very low chance of being able to speak. This bird learned to speak overnight after taking the Qi-enhancing pill. Jiang Nan didn't rest immediately. Instead, she took out her phone and started filming short videos of the animals. After photographing Gangza the kangaroo, I photographed 404 the little seal. After photographing Jianchong the bird, I photographed Dalan the green sea turtle. I didn't miss any of the animals that I had a connection with. As for the white wolf king Jiu and the black monkey king Baiko Shuang, since they live in the forest, it was impossible to get there in time to film them late at night, so we had to give up. After filming the video, Jiang Nan immediately registered a DN TikTok account with a simple and straightforward name, Jiang Nan, the Island Guardian. Then, I uploaded the videos I had just filmed one by one. Having finished all that, Jiang Nan yawned, laid down on the bed, and finally prepared to fall into a deep sleep. However, you should still check the data panel before going to sleep. Host's name, Jiang Nan. Identity, owner of a Great Barrier Reef island. Skills, intermediate beast taming, 2,530 to 10,000. Basic archery, 210-1000. Basic painting, 130-1000. Basic food god technique, 100-1000. Basic limit technique, 0 to 1,000. Items, lightweight gloves, lucky ring, special medicinal wine, the winning people over with virtue, bow, water-repelling pill, dancing grass, ordinary fishing rod, diving suit, wingsuit. Animals, green sea turtle Gangzi, King Kong rat Gangzi, little sea seal 404, bird of paradise bird Jianchong, great white shark baby, black monkey king Baiko Shuang, white wolf king Jiu, golden koi. This time, the data looks much better. Because he tamed the white wolf king Jiu and the black monkey king Baiko Shuang, his experience in beast taming increased by 1,000. It seems that the king who tames herd animals can gain experience points very quickly. However, Jiang Nan discovered that the system did not include the king cobra and the 2 embroidered cats. Perhaps it's because they haven't yet recognized themselves as masters. Jiang Nan thought to himself. After reviewing the data, Jiang Nan will have an in-depth conversation with Zhou Gong's daughter. Suddenly, my phone rang. Someone sent me a private message on the Huya platform. Jiang Nan clicked on it and found that it was actually Ming Chan. Ming Chan, big brother, why are you ignoring me? Don't you like me? After saying that, a photo was also sent. The photo shows Ming Chan, but she's as revealing as she wants to be. The private parts were covered only by 2 thin pieces of cloth. You can vaguely see something. What's going on? Didn't this woman call on her fans to cause trouble in the live stream today? Why are you sending these tempting photos now? Damn it, it's the middle of the night, and I'm a grown man full of vigor. How can anyone resist this? Puzzled, Jiang Nan scrolled up and discovered that Ming Jiang had sent several messages in between, mostly apologizing to him and wanting to make peace and become good friends. The message was sent after all the big spenders and fans in her live stream had arrived. That's a really fast change of attitude. Is it because I completely outshone her in terms of popularity and traffic today that I've switched from criticizing to praising her? It seems that this situation actually exists in reality. When people see a girl with a good figure wearing a mask, they often complain. If she doesn't take off her mask, she's automatically considered as a Ru Hua, a character from a Chinese folktale known for her unattractive appearance. But when the other person takes off their mask and is very pretty, people will change their tune. Hey beautiful, let's get married. Can I be your little lapdog? And so on. Now that I'm so popular, I believe I'll be even more popular in the future and earn even more money. Ming Jiang, who used to dislike me, will naturally change her attitude. Just like when Principal Wang was studying abroad, he was rejected and broken up with by a girl because he didn't have much money each month. But after returning to China and inheriting the family business, his net worth increased several times over. And countless internet celebrities and beauties immediately took the initiative to pursue and fawn over him. That's the allure of money. Now, she not only possesses the looks to threaten Eddie Peng, but also the allure of money. After much thought, Jiang Nan came up with 5 words. No lust. Chapter 72. Jiang Nan, with a pure, unadorned face. Ming quickly replied, "Good brother, you're finally talking to me. Listen to me. I didn't mean to go against you. It was Hao Run who made me do it. I'm innocent." After saying that, she also sent a pitiful emoji. This is the solution Ming Jiang came up with after her anger, to push all the blame onto Hao Run, and then use her charm to seduce Jiang Nan, become Jiang Nan's good friend, and ride on Jiang Nan's popularity. Couples are like birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly away separately. Besides, Ming Jiang and Hao Run aren't even husband and wife. They've only had one in-depth conversation. Jiang Nan remained expressionless and simply replied with 3 words. So? Ming Jiang gradually revealed her thoughts. "Big brother, can we add each other on WeChat? I want to have a good chat with you." Then, without hesitation, he sent his WeChat ID. Jiang Nan decisively refused. "Forget about adding me on WeChat. Just tell me what you need to say directly." Ming Jiang continued to fawn over him. "Good brother, to be honest, you've always been my dream lover. Can I be your girlfriend? If you feel this is too abrupt, we can get to know each other slowly, or maybe we can create a romantic pairing first. This would only benefit us, not harm us." A realistic woman. Hao Run had given her benefits, so she joined forces with Hao Run to deal with Jiang Nan. Now that Jiang Nan is popular, people want to embrace it. This type of woman is materialistic, and at the same time, she is easy to obtain. As long as you have enough money, you can easily win her over. After reading Ming Jiang's reply, Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. He typed with both hands. "Why should I be paired with you as a couple?" Ming Jiang is very confident in her figure and replied, "Don't you want something to happen between us, brother? As long as you're willing to create a CP with me, I'm yours. You can do whatever you want with me, and I'll listen to you completely." Jiang Nan had just finished reading this when Ming Jiang sent another message. To be precise, it's a huge collection of pictures. The pictures are all of Ming herself, some wearing maid outfits, some wearing yoga pants, some holding small whips, in short, as sexy, as alluring, and as revealing as possible. In the dead of night, when everyone is lonely and isolated, a woman sends these photos. No one could resist the temptation. Jiang Nan is a normal man, but he has no interest in Ming so he simply puts his phone aside and ignores it. But Ming still wouldn't give up and kept sending messages. "Good brother, why are you ignoring me? Did you go to take a shower? Can people take a look at your abs? Good brother, are you satisfied with the photos I just took? I have even more exciting ones. If we create a CP, couple pairing, I can video chat with you alone tonight and show them to you. You can even boss me around. Why are you not saying anything, dear brother? Are you not satisfied with me? If you don't like something about me, I can change it. I can even get breast and buttock augmentation or plastic surgery for you. Can't I lower my expectations a little? I don't want to be your CP partner. Just let me do 2 or 3 live streams with you every day, and I'll give it to you. Is that okay?" This is the female anchor that countless viewers love on a daily basis. On the surface, she seems unapproachable, and those who don't know her might think she's a cold goddess. In reality, she's just a simp who's willing to become a real dog to achieve her goals. Ming kept sending messages, and even lowered her requirements in the end. Jiang Nan realized that if he didn't find a way to deal with this Ming he wouldn't be able to get a good night's rest. He picked up his phone and replied with 4 words again. "Sorry." After typing those 4 words, Jiang Nan immediately sent a picture. The picture doesn't depict the Jiangnan region, but rather a gnarled pine tree. The pine tree is old and bare, without any branches or leaves. Upon seeing the picture of the pine tree, Ming Jiang was completely dumbfounded. "Pine? What does this mean?" Ming really couldn't understand, so she asked, "What does pine tree mean?" Jiang Nan's final reply was just 1 sentence. The literal meaning. Think about it carefully. Literal meaning? What are the literal meanings of the word pine tree? Loose. Ming Jiang kept muttering those 2 words, and in the next instant, she finally understood. Is Jiang Nan subtly implying that he chickened out? How can a woman relax? This is something that anyone who knows it will understand. Having been a streamer for so long, in order to earn more money, Ming Jiang basically hooks up with all sorts of big shots every day, and often has some simple physical contact with them. Naturally, this leads to, it's loose. She was still thinking of using her body to create a CP with Jiang Nan and make more money by riding on Jiang Nan's popularity, but who would have thought that she was fundamentally unworthy of him? Realizing what had happened, Ming went completely berserk, furiously tearing at her hair and screaming hysterically like a demon. Jiang Nan. You just wait. Just you wait. I'll never forgive you. A photo of a pine tree worked its magic. Ming stopped messaging Jiang Nan and even blocked him, allowing Jiang Nan to finally get a good night's sleep. I slept without any dreams. Perhaps because she was too tired yesterday, or perhaps because she went to bed too late. Jiang Nan woke up late today. I woke up at 9 o'clock, having missed the 8 o'clock broadcast. Jiang Nan didn't care about anything else. The first thing he did after getting out of bed was to start broadcasting. Because he had just woken up and hadn't washed or brushed his teeth, Jiang Nan looked disheveled, which allowed the viewers in the live stream to see Jiang Nan's most authentic appearance. Good morning, Island Master. Congratulations on your wedding. Wow. His looks are so stunning. I love him even more now. He truly deserves to be my husband. Thank you, Island Master. I was originally planning to go to the nunnery, but I happened to see your video, so I'm back now. Hello, Island Lord. Please come and see my heart. It's all filled with you. Sisters, I personally think that jokes should be kept within limits. If the island owner were your younger brother or older brother, or your boyfriend, and someone kept calling you husband, how would you feel? Especially since he is my husband. I hope my friends will be more respectful. After all, our child is at home, crying for her father to come home and hug her. Hey lady upstairs, are you still half asleep? I just need to go to the bathroom. Let me wake her up with the urine stain. Let me do it. I've been feeling a bit feverish these past few days. Let me do it. I'm not using urine, but it all comes from the same place. Just to be honest, I'm a man. What? We have to drive on this awful road again. Chapter 73 The Basketball Player, or a Hapless Amateur. Jiang Nan never expected that his disheveled appearance would cause such a big reaction. Perhaps it's because there really aren't many handsome men in the entertainment industry these days, which is why audiences can't contain their excitement when they see an ordinary passerby. Looking back, there were countless handsome men like Gu Tianol, Zhang Huajian, Yin Yuquan, Hua Jianhua, and Hu Ge, each with their own unique characteristics. It was truly a battle of the gods. Looking at the entertainment industry now, apart from a few exceptions, it's basically all ugly men, or greasy men and effeminate men. The key is that their professional skills are not strong, and their acting skills are even worse. It's a typical chaotic mess. In the past, good looks were not something to brag about. These days, a female celebrity can immediately trend on social media if she appears on a variety show without makeup. The huge gap in aesthetic preferences has led viewers to prefer watching the handsome Jiang Nan in the live stream rather than watching the TV series. In Jiang Nan, washing up is quick. You just rinse your face with water and brush your teeth, and there's no need to apply any other skincare products. Thank you, thank you. The bird, Jianshang, landed on Jiang Nan's shoulder at some point, looked at Jiang Nan warmly, and even gently nuzzled Jiang Nan's cheek with its little head. It was a token of gratitude for the bird's nest box donated by Jiang Nan. Are you comfortable living in your new home? Jiang Nan asked while wiping his face. Comfortable. Bird Strong nodded emphatically. After seeing that Jiang Nan had finished washing up, he continued, Come with me. To thank you, I'll show you something good. Nice one. What good things could a bird of paradise possibly have? Although he was thinking this, Jiang Nan still said, Lead the way. Soon, led by Bird Strong, Jiang Nan passed through villas and finally arrived at the basketball court in the recreational facilities. This is an outdoor basketball court, built very professionally, with a synthetic surface. Not only is it environmentally friendly and pollution-free, but it is also easy to clean and convenient for daily maintenance. Several beverage boxes were also placed around the basketball court. If tourists get tired while playing, they can drink water to replenish their energy anytime, anywhere. In addition, a tall bleacher stand was set up next to the basketball court. Sitting on it, you can see the basketball court clearly and look into the distance to see the sunset that is just falling from this angle. Whether you're watching a basketball game or enjoying the sunset, this is the best spot. However, the back of the stands was empty, which seemed a bit out of place with the luxurious basketball court. Jiang Nan glanced at it and decided to paint some portraits of basketball stars on the back wall. Not only does it fit the theme of the basketball court, but the murals can also attract more tourists. Jiang Nan was planning a mural here when suddenly, a pheasant came into view. This pheasant has snow-white, shiny feathers all over its body. Even its claws are white. Its facial skin and the wattles on both sides are bright red. Two tufts of white feathers extend backward from the sides of its ear feathers, making it look even more spirited. Its eyes are sharp and piercing, which is intimidating. It walks with a swaying gait, looking down on everyone. This reminded Jiang Nan of a line from a classic skit by Uncle Benshin and Teacher Song Dandan. A rooster that lays eggs the fighting rooster among roosters. Oh yeah. The pheasant didn't notice Jiang Nan and walked unhurriedly toward the corner where the basketballs were placed. Then, he rammed the basketball with his body, forcefully rolling it across the basketball court. Finally, he played with the chicken all by himself. Sometimes it would kick the basketball repeatedly with its two paws, making the basketball roll quickly. Sometimes it flaps its wings and jumps onto the basketball. Although it was impossible for it to shoot a basketball with its strength, it still had a lot of fun. It must come to the basketball court often to play basketball and be very familiar with everything here. The first rays of morning sunlight shone down on it, making it look absolutely beautiful. Pretty. Jiang Nan found a spot to sit down and carefully admired this pheasant with a dream. Bang! As soon as I sat down, I heard a sound. Perhaps because he used too much force, the basketball hit the iron net on the side. The pheasant quickly flew up again and used his body to push the basketball hard. With the help of the rebound and his own strength, it just happened to go into the basket. What? Jiang Nan was practically blurted out. The viewers in the live stream were completely stunned by what they saw. Especially for basketball fans, their lips twitched violently. A chicken can play basketball? It actually worked. If I can't score when I play basketball with my buddies, wouldn't I be worse than a chicken? Brother Hunglei, come quick. I have chicken here. If you don't understand, just ask. What's the meaning behind this? In the show Go Fighting, the production team put a chicken in Lei's room. When Lei called out to son Hunglei, one thought it was an animal, and the other thought it was a profession. Dongfang Xiang. Could this be the legendary dragon soaring without regret, whirlwind dunk? Yuan Dang, come join our Thunderfire Wolves team. You should know that even NBA players are not worthy of coming here. A chicken, a basketball. Combining these two, I think I'm thinking of something. This chicken has clearly been practicing for 2.5 years. Good job. Here's a reward for you. A middle parting and overalls. Hey, what are you doing? Hey, the live stream is full of you guys. Let me tell you, you're just jealous. Do you have my brother's stunning looks? My brother wins awards left and right, and he's so talented. Don't be a sour grapes. Upstairs, if I hadn't seen your profile picture, I almost would have believed it. Winning awards is really tough. A song that's entirely in English won a Chinese music award. It's hilarious. Can you please stop talking? I beg you, please let her go. It's been so long. Her? This damn detail. I almost started yelling at my allies. The knife is already in there. Be careful next time. I knew the live stream was full of friendly forces. Our national basketball team needs this chicken. No, the football team needs it more. That makes sense. With such accuracy, this chicken could definitely lead the football team to the World Cup. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Our national football team's motto is to never give up until we're ranked last in the world. Even with Messi's help, the result will be the same. The Chinese national football team isn't playing football, they're playing sea cucumbers. At this moment, the live stream chat is incredibly lively. Jiang Nan glanced at the public chat and laughed. This isn't just any ordinary pheasant, it's a white-feathered pheasant. White-feathered pheasant. What the heck? Could the island owner have made this up on the spot? If the feathers are white, it's called a white-feathered pheasant. If the feathers are black, it's called a black-feathered pheasant. If its feathers are striped, it's called the overalls pheasant. No matter what kind of chicken it is, this chicken is truly beautiful. I can't help but want to dedicate a song to it. Brothers, what song should you sing? Chapter 74: The Sea Turtles Laying Eggs in a Group. This really isn't something I made up on the spot. Jiang Nan said earnestly. Pheasants are mostly reddish copper or dark green, and white pheasants are very rare. In ancient times, they were called white pheasants. Ancient superstitions regarded white pheasants as auspicious omens. During the reign of King Cheng of Zhou, Yueshang presented white pheasants. When a king's virtue spreads to all corners of the world, white pheasants appear. White feathered pheasants are found all over the world, and they are edible because their meat is firm, white, smooth, has a unique flavor, and tastes good, making them very popular. In addition, white-feathered pheasants also have the effects of relieving asthma and replenishing qi, stopping phlegm and removing blood stasis, and clearing the lungs and relieving cough. However, wild white-feathered pheasants are very rare. The white-feathered pheasants seen around the world today are all domesticated and bred from wild chickens over the past 60 years. After Jiang Nan finished speaking, the white-feathered pheasant stopped playing basketball. It didn't fly away immediately, but rolled the basketball and kept it in the corner. High-quality chicken. Jiang Nan's accurate evaluation can be summed up in 3 words. After watching the white-feathered pheasants fly away, Jiang Nan went to the basketball court and placed some food in a corner, hoping to attract more white-feathered pheasants. Imagine a flock of white-feathered pheasants vying to play basketball. What a spectacular sight that would be. Who knows, Jiang Nan might even host a JBA. Jiang Nan was in a great mood and full of positive energy after encountering such an interesting thing first thing this morning. When I got home, as soon as I entered the door, I saw the little seal 404 chewing on things again. Jiang Nan's face darkened, and he said, "You have so much energy. No, I have to teach you to swim today to burn off your energy and prevent you from damaging the furniture. As a seal, you must learn to conquer the stars and the sea." Jiang Nan prepared a large wooden basin and brought along the water-repelling pills awarded by the system. He then carried the little sea dog and headed towards the sea. Upon arriving at the seaside, Jiang Nan witnessed a spectacular scene. Almost all the sea turtles had gathered on the beach, dug a hole for themselves to build a nest, and then began to lay their eggs. Everywhere I went, all I could see were white turtle eggs. Turtle eggs are white and look like ping-pong balls, one after another, covered with a thin layer of mucus that forms a protective layer. This layer plays an important role in preventing moisture evaporation and ensuring the normal development of the embryo. Sea turtles use all their strength to complete the birthing process of a mother. After laying an egg, it will breathe heavily for a long time. After all, the process of childbirth is extremely arduous. After laying eggs, the sea turtle uses its hind legs to push sand into the burrow, covering the eggs with a layer about 10 centimeters thick. Finally, it crawled out of the burrow, smoothed the sand on top with its forelimbs, and then camouflaged the surrounding area with sand, afraid that its baby eggs might be accidentally harmed. Some sea turtles are just beginning to build their nests. They use their two raft-like front legs to dig sand pits, making sand fly up and rustling sounds. After a long while, they use their hind legs to dig a hole with an opening of 20 centimeters and a depth of 50 centimeters. This was the first time Jiang Nan had ever seen sea turtles laying eggs in such a close-up manner, so he couldn't help but observe them closely. I would occasionally touch the sea turtle with my hand. He would occasionally pick up a turtle egg and examine it closely. Because Jiang Nan had helped them catch barnacles, they trusted him a lot, and they weren't afraid even when Jiang Nan approached and touched the eggs. So many eggs. How many baby turtles will hatch from these? I can't believe how lively the Great Barrier Reef will become after these baby turtles hatch. Spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. I used to watch it on TV, but it was never this clear or this close. I observed that the mother sea turtle seems to have laid more than 100 eggs. It's really terrifying. The viewers in the live stream were also honored to witness the turtles laying eggs together. Jiang Nan said, "Here's some information. A sea turtle can lay more than 140 eggs. Almost all sea turtles do not raise their young. Once they have laid their eggs, they will return to the sea and leave. The baby eggs will incubate with the help of the sun's heat. At a temperature of 28 to 34 degrees Celsius, it takes about 40 to 70 days for them to hatch. Newly hatched turtles are black, with only their shells and the edges of their limbs covered in white. After emerging from the sand, they rush to the sea to live, wander around, forage for food, and grow and develop along the way. About 7 or 8 years later, when they reach sexual maturity, they return to their homeland to reproduce and lay eggs. Sea turtles are truly remarkable. They rely entirely on their superhuman memory to accurately find their way back to their familiar places in the vast ocean, following seasonal, purposeful, and fixed routes. There is still no satisfactory explanation for this special ability. But don't be fooled by the number of babies a sea turtle can produce. As I've mentioned before, the survival rate is extremely low, and that's the survival rate of the hatchlings. Even when they are in the egg stage, they are not very safe. Many birds rely on sea turtle eggs for survival. Some of them can be washed away by sudden surges in the waves. Some fishermen even go to the beach to dig up sea turtle eggs to eat during the sea turtle breeding season. As they were talking, Jiang Nan saw some sea turtles heading towards the sea after laying their eggs. Before swimming into the sea, some sea turtles will turn their heads to look at Jiang Nan, as if to say, "Please take good care of our babies, thank you." Some glanced at the burrow where they laid their eggs. Perhaps this is the last time they will see it. Because the ocean is too dangerous, sea turtles are the lowest of the low in the sea, and almost all marine animals eat them, etc. Jiang Nan suddenly thought of green turtle Dallin. Will it return to the sea? With that in mind, Jiang Nan quickly began searching among the turtles. He found out in less than 5 minutes, because green turtle brother was just too conspicuous. It acts like a leader, moving back and forth among the turtles to patrol and prevent other birds from landing and stealing their eggs during the laying season. Will you leave after these sea turtles lay their eggs? Jiang Nan approached green turtle Dallin, squatted down, and reached out to stroke its head. The green sea turtle understood Jiang Nan's words and gently shook its head. Call. Jiang Nan breathed a long sigh of relief and felt at ease. The green sea turtle, Dallin, was the first animal he rescued after arriving here, so he would be somewhat reluctant to leave it. In fact, green turtle Dallin never intended to leave. It planned to stay here, search for injured or barnacle-infested creatures in the nearby waters, and lead them to seek help from Jiang Nan. We must cherish such a kind-hearted, two-legged beast. Next, Jiang Nan will teach the little sea lion 404 how to swim. It didn't work before, but this time we must make it learn. Chapter 75, Teaching the Baby Seal to Swim. When Jiang Nan arrived at the seaside, he filled a large wooden basin with seawater, not too full, otherwise it wouldn't be able to float on the sea. Immediately afterwards, he placed the little seal 404 in the sea, pointed to the large wooden tub, and whispered, "Here, you can lean on the edge." Perhaps the little seal 404 understood, or perhaps it was feeling uncomfortable in the sea, because it immediately raised its two chubby forefins and placed them on the edge of the large wooden basin. In this way, as long as it holds onto the wooden tub, it will not drown in the sea. You can also bury your head in the seawater in the large wooden tub to get used to and learn how to breathe and hold your breath in the sea. The little seal 404 spends all its time eating and sleeping and is incredibly energetic. Although it looks a bit bigger than other seals of the same age, it is still a baby. Looking at the seawater in the large wooden basin, the baby immediately became full of curiosity. First, it looked it over, then curiously buried its head inside. Glug glug, glug glug. Jiang Nan, watching from the side, was on tenterhooks, worried that the little seal might choke on the 404. Who would have thought it would actually be blowing bubbles in the water? After blowing out 2 large mouthfuls of bubbles, the little seal 404 finally raised its head, looking at the water with a bewildered expression, its little head filled with great confusion. Seeing this, Jiang Nan felt very gratified. He knew that although seals are born with the ability to swim in the wild, without their mothers teaching them, they would never dare to go into the water and would only stay on land. Although little sea dog 404 has been to the beach a few times, he is still quite unfamiliar with the ocean. Even though it was unfamiliar, it had just demonstrated a sense of control over the water. Choking on water? Absolutely not. Not only does it not exist, it also blows bubbles. That's talent. It's innate. There's nothing you can do about it. You can't envy it at all. Just like human babies, who are born with the ability to swim, it is for this reason that some scientists have pointed out that humans evolved from fish. With a smile on her face, Jiang Nan picked up the little sea lion 404 and placed it in a large wooden basin this time. Wah! Wah! Before the little guy was even fully inside the wooden tub, he panicked and struggled violently, flailing his tail fin and screaming hysterically, as if to say, "No, no, I don't want to." It thought it was about to fall into the sea, so it panicked and became anxious. No means yes. Jiang Nan quickly held the little sea lion 404 in one hand, gently stroking it and soothingly saying, "We're in a wooden tub, not in the ocean. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Let's play in the water in the tub, okay?" Why? Seemingly understanding Jiang Nan's words, or perhaps the comforting words had an effect, the little sea dog 404, who was panicked just a second ago, has now calmed down. But it kept staring intently at the large wooden basin, as if afraid that Jiang Nan would throw it into the sea. Jiang Nan wasn't in a hurry. He patiently and slowly lowered the small seal 404 down. The fins and tail are the first parts to touch the water. The moment it touched the water, its fleshy fins and tails instinctively twitched. Haha, it works. Jiang Nan smiled and continued to lower the little sea dog 404. Soon, the entire body of the little seal 404 landed in the large wooden tub. Perhaps because of its unease or fear, it hurriedly used its 2 front flippers to lie on the edge of the wooden basin. What Jiang Nan taught me just now came in handy. They learned very quickly, just like some of the exceptionally bright children in kindergarten. Because it was lying down, the little seal 404's body gradually floated to the surface of the water. Excellent. Really excellent. This is something you were born with. I don't need to teach you. Jiang Nan kept praising the little sea dog 404 and was exceptionally gentle. Whether it's a human or an animal, when learning anything, praise is far more effective than dislike, insults, and punishment. Before they knew it, The viewers watching the live stream were reminded of their own student days. The island owner is just like my English teacher in junior high school. She was also very gentle and patient in teaching us, so our class always got much higher grades than other classes. And after each exam, she would let us watch a movie in class. You're so lucky. My junior high teacher used to swear all the time and punish students in all sorts of ways, so I really hated him. I did well in all the other subjects, but I always did poorly on tests because of his teaching. My childhood dream was to draw. I even saved up money to buy paintbrushes and would draw whenever I had free time. But one day my parents found out and tore them up, saying that drawing had no future and that I should learn from other children and study hard. If they had given me more encouragement back then, maybe I would be a pretty good painter now. I've had a similar experience. When I was a child, I was tall and loved playing basketball, but my parents insisted that I study hard. There's nothing we can do. Many parents of our generation value academics, or rather, grades. They don't consider anything else at all. They focus too much on academics and grades, neglecting exercise, interests, and physical and mental health. That's why the PE teacher is always sick. Wait, have you noticed that the island owner hasn't let go yet? That's right. Why doesn't the island owner let go? This wooden tub is so big, the little guy can swim around by himself. Let go? Aren't you afraid fourth brother will choke to death? Can a seal choke? People need to breathe too, okay? Some viewers understood it, so Jiang Nan didn't need to explain. The reason he still gently supports the baby seal's head with his hand is indeed because he is worried that it will choke. After all, they are mammals and need to breathe with lungs. Putting your respiratory tract into water carelessly will definitely cause problems. In the wild, after the mother seal calls her babies to go into the water for the first time, she will usually support them with her body and float them for a while to let them get used to and learn before finally letting them swim and explore in the ocean. Come on, let's practice holding our breath now. I'm going to let go now. As Jiang Nan spoke, she slowly loosened her grip. Without any support, the little seal 404 began to tentatively dip its head into the water. In the blink of an eye, the water had submerged the mouth of the little seal 404. Soon after, it went over the nose. Glug glug. Glug glug. Hiss, it's still not working. It keeps blowing bubbles and can't hold its breath at all. Jiang Nan's face was full of sorrow. Although he could teach his fourth brother some things, he wasn't a real seal mother and couldn't teach him to hold his breath step by step. Just then, glug glug. Humph. Upon hearing this sound, Jiang Nan quickly reached out and lifted the little sea dog 404's head. Chapter 76, Summoning Animal Cards. Chirp, chirp. As soon as its head broke the surface of the water, the little seal 404 rhythmically emitted this sound. If you look closely, you'll notice that its nose is opening and closing, and its small body is trembling. Ouch! I choked. Jiang Nan looked apologetic and felt sorry for the little seal 404, and then gently stroked it again. Luckily, I reacted in time, otherwise it wouldn't have been just a simple tremor. Whoosh. Little seal 404 seemed to be in a bad mood. Perhaps it wasn't feeling well, as it kept paddling its two front flippers in the water, creating quite a splash. After venting a little, I felt much better. Finally, the sound of choking on water stopped, and the little body that had been trembling recovered. Its two forepaws became even quieter, constantly paddling in the water to keep itself floating on the surface. Let's try again. Jiang Nan discovered that although the little seal 404 had choked on it, it didn't seem to reject it as much as before, and was prepared to try a few more times. The learning process is all about trying. You'll learn it if you try it a lot. Little sea dog 404 nodded gently, surprisingly agreeing. Here we come. Fourth brother, get ready. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Nan slowly let go again, releasing the little sea dog 404's head. Just like before, my chin, mouth, and nose were gradually submerged by water. Glug glug. Just like before, little seal 404 blew two more bubbles. Just as Jiang Nan was about to lift it up again, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and he decisively let go. Without Jiang Nan's large hand supporting it, little sea dog 404's body completely entered the water. Little seal 404 stayed quietly in the water, motionless, looking completely bewildered. Its first time entering the water, it felt curiosity, excitement, and doubt. After being stunned for about a minute, the little seal 404 shook its tail fin and finally started moving in the water. Sure enough, after swallowing water a few times, you'll learn to hold your breath. Jiang Nan's heartfelt exclamation. He remembered what his parents said when he was learning to ride a bicycle as a child. Fall a few times, and you'll naturally get the hang of it. You've already learned it, That's so fast. Faster than my boyfriend. Hey upstairs, please stop speeding. Your car wheels are practically hitting my face. You might have misunderstood. I meant that he learned to swim faster than my boyfriend. He has been learning for half a month, and he can only swim underwater. And every time he gets full in the water, he has to be carried out. Fourth brother is so clever. He's already started spinning in circles in the water. Look closely, everyone. This little guy even lifts its head to breathe after it goes into the water. The viewers in the live stream didn't blink. The same is true in Jiang Nan. In my line of sight, the little seal 404 kept circling around the edge of the large wooden basin. As it was spinning, it suddenly raised its little head. Snort. He snorted through his nostrils, then buried his head again. They're taking a breath. Then, it completely submerged in the water and continued to spin and play. You're so smart. You learned it in less than half an hour, much faster than I expected. Jiang Nan was genuinely happy to see the little sea lion 404 learning to swim. He had been worried that without the guidance of the mother seal, and relying solely on his own skills, little seal 404 would only be able to live on land for the rest of his life. As for its fins, they may have degenerated. In hindsight, my worries were completely unnecessary. They're naturally good at swimming. All I need to do is provide simple guidance. Just like Marshal Tianpeng, who was mistakenly reincarnated as a pig, he was still mighty in the water. Whoosh. Whoa dash. Little seal 404 swam in the water for a while, then suddenly leaped out of the water, rested its pectoral fins on the edge of the large wooden basin, opened its little pink mouth, and excitedly barked at Jiang Nan, as if it were being affectionate. It was clear that it was really happy. At first glance, it looks like a little ball of flesh bouncing up. It looks more like a glutinous rice ball. Now you know how fun it is to go into the water. Thinking back to the little seal 404 that I encountered half an hour ago, trembling in the water, it was like two completely different dogs compared to now. Wild seal pups typically stay on land for about a month to allow their lanugo to fall off before going into the water with their mothers. The one I picked up and raised was able to go into the water after about 10 days, which is simply a miracle. Jiang Nan originally didn't want the little sea dog 404 to stay in the water for too long. After all, it was its first time in the water, and she was afraid that something might happen. But seeing the little guy happily playing again, he simply let it be. Once you learn something, you can't help but want to keep doing it. When you first learn to ride a bicycle, isn't your goal to just ride around and enjoy the ride? There's also driving a real car, and driving a dirty car. Ding. Congratulations to the host for teaching little sea dog 404 how to swim. You are hereby rewarded with a Sea Eagle summoning card. Eagle summoning card, a one-time use item that disappears immediately upon use. The host can use this card to summon any known species of eagle on Earth, and can choose any male or female, age and plumage color. Note, the eagles summoned by the summoning card will trust the host 100%, and any items rewarded by the system will have no effect after it consumes them, such as the Spirit Awakening Pill. After a quick look, Jiang Nan did not intend to summon it immediately. Today he planned to go swimming in the sea, but summoning a sea eagle had no effect. When we go wingsuit flying someday, we should summon eagles soaring through the sky together, one person and one eagle. That would be the best live stream experience. You stay here and play. I'll go for a walk around the neighborhood. After giving the little sea dog 404 a few words of advice, Jiang Nan walked away into the distance, preparing to find a suitable place to go into the water. After finding a good spot, Jiang Nan began to take off her clothes. There's really nothing to take off. Just take off your short-sleeve shirt and keep your shorts on. If I take off my lower body too, I won't be able to do a live stream. I like such a generous anchor, unlike those female anchors who are always hiding their true selves and have no class at all. The island owner is magnanimous, both in terms of scale and demeanor. Just wondering what's big. Of course it's the pecs. Look at those huge pecs. They're comparable to the actor who plays Captain America. I'm so envious. With a broad back, a wasp waist, and mantis legs, the island lord's physique would definitely qualify him as a member of the Imperial Guard in ancient times. Wah, Island Master, it's so lonely on the island. Do you need me to come and keep you company? Get out. This is my husband. If anyone should be keeping me company, it's me. How about we both keep him company? I'll take care of the island owner during the day, and you can take care of him at night, or we can arrange it by the week. With the island owner's physique, he can definitely handle it. You guys keep arguing. I've already started admiring the screen. I secretly recorded the screen and watched it at night. Why watch it at night? It's even better at night, sis. Chapter 77, The Legendary Lanternfish. The female viewers in the live stream had already gone wild. Although some had seen Jiang Nan's figure before, they still couldn't contain their excitement. Jiang Nan was already used to it. He quietly stuffed the water-repelling pill into his mouth, swallowed it in one gulp, and finally crawled towards the sea. The place he chose had too many rocks. If he jumped down directly, he might be knocked back by the waves if he wasn't careful. Even if you don't die from the slaps, you won't feel any better physically. Therefore, Jiang Nan chose to climb down. Although the posture was a bit awkward, at least it was safe. Soon, Jiang Nan found a large pit where the waves receded, leaving behind seawater. He stood in the pit, pressed against the rock wall, and waited quietly. In the blink of an eye, a wave crashed in. Jiang Nan was tense all over, pressed tightly against the rock wall. Boom! The waves crashed against the rocks with a deafening roar. Jiang Nan's body was already abnormal, and he did not feel any discomfort. Before enduring the pressure, he took a breath through his nose, pushed up his abdomen, and held on. A few seconds later, the wave had already covered the Jiang Nan cliff face. At this moment, the underwater world can already be seen in Jiang Nan's eyes. As the waves receded, he merged into the sea and disappeared into the puddle he had just been in. This method of entering the water is quite risky, because most people simply cannot withstand the impact of the waves. But once you can withstand it, you can then go into the sea with the waves. With the help of the waves, you will feel more relaxed and comfortable, and you can even go to the sea further away. The drone followed the entire journey, recording everything that happened in Jiang Nan. This is the first time I've ever seen someone go into the water like this. The island owner is really something. If it were me, I think that wave would have killed me. Be confident, and let go of your feelings. Deep sea freediving, the island owner is awesome. No ropes, no protection, no teammates, it's insane. To be honest, I've dreamed of falling into the depths of the ocean like this. Jiang Nan had no time to read the comments. Using the push of the waves, he reached the sea and then adjusted his body posture to prepare to dive. With legs together, kicking the water, they quickly swam downstream along the mountainside below the island. Without ropes, Jiang Nan could only rely on his own strength. Gradually, my vision began to darken, and I also felt the negative buoyancy of my own body. Jiang Nan remained calm and unhurried, shaking her legs as she flipped herself over, head up and feet down, and began to freefall. This saves more effort. At this moment, he also looked up and glanced at the drone that was following him 2 or 3 meters above. Meanwhile, based on measurements taken from the surrounding mountains, the current depth is approximately 11 meters. Jiang Nan did not stop, but continued down the mountainside. Bang! 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 As the temperature continued to drop, Jiang Nan could no longer hear any sound. All she could hear was her own heartbeat. Viewers in the live stream enjoyed an immersive deep-sea adventure with Jiang Nan. The key is still the first-person perspective. The immersion was so strong that even though I was breathing continuously, I still felt like I couldn't breathe properly. I've always felt that of all things, land, sea, and air, the sea is the most terrifying. I felt very relaxed and relieved, as if I had let go of all my burdens and become incredibly light. I woke up this morning and suddenly experienced what it felt like to be drowned in a pig cage. Hey upstairs, I looked at all the comments, and you're the only one who's really something. Has no one noticed that the island owner has been submerged for a long time? How much air is he holding in his lungs? He can really hold his breath. If I were to kiss the island owner, I'd be kissed to the point of suffocation. Yeah. I want to experience that feeling of being kissed until I can't breathe, and then have them choke me at the end. As the tourists discussed it, Jiang Nan finally stopped. From where we are now, we can see many fish swimming back and forth. Some of them were chasing and playing, some were eating plankton, and some even curiously came closer. Looking down, you can see corals of various colors, which is quite dreamy. Before I could even properly appreciate Jiang Nan, I suddenly felt a wave of discomfort coming from inside my ears. The deep breath I took before going into the sea came in handy. Jiang Nan immediately squeezed his abdomen and took a breath into his mouth. Then, actively control the muscles near the ear canal to pull them apart, allowing air from the mouth to enter and completing the ear pressure equalization. One of the core techniques in freediving is the BTV, body volume equalization method. Some people are born with it, while others learn it later in life. Jiang Nan belongs to the former. During a dive, divers may experience difficulty equalizing ear pressure. If they persist in descending, they will suffer varying degrees of crush injuries. This is basic common sense and the most common problem. At this point, A comfortable descent will be achieved by continuously and regularly equalizing ear pressure. Currently, the maximum diving depth of BTV is 40 meters. This is mainly because there are no suitable dive sites in China for deep dives, so it has only reached 40 meters. Although it is only 40 meters, it is very stable. Soon, a sense of comfort washed over her, and Jiang Nan continued to admire the scenery around her. He remained completely still throughout the appreciation process, because he thoroughly enjoys this feeling of silence and merging with nature. My body felt weightless, and my blood flowed like a warm current from my head to my nerve endings, making me feel completely relaxed. Being carefree, embraced, and enveloped by the blue sea, I even felt like I was cultivating immortality in a fantasy novel. After enjoying the moment for a while, Jiang Nan refocused and continued freefall. This time, he went to a depth of about 30 meters on the seabed. Before I could even regain my balance, a school of tigerfish swam past me in a flurry. Although this fish is ugly in appearance, with many tiger-like stripes on its body, its flesh is tender, white, low in fat, delicious, boneless, and nutritious, making it a favorite among many anglers. In addition, a group of pomfret was also seen in Jiang Nan. This type of fish is also a common dish, and it is best cooked by steaming. Prices will surge, especially before the Spring Festival. Suddenly, a bright light appeared before Jiang Nan's eyes. How could there be light in the deep sea? Unless anglerfish. Sure enough, under Jiang Nan's watchful gaze, an anglerfish slowly appeared. What kind of fish is this? She's so ugly. She gave me quite a fright. I recognize it. It's an anglerfish. I've seen it in Ark, Survival Evolved. This is the legendary lanternfish. It really does glow in the sea. It's a pity that the island lord can't speak right now. Otherwise we would definitely ask him to give us a proper explanation. The anglerfish didn't swim away. Instead, it stayed beside Jiang Nan and stared intently at her. Chapter 78. The anglerfish's home has been taken over. Jiang Nan was puzzled, but unfortunately he couldn't speak, so he could only spread his hands in a questioning gesture. He cannot speak, and neither can the anglerfish. The man and the fish stared at each other intently into the deep sea. Just as Jiang Nan was about to leave, the anglerfish suddenly turned around and left. It didn't swim far, but after swimming a distance, it turned its head and looked at Jiang Nan. Is this a way for me to catch up? Jiang Nan thought to himself. Anyway, it gets darker the further down you go, and a fish is taking the initiative to clear a path for you. And it even has its own light, so why not take advantage of it? Jiang Nan nodded and followed the anglerfish as it continued to dive. What? The island lord is going down again? I feel like I can't breathe anymore. Is there any lady who can give me CPR? Send me a photo. If you're more handsome than the island owner, I might consider it. Damn it. I might as well die then. Who the hell can beat the island lord in terms of looks? Damn it. As someone with thalassophobia, watching this is just asking for trouble. Speaking of which, island owner, is your body really able to handle diving that deep? I don't know if you guys noticed, but the island owner was pressing his lower abdomen just now. He's doing BTV. What's BTV? I don't know. Is it a TV station? I've only ever heard of TVB. This is a bit complicated to explain, but all you need to know is that the island owner is a professional. If Marvel is planning to make a movie about the new hero Namor, I suggest they go straight for the island owner. His physique, his looks, and his professionalism in the sea are a perfect fit. He's at least 100 or 1,000 times better than Shang-Chi. The drone followed Jiang Nan at a distance. According to the drone's display, viewers can see that the current underwater depth has reached 28.33 meters. This is only the depth reached by the drone. Jiang Nan will dive much deeper than the drone, which is believed to be over 30 meters. Led by the anglerfish, Jiang Nan arrived at a reef. The reef is covered with corals and various algae, which are brightly colored and look quite beautiful. Upon seeing someone approaching, a grouper quickly hid among them. Upon seeing the grouper, the anglerfish charged at it like mad. Soon, the two fish were chasing and fighting among the corals. To be precise, it was a one-sided crushing defeat. Because this grouper was very large, almost twice the size of an anglerfish, after swimming for a while, the grouper turned around and began to beat the anglerfish with all its might. 1 second, the anglerfish was aggressive. The next second, the anglerfish fled in a panic. Before long, the anglerfish swam back to the Jiang Nan region. The grouper, seemingly unwilling to provoke Jiang Nan, hid among the corals once more. The anglerfish had no intention of giving up. It swam to the south of the Yangtze River, looked at the south, and then looked at the grouper. Although they cannot speak, their meaning is self-evident. Jiang Nan naturally understood what the anglerfish meant, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips, along with a bubble floating out. Although the bubbles are small, the audience can see them. Jiang Nan smiled. They didn't understand why Jiang Nan was laughing. Was it because it was amused by watching two fish fighting? Unable to speak, Jiang Nan nodded to the anglerfish and swam directly towards the coral. He didn't attack immediately, but hovered quietly nearby, gently swinging his legs to maintain the stability of his upper body. Finally, it lunged at the grouper. The grouper was terrified and hid once again in the deepest part of the coral. Jiang Nan was determined to catch the grouper, but he hadn't brought any tools. Then, his eyes lit up and he noticed a piece of gravel. The material of this gravel is the same as that of the reef, so it must have fallen from the reef. Jiang Nan picked up the rock, first feeling its weight in his hand, then judging the distance, raising his aim and throwing it. Bang! The grouper reacted quickly and skillfully dodged the attack. The rock landed right on the reef, shattering with a loud crash and sending up clouds of dust that were clearly visible in the water. Although it escaped unscathed, the grouper hiding in the coral knew it could no longer hide, so it swam out and quickly swam away into the distance. The anglerfish followed closely behind. Now that the grouper knows that the human in Jiang Nan is helping the anglerfish, it has lost all its previous arrogance and dares not continue fighting. It swings its tail and moves faster and faster. Whoosh! Suddenly, Jiang Nan appeared in front of it. The grouper was moving too fast to react and crashed solidly into Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan reacted quickly and decisively grabbed the grouper with both hands. The grouper, which had just been caught, struggled incessantly and even tried to tear Jiang Nan's skin with its fins, but as Jiang Nan continued to exert its strength, it soon became still. Grouper acquired. Dinner is ready. Actually, the reason why Jiang Nan catches grouper is not for dinner, but to help the anglerfish. Although they talked to it, based on observing its reaction, Jiang Nan guessed that this coral should belong to the anglerfish. Later, the grouper arrived, not only driving away the anglerfish, but also taking over the place. The anglerfish was furious and found its own way to get out of it. Ding! Congratulations, host, for helping the anglerfish defend its home. Lazy Spray is hereby awarded. Lazy Sheep Spray X1. Lazy Sheep Spray comes from the well-known Chinese animated series Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. In order to catch the sheep, Big Big Wolf secretly extracted the lazy element from Lazy Sheep and transformed it into lazy perfume. With just a light spray, everything in its path will fall asleep. After a system upgrade, it was transformed into the Lazy Spray. Lazy Spray only requires a light spray to put any animal into a hibernation state, including large animals such as whales and elephants. This spray not only soothes animals' emotions and adjusts their condition, but also makes them feel much more energetic after a nap. Note, this spray is essential for people with insomnia, irritable animals, etc. There is only one bottle available at the moment, so please use it with caution. Really, after seeing the system's rewards, Jiang Nan became even more certain that this grouper was a bully who had forcibly taken over the anglerfish's home. After dealing with the grouper, the anglerfish became unusually excited, swimming around the coral. This scene reminded Jiang Nan of a news story from a while ago, in which a Taoist priest returned from his travels to find that his Taoist temple had been turned into a Buddhist temple. He was so angry that he started cursing loudly in front of the gate, constantly spouting the quintessence of Chinese culture. Sometimes, a person is not as happy as a fish. If he could regain control of the guild, I believe he would be even more excited than the current anglerfish. It's just a pity. Taoism, as the indigenous religion of China, has been suppressed to the point of having no place to stand by Buddhism, which is managed by monks who are fat, drive Mercedes-Benz cars, and have wives and children. To paraphrase a classic line from Uncle Benchan's Kung Fu Hustle, how tragic. Chapter 79, The Great White Shark Attacks Jiang Nan. While Jiang Nan was still in a daze, the anglerfish swam up to him again. This time, the anglerfish had a small shrimp in its mouth. This is... Jiang Nan frowned slightly. The anglerfish continued swimming forward and came to the mouth of Jiang Nan, constantly rubbing its body against Jiang Nan's mouth. Haha, what a grateful anglerfish. Island Master. Eat quickly, don't disappoint the child. You must eat this in front of the child. Island Owner, you're really getting away with this. I rescued a stray cat in the neighborhood before, and as a result, there have been dead rats on my windowsill for several days in a row. Saving a cat isn't scary. What's scary is saving a dog, because a dog might bring you poop. The viewers in the live stream were in stitches. Jiang Nan, however, was completely speechless. The anglerfish brought the dried shrimp out of kindness. I can eat dried shrimp myself, but I can't right now. If I open my mouth, I might be killed by Zioxy and me before I even get a chance to speak. Just as Jiang Nan was struggling with this, the anglerfish suddenly turned and ran away. It was incredibly fast, even more ferocious than when it fought the grouper earlier, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What's going on? Jiang Nan was filled with doubt. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream were still joking around. By the way, how long has the island lord been submerged underwater? It's been about 10 minutes, hasn't it? A master. This is a master. Although I don't know how to dive, I know how to hold my breath. Island master, we have a couples kissing contest here. As the name suggests, it's about couples kissing for the longest time. The first place winner gets a prize. I heard it's a big refrigerator. I don't mind if we participate in this contest. If we participate, the big refrigerator will definitely be ours. This scheme is really blatantly malicious. Please note, it's the island lord who's awesome at holding his breath, not you. Ado, I'm familiar with this approach. Back then, Uncle Zilong and I went in and out 7 times, killing everything in sight. I was in charge of killing, and Uncle Zilong was in charge of killing everything in sight. Wait, something's wrong. Look behind the island lord. What? Island master, run. Quick, quick, quick. At this moment, a colossal object appeared in the shot, so large that it couldn't even fit on the screen. Jiang Nan also felt a chill run down his back and slowly turned around to check. The moment I turned around, my whole body went numb. It felt as if an electric current was shooting up from the soles of my feet to my brain and through my entire body. Buzz. At that moment, Jiang Nan's brain froze. Before me was a colossal creature with a dark blue upper body and a snow-white lower body. Although Jiang Nan couldn't find the other person's eyes immediately, he was 100% certain that the other person was staring intently at him. Because of this angle, it's facing you directly. The dorsal fin alone is over a meter tall, and the pectoral fins on both sides are no shorter than the dorsal fin. I felt so insignificant in their eyes, like a human looking at a puppy, or even smaller. If the other party wants to eat you, they only need to take a small sip. Jiang Nan dared not move, because he had only seen such a behemoth in movies, and there was even a movie about it called Jaws. He had previously rescued a great white shark, but it was just a baby shark that he could hold in his arms. But this one is different. It's a genuine adult great white shark. It is bloodthirsty, it is brutal, it eats flesh, it is one of the cold-blooded overlords of the ocean. The great white shark didn't immediately open its huge mouth and devour Jiang Nan. Instead, it circled around her. It observes Jiang Nan, but more like it mocks Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan is getting anxious. If he keeps wandering around like this, even if the great white shark doesn't eat him, he'll suffocate to death. Because the time for the water-repelling pill is almost up. Jiang Nan gritted his teeth, determined to persevere, his eyes scanning his surroundings, trying to find a small space to hide in. At the same time, Jiang Nan also got a complete look at the great white shark. It is over 5 meters long, and its weight is impossible to estimate by sight. Among great white sharks, it is considered the strongest. It's worth noting that the longest an average shark can grow is only about 4.6 to 4.7 meters. Call. After circling around a few times, the great white shark finally swam towards Jiang Nan. It slowly opened its mouth, revealing rows of white teeth, making it look even more ferocious. That mouth has more than 3,000 teeth. If Jiang Nan were swallowed whole, he could live a little longer. But if he were torn apart, he would be turned into minced meat on the spot. Between 50 and 70 people are attacked by sharks each year, and that's only what's on record. The probability of surviving by sheer luck is 50-50. Even if they manage to escape to the shore and survive by chance, if they were bitten, they are unlikely to be completely unharmed. They dared not linger in Jiang Nan and used all their strength to go upstream. Behind him, the great white shark was closing in, but he couldn't see the shark itself. All he could see was a mouth several times larger than Jiang Nan's. The person is running away in front, and the mouth is chasing behind. This scene is so exciting and intense that it could even be used as a movie poster. Jiang Nan didn't swim very far. In the blink of an eye, she was caught up by a great white shark. It's over. Jiang Nan was ready to close her eyes when she suddenly felt something gently bump into her body. Upon opening my eyes, I was immediately struck by the enormous mouth of a great white shark. At that moment, he was only about 10 centimeters away from the great white shark's mouth, as close as could be. But the great white shark didn't take the opportunity to swallow Jiang Nan whole. Instead, they stood there dumbfounded in front of Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, not eat yourself? Was it already full and just deliberately playing tricks on itself? In nature, many animals enjoy playing with their prey to relieve boredom after they have eaten their fill. Just as Jiang Nan was wondering, the great white shark gently nudged him with its mouth. Could you please not be so gentle? Is this still the ferocious, man-eating great white shark we remember? However, since you're not going to eat me, then let's say goodbye. Jiang Nan kicked her legs hard and swam upwards. At this point, he no longer cared whether there was a shore above him or whether there were waves. As for the great white shark below him, he paid no attention to it either. He just wanted to swim up as quickly as possible. If we don't go up soon, we're really going to suffocate. With sharks threatening him from the front and suffocation warnings from behind, Jiang Nan had no choice but to exert all his strength. Whoosh! Puff! Whoosh! Whoosh! Jiang Nan finally leaped out of the water, breathing heavily without regard for its image. The next second, it locked onto the beach and continued swimming with all its might. It took him almost a minute to swim a distance of just over 10 meters. Because I was really too tired. As soon as he got ashore, Jiang Nan laid down on the beach. Even when waves crashed against him from time to time, he didn't care or pay any attention to them. Compared to having taken a trip to the underworld, the ocean waves are nothing. Chapter 80 Fish that Eat Sharks. Cool. Jiang Nan screamed hysterically. The feeling of surviving such a disaster is so exhilarating. My heart is still pounding wildly, and I feel like it's about to jump out of my throat. About 5 minutes later, Jiang Nan slowly stood up, gazing at the sea in front of him. In order not to worry the viewers in the live broadcast room, he changed the subject and said, "Do you all remember the anglerfish I met in the sea just now?" One viewer is absolutely right. There really are anglerfish in the game arc, Survival Evolved. This is a survival sandbox action-adventure game. Players wake up to find themselves on a mysterious island, naked and starving. They must hunt, gather items, craft weapons, investigate technology, and build houses to withstand the scorching days, freezing nights, and unpredictable weather, as well as various dangers and potential enemies in the wild. In the game, players will encounter all sorts of dinosaurs, including pterosaurs, velociraptors, therizinosaurs, brachiosaurus, pachyrhinosaurus, and brontosaurus, as well as various exotic animals such as saber-toothed tigers, mammoths, griffins, giant ground sloths, and pterosaurs. Some of these animals will attack the player, while others are quieter. Of course, all of them can be tamed. Once tamed, these dinosaurs will help you with all sorts of things. For example, pterosaurs could ride long distances, and mammoths could spray water to irrigate your plants. Basically, every dinosaur had its own unique abilities. With the help of these dinosaurs, players can progress from the primitive age to the Stone Age, then to the Electrical Age, and even higher eras. In the game, the anglerfish's role is to collect pearls. In real life, however, anglerfish have high medicinal value. Their liver extracts have a 30% inhibition rate against certain cancers. Taurine and aminoethylamine can be extracted from fish bile, which are used clinically for anti-inflammatory, heat-clearing, and detoxifying purposes. In folk medicine, monkfish bones are often dried, ground into powder, and mixed with sesame oil to treat boils and carbuncles. In some European countries, insulin is extracted from its pancreas to prevent and treat diabetes. What? Anglerfish are that awesome. Learn as long as you live. Live as long as you grow old. I learned something new in the island owner's live stream today. If the island owner hadn't explained it to me, I really wouldn't have known that anglerfish have so many uses. Island owner is awesome. The title on Baidu Bake isn't for nothing. I suggest changing the title of the island lord to Encyclopedia of Beasts. Ha ha. Upstairs, you're a real talent. You've made me want to play our nights now. I'm not saying anything more. I'll download it right after the stream ends. By the way, can it be played on a mobile phone? You can play it on both mobile and PC. And here's a little secret. The first thing new players should do is find a velociraptor and deliberately provoke it. This will give you an experience bonus. Doge. If I hadn't played it for hundreds of hours, I would have actually believed it. Why do you say that? I'm a newbie. I really don't understand. Don't listen to that guy's nonsense. Velociraptors in the game are killers for newbies. If you encounter one, you'll be bitten to death 100% of the time. The viewers in the live stream listened intently, much more attentively than they had when they were in school. Some have even started downloading on their computers without waiting. On that day, sales of Ark, Survival Evolved skyrocketed, attracting a surge of new players. Although this game has been out for many years and has a certain fan base, thanks to Jiang Nan's promotion today, it has managed to climb onto the Steam sales chart. Jiang Nan found a rock to sit on, pulled up the live stream content from earlier, and continued. There are 25 species of anglerfish in 4 genera worldwide, with a production of 94,200 tons in 1987. Among them, anglerfish has the highest production at 56,500 tons. Although there are many species, only 3 are currently found in China: the yellow anglerfish, the black anglerfish, and the cryptid anglerfish. The black anglerfish I just encountered is a black anglerfish. As you can see, this black anglerfish has a flat body, a large, broad, and flat head, a relatively short torso, and a wide and large mouth. It is precisely because it is so ugly that it is called the ugly fish. Because its sound resembles an old man's cough, it is also known as the old man fish. In biology, the small lantern on their heads is called a lure. The small lantern is formed by the anglerfish's first dorsal fin gradually extending upwards. The front part resembles a fishing rod, while the end expands to form bait. The reason why the lanterns glow is because they contain glandular cells that secrete luciferin. Under the catalysis of luciferase, the luciferin reacts with oxygen to undergo slow chemical oxidation, which naturally produces light. Anglerfish look plump and clumsy, and seem like they don't like to move around much, but they are excellent fishermen. The reason is that its first dorsal fin spine has turned into a long fishing rod, and at the end of this fishing rod, there is a fleshy tassel. When it glows, it can attract some sea creatures. Some sea creatures are very sensitive to light sources. Once they find it, they will swim over without hesitation like moths to a flame. Therefore, it is just right to serve as bait. In addition, anglerfish often bury their bodies in the mud or corals of the deep sea, while their fishing rod is constantly swaying in the water to lure small fish swimming around them. When the greedy little fish are attracted, the cunning anglerfish opens its big mouth and swallows them whole with the current. Its mouth is so big that even Yao Chun and Wang Dalu would have to admit defeat in front of it. In addition, its stomach can expand, so it can easily swallow fish as big as itself. This is why some deep-sea anglerfish even have small sharks in their stomachs. What the heck? Did I hear that right? Eating shark. Anglerfish are so small. How come they eat sharks? Shark. Island owner, don't say it out loud. Don't I have any dignity? Unbelievable. Terrifying. I just gasped in shock. But why did that anglerfish turn and run away when it saw the great white shark? Nonsense. A great white shark is hundreds of times bigger than it. It can only eat small sharks. If it encounters a large one, it'll be eaten right away. Jiang Nan's last sentence was so impactful, like a bucket of cold water poured into a hot oil pan, that it caused an uproar in the live stream. After all, in people's minds, sharks are the top predators in the ocean, and 99% of marine life are their prey. There are very few creatures that can do anything to sharks. Unexpectedly, the small anglerfish is one of them. Chapter 81: The Son-in-Law of the Animal Kingdom. Jiang Nan remained calm and continued. Let me share another little-known fact with you. The anglerfish is a famous son-in-law in the animal kingdom. Larger anglerfish are all female. Because the males are so small, many times smaller than the females, sometimes even hundreds of times smaller, they mostly live on the female anglerfish and obtain their nutrition from them. Some female anglerfish can even harbor more than a dozen male anglerfish. Long ago, some experts believed that there were no male anglerfish in the world, and even thought that anglerfish, like loaches, were hermaphroditic. It wasn't until after repeated observations that they finally discovered them under the belly of female anglerfish. This phenomenon occurs because anglerfish are born unequal. Female anglerfish develop rapidly after birth, growing from a little girl to a young lady, then to an aunt, and finally to a middle-aged woman within just a few days. Male anglerfish lie flat and stop developing, remaining the same size they are at birth as they grow up. This results in male anglerfish being 60 times smaller, or even smaller, than female anglerfish. Most importantly, male anglerfish cannot grow a fishing rod, also known as a small lantern, so they cannot attract plankton in the sea and cannot hunt, thus having no food. Although they don't grow very big, they still need to eat, otherwise they will starve to death. Therefore, they set their sights on female anglerfish. At this point, Jiang Nan suddenly stopped, frowning as he looked at the distant sea. He sensed something was wrong. Why did the island owner stop? How can we stop at such a crucial moment? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Island master, don't stop. Yes, yes, we want more. Just like my husband, he always stops at the crucial moment every night. What else can you do besides get me covered in your saliva? Say that to your husband next time, and it'll definitely get him going all out. Wait, what do you mean by giving it your all? What do you mean by sprint? I haven't gotten on the bus yet. Wait for me. The viewers in the live stream were so engrossed that they couldn't stop listening. They clearly wanted to continue listening to the story, but their urging completely changed their meaning. Jiang Nan didn't keep them in suspense. He looked away and continued. Well, basically every son-in-law has his own special skills, including those who live off rich women. Male anglerfish are no exception. They are very small, but they are really good at chasing girls. Just like how you often see some non-mainstream teenagers riding motorcycles, who don't look like much and can't even pull out 100 yuan from their pockets, but they are surrounded by girls, and even have one on each arm. Although male anglerfish do not have small lanterns, they have highly developed vision and sense of smell, and can quickly detect the light emitted by the small lanterns of female anglerfish in the deep sea. Even without the small lantern, they can track the pheromones released by female anglerfish. Once they find them, they immediately rush over and start shamelessly clinging to their legs. Initially, the male anglerfish will bite the skin of the female anglerfish, and then begin to develop steadily. During development, the male anglerfish's brain, which is the small light-emitting lantern, gradually degenerates because it is no longer needed, and its body begins to shrink rapidly, eventually leaving only its advanced reproductive system. With its advanced reproductive system, even if a male anglerfish wants to leave, the female will not agree. In conclusion, the title of son-in-law in the animal kingdom is truly well-deserved. After hearing the story of the anglerfish, I realized a truth. A man must have a special skill. That's right. As long as you have a special skill, whether you're a rich woman or a young lady, you'll be inseparable from her. Shaw, that makes me want to become a live-in son-in-law. Maybe it's because I've been reading too many novels about live-in sons-in-law lately. I've read all of these, including The Crooked-Mouthed Dragon King, The God of War Descends the Mountain, The Return of the Azure, The Divine Dr. Daddy, and 9 marriage certificates, including The Grandson-in-Law, the originator of the son-in-law novel. The God of War returned and found his 5-year-old daughter living in a doghouse. Enraged, he gave an order, and 100,000 Chinese soldiers rushed to the scene. 100,000 soldiers rushed in, their voices booming like thunder, their momentum like a rainbow. What brings you, God of War? The God of War was furious. I've only been gone a few days. You let her live in a doghouse. Couldn't you at least give her some dog food? Ha ha. Upstairs, your comment is killing me. Do you know how painful it is to hold back laughter at work? Anyone who wants to become a live-in son-in-law should think carefully. Reality is different from novels. In novels you can show off, but in reality you'll only get slapped in the face. That makes sense. I have a brother who became a live-in son-in-law. Not only did he have to change his household registration, but his child's surname also had to follow the mother's. Although in this era, whose surname the child takes isn't that important, his social status will really plummet. Since I have a special skill, I might as well not become a live-in son-in-law and go find a rich woman. This requires even more caution. If you can't find one, the rich woman will slap you and make you drink medicine. 5 continents. Who's calling me? Viewers in the live stream kept expressing their opinions. These days, there seems to be endless topics to discuss when it comes to sons-in-law. On the one hand, novels about sons-in-law are so popular that thousands of new ones are published every month, and many of them have been adapted into catchy short videos. More importantly, the pressure in society today is too great. Boys basically have to buy a house and a car and pay a high dowry in order to get married. Therefore, many boys are willing to marry into a wealthy family. Although I may lose my status, at least I will be free from pressure. Over here, the audience is having a lively discussion. On the other side, Jiang Nan walked slowly towards the sea. At this moment, waves were still crashing against the sea from time to time, but they seemed to be even more violent than before. It seemed as if something was about to burst forth from the sea. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in sight. Great white shark. It's attacking again. Jiang Nan instinctively took a thud back. But it was too late. Wow. La la. The great white shark suddenly opened its mouth and spat out all the seawater inside. Although Jiang Nan reacted quickly, he was no match for the huge waves and was immediately knocked to the ground. Grandma Lee's. Even with Jiang Nan's good temper, she couldn't hold back at this moment. Lying on the ground, rubbing his shoulders and cursing, he noticed a grouper in front of him as soon as he started cursing. It was the very same one that I and the anglerfish had just killed. Chapter 82. Jiang Nan riding a shark. When Jiang Nan escaped from the jaws of a shark, she had already dropped the grouper in the chaos. Unexpectedly, the great white shark picked it up and swallowed it. Even more unexpectedly, the great white shark returned the grouper. What the hell is going on? Jiang Nan was very puzzled and subconsciously walked towards the sea. At the same time, he noticed that fish were leaping out of the sea. They rushed in, one after another, each more eager than the last, and there were all sorts of fish. It's clear they're terrified of great white sharks. Even the little sea lion 404, who was playing on the beach, was so frightened that it ran ashore and hid behind a rock, whimpering. A few days ago, when rescuing the baby shark, a similar situation occurred at the beach. At that time, Jiang Nan initially thought it was the appearance of the baby shark that caused all the fish to panic. It now seems that the great white shark must have been hiding in the sea at that time. It's impossible for a small shark to cause such a huge disturbance. Did you all notice that the island owner was about to jump into the sea? You don't need to tell me that. Anyone who isn't blind can see it. Island master, calm down. Impulsiveness is the devil. Your decision to go into the sea now is simply like delivering goods to your door. What? The island owner has gone into business? I have to support him. Also, I hope the island owner can introduce me to someone. I've already promoted myself to bald. Great white shark, your takeout is here? Welcome, welcome. You must be joking. Quickly persuade the island lord. This is courting death. I don't quite understand why the island owner would go back down after finally escaping to the shore. The viewers in the live stream went wild. Although they couldn't be there in person, they had just observed the great white shark up close underwater. Its enormous size and rows of sharp teeth were no joke. Some people even had the image of a great white shark suddenly appearing behind Jiang Nan replaying in their minds. Even just looking at the screen, I was scared half to death, let alone the island owner who had almost been pressed against the great white shark. Now that you've escaped and successfully reached shore, why would you want to go back down? The viewers in the live stream were confused and even more anxious. Jiang Nan didn't look at the comments, but stared intently at the churning waves, or more precisely, observed the dorsal fins protruding from the sea surface. Beneath the dorsal fin lies a great white shark. After the grouper was returned, it didn't leave but stayed in the same spot, circling around and around. It seems to be waiting for myself. But why? Jiang Nan couldn't figure out the reason, so he could only keep comforting himself. Although it was a great white shark, it hadn't hurt him at all, and sharks generally don't attack humans unless provoked. As long as you don't anger it or make it lose its temper, you're generally safe. Most importantly, I am not bleeding and therefore cannot provoke the shark. Boom. A wave swept in from afar, splashing Jiang Nan's face. Jiang Nan quickly regained his senses, took a deep breath, and decided to go back into the sea. However, without the water-repelling pill this time, he dared not enter the deep sea, much less dive into the ocean floor. Although the system also rewarded me with a diving suit, it was too troublesome to put on and took up a lot of time. Thump! Jiang Nan jumped into the sea without the slightest hesitation. Without stopping, he kicked forward with all his might. Because waves keep crashing in, if you don't control the force and angle well, you'll be swept back onto the beach before the next wave arrives. Jiang Nan swam, while keeping an eye on the great white shark's location. It spotted itself the instant it entered the water. At this very moment, it was shaking its enormous body and rushing rapidly toward him. Really, the reason it lingered and chased after the creature all the way to the shore was to find itself. Jiang Nan didn't think much of it. He just felt his body being pushed back and forth by the waves. He quickly turned around and went straight below the surf layer, kicking his legs and diving down rapidly. If you float on the surface of the sea for a long time, you will soon feel sore all over from being hit by the waves, and in severe cases, you may even get injured. However, Jiang Nan did not dive into the sea to a depth of tens of meters as before, but stopped at a depth of 5 or 6 meters. The seawater here is relatively calm, and Jiang Nan can control her body very well. At the same time, it is relatively close to the sea surface, so if Jiang Nan can't hold her breath, she can swim up to breathe at any time. As Jiang Nan dived down, the great white shark had already approached him. However, they did not rush up to attack Jiang Nan. Instead, they followed him and slowly swam downstream. Although the Jiang Nan swimmer is fast, it is far too slow for the great white shark, like an ant in the eyes of a human. Therefore, it only slightly moves its tail fin and does not speed up. If the tail fin moves even slightly larger, the resulting waves are unbearable for Jiang Nan. In addition, the great white shark seemed to like Jiang Nan very much. After seeing Jiang Nan stop, it took the initiative to swim under Jiang Nan and use its body to support Jiang Nan's body. This would make things much easier for Jiang Nan in the sea. At first glance, it looks like Jiang Nan is riding on the back of a great white shark. This scene was captured by a drone that was closely following behind. Every single viewer in the live stream was completely dumbfounded. What? Unfortunately, I'm uncultured and can only say one thing. I also want to say something, but I can't find a more compelling word for it. In all my years, I've seen people interact with cats and dogs, and I've even seen people interact with tigers and lions at the zoo, but this is the first time I've ever seen someone interact with a wild great white shark, and to top it off, they were riding on its back. I'm speechless, just 2 words. Awesome. This scene is so exciting, it makes my heart pound. What? That's awesome. These 2 words are national treasures, and now they are the only 2 words that can be used to describe the island owner. What? Awesome. Bring it on. For a short time, the viewers in the live stream were all spamming the words, awesome, and the chat was scrolling rapidly, but surprisingly harmonious. Looking at Jiang Nan again, he wasn't particularly happy despite his unspoken pretense. Instead, he seemed uneasy, because he simply couldn't figure out what the great white shark was trying to do. Could it be that he's just playing around with himself? But doesn't it feel more like it's afraid of running away? About 10 seconds later, the great white shark left Jiang Nan's body and, as before, circled around him again. This move further proves that it is worried that Jiang Nan will run away, etc. Is it because it needs something from me? Jiang Nan suddenly came to his senses and began to stare intently at every part of the great white shark's body. Chapter 83: The Problem of the Great White Shark. Jiang Nan observed the great white shark's body with great interest, trying to find wounds on it. However, Jiang Nan has been disappointed. The great white shark's body was clean, plump, and without a single ailment. Since there's nothing wrong with it, why look for yourself? Jiang Nan was puzzled and speechless about this. Jiang Nan helplessly shrugged. On the other side, the great white shark was still circling Jiang Nan, and even faster than before. What's wrong with you? Say something. How am I supposed to know if you don't tell me? Oh, by the way, you can't speak. Then show me with your actions, okay? Jiang Nan was also in a panic. After a moment of internal struggle, he stared intently at Jiang Nan again. Whether it sensed Jiang Nan's anxiety or understood his meaning, the great white shark, after slightly shaking its fins and tail, turned and charged towards Jiang Nan. Just like Jiang Nan, it opened its mouth wide, revealing 2 rows of sharp white teeth, and stopped in front of Jiang Nan, remaining motionless. Jiang Nan's face was full of black lines. Why is it the same as before? What the hell does this mean? Jiang Nan had no choice but to watch the great white shark's gaping mouth up close. Seeing this, the great white shark became somewhat anxious and, just like before, gently nudged Jiang Nan's body with its chin. Jiang Nan, could you be more specific? Do you want me to brush your teeth? Is there something stuck between your teeth that you need me to pick out for you? A wool. A wool. The great white shark cried out twice in a hurry. A howl with a lisp. It sounds a bit like a puppy's whimper. It's also somewhat like a continuous series of ooh, ooh, ee, ooh. The great white shark was getting anxious. It was trying to express something, and even seemed to want to speak. Jiang Nan still didn't understand, and looked even more confused. I am human. I don't understand shark language. At this moment, he desperately needed an animal translator. We've already developed translators for dogs and cats, so could we create translators for even more animals? A whoa. The great white shark was still calling out anxiously. Etc. Jiang Nan's pupils dilated. Although most sharks are not social animals, and prefer to be solitary creatures like tigers, the kings of the jungle, they will still make certain sounds to attract their companions and seek their help if something really happens. If the great white sharks continue to make that noise, will all the sharks near the Great Barrier Reef be attracted to it? Shut the hell up. Jiang Nan is also getting anxious. If all your companions are attracted soon, I'll be in trouble. You might not do anything to me, but your companions might. If I were to encounter 1 or 2 more hungry great white sharks, wouldn't they devour me alive? Jiang Nan swam frantically toward the surface, partly out of fear of attracting more sharks, and partly because he simply couldn't hold back any longer. Without hesitation, the great white shark followed closely once again. It seems that he has become Jiang Nan's shadow. Once on the surface of the sea, Jiang Nan gasped for breath, while the great white shark remained beside him, its mouth still agape. Jiang Nan was both annoyed and amused, and could only keep waving his hands, hoping that the great white shark could understand his body language. Then, a few seconds passed, and this time it was the great white shark's turn to be dumbfounded. It stopped barking and just stared blankly at the dancing Jiang Nan in front of it. What are this man and shark doing? Interspecies communication? Ha ha ha. I was really nervous at first, but seeing this scene, I just couldn't take it. They were talking to each other, and both of them were completely baffled. It was hilarious. More than 10 seconds passed, and Jiang Nan was still earnestly and persistently expressing himself. But the great white shark couldn't understand it, so it decided to do it itself. Its next move left Jiang Nan and the viewers in the live stream completely dumbfounded. To be precise, it should be described as shocking. The great white shark aimed at Jiang Nan's right hand, moved its large head slightly, and finally opened its mouth wide and bit down. In that instant, Jiang Nan stopped all movement, his whole body completely frozen. I dare not move an inch. It's like being hit by the sunflower acupuncture technique. He forgot how to think, or even knew how to think at all. Jiang Nan had already let his guard down around this infamous great white shark, but who would have thought it would bite his arm? Holy crap! Call the police! Call the police! Call the police right now! How do we call the police? The island owner is overseas. What's the use of calling the police? By the time the police see it, the island owner will have already been eaten, and the great white shark will have already escaped. Even if they can catch the great white shark, are they going to lock him up in jail? Why, the island lord's hand is gone. This scene was so shocking that some timid girls in the live stream were terrified and cried, while others covered their eyes, too scared to continue watching. Because they all knew what would happen next. If they've already eaten the arm, the next step will definitely be to eat the whole body. Of course, there was another reason they cried. They would no longer need Jiang Nan's hands. After all, a man's hands are very useful to a woman. My hand was eaten like that. It's gone? This guy didn't eat me at first. Was it really just toying with me, his prey? Etc. Something's not right. The blood in Jiang Nan's brain and body began to warm up again. 1 second his face was filled with anger and panic. The next second it returned to normal. Because he felt no pain in his arm. With wide eyes, following his arm, he saw that although the great white shark in front of him had its mouth wide open, it did not bite down, but instead put his hand in its mouth. That's right. It's meant to be held in the mouth. The feel is just like the tongue of a great white shark. So soft. Slippery. It's hot. These adjectives together, if you didn't know better, you might think. Because his wrist was on the great white shark's teeth, and it kept its mouth wide open, plus the buoyancy of the water, he could only feel the sharpness of its teeth, so he was not injured at all. Jiang Nan was stunned again. The big guy opened his mouth and put his hand inside. Then it just stopped moving again. What's it trying to do? Is it just about letting me touch its tongue? Jiang Nan seemed a little lost in thought, and even gently pinched it. It feels nice, bouncy, like touching jelly. Oh whoa! The great white shark roared again. Jiang Nan, stop immediately. It got upset when I pinched its tongue? Or is there another reason? Seeing the great white shark's anxious look, Jiang Nan decisively chose the latter. Its objective was not achieved. Jiang Nan widened his eyes and began to observe the great white shark's mouth up close. Chapter 84: The glass in the great white shark's throat. Jiang Nan looked left and right and concluded, no problem. The teeth are white, sharp, and undamaged. Oh whoa! The great white shark realized that Jiang Nan had not found the problem and became anxious again. It swung violently, and this time it actually flung Jiang Nan's right hand out of its mouth. Jiang Nan felt a pang of regret. Although great white sharks look fierce, their tongues actually feel really nice to the touch. After shaking off Jiang Nan's right hand, the great white shark opened its mouth wide again, brought it close to Jiang Nan, and once again put Jiang Nan's right hand in its mouth. Here we go again. Is this never going to end? Jiang Nan stared in disbelief, his expression turning serious. Since the great white shark is so persistent, it means there must be something wrong with its mouth. Thinking of this, Jiang Nan even leaned forward, almost shoving his head into the great white shark's mouth, so he could see the situation inside more clearly. At the same time, his right hand reached deep into the great white shark's mouth. This scene terrified the viewers in the live stream. Because in their line of sight, Jiang Nan had already placed half of his body inside the great white shark's mouth. And it was proactive. Great white shark, today's takeout is amazing. It actually crawled into my mouth on its own. I love it. Island Master, you must be careful. If you accidentally slip in, you'll be meeting the king of hell. Report the island owner for giving people away. This scene is too terrifying. I can't bear to look at it. Island Lord, don't be so suicidal. I'll just let you have your fun. Awesome. Is it the kind of awesomeness I'm imagining? Drooling. Everyone was worried for Jiang Nan, but as it turned out, Jiang Nan's choice was correct. Seemingly aware that Jiang Nan was helping him, the great white shark remained motionless, even using. With a slight sway of its pectoral fins, it suspends its massive body steadily. It saw that the great white shark really wanted to ask for my help. Ask for what kind of help? The answer lies in the hands of Jiang Nan, who keep exploring. As it continued to slide down, Jiang Nan's right hand reached the complex closure of the great white shark's esophagus. It was slippery here, mixed with seawater, but he still managed to stick his finger in. At this point, Jiang Nan's upper body was completely inside the great white shark's mouth. If he wanted to continue touching forward, he would have to put his entire body inside. Without the slightest hesitation, they continued forward. What? The island owner has gone mad. If you need anything, burn some paper money. I can't bear to look. At this moment, no matter how shocking the words, they all seem so pale. Jiang Nan is gambling. I bet all animals on Earth have a spirit, even fierce beasts like lions and tigers. Of course, animals such as flies and mosquitoes are excluded. After moving forward about 15 centimeters, Jiang Nan finally found the answer she was looking for. He touched something smooth and hard. It looks like a stone. It looks more like a glass product. Even in the water, even inside the esophagus of a great white shark, Jiang Nan could still feel it because the texture was so familiar, so very familiar. He wanted to touch it again, but it's not long enough. His legs were already inside the great white shark's mouth. If he continued forward, his entire body would be inside. If they were to actually get in, it would be an enormous challenge for Jiang Nan. Because once the great white shark closes its mouth, it can only go to the underworld to play cards with Yama's daughter. Even if the great white shark doesn't close its mouth, the space will become smaller and darker the further inside you go. Most importantly, although the great white shark has white teeth, it has a foul-smelling throat and bladder because it eats meat all year round. Jiang Nan simply cannot breathe normally and can only hold his breath. But he didn't hesitate. He pushed off with both feet and crawled straight in. This time he finally touched it and could confirm with 100% certainty that it was a glass product. This is a human creation and should not exist in the ocean. The glass object is now stuck deep in the neck bone of the great white shark's esophagus. Actually, this is still relatively good. If it continues to eat without restraint, the glass items will be pushed into its stomach. Glassware cannot be digested in the stomach. If this continues, the great white shark will definitely develop stomach problems and may even be tortured to death. Luckily, it was clever and went to Jiang Nan, otherwise it would have surely died. However, just as Jiang Nan was about to reach out to take out the glass item, he suddenly felt his heart racing and his chest aching, unable to hold it in any longer. Without hesitation, Jiang Nan escaped from the mouth as quickly as possible. Whoa! As soon as Jiang Nan emerged, he heard the great white shark make another urgent sound. He could actually detect a trace of emotion in that voice. It's painful. It's urgent. I have a request. No. To be precise, it was pleading. Don't worry, we found the problem. Let me rest for a bit, then I'll go in and help you. Jiang Nan reached out and touched the great white shark's forehead, comforting it. Then it lay directly on the great white shark's body, plopped down, and began to breathe heavily. For Jiang Nan, it felt like he was just jumping back and forth in front of the king of hell. Although it only lasted 2 minutes, the pressure was immense, and my physical strength was greatly depleted. I was so exhausted that cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Why is the island lord out here? Did you discover something? The island owner looks like he's about to collapse from exhaustion. What did I just hear? The island lord still wants to go in? This is just courting death. Great white shark, if it's the island owner, it wouldn't matter if we went in again. Me? You can even speed on this lousy road? But I like it. Jiang Nan rested on the back of the great white shark for 2 minutes. To allow Jiang Nan to rest better, the great white shark remained motionless throughout. Call. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Nan jumped into the water again. Having already been inside once, he was confident he could help the great white shark solve the problem this time. The great white shark, already impatient, let out another buzz, this time with a joyful tone. Jiang Nan's lips involuntarily twitched into a smile. This big guy is actually quite cute. He seems to know everything. He couldn't help but think of the little shark he had rescued before. It seemed that the two sharks had similar personalities. Could it be that they had some kind of close relationship? Jiang Nan didn't think too much about it. He gently patted the great white shark's forehead, signaling it to open its mouth. The great white shark is indeed intelligent. Understanding the situation, it obediently opened its mouth, revealing rows of sharp, large white teeth once again. Jiang Nan, familiar with the area, slipped inside once again. He is much more relaxed now than before, but he is still nervous. He was worried that when removing the glass items, he might accidentally touch some parts of the great white shark, thereby stimulating it and causing it to go berserk. You should know that the esophagus is very delicate. Chapter 85 Human Romance, Animal Disaster. In the eyes of all the viewers in the live broadcast room, Jiang Nan was like a Superman. First, he successfully reached into the mouth of the great white shark with one hand, then its head, then its chest, and then its buttocks and thighs. At first glance, it looks a bit like a feeding machine that automatically feeds food into your mouth. Just now, while Jiang Nan was resting on the great white shark, he wasn't just resting. He was also thinking about how to remove the glass object from his esophagus. After much thought, he had no other choice but to forcibly pull it out. Otherwise, there really is no solution. This is a very risky thing to do. He remembered that someone had once reached into the esophagus of a marine animal with their bare hands and removed a foreign object. This person was none other than Kishan, the world's largest giant. He is 2.36 meters tall and has an arm span of 1.06 meters. In 2006, Hai and Lulu, two dolphins at Royal Polar Ocean World, swallowed unidentified foreign objects. Experts from the People's Hospital rushed to the scene to remove the objects, but due to the special structure of the dolphins' stomachs, the first treatment failed, and they eventually had to seek help from Shishan. After instrument testing, the foreign object was found to be a little over a meter in the dolphin's stomach, and Happy Shun's arm was just long enough. The foreign object that had been troubling Hai and Lele for days was finally found. Because it was corroded, it resembled a red rubbery material similar to a foot pad, but its exact shape was unclear. The entire treatment process was thrilling. Hai the dolphin was first pulled out of the water and laid on a long table. Its teeth were tied with a towel, and more than 10 trainers were responsible for securing it. Next, after professional disinfection and lubrication, Shishun's arm was directly inserted into the dolphin's mouth to grab the foreign object and pull it out. Compared to Zishun, Jiang Nan is now facing a much more complex situation. He had no lubricant to help him, nor the assistance of a dozen or so animal trainers, and the object of his help was not a cute dolphin, but a ferocious great white shark. Fortunately, the great white shark remained still, which eased Jiang Nan's anxiety considerably. Soon, Jiang Nan's vision went black. As he entered, he completely blocked the great white shark's mouth. Meanwhile, in Jiang Nan, a child's calf was caught in a great white shark's tooth, causing it excruciating pain. It's important to know that great white sharks don't have a fixed row of teeth, but rather about 4 or 5 rows, like an irregular guillotine. You can easily get stuck if you're not careful. Although the great white shark didn't bite down, the sharp teeth pressing against the body still caused pain. But at this point, Jiang Nan was no longer able to manage or adjust, because he has now caught that glass object. The moment he grabbed it, Jiang Nan really wanted to swear. Based on his sense of touch and by visualizing its appearance in his mind, Jiang Nan could be 100% certain that it was a beer bottle. The bottle opening rests against the fleshy wall of the great white shark's esophagus. One end of the bottle was stuck in the neck bone next to the great white shark's esophagus. He just couldn't understand it. Beer bottles could be sold as scrap, or even used for self-defense. Why would anyone just throw them into the ocean? Fortunately, after exploring Jiang Nan, it was discovered that the beer bottle was not broken. Otherwise, the situation would be even more complicated. For any living creature, accidentally ingesting a broken beer bottle is fatal. Jiang Nan wasn't in a hurry. He felt it all over again to make sure it was a 600 milliliters beer bottle and that the two ends weren't very tightly locked. Perhaps because the great white shark had already sensed its presence and knew it couldn't handle it, it simply left it stuck there. Although this would affect its eating and cause pain in its esophagus, it was something it had no choice but to do. Fortunately, it found Jiang Nan. Why do we say it's lucky? Although it won't affect eating if it stays stuck like this, the repeated squeezing will eventually cause it to rupture. The day it breaks open will be the day the great white shark dies. Jiang Nan calmed himself down and first used his hand to support the beer bottle against the esophageal wall. This would allow the elastic esophagus to expand a little more and give the bottle some room to move around in the esophagus. Most importantly, this way you don't have to worry about the end that's stuck in the bone. To be honest, Jiang Nan really didn't dare to move the end that was stuck in the bone, because marine life skeletons are actually very fragile. This is why they get stranded and die. Without the buoyancy of water, their weight crushed their bones and ruptured their internal organs, leading to death. Therefore, if you can keep the bone end still, then do so. Because Jiang Nan was very careful, the beer bottle was slowly removed from the esophagus in no time. From the perspective of the viewers in the live stream, they could not see anything inside the mouth. All they could see was the motionless great white shark. Looking at the time again, 2 minutes had already passed. The audience held their breath, clasped their hands together, and silently prayed for Jiang Nan. Some viewers were so excited that they hurriedly called their relatives and friends to watch together. After all, it's rare, if not unprecedented, for someone to enter the mouth of a great white shark alone to retrieve something. He is the only one of his kind. To obtain it is to be a hero. If we can't take it out, it will live on forever in our hearts. Under the watchful eyes of an ever-growing audience, Jiang Nan finally moved slightly. At that moment, all the spectators breathed a long sigh of relief. However, they stared wide-eyed, wanting to see what was inside the great white shark's mouth. As Jiang Nan's body slowly withdrew, his arm was finally pulled out as well. The audience also saw what was in his hand. The same Jiang Nan region is also clearly visible. It's a bit different from what he expected. This is not a beer bottle, but a clean white glass bottle. The bottle opening was plugged with a cork. Through the transparent bottle, you can see a rolled-up piece of paper inside. Message in a bottle. Many people now write down their wishes, put them in a bottle, and eventually throw them into the sea. It looks romantic, but it's just plain stupid. For the sake of his own romance, he caused suffering to all the marine life in the ocean. After all, glass products simply cannot be digested. Grass. Jiang Nan, with his kind and gentle manner, uttered a phrase from the national essence. He gripped the message in a bottle tightly in his right hand, nearly crushing it. Awah! Awah! After retrieving the message in the bottle, the great white shark felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and began to circle Jiang Nan wildly in celebration. It's clear that the great white shark is really happy, with a sense of exhilaration like it has survived a close call. But this scene is just terrifying no matter how you look at it. Because in the audience's view, the dorsal fin of the great white shark was constantly circling around Jiang Nan. In movies and TV shows, whenever a shark's dorsal fin appears, it almost always means that the shark is about to go on a killing spree. At the same time, viewers also noticed that Jiang Nan's face was pale, clearly indicating that he was exhausted. Jiang Nan is now exhausted, while the great white shark is full of energy. If the great white shark repays kindness with enmity, Jiang Nan will no longer be able to escape as before. Chapter 86: The System's Multiple Rewards. It was a message in a bottle. Which idiot threw the message in a bottle into the sea? Wouldn't it be better to play virtual games online? Maybe you could even meet a girl. I finally understand what happened. It turns out the message in a bottle got stuck in its throat, and the great white shark was in so much pain that it took the initiative to ask the island owner for help. That's right, that's exactly it. The island owner must have discovered the problem earlier than us, which is why he went straight into the belly of the great white shark. I was so shallow. I even mocked the island lord for his ineffective communication with the great white shark. What a slap in the face. I never imagined that I would actually witness a great white shark successfully seeking help from humans in the ocean. The saying, all things have a spirit, is truly true. That's the wonder of nature. But I admire the island owner's courage and wisdom even more. If it were me, I would probably have wet my pants from fright. Be more confident. Get rid of the fear. The viewers in the live stream were very excited to see Jiang Nan successfully remove the message in a bottle from the great white shark's throat. The great white shark, however, was even more excited. Whoa! Unbeknownst to many, it has already circled around Jiang Nan many times. Sometimes it leaps up and breaks out of the water. Sometimes it sinks to the bottom of the sea. Sometimes it drifts at the foot of Jiang Nan. Very nice. Watching the happy great white shark, Jiang Nan also felt an indescribable joy. Some people are happy all day if they help injured stray cats and dogs, even if it's just by giving them a sausage. Jiang Nan was helping one of the most ferocious animals in the ocean, and this joy could be magnified dozens or even hundreds of times. A smile slowly appeared on Jiang Nan's lips. Before he could even savor this joy, Jiang Nan suddenly felt his body growing heavier and heavier. This is a sign of physical weakness. Having been inside the mouth of a great white shark twice in a row, its energy and stamina had long been exhausted. Not good. I must get ashore quickly. Jiang Nan waved to the great white shark beside him, then quickly kicked his legs and swam toward the shore. Perhaps because it was too happy and wanted to get close to Jiang Nan, or perhaps because it noticed that Jiang Nan was not feeling well, the great white shark actually swam up to Jiang Nan and then suddenly swam upwards. This sudden action startled Jiang Nan and left him completely bewildered. While Jiang Nan was still in a daze, the great white shark blocked his constantly swaying foot from below. Hey, what are you doing? At this moment, Jiang Nan's feet were swinging in the water. When the great white shark came up, he should have been standing in the water, but he lost his balance and sat directly on the great white shark's head. As soon as Jiang Nan settled down, the great white shark beneath him began rapidly wagging its tail fin. Accelerate. In an instant, a series of jolts came from behind. Because of the high speed, waves would splash onto Jiang Nan's face from time to time. From a distance, it looks like they are riding jet skis. This wasn't Jiang Nan's first time riding a great white shark. He had experienced it once before in the sea, but it was nowhere near as exhilarating as this. This inevitably reminded him of the movie Fast and Furious. So many movies have been made, each one worse than the last, all just about driving. But my own movies are different. The first person to ride a shark, unprecedented and unparalleled. That feels good. Faster. Jiang Nan opened her arms wide, enjoying the sea breeze blowing against her face. The great white shark seemed to understand, and kept accelerating, even plunging into the sea, carrying Jiang Nan along with it. Finally, it broke through the sea surface at an extremely high speed and flew into the air. Thump! Splash! 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 At that moment, Jiang Nan recalled a line from a song. I want to fly higher. He didn't know exactly how tall he was, but the great white shark's fins and tails were already out of the water. Based on insurance estimates, it's at least 6 or 7 meters. Moreover, due to inertia, the great white shark's body remained suspended in midair for only a few seconds before crashing down. Jiang Nan, riding on the back of the great white shark, also experienced the entire freefall process. 1 second you're soaring, the next you're plummeting, like a roller coaster, sending Jiang Nan's adrenaline soaring and making all fatigue a thing of the past. Boom! A man and a shark landed in the water like cannonballs, causing waves to splash everywhere, creating a spectacular scene. Puff! Jiang Nan emerged from the water, spat out a mouthful of water, and then lay down on the head of the great white shark beside him again. He hadn't had enough fun yet, and neither had the great white shark. And so, the great white shark carried Jiang Nan once again, galloping across the sea. Ding! Congratulations, host, for retrieving the message in a bottle from the great white shark's esophagus, eliminating the threat to the great white shark's life, and saving the great white shark. Special reward. Intimacy points, plus 100. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the ice silkworm sun hat. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the black jade ointment. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the tricolor flower seed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained golden fertilizer. Congratulations, host, on obtaining fresh meat. Congratulations, host, on obtaining fresh fruit. Ice silkworm sun hat. The host lives by the sea year-round, where the sun is strong. Wearing this hat can greatly reduce ultraviolet radiation and keep the body cool at all times. Note, the host can freely choose the style and color of the hat. Once selected, it cannot be changed. Black Jade Ointment X5, a miraculous external injury ointment. It can be used for both broken bones and cuts. Note, this product can be used by both animals and humans. 7 colored flower seeds X10, a magical species that can produce 7 colored petals, possessing great ornamental value. Note, 100% survival rate. 10 bags of Jean Kula fertilizer. Plants irrigated with this fertilizer, whether flowers, grasses, or trees, will grow rapidly, and their fruits will be several times larger than usual. If the plants rewarded by the system are watered, they will also gain unique effects. Note, even plants that are about to die can survive after being watered with this fertilizer, and they will definitely not die in the future. 100 gene of fresh meat. The host can use this to feed carnivores. As long as the host feeds them meat, the intimacy value will increase by 100%. Not only that, it will also greatly increase the animal's physical immunity and aggression. Note, do not use this on humans. Absolutely not. 100 caddies of fresh fruit. This fresh fruit has the same effect as fresh meat, except that it is fed to herbivores. The system's voice kept exploding in my mind. Jiang Nan was stunned on the spot. This is the first time the system has been so generous. Looking at the dazzling array of prizes, Jiang Nan became increasingly happy. At the same time, I was filled with curiosity. What would happen if we fed humans fresh meat and fruit? That's just how people are. They can't help but want to try things that have been repeatedly warned against. Chapter 87 Kidnapped by Sharks. Jiang Nan was very satisfied with the system's rewards and enjoyed the game even more. The man and the shark were like old friends who hadn't seen each other for years, laughing, playing, and having a great time in the sea. This is the most beautiful relationship between humans and nature, and between humans and animals. The viewers in the live stream were completely mesmerized. After all, in people's minds, sharks are man-eaters, and they find humans cute and even more delicious. This is the first time that sharks have been seen as cute by humans. It's so beautiful. It's absolutely breathtaking. Even though we're on screen, my heart is pounding. It feels like I'm riding on a great white shark. Isn't the playful interaction between species more exciting than those sci-fi blockbusters? Shanghai Fortress. Upstairs, I suspect you're subtly criticizing me, and I have evidence. If the island owner wants to keep this great white shark, how big of an aquarium would he need? Great white sharks belong to the ocean, and the island owner would certainly not raise them privately. At most, he would allow them to settle in the Great Barrier Reef. I don't know why. Even though I have thalassophobia, seeing the island owner playing with the great white shark suddenly felt amazing, and I even started to yearn for it. We can only dream about it. As an ordinary person, we have no chance to come into contact with a great white shark, let alone have such a good relationship with one. That makes sense. After all, not everyone can squeeze into the mouth of a great white shark. This is more sci-fi than any science fiction movie. If this were made into a movie, it would surely gross over 10 billion. One movie could make him a 10 billion box office god. Then, looking at Jiang Nan, after venting his frustrations with the great white shark in the ocean for a while, he gently waved his hand, indicating that he was leaving. He was exhausted and just wanted to get a good night's sleep. If I stay in the water any longer, I'll definitely collapse from exhaustion. Bye-bye. We'll meet again someday. Jiang Nan shouted and turned to swim back with the waves. He held the message in the bottle tightly in his hand the whole time. This thing is romantic to humans, but once thrown into the ocean, it's just trash. Uft, uft. At this moment, although he was only 20 meters away from the shore, Jiang Nan could only swim freely with the waves to avoid being hit by the waves against the cliff. While this might make things a little easier, it's still quite painful to have the waves crashing over you. When they were still a few meters from the shore, suddenly, crash. Hey, what's going on? What are you trying to do now? Jiang Nan was struggling to swim back when her body suddenly sank. Looking down, I saw that the huge great white shark had emerged from underwater and lifted me up once again. In just 2 seconds, I was out of the water. Because the great white shark was so fast, Jiang Nan was lying on its back, waving his arms and kicking his legs, maintaining a swimming posture. Jiang Nan dared not be careless and reacted quickly, grabbing the great white shark's dorsal fin to prevent himself from falling. What exactly do you want? Don't scare me. Jiang Nan panicked and shouted loudly. At the same time, he kept stroking the great white shark's head, trying to soothe its emotions. However, it had no effect whatsoever. The great white shark, carrying Jiang Nan, turned around and swam back across the sea. It's even faster than before. Jiang Nan wanted to jump, but if he jumped now, he would definitely not be able to get back to shore. He glanced back and realized that he was already dozens of meters away from the shore. He didn't have enough strength to swim back, and he might even be lifted up by a great white shark. At that moment, he almost cried. Let me go home. I want to go home. They've broken through. The defenses have been breached. Jiang Nan is just short of shouting Grey Wolf's classic line, I will definitely come back. To avoid falling into the sea, Jiang Nan could only cling tightly to the great white shark's dorsal fin. Apart from this, there were no protective measures available, which was quite exhausting for the already weary Jiang Nan region. Moreover, because the great white shark was moving so fast, water was constantly splashing up and hitting Jiang Nan's face. Ugh. Cough, cough, cough. Cough. He choked on water. Damn it. I spent almost an hour in the water today and didn't choke on any water. Who would have thought that once they were out of the water, they would choke on it? Take me back. Snap. Smack. Smack. Jiang Nan finally couldn't resist and kept slapping the great white shark's body, trying to get its attention. Fearing to anger him, he did not exert much force. Result. Puff. The great white shark ignored everything and accelerated again, causing Jiang Nan to choke on water once more. Jiang Nan. At that moment, tens of millions of grasses rushed through Jiang Nan's mind. Great white shark? Killer shark? No. Jiang Nan thinks it's a complete idiot. He knew it meant him no harm, but if you want to play with me, you have to let me rest for a while. What is this now? Kidnapping? I'm tired. Destroy them all. Jiang Nan shook his head helplessly and decided to stop resisting. Instead, he obediently lay on the back of the great white shark and chose to rest. Since we can't resist, let's enjoy it. I just wonder if the little sea dog 404, who's still staying by the sea, is worried about me not going back for so long. However, with Green Turtle Dallin looking after them, there shouldn't be any problems. What I should be most worried about now is where this big shark is going to take me. As the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. And even a shark has its own way in the sea. Since it's impossible to jump off halfway, it will conserve its energy and hope that the great white shark can take it to a wonderful place. The drone followed closely, chasing after them relentlessly. The viewers in the live stream were stunned when they saw Jiang Nan being forcibly taken away by the great white shark, and then they panicked. What should we do in this situation? Should we call the police? Even if you could call the police, what would you say? Would you say that a great white shark kidnapped a human? I think I've seen a similar line in the movie The Mermaid. Police officer. Excuse me, I suddenly remembered something funny. Please continue. We are professionally trained, unless we can't help it. I've lived for decades, and this is the first time I've ever encountered something like this. It's truly an eye-opener. I've seen people ride donkeys, horses, and even pigs. But who would have thought that sharks could be ridden, and so willingly at that? Everyone, look closely at the island owner's expression. He's clearly given up, indicating he doesn't care what happens. I just wonder where the great white shark wants to take the island owner. Will it just send him back to his country? Chapter 88, A Paradise on Earth. Heart-shaped island. I don't know how much time passed, maybe a few minutes, maybe a dozen minutes, but the great white shark finally slowed down. Jiang Nan slowly opened her eyes. Yes, he's asleep. Jiang Nan was so tired that she couldn't help but close her eyes. Although it was a bit bumpy to be on the back of the great white shark, the up and down motion was actually quite comfortable and even had a hypnotic effect. It's like lying on a tricycle. The road is bumpy, but you drift off to sleep without even realizing it. Every now and then, waves would splash onto Jiang Nan, but he no longer cared. Honey, you're awake. I almost couldn't resist licking the screen when I saw my husband sleeping for the first time. Speaking of which, the island owner is really carefree. He actually fell asleep on the back of a great white shark. Isn't he afraid of rolling over and falling into the sea? What's there to be afraid of? Even if you fall into the sea, a great white shark will lift you up again. I observed that while the island owner was sleeping, the number of viewers in the live stream increased by over 100,000. Isn't that infuriating? Shocking. A streamer earns millions a month by live streaming himself sleeping. Live streaming yourself sleeping? Earning millions a month? Is this even legitimate? Don't you do any exercise before bed? Hey upstairs, what city are you from? Points deducted. The viewers in the live stream were racing wildly. Jiang Nan paid no attention to anything else, lying on the back of the great white shark, gazing into the distance. There's a small island 100 meters ahead. That one also belongs to the Great Barrier Reef. However, the place I've always been in is the main island of the Great Barrier Reef, and there are many scattered small islands around the main island. Unfortunately, Jiang Nan had been sleeping the whole time and didn't have time to figure out the location, so he couldn't tell which island it was for the time being. As they drew closer, Jiang Nan suddenly exclaimed 3 words, heart-shaped island. This big shark actually brought itself to heart-shaped island? But why? Is it simply a way of repaying oneself, allowing oneself to appreciate the scenery? Heart-shaped island. What does that mean? Is it a small island shaped like a heart? Island Lord, please tell us. Jiang Nan calmly explained. The Great Barrier Reef also has another name, the Great Wall of the Sea. It has this name because there are many, many small islands nearby, and you can basically see the shape of each one from midair. Among them, the central island is the most famous, because when viewed from the sky, the shape of the entire island is like a heart. There aren't many houses built on heart-shaped island yet, just a few small cabins to be precise. However, a ring road has been built around heart-shaped island, where you can camp, pitch tents, have barbecues, and ride bicycles around the ring road. It sounds very romantic. In addition, each island in the Great Barrier Reef has its own unique characteristics. Some islands have been developed into small villages, some into leisure areas, and some have maintained their original ecology. Of course, each island also has many different precious plants and animals. The underwater scenery of each island in the Great Barrier Reef is also different, making it a tropical aquarium. There are more than 1,200 kinds of rare marine life, including sea turtles and butterfly fish, which are species that are rarely seen elsewhere. No matter how different the islands are in terms of features and animals, one thing is exactly the same. If you have the chance to look down on the Great Barrier Reef from the sky, the only conclusion you can draw is that the water is crystal clear. With the large number of fish, it's just like the scene described in ancient Chinese poetry, where there are hundreds of fish in the pool. Oh, by the way, there's an island in the Great Barrier Reef with particularly good waters for snorkeling called Coral Island. The color of the water there changes with the weather and the corals. You just need to rent a set of equipment to enter the wonderful underwater environment. Wandering among the coral reefs, watching fish of all colors swim around you, and seeing giant sea turtles and corals of all shapes and sizes, it's a wonderful and unforgettable experience. To support the development of diving programs on that island, in addition to building mini shops on the island where you can rent various diving equipment, there are also many diving classes that offer short-term training. Tourists who have come from afar can quickly learn the skills of underwater travel under the guidance of these locals. Even if you are a complete landlubber and can't swim at all, you can quickly learn underwater swimming skills, and there will even be an instructor who will follow you the whole time when you go into the water. Besides Heart Island and Coral Island, there is also a rainforest island. The rainforest on the island has existed for more than 40,000 years. I heard that there are still some primitive people on the island. After being exposed to modern civilization, they have both learned modern civilization and preserved their primitive culture. Upon entering the rainforest island, the natives will give tourists a warm welcome and hold a bonfire party. At the party, they will perform various primitive musical instruments and music, as well as all kinds of dances, and there will be plenty of delicious food, such as barbecue. Jiang Nan introduced the 3 islands of the Great Barrier Reef in one go. And this is just a drop in the ocean compared to the Great Barrier Reef. For Jiang Nan, these unique islands are the content of his live streams. Unlike other live streamers, he doesn't have to worry about running out of content and rack his brains for it. He might try singing and dancing for a show one day, challenge others to a competition the next, go for a walk outdoors the day after, or just keep doing product promotions if all else fails. Just hearing the island owner say it makes me want to go. Please open it to tourism soon. I'm itching to go. I think you're just insatiable with lust for the island lord's body. Nonsense. I'm going to the Great Barrier Reef to see the island owner, and while I'm at it, enjoy the scenery. Hopefully, something will happen between me and the island owner. Island owner, don't come any closer. Just as the viewers in the live stream were racing again, the great white shark finally stopped. It stopped a dozen meters away from the heart-shaped island. The great white shark is too large to move forward, otherwise it would easily run aground or even be in mortal danger. Thank you for bringing me here. I'll go up to the island and have a look around. You wait for me here. Jiang Nan patted the great white shark's head, turned around, jumped into the sea, and swam towards the heart-shaped island. The great white shark seemed to understand and actually stopped in place, obediently waiting for Jiang Nan. It even nodded slightly in a humane way. As he drew closer to Jiang Nan, the heart-shaped island became increasingly clear in his vision. After just one glance at the general structure and mountains of the heart-shaped island, Jiang Nan came to a conclusion. This place is perfect for wingsuit flying. Chapter 89 Godzilla that really exists in the world. What? Jiang Nan struggled to climb ashore, but before he could even stand up properly, he burst out with profanity. 2 gray lizards were standing right there on the beach. That's right, standing. To be precise, they embraced each other. They stood up by supporting themselves on their 2 hind legs, and then hugged each other with their 2 legs. It even stuck out its long, thin tongue. What a lovely French kiss. As expected of a heart-shaped island, it exudes a romantic atmosphere everywhere. As soon as I got ashore, I was fed a lot of dog food by 2 lizards. Originally, they just kissed, hugged, lifted each other up, and stuck to each other. Who would have thought? The next second, one of the slightly larger lizards actually mounted the other one. Although they noticed the newly arrived Jiang Nan region, they chose to completely ignore it. What? Is this something a miner like me should be watching? I'm reporting the island owner for broadcasting lizard videos live. Island owner, please don't switch the camera. I admit I love watching this. This is the first time I've ever watched a lizard movie, so I'm quite excited. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Haven't you seen the video of the Indian boy band with the lizard? Bro, upstairs, are you my real brother? Can you give me some resources? Me too. Indian lizard. We're both lizards, so why is there such a big difference between us? Nonsense. In India, you have to cover your backside, even when there's a mosquito. Lizard 1. Brother, I've had too much to drink and can't stand up. Help me. Lizard 2, me too. Lizard 1. You helped me up, but why did you knock me down? Hey upstairs, you actually know anything about Gung Mei novels? What are you waiting for, island owner? Hurry up and take a wedding photo of them, a romantic seaside scene. Platinum wedding photography, shoot wherever you want. Me? You can advertise this. Diana, will you always stay with me and watch the sea? I promise you, I'll quench your thirst, but I am Suri. Actually, my name is Fred. Damn it, the relationship between these 3 sentences is too complicated, even more confusing than the legend of Jiang Nan. Let go first, or this isn't over today. Why should I let go first, and you let go first? Wife, it's been so long. Come here, give me a hug. After that, let's play in the wild for a bit. Don't ask why, I just can't wait. The live stream room is full of talented people. Even just the lizards that are exercising can conjure up all sorts of interesting stories. Jiang Nan smiled and said, Brother Godzilla, you two continue, I won't disturb you. After saying that, he waved his hand and walked towards the heart-shaped island. He doesn't plan to go any deeper today because he's too tired and didn't bring any tools. He just plans to take a casual stroll around the heart-shaped island and give the viewers in the live stream a brief overview. Get a good night's sleep tonight and come back to explore and try wingsuit flying tomorrow. Wait, what did the island lord just say? Godzilla. Aren't they lizards? How can they be Godzilla? It looks so ugly. It doesn't look as imposing, powerful, and cool as Godzilla in the movies at all. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The world without Godzilla is like the world without Ultraman. Ultraman exists in this world. I've only ever seen the actor who played Tiga in Japan. Although I've never met the actress who played Ultraman Tiga, I've seen other female Ultraman films. There was an actress in Ultraman Tiga who went into the adult film industry, and I'm sorry, I've also had the misfortune of seeing her. Wow, you're the real expert. Please share. Drooling. Brother, no. Dad, can I watch too? Embarrassed expression. The live stream was speeding up, seemingly heading straight for the kindergarten, when Jiang Nan quickly interrupted the viewers and continued. Those two lizards were Godzilla. I'm really not lying. You have to believe me. This sentence is somewhat similar to Liu Bei's classic line from the anime Romance of the Three Kingdoms. You have to believe me. As long as Liu Bei says this, everyone will choose to believe him. But now nobody believes in Jiang Nan. Island Master, please stop arguing. How could Godzilla possibly exist in the world? If there's Godzilla, then there's also King Kong, right? Island Lord, please don't joke around. Quickly tell us what happened. Look at my big, beautiful eyes. They're full of thirst for knowledge. Looking at the scrolling comments, almost all of which express skepticism, Jiang Nan smiled helplessly and said, Since everyone says there is no Godzilla in this world, then I have to ask you a question. How do you know there is no Godzilla in this world? Have you ever seen it? If you haven't seen it, why are you saying this? Like dragons, have you ever seen one? But why is the dragon one of the 12 zodiac animals? And why do many people who have never seen one still believe in it? Also, I remember Professor Luo Xiang once asked a question. Did the Qin dynasty exist in this world? What makes you think it exists? Have you ever been there? You say Sima Qian wrote the records of the Grand Historian, and that you can see it in the records of the Grand Historian? Does that mean Sima Qian didn't lie to you? Or was he himself deceived? At this point, someone will surely say there are artifacts unearthed from the Qin dynasty. But is it possible that those artifacts are also fake? From the moment you were born, everyone around you is telling you that the Qin dynasty existed, which led you to subconsciously believe it. For example, if you're absolutely certain you're your father's son, have you had a DNA test done? Even if you've done it and are 100% sure, are you absolutely certain that your father is your grandfather's biological son? And is your grandfather his father's biological son? And so on and so forth. I'm stunned. What's going on? Why do I suddenly see so many twinkling little stars in front of my eyes? I don't know why, but suddenly it makes a lot of sense. Island Master, you're finished. How dare you comment on Professor Luo Xiang? You'll be in court next week. Let me make this clear first. I was just passing by the live stream room. I didn't hear anything, and I didn't see anything. Jiang Nan's quote from Professor Luo Xiang left the viewers in the live stream completely bewildered and even frightened. A deep-seated fear of Professor Luo Xiang. In the legal profession, there are two figures who are universally respected, Zhang Wei and Luo Xiang. With Zhang Wei involved, the 2 million yuan in compensation could be commuted to a 10-year prison sentence. With Professor Luo Xiang around, you might get admitted just by glancing at him. Are you scared? Anyway, no one has been able to determine who is the strongest between these two yet. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and continued. What we just encountered really was Godzilla. It's the prototype for the Godzilla in the movie, and its name is a marine iguana. Chapter 90, My First Time Watching Lizard Films. Marine iguanas are the only lizards in the world that can adapt to marine life. They are born to live and forage in the sea, and usually live on rocky beaches by the sea, but occasionally they will enter the forests on the island. Don't let their ugly and fierce appearance fool you. They're actually herbivores. They drink seawater and eat seaweed. In short, I may be ugly, but I'm gentle. Marine iguanas are mainly distributed in the Galapagos Islands and have never appeared on the Great Barrier Reef before. These two must have braved the waves to find a better habitat. If you magnify a marine iguana 100 times, or even a few hundred times, a few thousand times, or even tens of thousands of times, this guy would really be the domineering, arrogant Godzilla from the movies. As they were talking, Jiang Nan had already switched the camera back to the two marine iguanas. In order not to disturb them, we didn't get too close. Upon closer inspection, it does actually look a bit like Godzilla. Mini Godzilla. I have a bold idea. If we put it in the age of dinosaurs, when all the animals were huge, would it turn into a giant Godzilla? That's quite possible. They might even be able to breathe atomic energy. I'm ugly, but I'm gentle. This sentence reminds me of Mr. Su Jinjiang. Although Mr. Su has a rather rugged appearance and always plays villains in movies, he is very gentle in real life and also knows how to paint. He is an artist. Anyway, I really admire many of the characters in Teacher Su's movies, especially his moves. I still study them to this day, but unfortunately, I haven't learned them. Me too. Perhaps influenced by the unique romantic atmosphere of Heart-Shaped Island, the speed of the live stream has become uncontrollable. Jiang Nan coughed lightly, forcibly bringing the viewers back to the live stream, and explained, because of the unique underwater life of marine iguanas, zoologists believe that they evolved from terrestrial iguanas. This statement goes against the logic of human evolution. Humans moved from the sea to the land, while marine iguanas moved from the land to the sea. Zoologists believe that during the long process of evolution, marine iguanas have undergone a series of changes in their bodies. The most obvious change is their tails, which are much thicker than those of lizards on land. Almost every marine iguana's tail is nearly twice the length of its torso, which allows it to swim freely in the sea and control its direction. At the same time, their long tails provide enough power for swimming, allowing them to sink to deeper areas and quickly climb ashore to avoid danger. In addition, their claws are sharper than those of land lizards, and they are also hooked, which makes it easier for them to climb rocks on the beach, prevents them from being swept away by waves, and allows them to hold on to the rocks on the seabed more firmly, making it easier for them to find food. Currently, there are 7 subspecies of marine iguanas, and the most obvious difference between the various species is their size. The largest can reach 1.6 meters, or even 2 meters, while the smallest is only 0.7 meters, so you can imagine how big the difference is. These two in front of me are about 1.45 meters tall, belonging to the largest type. The largest marine iguanas are found on Fernandina and Isabella Islands. The one in front of us is 1.6 meters long, clearly from there. Besides size, marine iguanas also vary in color. Some are dark black, some are gray, and some are even yellow, green, or red. But they are mostly dark gray, and some will change color during courtship, turning from gray to black, and red spots will appear on their bodies. Jiang Nan was speaking enthusiastically when suddenly, hiss, 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 hiss. A marine iguana not far away cried out, let's go, hurry up and go. Jiang Nan turned and left, not wanting to stay for even a second longer. 2 marine iguanas, a male and a female, were exercising, when suddenly one of them made a sound. What could that sound be? Alan Master, why are you walking so fast? We haven't had enough of the lizard movies yet. What? I even heard a sound on the first lizard film. It seems quite alluring. Island Master, is the machine lagging? This Japanese athlete, please calm down. The viewers in the live stream couldn't contain their excitement. They all wished they could reach through the screen to observe up close. Jiang Nan's face darkened. He regretted switching the camera angle earlier. Without looking back, he simply walked away. However, before I had gone 2 meters, I suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind me. It wasn't the sound of human footsteps, but the sound of a lizard crawling. In the blink of an eye, the smaller marine iguana appeared in front of Jiang Nan, blocking his path. Hey, what are you doing? Jiang Nan wanted to cry, but had no tears. Grandma Li, I don't want to watch a young couple having sex. Are you going to force me to watch? Wow. The marine iguana opened its mouth, grabbed Jiang Nan's shorts, and pulled him back. Don't do that. I'm a decent person. I don't like watching lizard movies. Don't you dislike it when others comment on you while you're exercising? Don't worry. You can continue. I promise I won't bother you again. Jiang Nan continued talking incessantly. But the marine iguana ignored him and kept biting his shorts, its strength increasing. If Jiang Nan persisted, his shorts might even be torn. Jiang Nan is currently only wearing shorts. If they were torn and exposed, his live stream would have been shut down immediately. Okay, I'll go with you. I'll go see it, alright. Jiang Nan had no choice but to compromise. And so, the marine iguana pulled me around, preparing to return to the beach. But in the instant he turned around, he saw another marine iguana lying on the beach, convulsing uncontrollably. What happened to the marine iguana? Did you smoke? No wonder he yelled earlier. He was having a seizure. Upstairs, you're obviously single. The reason you screamed just now was because you used too much force, and because you used too much force, you convulsed. That's right. I sometimes get cramps when I exercise at night. I only stop when I'm suddenly startled. The live stream room was full of seasoned veterans, each with a real nightlife. Jiang Nan walked quickly to the marine iguana, looked it over, and found that it was exactly as the viewers in the live stream had described, except that it had just twitched from exerting too much force. You all had your fun just now, but now you want me to clean up the mess. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes in annoyance, breathed warm air into his hands, rubbed them gently to keep his palms warm, and then began to massage the marine iguana's entire body. In this situation, the only way to alleviate the symptoms is through massage. Chapter 91. This lizard can play dead and even shrink its bones. Jiang Nan's technique was very professional, and with his excellent strength, the marine iguana stopped convulsing in no time. Alright, you guys keep making the little lizards, I should go now. Jiang Nan stood up, waved, and prepared to leave. Sudden. Achoo, achoo. As soon as he finished speaking, the two marine iguanas in front of him suddenly raised their heads high and sneezed like humans. The next second, two white objects suddenly shot out from their heads, hitting Jiang Nan squarely in the face. One on the left and one on the right, both completely covered in paste. At first glance, it looked like someone had smeared something on their face. What happened? No sportsmanship. They actually launched a sneak attack. Could this white powder be poison? In my mind, lizards, like snakes, are often poisonous. Isn't this a classic case of repaying kindness with enmity? The island lord saved them, but they want to kill him. The viewers in the live stream were filled with worry. Jiang Nan grinned, seemingly unconcerned, and said, "Don't be nervous, everyone. This isn't poison, it's just salt. It's harmless." White salt? Really? Marine iguanas can actually spray out white salt. By the way, can we use it for stir-frying and cooking? Sure. Jiang Nan nodded and continued. Because marine iguanas often stay in the sea, they have two fleshy glands between their noses and eyes. Whether you drink water or eat food in the sea, salt is involved, and the two fleshy glands can store salt very well. When the flesh glands are full, the marine iguana will give a powerful sneeze, shooting the salt into the air. Some of the salt will fall to the ground, while some of the salt will fall on their own heads. When the salt solution dries and solidifies into a shell, it becomes a small white cap. Occasionally, when they encounter someone they like, they'll spray salt on them as a kind gift. They just sprayed me with salt, clearly to thank me. As he spoke, Jiang Nan zoomed in on the camera, allowing viewers in the live stream to see the marine iguana's head more clearly. There really was a white, tumor-like thing there. Everyone was so busy watching the lizard video that they didn't notice this little detail. Wow, that's impressive. He actually put a hat on himself. I'm truly impressed. Hey upstairs, you better explain yourself. They're wearing a white hat, not a green one. Luckily, the salt isn't green. Otherwise the marine iguana would be famous throughout the animal kingdom. I know someone who likes to cheat on himself. I don't know what's wrong with him. He said he always pretends to be a stranger and chats with his wife. What? Is it this twisted? Even I, a twisted person, find it twisted. I have a bold idea. If I raise more marine iguanas and let them spray salt every day, would I not need to spend money to buy them? You're a real business genius. Why don't we just get tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of marine iguanas, scale up the business, and create something truly amazing? What you're doing is called smuggling salt in ancient times, and it's punishable by beheading. If they encounter danger, will marine iguanas spray salt to scare away or frighten away enemies? That's a good question. Jiang Nan has excellent eyesight and immediately spotted a valuable comment. He patiently said, "Actually, I don't know the answer to your question either, because there hasn't been such a case yet. Secondly, I think it's completely unnecessary, because marine iguanas are not unusually monstrous and don't need to rely on spraying salt to scare away enemies. On the contrary, they can regulate their own heart rate. When they dive into the sea, they slow their heart rate. When you rise to the surface of the water, your heart rate will increase. When they sense the approach of a shark or other dangerous animal, they can even immediately stop their hearts and play dead on the spot, thus escaping death. After all, Many predators don't eat carcasses unless they are starving. This is not something I made up, but a fact. Scientists once conducted an interesting experiment where they attached a miniature remote-controlled detector to a marine iguana and then released it into the sea to live freely. When scientists send it a danger signal from a distance, it immediately stops its heartbeat, and the stoppage can last for as long as 45 minutes. Playing dead? You can do that. Why, I wish I had that skill too, so I wouldn't be afraid of bears when exploring in the wild. The golden body skill in Honor of Kings. Isn't that just me? Actually, this has nothing to do with Honor of Kings. I remember when Tencent was very popular, there were many mini-games on QQ Space, such as Farm, Ranch, Restaurant, etc. One of them was called Q Pet Big Fight, which had a skill called Play Dead. When you only had 1 drop of health left, you could trigger Play Dead and then turn the tables. Sometimes Play Dead could be triggered many times, and you just couldn't die. Now that you mention it, I suddenly remembered that there are many influences involved, such as Wei Xiaobao, Xiao Chuji, the Sweeper Monk, Little Dragon Girl, Ling Hu Chong, and so on. I even deposited money into it. I suddenly feel so nostalgic. I'll go check it out later. I wonder if it's still running. Dead memories suddenly attacked me. Jiang Nan scrolled through the comments and continued to answer. Everyone should never have the idea or behavior of raising marine iguanas, let alone think about making a big business out of the salt they spray, because since the 1960s, with environmental destruction and human intervention, the habitat of marine iguanas has been severely affected. Some marine iguanas have been forced to leave their habitat, the Galapagos Islands, and wander the ocean in order to survive. According to statistics from the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, there are only about 50,000 marine iguanas around the world, or even fewer. In 2013, marine iguanas were already listed as a Class 2 protected animal. As expected, another wrecked bum destined for prison. The stranger someone looks, the faster they get sentenced. Secretly raising just one is enough to get you sentenced for life. That guy who wants to raise tens of thousands of them will probably have his entire family executed. Don't put it so harshly. It was clearly a reward of a chocolate bean. What are chocolate beans? Bullets, of course. Finally, let me share a little bit of knowledge with you. Marine iguanas can not only regulate their own heartbeat, but they also have a very unique ability, which is the bone shrinking skill from martial arts novels. Jiang Nan looked serious, not at all like he was joking. Chapter 92, Human Romance. A pink heart-shaped lake. When we were young, we all watched martial arts novels or TV shows, and we were sure that we liked a certain character. The reason we liked them was not only because of their unique charm, but also because of the martial arts they learned. The dazzling array of martial arts techniques, such as flying immortal from beyond the heavens, Lingbo steps, great shift of heaven and earth, star shift, toad skill, and bone shrinking skill, are both captivating and alluring. Some people wish they could enter the book, learn all sorts of unparalleled martial arts, become the overlord of the martial arts world, and ideally possess all the peerless beauties of the martial arts world. Of course, all of this is just the wild imagination of Jin Yong, Gulong, Liang Yusheng, Wenruyan, and Huang Yi. But returning to reality, among the many martial arts, the bone shrinking skill really exists. Although not as exaggerated as in martial arts novels, it is still possible to shrink the size through misalignment. The most famous example is Wang Baohe, who is over 70 years old. He curled up into a ball, looking like a 7 or 8-year-old child, but once he rolled over and got off the ground, his entire skeleton immediately stretched out, and he instantly became tall and imposing. Besides Wang Baohe in China, there is also a master of bone shrinking skills abroad. However, he did not learn to tighten his waist, open bones, dislocate bones, and set bones from a young age. He was born with these skills. This man is named Moses Lanham, known as the Flipper Man or Mr. Rubber Band. With his superhuman flexibility, he can effortlessly turn his feet behind him while walking backward with his head forward and feet backward. At the age of 14, he was in a physical education class and practicing rope climbing with his classmates when he accidentally fell from a height of nearly 18 feet because he did not hold on to the rope properly. He fell heavily to the ground, his feet flipping backwards, much to the alarm of his classmates and teachers. Moses recalled, "Everyone thought I must have broken my leg, but I stood up immediately and was perfectly fine." When he was in high school, Moses often turned his feet behind him and walked backwards. After entering university, he came up with a new trick. Not only did he rotate his feet behind his body, but he also turned his clothes inside out to coordinate with the rotation of his feet. In this way, it was as if Moses' entire body had turned around, with only his head facing forward, making him look extremely eerie. After medical experts examined Moses' feet, they discovered that his leg joints were naturally endowed with additional tissues and cartilage not found in most people, making his hips, knees, and ankles exceptionally flexible. Jiang Nan said too much in one breath and stopped to catch his breath. The island owner even knows this. No wonder it's Baidu Encyclopedia. From now on, we won't need Baidu Encyclopedia to go anywhere. Just having the island owner with us will be enough. As expected, abroad they rely on mutations. Domestic they rely on martial arts. By the way, can I learn bone-shrinking kung fu from Mr. Wang? Jiang Nan quickly interrupted him, saying, bone-shrinking skills need to be practiced from a young age because children's bones are more flexible. Now that life is better, parents don't want their children to suffer, so bone-shrinking skills are facing the risk of being lost. Secondly, even if you want to start elementary school, the police won't agree. This thing is too overpowered. The police will definitely make you report it, and if anything happens, you'll be the first one they come to. Getting back to the main point, scientists have discovered that during periods of cold or high temperatures, some strong marine iguanas will shrink their bones because most of them cannot find food. If you make your body smaller, you'll need to expend less energy. Once food is plentiful, they will begin to regrow and regain their former glory. Under normal circumstances, they can shorten their bodies by about 6 centimeters, and some can shorten them by more. To date, scientists still don't know whether the marine iguana's bone shrinking is true bone shrinking or a form of rejuvenation, let alone how they shrink their bones. However, they believe that if they can figure it out, they will definitely be able to invent drugs that help treat osteoporosis in humans, which would be a major medical breakthrough. It's true that bones can shrink. Unbelievable. Animals on Earth are amazing. No wonder Godzilla in the movies is so powerful. Its real-world counterpart was incredibly awesome. I've been amazed. I've been truly amazed today. Just wondering, which eye was opened, the upper one or the lower one. I actually hope it's about reversing aging. If technology advances in the future and we can extract genes from marine iguanas, humans might be able to reverse aging and live for decades or even centuries longer. Why live so long? To pay off a mortgage? That would be too exhausting. It's better to leave this world sooner. Don't worry. Even if they could develop a drug to reverse aging, ordinary people like us wouldn't need it. They would only use it on themselves to live longer and then exploit our descendants. What? The truth is out. Didn't they mock us for being small-town lyricists a while ago? Jiang Nan did not expect that his words would cause such a big reaction in the live broadcast room. Perhaps it's because people have been suppressed for far too long. As the anchor, he couldn't say much, so he changed the subject, said goodbye to the 2 marine iguanas, and continued towards the heart-shaped island. After walking for a while, Jiang Nan stood on a hillside and unexpectedly discovered a beautiful view. He originally wanted to stand higher so that viewers in the live stream could see the entire heart-shaped island more clearly, but who would have thought? There was an unexpected bonus. Nestled in a mountain valley surrounded by mountains, a pink lake appears serenely, the color of flower petals, looking incredibly fresh and romantic. Most importantly, this lake is also heart-shaped. Sunlight spills onto the pink heart-shaped lake, creating shimmering spots that resemble precious pink diamonds. Various kinds of flowers are planted in the mountains and forests along the way and on both sides of the road. At this time, all these flowers are in full bloom, vying for beauty and creating a magnificent scene. Birds and butterflies occasionally fly by, adding to the enjoyment. The heart-shaped island also features a pink heart-shaped lake, making it an incredibly romantic place. To enhance the romantic atmosphere, wooden or earthen houses were built in the mountains and forests of Jiang Nan. These houses are very neat and orderly, and they blend in perfectly without looking out of place. Most importantly, the workers carefully planted flowers on the roof and around the house, making it blend perfectly with the surrounding environment. At first glance, it looks a bit like the houses where the hobbits live. Taking wedding photos here would be an absolute blessing. Jiang Nan launched a drone high into the air to capture a panoramic view of the heart-shaped island and the pink heart-shaped lake. Chapter 93: The World's Top Tents. A heart-shaped island with a heart-shaped lake inside. It's incredible. I'm not saying anything more. I'll definitely go here when I have the money. By the way, are there any other pink lakes in the world? Viewers watching the live stream were constantly amazed. Jiang Nan explained, there are many pink lakes around the world, some large and some small, and some have even become a means for local residents to make a living. Actually, the pink lake is just a natural phenomenon. The reason for this phenomenon is the various carotenoids produced by seaweed. Once the salinity of the lake water exceeds that of seawater, under high temperature and sufficient sunlight, the seaweed in the lake begins to accumulate red beta-carotene, making the lake turn pink. Under normal circumstances, the environment around the pink lake is very good, and many migratory birds and various plants and animals like to inhabit it. As they were talking, Jiang Nan arrived in front of a wooden house. Gently push open the door and enter the room, where you can see some everyday tools, such as tables, chairs, benches, and a wooden bed. There are windows on the side and a skylight overhead, so you can see the scenery outside very clearly, and you can even see the stars at night. If you stay here and it happens to be a drizzly rainy day, and you're in your room with a fire burning, lying on a wooden chair drinking hot coffee or tea, enjoying the rainy scenery outside the window, it's simply one of life's greatest pleasures. When the rain stops, you can open the door and see the pink heart-shaped lake in the valley. Under the sunlight, the surface of the five-colored sea shimmered with iridescent light, making the pink color even more vibrant. I'm not going to say anything more. I'll come here for wingsuit flying tomorrow, and I'll also prepare some extra living supplies so I can stay here for a few more days. Jiang Nan couldn't wait to live here and made a decisive decision. After staying on the heart-shaped island for about 20 minutes, Jiang Nan left. The great white shark waited on the shore until Jiang Nan climbed onto its back, then obediently carried Jiang Nan back to the main island of the Great Barrier Reef. On the way back, the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for helping to massage the twitching marine iguana. Intimacy level plus 40. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Moby Garden Tent. Moby Garden Tent X1, the world's best and most luxurious tent, known as the King of Tents. It has consistently ranked first among the world's top 10 tents, while the second place is Pathfinder, the licensed manufacturer of the Kyoto Olympics. Through systematic improvements, this tent has become more intelligent and user-friendly. It is not very heavy, and it is easier to store and set up, so even beginners can set it up quickly. In addition, this tent uses high-quality DAC aluminum alloy poles and lightweight Kerlin fabric with high-tier resistance. These materials not only make the tent lightweight, but also ensure the tent's comfort and weather resistance. In addition, this tent can cope with various environments and harsh weather. It can handle all 4 seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, desert areas and snow-capped mountains, and it is very sturdy. Even in the frigid conditions of Mount Everest, it can effectively keep you warm. Moreover, this tent is equipped with a large 190 centimeters long vestibule, which means you will have a large living room. So no matter how strong the wind or rain is outside, you can comfortably cook, rest, and chat in the living room. In addition, the tent is surrounded by mosquito nets, has good ventilation, has 2 doors for support, and is particularly effective in protecting against sun, wind, and moisture. It also has a skylight so you can stargaze at night. Although there was only one reward this time, it was really generous. Jiang Nan felt genuinely gratified after reading the introduction. Nowadays, the phrase 5 sons passing the imperial examination is considered one of the many milestones in life. These 5 sons are a car, children, gold, a wife, and a house. Buying a house is a major life decision. Owning your own house is not only a milestone in life, but it also means that the interior design can be decided according to your own preferences, making it a place to fully express your personal style and taste. This is why many people dedicate their life savings to buying a house. Some people think differently. Instead of buying a house, they buy a tent or a motorhome to travel the world freely and unrestrained, without the pressure of a mortgage. For these people, the tent is their home, so they must choose it carefully. The world's top 10 tent brands are Moby Garden, Explorer, Campbell, The North Face, Tien, Columbia, Ozark, Luxe, Snowwolf, Kylas, and Acom. These brands are produced domestically and internationally, but each has its own advantages. Some are lightweight, some are suitable for couples, and some are suitable for extreme weather. This list changes almost every year, but no matter how it changes, Moby Garden always manages to stay firmly in first place with its affordable prices and high-end quality. I'll be coming back to Hard Island tomorrow anyway, so the tent the system reward will come in handy. Although there are some tents on the main island, the system rewards are clearly better, so why not take advantage of them? Although there are wooden houses on the heart-shaped island, Jiang Nan does not plan to live there. He intends to set up a tent next to the heart-shaped island so that he can be closer to it. As soon as Jiang Nan returned to the main island, he saw the little sea dog 404 dragging its chubby body and crashing into him. Upon seeing Jiang Nan, It seemed very happy and excited, snuggling into Jiang Nan's arms and whimpering incessantly, quite affectionate. You've got some conscience, buddy, waiting for me by the sea. I'll treat you to a nice meal tonight. Jiang Nan patted the little sea dog 404 on the head, then waved goodbye to the great white shark, and even gestured for the great white shark to give him a ride again tomorrow. Although she was very tired today, Jiang Nan did not lie down immediately after returning home. Instead, she planted dancing grass and 7 colored flower seeds in the yard and took a video of each of the small animals. Seeing Jiang Nan arrive and busy in the yard, Gangza the kangaroo came to help again. It had previously grown flowers, fruits, and vegetables on its own, and with practice comes skill, making it even easier for it now. It didn't need Jiang Nan's help at all. The kangaroo did all the work itself. After finishing, he even used a hose to water the plants. He's like a little adult. With Gangza's help, Jiang Nan had more time to film the video. Seeing Gangza's husband succeed, Jiang Nan felt a sense of relief and exclaimed, "Now you can do housework and farm work," which reminds me of the little monkey that went viral overseas. Chapter 94, Easily Controlling the Brother-Supporting Demon. What little monkey? Please tell me more, island owner. Gangzi is good at both housework and farm work. If only she were a beautiful woman. I don't care if Gangzi is a beauty or even a human being. Please upload Gangzi's link. I'm so lazy, and I need Gangzi right now. Plus, Gangzi is into boxing, which gives me a lot of peace of mind. While editing the video, Jiang Nan explained, there was a blogger abroad who rescued a little monkey. It stayed and learned to pick vegetables, mop the floor, wash clothes, and even cook from its owner. It seems you can find videos of it on Douyin. As they were talking, Jiang Nan opened Douyin, TikTok, and immediately swore, "Holy shit. 2,900,000. I only registered on Douyin a day ago, and I've already gained nearly 3 million followers, and the number is still skyrocketing. This speed is comparable to that of an Olympic champion, and I'm heading straight for the level of Andy Lau." Jiang Nan remembers that Yang Qian, the first person to win 2 gold medals at the Tokyo Olympics, gained 2 million followers. Looking at the comments and likes, each video has tens of thousands of comments and millions of likes. This is absolutely the most authentic data, without any falsehoods, and there was no deliberate spending of money to buy followers and traffic. Island Master, don't be surprised. Your goal is to have tens of millions of fans. That's right. Surpass Brother Yang. I believe in you. So, do you dare to surpass it? I really wouldn't dare. Didn't Brother Yang say in his recent live stream that the reason he hasn't been posting many videos lately is because he's worried about going too far, which wouldn't be good? Island Master, could you please get a verified account? There are so many fake accounts of yours on Douyin now, and I've mistaken them for yours several times. Haha, this reminds me of the celebrity Zheng Kai. When he first joined Douyin, he was too lazy to spend money to get a verified account, and as a result, he was ridiculed by netizens as a fake. This incident even became a trending topic. Jiang Nan thought about it and agreed that it made sense. In order to make it easier for fans to find and follow him, he decisively spent money to get a verified account. Otherwise, if a fan is fooled by a fake account, it will damage their own reputation. After setting up the V-code, Jiang Nan uploaded the videos he had just filmed one by one. Actually, these videos don't need any special editing because each animal is very charming, and after this period of live streaming, they have all gained their own fans. The main problem is that Jiang Nan doesn't know how to edit videos. He just needs to blur out the parts of Gangzi and other animals that are occasionally exposed. Although Jiang Nan knew that not blurring his face would become a source of online attention, there was no need for it. He didn't lack attention at all. As soon as the video was posted, my phone started ringing. Anyone who didn't know better would think the phone was about to explode. Jiang Nan promptly turned off the notification sound and started scrolling through the comments. Besides comments from fans and passers-by, Jiang Nan also saw comments from some big bloggers on Douyin. The most eye-catching one is Lu Yong, who is clean and hygienic. Why would this man target me? He's an agent who dares to drink Ganges water and eat Indian food. So could he possibly want to invite me? Forget it. I'd rather fly a wingsuit than drink Ganges water. Wingsuit flying may not kill you, but drinking Ganges water will make you feel nauseous for the rest of your life. However, out of politeness, Jiang Nan still replied to Lu Yong and other big streamers on Douyin with a few emojis. After finishing his reply, Jiang Nan glanced at the comments and noticed a very interesting question. Island Master, I'm really troubled lately. My mother wants me to take out my salary to buy a house for my younger brother. If I don't take out my salary, she'll say I'm unfilial. But if I do take it out, I'll have a hard time making ends meet. What should I do? The question immediately sparked a huge response in the live stream, with viewers sharing their opinions. Isn't this the epitome of a brother-supporting demon? We can't produce this, absolutely not. Why should I spend my money to buy you a house? Isn't that just banditry? I can pay you, but after you pay, you must immediately sever your mother-daughter relationship. Otherwise your brother might try to take advantage of you when he gets married. Jiang Nan remained calm and composed, saying without changing her expression, "This matter is actually very simple, Mississippi. Let me explain it to you slowly. Tell your mother, I'll give you whatever you want. If you have 50,000, I'll give you 50,000. If you have 100,000, I'll give you 100,000. If all else fails, cut off your kidneys and sell them for money. That way, you'll intimidate your mother. If your mother says it's no problem or tells you not to make a fuss and to give her some money first. Next, you just say this, 2 words, no money. But if I get married before my brother, I'll have the dowry money. Then I can use that dowry money to buy a house for my brother. Wouldn't that be perfect? However, a problem arises. Can I just marry any man? Of course not. What if I find someone who has no money? Not only will I not be able to get the bride price, but I might also end up in trouble. So this leads to the question, how do I find a really rich boyfriend? Of course, it all comes down to my personal charm. But where does charm come from? Of course, it comes from cosmetics and all sorts of nice clothes and bags. After all, clothes make the man, and if you're disheveled and dressed in cheap clothes, no rich kid would look at you. So what do? How do you get good cosmetics and nice clothes? Of course, it's money. Only by looking glamorous on the outside can I have a chance to attract a rich second generation. But my salary is simply not enough to buy those good cosmetics and designer clothes. Why don't you help me out, Mom? Miss, after you finish saying all this, your mother will definitely be confused. Not only will she not ask you for money, she might even give you some. Jiang Nan had a confident expression that said, "Trust me, it's true." The viewers in the live stream began to worship him. What? The island lord solved the problem of the brother-supporting demon so easily. That sounds pretty reasonable. I'm even tempted to buy the girl clothes and cosmetics. Island Master, you're wasting your mouth if you don't become a lecturer in a pyramid scheme. There's a man whose last name is Kobe, you understand? Applause. Island Master, your ICU experience almost burned out the young lady's mother's CPU. Brother, Mom, you promised my sister would pay for my house, so why did you give her all my savings for my funeral? The island owner is really amazing. If you have any problems, just ask the island owner, you can't go wrong. Island Master, I have a question. Recently, my teacher asked us to write an essay, but I'm having trouble. How can I describe heavy rain without actually writing about rain? Chapter 95 Speed. When the Jiang Nan section of Baidu Encyclopedia went live, viewers in the live stream immediately started commenting enthusiastically, each one more active than the last. It's like when you're facing Wang Diyu, you have to say, "Mr. Wang, I have a dream." But facing Jiang Nan, the island lord, I have a question. This question was too simple. Jiang Nan didn't even need to say anything. Viewers in the live stream had already provided answers, and each one was more brilliant than the last. Stop. Stop fighting. Please stop. Chu Yugzun. Come out here. An elevated highway. A Maybach. Yipping. I need money. Late at night. Fever. Mom. Those who know, know. The sound of a peepo plays outside the curtain, like pearls of all sizes falling onto a jade plate. Beneath the hazy city, the ground is covered with fragments of reflections. The White Lotus was smashed to pieces, the dripping of the eaves was always noisy, and the lake's surface became difficult to calm down. I'm used to hearing the comings and goings of people while taking a taxi. The silver needles of late autumn are pricking my bones, but I still find it very quiet, probably because there is no noisy human voice. Hiding under the eaves on the street corner, some people wait for an umbrella to come, and some people wait for the wind to come. The sound hit the ground and the bluestone road, but someone was holding an umbrella, so not a single note of the Jiang Nan melody touched him. Some viewers in the live stream were quite eloquent, while others were simply there to have fun. Jiang Nan closed his eyes slightly, and when he opened them again, he asked, "Boss, how much is this umbrella?" 200. So expensive? After looking up at the sky, he took out 200. Sorry, it's 500 now. Ha ha ha, the island lord is truly a genius. I'm dying of laughter. What a convenient way to raise prices on the spot. I was strongly opposed to the island owner's withdrawal from the literary world back then. Hello, is this the Industry and Commerce Bureau? Island Master, I have a question. When Zhu Yuanzhang became emperor and went to a temple, did he ask the abbot if he needed to kneel before him? What should the abbot say to save the lives of everyone in the temple? Preferably within 10 words. Another problem has emerged, and it's getting more and more outrageous. Viewers in the live stream love these silly questions, as they make it easier to liven up the atmosphere. Abbot, what are you saying? Upstairs, you're truly an ordinary, yet incredibly stingy, genius. Abbot, what's wrong? Can't pigs trotters bend? Abbot, kneel down immediately, you brat Kongba. Abbot, if you can foresee the future, why not worship? Black myth Wukong. Who's stealing my lines? Take this from me, old son. Abbot, didn't you kneel quite smoothly when you were begging for food back then? You guys have really figured out how to play 9 clans elimination game. 9 clans, listen to me, thank you. The abbot would definitely say, no need, no need. It's cold after praying to Buddha. Dead old jokes suddenly attacked me. I actually try to find the real answer in the comments, seriously. What is the answer? I really want to know. You don't worship the Buddha of this life as the Buddha of the past life. Haven't you ever watched TV dramas? Just as the viewers in the live stream were enthusiastically speaking, Jiang Nan calmly said, there's a song called The Lone Warrior, and the abbot must have borrowed from the lyrics to come up with the line, I love you so much, I won't kneel. What? This is possible. Island Master, you're too mischievous. Zhu Yuanzhang, did you ever face despair while loving me? The abbot and Zhu Yuanzhang clasped hands tightly and sang together. Loving you is so much like me. Damn it. Is this some kind of Indian movie? Island Master, I have a question. I also have a question to ask. The atmosphere in the live stream room became increasingly lively. Jiang Nan hurriedly said, everyone, take a break. We can continue later if there are any problems. I need to go cook now. I must rest early today so that I can be in better spirits and condition for wingsuit flying tomorrow. After saying that, Jiang Nan had already gone into the kitchen. Because I was too tired today, I wasn't in the mood to research new dishes, so I simply made 2 dishes. One dish is cold, the other is hot. The cold dish is chilled chive salad, and the hot dish is stir-fried pork kidneys. These 2 dishes are relatively simple to make, and there's no need to learn how to make them. Jiang Nan didn't give any special explanations either. After cooking the rice, she sat quietly on the sofa in the living room and waited. Meanwhile, the live stream room became increasingly lively. The island owner's dishes today may be simple, but they're really substantial. These are all highly nutritious. By the way, is the island lord feeling weak? It's all my fault. It's all my fault for being too horny every night, which made my husband weak. Hey upstairs, get out. Get out. Get out. If we added grilled oysters, chestnut stewed chicken, pickled goji berries, stewed pig's feet, and black bean porridge, it would be absolutely amazing. To be honest, I've eaten all of those things mentioned upstairs, and we ate them together. I ate them last month, and they're still here now. What? You really don't know anyone online anymore? Actually, I ate with them too, and after we ate, we even went swimming in the sea. At that time, the Dragon King thought it was Sun Wukong who had come. I've eaten there too, when I was crossing the subway. I've eaten it too. I'm a little weaker than you. I just accidentally rolled over in my sleep at night. Does it really work that well? No way. I have to get my husband to eat it. Cough cough. No, I mean, I have a best friend who wants her husband to eat it. What a brilliant example of creating something out of nothing. The viewers in the live stream all turned into comedians, even more so than the legendary Fei Yuqing. This isn't driving anymore, it's racing. No. High-speed car chase. This is true speed and passion. That concludes today's live stream. After dinner, I'm going to dream about my dream girl. Please come early tomorrow. Jiang Nan used his usual tactics to quickly end the broadcast. If we let the viewers in the live stream keep talking like this, the moderators will definitely take notice. My WeChat rang as soon as the broadcast ended. Jiang Nan glanced at it and couldn't help but sigh. Well, the super moderator really came. The person who arrived was none other than Yuning. Yuning, Island Master, hello. After so many days of calm, have you decided to sign a contract with us? Jiang Nan didn't reply because the rice was cooked, and he hurriedly ladled out a bowl. At this moment, Yuning, who had been waiting for Jiang Nan's reply for a long time, sent another message. Island Master, I have set off for the Great Barrier Reef. You must treat me well. Yuning, visiting the Great Barrier Reef? What's going on? Jiang Nan frowned, completely losing his appetite. He quickly dialed Yuning's video call and immediately asked, why did you come to the Great Barrier Reef? Chapter 96, attracting the attention of a mysterious figure. Upon seeing Jiang Nan, Yuning became very excited, her eyes sparkling. She exclaimed, I came to the Great Barrier Reef, of course, to discuss a contract with you. It seems that signing a contract doesn't require the super admin to come in person, right? Jiang Nan asked doubtfully. Yuning said in a serious tone, Island Master, your situation is rather special. We had some unpleasantness between us before, and going there in person is also to show our sincerity. After saying that, Yuning lowered her voice and said, Actually, I also want to go out for a walk. I'm really going to die from staying in the office every day. I really want to experience the beauty of nature. As she spoke, Yuning opened her arms, stretched, and showed off her curvaceous figure. Jiang Nan was still puzzled and asked, But I'm abroad. Did Huyao agree to let you go abroad? Certainly. Yuning nodded vigorously, then suddenly remembered something and added, Speaking of which, I should thank you. Thank me? What? Because you failed to sign a contract with Hao Ruan, he has now been transferred and resigned, and the position of director has been assigned to me. However, there is a condition for me to hold this position, which is to successfully sign you. As for the specific details of the signing, we can discuss them in detail when I arrive at the Great Barrier Reef. Jiang Nan was about to refuse, but seeing Yuning's sincerity and enthusiasm, he nodded and said, Welcome. He wanted to refuse because the journey was too bumpy, and things would be even worse if they encountered a storm. But then I thought, it would be nice to have someone come to the island to keep me company for a few days. The key point is that she's a stunning beauty. It also allows viewers in the live stream to learn about the Great Barrier Reef from other people's perspectives, otherwise some might question whether they are just boasting. Most importantly, although the Great Barrier Reef is only open during the tourist season, it's still acceptable for a few people to visit occasionally. After chatting with Yuning for a while, Jiang Nan hung up the video call and started eating. After eating and drinking to your heart's content, go to bed and dream of finding the Duke of Zhou's daughter. Meanwhile, in Beijing, a middle-aged man in a hunky, red flag car was hurrying to a courtyard house near the city gate. The courtyard house is very old. To be precise, every single item inside is a priceless antique. Look at the photos posted on the wall. If you look closely, you'll find that these are all photos of marine life. There are dolphins, sharks, and whales. In the photo, besides the marine life, there is a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He is very handsome and looks a bit like the young Zhu Shimao. He also has a smile on his face. However, as you look at the photos further in, the middle-aged man appears to grow older and older. His once jet-black hair turns white and is missing a patch, and his face is covered with more and more wrinkles. He's lost his handsome looks but gained a kind and gentle appearance. But the smile that was on his face at the beginning was gone. After getting out of the hunky car, the middle-aged man knocked on the door with practiced ease, went straight to one of the rooms, knocked gently, and called out, Dad, are you busy? Soon, an old man's voice came from inside the house. If I'm not busy, are you? I told you to take over the family business, but you insisted on going into business instead. Dad, can we not talk about this? The middle-aged man had heard this kind of talk too many times and was already familiar with it, so he decisively interrupted him. I'm currently busy researching marine life. In recent years, global warming has caused the Arctic and Antarctic to melt, making the living environment of many marine animals increasingly harsh. We must find a solution. The old man sneered. I simply don't have time to entertain a big chairman like you. Dad, may I come in? Let's talk outside. The old man's voice was aged, but it carried a hint of melancholy and annoyance. Clearly, the fact that the middle-aged man had not inherited his business was a major worry for him. At the same time, you can feel how much he cares about the marine environment and animals. The middle-aged man pushed open the door, took out his phone, and pulled out a video. He said, Dad, look at this video. A young man pulled a wishing bottle out of a great white shark's esophagus and became good friends with the shark. The great white shark even let him ride on its back. Zhang Xiangdong was browsing videos at the company today when he came across one and immediately thought of his father, so he rushed over. I'm busy studying marine animals. Why would I watch videos? Etc. Xiaodong, what did you just say? Riding a great white shark. Someone can actually ride a great white shark? The old man, Zhang Fuxian, suddenly stood up. A glint of light flashed in the old man's eyes, along with a hint of disbelief. If this is true, it would be a major milestone in human history for the study of marine animals. Since 2000, the marine ecosystem has been extensively damaged, and more marine animals have been harmed. In the eyes of these marine animals, humans are simply demons, so few marine animals actively seek help from humans. Not to mention the ferocious and bloodthirsty great white shark. And don't even mention becoming good friends with a great white shark or riding on its back. This is simply a dream. Xiaodong. Although you lost your mother when you were young and I raised you by myself, as your father, I raised you very well. I told you from a young age that you must not lie. Are you sure someone is riding on a great white shark? This is a big deal. Zhang Fuxian's voice was serious. It's true. Of course it's true. It's gone viral online recently. See for yourself. Zhang Xiangdong pushed open the door and quickly handed the video to his father. He knew his father's personality. His father had spent his whole life studying marine life, practically treating it as his own life. It's fair to say that aside from eating, drinking, relieving myself, and attending university classes, I'm constantly concerned about the ocean. Zhang Fuxian held his phone, and after watching the entire video, his eyes were filled with tears. Miracle. This is truly a miracle. I never imagined there were such talented people in this world. Wow. Zhang Fuxian took a breath and said excitedly, I have studied marine animals for so many years, and I have never seen a great white shark so friendly to people. I remember having the privilege of swimming with dolphins when I was young. They were quite friendly with me then, but none of them have been as affectionate as this great white shark towards this boy. I never expected that I would meet such a talented person at my age. Heaven has been kind to me. The old man became more and more excited as he spoke, his voice trembling, but his eyes were burning and his gaze was very firm. Fearing his father might fall, Zhang Xiangdong caught him and continued. This young man is very popular online recently. He not only has a good relationship with great white sharks, but also raises a small seal and has even saved a baby shark. Chapter 97 Preparations Before Departure. Really? Zhang Fuxian's face was filled with disbelief. Of course, Zhang Xiangdong nodded and began to scroll through the video for his father. He has already liked several videos related to Jiang Nan, and with a simple swipe, he can see others. Although Zhang Fuxian had prepared himself mentally, he still felt short of breath and his heart was racing after seeing these videos. The expression on his face changed from doubt to shock, then to forced acceptance, and finally to appreciation and relief. Dad, should I contact this young man? Zhang Xiangdong noticed his father's fondness for the island owner and tentatively asked. My father dedicated almost his entire life to marine animals. If he could find a like-minded person to study with in the last few years of his life, it would be a blessing in his life. No. Zhang Fuxian shook his head repeatedly, then said, It's best if we don't bother such an extraordinary person, otherwise it will definitely backfire. When the right opportunity arises, we can contact him and, with his consent, use his videos to promote research on China's marine ecology. I believe there are more surprises in this child. We can learn more about marine life and gain a more intuitive understanding of the true nature of the ocean through him. In addition, this child can raise awareness of protecting the marine environment, which is much more meaningful than the so-called environmental protection girl abroad who only talks the talk. Zhang Fuxian became more and more excited as he spoke. His voice trembled. Afterwards, Zhang Xiangdong stayed behind and talked a lot with his father, mostly about Jiang Nan. Fortunately, Zhang Xiangdong had done a lot of research before coming and learned about Jiang Nan through various channels. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to answer the question. For example, Jiang Nan once went to the hospital for a physical examination. When he came to the Yinti department, the doctor wrote a big handsome on the examination form. Zhang Xiangdong had all learned of these things. Zhang Xiangdong was very happy today because he rarely went home after graduation. He would usually be kicked out after less than half an hour whenever he came back, mainly because he had nothing to talk about with his father, and his father had always been resentful of him. But today, I spent a full 2 hours at my dad's place. And Dad even cooked a meal for me himself. This is all because of Jiang Nan. At this moment, he silently expressed his gratitude. Good brother, if we have the chance to meet in the future, I will definitely pour you a cup of tea to express my thanks. How would Jiang Nan feel if he knew that the famous Zhang Keshan of Kyoto had become his sworn brother and was even personally serving him tea? Before leaving home, Zhang Fuxian repeatedly instructed, Don't disturb Jiang Nan. If she encounters any problems she can't solve, please provide help without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiangdong staggered and almost fell. Good heavens! Are these words spoken by the legendary upright and incorruptible Dean Zhang? From a young age, my father repeatedly told me not to reveal my identity to anyone, and that even if I was bullied at school, I had to find a way to solve the problem myself. That's why I have everything I have today, all through my own hard work step by step. My father didn't rely on his connections to provide me with anything. In my memory, my father would never use his position to provide any help or convenience to relatives and friends. Today, after watching just a few videos of Jiang Nan, I am already willing to offer help without reservation. Zhang Fuxian was genuinely envious. Jiang Nan got up very early today, because he had a strange dream. In the dream, while he was kissing, hugging, and lifting up Zhou Gong's daughter, he kept sneezing, and he kept sneezing one sneeze at a time. First, think. Second, scold. Third, catch a cold. I wonder who it is that's been thinking about me in the middle of the night. Good morning, honey. When will wingsuit flying start? I can't wait. My husband goes wingsuit flying. What are you so eager for? Of course, I can't wait to do business. My family runs a wreath shop. You know, the mortality rate for wingsuit flying is very high. Island Master, you're almost certainly going to die today. Shut your jinx. My husband will definitely live to be 100 years old, and I want to grow old with the island owner. Shut up too. This is clearly my husband. Every morning, it's time for the female viewers in the live stream to compete for their husbands. Jiang Nan was already used to it, and said with a smile, Everyone, don't rush. I need to prepare first. As they were talking, Jiang Nan had already headed to the shops on the island to choose the equipment for his trip. From the shop, Jiang Nan took out essential adventure gear such as a backpack, sleeping mat, climbing rope, rock pitons, ascender, descender, carabiners of various sizes, and harness. In addition, there are cooking utensils, stoves, multifunctional kettles, compasses, binoculars, notebooks, and other household items. Of course, an outdoor water purifier is also essential. Finally, Jiang Nan also took a lot of seasonings needed for cooking. After everything was settled, Jiang Nan went to visit the animals at home. The birds' 3 baby eggs, Fufu, Lulu, and Shosho, still haven't hatched. However, the canary couple had already built their nest and laid an egg, so they should be able to lay a few more. Kangaroo Gangxi doesn't need any care at all. Now it's like a little adult, able to take care of itself. When it's time to eat, it knows to go to the refrigerator to find carrots. When it's time to sleep, it even knows to turn on the TV and lie on the sofa to watch TV and fall asleep. In addition, it can also help Jiang Nan take care of the baby seal 404. All of this is because of the Kyling pill. And the little sea lion 404 has also learned to swim, which makes Jiang Nan feel more at ease with it. Even if it goes to the beach alone, Jiang Nan will not worry. After all, the beach is Green Turtle Dallon's territory, and even if something really happens to little seal 404, it won't just leave it unattended. In addition, Jiang Nan also brewed a large bucket of tea and placed it at the door of his house. If the White Wolf King, Jiayu, wants to bring her pack to drink again, she can do so anytime, anywhere. Not only that, Jiang Nan also put some of the fresh fruit that the system rewarded her with back on the wooden table in the courtyard. If the Black Monkey King's 100 Herbs Frost suddenly visits, you can take some. Although they can be seen in the next couple of days, Jiang Nan believes they will come again. Finally, Jiang Nan went to the edge of the pool to check on the baby shark. The little shark has now fully recovered and is full of energy. When it saw Jiang Nan approaching, it even took the initiative to approach, showing unusual excitement, and swimming around Jiang Nan constantly. Jiang Nan took a piece of fresh meat, a reward from the system, and threw it into the pool to feed the animals. Chapter 98: The Rebellious Golden Koi. Wow! The baby shark had already opened its mouth wide and swallowed it whole. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have fed the little shark a piece of fresh meat. Intimacy level plus 20. Really? Feeding your pet the food rewarded by the system will guarantee a 100% increase in intimacy points. After eating the fresh meat, the little shark swam up to Jiang Nan and gently rubbed its head against Jiang Nan's right hand, indicating that Jiang Nan should touch it. This is clearly a case of being coquettish. Jiang Nan didn't know why, but he felt that the little shark was being unusually affectionate towards him today. Besides the fresh meat he had fed it as a reward from the system, there must be other reasons. After petting the little shark for a while, Jiang Nan packed all his gear and set off. Before setting off, Jiang Nan came to the large porcelain jar in the corner. This wingsuit flight was indeed dangerous. Jiang Nan had only ever done high-altitude diving before and had never done wingsuit flying. Therefore, he had to pray well before setting off. Jiang Nan wasn't superstitious. She just wanted good luck. Just like in the entertainment industry, before a film crew starts shooting, no matter how much the investment is, they have to worship a pig's head, choose an auspicious day, and hold a ceremony to mark the start of filming. Jiang Nan held a piece of leftover breadcrumbs from breakfast and threw it into a large porcelain jar. Whoosh! Sensing the presence of food, the golden koi swam to the surface, opened its mouth, and swallowed the breadcrumbs in one gulp. May my wingsuit flight go smoothly and safely. Jiang Nan clasped her hands together and prayed devoutly. However, the next second, right after the words were spoken, a hilarious scene unfolded. The golden koi seemed to understand and opened its mouth again, spitting out the breadcrumbs. What? Jiang Nan was dumbfounded and immediately cursed. Inside the live stream, the viewers were already laughing hysterically. Golden koi, you think you can make a wish with just a piece of bread? Are you trying to fob me off? Bah! Golden koi, make a wish at the wishing well and find a turtle. Golden koi, with just this little bit of bread, it's hard for me to do anything for you. Give me more money. Golden koi, look at this. After eating a little bread from his family, it starts ordering the fish around. Upstairs, are you Lin Dayu? You sound just like Lin Dayu. Ha ha, this is a fish with principles. It will never take on a task it can't do. These days, even fish know not to eat bread containing additives. These are all high-tech and high-end products. You're trying to harm me, not make a wish. Oh no, I made a wish upon this golden koi fish to find a partner this year, but I don't know if it will come true. Don't worry, I'm an expert in fortune telling. You just need 5 more years. Do you mean I'll have a boyfriend in 5 years? No, 5 years from now, you'll get used to being single, and then you'll grow old alone. Fuck you, you son of a bitch. Looking at Jiang Nan again, he was already anxious, frowning as he asked, are you going to eat or not? The golden koi understood again. Bang! He shook his head vigorously, causing water to splash everywhere. Me? This is too rebellious. Jiang Nan was on the verge of tears, but then suddenly remembered something, turned around and went back to the kitchen, used a cleaver to cut a piece of fresh meat that the system had rewarded her with, and chopped it into minced meat. A few seconds later, it returned to the large porcelain jar. He tossed the minced meat into the water with his backhand, his face full of anticipation, and said, you'll eat it now, won't you? This time, the golden koi not only stopped eating, but also burrowed to the bottom of the water. Oh dear, my temper. Jiang Nan was furious and went back to the kitchen. When he returned, he was no longer carrying an iron pot. I just had 2 slices of bread for breakfast, and I'm still not full, so how about I fry some fish? With a harmless smile, Jiang Nan pretended to grab a fish and put it into the pot. Whoosh! The golden koi carp emerged from the water once again. It is faster and more powerful than before. Then, he opened his mouth wide and began to gulp down the minced meat. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have fed the golden koi fish fresh meat. Reward: intimacy points +10. Hearing the system notification, Jiang Nan finally smiled happily, staring at the golden koi and saying, I still prefer your unruly attitude from just now. Wang Diyu, you're using all my lines. Island owner, whoever decides what to do gets to keep this. Good heavens, you guys are performing a skit from a distance. The segment with the island owner and the golden koi was good. I declare that I will not watch the Spring Festival Gala this year if they are not on it. The Spring Festival Gala these days is unwatchable. It's all just about making dumplings. Jiang Nan looked at the scrolling comments and was amused. He said, when you mention the Spring Festival Gala, everyone will definitely think of Uncle Benshin. When you mention Uncle Benshin, I think of a joke. Some people have said that if Uncle Benshin were to appear on the Spring Festival Gala in the next few years, his previous work, selling crutches, would definitely not pass the censorship unless it was changed to something like this. At the crucial moment, Teacher Gao Xiaomin suddenly became righteous and said in a high-spirited tone, Old man, we are just honest farmers. How can we deceive others after only a few days of good life? Do we still have a conscience? This turn may be crooked, but our hearts cannot be crooked. Immediately afterwards, after a 2-second silence, the audience erupted in applause. Then, lyrical music began to play. Uncle Benshin suddenly realized something and said in a trembling voice, My dear wife, you're right. You know, my leg problem has healed these past 2 years, but my heart is still sick. I've decided that I won't use this cane to fool people anymore. I'll take advantage of the Spring Festival to give it to people who really need it. Teacher Fan Wei then grabbed Uncle Benshin's hand and said, Brother, I don't need to say anything more. I understand everything. You're a good person. I'll take this cane. It just so happens that I have an elderly mother at home who needs a cane. After some pushing and shoving, the 3 of them walked hand in hand to the center of the stage, where Fan Wei began to say, Big brother. Uncle Benshin answered with one word, Sigh. Teacher Fan Wei calls out, Sister-in-law. Teacher Gao Xiaomin also answered with one word, Sigh. Then, Teacher Fan Wei said, We've become friends through a misunderstanding, and today is New Year's Eve, so why don't we go to my house to make dumplings together? Finally, The three stepped forward and said in unison, "We wish everyone a happy new year." Oh my god, this is hilarious. The imagery is so vivid. I'm so embarrassed I could dig a courtyard house out of my toes. This joke is absolutely hilarious, and it's so damn true. Island Master, I have nothing more to say. You are the chief director of the Spring Festival Gala tonight. Li Yunlong, you're a real talent. Island Lord, don't make me laugh. I've started my period and almost had a massive hemorrhage. Wouldn't that be perfect for making blood tofu? Upstairs, you're even more talented than the island owner. Amidst cheers and laughter, Jiang Nan finally set off. However, after much deliberation, he went to the pool, picked up the little shark, and prepared to take it with him. Chapter 99 Godzilla's Plea for Help. Jiang Nan took the little shark away simply to let it return to the sea. It is, after all, a wild animal, and the ocean is its home. If it is kept in captivity, it will lose its wildness and may even become depressed. Besides, it has now fully recovered and is even stronger than before. What is the island lord doing? Are you worried that the baby shark will go hungry in the pool if you leave for a few days, so you decided to take it with you? I feel like I've released a wild animal. The viewers in the live stream started speculating. That's right. It's releasing animals back into the wild. Jiang Nan nodded and explained, large marine creatures like sharks and whales are not suitable for captivity. Even if they are not used for performances, it is not acceptable to simply put them in an aquarium, feed them well, and provide them for people to enjoy. Over time, they will lose their wildness and will not be able to learn many skills that can only be learned in the ocean. Eventually, they will become depressed, and they might even attack humans if they are in a bad mood. I'm sure everyone has seen a lot of news about animals in aquariums harming their trainers. Some trainers have even been dragged into the water and bitten to death. Almost every year, there are news reports like this in various countries. The reason is that these marine animals have been kept in captivity for too long and have become depressed. Anyone who has been kept in captivity for too long will feel bad, let alone animals that live in the wild year-round. Moreover, many of these animals are survivors captured after their families were cruelly killed by humans. Is it really possible to capture them, keep them in captivity, and try to make them grateful to and like humans? Jiang Nan shook his head as he spoke, his voice filled with regret. Soon, they arrived at the seaside, where a great white shark was already waiting for Jiang Nan in the waters near the shore. Upon seeing the baby shark in Jiang Nan's arms, the great white shark became visibly excited, leaping repeatedly from the water. Upon seeing the great white shark, the little shark became active, even tumbling directly from Jiang Nan's arms into the sea and swimming towards the great white shark at an extremely fast speed. Before long, the great white shark and the little shark gathered together. Having not seen each other for a long time, they even nuzzled each other to greet each other. Really, they are a mother and child. Jiang Nan stood on the shore, watching the reunited mother and baby sharks, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Now everything makes sense. When the baby shark first found itself, all the fish in the sea went wild. But a baby shark could never cause such a commotion unless it was its mother, a great white shark. And it was sent by my mother. Because he did not harm the little shark, and even saved it, the great white shark did not harm him after he dived into the sea. Instead, it approached him and asked for his help. When I fed the baby shark this morning, it was incredibly excited, probably because it smelled the great white shark scent on me. In Jiang Nan's memory, a great white shark can have nearly 10 babies in one litter, but with the deterioration of the environment, the survival rate has become very low, and many times the entire group will perish. It's quite remarkable that this great white shark was able to raise a baby shark. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping the mother and cub of the great white shark reunite. Intimacy value plus 200. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a saddle. Saddle X1. This saddle can be designed according to the host's preferences. It can hold water and food, be used for hauling cargo, or even serve as a cloak to protect against wind and rain. It mainly varies depending on the animal. For example, if the animal is a deer, the saddle can be designed as a sled. For example, if the animal is an elephant, the saddle can be designed as a huge cloak. For example, if the animal is a tiger or lion, the saddle should be designed to be lightweight. As long as the host is willing, this saddle can be designed in all sorts of shapes and can be fitted onto all sorts of animals, including not only common animals like pigs, horses, cattle, sheep, and donkeys, but also marine animals such as great white sharks and killer whales. Any animal that is fitted with this saddle, regardless of its species, will receive a certain level of defensive protection, similar to human armor. If surrounded by ferocious beasts, the saddle can protect the animal from fatal injuries. Aside from the first time, animals wearing saddles will obey their host's commands 100%. If a saddled animal is nearby, the host only needs to give a whistle, and it will come running immediately, no matter what it is doing. Note: there is currently only one saddle available, which can only be worn by one animal. Therefore, please consider this carefully. This is amazing. After reading the introduction to the saddle, Jiang Nan's smile became even brighter. Gazing at the great white shark in the distance, I thought about it seriously for half a minute, and finally decided not to put a saddle on it. Because the great white shark is so big, if he suddenly took out a huge saddle several meters long, the viewers in the live stream would be shocked and might even become suspicious. Let's wait until we find a suitable animal. After spending some time with the child, the great white shark set off with Jiang Nan in its arms. As before, Jiang Nan lay on the back of the great white shark. Although it was a bit bumpy, at least it went smoothly. Most importantly, it's exciting. Upon returning to Heart-Shaped Island, Jiang Nan waves goodbye to the mother and baby great white shark. The great white shark mother and her cub have always lived on the Great Barrier Reef, and during this period they will stop near Heart Island, so Jiang Nan has no need to worry about not being able to return. As soon as they got ashore, Jiang Nan spotted the marine iguana couple again. Today, instead of hugging, kissing, or lifting each other up, and without any exercise, they rushed over as soon as they saw Jiang Nan. Upon reaching Jiang Nan, they each grabbed Jiang Nan's trouser legs and pulled him toward the island, appearing extremely anxious. What happened? Jiang Nan frowned slightly. However, the marine iguana couple couldn't speak at all, and could only keep pulling Jiang Nan forward. I can walk by myself, you don't need to keep pulling me, just lead the way, Jiang Nan said softly. The marine iguana didn't hesitate either, loosening Jiang Nan's trouser leg and starting to run wildly ahead. Despite their preference for living in the sea, they are actually quite fast on land, looking just like a remote-controlled car at first glance. Led by the marine iguana couple, Jiang Nan ventured into the dense forest of the Heart-Shaped Island. The deeper you go, the more difficult the path becomes. Even the surrounding trees became denser, crisscrossing, messy, and disorderly. Yo-yo. After walking for about 10 minutes, Jiang Nan suddenly heard animal cries. What animal is making that sound? Is some animal injured? So the marine iguana came to the island owner for help? It sounds like a wild boar's call, but it doesn't quite sound like it. The animal sounds piqued the curiosity of the viewers in the live stream, who began to speculate. Chapter 100: Saving the World's Largest Deer. Jiang Nan quickened his pace and ran towards the source of the sound. A few minutes later, a magnificent stag came into view. It is over 2 meters long and nearly 2 meters tall at the shoulder, not even counting its head and antlers. Its body is jet black, except for its antlers, which have a slight white tint and appear to shine brightly. Besides its enormous antlers, what's most striking is its muscular body, with bulging muscles that resemble coiled ropes. It is so powerful that it is almost excessive. In terms of muscles alone, it is definitely comparable to kangaroo gangxi. From a distance, it looks like a small rhinoceros. My goodness, it's so big, Jiang Nan gasped. Given its massive size, he had every reason to believe that if he approached rashly, the other party could easily kick him and cause him to bleed internally. Unfortunately, the big guy had a burlap sack over his head, and his antlers were stuck in a tree branch, so he couldn't move at all and could only howl helplessly. According to Jiang Nan's deduction, the burlap sack must have floated onto its head, and when it tried to get it down, it went to the big tree to rub against it, but the antlers were too big and got stuck. A classic case of misfortunes never coming singly. The saying, "You'll see a deer deep in the forest," is completely untrue. How stupid of you to get stuck in a tree branch. Luhan, come quick and meet your brother. What kind of deer is this? How can it grow so big? Mountain deer? This kind of deer is very expensive, about 180,000. There's a song that goes like that. The mountain deer here costs 180,000. Of course, you can also pay in installments, because there's another line at the end. The mountain deer here can be paid off in 9 years. Zhang Helun, you're better at adapting songs than I am. Come work at Dion Club tomorrow. I know, this is a pure deer person. No way, there are black cats here too? How about we start a group? Viewers in the live stream joked that it was fortunate that emojis couldn't be used in the live stream. Otherwise they would have started an emoji battle. Jiang Nan quickly interrupted them, explaining, this is called a moose. In our country, it was known as the immortal among deer. Jiang Zi's mount, and the bull demon king's water-avoiding golden-eyed beast were all based on it. Abroad, it is known as the forest spirit, while in northeast my country it is called Andahan or Kandahan, which means the forest god in Manchu belief. It is named moose because its size is very similar to that of a camel. The moose is the largest deer in the world. This one in front of us is not even the largest. To date, the heaviest moose in the world can weigh up to 1 ton, which is comparable to that of a rhinoceros. If you could see it with your own eyes, it would definitely leave a deep impression on you, and might even leave you with a little trauma. Because of the moose's large size, standing in front of it makes one feel as if they have returned to the Jurassic world. A single moose footprint can be as big as a wash basin. An adult moose can easily exceed 2 meters in height. With their massive bodies, they stand before you like giant off-road vehicles. Jiang Nan wasn't very close to the moose at that moment, so the viewers in the live stream couldn't make a comparison. However, Jiang Nan quickly found the moose footprints and hurriedly switched the camera to let the viewers in the live broadcast room admire them. What? These footprints are huge. They're as big as a wash basin. The island lord was right. Such a big deer. It looks like it has a bad temper. Would the island owner dare to approach it? There's a Chinese idiom called seeing is believing. The moment the footprints were seen, the viewers in the live stream were convinced. Jiang Nan continued, I really don't dare to get close easily, because moose are not as docile as ordinary deer. They can attack humans. If you look closely at its antlers, they resemble 2 large, forked lotus leaves. If you were to be hit by its massive body along with those antlers, you would likely lose your life. If you encounter a moose in the wild, it's best to stand far away and shiver. In some North American countries, accidents involving cars being struck by moose are common. The scene is often equivalent to a heavy truck crashing into a small car. The front of the vehicle is completely crushed, and if someone were inside, they would likely be as good as a cookie. Furthermore, in countries where moose are rampant, such as certain areas abroad, there are warning signs about moose everywhere, and some people even train hunting dogs to deal with these moose, which shows how terrifying a species the moose is. Nowadays, moose are listed as an endangered species and are protected accordingly. People keep hunting dogs only as a way to drive away moose, and they do not dare to kill them casually. After Jiang Nan finished speaking, the marine iguana couple finally arrived. One of them even looked up at Jiang Nan, its face full of confusion, as if asking, why haven't you gone to save the moose yet? Jiang Nan looked helpless, took a deep breath, and carefully walked towards the moose. To be precise, it's more accurate to say it's a nomadic country. They were extremely careful with every step, afraid of startling the moose and being knocked to the ground. Do not be afraid. Don't be nervous. I'm here to help you. I won't hurt you. As they drew closer, Jiang Nan spoke softly, her voice gentle, as if trying to comfort the moose. Whether it worked or it actually understood, the moose that had been struggling gradually quieted down. Jiang Nan seized the opportunity, approached the moose, and swiftly removed the sack. Without the sack covering it, the moose regained its sight and gazed tenderly at the nearby Jiang Nan region. Don't rush. I still need to remove the branches. Jiang Nan gently patted the moose's head, then took out a machete from his backpack and began chopping down trees. We set up the tents for the night and needed to start a campfire, which required a lot of firewood. At this point, it can be considered as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. About 5 minutes later, Jiang Nan had cut off all the branches and tied them into a bundle for easy carrying. The moose was finally rescued. All right, you're free. Jiang Nan plopped down on the ground and took a deep breath. The journey here has been arduous, and the stress of rescuing the moose has taken a toll on our energy. We need to rest for a while before continuing. Yo-yo. Suddenly, a moose came over and gently nuzzled Jiang Nan with its head. When Jiang Nan turned to look at it, it actually turned its head to look at its own back. What do you mean? You mean you want me to ride you? Jiang Nan asked in confusion. Although I was inexplicably excited, I remained calm and checked again and again. After all, no one has ever ridden the world's largest deer. Chapter 101 Xing'ai Quan Without Limits. Yo-yo. The moose called out again, this time nuzzling Jiang Nan's rump with its head, signaling him to hurry up and come on. Since you're so enthusiastic, then I won't stand on ceremony. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes and said, I happen to have a saddle with me, so I'll give it to you. As he spoke, Jiang Nan opened his backpack and began rummaging through it. The backpack he was carrying was huge, over 1 meter long, making it a behemoth among backpacks. Taking out the saddle from it wouldn't arouse suspicion from the viewers in the live stream. However, some viewers were still shocked. The island owner even brought a saddle with him when he went out. It seems he had planned to tame an animal here to ride around. There are so many kinds of animals here. If it were me, I would also bring them with me. After all, you can ride animals. Speaking of which, the island owner's backpack is really big. He's been carrying it for so long. If it were me, I would have collapsed from exhaustion by now. This is practically Doraemon's magic pocket. Amid the murmurs, Jiang Nan had already taken out the saddle. While retrieving the saddle, Jiang Nan had already mentally instructed the system to design a suitable saddle for the moose and place it in his backpack. Everything makes perfect sense. As soon as it was taken out, Jiang Nan examined it carefully. The entire saddle kit includes the saddle, saddle boards, saddle, ropes, etc., somewhat like a horse's saddle kit, but with several additional pouches containing tools. Not only that, the seat cushion is also fluffy to prevent buttock pain from long journeys. In summary, the saddle is well designed, performs well, and is appropriately decorated. Under its influence, the force is balanced, making it easy for the rider and driver to operate, and maximizing the harmony between human and animal power. Great, it's yours now. Jiang Nan stood up and put the saddle on the moose. The moose did not resist and allowed Jiang Nan to trap it. After everything was settled, Jiang Nan placed the firewood he had just chopped at the very back of the moose's back and then sat down himself. We're heading towards the heart-shaped lake. Do you know where it is? Jiang Nan, looking radiant, asked. The camel couldn't speak. It just lowered its head and walked forward. It showed through its actions that it knew. The marine iguana couple did not follow. They had already quietly left after the moose was rescued. They prefer the sea and beaches to land. As Jiang Nan rode his moose and admired the beautiful scenery around him, he had the illusion that he was in the world of Red Dead Redemption 2. If I were to change into a Western cowboy outfit and carry a revolver, it would feel even more authentic. Ding! Congratulations, host, for rescuing the trapped moose and putting a saddle on it. The moose is very happy and likes your gift. You are rewarded with plus 200 intimacy points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired Xing'ai Quan. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the wood carving technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the massage skill. Xing'ai Quan. Although the host has mastered the wooling bagua staff, he still knows nothing about boxing. Therefore, Xing'ai Quan is hereby awarded. Xing'ai Quan, also known as Xing'ai Quan, is one of the traditional Chinese martial arts. When it was first created, it was called Xingyi Liu Quan, which means the mind and intention are in harmony. Intention and qi are in harmony. Qi and strength are in harmony. Shoulders and hips are in harmony. Elbows and knees are in harmony. And hands and feet are in harmony. The most widely circulated form is called the 12 forms, which is composed of the movement characteristics of 12 animals. It is not only an exquisite offensive and defensive technique, but also a good way to train the body. These 12 animals include dragon, tiger, monkey, horse, chicken, swallow, hawk, snake, eagle, bear, tuna, and shepherd. Because the host is in frequent contact with animals, he can use the essence of Xing'ai Quan he has learned to create Xing'ai Quan for other animals. Note, the Xing'ai Quan reward from the system is not yet available online. The host can create their own unlimited versions. Wood carving technique. Like painting and cooking techniques, learning this technique allows the host to immediately master the world's most exquisite wood carving skills, even if they have never been exposed to it before. For each wood carving completed, experience points are awarded based on its influence and value. Experience points can be used to level up. Note, this is currently the beginner level of wood carving. Please keep practicing. Massage techniques. Click to learn, and the host will acquire professional massage skills and become proficient in animal massage techniques. Unlike wood carving, painting, and food magic, this skill cannot be upgraded and will disappear immediately after you click to learn it. Note, it can give massages. Whether human or animal, those who have been massaged by the host will become unusually energetic in a short period of time, and their various functions will become much younger. Even an old man in his 50s or 60s can become vigorous and energetic. This reward is an absolute steal. The Xing'ai Quan, wood carving, and massage techniques were all incredibly impressive, and Jiang Nan was thrilled. He promptly clicked to learn them. After studying, Jiang Nan began to examine the moose beneath him. I was too nervous and busy saving it before, so I didn't have the mood to examine it properly. Now that I'm so close, I have to take a good look at it. You're 4 years old. Jiang Nan suddenly blurted out this sentence. The viewers in the live stream were puzzled. What? 4 years old? Could it be a moose? How did the island owner figure that out? No way. The island lord can even tell the age of animals. What kind of eyes does he have? Oh no, oh no. If this is the case, won't the island lord be able to see through any girl's attempt to hide her age from him? Jiang Nan pointed to the large antlers of the moose in front of him, smiled, and said, "Here's a little-known fact. The number of antler branches on a moose's antlers is related to its age. New antlers will grow when the moose is 6 to 8 months old. The newly grown antlers are single branches and are called cone antlers. In the third year, it splits into 2 branches and a corner disc appears at the base. In the 4th year, it splits into 3 branches, and in the 5th year, it splits into 4 or 5 branches. After the 6th year, it no longer follows a pattern, but begins to grow longer, thicker, and more voluminous. In addition, antlers are also a symbol of wealth and power for male moose. The larger and more beautiful the antlers, the more likely the male moose will be favored by female moose and submit to other moose." After Jiang Nan finished speaking, the viewers in the live broadcast room finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I see. I'll go to the wild and study the deer there from now on. I thought the island owner's eyes could tell his age at a glance. That would be too abnormal. By the way, what else does the island lord know? Tell us quickly." With a smile on his face, Jiang Nan suddenly asked, "Does everyone know Deadpool, the superhero from the Marvel Universe?" Before the audience could answer, Jiang Nan continued, "Besides his superb verbal skills, swordsmanship, and marksmanship, and his ability to break through the 4th barrier and talk to the audience, Deadpool's greatest feature is his healing ability. His healing ability is even more abnormal than Wolverine's. And moose are also known as Deadpool in nature." Chapter 102: The Legendary Zombie Deer. People often see scenes like this in movies and TV dramas. The emperor goes hunting and can kill a deer with a single arrow. But this is not true in reality. Jiang Nan shook his head in denial and earnestly explained, "Even if a deer is shot in the head with an arrow, it can still move freely. Even the seemingly gentle and petite sika deer can move around on the ground on the 3rd day after a fracture, run again in 10 days, and recover completely in 20 days. Not only that, their wounds heal 10 times faster than humans. Under normal circumstances, small wounds are just a tickle to them. So, when we watched Animal World when we were kids, we saw that some deer were chased and injured by wild beasts, but they still remained calm and could escape with ease. This is all very normal. The reason why deer are called the Deadpool of the animal kingdom is because they have a special and amazing ability. Like Deadpool, they can regenerate organs. According to scientific research, deer can be harvested for antlers twice a year. Generally, it only takes them about 50 days to grow a pair of new antlers, with an average growth rate of about 1.5 centimeters per day. And moose are even more amazing. Their antlers can grow up to 2.5 centimeters per day, making them the fastest growing and largest regenerating organs in the world. To date, biologists have not fully figured out why deer, as mammals, can regenerate organs and tissues every year, which is truly astonishing. Here's a little-known fact. Deer antler does indeed have great medicinal value. Ancient physicians believe that the essence of a deer lies entirely in its antlers, and the antlers are the tender shoots of the antlers. Since the essence is complete and has not been released, the antlers have the strongest effect of tonifying yang and nourishing blood, and have the miraculous effects of generating essence and nourishing blood, and tonifying marrow and strengthening bones. When deer antlers calcify into deer antlers, they lose their medicinal value. Once the antlers have fully calcified to a certain point, they will fall off naturally, and then a new pair of antlers will grow back the following year, which are new velvet antlers. Besides its super self-healing ability and regenerative organs, deer blood is also a rare delicacy. From ancient times to the present, deer blood has been sought after by many people. Li Shichen's Compendium of Materia Medica has recorded in detail the effects of deer blood in nourishing essence and blood, replenishing yin deficiency, and detoxifying smallpox and drug poisoning. Modern medical and biological studies have shown that deer species possess super blood, primarily manifested in deer species, including the largest moose. Their jumping, running, and sudden acceleration and stopping abilities are extremely powerful. This is not only related to their well-developed muscles, but most importantly, it is due to the function of their super blood. This is because deer blood contains a large amount of immunoglobulins, which is more than 3 times that of the human body, and its antioxidant molecules are 10 times that of the human body. As a result, deer are basically not afraid of bacterial and viral attacks. That's why some deer will eat carrion when they're hungry, and they don't have to worry about getting infected by bacteria or viruses, just like they're fine. When Jiang Nan finished speaking, the viewers in the live broadcast room were completely dumbfounded. More than 40 seconds passed before people started typing. What? That's awesome. Super blood, self-healing ability, organ regeneration. These are practically superheroes of the animal kingdom. I have nothing more to say. I just hope that I will be bitten by a deer in my lifetime, and from then on I will change my name to Deer Warrior. Spider-Man. Excuse me, is your uncle dead too? No wonder so many ancient emperors loved to eat venison and went hunting every few days. Now I understand. So, the island lord has struck gold. He's found such a huge moose. He can bleed it whenever he wants. Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, Sha Weijing, and Little White Dragon. Otherwise, why do you think we protect Tang Santang on his journey to the west? We'd be by his side every day, and if he ever bumped into something and lost a piece of flesh, we could secretly eat it and become immortal. It would be much easier than those monsters who went to all that trouble to capture Tang Santang. Wu Qingyin, you understand Journey to the West. He's a treasure trove from head to toe. He truly is a walking Tang Santang. No wonder he's become a protected species. No. Moose are protected animals in China, but not in some American countries, where they are hunted regularly. Jiang Nan quickly corrected him, saying with a serious expression, because the distribution and number of moose vary in different regions, the regulatory mechanisms of the local natural ecosystem also differ significantly. Take our carp, for example. In North America, they grow to an abnormally large size, which seriously damages the local ecological environment. But on our dining table, they are often in short supply. You know, moose are so big that they naturally become big eaters. They are basically foraging all day long, and they can eat a lot and are not picky eaters. It is understood that their diet consists of more than 70 kinds of foods, including grass, leaves, tinder branches, and various aquatic plants, etc. They eat about 20 kilograms of plants every day, and about 50% of their daily diet consists of aquatic plants. Research shows that any land can only support a limited number of plants and animals. For example, in the past, there were too many sparrows in China, and the police had to catch them. But now, catching sparrows can result in fines or even imprisonment. The same principle applies to moose. In China, moose are too rare and naturally become protected animals. However, in some North American countries, moose are so large and agile that almost no animals dare to attack them. Lacking natural predators, their numbers have increased rapidly. As the moose population increases, the demand for food also increases, leading to a reduction in a lot of vegetation and aquatic plants, which seriously affects the local environment and ecosystem. Therefore, they regularly organize moose hunts to control the population. As the moose population increases, they will run and jump on the roads without restraint, often colliding with vehicles on the road, causing traffic accidents and threatening people's safety. The fact that they are road killers, eat too much, and affect the ecosystem has already sealed the fate of moose, making it inevitable to control their numbers. Besides these 2 points, the main reason is that people are worried about the appearance of zombie deer. Jiang Nan raised his voice, startling all the viewers in the live stream. Zombie deer. Is it like the kind in Chinese movies where the characters are covered in blood and gore, and they attack and tear humans apart? My goodness, do they exist in real life too? No way. This is the first time I've ever felt like a Resident Evil crisis is really happening right next to me. I'm so scared. Chapter 103 Fishing Again. Jiang Nan gazed into the distance, confirming that the moose was indeed heading towards the heart-shaped lake, before continuing. Although deer have super blood and extremely strong immunity, they can still be susceptible to viruses they cannot resist. This virus is called a vesiculovirus. To be precise, it is neither a bacterium nor a virus, but a mutated protein. After being infected with the virus, one will experience symptoms such as brain atrophy, frantic dancing, and excessive drooling, resembling a zombie. Hence it is also known as the zombie virus. The epigastric virus is very dangerous. According to scientific research, the possibility of this epigastric virus spreading to other animals and humans cannot be ruled out. In 2018, 22 states in the United States were affected by zombie deer. Actually, solving the zombie deer problem is very simple. It can be done by addressing the source. Deer will scavenge and even cannibalize each other. The main reason is that the carcasses of moose with infectious diseases are not cleaned up in time. Other moose eat them, which naturally leads to a large-scale infection. If people discover and dispose of the moose carcass in time, They can nip the zombie deer in the bud. After finishing his speech, Jiang Nan felt the topic was a bit heavy, so he quickly changed the subject, saying, "Why don't we all give this moose a name? This time I have no restrictions. Since we're talking about zombie deer, why not just call it zombie? At least it sounds pretty badass. Let's call it deer toad. Anyway, a deer has already appeared. Aren't all deer called silly roe deer? Call her Princess Yao Yao. This is a male stag. How can it be called Princess Yao Yao? If Zhang Fei can call her Princess Fi Fei, and the Bull Demon King can call her Princess Nayaniu, what else is unacceptable? I think we could name him Louis Shizhen. It sounds very prestigious." While viewers in the live stream were offering suggestions, Jiang Nan was also deep in thought. He slowly spoke up, "Lu Fei, I hope it becomes the moose of the Forest King. What do you think?" Jiang Nan reached out and gently touched the moose's head, tentatively asking a question. "Yo-yo." The moose understood and let out a long howl towards the sky. With a new name, the moose became exceptionally excited and ran even faster. Just like Sun Wukong, who received a new name from Bodhi Patriarch back then. Led by Luffy the moose, Jiang Nan arrived at the heart-shaped lake in less than 20 minutes. As soon as they got close, Jiang Nan saw 2 thick cherry blossom trees. They grow not far from the shore, with lush branches and leaves, and cherry blossoms bloom in clusters, looking more like ice cream cones that are about to melt. Yesterday, Jiang Nan was quite far away, and since the area was mostly pink, I didn't notice these 2 cherry blossom trees. Perfect timing to set up camp under the cherry blossom trees. Jiang Nan remained calm and jumped off the moose to start setting up the tent. The tent rewarded by the system was indeed easy to set up, and Jiang Nan quickly finished it. Next, we'll start a fire and cook. Once we've eaten and drunk our fill, we can go wingsuit flying. As the saying goes, those who live near mountains live off the mountains, and those who live near water live off the water. There's a heart-shaped lake right in front of us, so we have to go fishing. Jiang Nan took out a fishing rod and bait from his backpack, stepped out of the tent, and walked towards the heart-shaped lake. After arriving at the shore, Jiang Nan found a suitable spot, spread out his fishing rod, attached the fishing line, and began to prepare. Seeing that Jiang Nan was about to start fishing again, the viewers in the live stream were filled with emotion. Fishing is a sport that is very easy to become addicted to. It is especially popular among married adults. Jiang Nan's live streaming room is no exception. People who enjoy the outdoors are naturally those who enjoy outdoor life, so there will be many anglers among them. There were already quite a few in the live streams before, but as it became popular, more and more anglers gathered there. Seeing that fishing was about to start again in Jiang Nan, they finally got excited. This place is great. There are definitely big fish here. I'm more interested in seeing how the fish caught in the pink lake differ from those in other places. A fish is a fish. What's the difference? You don't understand, do you? A Western chef I know once said that the fish from different countries and regions eat different microorganisms, so the taste is also different. Watching the island owner fish makes me a little itchy to try it myself, but unfortunately, it's raining outside. You're obviously a novice. Real anglers aren't afraid of wind or rain. Even if it's raining knives, nothing can stop them from fishing. That's right. My wife wouldn't let me go fishing, and she even said she'd divorce me if I went again. The next day, I promptly got the divorce certificate. It's so great to be free from my wife's control when I go fishing. Anglers shared their experiences. The other viewers in the live stream were completely dumbfounded. Is it really possible for someone to get a divorce just to go fishing? In fact, men are still boys until they die. Even when they are 70 or 80 years old, they still have hobbies that they love and are crazy about. Some people like to collect various games, some like to collect figurines, some like anime, and some like winter swimming. Anglers are definitely one of the most enthusiastic groups among them. Some people neglect their wives at home in order to go fishing. Of course, every man has one thing in common: fair-skinned, beautiful women with long legs. Only when it's hung on the wall will it behave. This place has already formed an independent ecosystem, so there is no need to dig a nest. There will definitely be fish that take the bait. Jiang Nan silently cheered himself on and skillfully cast his line. The scenery, captured on the live stream, was as beautiful as a landscape painting. Living in Jiang Nan is like living inside a painting. The moose lay down beside it, mouth open, munching on grass while idly gazing at the lake in front of it, in a relaxed and comfortable posture. The scenery here was beautiful from a distance yesterday, but I didn't expect it to be even more wonderful up close. I wish I could live here. Even if I didn't fish, just enjoying the scenery every day would be wonderful. This is life. We're just surviving, and we're living in a daze. Another day of envying the island owner. To be honest, I'm even starting to envy Lu Fei. Island Master, could I ask you a favor? I can't stand seeing Lu Fei enjoying himself like this. Please find him a job as soon as possible. Lu Fei, just because I got wet in the rain, does that mean I have to break someone else's umbrella? Fishing equipment in Jiang Nan is still rudimentary, consisting of nothing special fishing rods awarded by the system. Generally speaking, anglers have very complete equipment. They might go a long time without catching a single fish, even going a whole month without a catch, but their fishing preparations must be professional. Fishing rods, lines, floats, and bait must be in place, and other supporting equipment such as fishing boxes, fishing chairs, and fish baskets must also be arranged. They might even buy several sets. For them, fishing is a pleasure, and since it's a pleasure, they don't care about the money. Chapter 104 Mandarin Fish. Sometimes you can see a group of anglers by the river or reservoir. They carry buckets, sit on fishing chairs, and wear sun hats, looking very professional. But when you look into their buckets, they are empty. It can't be said to be completely empty, at least there's still water. Since there was no professional equipment in Jiang Nan, they could only rely on technology. Cast the fishing rod and wait quietly. 5 minutes passed quickly, and Jiang Nan's fishing rod remained as steady as ever. Seeing this, the viewers in the live stream started making fun of it. What's going on? I remember the island owner was a very good fisherman. Could it be that he's not used to the water and soil? It's true that they're not used to the local environment. The fish here don't like the island's inhabitants. Island Master, if it's not feasible, then let's not fish. Island Lord, let's eat some wild fruit instead of putting up with this humiliation. How about we try our luck again today? If the island owner can't catch anything, how about we dance in maid outfits and black stockings? I think it's worth a gamble. Me too. Just as netizens were preparing to make another bet with Jiang Nan, the fishing rod suddenly started to shake. The teasing comments suddenly stopped. All the spectators stared intently at the fishing rod. Jiang Nan smiled slightly and skillfully manipulated the fishing rod. Whoosh! The fishing line separated from the water with a soft sound. Immediately afterward, a large black fish was lifted up by the fishing rod and floated to the surface. I'm sorry to disappoint you all. I can't dance for you in women's clothing again. It's such a pity. As Jiang Nan walked the fish, he said with feigned regret. The audience wasn't listening at all. They were still staring at the fishing rod, trying to figure out what kind of fish it was. Some couldn't wait to put their faces close to the computer screen. The island owner is really lucky. It's a mandarin fish. How can you catch mandarin fish with such a broken fishing rod? Is there any justice in this world? Is there no law? Thank goodness I didn't follow the crowd and make a bet. I'm speechless. The island owner is awesome. In the live stream, some knowledgeable anglers were amazed, some were envious, and some were even green with envy. Mandarin fish, also known as perch, is a predatory fish. They are ferocious and feed on fish and other aquatic animals, and even eat tadpoles and small frogs. Most importantly, they generally hide at the bottom of the water during the day and only come out to forage at night. Generally speaking, it's difficult to catch them during the day. The chances of catching anything with such an old fishing rod are extremely slim. Jiang Nan not only caught mandarin fish, but judging from the weight, it weighed a full 7 pounds. For anglers, not catching fish is not terrible. What is terrible is that others can catch fish while they themselves can't catch any. This is worse than killing them. It's exactly the same feeling you have when you see your best friend suddenly get a beautiful girlfriend. Even my back molars can crush it. Conversely, the greatest joy of fishing lies in the envious glances from those around you when you take the bait. If they catch a big fish, they'd rather pass by their own home 3 times without going in and wander around the neighborhood a few times instead. As long as the fish hasn't gone bad, you can carry it around and wander around. No matter what anyone asks, whether it's for directions or just a greeting, the first thing he always says is, "That's right. This fish weighs about 10 pounds. This place is indeed a geomantically auspicious location. I'm not saying anything more. I'm definitely going to this place, not for anything else, just for fishing." Not everyone is so lucky when fishing in the heart-shaped lake. This mandarin fish should cost more than 200 yuan at the market price. Not only that, mandarin fish is now 32 yuan per caddy, so 7 caddies would cost a little over 200 yuan. Moreover, this is a completely wild one, so the price could be even higher. Amidst the audience's discussion, Jiang Nan dragged the mandarin fish ashore. This fish is very big, so we can only slowly haul it up. If we try to lift it up directly, we risk breaking the fishing rod. Jiang Nan removed the mandarin fish from the hook and placed it in a small bucket. The mandarin fish swung its tail and circled around in the bucket, but knowing it couldn't escape, it quickly calmed down. There was a shallow puddle next to the lake in Jiang Nan. He originally planned to put the mandarin fish in it, but then he thought that the mandarin fish was too cunning and agile. If he gave it a little water, it could slide back into the lake from the mud puddle. To be on the safe side, a bucket is the most reliable option. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have caught a mandarin fish. Experience points plus 40. The system's reward arrived quickly, and the viewers in the live stream were still discussing it. One uninformed viewer couldn't help but ask, just wondering, mandarin fish are really hard to catch. Why are you all so excited? Jiang Nan smiled and explained, under normal circumstances, mandarin fish can only be caught using lure fishing. Even if those so-called fishing masters on Duyan came and used my fishing rod, they still wouldn't be able to catch any. The so-called lure fishing method is a biomimetic bait fishing method, also known as artificial bait fishing, which is a method of imitating small creatures to trigger attacks from large fish. Lure fishing originated in Europe and America. Legend has it that a long time ago in Europe, a fisherman accidentally dropped his spoon into a lake while eating. Many trout came and ate the spoon. Later, the fisherman began to try to catch trout with the spoon and began to think about why the fish were interested in the spoon, thus inventing lure fishing. Lure fishing, also known as water golf, is an elegant sport that optimizes the natural environment with the premise of environmental protection. During the entire fishing process, the angler is doing a full-body workout, which is very different from traditional fishing methods. This is just a general overview of lure fishing. Explaining the specific techniques would be extremely complicated and would take a whole day and night. If you're interested, you can search for it online. After Jiang Nan finished speaking, he took a deep breath and continued. I was indeed lucky, but I can guarantee that my next cast will also be a mandarin fish, and it will be about the same size as this one. Island Master, look up. There's a cow flying in the sky. The island lord didn't drink any alcohol, so how could he be drunk? The island owner actually wants to catch a whole grouper? Is that a joke? The anglers expressed their disbelief. Jiang Nan replied with a smile. This is not just idle talk. If you want to catch fish, you must understand some of their habits. For example, mandarin fish, they always appear in pairs. If you can catch one, it means there's another one here. As long as I fish in roughly the same spot, there is a high chance of catching another mandarin fish. As Jiang Nan spoke, he cast his fishing hook out. He would shake the fishing rod from time to time, because mandarin fish are predatory fish and will not pay any attention to inanimate objects. In less than a minute, the fishing line began to shake violently. Clearly, another fish has taken the bait. Chapter 105 The Little Otter Can Hold Meetings? They're here. Jiang Nan smiled broadly and began to lift his fishing rod again. Then, a large black fish emerged from the water. What? It really is a mandarin fish. The island lord is too amazing. It's such a waste not to have your fortune told. Island Master, I want to learn how to fish. No way. I'm so itching to go fishing. I don't care if it's raining or not. I have to go. On the water's surface, mandarin fish swam back and forth. Jiang Nan skillfully played the fish, then slowly reeled in the line, finally catching the fish and placing it in a bucket. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have caught another mandarin fish, completing the double catch achievement. Experience points doubled, plus 80. 2 large mandarin fish, more than Jiang Nan could eat in one meal, but enough for several, so he prepared to pack up his line. He didn't plan to catch many fish, since the tent was pitched close by, and he could catch them whenever he wanted. Just as Jiang Nan was tidying up his fishing rod, he noticed something was amiss and frowned as he looked towards the opposite bank of the lake. Then, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Moose Luffy Eye also noticed the situation on the other side of the river, hurriedly stood up, and looked up to call out. Jiang Nan quickly pounced on him and covered the mouth of the moose, Luffy Eye. Shoo! Quiet. Let's watch the show. Jiang Nan whispered in the ear of the moose deer. The strange behavior of the man and the moose immediately attracted the attention of the viewers in the live stream. Everyone became curious. What did the island lord see? Don't be stingy, let us see too. Island lord, are you also going to treat us as outsiders? Jiang Nan didn't keep the viewers in the live stream waiting long and controlled the drone to film the other side of the river. The viewers in the live stream seized the opportunity and stared wide-eyed. Finally, everyone saw the little guy that Jiang Nan had seen. To be precise, they were a bunch of little guys. On the opposite bank of the river, in a lake 2 or 3 meters from the shore, there is a large piece of wood floating in the water, and on the wood are 7 or 8 adorable little otters. They huddled their heads together, as if discussing something. Every now and then, otters would emerge from the grass, swim into the river, climb onto the logs, and join the meeting. Wow, it's a baby otter. I saw these little guys at the zoo. They were so cute. I didn't expect wild ones to be so adorable too. I saw otters at the zoo that could play with toys and hide seashells. They were really smart. What are they doing gathered together? This is the first time I've ever seen such a bizarre sight. Island owner, could you translate this for me? No one can resist cute little animals, especially those with a bit of intelligence. The viewers in the live stream were extremely excited. Some hurriedly called their girlfriends to ask them to watch Jiang Nan's live stream. Jiang Nan quickly ran back to the tent, took out his camera, and snapped a few photos of the little otters at the gathering. Otter gatherings are rare and must be preserved. Who knows, maybe one day when I have the leisure and inclination, I can take out the photos and paint them. Then, he began to explain things to the viewers in the live stream, saying, "That's right, these little guys are otters. Otters are mustelids, and mustelids are often very good-looking and quite intelligent, so they look much cuter. Mussels can be broadly divided into small weasels, arboreal martins, strong badgers, and aquatic otters. Weasel is a type of weasel, while mink is more common in northeast China, such as white mink. Many years ago, it was fashionable for people to wear mink coats. Badgers are more formidable, with the honey badger and wolverine being typical examples. Everyone should be familiar with honey badgers. They roam the African savanna, and even lions will get slapped if they block their way. Wolverines are equally ferocious. Even lynxes would give them a wide berth. The Wolverine in the X-Men movies is based on the Wolverine. In addition to these, there are also hog badgers, Eurasian badgers, badger bears, and so on. Otter refers to both water otters and sea otters. Sea otters don't like to fight. They don't get along with their mustelid brothers and sisters. They prefer eating and sleeping to fighting. The first thing they do when they wake up every day is to find sea urchins to eat in the ocean. After eating, they go back to sleep, just like a lazy person. These little otters are right here in front of us. They also like to lie in the water and sleep, and they love to rub their hands together. Most importantly, they are whimpering creatures, so they are very popular in the zoo. Here's a little-known fact. If an otter likes someone, it will act cute and affectionate towards that person. You can keep an eye out for it when you go to the zoo. Finally, Jiang Nan added, the abundance of otters here proves that there are many fish in the heart-shaped lake in front of us. Otters won't do anything without a reason. They especially love to eat fish, but they will only show themselves if there are a lot of fish in a lake. Otherwise, they are too lazy to bother with it. The knowledge about mustelids was very interesting, and the viewers in the live stream listened attentively. Looks like I need to get an otter. I'll need it for fishing later. I want to see the punishment. This thing is a nationally protected animal. If you dare to keep it as a pet today, the police will arrest you tomorrow. So weasels are also mustelids. No wonder they are so smart, and are even called Huangdaxian, weasel immortal. Weasels are so annoying. They often sneak into the village to steal our chickens. The villagers hate weasels. If it weren't for some of the older folks being superstitious, they probably would have killed several of them by now. It's the same here. Weasels not only eat chickens, but they also kill many, many more. Jiang Nan hurriedly said, weasels are very intelligent, so they are very vengeful and may even target a specific person for revenge. Generally speaking, weasels will not provoke humans on their own initiative. In fact, if humans are kind to them, they will repay the kindness in their own way. As for whether they will actually bless the benefactor, that's unknown. Anyway, I've heard many elderly people say they've experienced it. The reason why weasels sneak into villages to steal chickens and even deliberately kill many is either because someone in the village has harmed the weasel's family, or because human expansion has encroached on their territory and reduced their living space, or because they really can't find food in the wild and are deliberately retaliating. Finally, I'd like to add that people shouldn't think all weasels are bad. We should know that weasels eat a lot of rats and field mice every year, thus protecting people's crops in a way. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's explanation, the viewers in the live stream finally understood. Some even nodded thoughtfully in front of the screen. Your words have changed my outlook on life. Chapter 106, The Animal Kingdom's Gangsters. Otters fighting. I see. So weasels are actually good after all. No wonder people used to be so superstitious about the weasel god. I remember now. The reason why the chickens of that family in our village were killed by weasels was because they leveled a piece of land to build a chicken farm. Weasels often appeared in that land, so it must have been their home. According to the island owner, aren't these cute little otters also very vengeful? The viewers in the live stream listened attentively and shared their thoughts. Jiang Nan calmly asked, I want to ask everyone a question. Who is the dominant player in the freshwater sector? Freshwater territory? That must be turtles. I once got bitten by a turtle, and it hurt for a week. I almost had a piece of my flesh bitten off. Could it be a hippopotamus? No, it's a crocodile. What? Now you know it's true. Crocodile. It has to be a crocodile. The viewers in the live stream quickly reached a consensus. Jiang Nan smiled and shook his head, saying, crocodiles have sharp teeth, a bite force that ranks among the best in the animal kingdom, and tough hides. So many people do mistakenly believe they are the overlords of freshwater. Actually, that's not the case. When it encounters an otter, the title of king of freshwater rivers has to be changed. Don't be fooled by the cute appearance of otters. In reality, they are the true rulers of the freshwater world and rightfully occupy the top of the freshwater food chain. After hearing what Jiang Nan said, the viewers in the live stream actually felt that it was a bit outrageous. No way, otters are so cute. How could they possibly beat crocodiles? Island owner, don't try to fool us. We're educated too. Impossible. I don't believe that a cute little otter would dare to mess with a crocodile. Jiang Nan didn't stop and continued. In the Amazon River basin, there lives a giant otter that can reach 1.5 meters in length and weigh up to 30 kilograms. They have a strong sense of territory. When their territory is invaded or they are starving, they will expand their territory at all costs and invade the territory of other animals. Even when facing a 5.5-meter-long crocodile, the leader of the otters was not afraid at all and went straight for it. They are too smart. They will actively seek out opportunities. First, an adult otter went to provoke the crocodile and attract its attention. Several adult otters then hid nearby, avoiding the crocodile's sight. Once the crocodile enters the encirclement, the lurking otters will pounce from all sides, opening their mouths wide to fiercely attack one of the crocodile's most vulnerable parts, its tail. Some would even climb onto the crocodile and launch a group attack. Don't even mention crocodiles. Even humans would get beaten up if they encountered otters. There was a man named Spencer who was taking a leisurely stroll with his friends one morning when he unexpectedly spotted a group of otters passing by on a secluded path. Spencer patiently made way for the animals, but suddenly several screams came from the otters, and he was then targeted. The otters rushed over like madmen and surrounded Spencer. Spencer was then subjected to a fierce attack, with bites to his ankles, legs, and buttocks. He only had time to cover his head with his hands. He had no way to escape. If it weren't for the help of the friends who followed, it could have been dangerous. Thanks to their friends' help, the otter's attack was disrupted, and the two were finally able to escape. According to staff, the otter pack may have had cubs trampled, and due to panic and darkness, they mistook Spencer for the culprit. In short, this guy was incredibly unlucky. Besides Spencer, a 77-year-old woman also had a similar experience. Sue Spector was kayaking with her husband when suddenly an otter jumped onto their boat. At first, Spector was pleasantly surprised because the otter was beautiful. Unexpectedly, the beautiful otter then jumped on her and launched a frenzied attack. This was a completely unexpected disaster for Spect, as the incident resulted in severe injuries to her nose and ears. Later investigation revealed that their kayak had capsized the otter's pups, which were learning to swim. Over the years, many people have been attacked by otters. One victim had nearly 200 stitches, but none of them were fatal. It's easy to see that otters know how to avoid vital points, deliberately causing their enemies pain every single second. My goodness, my worldview has been challenged time and time again today. Who would have thought that such an adorable little otter would be a militant? I suddenly remembered the rabbit in the movie Pet Adventure. It looks cute, but it's actually the leader of the animals. Island Master, what are these otters doing gathered together like this? They're not planning to beat you up, are they? At this moment, the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but ask again. Jiang Nan glanced at the growing number of otters gathering on the opposite bank of the river, pondered for a moment, and then said unhurriedly, "Judging from their anxious appearance, they're really preparing for a fight." Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, the viewers in the live stream were completely bewildered. Good heavens! This is for real. But who will they fight? Really? Who are they fighting? Aren't these guys the overlords of the freshwater world? No one can beat them in this heart-shaped lake. So who else can they fight? Could he really be the island owner? Island Master, get out of here. Otherwise you'll be in big trouble. This is the first time I've ever seen such adorable creatures fighting in a group. It's like watching women fight. It's so interesting. Jiang Nan glanced at the comments and said, when the number of two otter families increases, the two groups will inevitably clash and fight for territory in order to feed their brothers. because they know that there is delicious food in the waters of each other's territories. Sometimes they both want the same piece of land, so they fight every day. Currently, they appear to be the latter. The heart-shaped lake has abundant water resources, and they all want to claim it for themselves. Also, don't be afraid. When they fight each other, they are very careful. Fighting won't kill the otters. At most, one side will drive the other away and occupy a river or a body of water. The defeated side will withdraw from this area, recuperate, strengthen their tribe, and fight again another day. As Jiang Nan spoke, he continued to observe the otters. Before long, 15 or 16 otters had gathered on the opposite bank. Looking to the south, the dense forest was shaking violently. Before long, another group of otters emerged from among them. Chapter 107: The Great Melee Between Hung Hing and Tung Sing. Compared to the otters on the other side of the river, their fur is darker all over. When they reached the shore, they didn't rush into the water, but instead stared intently at the group of otters in the lake. The otters in the water were not to be outdone. Each one exuded a powerful aura, their adorable faces filled with determination and coldness. For a moment, it felt like an ancient battle between two armies. It's starting. It's starting. The viewers in the live stream were incredibly excited. Some even prepared drinks, popcorn, and various snacks in advance, intending to eat while watching. Jiang Nan thought for a moment and said, "Why don't we give these two groups of otters names? That way they'll be easier to tell apart. One is called Suzerain High School, and the other is called House and Academy. Taimao Sarezwa and Jinji Takia. So here's the question. Who's the better fighter between the two of us? One is called the Northern Hungmen, and the other is called the Southern Hungmen. The leader of the Northern Hungmen is Xiao Wendong, and the leader of the Southern Hungmen is Xiang Wenshan. What? This is a villain. This is the first book I ever read. It's full of memories. I am not a hero, but I am unparalleled in my vision. I am a villain, and I am infinitely arrogant. How about one is called Blood Eagle Society, with Xing Ying as the leader, and the other is called Dalongmen, with Xiao Lilong as the leader? I've seen this before. It's called H-Dao Evil Emperor. In that case, the Huaxing Society of H-Dao Special Forces and the Tianmen among H-Dao students must come out. And there's also Campus Madman, which I watched when I was a kid. I think it would be better to call it Hung Hing, with the leader called Chan Ho Nam, the other group of guys with generally darker hair called Tung Sing, and the leader called Crow. The viewers in the live stream brainstormed ideas. Jiang Nan immediately spotted the last comment and said, "Let's use Hung Hing's Chan Ho Nam and Tung Sing's Crow. There's no way around it. The Young and Dangerous film series is just too outstanding and famous. Although the novel clubs and characters mentioned by the audience are also excellent, they are still a level below the Young and Dangerous series. After all, this thing is the original. Even today, when people see Ekin Chung, Jordan Chan, Jerry Lam, Michael Tse, and others, they still habitually refer to them by their names from the Young and Dangerous movies. The viewers in the live stream were eager for a good show. Haha, these are the cutest crows and Chan Honam ever. I once saw someone on Douyin use cute girl songs to edit a video of crows. I seriously doubt what mental state he was in when he edited it. I bet 100 tiger grains that Hung Hing will win, not for any other reason than that my idol when I was a kid was Brother Hao Nan. I also bet on Hung Hing to win, because I like chicken, especially his classic line, "My name is Chicken, the chicken of Chicken X." Crow. It has to be Crow. I bet Tung Sing wins. Island Master, let's start a prediction contest. That's right, the otters are fighting. Let's have some fun too. The comments scrolled by very quickly, clearly showing the audience's excitement. Jiang Nan catered to their needs by quickly launching a guessing game, allowing every viewer to participate. In just 30 seconds, over 100,000 people participated in the exciting event. Unexpectedly, Crow of Tung Sing completely overwhelmed Chan Ho Nam of Hung Hing, winning by a full third of the votes. Perhaps it's because the audience saw that the otters, led by Dong Xing, were just as strong as the crows in the movie. The guessing game continues. The otters couldn't wait to start the battle. Led by the East Star Crow, all the little otters jumped into the water and swam at great speed, leaving white trails on the surface of the water, creating a spectacular scene. Not to be outdone, Hung Hing followed suit, with Chan Honam jumping into the water first, and the other little otters following one after another. The commotion was so great that it splashed up water everywhere. Clearly, they could no longer contain their restless hearts and burning passion. This time, it's really happening. The audience also got excited. It felt like I could be a part of it, and my heart was pounding. This is way more exciting than Boruto. Jiang Nan and the moose flew on the opposite bank, witnessing this grand occasion even more directly. A minute later, the otters of Hung Hing and Tung Sing gathered together. Water splashed everywhere. The otters were wrestling and fighting fiercely in the river. If you bite me, I'll slap your face with my paw. If you bump into me with your body, I'll wag my tail at you. 2 against 1 on one side, 5 against 3 on the other side. The scene was extremely chaotic. Scenes of one-on-one fights and group brawls are everywhere. Some ran ashore to fight, while others continued their melee in the water. The fight between Chan Honam and Crow was particularly exciting. They fought their way from the water to the shore. First, the crow rode on Chun Hunan's back, and then Chun Hunan grabbed the crow by the neck with a fierce expression that said, "You'd better die." This is the real, massive melee. The audience felt like they couldn't see enough of it. Oh no, I can't tell them apart anymore. Can someone please tell me which ones are from Hung Hing and which ones are from Tung Sing? I also feel like they all look the same. Grandma Li, I can't even see them clearly. So how do they distinguish each other? Won't there be situations where people mistake one otter for another, leading to friendly fire? While netizens were still discussing it, the outcome had already been revealed. The otters fought as they moved toward the shore. Any otters that felt they couldn't win or were defeated would quickly run ashore and hide in the grass nearby. That way, they won't be targeted anymore and won't get beaten up again. Some otters remained in the water, and upon seeing their opponents come ashore, they surveyed the battlefield and turned to help their brothers. In the beginning, many people were fighting alone, but later it became a group fight. With the help of his brothers, even Chan Honam and Crow were no match for him. Before long, the group of otters were all driven ashore, gathered in the grass, and finally slunk away. Another group of otters floated on the water, watching the fleeing otters with expressionless faces. Perhaps worried that they might turn around and attack, 1 or 2 of them quickly climbed ashore and onto the water, warily watching the direction in which the other side had fled. The outcome is decided. However, the audience had no idea which group of otters had won. These guys look exactly alike. It's too hard to tell them apart. Originally, the otters in Dongxing had generally darker fur, but after fighting in the water, all of their fur was wet and messy, making them difficult to distinguish. Hung Hing won. Although Crow was a bit stronger than Chan Honam, the otters were all about melee combat. The 2 sides were evenly matched, but Hung Hing's otters were generally very fierce, so Tung Sing lost. Currently, there are other rivers on the island, so these little guys from Dongxing should go back to their original waters. Having failed to seize territory, we have no choice but to relinquish the heart-shaped lake, which is teeming with food. Jiang Nan promptly offered an explanation. The viewers in the live stream then understood. Chapter 108, 20 Years of Otter Influence. Hung Hing actually won. Chan Honam, sorry, but what can I do? I'm the main character. Haha, this fight is so chaotic, it's impossible to tell who's who. I have a feeling that Crow will definitely lead the brothers of Dongxing back to fight. My heart is still pounding, and I feel like I haven't had enough. Me too. Island Master, next time Hung Hing and Tung Sing fight, you absolutely have to let us see it again. Next time? For sure. Jiang Nan nodded. Just as he was reading the comments, one of Hung Hing's otters suddenly swam over, stood at his feet, tilted its head, and curiously looked him over. Moose Luffy lowered his head, looking at the little guy at his feet, his little head filled with big questions. How can such a little guy fight so fiercely? Jiang Nan noticed the little otter and crouched down. He wasn't worried that the otter would take the opportunity to bite him. One reason is that they have absolute confidence in their own reactions. Secondly, although otters are fierce and like to fight, they will never attack you unless you provoke them. As for the third one, after a fierce battle, the otters were exhausted and naturally wouldn't easily fight against humans who were hundreds of times larger than themselves. Whoosh! The otter seized the opportunity to jump onto Jiang Nan's lap, then climbed up to his shoulder, getting even closer to him. Otters are very curious, and this little guy seems to be curious about me. Jiang Nan turned her head slightly and smiled as she looked at the otter. The otter looked at Jiang Nan with its innocent, big eyes. At this moment, Chan Honam of Hung Hing began to call upon all his brothers. The otter perched on Jiang Nan's shoulder heard its companion's call and leaped to the ground. It didn't leave immediately, but kept glancing back at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan seemed to remember something, so he casually took a mandarin fish from the bucket next to him and tossed it to the otter, saying, "This is your territory from now on, and this fish is my protection money for you. From now on, when I fish here, don't you dare bother me." Upon seeing the mandarin fish, the little otter's eyes lit up. It opened its mouth, grabbed the fish, and then dragged it into the water, swimming towards its companions. When the otters saw the mandarin fish that the little otter had brought back, the otters in Hunghing were extremely excited and immediately began their feast on the other side of the river. Having just fought a fierce battle, they continued to replenish their energy. While sharing the mandarin fish, they would occasionally look up at Jiang Nan, seemingly quite satisfied with the food Jiang Nan had sent. After finishing their mandarin fish, the otters, led by their leader Chen Hunan, disappeared into the bushes and began to get busy. The island owner's move is really clever. He trades one fish for the chance to catch more fish here in the future. Just like during Chinese New Year, I always like to exchange 5 yuan for my son's 100 yuan, and I would lie to him and say that 5 was 1 yuan. By the way, what are the otters busy with? Why do I see them going in and out, and some of them even have sticks in their mouths? Build a home, Jiang Nan explained. Although otters like to play in the water, they are burrowing animals. They like to build their homes near water where they frequently appear, and their homes usually have 2 entrances. One burrow is underwater, and the other is on the ground for air circulation, and the otters live in these passageways. Jiang Nan thought for a moment and continued, what one of the brothers said earlier is right. Dongxing will definitely come back to fight, and they may even come back several times over. The battle between Hunghing and Tungsing will last at least 2 or 3 months, or even longer. We pay special attention to them, follow their every battle, and try not to miss a single one. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. Really? Are otters really this vengeful towards their own people? This is just like a gangster movie, with all these grudges and feuds going on for ages. Jiang Nan smiled and said, let me tell you a story about an otter, which is even more intense and longer than the battle we just fought. It's practically an otter version of the Hdao family's 20-year history. In Singapore, many animals that depend on water for survival have disappeared for nearly 30 years due to factors such as water pollution and habitat loss. Among them are otters. After the water quality was improved, otters and other animals have reappeared. In 1998, a family of otters came to Singapore from Malaysia and settled in the south. At that time, the people of Singapore had already developed an awareness of animal protection, so they took extra care of these little otters. Although there were occasional attacks on humans by otters, which even made the news, people at the time had never seen otters before. In addition, otters were so cute that people liked them more than they hated them. With people's protection and the improvement of the environment and water resources, the number of otters in Singapore has gradually increased, and more than a dozen families have gradually developed. And these families experienced a series of love, hate, and grudges, much like the great chaos of the Qi, Chu, Han, Yin, Zhao, Wei, and Qin dynasties. Among the more than 10 otter families, the Bishan family, located in Bishan Park, is the most famous. Since 1998, they have been fighting almost all the time. They traveled south along the river, defeating all the other otter families along the way and winning them over completely. Some were driven away, while others were incorporated into the army. In this way, he amassed a large territory and became the boss of all the otters in Singapore. In 2013, a new pair of otters settled near the Marina Bay Hotel in Singapore and had 5 cubs. At this time, their weakness and lack of strength have not yet attracted the attention of the Bishan family. After all, the Bishan family never imagined that a few newly arrived otters would develop into the Binhai family, which would later become their irreconcilable enemy. Just like the Seoul Emperor, he never imagined that a good-for-nothing who was rejected by his fiancée would become his greatest rival. In just 2 years, the Binhai family has grown rapidly. In 15 years, these two families are officially fighting each other for the first time. The Bishan group left its headquarters and invaded Marina Bay. The two sides fought fiercely in the water. I heard that many local Singapore residents witnessed this melee. Ultimately, the coastal team failed because they had only been there for a short time and their team was not large enough. After the failure, we retreated to the vicinity of the seawater desalination plant, which was 900 meters away. Because they have lost their territory, they can only wander around, and their quality of life has been greatly reduced. Jiang Nan paused briefly, catching his breath as he looked at the otters busily building their homes on the opposite bank of the river. But the viewers in the live stream were already engrossed and couldn't wait any longer. And then what? Island Master, please continue. Island Master, please, hurry up, I want more. Island Master, don't stop. Chapter 109. The Love and Hate of the Otter Family. Jiang Nan hadn't expected the viewers in the live stream to be so enthusiastic, so he had to continue. The situation of the Binhai group after their defeat is terrible. Since they don't have much territory, they often run across the road and enter the shops on both sides of the road. In addition, they also have to teach the cubs to swim in rivers where people frequently come and go, which attracts dozens of people to watch almost every day, greatly affecting the quality of the cubs' learning. The Binhai group otters, who don't want to educate their children in public, have been trying to move back to their hometown repeatedly, but the moment they show any sign of doing so, the Bishan group suppresses them. Because the desalination plant was really unsuitable for survival, after the cubs grew a little older, the leader of the Marina Bay group decided to sneak back to his hometown. To avoid further conflict with the Bishan group, they even changed their address. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction, and the general public even thought that the Binhai group would prosper as a result. But unfortunately, misfortune struck. In 2017, the father of the Marina Bay otter family, the otter father, unfortunately passed away. He was the one who initially brought his wife to the Marina Bay Hotel. The cause of death was suspected to be rat poisoning. With Otter Papa gone, the Marina Bay family was left leaderless, leaving only an orphan and a widow to depend on each other, a truly tragic situation. Otters are not only the rulers of freshwater habitats, but also thugs. Would they give up this hard-won opportunity to implement otter humanitarianism against the Marina Bay family and choose to ignore it? The answer is, of course, no. On the contrary, the day after the tragic news of the father of the Marina Bay family broke out, the two families began their second family war. On June 11, 2017, under the orders of the leader of the Bishan group, the first batch of strong Bishan otters arrived at the territory of the Binhai group early in the morning. They searched for the orphans and widows of the Binhai group in the water, on the streets, and in the bushes without restraint, just like the Japanese invaders entering a village. Just when they were about to succeed, the onlookers couldn't stand it anymore. They stood on the shore shouting and making noise at the otters of the Bishan group. Some even took out sticks to drive them away. In short, they attacked the otters using every method that would not harm them, trying to force the Bishan group back and protect the mother and cub of the Binhai group. The viewers in the live stream were excited and typed in the chat, "Good heavens, humans have actually intervened." I'm reminded of the Bad Boys Alliance on the African continent. The five brothers were invincible on the grasslands, and no one could defeat them. But because of human intervention, each one of them ended up in a miserable state. And then what happened? What was the outcome? Was there human intervention that led to the Bishan team's defeat and the Binhai team's resounding victory? No. Jiang Nan shook his head and said, the Binhai group knows they are no match for them, so they took the opportunity to hide in the shadows and chose to avoid battle. The Bishan group was threatened and intimidated by onlookers for nearly 2 hours, and ultimately left disappointed. Human involvement meant that the second war between the two families never actually took place, resulting in the first ever draw for the Bishan family. This is an utter disgrace to the Bishan family. To allow humanity to calm down, and for the decisive victory in the next war, the Bishan family suppressed their loneliness, stopped harassing the Binhai group, and patiently waited for the opportunity for revenge. The Third World War was postponed until a year later. In May of that year, the Bishan family also suffered the pain of losing their father. The once powerful Bishan father passed away. It was much luckier than the coastal otter father. It died of natural causes and passed away peacefully, with its family still by its side before it left this world. The Otter Charity even reported on this on Facebook. Later, the otter father's body was transported to a wildlife conservation group for placement. In May of the same year, the Bishan family and the Marina Bay family finally went to war again. Because of the war, both leaders have died. As of more than a year of development, the number of sea otters has also increased. Currently, the two families have roughly the same number of otters, and their fighting strength is comparable. Therefore, this war is called the Battle of Fairness by otter scholars. Everyone, who do you think will win this battle, and who will lose? The Binhai team. It has to be the Binhai team. According to the formula of all movies and TV dramas, aren't the protagonists always the ones who get bullied and suppressed, but in the end they miraculously turn the tide of the battle? Shuhan, then how did I perish? Island Master, stop hiding things and tell us everything you know. Everyone hates being interrupted while listening to a story. It's like when a friend tells you early in the morning that they have something to tell you, but then doesn't say anything all day, leaving you constantly thinking about it and feeling distracted. Jiang Nan smiled and said, the new leader of the Binhai group is the son of the former leader. He has been fighting alongside his father for many years and has more combat experience. He also knows how to command. In fact, he doesn't know why he even knows about the Battle of Trafalgar and how to use a triangular formation to break through the opponent's attack and defense. At that time, the two families clashed in the water. The coastal group lined up to face the enemy, while the Bishan group used a arrow triangular formation to break through the defense and defeat the enemy one by one when they tried to counterattack. After a fierce battle, the Bishan group gained the upper hand, while the Binhai group split into 3 groups and fled the battlefield. This great battle attracted more onlookers, but they didn't get involved. Some even drew strategic analysis diagrams of the two sides, just like how humans sent troops to fight in ancient times. The third battle between the two otter families was quite intense, a veritable mafia showdown in the animal kingdom. After this battle, Bishan group became the first family of otters in Singapore. In the following years, although they continued to fight one after another, none of the battles were as fierce as before, and the Bishan group often won. As for the Binhai group, although they always lose, they are still the second best family and are not afraid of other otter families at all. The most classic battle was when the Marina Bay family discovered the Zucker family during an outing. Without saying a word, they rushed up to fight, but the Zucker family didn't dare to fight and ran away. It's easy to imagine how domineering the Binhai group is. They are practically second only to one clan and above all others. Although the two families often fought, they also had a lot of love and hate, which was more complicated than when Zhang Fei married Xia Yuan's niece in the Three Kingdoms period. In short, it's a mess. Chapter 110 Forced to Work. Fishing for Otters. Love, hate, and grudges. I smell gossip. I never imagined that one day I would want to eat the melons of otters. Alan Lord, please tell me quickly. I love hearing these sweet nothings. Viewers in the live stream actively participated in the discussion. Seeing how excited they were, Jiang Nan finally understood why Empresses in the Palace was so popular among girls. Jiang Nan didn't hide anything and said, the first generation of the Binhai Bay family's offspring disappeared without a trace before the First Mountain and Sea War, and no matter how many times they searched, they could not find him. Just when people thought it might have been doomed to fail, it was discovered during the Second World War. It turns out that it had its eye on the youngest daughter of the Bishan family leader, so it went to the Bishan family to work as free labor, planning to abduct the youngest daughter and start its own family after she came of age. The Crown Prince of Marina Bay, whose parents started from scratch and grew up in war, infiltrated a rival family after experiencing family misfortune. He developed feelings for Chiota's daughter while spending time together. On one side was his own family, and on the other was the little sister he had his eye on. Is it denying your father, abandoning your name, or swearing to be my lover, and I am no longer the Bishan otter? This plot is simply an otter version of Romeo and Juliet, also known as the Crown Prince of Marina Bay. Ha ha ha, he's fallen in love with his enemy's daughter. This story is so exciting. I thought only Aunt Kai Yao could write it, but I didn't expect it to actually exist in real life. There are still differences. Aunt Kai Yao writes about people, but this is an otter. Don't even mention Aunt Kai Yao. The lines in her dramas are so morally reprehensible. Back then, you only lost a leg, but Ziling lost her love. I'm not the only man in the world who has fallen for 2 women, am I? Can't you turn your personal love into a greater love? You clearly know what's on my mind. You know I love Shahuan, so why won't you grant me my wish? Why won't you help me find happiness? All this time, your love has been so selfish. Stop arguing about who the child's father is. I'm here to join this family, not to break it up. Originally, the audience was just listening to Jiang Nan talk about the love and hatred of the otter family, but unexpectedly, they ended up criticizing the lines of Aunt Kai Yao's TV series. There's no way around it. This generation of kids watched mostly Kai Yao dramas when they were young. I was too young to understand back then, and now when I think about it, my head hurts. After telling the story, Jiang Nan picked up the bucket and prepared to leave. Wah! Unexpectedly, before they knew it, 7 or 8 baby otters suddenly gathered in front of them. They gathered together, led by the little otter from before. Because of its slightly smaller size, it would sneak off to slack off halfway through its work. Just like when I was a child, I would always try to find ways to be lazy when I went to work in the fields with my parents. Or they might say they had a stomachache and needed to use the restroom, then came to rest. Or they might simply slack off, deliberately working in a cool, shady spot. At this moment, the group of little otters stood in front of Jiang Nan, rubbing their little hands and whimpering. Keep a close eye on Jiang Nan. He would occasionally glance at the water bucket beside Jiang Nan. The viewers in the live stream were so captivated by the interesting scene that they stopped discussing the bizarre lines from Kying Yao dramas. Wow, the little otter is here again, and it's still being affectionate. Haha, it seems they've accepted the island owner. That mandarin fish was totally worth it. Our Hung Hing's little otters will never submit to humans. Oh my god, this mandarin fish is so delicious. Humans, can we have another one? Wah. The little otter is so cute, I want to touch it. In the live broadcast, the Hung Hing's group of otters surrounded Jiang Nan, seemingly becoming his underlings. They stand on their two hind legs, clasp their hands together, and whimper like humans in prayer. Now they are praying towards Jiang Nan. As long as there are fish, they are our gods. The moose, Luffy, lowered its head and glanced at the cute little otters, seemingly surprised that such fierce little creatures could now whine and act cute. So, the moose lay down on the ground and tried to make a whimpering sound with its nasal tone, just like the little otter. It's just a pity that its sound is rather rough. But it was from here that Luffy the moose learned to act cute and charming. Seeing the group of baby otters, Jiang Nan, who had originally planned to pack up and leave, had no choice but to continue fishing. He simply couldn't resist the innocent, big eyes of the little otters. Cast. Fishing. Jiang Nan didn't find it boring at all. Isn't that what makes fishing fun? Especially since there was a group of little otters cheering him on nearby. Otters are very intelligent. After watching the fishing in Jiang Nan for a while, they learned that as soon as the fishing line moved, it meant that a fish had taken the bait. So they waited quietly and obediently until the fishing line moved. As soon as a fish takes the bait, the otters instantly stand up, looking expectantly at the fishing rod. Oh my god, it's so cute. It feels just like my dog. Whenever I sneak a snack behind its back, even if I just open the packaging a little bit, it will rush over immediately, no matter how quiet it is. That's right, that's exactly how my border collie is. Dude, you're really something, daring to raise a border collie. Aren't you afraid that one day the border collie will look down on your intelligence and kick you out of the house? Even when my cat is sleeping, it will jump up the moment it hears the automatic food dispenser dropping cat food. As expected, animals are all the same. They become exceptionally alert when faced with a situation. The viewers in the live stream were right. For all living things in nature, eating is the most important thing. Jiang Nan caught some fish and, while listening to the system's notification sound, cast them back to the fish. The little ones immediately started eating happily. The way they eat fish is quite interesting. First, they bite off a large piece of raw fish, then stand up, open their mouths wide, and chew vigorously, looking very appetizing. After catching 3 or 4 fish in a row, Jiang Nan ran out of bait and finally put away his fishing rod. After the little otters finished eating the fish, they looked up at the south of the Yangtze River. I'm out of bait. I'll fish again tomorrow. Besides, you've eaten quite a lot. Remember to take this last one to your other companions. Jiang Nan made a gentle joke to the otters. I casually tossed the last grass carp I caught to them. The otters didn't seem to believe it. They stood up straight, stretched their necks, and looked towards Jiang Nan. Only after seeing that the fishing rods had indeed been reeled in did they lick their lips with lingering satisfaction. Then, several otters slowly swam back into the river, seemingly having eaten and drunk their fill and preparing to go to sleep. Chapter 111 Heading to the Mountaintop. An encounter with Parrot Valley. Each otter basically walked away looking back every 3 steps. It seemed to be telling Jiang Nan, you absolutely must come fishing again tomorrow. We're still waiting to eat. The only one who left was the little otter I met at the beginning. It ran all the way to the foot of Jiang Nan and refused to leave. Let's go. Let's come again tomorrow. Jiang Nan called out softly and reached out to touch it. The little otter's fur was wet, but its good looks made it still adorable. To be honest, Jiang Nan really wants to raise such an affectionate little otter. But he knew that only by living with their pack could the little otter grow up healthy and strong. Most importantly, raising otters is not permitted in China. In neighboring Japan, where people live comfortably, keeping pet otters is legal. Oh whoa! The little otter opened its mouth wide, held the grass carp in its mouth, and left reluctantly. Jiang Nan picked up the mandarin fish she had prepared for herself and began cleaning it by the river. Then, carrying the cleaned fish, he walked towards the tent. Zaifi, let's go home. Jiang Nan called out to the moose, Luffy, and added, after you've eaten and drunk your fill, you'll have to carry me up the mountain. Upon arriving at the tent, Jiang Nan first took out a few fruits from his backpack and tossed them in front of the moose, Luffy. These are fresh fruits awarded by the system. Eating them will increase your intimacy level. Then, he found some dry branches, dug a small pit in an open space away from the trees, lit a fire, and grilled the fish over the fire. In Jiang Nan, people eat grilled fish, while moose eat fresh fruit. Each enjoys their own food, living a leisurely life. After filling his stomach, Jiang Nan rode his moose, Luffy, and set off again. This time, the goal is the summit. Island Master, look. There's a baby kangaroo. Along the way, Jiang Nan enjoyed the scenery. I don't know how long I walked, but I passed through a valley that was as green as jade. Deep in the valley, there is a clear stream. The stream meanders like a jade ribbon. Amidst the flowers and plants, a few brightly colored birds occasionally appear. It is the most distinctive cockatoo in Australia. Australia is the home of cockatoos, and flocks of wild cockatoos can be seen everywhere. Here, you can see all kinds of wild cockatoos, although they are not as big as the macaws of South America. However, their most distinctive feature is the huge, feathered crown on their heads. They are quite intelligent and optimistic by nature, kind to people, love to sing loudly, and also like to sway from side to side while dancing. Some of these cockatoos are babbling, some are eating wild fruit on the branches, some are drinking water by the stream, and some are quite mischievous, splashing water and creating a series of crystal-clear water droplets. At the end of the stream, where the orange sunlight shines, a mother kangaroo, about 60 centimeters long, is playing with her two joeys. The two little ones are very playful and curious about everything they see. A butterfly is chasing after something. A bird is gazing at a branch, seemingly curious as to why birds can speak human language. Only the mother kangaroo remained calm, lying on the lawn, leisurely basking in the sunlight, and even lazily rolled over. This doesn't look like a kangaroo at all. It's very different from Gangxi. Didn't the island owner say that there are many kinds of kangaroos? Is this one of another kind? At first glance, it looks more like a rat. Wait a minute. I think I've seen this kind of animal online before. Its smile is so healing. The scenery here is so beautiful. I have to take a screenshot. The scene is so beautiful and heartwarming. It has melted my girlish heart. It's so cute and fluffy. I really want to touch it and hug it. You guys hold the baby kangaroo. I'll hold the island lord. Get out of my way. The island belongs to me. Why don't we all hug each other, so the island lord can have one on each arm? Cough cough. Seeing that the chat in the live stream was about to start making suggestive remarks again, Jiang Nan quickly coughed lightly to interrupt. Are girls these days all this crazy? They're forcing themselves to become the new generation of time management masters. I must be completely innocent and have no scandals. Stay calm. That's a kangaroo, or more precisely, a quokka. Jiang Nan explained. They are among the smallest kangaroos, with an average height of only 60 centimeters. They do look like mice, but because their smiles are so healing and their chubby faces are so cute, they are known as the happiest animals in the world. The quokka is similar in appearance to other marsupials, such as wallabies and kangaroos, but its fur is denser and coarser, consisting of short, brownish-gray hairs, with lighter-colored fur on its back. In addition, they have lighter lower limbs, which allows them to move through dense grass at great speeds and to jump, hence they are also known as bushmasters. Normally, quokkas only give birth to one baby at a time, but this quokka mother gave birth to two. She seems to be in good health. She must have a big butt. As soon as Jiang Nan finished speaking, the female viewers in the live stream couldn't wait to start making suggestive remarks again. Big, but means you'll have sons. Island Master, I'm willing to have sons for you. Let's have two. I also have a big butt. I've trained at the gym. Island owner, please consider me. I practice yoga, so I have a better figure. Island owner, please choose me. I studied dance, so my posture is more comprehensive. I know you'll definitely choose me. Right, Island Master? Sisters, calm down. This is the comments section, not the dumping zone. Aren't you really afraid of running into acquaintances? Luckily, I don't know anyone here. Island owner, pick me. If you didn't know better, you'd think you'd stumbled upon an ancient brothel in Jiang Nan, surrounded by beautiful women of all shapes and sizes. Jiang Nan chose to ignore it and continued to explain. Look at those parrots. They are all cockatoos. It's all white. It's a white-crested cockatoo. The one with blue eyes is a blue-eyed cockatoo. The bird with a yellow crest on its head is called a cockatoo. That one, which is only 30 centimeters long and has a distinct pink patch on its lores, is called Goffin's cockatoo. It is one of the smallest white cockatoos. The one with a thick, bushy beak is called a duckhuss cockatoo. Jiang Nan named 5 different kinds of parrots in one breath. The key point hasn't been fully explained yet. I didn't even notice there was a valley here yesterday, let alone that there were so many kinds of parrots in the valley. Generally speaking, Parrots prefer to roost and nest in forests near water sources, especially eucalyptus forests. There are streams in the valleys, and there are also many eucalyptus trees, which meet the living conditions of parrots. I think there must be many other kinds of parrots here. I'll come back to see them when I have the chance. Let's name it Parrot Valley for now. Chapter 112, Wingsuit Flying. Beginning. So many parrots. This is a paradise for parrot lovers. I only have one cockatiel, and I'd like to get some other ones, but unfortunately there are too few species allowed to be kept in China. I don't know why, but seeing so many parrots suddenly reminded me of a classic movie called Rio. I've seen it. In the second movie, the protagonist takes his wife and children to his wife's hometown, which happens to be a valley where all sorts of parrots are hidden. The island owner must develop a good relationship with these parrots if he has the chance. If Disney ever wants to film a live-action version of Rio, they must cast the actors and film the scenes here. By the way, is Disney's live-action version still watchable? Now, just thinking about the live-action versions of The Little Mermaid, Pinocchio, and Snow White makes me want to vomit. Please don't make a live-action version, otherwise it would be terrible if they added a black parrot. Don't worry, Rio is basically all kinds of animals, just like the Lion King. If they really make a live-action version, it will be very entertaining. The viewers in the live stream were having a lively discussion. It's obvious they're all scared off by Disney's recent baffling actions. Imagine this. Snow White's stepmother is played by Gal Gadot, the actress who plays Wonder Woman. How could the magic mirror say that Snow White is prettier than her? The mountaintop. Jiang Nan had already put on his wingsuit and stood on the edge of the steep cliff, looking down into the unfathomable abyss, feeling the cold wind whistling past his ears, his heart pounding wildly. Although Jiang Nan felt that the chances of him having an accident were very small after learning the wingsuit flying skill rewarded by the system, he still felt nervous looking at the cliffs, deep canyons, and layers of clouds. At that moment, he also realized that wingsuit flying is not just a sport, but a perilous challenge that involves constantly teetering on the brink of death. Turning my head, I saw that the moose was more than 3 meters away. It was terrified. All 4 of the deer's legs were trembling. Finally, unable to resist, he lay down on the ground. In the live stream, because Jiang Nan had already flown the drone around the cliff, making the height and danger clearer to the viewers, the chat exploded. Island Master, you're playing with your life? Do you know that? Honey, please don't do this. Let's go back the way we came, okay? I don't want to see any more. In the past, there was a chance of survival when encountering a great white shark, but this time, even the slightest mistake means certain death. Island Master, calm down. You need to calm down. Think about your family and friends, and how many delicious foods there are in this world. This is terrifying. I can't bear to look. I just checked, and as of 2012, fewer than 600 people worldwide dared to attempt this risky activity. I also saw it. In Lauterbrunnen, Switzerland, 28 people have already lost their lives because of this sport. Jiang Nan remained calm, smiled slightly, and said, the so-called wingsuit flying is actually based on the principle of bat flight, which aims to generate buoyancy through the airbags in the flight suit to reduce the speed of vertical descent. When flying in the air, the glide ratio can reach 3:1, which means that for every meter of descent, the glide can be extended forward by more than 3 meters. The flyer can use this buoyancy to control the direction and altitude in the air. In other words, as long as the direction and altitude are controlled, it is difficult for accidents to occur. And you can control your direction in midair, just like a bird. Isn't that a really cool and exciting thing? Tell me, who hasn't dreamed of flying? After saying that, Jiang Nan immediately changed the subject, saying, I just saw someone mention God, and I suddenly remembered a joke about God that I read in a novel. The protagonist is still practicing his unicorn arm, even at the age of 24, and occasionally even engages in ambidextrous fighting. In order to experience what it's like to have a girlfriend, he decides to buy a doll. That night, halfway through, my girlfriend suddenly exploded. After the protagonist was blown up, he met God and asked, Oh dear God, is this the most tragic way to die in the world? God replied, No, my child, the last girl I saw was playing video games late at night, and her boyfriend got electrocuted. That was a real tragedy, a real disaster. Puff. Ha ha ha, the Island Lord can actually drive now. I'm terrified. Island Lord, don't make me laugh. Everyone in the live stream knew that Jiang Nan was trying to calm them down and prevent them from being too scared or upset. It's worth noting that Jiang Nan rarely drives on his own initiative, and he often interrupts audience members when they do. But now, in an effort to calm the audience down, he actually drove himself. This behavior is so heartwarming. Although it was just a very small gesture, in that instant, Jiang Nan was elevated in the hearts of the viewers in the live broadcast room. If special effects could be added to the live stream, then Jiang Nan would definitely be surrounded by a halo of holy light at this moment. Then, Jiang Nan slowly walked to the side of the moose Lufei, patted its head, and said, "Now you go down the mountain by yourself, and I will fly down from the mountain. Let's have a race to see who gets down the mountain first." Moose Lufei seemed to think that Jiang Nan was courting death, and surprisingly shook his head in a human-like manner. It even opened its mouth and bit Jiang Nan's sleeve, trying to pull Jiang Nan down the mountain with it. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Jiang Nan looked serious and solemnly made his promise. Seeing Jiang Nan's resolute expression, Lufei, the moose, hesitated for a moment before getting up and running down the mountain. It ran very fast, trying to get down the mountain as soon as possible. This way, we can see Jiang Nan again more quickly. Animals have spirits, and they all have their own little thoughts. After seeing off the moose Lufei, Jiang Nan arrived at the edge of the cliff. 3, 2, 1. The final countdown has begun in Jiang Nan. As the countdown began, viewers in the live stream held their breath. Some even covered their eyes with their hands, leaving only a tiny gap, wanting to look but not daring to. Whoosh! As the last sound faded, Jiang Nan leaped into the air. It's flown away. The island lord has flown away. "Hey upstairs, why do I get the feeling you're making a suggestive joke?" This line seems to appear frequently in Japanese adult films. Stop speeding now. Keep your eyes on the island lord. Hope the island owner lands safely. Praying emoji. Blessings to the island lord. Bless. 2.5 seconds had passed amidst the discussions among viewers in the live stream. Jiang Nan had already deployed his wingsuit. Chapter 113: Human Limits in Flight. Soaring with an eagle. Although it was his first flight, he managed the timing perfectly. As an extreme sport, wingsuit flying is extremely demanding, with strict time regulations for deploying the wingsuit and parachute to ensure safety. If you start too early, you won't be able to get down to a certain altitude or increase the speed, which will have a significant impact. Opening later allows for sufficient speed, but the altitude is too low, drastically increasing the risk. The closer you are to the ground, the more dangerous it is to delay deploying your parachute by even 1 second. The drone followed closely behind Jiang Nan, capturing the best vantage point. It's practically like a first-person perspective of flying wingsuits alongside Jiang Nan. This scene was undoubtedly the most exciting and entertaining. What? This is so exciting. I feel like jumping off the 18th floor of the office building. I'm not greedy. I can just jump off the chair. I'm not greedy. I'll jump off the wardrobe. Then I'll jump off the roof. Hello upstairs. Are you Zhao Ci's father, who died such a tragic death? Don't underestimate this simple thing, and don't think that you can fly just by buying a wingsuit. You need to have an extremely high level of understanding of airflow. What the person upstairs said makes sense. Just looking at it makes my legs weak. Who can argue with that? It's a nightmare, especially for people with a fear of heights. To be honest, I'm currently lying on a chair with my legs and arms off the ground, and there's an electric fan in front of me, turned on to the highest speed. I'm experiencing the joy of soaring with the island owner. This principle seems to be similar to that of a land-based device. Wang Diyu, enough said. I'm investing in this project, and it has to be mass-produced. The viewers in the live stream were buzzing with discussion. They were all immersed in the exhilaration and passion of soaring through the sky. Suddenly, a rather discordant comment appeared on the public chat. "Everyone look! What's that below the island lord?" This comment attracted many viewers, who stared wide-eyed at the screen. A tiny black dot. It's too far away. I can't see very clearly. It looks like a bird. Wait, that's not a bird, it's an eagle. That's a sea eagle. It's over. The island owner is doomed. I have a feeling it's coming for the island owner. Won't it suddenly attack the island owner? Island master, fly fast. Hurry. The viewers in the live stream were getting anxious. They were terrified that something unexpected might happen in Jiang Nan. It's important to understand that humans are very vulnerable in areas where they are not good at something, such as the sky and the seabed. Even if all contingency plans are made in advance, accidents can still happen if there are unforeseen circumstances. Just like now, even if the eagle doesn't catch Jiang Nan, if it suddenly rams into Jiang Nan's body, or even just tears it with its claws, Jiang Nan's life will be in danger. Just as the audience watched the eagle getting closer and closer, their hearts pounding in their throats, a smile appeared on Jiang Nan's lips. He's the one who found the eagle. In the instant he jumped off the cliff, he used the eagle summoning card that the system had rewarded him with. The system allows Jiang Nan to customize the eagle's species, age, gender, plumage color, body length, weight, and so on. After careful consideration, Jiang Nan chose this particular eagle. The eagle soon arrived beside Jiang Nan, spread its wings, and accompanied Jiang Nan as they flew in the sky. Wingsuit flying. Soar with the eagle. This is absolutely amazing. The viewers in the live stream gradually realized that the eagle would not harm Jiang Nan, but would silently accompany her, and they breathed a sigh of relief. This is so exciting. We even have eagles accompanying us. Report the island owner. He actually hired a companion while flying. Play with me? Ha ha ha. You're a real genius. You upstairs. Am I the only one who noticed that this eagle is huge? It seems to be about the same size as the island owner. By the way, what kind of eagle is this? It looks like a stellar sea eagle, but it's much bigger. Could it be a monkey-eating eagle? Whoosh. Whoosh. As the audience discussed the species of eagles, after a period of smooth flight, a vertical cliff appeared in front of the man and the eagle. Towering and majestic, it pierces the clouds. They are all at least 1,000 meters long. At first glance, it looks like a stone pillar connecting heaven and earth, or even more like a straight number 1. This is another unique sight on heart-shaped island. Generally, when encountering wingsuit flying, people will try to avoid these mountain peaks and cliffs. Aside from the ruggedness around the mountain peaks, there are also small animals that occasionally appear on the peaks, which affect the airflow when they encounter the peaks. Even the top athletes, even under the best airflow conditions, wouldn't dare to take the risk. If you're not careful, you'll crash hard into the cliff face. The consequences are unbelievable. Jiang Nan, however, was not afraid and flew head-on towards the vertical cliff. That's terrifying. The island lord is really fierce. He actually dared to go up there. The island owner did all this so that we could have a more exciting and thrilling experience. I'm so touched I could cry. I'm not going to say anything more. If the island lord lands safely, I must pack myself up and send myself to the island lord as a gift, and then perform dances for him every day, wearing all kinds of sexy clothes, such as mini skirts, black stockings, white stockings, and even Spider-Man and yoga pants, as a reward for the island lord. That's not a reward for the island lord. You're clearly just deliberately tempting him to reward yourself. This is a brilliant plan. She really wants to have a loud bang. The viewers in the live stream were on the edge of their seats, watching the camera intently. Jiang Nan's mental fortitude is top-notch. He even managed to fly around the vertical cliff. As we circled around, the entire environment darkened, as if the light had been swallowed up and mostly blocked by the cliffs. Jiang Nan remained calm and flicked the button in his palm, instantly activating the night vision mode on his protective goggles. Back to the point of view. Keep going. Call. Whoosh. The gale swept through the wingsuits of the people of Jiang Nan, making a whooshing, whistling sound. Even just peeking at the screen can give viewers a thrilling sense of urgency. What? Did we almost bump into something? That was terrifying. The island owner has always handled the visual issues very well. No. I need to take a nitroglycerin pill. My heart can't take it. When the island owner turned just now, did he drift a little? What? That's awesome. I've seen cars drift around curves, but this is the first time I've ever seen a car drift like it's flying. These scenes are enough to send viewers adrenaline soaring and their hearts stopping. Jiang Nan, however, acted as if nothing was wrong. He was not only wingsuit flying, but also observing the vertical cliff, its overall structure, and the small animals living on it. They seemed to be plotting something. Chapter 114: A list of the world's largest sculptures. After passing the vertical cliffs, there were basically no more dangerous mountains. But even so, the popularity of the live stream and the number of online viewers continued to rise. The number of VIPs jumped from over 1,000 to over 4,000. And it's still skyrocketing. After all, Jiang Nan is the first person to live stream wingsuit flying on the entire internet. Many of the audience members who had just entered were already gaping wide open, wide enough to fit a fist. My goodness, are live streams this competitive now? Wingsuit flying? What? Dude, you're my brother. I'm begging you. To be honest, I used to look down on live streaming. I thought it was no different from begging. Of course, I was mostly envious of those streamers who were nothing but sitting there and could earn hundreds of thousands, millions, or even hundreds of millions. But now I have to say that I'm not envious of the only streamer on the entire internet who is island owner. Brother, you're absolutely right. I used to join the bandwagon and criticize the island owner, thinking he was just a pretty boy who relied on his looks to stream. Now I'm totally proven wrong. I admit I was very rude to the island owner before, and I spoke a bit too loudly. Now I have to kneel down and kowtow to the island owner. I've seen quite a few of the island owner's videos on Douyin before, and I thought he just broadcasts about small animals and daily life. I didn't expect him to also do extreme sports. This is a godsend for us extreme sports enthusiasts, since no one on the entire internet dares to broadcast extreme sports live. I love it. I have to follow him. Huya, what are you waiting for? Sign a contract. Hurry up and sign the island owner for me. Huya isn't short of money, so hurry up and throw money at him. Jiang Nan had no idea how popular the live stream was. As he got closer to the ground, he began looking for a suitable landing spot. In fact, the terrain of heart-shaped island is very flat, with only a few peaks and cliffs. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to wingsuit fly here. That's it. Jiang Nan muttered to himself, opened his parachute, selected a flat lawn, and began to descend there. Because he saw that the moose was lying there. After it looked up and saw itself, it first stood up excitedly, but then it became frightened and scurried into the nearby forest, too afraid to come out. Besides seeing Jiang Nan, it also saw sea eagles following Jiang Nan. Although it is the world's largest deer, it is a herbivore and would never dare to provoke a carnivorous eagle. Splash! Jiang Nan has finally arrived. The eagle was very obedient. It didn't run around or fly randomly. Instead, it circled overhead once and then landed on the lawn. The koi fish that was drinking pesticide and blowing bubbles donated 66 rockets as a reward and left a message. Congratulations to the island owner on a successful landing. The naughty kid gave away 10 rockets as a reward and left a message. Island owner, I want to learn wingsuit flying. How about this be considered as tuition? The bull demon king rewarded him with 20 treasure maps. He left a message. Island owner is awesome. Even I, a rough guy, am almost falling in love with you. Sheep gave a rocket as a reward. Please wait until the Misty Rain service is activated to protect the sky. The pig who kicked the swallow opened a card application. With Jiang Nan successfully landing, viewers in the live stream began showering the audience with virtual gifts. Those with money send a small gift, those with plenty of money send a few rockets, and those without money do their best to farm free tiger food. They were so engrossed in watching the live stream that they couldn't help themselves. Thank you everyone. Just do your best and don't get carried away, especially if you're a minor. Jiang Nan said considerately. Then, he waved towards the forest not far away and whispered, Xiaofei, come out. Don't worry, this eagle won't hurt you. It listens to me. Perhaps the moose understood, or perhaps it was still a little scared, but it couldn't suppress its excitement and wanted to get closer to Jiang Nan. A few seconds later, it rushed towards Jiang Nan. After arriving in front of Jiang Nan, it kept rubbing its head against Jiang Nan. Haha, thank you for waiting for me here all this time. Jiang Nan was exhausted and plopped down on the moose, saying, Let's go. Let's go back to the tent camp. While wingsuit flying is exhilarating, it is also undeniably tiring. Because you have to stay focused the whole time, you can't afford to relax at all. Upon hearing that he could go home, Moose Lafii immediately turned and walked away, searching for his way home. The eagle spread its wings and flew in the air, closely following Jiang Nan. Why isn't that eagle leaving? Looks like they've latched onto the island lord. Actually, I really want to have a clingy eagle like that. It feels so majestic and powerful. Me too. If the Legend of the Condor Heroes were to be remade, I think we absolutely have to invite the island lord and the sea eagle. After all, Jin Yang's novels get remade every few years, and none of them have reached the classic status of the original. But if we had the island lord and this sea eagle, they might just surpass it. I'm not going to say anything more. When I'm rich and become an investor, I'll definitely invite the island owner to make movies. Island Master, could you tell us about this eagle? I'm so curious. Looking forward to it. Jiang Nan, riding comfortably on the back of a moose, watched the live stream comments and explained, This is a stellar sea eagle. Male? It's 2 years old this year. Since the system allows for customization, then go ahead and do it your way. Jiang Nan really likes the stellar sea eagle and must summon one. He also customized the stellar sea eagle's body to resemble that of the world's largest eagle, making it appear even more majestic and imposing. It really is a stellar sea eagle. But how come it's so big? It looks like it's about 1.78 meters long, and even bigger when it spreads its wings. Jiang Nan smiled and continued his explanation. The stellar sea eagle mainly inhabits coastal and river valley areas, and sometimes it also travels along rivers to inland areas that are far from the sea. It flies slowly, often gliding, hovering in the air, or standing for long periods of time on rocky shores, tree branches, or sand dunes along the shore. Its cry is deep and hoarse, reminiscent of a tiger's roar. In addition, its head is dark brown with grayish-brown longitudinal stripes, resembling tiger stripes, hence the name. Their main food is fish, especially salmon and trout. In addition to fish, they sometimes hunt birds and mammals, eat carrion, and occasionally catch mammals such as foxes, as well as seals. Stellar sea eagles are typically monogamous and extremely loyal. Their mating season lasts for 2 to 3 months, which is now over. Even if it were possible to find a mate now, this stellar sea eagle wouldn't be qualified, because stellar sea eagles have a lifespan of about 25 years, and it's only 2 years old, still a child. The stellar sea eagle is about 100 centimeters long, has a wingspan of about 220 centimeters, and weighs between 5 and 10 kilograms. It is the world's largest sea eagle, but it is not the largest eagle. Chapter 115 Jiang Nan. I only know a little bit. I know that the largest eagle in the world is the Himalayan eagle. I also think it's the monkey-eating eagle. After all, that thing eats monkeys. So here's the question. Is the monkey troop led by the Black Monkey King Baiko Shuang afraid of the eagle-eating monkeys? Black Monkey King Baiko Shuang. I'm not in the scene right now, please cut. I disagree. I think golden eagles are also very large. The barrage of comments instantly surged in. The viewers in the live stream were already eager to show off their knowledge. Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes and said, "The monkey-eating eagle is not the largest eagle in the world, nor is the golden eagle. Even the stellar sea eagle can only rank 6th. Island Master, stop keeping me in suspense, and tell me quickly. Island Owner, please tell us." The Island Lord wouldn't be unaware of this, would he? The audience couldn't help but ask. After seeing the comments, Jiang Nan replied, "Actually, I'm very interested in carving, and I happen to know a little about it." The audience remained unmoved by his words. Everyone knows that when Jiang Nan says he understands a little, he actually means he understands a lot. The 10th place is the black eagle, also known as the flower eagle or small flowery soap eagle, which is a Class 2 protected animal in China. The average length of the black eagle is 70 centimeters, and the maximum weight is 2.1 kilograms, which is classified as a medium to large-sized bird of prey. Don't be fooled by its raptor nature. It actually eats fish, frogs, rats, and even beetles and locusts. As soon as Jiang Nan opened his mouth, the audience became inexplicably excited. But after listening to the introduction of the 10th-ranked giant eagle, I actually found it a bit funny. Imagine how comical it would be if birds of prey, which are traditionally carnivorous, suddenly started eating insects. It's like Yao Ming suddenly switching from basketball to table tennis. 9th place, white-shouldered eagle, named for the distinct white spots on its shoulders. Unlike the black eagle, it is a large bird of prey. It is 75 centimeters long and mainly eats small mammals and birds such as wild rabbits, pheasants, rock partridges, quails, wild ducks, and pheasants. The white-shouldered eagle is a migratory bird, flying around half the world's countries throughout the year. Interestingly, according to scientific research, the white-shouldered eagle may be one of the most loyal birds in the world. Once they find a mate, they will stay together at all times and will never fly away. This high degree of loyalty is very rare among birds, because most birds have multiple mates and offspring. Netizens suddenly went wild. What? These days, humans are worse off than birds. These days, even when flying to several countries, eagles know to keep their wives with them and not let them get separated. I was shopping with my boyfriend for 2 hours, and he still managed to get separated from me. When I called him, it turned out he went to take a dump. I'm speechless. Sister, you're absolutely right. My boyfriend poops all the time too. I seriously suspect that women are made of water and men are made of poop. I'm reminded of that guy from a while back who was working hard to support his girlfriend through college and taking the civil service exam. The first thing she did after she passed was break up with him, saying, "I'm working hard to improve myself. What are you doing?" Chin Shime, "I'm trying my best to become a prince consort. What are you doing?" Shui Pingwei, "I'm working hard to become the king of Ziliang. What are you doing?" It turns out that neither men nor women should be too love-obsessed. If you're stubborn to the extreme, then go watch Wang Baoke, digging for wild vegetables on Douyin a few more times. Jiang Nan looked at the public screen without commenting and said again, 8th place, white-tailed eagle. Every year, white-tailed eagles fly over the Himalayas to our China to breed and live. They like to catch geese and swans to eat. Another characteristic of the white-tailed eagle is its loud call. This bird's call is so loud that it can be heard several kilometers away when it is soaring in the sky, and it is even louder during the breeding season. It is 84 centimeters long, has a wingspan of 250 centimeters and a maximum weight of 3.3 kilograms. Unfortunately, since 1960, only 3 or 4 white-tailed eagles have been found in my country. Now it is a rare species and is on the verge of extinction. 7th place, white-tailed eagle, a Class 1 protected animal in China. Its maximum body length is 85 centimeters and its maximum weight is 4.6 kilograms. It gets its name from its white tail. 6th place is the Steller's sea eagle, which we are familiar with. 5th place, golden eagle, with a maximum body length of 102 centimeters, wingspan of 2.3 meters, and weight of 6.5 kilograms. Trained golden eagles can chase wolves over long distances on the grassland. When the wolves are exhausted, they grab their necks with one talon and their eyes with the other, rendering the wolves unable to resist. There is a record of a golden eagle capturing 14 wolves in a row. The audience was immersed in the scenes depicted in Jiang Nan. The golden eagle is so majestic. I suddenly really want to raise a golden eagle. By the way, friends in Xinjiang, besides riding horses to school, does every household raise a golden eagle? I heard that every Kazakh family in Xinjiang has a well-trained golden eagle. Besides hunting, they also use it to guard sheep pens. In the eyes of the Kazakhs in Xinjiang, the golden eagle is not a bird of prey, but a pet. My hometown is Xinjiang. That's right, and my family has a golden eagle. Doge. I understand. Every family in Sichuan has a panda, and we ride it to school every day. Sorry, you're all so lame. We Miao people ride zombies every day. What's the big deal? My family also has many small animals, such as jaguars, Land Rovers, BMWs, Hummers, and cherry Tigos. Hey upstairs, do you remember me? I'm your half-brother. Can I have a few of our pets? I'm not greedy. Just give me the BMW. Island Master, what kind of eagles were the top 4? Tell us quickly. The audience grew increasingly curious and excited. 4th place, bald eagle, with a maximum body length of 110 centimeters, a maximum wingspan of 220 centimeters, and a maximum weight of 6 kilograms. Everyone knows this thing. It's the national bird of the United States. You can see it on their medals and coins. 3rd place, harpy eagle, with an average body length of 108 centimeters, a wingspan of 200 centimeters, and a maximum weight of 9 kilograms. The harpy eagle's claws are extremely strong, almost as big as a human hand, which is unique among all birds of prey. Its sharp claws can reach up to 12 centimeters in length, and its leg muscles are very well developed. Its grip strength can reach 50 kilograms, and it can easily crush the skull of its prey and pierce through thick iron plates. Whether it's a docile raccoon, a sloth, or a cold-blooded python, none of them are a match for them. They will be torn to shreds in an instant, like a meat grinder. In addition, harpy eagles are quite territorial, with a pair of adult eagles occupying about 20 square kilometers of forest. The chicks must leave the nest after 10 months to fight for their own territory. If they are unwilling to leave, their parents will drive them away or even peck them to death. Chapter 116, Next Extreme Challenge, Free Solo Climbing. Pecking your own child to death? This is terrifying. Even tigers don't eat their cubs. The harpy eagle is ruthless. I still think the white-shouldered eagle, which is most loyal to love, is the cutest. Me too. Jiang Nan ignored the comments and continued. The 2nd place is the most popular monkey-eating eagle. The eagle is 91 centimeters long, has a wingspan of 2.5 meters, a maximum weight of 6.5 kilograms, and a lifespan of 30 years. Just as everyone says, they eat monkeys, and they are also the national bird of the Philippines, so they are the kings of the Philippine forests. The monkeys living there are even worse off than Zhao Xi's father. Because they are very cruel, when they catch a monkey, in order to prevent the monkey from escaping, they will first peck out the monkey's eyes before eating it. They are cruel to their prey, but very careful to their family members. They only recognize one mate in their lifetime and give birth to only one child at a time. Not only that, they are also very attentive to their children and extremely protective of their young. They do not allow any animals to approach their nests, and the young must stay with them for 2 years until they grow up before they can reproduce again. This is why the breeding rate of the Philippine eagle is very low. In addition, human encroachment on forest land has severely shrunk their habitat, further contributing to the decline in the number of Philippine eagles. Currently, there are only about 300 of them left in the world, and they are also teetering on the brink of extinction. The audience started discussing it again. More than anything, people felt regret. I knew the samurai eagle would eat monkeys, but I never imagined it would peck out their eyes before eating them. Ouch! Monkey so? Yow lu ai o by eti ai chi ai by ai and do and ai ew lu ai o yo. What a pity. There are only about 300 left. I must see a monkey-eating eagle in person at least once in my lifetime, just in case I can only see it in books and movies in the future. Jiang Nan sighed and said in the end, the first place goes to the Andean condor, which is 130 centimeters long, has a wingspan of 3.2 meters, a maximum weight of 15 kilograms, and a lifespan of over 50 years. It is recognized as the largest flying bird and loves to eat animal carcasses, especially large animals. They will eat any carcass, even those of tigers, lions, cheetahs, and elephants. Unfortunately, they are also an endangered species, with fewer than 4,000 remaining worldwide. Although my eagle is a stellar sea eagle, its size and wingspan are very close to those of an Andean condor, and I believe it will be even larger when it grows up. In addition, I must add that what I just mentioned were only the world's top 10 eagles. There are actually also top 10 rankings for birds of prey, but it is really difficult to reach a consensus on this. After all, everyone can see the size of the bodies, but it's really impossible to compare them in detail to see who is stronger. Some people think the harpy eagle is strong, others think the golden eagle is fierce, and still others think the eagle owl is even more ruthless, but there is no concrete conclusion. However, in any ranking of the top 10 birds of prey, the stellar sea eagle is always on the list, and it is always higher. Praise your own child. Now that the stellar sea eagle has followed Jiang Nan, he must praise it highly. After saying this, Jiang Nan thought for a moment and said, in addition, I have given this tiger-headed eagle a name, Tai Sui. Tai Sui? What's that? By the way, isn't Tai Sui a kind of medicine? Wait a minute. Tiger head. Tai Sui. It seems the island lord had the same childhood as us. What do you mean? Explain yourself. In the Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf movie, which is set in the year of the tiger, there is a major villain called Tiger Might Tai Sui. The island owner's tiger-headed sea eagle is very majestic, so it is fitting to name it Tai Sui. Upstairs, you're really observant. You better explain yourself clearly. I'm just analyzing things in detail. The rest is very rough. Could you describe this part in more detail? I'm just curious. Cool. What? Brilliant. When I was a kid, I was really looking forward to watching the Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf Zodiac series of movies. But who would have thought it would suddenly be canceled halfway through? It's such a shame. So many childhood memories. This is so much more interesting than the pink hair dryer. Jiang Nan watched the comments section while enjoying the scenery. I was too tired to talk anymore. At that moment, a system voice came from my mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the beginner-level ultimate technique, wingsuit flight, and unlocked free climbing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the rainbow summoning card. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Batman grappling hook mechanical arm. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill of 100% guaranteed landing and falling into water. Free solo climbing, a form of rock climbing, an extreme outdoor sport. As the name suggests, free solo climbing emphasizes climbing using only your hands without any other equipment, making it extremely dangerous and ranking among the world's top 10 most dangerous sports. Note, this sport demands extremely high climbing skills and presents a great psychological challenge. Click to learn, and you will instantly become one of the world's most elite free solo climbing masters, climbing thousands of meters of cliffs as easily as drinking water. Rainbow Summoning Card X1. Like sealed cards and animal summoning cards, this is a one-time use card. Click to use, and you can immediately summon a beautiful rainbow that lasts for half an hour. Note, the summon rainbow may have miraculous effects. Please explore it on your own. Batman Claw Grip Arm. Just like the one Batman uses in the movies, the host can do the same thing with the claw grappling hook. 100% guaranteed landing in water. No matter where you fall, whether it's a 100-meter high building or a 1,000-meter high cliff, this skill will ensure that the host lands in a pool of water, guaranteeing their safety. And even if there is no pool of water nearby, the system will make everything reasonable. For example, the host might fall onto a tree branch midway through the journey, causing it to roll into the pool. Note, this skill is for one-time use only. Please use it with caution. After seeing the reward, Jiang Nan frowned. What are they trying to do? Free soloing? Sending yourself to your death? The grappling hook and the 100% guaranteed water landing skill are just to prevent you from falling off a cliff and dying, right? As for the rainbow summoning card, it's probably just for summoning to celebrate after you've succeeded. The effect is similar to fireworks during Chinese New Year. However, it seems that fireworks are no longer allowed in various places during the Chinese New Year. Instead, they were set off in a concentrated manner for destruction. Experts euphemistically claim that setting off fireworks during the Lunar New Year pollutes the environment. It's amazing how centralized disposal doesn't pollute the environment, but setting off fireworks during the Lunar New Year does. Chapter 117 Return to Camp. New Little Animals. Jiang Nan took a look and found that the limit technique was different from the previous food god technique, painting technique, beast taming technique, etc. It doesn't need to rely on experience to level up. Just like the description says, as long as you complete one extreme challenge, the next one will be unlocked. In a daze, he remembered a movie called Extreme Challenge, called Point Thief. There are 8 extreme challenges in this movie. Rowing a boat on the Congo River's rapids, where the water swirls and surges, is known as the emergence of force. A BSE jump from Mount Everest is a landing from the sky. Jumping into the Swallow Cave sinkhole from the air is a fixed-point parachute jump, a kind of awakening of the earth. They are creatures of water, pushing their limits amidst the waves. Wingsuit flying in the valleys is the perpetual motion of the wind. Downhill skiing is a solidification of ice. Free climbing Angel Falls in Venezuela is a matter of destiny. Lying back to the waterfall, commonly known as a backward high-altitude dive, is a sign of absolute trust. Of course, the movie only shows these 8 extreme challenges, and it has been artistically embellished to make it seem more sophisticated. In reality, there are many more extreme challenges, such as off-road stunt driving, street rappelling, parkour, double-kick skateboarding, and so on. Despite his complaints, Jiang Nan was actually looking forward to how many extreme sports the system's limit techniques would grant him. It's worth noting that because the entire movie Point Break was filmed on location without any special effects, 3 stuntmen lost their lives as a result. The crazy efforts yielded good results. On the day of Point Breaker's release, 4 other films were also released, and with existing films vying for market share, the competition was fierce. Point Breaker ranked 3rd among the 4 new films on its opening day, with only 14% of screenings. Despite its extremely unfavorable screening schedule, it still won the crown for the new film of the day. Over the following weekend, Point Breaker's box office surged by 60%, leaving other new releases far behind. It outperformed 2 renowned films, The Martian and Fall in Love Like a Star. Although extreme sports are dangerous, Jiang Nan knows that through the achievements of extreme thieves, he can gain more fans. Jiang Nan took one last look at the system's reward and complained again. If only the Batman-style grappling hook mechanical arm could be replaced with Batman's superpowers. Batman has no superpowers, only money. Before he knew it, Jiang Nan had fallen asleep on the back of the moose Luffy. As the moose Luffy led the way deeper into the forest, the viewers in the live stream soon saw a small river at the end of the forest path. The river water was clear and clean, and there were smooth pebbles in it. If you take off your shoes and walk or play in the river, you will not be affected at all. The moose flew along the stream, going deeper and deeper into the water. Yo-yo. At the end of the stream lies a heart-shaped lake. The camel deer finally stopped flying. Hearing the noise, Jiang Nan slowly opened her eyes. He discovered that the moose Luffy was on a hillside, and that if he rushed down the hillside, he could reach the heart-shaped lake. Moreover, the heart shape is particularly prominent when looking down from here. Noticing that Jiang Nan had woken up, moose Luffy gently shook its head, as if to say, "How about that? I'm amazing. I brought you back safely. Praise me, praise me." Jiang Nan patted moose Luffy's head and said with a smile, "This is the first time I've seen the heart-shaped lake from this angle. It's really beautiful." At that moment, the moon was hanging in the sky, and under its light, the already pink heart-shaped lake became even more hazy, seemingly shimmering and appearing even more translucent. I really wanted to quote a line of poetry, but alas, I'm too uncultured. All I can say is, this is fucking gorgeous. Take a picture. Take a picture. No words needed. I have to take a picture. I have a new phone wallpaper. This place is just like the Swiss scenery I saw on TikTok, giving people a fresh and exquisite feeling. Actually, we have beautiful scenery in China too, but unfortunately, most of them cost money. To be honest, the scenery in my hometown is no worse than here. When it comes to scenery, people seem to like to compare. Some say the air is fresher abroad, while others say that the beautiful landscapes of China are unmatched. Even on a smaller scale, villages, neighborhoods, and cities compete with each other, feeling the need to prove themselves superior in order to feel a sense of achievement. Although people say that no matter how good things are outside, nothing beats home, there are no boundaries when it comes to scenery. There's no need to compare which country has better scenery, because each country has its own unique characteristics. Let's broaden our perspective a bit more. Aren't the landscapes of all countries part of the Earth? If one day it is announced that aliens exist, everyone will introduce themselves as an Earthling, not someone from a certain country. Humans are simply bound by their own identities. In contrast, free birds do not distinguish between good and bad, beautiful and ugly scenery. With wings on their bodies, they can fly wherever they want to see the scenery, without any restraint. After observing the surroundings, Jiang Nan noticed that there was a cute and beautiful animal there. The larvae of this animal crawl out of the water onto the shore and burrow into the soil. After a rain, they crawl out of the soil again. They also appear in large groups, especially at night. The most distinctive feature of this animal is that its abdomen glows on both sides. Xiaofei, let's hurry home. There's still a good show to watch later. Jiang Nan gently patted the moose's rump. The moose took a series of quick strides and began to run. The viewers in the live stream were full of curiosity. A good show? What other good shows are there? I have to go to work tomorrow, so I'll stay in the live stream for another 5 minutes. I hope the host won't let me down. Is the island owner planning to treat himself to a big meal? Amidst the audience's eager anticipation, Jiang Nan returned to the tent camp. Even after a long day, he didn't eat anything first. Instead, he took out a few fresh fruits and a piece of fresh meat, and threw them to Moose Lufei and Tiger-Headed Sea Eagle Tai Sui respectively. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have fed the Moose Lufei fresh fruit. The moose has started to enjoy it. Intimacy level plus 20. Etc. That's all. Jiang Nan was puzzled and looked outside. Moose Lufei was lying under the cherry blossom tree, wolfing down fresh fruit. Meanwhile, the tiger-headed eagle Tai Sui stood on a tree, carrying fresh meat up to the tree. Compared to Lu Fei, it was much more elegant, using its sharp beak to tear the fresh meat into thin strips and savoring it carefully. Why didn't the intimacy level increase for the tiger-headed sea eagle Tai Sui, which had clearly eaten the fresh meat it was fed? Does this mean that animals summoned through cards won't give experience points no matter how much you feed them? Chapter 118 Romantic Night View. A Sea of Fireflies. After much deliberation, Jiang Nan finally concluded that the animals summoned by the cards could be customized and unconditionally trusted, which was quite perfect. Naturally, no matter how much food was fed to them, they would not gain experience. But animals like Lufei, Gangxi, and 4-0 are different. They are wild animals that have been domesticated by themselves and gain experience through feeding. Just like when playing a game. If you play the same hero frequently, once your proficiency is maxed out, it won't increase any further. You'll only continue to increase your proficiency by playing other heroes. After figuring it out, Jiang Nan stopped worrying about it, walked out of the tent, found a patch of grass, and lay down. I don't know why, but the air in the forest is especially fresh in the early morning and late at night. Jiang Nan has been flying all day, so it's a rare opportunity to lie down, relax, and take another breath of fresh air. It feels so pleasant. Everything was so beautiful. It felt like being inside a Miyazaki Hayao film. Until, Island Master, you just said there was more to the show. What is it? If there's no more good shows to watch, I'm going to sleep. Unfollow. If you don't give us a good show, we'll unfollow. The viewers in the live stream were threatening Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan looked at the surrounding forest and laughed. No rush, it'll be here soon. He deliberately kept it a mystery. Humans are strange creatures. The more someone teases us, the more curious we become. It's like a tickle in our hearts, as if a feather is gently pricking us. Less than 2 minutes later, the viewers in the live stream couldn't contain themselves any longer. Island Master, what exactly are you making us wait for? What could you possibly be waiting for in the forest so late at night? Could it be some kind of animal? Could it be a wild rabbit or something? Could it be an otter? But looking across the river, everything is calm. The otters of Hung Hing should already be asleep. I know it's cicadas. There are the most cicadas this season. I think you're right. It must be cicadas. At this time of year, cicadas will emerge from the ground, climb up the trees, and begin to molt. The viewers in the live stream started making wild guesses, and they got more and more excited as they talked. Jiang Nan looked at the comments and added, speaking of which, there are indeed a lot of cicadas this season. I remember when I was a kid, my friends and I would often come here at this time to catch cicadas. After we caught them, we would fry or grill them and eat them. I'll catch some cicadas to eat later. After saying that, Jiang Nan licked his lips, savoring the memory. Huh, can you eat cicadas? Don't you understand? The cicada is the golden cicada, and the golden cicada is Tang Santang. So eating cicadas can grant you immortality. Tang Santang, thank you for promoting me like this. I understand now. I'm a man, and Eddie Pong is a man, so I am equal to Eddie Pong, and I am Eddie Pong. Pa, I'm clearly Eddie Pong. I hope you'll stop arguing. If you continue to use my name, Eddie Pong, to promote yourselves, I'll be sending you a lawyer's letter. Is this lawyer's letter still 2.5 years old? While watching the comments, Jiang Nan explained, cicadas are indeed edible. They're crisp and crunchy, and very fragrant. Moreover, the cicada's molted shell is also a kind of medicinal material that can be sold for money. When we were kids, besides catching cicadas, we would also collect their shells. We could sell them for 100 or 2 in one night. No sooner had the Jiang Nan dialect been spoken than the tiger-headed eagle Tai Sui, perched on a tree branch, cried out. Jiang Nan looked up at the sound and saw a faint glow in the forest. It floated out, light and airy, little by little. The real show is about to begin. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly. The viewers in the live stream also came to their senses, and they finally understood what the good show Jiang Nan had been talking about was. Are these fireflies? Wow, they're fireflies. The island owner is so kind. He didn't make us wait in vain. Thank you, Island Master. This is the first time I've ever seen fireflies in my life. Sigh, I haven't seen fireflies since I started working in the city. I used to see them all the time when I was a kid in the countryside. There are no fireflies in the countryside anymore. Why? Nowadays, when planting crops, pesticides must be sprayed. Although they kill the insects, they also kill the fireflies. I feel a little sad for some reason. Don't be sad. Don't be depressed. There are so many beautiful fireflies. We should appreciate them first. Amid cheers from the viewers in the live stream, the number of fireflies began to increase. 1, 2, 3, 4. In less than a minute, hundreds of them appeared in front of me. A sea of fireflies. Jiang Nan hadn't seen fireflies in a long time, and excitedly explained, fireflies are actually a type of small beetle, divided into aquatic and terrestrial types. Most male insects have wings, while female insects are wingless. Female insects are larger than male insects and cannot fly, but their fluorescence is brighter than that of male insects. Look closely at those on the grass. They should be female insects, or they could be terrestrial fireflies. Terrestrial firefly larvae mostly inhabit places with high shade, lush herbaceous vegetation, and high relative humidity. Each stage of aquatic firefly has a different ecological habitat. The pupal stage is spent near the water, while the adult stage is divided into male and female fireflies in open water above the water and on plants by the water. The eggs are laid on the shore. Many people are curious about why fireflies glow. The reason is simple. They have specialized light-emitting cells. Just like dogs are born with a keen sense of smell, fish are born to live in water, and cats are born to catch mice. This is the most unique ability that God has given to these animals. In short, it can be summed up in 6 words. It's innate. There's nothing you can do about it. Once fireflies reach adulthood, their average lifespan is only about 5 days. During these 5 days, eating, drinking, and relieving themselves are secondary to them. What they hope for more is to shine the brightest light in the last moments of their lives. It's really rare to see such a large area of fireflies appearing at the same time. We're very lucky to have such a good sight today. Jiang Nan had expected to see fireflies, but she didn't expect there to be so many. It seems the environment around Heart-Shaped Lake is indeed quite nice. It is important to know that fireflies have very high requirements for their environment and are quite picky about it. As the audience listened to Jiang Nan's narration and watched the fireflies dancing in the sky, everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves. This immersive approach to science education makes it easier for viewers to remember the information. Just like in junior high school chemistry class, you have to do the experiments yourself. As the number of fireflies increased, the once dark forest suddenly became bright, and even the pink heart-shaped lake became more and more beautiful. The visuals are so beautiful and pleasing to the eye, almost unrealistically so. It feels like something you'd only see in high-quality animation. Chapter 119 Dancing with Sticks Under the Moon. Fireflies know Kung Fu. Some girls are naturally afraid of insects, but when they stare at the screen full of fireflies, their eyes are filled with longing. Under the full moon, a sea of fireflies surrounds the pink heart-shaped lake. At this moment, this place is paradise on earth. It's even more enjoyable than a paradise on earth. In heaven and on earth, you can only experience physical pleasures, but in earthly paradise, your soul can be elevated. It's not easy to encounter so many fireflies. I sincerely hope I can find a partner this year. I don't want to find a partner. I just want to curse my ex, hoping he'll never meet a girl he loves, and will only meet gay men. That's ruthless. I just hope my ex never gets a seasoning packet when eating instant noodles, never gets a clogged toilet, never gets a pull tab when buying cans, never gets a straw when buying milk tea, never gets watermelon seeds when eating watermelon, never gets cut in line, never gets on the bus, and never goes on a losing streak when playing King of Glory. I hope I can find a new job tomorrow. I wish I could earn a lot of money so I could eat well every day. My mother is hospitalized, and I hope she can get better soon. Live well and be happy every day. That's all I ask of myself. You are all too mundane. Fortunately, I have lofty ambitions. I hope that one day China can unify the world. Your wish is easily granted. Travel back to the Qin dynasty and present Emperor Qin Shi Huang with a world map. If all else fails, I'll travel back to the Ming dynasty and extend Zhu Di's life by a few decades, so he can unify the world. However, you must remember one thing. You absolutely must kill that brat Zhu Qichen. Zhu Qichen. Does everyone want my great Ming war god to die? Don't you know that in all these years, I'm the only one who's been tied up here? I'm the most outstanding diplomat of the great Ming. As more and more fireflies gathered, the viewers in the live stream began to pray. Just like when I prayed for the golden koi fish. People seem to really enjoy praying for good things. Just like Crescent Lake in Dunhuang, it's actually just a small lake in the desert, but it still attracts countless tourists and online celebrities every year. Although this is merely a comforting psychological suggestion, and people are aware of this, they are more willing to believe it. Everyone needs to have a little dream. Stephen Chow's classic line about dreams has been said to death. After admiring the fireflies for a while, Jiang Nan stood up, found a handy wooden stick nearby, and started casually playing with it. All martial arts under heaven originated from fists, and all weapons under heaven originated from sticks. The 5 elements 8 trigram staff is versatile and can be used for both long and short attacks. Both single and double methods can be used together. The methods are numerous and complex. The key to its operation lies in these 14 characters: circle, dot, gun, cut, draw, pick, deflect, flick, pull, mark, sweep, press, knock, strike. As the saying goes, experts see the details, while laymen just watch the spectacle. Laymen won't understand the intricacies. They just need to enjoy the spectacle and exclaim, "Wow, that's fucking amazing." Now, the number of viewers gathering in the live broadcast room is increasing, including many martial arts enthusiasts, who are gradually discovering that the staff techniques of Jiang Nan are extraordinary. Is this the 5 elements 8 trigram staff? I remember the island lord said before that he didn't know martial arts. This is so cool. It doesn't just look good on the surface. Of course it's not just for show. I'm a martial artist, and it's no exaggeration to say that some people who have practiced martial arts for decades can't even last 2 minutes against the island master's staff techniques. Ma Baokuo, are you talking about me? Sorry, 1 punch is all it takes to beat me. I was the first man who liked playing with sticks. Doesn't the young son Wukong count? That's a monkey. It can only be considered half a man. I also have a stick, and I'm pretty strong. Would you like to give me a try, miss? In the past, martial arts films were diverse, and you could see the protagonists using all sorts of weapons, even fans. Nowadays, with the rise of young, popular male celebrities, the main characters in film and television dramas are more often seen wielding swords. The sword moved like a white snake spitting its tongue, or like a dragon weaving through water, sometimes as light as a swallow, sometimes as swift as lightning. In short, it's awesome. Swordplay is more likely to attract and fascinate fans of young, handsome male celebrities. The main reason is that in people's minds, heroes seem to be those who roam the world with swords, full of passion, quick to avenge wrongs, and possessing unparalleled swordsmanship. Women prefer swordsmen, preferably handsome and aloof. She even fantasized about traveling back to ancient times, encountering a villain with ill intentions, being rescued by a chivalrous hero, and then repaying him with her body, eventually living a loving and shameless life with him. However, because those young male celebrities have no martial arts background, their swordplay is simply unbearable to watch, and some even resort to special effects. Over time, martial arts films experienced a gap in production, and people's understanding of weapons diminished. Little did they know that, compared to the sword, the staff technique was far more refined, and the man wielding the staff was far more dashing. Because every man is born with a penis, he has an innate talent for it. Just like the line from Stephen Chow's movie Kung Fu Hustle, the 5 elements 8 trigram staff is ever-changing and unfathomable. When facing the Qin demon sent by the Axe Gang, Cooley Strong's 12-road tan leg, despite its balanced offense and defense, was instantly killed. The tailor's Hungar iron wire fist, though considered the supreme style of martial arts, was still left battered and bruised. Only the 5 brothers' 8-stick staff lasted the longest. At this moment, Jiang Nan had entered a state of selflessness. Every move and stance carries the sound of wind breaking, and is even more aggressive. Seeing Jiang Nan waving his arms so powerfully, Lu Fei, a moose standing nearby, wanted to come over and join in the fun. Before they could even get close, Jiang Nan had already swept the wooden stick across them. Although it didn't hit the moose flying, the strong wind it carried made its face sting, scaring it into retreating quickly to maintain a safe distance and obediently watching the Jiang Nan performance. Jiang Nan is already very beautiful, and when she focuses intently on wielding the stick, she becomes even more charming, making many female viewers in the live stream unable to contain their racing hearts. Some stared longingly at the screen, their eyes welling up with tears, which involuntarily streamed down their faces. As the performance continued, an amusing scene unfolded. Suddenly, fireflies began to approach Jiang Nan, seemingly possessing intelligence, and kept circling around her. As the Jiang Nan baton swings, the fireflies also dance accordingly. At first glance, you might think fireflies know martial arts. Some fireflies even perched on Jiang Nan's body and the wooden stick, desperately emitting their light. And so, Jiang Nan herself radiated a hazy, dreamlike glow, making her appear even more ethereal. From a distance, someone who didn't know better might think it was an alien landing. This scene is visually striking. Chapter 1:20 Catching Cicadas. Picking cashews. What? This is too dreamlike. I feel like this kind of scene only exists in movies and TV shows. No. Modern TV dramas can't capture such beautiful scenes. The TV series that left the deepest impression on me with so many fireflies is called The Little Fish and the Flower Without Flaws. May I ask, is it that TV series where only the title remains after the deaths? Dead memories suddenly attacked me. When I was little, I cried so much when I saw Little Fish and Fairy getting married in the fireflies. Although many girls nowadays call themselves fairies, those were the real fairies, and the earliest fairies. It's already incredible that fireflies are flying around the island owner, but I never expected them to follow him and perform stick fighting. I seriously suspect that the island owner can communicate with these fireflies. Is communicating with animals amazing? I can do it too. During the spring festival, I went back to my hometown and met a little dog at the entrance of the village. I asked it if I would be prosperous this year, and it barked at me. There was no problem communicating with it. See? This shows the importance of mastering a foreign language. The viewers in the live stream were excitedly discussing it. Comfortable. Jiang Nan deftly put away the stick. He felt truly refreshed and invigorated. This feeling is wonderful, like being bathed in the cool breeze of early spring, which makes the body feel very comfortable. In addition, the stick-wielding performance with a swarm of fireflies is a unique and exhilarating experience. As the stick dance ended, the fireflies gradually faded away. I suddenly can't sleep. Didn't we just say we'd lead everyone to catch cicadas? Let's go now. Jiang Nan was initially a little sleepy, but after practicing with the 5 elements 8 trigram staff, he was wide awake and excitedly exclaimed, "If we can catch some tonight, we'll have breakfast tomorrow." After saying that, Jiang Nan plunged into the tent. When he came out again, he had a bucket in his hand and a roll of tape. What is the island owner doing with the bucket? Cicadas aren't fish, so once you catch them, you don't need to put them in water at all. And what is tape used for? Do you need tape to catch cicadas? You can do it with your hands. The viewers in the live stream were filled with questions. Jiang Nan smiled and said, "You'll all find out soon enough." A short while later, he disappeared into the woods. Every few steps, Jiang Nan would suddenly lift her foot and stomp hard on the soil beneath her feet. Finally, they stopped under a large tree with relatively soft soil and said, "When you're catching cicadas, be sure to find places with soft soil. It'll be easier to catch them that way." When we were kids, we would wait until after the rain, or after someone's crops were irrigated, before we would go to their field to catch them. The soil is soft, making it easier for cicadas to emerge. These are all based on experience. After saying that, Jiang Nan squatted down and pointed to a small hole at his feet. The hole was a little thicker than a thumb and it was pitch black, so you couldn't see the bottom at all. These are the small holes left by cicadas after they emerge from the soil, which means there must be a lot of cicadas here, and there must be golden shells that have been shed by cicadas on the nearby trees. As they were talking, Jiang Nan got up and started searching in the big tree next to him. Just as he said, there really were golden shells on the tree, and he actually found one. The gold shell is translucent, about 30 to 40 centimeters long, and very crisp. If you grab it hard, it will turn into powder. Don't underestimate the golden shells. Although they are ugly, they can dispel wind heat, soothe the throat and improve voice, and even treat rashes. The Compendium of Materia Medica states that cicadas are mainly used to treat all kinds of wind heat syndromes. The ancients used the body, while later generations used the molted body. Generally speaking, cicadas treat the internal organs and meridians. The body of the cicada should be used to treat skin sores and wind heat syndromes, while the molted body should be used. Jiang Nan patiently explains the science. These are all valuable pieces of knowledge left by our ancestors. There really is a gold shell. The island owner looks very experienced. Is the gold shell really that useful? I must try it sometime. Jiang Nan glanced at the comments and continued. Next, what I need to do is catch cicadas. Island master, stop fooling around. Where would you find cicadas here? So far, all you know about is the gold shell. Cicadas can fly. How could you possibly catch them? Speaking of cicadas, I remember when I was a child, I was walking on the road and suddenly felt water droplets falling. I thought it was raining, but when I looked up, I realized it was a cicada flying by, peeing. Haha, I've received professional training, but I just couldn't help it. Jiang Nan continued. If you walk down the street in the summer and feel like it's raining, but the sun is shining brightly, it could very well be cicada urine. They urinate so they can escape. When a cicada encounters danger, it will expel excess fluid from its abdomen, and it can expel a lot at once, like a drizzle. In this way, its whole body becomes lighter, and it can escape quickly. Catching cicadas doesn't require searching all over the world. You just need to wait for them to come to you. Wrap tape around the tree trunk. When cicadas that have just crawled out of the soil try to climb the tree to molt, they will stop in place because the tape is too slippery. In about half an hour, more and more people will gather. At that time, you can simply grab it with your bare hands. No, to be precise, it should be picking them up, because there were just too many. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Nan had already torn off the tape and gotten busy. 20 minutes later, he had wrapped the trunks of the nearby trees with layers of tape. After wrapping the tape, Jiang Nan stretched and said, "All right, now all we have to do is wait patiently." Jiang Nan was not one to sit still. Instead of waiting in one place, he began to wander around the neighborhood. On his way here today, he saw that there were treasures in this area. Since we've already ventured into the forest, we might as well take the treasure with us. Island Master, what are you going to do now? Weren't we supposed to be catching cicadas? Why did they run away? Does it mean we have to wrap it with tape somewhere else? Good heavens, the island lord is planning to wipe out all the cicadas in this area. I've seen living Buddhas many times, but this is the first time I've seen a living Yama. Jiang Nan shook his head and explained, everything should be done in moderation. I just wrapped tape around the trunks of more than a dozen trees. If all goes well, I can catch at least a few dozen cicadas, which is enough for me to eat. There's no need to exterminate them all. If all the cicadas are caught, how will the animals on Heart-Shaped Island, whose livelihood depends on catching cicadas, survive? They need to live too. And now, I'm going to pick some cashews. That way, tomorrow morning we'll have cicadas for breakfast and cashews for a snack. Chapter 121 Cashews, Real and Fake? Cashews are my absolute favorite. By the way, do cashews ripen this season? You don't understand, do you? Cashews really do ripen in March and April. They don't need to wait until autumn. I love eating while watching TV shows. I eat cashews all the time, but this is the first time I've ever seen cashews harvested. The flora and fauna on Heart Island are quite abundant. The audience members were chattering amongst themselves. Jiang Nan, relying on her memory, began searching for that wild cashew tree. Amidst the winding paths, another plant was captured on camera by the drone. The fruit of this plant is round like an orange, but its outer color is green. What kind of fruit is this? It looks so familiar. Isn't this just a green orange? Why does it not look quite like it? It's not round like an orange. At first glance, it looks more like a gourd. Jiang Nan tilted his head slightly, saw the comments, then looked at the area being filmed by the drone, smiled slightly, and said, "This is what everyone's talking about. It's an avocado." Avocados are widely distributed in tropical regions, and now they have begun to be cultivated on a large scale in Yunnan, China. It is a fruit with high nutritional value, containing a variety of vitamins, rich fats and proteins, and high levels of sodium, potassium, magnesium, calcium, etc. In addition to being eaten as a fresh fruit, it can also be used in dishes and canned goods. For this reason, avocado is a natural antioxidant that can not only soften and moisturize the skin, but also shrink pores and form a milky protective layer on the skin surface, which can effectively resist sun exposure and prevent sunburn. Besides its beauty benefits, its rich content of unsaturated fatty acids can increase the elasticity of breast tissue, which is known as breast enhancement. At this point, the female viewers in the live stream got excited. Really? Does it really work for breast enhancement? I'm asking on behalf of my best friend. What a brilliant example of creating something out of nothing. I'm not saying anything more, Island Master. I'll take all the avocados from this tree. The price is up to you. By the way, how does it taste? Island Master, could you pick one and try it, then tell us what it tastes like? Exactly, I'm curious too. Jiang Nan raised a finger and shook it slightly. Avocados can't be eaten yet. They won't ripen until August or September. I'll definitely come and try them for everyone then. Or I could do a giveaway in the live stream and give some to my fans. Anyway, I can't possibly eat all the avocados from such a big wild avocado tree. After doing his part for the fans, Jiang Nan continued on his journey and soon found the wild cashew tree. Alright, we've arrived at our destination. Jiang Nan walked to the chestnut tree, while a drone behind him hovered up, filming one yellow fruit after another on the branches. At first glance, it looks a bit like a small pumpkin. The viewers in the live stream, unaware of the truth, were all puzzled. Island Master, weren't you picking cashews? Where are they? I can't see them. Yeah, what is this? It has absolutely nothing to do with cashews I usually eat. Jiang Nan pointed to the small yellow pumpkins and grinned, saying, these cashews are right here, even though they seem so far away. The audience remained unconvinced. In their memory, cashews are small, like kidneys, so how could they be small pumpkins? Island Lord, stop joking. I understand. This is a joke the island owner is playing on us. Island Master, please take us to see real cashews. The island owner is right. These are indeed cashews. My family grows them. Children nowadays have to deal with all kinds of exams from birth. They have never been to the countryside to see what real crops look like. They only see the finished products, so it's normal that they don't know. My dad once told me a joke. During the time when we were sent to the countryside, a college student came to the village. He passed by the wheat field at the entrance of the village and said, fellow villager, your chives are growing really well. What? It's the truth. Many kids these days really can't tell the difference between wheat and chives. Jiang Nan offered no explanation, walked to the tree, and spotted his target with a single glance. He bent down slightly, picked up a small pumpkin from the grass, and broke it in half with force. A nutshell fell into the palm of my hand. Next, wrapping his hands in his sleeves, he vigorously shook the shell again, and with a snap, the glossy cashew nut finally appeared. This is exactly what people eat every day. Cashews are divided into two parts. The top part is the fruit, which is called a false fruit in many regions, and the bottom part is the cashew nut. However, cashews have a thick shell that is corrosive and irritating, so you should never peel them with your bare hands, or your skin will definitely be burned. Not only that, the shell is very difficult to peel. This one was overripe and had cracks. Plus, I'm strong, so I managed to peel it off. Normally, cashews are shelled by roasting them at high temperatures. Another method involves washing the cashews first, then putting them in boiling water with a suitable amount of baking soda, stirring well, letting them sit for a while, then pouring them into a basket and rubbing them vigorously to quickly remove the shells. I'm going to pick some to take back and peel them like this. If you find that troublesome, you can use a knife to remove the shell, which is more direct and straightforward. Jiang Nan picked cashews as she spoke. He took off his coat, tied it up simply to make a pocket, and put all the cashews inside. These cashews have such plump shells, they look delicious. Oh my god, this makes me hungry. I need to get out my cashews and have some. The island owner is really something. He can even recognize a cashew nut with the skin on. They say you are what you eat, so I'm just asking on behalf of a friend. Can eating cashews help with lower back pain? After filling his pocket to the brim, Jiang Nan glanced at the comments and laughed. If you want to nourish your waist, you'll have to eat kidneys. However, cashews are indeed quite valuable. The false fruit can be eaten raw, or it can be made into juice, wine, jam, preserves, and canned goods. As for cashews, everyone is familiar with them. But what many people don't know is that they have a high oil content, which is a high-quality edible oil and is often used as a raw material for hardened chocolate. In addition, fruit shell oil is an excellent preservative or waterproofing agent and can also be used to extract tannin. The wood is durable and can be used for shipbuilding and wooden houses. The bark is used to kill insects, treat termites, and make non-fading ink. After saying this, Jiang Nan picked up the bag and hurried back. He didn't pick all the cashews, he only picked enough for himself to eat for a while. The rest on the tree were left for the animals living there. I wonder how the cicada catching is going. I'm so excited. On the way back, Jiang Nan said with concern. Chapter 122 Let the Sky Overlord, the Stellar Sea Eagle, Keep Watch? Jiang Nan hummed a little tune as he hurried toward the forest where he caught cicadas. The viewers in the live stream were still replaying the scenes from just now. I never knew a small cashew tree could have such great value. I've learned something new every day watching the island owner's live stream. If I keep watching the island owner for another 2 years, I think I can get into Tsinghua University. If you're going to be so boastful, why not apply to the Harbin Buddhist Academy? I think with the island lord's knowledge, he could absolutely crush everyone if he participated in the brain. No. I think the island owner is best suited to participate in an adventure program like Bear Grylls. If the island owner goes on Bear Grylls' show, the show's name will have to change from Following Bear Grylls on an Adventure to Taking Bear Grylls on an Adventure. No problem. As long as he follows the island owner, Bear Grylls will not only not lose weight, but he'll actually gain dozens of pounds. I remember a foreign outdoor survival show that invites dozens of people to participate each season. I have a feeling that if the island owner goes to participate, while others are still worrying about food and drink, the island owner will already be living in a wooden house and eating all kinds of roasted animal meat. Island owner. Excuse me, I'm not targeting anyone in particular. I'm saying everyone who participated in the show with me is trash. After watching so many live streams, I don't dare to do things like taming monkeys, wolves, or saving great white sharks. I thought that tonight, when the island owner was catching cicadas and picking cashews, I could proudly say that I could do it too. Who would have thought that I would still be the clown? Isn't that obvious? Who knew cashews were poisonous? And peeling them is such a complicated process. What? Jiang Nan suddenly uttered a phrase from the national essence, instantly attracting the attention of the audience who were still discussing it. When they looked over, they saw the same thing as Jiang Nan and couldn't help but type something in the public chat. Cicadas. Everywhere you look, there are cicadas. There were at least 100 of them, densely packed together. Jiang Nan had expected there to be cicadas here, but he never imagined there would be so many. These cicadas emerged from the soft soil, struggling to climb the nearest tree, trying to find a suitable spot to shed their golden shells so they could take flight at dawn. But who would have thought? Thin strips of transparent tape blocked their way. They moved from the left side of the tree trunk to the right, and the tape was still there. Helpless, they could only stay where they were. As the first cicadas to emerge couldn't climb up, the subsequent cicadas could only follow behind them, forced to block the way. Suddenly, the cicadas were stuck in traffic. My goodness, so many cicadas. How long will it take to eat them all? So much protein. Deep fried, it has to be deep fried, with lots of chili powder. Drooling. Cicada. Damn it, I ran into Lao Lu today. He actually wrapped a circle of tape around the tree. I never knew that such a small piece of tape could be so useful. I've learned a new skill, and I'll use this method to catch cicadas this summer. In ancient times, farmers waited for rabbits to run into trees. Now, island owners wait for cicadas to run into trees. The audience was very excited. Jiang Nan was even more excited. He rushed forward, grabbed the cicada with his bare hands, and threw it into the bucket. Before cicadas shed their golden shells, they move very slowly and are easily caught. Jiang Nan continued catching cicadas with great enthusiasm, saying, "Everyone must be very curious as to why I put cicadas in the bucket. It's actually very simple. It's just for cleaning. When cicadas first emerge from the water, they are covered in mud. They struggle in the water and clean themselves off in the process. Once we get back to camp, I'll just deep fry them. High-end ingredients often clean themselves, and some even cook themselves. Actually, there's another reason, which Jiang Nan didn't mention. That is, after being soaked in water, the cicada's golden shell becomes very soft, making it easier to handle. In Jiang Nan, people only eat cicadas, not the shelled ones." Half an hour later, Jiang Nan headed towards the camp with a full load of goodies. Now he is carrying a small bucket full of cicadas in his left hand and a pocket full of cashews in his right hand. Judging from this setup, you'd think they just finished shopping for New Year's goods. Before leaving, Jiang Nan tore off all the tape wrapped around the tree trunk. This makes it easier for the cicadas to climb the tree and shed their golden shells, ensuring their survival. If you catch all the cicadas here at once, you'll only be able to reminisce about it next year if you want to eat cicadas or hear their chirping. Upon returning to the camp, the first thing Jiang Nan did was to start a pot of water. Once the water boiled, I threw all the cashews I had picked into it. As for the fruit, it was carefully preserved. Because there were so many, 2 of them were dropped during transport, causing them to break. So Jiang Nan simply gave them to the moose, Luffy. Let it have a taste too. Then, people in Jiang Nan started using oil. Once the oil was hot, quickly throw all the cicadas, whose golden shells had already been removed, into the pot. Once they are fried until golden brown, remove them from the oil. Actually, you can eat the fried cicadas right now. If you want them to be more flavorful, just add some salt, chili, or other seasonings. After the temperature dropped, Jiang Nan picked up a cicada with his bare hands and put it in his mouth. Fragrant. Crisp. Crispy. This is my first impression of Jiang Nan. Even after I've eaten it, I can still taste the aroma of meat in my mouth. I knew I wouldn't watch a live stream this late at night. It's made me hungry again. Ugh, this is so torture. Even someone like me who's terrified of cicadas wants to try it. At this moment, I really wish I had Sadeko's abilities, so I could pass through the screen and eat the cicadas that the island owner fried. Inside the live stream, viewers were already complaining bitterly. Almost every time Jiang Nan cooks, they are filled with complaints. Jiang Nan is kind. Instead of tormenting the audience any longer, she shifts the camera away and begins to process the cashews she has fished out of the boiling water with a knife. Despite bringing back a lot of cashews from Jiang Nan, in the end, only enough was enough for 2 plates. Fortunately, he was alone, which was enough for him to eat as a snack. When everything was finished, Jiang Nan came outside the tent, looked at the stellar's sea eagle perched on a tree branch, and repeatedly instructed, "I'm going to sleep now. You must keep a good watch tonight. There are many animals that come out at night." "Ah," the stellar's sea eagle responded. It even flapped its wings gently, flew around the heart-shaped lake once, and finally landed back in its original spot. It seems to be saying, "With me on night watch, you can rest assured." It was already past 11 p.m., and the viewers in the live stream were starting to get sleepy, but suddenly they perked up. Holy crap, the stellar's sea eagle actually understood. Tai Sui, I may be an animal, but I'm not stupid. Can eagles really keep watch at night? It feels so amazing. Chapter 123 Midnight Horror. The Little Thief Who Stole Things. Never underestimate the intelligence of eagles. They are very clever. Jiang Nan glanced at the comments and said, "I'll tell you a story." In 2008, Bari Airport in Italy put a special security guard into service, a huge golden eagle. As a security guard, its duty is to keep nearby foxes and rabbits away from the runway. You can either drive them away or kill them directly. For a long time, pilots who fly to Bari Airport have complained about the large number of foxes and rabbits on the runway, which poses a significant safety hazard to aircraft during takeoff and landing. On several occasions, the airport was even forced to temporarily close as a result. Bari Airport handles nearly 2 million passengers annually. Closing the runway would result in huge economic losses. The airport has used many traditional methods to drive away these small animals. For example, setting up fences and traps, spraying insect repellent, etc., but the effect is minimal. In the end, they had no choice but to hire golden eagles as airport security. This golden eagle is named Cheyenne, and it costs as much as £7,500 to use it once. Although some airport staff often thought that using golden eagles to drive away animals was too extravagant, it has proven to be the right decision. The Cheyenne's wingspan reached an astonishing 2.3 meters. Although it was only 6 months old, it was trained to drive away any harmful animals, and even. Now, it has complete control of Bari Airport and the surrounding forest area. Those foxes, rabbits, and other animals can only hide obediently in the forest. The head of Bari Airport hopes that Cheyenne can further enhance its deterrent capabilities and completely keep those animals out of the fences surrounding the airport. Because during the breeding season each year, they give birth in large numbers, resulting in more animals entering the airport the following year. In fact, airports in many countries face this problem and are at a loss for how to solve it. For example, airports in the United States generally use methods such as ultrasound, poison, and animal traps to deal with uninvited guests such as rabbits and foxes. It is the first time in the world that a large golden eagle has been used to accomplish this task at Bari Airport. But the results are remarkable, and it is worth learning from by other airports. The intelligence of the stellar sea eagle is much higher than that of the golden eagle. It would be a piece of cake to have it guard the night and drive away any small animals that have wandered into this area. You can detect a hint of arrogance in Jiang Nan's tone. The viewers in the live stream were incredibly envious. I feel like I'm using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. Tai Sui, the golden eagle guards the airport, while I'm just guarding a small tent camp. Who do you think you are? Dare to let me guard the entire heart-shaped island. Having eagles guarding you while you sleep is such a luxury. Island Master, please link Tai Sui to my body. I often have nightmares at night, and I must have Tai Sui by my side to protect me. I only have my blue cat to guard me at night, and it's a rebellious cat. It either farts or snores at night, which seriously affects my sleep quality. I'm secretly thrilled. My girl seems to have a cat-like addiction. She always likes to sleep on my head and chest. Several times at night, I've woken up in a panic because of chest tightness, and I almost thought it was sleep paralysis. Hey upstairs, your blue cat is my good buddy reincarnated. He likes to sleep on a girl's chest. Actually, I like it too. Drooling. While the audience was discussing, Jiang Nan had already taken out his sleeping bag, crawled inside, and waved, saying, "Good night everyone. I'm going to dream about finding my dream girl." Before he could finish speaking, the cry of the tiger-headed sea eagle suddenly rang in his ears. The call is sharp and quite rapid. Shoo, shoo. At almost the same time, Jiang Nan heard the sound of small animals running around outside. Good heavens. This person is really not letting themselves sleep. Jiang Nan scrambled to his feet, not even bothering to put on a coat, and burst out of the tent, screaming hysterically, "Who's there?" Wow. Whoosh. No sooner had the words left his mouth than two dark figures pounced from the darkness. To be precise, it was lost. When Jiang Nan realized what was happening, he already had two identical little animals in his hands. The two little animals were at a loss, hugging each other tightly, and looking up at Jiang Nan with their eyes full of confusion. For a moment, their eyes met. The gazes of Jiang Nan met those of the two small animals in the air, and it felt like sparks were about to fly. Perhaps out of fear that Jiang Nan would hurt them, or perhaps out of instinct, the two little animals suddenly grinned and smiled naturally. That's right, they are the animals with the most heartwarming smiles in the world, quokkas. I saw them in Jiang Nan today. At that time, the family of 3 was playing by the stream in Parrot Valley. How did you end up here? And what about their mothers? Just as Jiang Nan was wondering, the tiger-headed sea eagle Tai Sui flapped its wings and chased after the grass in the distance. Well, your mother doesn't want you anymore. She ran away on her own. Jiang Nan revealed a mischievous smile, tinged with amusement. That expression, combined with his current tone, gives off a rather bad uncle vibe. Almost everyone encountered a bad uncle when they were a child. When you went to his house to play, your parents would suddenly have to leave, and the bad uncle would appear and jokingly say, "Your parents don't want you anymore, so you'll be my child from now on." Every time I hear this sentence, I burst into tears. Such bad uncles are almost everyone's childhood nightmare. Hearing Jiang Nan's words, or perhaps understanding them, they hugged each other tighter and tighter, their smiles vanishing instantly. Tai Sui, come back. Stop chasing us. Jiang Nan opened his mouth and shouted. The stellar sea eagle obeyed the command immediately, turning back to its previous branch. Its eyes, wide like searchlights, scanned every corner of the area, displaying utmost loyalty and diligence. Quokkas are the rulers of the grass. Once they appear, they have already explored the entire area of grass and created multiple escape routes. Even so, Jiang Nan has great confidence in Tai Sui. The reason he called a halt was not because he was worried that the quokka wouldn't be able to catch its mother, but because he was worried that he might have hit it too hard and smashed it to pieces with one paw. Holding 2 baby quokkas, Jiang Nan wandered around the tent, wanting to see what was there that would attract them. Chapter 124 Adorable Pets Make Their Debut. Follow us. After circling around, Jiang Nan stopped under a large tree. This is where the moose just flew over. It also ate the 2 cashews it had thrown away here. There are still some remnants under the tree. Everything makes sense now. Jiang Nan's sudden realization and ganka. What happened? Island Lord, please speak quickly. Why did the quokka get here? Why did the quokka mother abandon her baby again? Is she trying to make the island owner swoon with cuteness? Island Master, please don't end the broadcast now and then have to explain tomorrow morning. If you do, I'll definitely have to mail you some local specialties. The viewers in the live stream were full of curiosity and even started to threaten. Jiang Nan smiled slightly and asked in return, Does anyone know what quokkas eat on a daily basis? Before the audience could answer, Jiang Nan continued. They eat tree roots, leaves, seeds, etc., and immediately ruminate and chew them after swallowing. Their size means they can only forage in the grass and cannot climb trees at all. Eating a delicious fruit is a luxury for them. They can only wait for the fruit to fall naturally. And after they fall, there's no chance for them to get any, because some larger animals will snatch them away first. All they can eat are the rotten fruit, or the fruit scraps and pits. They came here tonight to steal something, specifically the cashew scraps that Lu Fei had left over. As for why the quokka mother ran away and abandoned her 2 babies, that's something I forgot to explain before. Quokkas have 2 main characteristics. The first is that their smiles are particularly healing. As for the second one, he is timid by nature. As soon as he is frightened, he will immediately abandon his child and run away. The viewers in the live stream were amused. Ha ha ha, losing a child is quite something. Quokka mom. Kid, you take over first, mom will be right back. I've seen plenty of filial sons, but I never expected to see such a loving mother for the first time. Haha, even so it feels so joyful. They're laughing all the time. Quokka mom. As long as the green hills remain, there's no worry about running out of firewood. Anyway, it's better to die for your friends than for me. They look just like Zhang Xinqian. Hey, isn't this Zhang Xinqian? I haven't seen you for a few days, you've gotten so slender. You better hurry up and film Youngblood too. Alan Master, I have a question. What happens to abandoned children? Are they eaten? That's right. Their biggest natural enemies are stray dogs, stray cats, and foxes. Once abandoned, they will surely die. Jiang Nan gently stroked the 2 little ones in his arms and said, Luckily, they were fortunate enough to meet me. Tomorrow morning, I will go to Parrot Valley and take them to find their mother. If I really can't find one, then I'll have to adopt one myself. Finally, let me add that the quokka mother didn't intentionally abandon her baby. Scientists have analyzed their physiological structure and found that their forelimbs are short and weak, while their hind limbs are strong and powerful. This body structure enables them to walk upright and jump. In daily life, their forelimbs are mainly used to grasp leaves and eat fruit, and their strength is very limited. In critical moments, they are unable to hold their babies, which are in the brood pouch in the mother's abdomen. The bones of their forelimbs are too small, so when they move quickly, the babies are naturally pushed out, which gives people the illusion that they throw their babies out. After the final science presentation, Jiang Nan turned off the live stream and returned to his tent. To put the 2 quokkas at ease, Jiang Nan gave each of them a cashew nut. Upon seeing cashews, the 2 brothers, who had been huddled together, suddenly became lively, each picking up one and munching on it with gusto. Jiang Nan lay in his sleeping bag and observed carefully. He found that the 2 brothers had some unique characteristics. It always had a smile on its face, looking particularly kind and comforting, but it was rather playful, its eyes darting around mischievously as it observed everything inside the tent, wanting to touch everything. One of them was quite plump, with a round head and a round belly, looking like a fluffy little ball of meat. The key is that it has a huge appetite. After finishing its own cashews, it will even steal its brothers. As a result, while eating, he actually squinted his eyes slightly. Eating and sleeping at the same time. This guy is a real kangaroo genius. The 2 little guys' personalities reminded Jiang Nan of 2 classic characters from the Chinese animated series Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, Pleasant Goat and Lazy Goat. Seeing them eating happily, Jiang Nan felt relieved and began to check the data panel. Host's name, Jiang Nan. Identity, owner of a Great Barrier Reef island. Skills, intermediate beast taming, 3,020 to 10,000. Basic archery, 210-1000. Basic painting, 130-1000. Food god technique, 100-1000. Wood carving, 000-1000. Ultimate technique. Wingsuit flying completed, free climbing activated. Items, lightweight gloves, lucky ring, special medicinal wine, virtuous man's bow, ordinary fishing rod, diving suit, wingsuit, lazy spray, ice silk sun hat, black jade ointment, golden fertilizer, fresh meat, fresh fruit, Moby garden tent, rainbow summoning card, Batman claw hook mechanical arm, 100% landing into water skill. Martial arts, 5-stroke 8-staff, Xing Quan with no upper limit. Animals, green sea turtle Dallin, King Kong rat Gangzi, little sea seal 404, bird of paradise bird Jianchong, great white shark mother and baby, black monkey king Baiko Shuang, white wolf king Jiu, golden koi, tiger-headed sea eagle Tai Si, moose lufii, short-tailed quokka twins, currently owned. Jiang Nan keenly noticed that the words, temporarily owned, were written on the back of the quokka twins. It seems they only belong to me temporarily. Once I return them, they will disappear from the animal section. In addition, there is a new category for martial arts skills. Presumably, he only knew the 5 elements 8 trigram staff before, so there was no need to list it out separately. After reviewing the data, Jiang Nan drifted off to sleep without realizing it. He was so tired that he forgot to film short videos of the animals. Although we've temporarily left the main island of the Great Barrier Reef and can't film Gangxi and the others, we can still film moose flying and stellar sea eagles. Jiang Nan was unaware that it was that very evening. Thanks to the editing and promotion by short video bloggers like Miaxian Shen, the story of his daytime wingsuit flying livestream spread like wildfire. Not only did it once again unsurprisingly top the trending searches, but it also received reposts and high praise from major media outlets. Chapter 125 Popularity Soars. Adorable pet in my arms. The daily newspaper's evaluation is as follows. Soaring high into the sky, embracing clouds and mist, drawing a rainbow. Anyone who has seen the movie Transformers 3 will surely be impressed by the bat-like, flying man who shuttles between skyscrapers. This sport is called wingsuit flying. Wingsuit flyers jump from tall buildings, towers, bridges, cliffs, and airplanes, gliding forward at a speed of nearly 200 kilometers per hour and a descent speed of 50 kilometers per hour, engaging in unpowered flight. In people's minds, wingsuit flying is a very dangerous and extremely challenging sport, and this is indeed the case. As a result, there are very few wingsuit flying representatives in China, with only a handful of people. Various international awards have been swept by foreigners. But now, a young man has stepped forward. The island owner, Jiang Nan, jumped off the mountaintop alone, which is unprecedented in the world. And this was only his first flight, yet he accomplished it with unimaginable perfection. He was like an eagle, soaring through the clouds. Looking out at the sky, he smiled brightly, just like the protagonist, flying man, Liu Shaoqian in the TV series Magic Phone, who flew for the first time. Liu Shaoqian was fake, Jiang Island Master was real, and he was the real flying man, in reality. The newspaper is full of praise for Jiang Nan, as if it wants to use all the good words and poems in the world to describe it. Less than half an hour after the evaluation, the Daily News reposted 2 more videos of wingsuit flying in Jiang Nan. Without exception, it was all praise. These young people, who are good-looking but don't sell their looks, and who dare to take risks, are much better than some people who seem innocent and cheerful on the surface but swear behind people's backs and don't know anything. The 3 consecutive reposts of the Daily News' Weibo posts helped more people learn about Jiang Nan. If Jiang Nan was previously considered a minor streamer, after tonight, he'll be called a flying man. After all, it's officially certified. Jiang Nan has awakened. I didn't wake up naturally, but because of the heat. He felt a fire burning in his chest. This is not a good sign, because he is currently in the mountains, where the early morning air is relatively cool and not at all stuffy, unless... Jiang Nan suddenly opened his eyes and looked around at everything in the tent. He was worried that the tent would catch fire. It turned out to be a false alarm. Jiang Nan looked down and saw that 2 quokkas had somehow crawled into his sleeping bag and were curled up on his chest, making his chest feel warm. As I sat up, the 2 quokkas slowly opened their eyes, their faces filled with innocence and cuteness. Sorry for waking you up, but it's daylight now. Go play by yourselves for a while. I'll get ready. Jiang Nan stood up, picked up the 2 quokkas, and placed them on the grass outside. They are less than 60 centimeters tall when they stand up, and they can't even reach Jiang Nan's knees when they jump, so there's no need to worry about them running away. Jiang Nan quickly washed her face, ate the fried cicadas she had eaten the night before, and started her live stream. Good morning, honey. You're not allowed to look. This is my husband. I just downloaded it and don't know how to play. I'm just wondering, if I follow the island owner, will he give me a chance? The island owner's relationship was exposed a long time ago, right? His girlfriend's name is something like Cat. Are you asleep today? Upstairs, if I hadn't seen your name, I would have believed you. Hello, Jafin. Does the island owner mind if I get crawled all over him every morning? The island owner is exceptionally handsome. May I introduce you to my mother's daughter? Island Master, I just broke up with my boyfriend, but seeing you has helped me get over it. I saw the Daily News' Weibo post last night, and downloaded it specifically to watch today. Seriously, are all the female viewers in the Island Master's live stream this perverted? If they really are, please use that perversion on me and let me replace the Island Master. Upstairs you wish. Have you ever seen a substitute in the bridal chamber? Oh right, speaking of which, the island owner was criticized by the Daily News last night, and 3 times at that. No wonder there were so many people in the live stream this morning. Jiang Nan had long been used to the abnormalities of the female viewers in the live stream. He quickly gleaned useful information from the comments, picked up his phone, and started browsing Weibo. Sure enough, the Daily News commented on itself, and even pinned it to the top. He originally wanted to take a break before attempting free climbing, but now it seems he can strike while the iron is hot. Just as I was wingsuit flying, I discovered that heart-shaped island had a nearly vertical cliff. Island Master, where are those 2 quokkas? Did you send them away last night? We want to see it. Quick, quick, cut to the camera. Jiang Nan is very considerate of his fans, and promptly came outside the tent, pointing his camera at 2 quokkas. At this moment, the 2 brothers are playing and eating. The lively animal, seeing that the moose was still fast asleep, wasn't afraid at all, and climbed onto its back. Moose Luffy has a good temper, and doesn't bully small animals. It slowly opened its eyes, and after seeing what was happening, let it play on its body. As for the round, chubby creature, it found a huge leaf from somewhere, picked it up, and started gnawing on it. Eat when you're hungry, sleep after eating, and eat again after waking up. This is the lazy life that so many people dream of. So cute. I really want to have one. New here, huh? Didn't you listen to the island lord's explanation last night? All you need to do is go out into the wild and scare it. When the quokka mother is frightened, she'll just drop her baby into your arms. It's just a withered leaf, but it tastes like a potato chip, so crunchy. As you can see, even if this thing eats tree leaves, it still won't lose weight, so eating vegetarian food is useless for weight loss. In the animal kingdom, most herbivores are fat, while meat eaters are thin. I never imagined that a single leaf could become its food. Suddenly, I feel a strange sense of sadness. I'm enjoying this so much. I feel like I could totally be a spokesperson for potato chips or cookies. Then create another brand, and call it 2 kangaroos. Compared to the lively ones, the audience seems to prefer the rounder ones. At this moment, it immediately makes sense that Lazy Sheep from Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf has more popularity and fans than Pleasant Goat. When it comes to cuteness, liveliness and intelligence are truly insignificant. While the audience watched the quokkas, Jiang Nan had already finished breakfast and gotten dressed. Stepping out of the tent and onto the riverbank, I was just about to stretch when I spotted a familiar friend, the Hunghing otter. Chapter 126 Baby Otters Learn to Swim. Jiang Nan, beaming with joy, called out softly. Everyone, look over there. The otter mother is teaching her babies to swim. Otters are most active in the early morning and evening, so now is the best time to teach them to swim. The baby otters can start moving around in the nest about 8 weeks after they are born. At first, we just familiarized ourselves with the surroundings of the cave, and then we went into the water to learn how to swim. Although otters love to play in the water, not all cubs are born knowing how to swim. Some are particularly afraid and will stand on the shore, refusing to get wet. If this happens, the otter mother will have a tough time. Let's take a look at the situation of these baby otters first. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, the viewers in the live stream stopped paying attention to the quokka and all looked towards the opposite bank. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a large, plump otter swayed and walked to the shore. That's the otter mother. Behind it followed 3 adorable baby otters. The 3 baby otters had no idea what was going to happen next, and being quite playful, they would curiously look around at the scenery and animals every few steps. The mother otter would occasionally turn around and examine her baby. Noticing their mother's gaze, the babies quickly followed again. It's just like when I go to the market with my mom. I want to eat something delicious, so I deliberately stop in front of the stalls, but my mom gives me a look, and I can only quickly follow behind her. The otter mother is really worried sick, looking back every few steps. Compared to this, the otter mother is hundreds of times better than the quokka mother. So otters aren't born knowing how to swim. Such a good swimmer, yet afraid of water? I suddenly thought of the little seal 404. 404. Thanks for missing me, my friend. I'll play it safe and farm for a bit before I see you all again. The audience found it very interesting. Jiang Nan then said, because of the different living environments, animal cubs are often taught various different life skills by their parents as they grow up. Just like cats, pet cats don't need to learn anything. They just need to know how to be cute and poop in the litter box. Wild stray cats, less than 2 weeks after birth, are taught by their mothers to scavenge for food and to avoid pedestrians and cars, among other survival skills. I once read a story about someone who found a dead mother cat with a 2-week-old kitten. Out of curiosity, he secretly observed the kitten. Through his observation, he discovered that the kitten would go out of the alley every night to find food, thus avoiding being caught by humans. Then it would go to the pond to find water to drink and rummage through the trash cans for food. After eating and drinking its fill, it would carry the food it found back to the alley and place it next to its mother. On cold, windy nights, kittens will snuggle up to their mothers for warmth. All of this was taught to it by its mother, and it uses everything its mother taught it to love its mother. It's a pity that mom left without teaching it about death. And it thought its mother was still alive, so it meowed around her every day, trying to call out to its sleeping mother in this way. Later, the kitten was rescued. After a doctor's examination, it was found that the kitten's stomach contained a large amount of leaves, mud, and plastic waste. Fortunately, it was rescued in time, otherwise it would have lost its life. After hearing the story, the viewers in the live stream breathed a long sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness this is a story with a perfect ending. Stray cats are really pitiful. Many stray cats are adopted by humans on a whim, but one day they lose interest and abandon them. I know a young couple who raised a kitten together, but when they broke up, they threw the kitten away. This is often the case in real life. Cats pay the price for the love between young couples, only to be forced to become strays and eventually die. Please don't pity stray cats. Last time, a pitiful stray cat went viral online. It was later adopted by a rich woman in Kyoto and now lives in a big villa with gourmet food every day. It turns out that acting cute and pitiful is so important. Reborn as a cat, I hooked up with a rich woman by being cute. What? This title is great. Could any pen pal write it down? I'd love to read it. While the audience was discussing it, the otters had already reached the shore. The mother otter was the first to dive into the river, displaying remarkable agility. Then, while swimming on his back, he looked at the 3 baby otters on the shore. His eyes were full of encouragement and expectation. The 3 baby otters looked on with fear. It was their first time seeing water, and they were terrified, jumping around, wanting to go in but too scared to do so. Helpless, the mother otter had to climb back onto the shore and demonstrate to her 3 baby otters how to get into the water again. This scene is heartwarming, interesting, and precious. After all, very few people have the opportunity to observe baby otters learning to swim up close. Even the otters raised in zoos are currently being trained by humans and do not receive any maternal care. Jiang Nan remained calm and returned to his tent. When I returned, I had a notebook for drawing, and with a pencil in hand, I began to draw the baby otters. At this moment, the slightly larger otter cub finally mustered its courage. It first cautiously walked to the damp land on the shore, gently touched the lake water with its paw, and after confirming that there was no danger, it slowly burrowed into the water. Once in the water, it imitated its mother, raising its neck high and vigorously splashing its limbs on the surface. With one of the brothers leading the way, another baby swam into the lake in a very respectable manner. Now only one baby is left. It stands on the shore, running back and forth, but refuses to go into the water. As Jiang Nan painted, he said, "That little guy was completely afraid to go into the water. You could tell it was terrified." The otter mother's teaching methods are about to be upgraded. Teaching upgrade? What does this mean? The audience was extremely curious. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the mother otter climbed back onto the shore, picked up her baby with her mouth, and forcibly threw it into the lake. Wow, what a great upgrade to the teaching method. That's really simple and straightforward. Isn't this just typical Chinese parenting? They're quite patient the first few times when teaching us to do our homework, but gradually they get impatient and might even resort to using a belt. That makes sense. That's how I learned addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division when I was a kid. Seriously, no parent can resist the urge to break down when helping their child with homework. Chapter 127. Why is there a queue for an otter massage? I disagree. Jiang Nan shook his head and said, I have seen parents who, instead of helping their children with their homework, caused them to break down. Parents were dictating their children's English words, and they were yelling pie. The child was completely bewildered and asked, "What pie?" The parents confirmed repeatedly, "It's pie, a fountain pen." The child was speechless. A fountain pen is a pen. Parents continue. The child frowned. "Why are you scolding yourself?" After Jiang Nan finished speaking, the audience burst out laughing. Haha, this isn't dictation, it's more like guessing. Just wondering, did your parents go out to forage for wild vegetables when they were in school? I understand. This is called reverse teaching, which can deepen the child's impression and help them remember faster and easier. I laughed so hard that I couldn't even bite through my hot and sour noodles. They just came right out of my throat. Just as the live stream was filled with laughter and joy, the next second, all the viewers were collectively stunned. Because there's a huge misunderstanding. After being forcibly thrown into the water, the baby otter thrashed about frantically, splashing water everywhere. It was about to sink into the water. At that moment, the mother otter darted into the water and used her back to support her baby. The baby felt safe and secure being held in place, and gradually began to learn to swim, no longer afraid of the water. It seems we've all misunderstood the otter mother, just like how we misunderstand the protagonist when we only read half of the news. Jiang Nan explained. In the animal kingdom, very few mothers treat their children roughly. About 85% are very gentle. For example, sea otters are often encountered by fishermen when they go out to sea, and they mostly sleep while floating on their backs. In the mother sea otter's arms, there are often adorable babies, whose fur is very dry and not wet at all. When there is no place to dock in the ocean, the sea otter mother will turn herself into a safe, small boat so that her baby can rest on her body. Mother's love is so gentle and great. At first, the mother otter swam very slowly and tried to stay as close as possible to her 3 babies. All the 3 babies had to do was swim hard to catch up with their mother. When they run out of energy, they can quickly climb onto their mother's back to rest. Once you've rested, you can continue swimming. This process is repeated. Their water skills and swimming abilities become extraordinary. Throughout the entire process, the mother otter remained tireless, constantly immersed in the water without complaint, and even taught her baby more swimming skills. This scene warms the heart. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the otter swimming chart. Experience points plus 50. Soon, another vivid sketch appeared in Jiang Nan's notebook. Jiang Nan finished writing and was about to get up and leave when he suddenly realized that the mother otter had climbed up to his side at some point. It stood half-standing, just like a human standing on tiptoe, staring wide-eyed at the painting by Jiang Nan. His eyes were filled with joy. It even gently brushed against Jiang Nan. It seems that it really likes the painting that Jiang Nan made for itself and its babies. The otter mother is so spineless. She should sue the island owner for infringing on her portrait rights and make him compensate her. Wow, you know the law. This case is too tricky. Who the hell would dare take it? Calling Zhang Wei, Zhang Yuda, Zhang Deipeo, Zhang Erkang, and Snake. Zhang Wei. Excuse me, please call me a legal pioneer. If this case really exists, wouldn't it be outrageous? Isn't that outrageous? Someone helped an elderly person who had fallen and was ordered to pay tens of thousands of yuan in compensation. The lawyer even asked, if you didn't knock them down, why did you help them up? I remember an even more outrageous news story. A thief broke into someone's house to steal something, accidentally fell and got injured, and the family ended up having to pay the thief's medical expenses. A naughty kid stole someone else's takeout and ended up in the hospital because of the super spicy chicken wings. In the end, the person who ordered the takeout had to pay compensation. Isn't that outrageous? Compared to humans, cases among animals are much simpler. They're mostly just about fighting over territory and brawling. As expected, the lyrics were right. Society is simple. It's people who are complicated. No matter what, the island owner should at least reward the otter mother with a big fish. That's right. Without the otter mother's selfless dedication to teaching, the island owner wouldn't be able to paint. Viewers in the live stream expressed their sympathy for the otter mother. Jiang Nan glanced at the comments, thought for a moment, then hugged the otter mother tightly and whispered, "Don't be afraid. I'll give you a massage. You must be exhausted from teaching the baby to swim. A massage will make you feel much better." As he spoke, he began to massage using the massage skills he had been rewarded with by the system. To be honest, Jiang Nan didn't know anything about massage before. After learning massage techniques, these hands seemed to be imbued with magic, becoming incredibly flexible and skilled whenever they began massaging animals. It can do everything from rubbing, kneading, pushing, smearing, squeezing, and pressing. It can even pinpoint some of the animal's most sensitive acupoints and apply pressure accordingly. In the blink of an eye, the mother otter revealed a human-like smile. You could tell from its expression that it was very comfortable, and it even stretched its limbs deliberately, allowing Jiang Nan to give it a full-body massage. Is it just my imagination? Why do I feel like the otter mother is smiling? It looks very comfortable and enjoyable. Is the island lord's massage technique really that good? I really want to experience it. I never imagined that one day I would envy an otter. Me too. Island owner, name your price. How much would you like for a massage? Island owner, please don't insult me with money. A few million will suffice. Sisters, why don't we be bolder? Let's use all our charm to win over the island owner. Then he can give us massages every day. I only have one small question. Can women get priority for massages? Island owner, those with good figures get priority. The viewers in the live stream kept speeding up the car, and many of the spectators were female and were making suggestive remarks. Some female viewers even recorded the Jiang Nan massage segment and secretly watched it under the covers at night. Why? 3 baby otters swimming in the lake noticed their mother was missing. Perhaps they were tired from swimming, so they quickly climbed ashore and ran over to her. Seeing their mother's comfortable expression, the children were filled with curiosity and looked at Jiang Nan with expectant eyes, as if to say, "Handsome young man, please give us a massage since we are so cute." Chapter 128 Jiang Nan, I made my fortune by massaging otters. Done. About 5 minutes later, Jiang Nan finished massaging the otter mother. The mother otter jumped to the ground, still looking like she wanted more. Looking at the 3 children who had been found, he then looked up at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, you can massage yourself, but why bring your family along? Before he could react, the otter mother had already stepped forward, pulled a pebble from her pocket with her 2 front paws, and held it up in front of Jiang Nan. The pebbles were crystal clear, without any sharp edges, and were agate red. At first glance, it looks like a gemstone. Ha, you really beat me. Jiang Nan was amused and said, otters like to play with stones, and they especially like to collect beautiful stones. At first people thought that otters were just bored and were using stones as toys. Actually, that's not the case. Scientists have discovered that otters like to play with stones partly out of boredom, and partly to use the stones as prey to practice hunting. Some scientists have even discovered that when otters eat shellfish, they take out their treasured stones and use them to pry open the shells. So for otters, stones are not just stones, but also treasures for learning skills. The otter mother was able to take the stone out, which shows that she really loves her baby. In that case, let's add more time. Jiang Nan picked up the pebble that the otter mother handed him and put it in his pocket. He didn't want to disappoint the otter mother's good intentions, nor did he want to frustrate her maternal love. Most importantly, he just heard the system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing a massage for the otter mother. Intimacy level plus 250. Although the numbers don't sound great, the intimacy points given are indeed substantial. Keep in mind that feeding animals with fresh meat and fruit rewarded by the system will only increase their intimacy level by a maximum of 100. It has now more than doubled. At this rate, I only need to massage 4 animals to get 1,000 intimacy points, and the upgrade of my animal taming skill will be just around the corner. The reason the otter mother was so persistent was that after the massage, she felt better than ever before. Even the pain in his body from yesterday's battle with the East Star otters had disappeared. He treasured it so much that he had to let his children experience it. Jiang Nan picked up a baby otter and started massaging it again, saying, "You two don't have to rush. Line up properly, and I'll definitely give you a massage." The remaining 2 baby otters stood obediently, craning their necks in anticipation. The mother otter turned and dived into the water, returning to her burrow. Does it not want its own child anymore? No. It's going to tip someone off. About a minute later, the otters from the other side all came rushing over. All of Hung Hing's otters were mobilized. The last time we had such a large-scale operation was when we fought against the East Star otters. Some of them were still covered in dust, clearly having been digging a hole, and rushed over as fast as they could after hearing the wind. Thump, thump, thump. One after another, the otters jumped into the water, creating trails on the surface, a truly spectacular sight. But the most spectacular part is yet to come. After climbing ashore, they all obediently began to line up. One after another, no one deliberately cut in line. Moreover, they all stand on 2 legs, much like humans, with their 2 front paws holding their treasured pebbles. Some are pine green, some are off-white, some are dark blue, and some are even transparent. Looking at the neat line of otters, Jiang Nan smiled and said, "No rush, one at a time." In his eyes, these weren't otters at all. They were clearly a surge in intimacy points. The viewers in the live stream were already in an uproar watching this stunning scene. My goodness, these otters are so orderly. This scene seems familiar. Wasn't this just like when the island owner put barnacles on the green sea turtles? Green turtle brother, I'm familiar with this operation, and I'm even more familiar with this scene. I actually saw a heart-shaped pebble among them, the transparent one. I really want to have it. Li Chun from Running Man. What I have in abundance are heart-shaped stones. How many do you want? I'll give them to you wholesale. Trading pebbles for a massage is such a great deal. I believe that after today, pebbles will become the common currency in the otter world. The island owner has inadvertently boosted the economic trade of an animal species. Perhaps as they become smarter, they will specialize in bringing more precious jade or gemstones to the island owner. Now that you mention it, it sounds like the island owner is playing the long game. Island owner, about how I massaged otters, harvested gems, and became a billionaire. The audience was talking about it. Jiang Nan was getting massages one after another. He collected all the pebbles, knowing they would be very useful later. During the massage, Jiang Nan became increasingly familiar with the group of otters. Especially Chun Hunan, the leader of the otters, is larger and more majestic than the other otters. He even resembles Chan Honam from the movie, Young and Dangerous, with a thick, bushy head of hair. And that transparent heart-shaped stone is its. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing a massage for the otter leader. Intimacy level plus 300. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing a massage for the otter chief's wife. Intimacy level plus 290. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed a massage for the otter chief's son. Intimacy level plus 280. Observing these intimacy values, Jiang Nan discovered that massaging the leader was the highest level. And so on. In other words, there is a hierarchy within the otter family. The otter that led a group of baby otters here yesterday, waiting to fish and eat, is none other than the chief's son. Jiang Nan continued massaging with great enthusiasm. Suddenly, he picked up the otter that had lined up in front of him and asked, "Didn't you just get a massage?" Then, Jiang Nan stood up, looked at the otters in line, and said helplessly, "No wonder it's been so long and you haven't finished your massages yet. It turns out you've started queuing again with new pebbles. Sorry, we only offer massages once a day. Please come early tomorrow. However, if anyone has a stone like this, or one that is even more beautiful and precious, I can massage it every day in advance, and it won't need to wait in line." As he spoke, Jiang Nan took out a transparent heart-shaped stone from his pocket. Seeing that Jiang Nan was no longer giving massages, the otters were all extremely disappointed. They carefully put the stones back into their pockets, knowing they would need them tomorrow, and then reluctantly left. Chapter 129. The attention of the China Marine Zoology Research Institute. Jiang Nan stopped giving massages because the intimacy level had decreased. After repeatedly massaging an otter, the intimacy level dropped by 100. In addition, he has many other things to do throughout the day and cannot stay with these little guys all the time to massage them repeatedly, so he can only do it once a day. The island owner is too wicked, leisurely serving otters with pretty stones. Isn't this just encouraging the otters to compete fiercely? Bank. I'm very familiar with this process. VIPs, please enjoy our service without queuing. What surprised me was that the island owner could distinguish each otter. If it were me, I would have been confused long ago. That scene just now reminded me of the minions. In the movie, before all the minions go to sleep, they have to ask the leader for a kiss. The leader can only kiss them one after another. But one of them deliberately cut in line, wanting to ask for an extra kiss, and the leader recognized him. I've seen this clip, haha, it really does look like it. The baby otters are just as cute and adorable as the minions. The boss recognizes every minion, and the island owner recognizes every otter. It's really amazing. I'm planning to make an animated film based on the island owner and these otters. It'll be called Little Otters, Big Island Owner. Any big shots interested in investing? I think it's good. At least it's better than all the animated films in recent years that are about monkeys and Neza. China Marine Zoology Research Institute. Professor Zhang Fuxian, who is also the director of the institute, unusually did not stay in his own courtyard house, but came to the institute instead. Ever since his son Zhang Xiangdong introduced him to Jiang Nan that day, this old-fashioned man has caught up with the times and started watching live streams like young people. He registered an account and has been quietly staying in the live stream room for the past few days. Zhang Fuxian not only observed it himself, but he also came to the institute and invited all the zoologists to come and see it. These zoologists were quickly captivated and equally excited after watching Jiang Nan's live stream. After all, there are too few young people in this era who dare to risk approaching wild animals. In addition, they are getting old and are no longer able to go out into the wild to observe for themselves. Over time, we have lost sight of the habits of many wild animals and have been unable to provide reasonable explanations for them. The emergence of Jiang Nan greatly filled this gap. These elderly people, with their frail and aging bodies, can observe all sorts of wild animals from their offices. After watching the otter mother swim with her cubs and Jiang Nan massage the otters who were lining up, several zoologists gathered directly in Zhang Fuxian's office. Director, is it possible to contact this island master Jiang? If possible, let him come to the research institute. The benefits there are definitely no worse than being an island owner on the Great Barrier Reef. This is a rare talent. Probably only one like him appears every few years. The last one to appear thousands of years ago was Chun PC. If the island lord is willing to join, it would be a great thing for our research institute. The live stream just now was so amazing and precious. We've never filmed a wild otter mother teaching her baby to swim before. There was a phone on the table in front of Zhang Fuxian, who was still watching the live stream with great interest. He said as he watched, "I've been observing this little guy through the live streams these past few days. He's not a money-grubbing person, and he certainly wouldn't be interested in our government jobs. What this kid longs for is freedom, to be unrestrained. Do you know where he used to work? He was the general manager of a Fortune 100 company, earning a hefty annual salary." Zhang Fuxian marveled. After watching the live streams over the past few days, he has grown to like Jiang Nan more and more. He thought for a moment and then said, "Since he is a reliable person, after careful consideration, I think we can appoint him as a special consultant for our research institute. Not only do we not need him to come to report for duty, but we also don't need him to come to work every day. On the contrary, we will provide him with some conveniences. If he leaves the Great Barrier Reef area in the future and goes to explore other islands, we can definitely step in to coordinate." As soon as he finished speaking, a zoologist looked puzzled. "What's the point? Yeah, what are we after? What do we gain by arranging such a comfortable position for him? Please take a longer-term view," Zhang Fuxian said earnestly. "As long as he becomes our special consultant, we can turn to him immediately whenever we encounter any problems in the future. I feel like this little guy knows more than a few of us old fogies. Furthermore, we can also use the animal videos he filmed for observation and research. You have to understand that we live in a copyright era. If we use these videos to profit without his permission, we'll be sued sooner or later. Finally, I'd like to ask you a question. What is the most important task of the political department?" This question completely baffled everyone. Zhang Fuxian reiterated, "Besides the personnel department in charge of allocation, the most important work of the political department is organization and propaganda. In these tasks, publicity is especially important. As long as the publicity is done well, we can attract more and more young people to join us." At this point, the zoologists finally understood. The director is planning to make the island owner the spokesperson for the research institute. With the title of Special Consultant of the China Marine Zoology Research Institute, Jiang Nan can gain unparalleled honor by discovering any rare species, which also brings glory to the China Marine Zoology Research Institute. Most importantly, Jiang Nan is already very popular, and with his addition, the Research Institute will become widely known. Collaborating with live streamers is not shameful. On the contrary, it can be quite effective. The famous League of Legends streamer, Decima, is now known as Director Han in people's eyes, because he was frequently invited to participate in activities of local departments, including inspections and visits to various regions. He gradually increased the local visibility and attracted many tourists. Besides Decima, there's also Ding Zhun, who gained popularity for her good looks. After gaining fame, he immediately joined the local government and became a local tourism promotion master. He even entered the entertainment industry and frequently appeared on galas and variety shows. Although he has lost his former innocence and has made his own mistakes, it is undeniable that his joining the local government has indeed impacted the development of the local tourism industry. Jiang Nan is undoubtedly the top influencer in the outdoor section right now, and he frequently does live streams to popularize various animals. Collaborating with the China Marine Zoology Institute is undoubtedly the best choice for him. No rush, let's observe a bit more. Anyway, I'm determined to have this little guy. Zhang Fuxian squinted as he watched the live stream. What he didn't know was that the content of the upcoming live stream would shock him even more. Even the highly respected and usually kind man couldn't help but swear. What? Chapter 130, The Altar Under the Cherry Blossom Tree. Otter Sacrifice. At this moment, Jiang Nan watched the otters leave and was preparing to depart for Parrot Valley. Suddenly, the otters, who had clearly returned to the other side, turned back. They didn't head towards Jiang Nan, but instead went in an orderly fashion straight to a cherry blossom tree not far away. Jiang Nan observed carefully and found that this cherry blossom tree was thicker and its flowers were more beautiful. Under his watchful eye, the otters quickly surrounded the cherry blossom tree, forming a circle. Then, he took a stone out of his pocket and gently placed it under the cherry blossom tree. They weren't pebbles, just ordinary gravel. Thump! After putting down the stone, Chan Honam jumped into the lake first and returned to the other side at an extremely fast speed. The other otters followed suit, leaving none behind, including the cubs. Should we place stones under the cherry blossom tree? What are they trying to do? Before Jiang Nan could figure out what was going on, the Hunghing otters, led by Chan Honam, returned to attack. Just like before, I went straight to the cherry blossom tree, took a stone out of my pocket, jumped into the lake, and returned. This was repeated 2 or 3 times, and the area under the cherry blossom tree was now piled high with stones. The otters are clever. They don't just discard the pieces randomly, but lay them out one by one and then pile them up. At first glance, it looks a bit like altar. Jiang Nan blurted out, almost without thinking. Could it be that they want to? Before he could finish speaking, Chan Honam climbed back onto the shore. This time, instead of stones in its pockets, it had a large fish in its mouth. The big fish had already been killed by it, and the process was clean and efficient, without any splattering of thick blood. Returning to the cherry blossom tree, it placed the large fish in its mouth onto the stones it had previously piled up. Seeing this, the audience became even more puzzled. What's going on? The otter finally caught a fish, but instead of eating it, it put the fish on a rock. Do we have to dry the fish in a dried fish before eating it? Jiang Nan, however, was delighted, becoming even more certain of what the otters were up to. An otter sacrifice, or otter sacrifice for short. I never thought I'd actually encounter something like this. Jiang Nan couldn't wait to speak. Dasai. What the hell? They actually use otters as sacrifices? The audience was increasingly confused and began sending questions in the live chat. Just then, more and more otters climbed out of the heart-shaped lake. Almost every one of them had a fish in its mouth. Because of time constraints, some fish that didn't catch any will bite together with their companions to show that they caught the fish together. Like Chun Hunan, none of them ate the fish. Instead, they carried it to the cherry blossom tree and neatly placed the large fish on the rocks. Through repeated practice, about 10 were gradually placed. Like the stones, they were not discarded haphazardly, but arranged neatly according to size. The scene was truly spectacular, and it's filled with an air of mystery. Finally, led by Chan Honam, all the otters stood up on their hind legs, put their front paws together, and closed their eyes in unison. It's like a human prayer. Was it really a ritual or prayer? The viewers in the live stream stared wide-eyed, their faces clearly displaying disbelief. Sacrifice. Pray. Did the island lord really get it right? Otters actually perform rituals and even build altars. This is truly an eye-opener. This is truly amazing. This is the first time I've ever seen something like this, and I've never even heard of it before. Are these otters preparing to cultivate immortality? The comments scrolled faster and faster. Jiang Nan said calmly, "Don't be shocked, everyone. Otters do indeed perform sacrificial rituals. Because they like fishing and are quite playful, they often end up catching more fish than they can eat, so they have no choice but to neatly arrange them. However, judging from the condition of the Hunghing otters, they probably don't have an endless supply of fish, since they just caught them all. I guess they must have finished building their nest before they started the ritual. In rural areas, people hold a ceremony to worship after the house is completed. In the city, after moving into their new houses, people will invite relatives and friends over for a meal to celebrate their housewarming. That's the situation with the Hunghing otters right now. The practice of otter sacrifice has existed since ancient times, first appearing in the Book of Rites. Monthly ordinances. When the east wind thaws the ice, hibernating insects begin to stir, fish rise to the surface of the ice, and otters offer fish as a sacrifice. During the Tang dynasty, people would raise otters to catch fish. The otters would help fishermen drive the fish into their nets, thus catching a large number of fish quickly. Before fishing, people would offer otters as a sacrifice, which was a kind of beautiful prayer. In addition, the ancients would also deduce festivals by observing otter sacrifices. Otter sacrifices often occur in the first phase of the awakening of insects, which is also the rainwater period. Counting the days, it is indeed more than February now. It is said that during these days, the otters, which have been hibernating all winter, will start to come out and fish like crazy, thus creating this scene. The Book of Zhou, in the chapter on seasonal instruction, states, 5 days after the otter offers fish as a sacrifice on the day of rainwater, and 5 days after the wild geese arrive, the grass and trees begin to sprout. It's easy to imagine how wise the ancients were. Besides otters, jackals also perform sacrifices, known as jackal sacrifices. After hearing Jiang Nan's explanation, the audience finally understood. I never knew the ancients were so clever. They could deduce festivals by observing animal behavior. Ancient man. My name is Ancient Man, not fool. Never underestimate the wisdom of our ancestors. Much of what we learn comes from their legacy. Exactly. Can you believe that Emperor Kangxi was fluent in multiple languages? Besides Chinese, Mongolian, Tibetan, and other languages spoken in China, he also knew German. Not only that, he was also proficient in geometry, calculus, and astronomy. I've heard that many of the formulas we use today were translated by him. My goodness, I suddenly have a question. If the ancients were so clever, how come the protagonists in those novels who traveled back in time were able to outwit them? Looking at the comments, Jiang Nan continued. Actually, there's another, more superstitious, explanation about Dasai. Some people think that otters catch fish by taking a bite or two from the fattest parts, and then throwing them away. They do this repeatedly, eating, catching, playing, and throwing away the leftover fish. Later, there were too many dead fish to discard, so the otters felt sorry for them and bowed to the Buddha, praying, "What a sin! We have wasted so much. I beg the Buddha to have great mercy and bring these fish back to life. Please do not cut off my path to food." So he knelt and kowtowed 3 times and 9 times, practicing in this manner every day. Finally, here's a little-known fact. A famous poet had a connection with otters. Do you know who it is? Chapter 131. I know that, it has to be Li Bai. Li Bai, don't let just any Tom, Dick, or Harry come to me. In modern terms, what you're doing is called riding the coattails of someone's popularity. Li Bai, if you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll stab you to death with my sword. This knowledge is indeed obscure. Nobody in the live stream knew it. Jiang Nan couldn't find the correct answer in the comments, so he simply said, actually, it's Li Shangyan. When the Tang Dynasty poet Li Shangyan wrote his poems and essays, he often consulted many books in order to use illusions. These books were spread out in the room, just like an otter laying out fish, so he was nicknamed Otter Offering Fish. The viewers in the live stream suddenly realized what was going on. I see. One should learn as long as one lives. Hee, if I use classical illusions in my essays in the future, I'll definitely dazzle my teacher. I bet when your teacher sees what you wrote, they'll be wondering, why is there a golden toilet in the latrine? The more the island owner talks, the more excited I get. I really want to raise one. Go ahead and keep them. Didn't the island owner say before that although otters are a Class 2 protected animal, they are allowed to be kept as pets in Japan? Jiang Nan quickly replied, I did say that, but I forgot to mention the follow-up. Because island nations allow the keeping of otters, and otters are so cute, many people want to keep one as a pet, which has led to a shortage of otters in island nations. Then Myanmar, Loag and other countries began to capture wild otter pups and otter mothers on a large scale, and then sell them to island nations at high prices. This action directly led to the near extinction of wild otters in several of their countries. Jiang Nan was telling the truth. And that is indeed the case. There is only one reason why animals in nature go extinct: human intervention. Some were hunted in large numbers because their fur or horns were too rare in order to satisfy people's desire for luxury. Some animals were eaten to extinction because their flesh was so delicious, thus satisfying people's gluttonous desires. Some are caught because they are too cute and weak, lacking the ability to protect themselves, and thus are kept as pets to satisfy people's desire for comparison. Otters are the third type. Because otters are so rare and adorable, island nations allow the keeping of otters as pets, resulting in very high prices for wild otter pups. Neighboring countries do not adequately protect wildlife, so trafficking naturally occurs. Over time, the local otters will inevitably become extinct. Where there is a market, there will be demand, and where there is demand, there will be a market. This cycle repeats, with people making a fortune while animals become the victims. Fortunately, China has very strict regulations in this regard. Once discovered, a pair of silver bracelets will be awarded as a reward, and in serious cases, a chocolate bean will be given as a reward. Therefore, you can see adorable little animals like otters in many parts of China. After the sacrifice, the otters picked up the large fish in front of them and went straight to Jiang Nan, where they released all the fish with a splash. Just a moment ago, Jiang Nan was watching with great excitement. The next second, His smile vanished, replaced by a look of utter exasperation. What are you guys up to? You don't still want to offer sacrifices to me, do you? I'm not dead yet. The viewers in the live stream were already laughing their heads off when they saw this. According to the law of conservation of energy, the smile on the island lord's face will not disappear. It has simply transferred to our faces. Island owner, you're so pitiful, but I'm laughing so loudly. Yesterday the island owner fished for the otters, and today the otters fished for the island owner. It's a fair exchange. On the bright side, at least the island owner won't have to worry about eating fish anymore. The island owner just arrived here yesterday and fished for these otters as a form of protection money, but today the otters are bringing him fish. What's the meaning of this? They were captivated by the island owner's charm. No, to be precise, it was his hands. The island owner's massage was so comfortable, so they had to curry favor with him. That makes sense. In the eyes of these otters, the island lord is indeed a godlike figure. The smile on Jiang Nan's face gradually returned, because the otters did not make any gestures or expressions of worship towards themselves. Judging from their posture, they were preparing to give these fish to me. It must be said that otters are indeed clever. They know that constantly placing fish on the altar will only attract other otter families, and may even attract more ferocious wild animals. Even if other animals aren't attracted, it will eventually rot and stink over time. Otters are naturally fastidious and particularly fond of cleanliness. So, to do a favor, they sent the fish from the sacrificial ceremony to Jiang Nan. And naturally, they wouldn't eat the fish offered as sacrifices. I'll take these fish. I'll make a whole fish feast when I get back tonight. Jiang Nan patted his belly, started picking up the fish, and said, "Thank you for the food. I hereby solemnly announce that your massages tomorrow will be free, for one day only." Whether the otters understood or not, smiles seemed to appear on their faces. One of them even excitedly turned its head and jumped into the heart-shaped lake behind it. When Jiang Nan put the fish he had collected back into the tent and came out, he found that the otters had already left. He changed his clothes, packed his tools, grabbed 2 quokkas, mounted his moose, and shouted, "Let's go. Parrot Valley. Tai Sui, stay here and guard the camp. You'll get an extra fish tonight." There are so many fish in Jiang Nan now. It's like a country overflowing with wealth. Tada! The moose, carrying the people of Jiang Nan, is about to set off, its hooves pounding the ground. Suddenly, the Honghing otters on the opposite bank darted out again. Just like yesterday, they swam to the center of the lake, all looking very excited. It was obvious they were about to fight again. Looks like there's going to be another big battle today. I wonder if they are the East Star otters or some other otter family. Let's stop for a bit, watch the battle, and then set off. Jiang Nan had a look on his face as if he were watching a melon seed. A short while later, a group of otters emerged from the grass. Judging from their size and fur color, they are actually East Star otters. That's too belligerent. They were just beaten up yesterday, and they're already seeking revenge today. The environment at Heart-Shaped Lake is so beautiful, and the fish in the lake are plentiful and large. If it were me, I would also want to go there. Damn it, this place feels like Jingzhou in the Three Kingdoms period, a strategic location fought over by military strategists. I hereby solemnly declare that from now on, this group of otters will be called Otter Brats. I love watching fights. Time to snack on some sunflower seeds. I support the otters of Honghing. After all, we've developed feelings for them. The viewers in the live stream were already impatient, even more excited than the otters participating in the battle. Chapter 132 Parrot Valley. The little kangaroo searches for its mother. A major battle is imminent. The intensity was comparable to yesterday. The result was exactly the same. The East Star otters suffered another crushing defeat. After being massaged by Jiang Nan, the Honghing otters were all in high spirits, and soon they beat the Tung Sing otters ashore. Even Chan Ho Nam, who fought to a standstill with Crow yesterday, is now firmly in control. Watching the Dongxing otters flee in a sorry state, Jiang Nan smiled helplessly and said, "You guys really perfectly exemplify what it means to be both bad at the game and love to play." The otters all fled. The Honghing otters happily frolicked and played in the river to celebrate. Jiang Nan had already ridden away on his moose. Upon arriving at the entrance to Parrot Valley, Jiang Nan became increasingly aware of how right it was not to have brought the tiger-headed sea eagle Tai Sui with him. Because there are just too many parrots here. Besides the various cockatoos we've seen before, there are actually other species as well. A green-bodied parrot. Other common species include budgies and cockatiels. The cockatiel is known as the phoenix-tailed parrot in the country. These two types of parrots are very common in China, and are allowed to be kept as pets, making them popular pet birds for many people. In addition to these, there are rose-necked parrots, speed parrots, king parrots, and so on. If the stellar sea eagle were to suddenly appear, it would surely scare these parrots to death. Jiang Nan jumped off the back of the moose and carefully entered, trying not to disturb them. After walking less than 5 meters forward, 4 or 5 small parrots with yellow chests, blue heads, and green backs appeared in front of Jiang Nan. They were not afraid of Jiang Nan at all, and wandered among the various flowers on their own. That's a lorikeet, Jiang Nan explained. Their favorite thing to do is just like bees, to suck pollen from various flowers. If you observe closely, you will find that their beaks are longer than those of ordinary parrots, which is to make it easier for them to reach into the flowers to get food. Actually, their tongues are also very long and thin, and they have brush-like hairs, called brush tongues, which are also used to suck up pollen. Haha, what made me think of hummingbirds? Wow, it's so beautiful. The colors are so vibrant. This place is simply a parrot paradise. My favorite animal is a bird, and my favorite bird is a parrot. Island owner, please leave me here for the rest of my life. Island master, look over there. There's a pink parrot over there. At this point, the number of comments in the live stream decreased significantly. It's not that so many varieties of parrots fail to attract viewers, but rather that they are busy taking screenshots and recording videos. Looking towards Jiang Nan, I spotted the pink parrot. It has a twig in its mouth and is standing on a big tree, building its love nest. Pink sulfur-crested parrot. Jiang Nan glanced at them and immediately named them, saying, "The reason for this name is actually quite simple. It's because most of their feathers are pink, and the feathers on their heads are fluffy, resembling sunflower petals at first glance, hence the name. Don't let its small size fool you. It's all alone right now, but it has a whole army of its own. Generally, they like to appear in groups, sometimes numbering in the thousands, so maybe their main force is hiding in some forest. Not only that, they also live a long life, at least until they are 40 years old. What I'm more curious about now is why it's here. You know, although they like forests and grasslands, they prefer to live in areas such as ranches, parks, and gardens built by humans because they prefer open spaces rather than dense forests." After Jiang Nan finished speaking, he looked around and instantly understood. Although this is a large valley, there are still many flat areas within it, which are naturally very suitable for pink cockatoos. Most importantly, the valley is now home to all kinds of parrots, numbering at least 1 or 2,000, and has become a paradise for them. Compared to ranches and parks, the pink cockatoo, which loves to join in the fun, would definitely choose to make its home here. Before long, Jiang Nan had arrived in the valley and had seen quite a few parrots. These parrots are not afraid of Jiang Nan. Some of them are full of curiosity and will take the initiative to come closer. Perhaps it's because they smelled the sunflower seeds. Before arriving, Jiang Nan was worried that his sudden intrusion would frighten the parrots, so he specially prepared some melon seeds and put them in his pocket. He also thought that if the parrots were hostile towards him, he would bribe them with their favorite snack, sunflower seeds. In retrospect, it was completely unnecessary. Although these parrots are all wild and may never have seen many humans in their entire lives, their lively and mischievous nature means they are not shy or socially awkward at all. While enjoying the scenery in Jiang Nan and watching the parrots flying back and forth, I unknowingly arrived at the stream. This is the place where the family of 3 quokkas, which we had previously seen from a distance, lived. He looked around but couldn't find the mother quokka. Jiang Nan also specifically searched for dense grassy areas, because quokkas like to hide inside. Left with no other choice, he put the 2 babies down on the ground and said softly, "You're more familiar with this area. Look around and see if you can find your mother. If their mother is nearby, the 2 babies might be able to smell her scent and find her on their own." The 2 babies glanced at Jiang Nan, then skipped and hopped away. Jiang Nan plopped down on the ground, then lay down on the lawn, leisurely beginning to admire the parrot. The island owner is so carefree, letting the 2 baby quokkas go looking for themselves. Aren't they afraid of getting lost? This is their home. Have you ever seen a child get lost from its own home? I used to watch a variety show called Where Are We Going, Dad? Now, the island owner is showing Where Are We Going, Mom? Just as there was the story of tadpoles looking for their mothers in ancient times, now there is the story of baby kangaroos looking for their mothers. There's nothing we can do. The quokka mother is so irresponsible. She even abandoned her own child. There are so many parrots here. I've already taken so many pictures. I can study them now. Island master, get up quickly. A huge, enormous parrot is flying towards you, and it looks incredibly fierce. It must be the boss here, and it's annoyed that you've trespassed on its territory. You'd better get out of here. The viewers in the live stream were worried that something might have happened to Jiang Nan, and they kept reminding him. The main problem was that something unexpected happened in Jiang Nan, which reduced their enjoyment of life. Ever since watching Jiang Nan's live stream, watching other people's live streams has become utterly boring, like chewing wax. Jiang Nan calmly raised his head, looked at the enormous parrot flying towards him, and instead of being worried, he smiled. Chapter 133, Teaching a Parrot to Talk. Its first words are a national treasure. What a huge gray parrot! Jiang Nan exclaimed sincerely. A gray parrot is about 30 centimeters long, and a slightly larger one can be 40 centimeters long. This one is almost 50 centimeters long. No sooner had he finished speaking than the gray parrot flew to Jiang Nan, tilting its head and curiously looking him up and down. 50 centimeters? What? That would be the world's largest parrot. The world's largest parrot is actually the macaw. That's right, the macaw is the biggest. You can tell from its name. If that's the case, then is Leo Ku's XX very big? Ethan Wan. I'm sorry, although you didn't mention me, I still feel offended. They were supposed to be talking about parrots, but the live stream inexplicably started making suggestive remarks. Jiang Nan smiled and explained. The world's largest parrot is indeed the macaw, but there are even larger macaws, called the hyacinth macaw. Just like their name suggests, their feathers are blue and purple all over their bodies. The hyacinth macaw is the largest member of the parrot family, reaching up to 1 meter in length and weighing over 1.5 kilograms. The native habitat of wild hyacinth macaws is Brazil, where 95% of the world's wild hyacinth macaws live. However, human hunting and destruction of the natural environment, coupled with the fact that hyacinth macaws are so rare, have made them a target of hunting, and they are now facing a survival crisis, with their numbers continuing to decline. In 1986, there were only a little over 1,000 left in the world. Thanks to the intervention of wildlife conservation organizations, the number of birds had reached 6,500 by 2003. Before the Jiang Nan dialect was even finished, a viewer asked in the live chat, "Is the main character in Rio based on the hyacinth macaw?" No. Compared to the hyacinth macaw, the little blue macaw is even more tragic. Jiang Nan shook his head and sighed. The little blue macaw is relatively small and cannot intimidate humans at first glance. In addition, Western nobles in the last century especially liked parrots with blue feathers, which led to them being hunted in large numbers and made into specimens. Some were even more pitiful, with all their feathers plucked out, and only the best ones were selected and sold off one by one. In October 2000, a tragedy shocked the world. The last surviving little blue macaw in the wild disappeared. It is unknown whether it was captured by poachers or killed by predators, and no one has seen its trace since. From this point on, this parrot species no longer exists in the wild. As of April 2015, only 100 captive-bred blue macaws remained. Some were used for breeding research, while others were still in the hands of wealthy private individuals. Humans have always loved beautiful things. Animals that are beautiful are destined for extinction. The story of the little blue macaw is rather tragic. After telling it, Jiang Nan, fearing that the atmosphere in the live broadcast room would become lifeless and the audience would fall into depression, quickly changed the subject. Previously, we listed the 10 largest eagles in the world. Today, let's talk about the smartest parrot in the world. However, instead of listing 10 types, I will only mention 3. The third most popular bird is the macaw. They are lively and like to imitate people's speech, sometimes even dialects. The second place goes to the Amazon parrot. They are very famous in the parrot world. Besides their strong talking ability, they have 2 other advantages. They are very beautiful and they can live up to 80 years old. The number 1 is the gray parrot in front of us. They are eloquent and intelligent. They can communicate with humans almost without any obstacles. They are the smartest and best at mimicking human speech among all parrots. It is said that the intelligence of a gray parrot is equivalent to that of a 5-year-old child. The viewers in the live stream were shocked. A 5-year-old? Really? In other words, the person standing in front of Jiang Nan right now is essentially a bratty kid. Everyone, calm down. Actually, there is a description of parrots in the classic of mountains and seas. Huangshan Mountain has no grass or trees, but many bamboo arrows. There is a bird there, which looks like an owl, with blue feathers and a red beak, and can speak with a human tongue. It is called a parrot. I always thought the classic of mountains and seas was a cookbook. Isn't that right? Jiang Nan didn't look at the comments. but instead reached out his right hand, tentatively trying to touch the gray parrot. At the same time, he was also puzzled. Because gray parrots generally live in Africa, although they occasionally visit this place, the chances are very small. I never expected to run into this today. Jiang Nan glanced down at the lucky ring he always wore on his hand and muttered to himself, "Was it you who made the difference?" The ring couldn't respond to Jiang Nan, but the gray parrot did. It actually put its head under Jiang Nan's palm and let Jiang Nan stroke it, looking completely relaxed. Jiang Nan was very pleased. He took out some melon seeds from his pocket and prepared to start teaching the gray parrot to talk. It's rare to encounter one of the world's most intelligent parrots. We must teach it human language so that communication will be easier in the future. That's right. That's the look of enjoyment on its face. I used to have a cockatiel, and it loved it when I petted it. Every time I petted it, it would have that same look of enjoyment on its face. It was exactly the same. My cockatiel is like that too. Parrot, birdmen will never be slaves unless they're petted. What is the island owner trying to do? Teach the parrot to talk. The island owner is awesome. I raise dogs, he raises seals. I teach my cockatiels to talk, he teaches his gray parrots to talk. I've never been able to teach my cockatiel to speak, so this is a good opportunity to learn. There were many parrot owners in the live stream, and they started exchanging ideas. Jiang Nan waved a handful of melon seeds in front of the gray parrot and said, "I'm going to start teaching you to talk now. Follow me and learn. For every word you learn, I'll reward you with one." This is the most common way parrots talk. Hello, hello. The Jiang Nan region has begun. It seems that this is the first thing taught when teaching a parrot to talk. At least it lets the parrot know how to greet others. The gray parrot remained expressionless, staring blankly at Jiang Nan. Handsome guy, handsome guy. Jiang Nan, can be replaced with 2 words. The gray parrot still ignored it. Beautiful lady, beautiful lady. The landscape of Jiang Nan has changed once again. Eat, eat. Drink water. Drink water. I love you. I love you. Jiang Nan taught tirelessly, and half an hour had passed before they knew it. During this period, he changed many of his frequently used words. But the gray parrot didn't react. Despite the African gray parrot's repeated mistreatment, he treated the parrot like his first love, always speaking softly and tenderly. Idiot. Jiang Nan grew anxious and exclaimed, "This guy's an idiot. He's impossible to teach." Unexpectedly, no sooner had the words left his mouth than the gray parrot's eyes lit up, and it opened its beak and shouted at Jiang Nan, "Sha, bye, da, sha, bye." Chapter 134 The Silly Parrot Among Parrots. White Cockatoo. Puff. Jiang Nan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. I taught you a dozen or so words, and you think you've mastered the essence of Chinese culture? The thing is, you can shout all you want, but don't shout at me. Was that on purpose? Jiang Nan wanted to cry, but had no tears. The viewers in the live stream were already laughing hysterically. Gray parrot, that's right. It was intentional. Try touching me. As a protected animal, it's just arrogant. National treasure panda. If you're so tough, come to China and let's see who's more arrogant. Haha. Sure enough, when learning any language, the first things you often learn are swear words. Island master, don't just stand there. Continue the lesson. This time, please ask the gray parrot to say something. I think we could teach a gray parrot to say fuck. Why not teach them to say ashy? You can arrange for baka too. Just wondering, could you arrange something like one ancient? Hey, you from the island nation, calm down. We at most teach our gray parrots to swear, but you're planning to take your gray parrot to the sea. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have taught the gray parrot to talk. Friendship points plus 300. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a tree box. Tree box X2. This tree box is 30 centimeters long and 40 centimeters high, and is made of rare rosewood. The entire tree box is yellowish brown, with fine and dense material, beautiful texture, and a pleasant aroma. It looks ordinary on the outside, but it has a hidden world inside. It is divided into 2 layers. The upper layer contains toys such as teething stones, small running wheels, and hanging ropes, while the lower layer contains some dry wood shavings. The host can place the wooden box on a large tree in the forest or in their own home, and it will soon attract cute little animals. Note, any small animal that moves into a tree box will become unusually clingy to its host. In addition, there are no food or water bowls in the tree box, so the host does not need to feed the animals living there. They can fend for themselves. The system's final reminder is very important. Some wild animals, because they often receive special care from humans, can easily obtain food from humans without having to search in the wild. Over time, they lose the ability to find food. If humans stop feeding them one day, they will only starve to death. Jiang Nan carefully examined the tree box and felt it was particularly suitable for small mammals to live in. Since that's the case, let's just keep it at home. This will be just the right opportunity to attract that black devil squirrel to make its home here. After receiving the system's reward, Jiang Nan's resentment lessened considerably, and he became interested in continuing to teach the gray parrot to speak. Come on, let's continue learning how to speak. We must be polite birds and not swear, Jiang Nan said, enunciating each word clearly and distinctly. You. Good. Gray parrot. The gray parrot, which was in high spirits just a second ago, immediately became quiet the next. Thanks. Love you. Make a heart shape with your hands. Jiang Nan is tireless in its efforts. The words he taught were all commonly used in live streaming. When the time comes, I can have the gray parrot help me thank my older brothers. However, the gray parrot remained unmoved, its eyes still fixed on the melon seeds in Jiang Nan's hand. Here are some sunflower seeds for you. You can learn from me and study hard. Jiang Nan spoke gently, as if she were talking to a child. After saying that, he handed the sunflower seeds to the gray parrot. Click. The gray parrot snatched the sunflower seed in its mouth, cracked it open with a gentle push, and then pried it open with its tongue, dropping the kernel into its mouth. The sunflower seed shells then fell to the ground. The viewers in the live stream were overjoyed. How clever. You don't need to be taught how to eat sunflower seeds. Are all parrots born knowing how to eat sunflower seeds? It can crack sunflower seeds faster than I can. I suddenly had a bold idea. I'll raise a parrot just to crack them open. Once it's finished, I'll eat all the kernels in one go. Parrot, let me see if you're a human or a dog. The audience discussed it with great interest. Jiang Nan, who was initially in high spirits, gradually became dejected as time passed, and he looked at the silent gray parrot. Damn it, how come I can't teach him? Jiang Nan couldn't hold back and swore again. The gray parrot's eyes lit up again, and it exclaimed, damn it. Jiang Nan felt so frustrated that he wanted to swear again. But the thought of the gray parrot learning swear words so quickly, and if it picked up all of them, wouldn't it start swearing at him? Thinking of that bustling scene, Jiang Nan forced himself to shut up. Frustrated as I may be, let's look at it from a different perspective. Last time, although the gray parrot said 5 words, 2 of them were repeated. This time, it learned 4 words directly, which can be considered progress in a sense. Fine, I'm not going to teach you anymore. I'll find another parrot to teach me. Jiang Nan rubbed his forehead, decisively abandoned the gray parrot, and got up to walk towards the other parrots. Although other parrots are not as smart as it, at least they can talk, just for a longer time. Soon, Jiang Nan identified a white cockatoo. It was also attracted by the melon seeds in Jiang Nan's hand, and was standing on the branch of the nearest big tree, curiously examining them. Seeing Jiang Nan approach, it took the initiative to get closer and hopped onto Jiang Nan's arm. He walks with a swaying gait, exuding the air of a big brother. You really are the husky of parrots. Jiang Nan commented irritably. I mentioned the white cockatoo to everyone before, but only briefly to make it easier for everyone to identify it. Actually, what people don't know is that this guy is a parrot with social anxiety disorder, just like a husky. The reason it's called a husky isn't because it's unintelligent, but because it doesn't follow the usual path. Other parrots like to fly, but this one prefers to take fancy walks. It's a real street hustler. It is never satisfied with walking normally. It must take fancy steps, push a cart, or even carry a basket. In addition, it has some athletic talent. It can use the handrail as a slide, and climbing stairs is one of its favorite sports. The premise is that it must be willing to learn. If you force it to learn, it will arouse its rebellious psychology. It will take away everything, including the slide and training toys. When you wake up, you'll find all your parrot toys gone. They were carried away and hidden by it overnight. The viewers in the live stream listened attentively to the science explanation, while also being filled with curiosity. So it's the Siberian husky of parrots. No wonder I looked at it strangely. Haha, she looks incredibly good looking, but it's all thanks to her low IQ. Speaking of which, since it's so active, won't it be able to stay still and learn to talk? Chapter 135 National Treasure Leaked. All the parrots in the valley can swear now. Jiang Nan said, white cockatoos not only have athletic talent, but also artistic talent, especially in singing and dancing. As soon as he finished speaking, he knew what would appear in the comments section. As expected, one comment stood out. So it's singing and dancing. I thought it was singing and dancing and basketball. As soon as these words were spoken, a group purchase was immediately initiated. Jiang Nan shook his head helplessly and continued. How awesome are white cockatoos? To give you a simple example, if they have nothing to do, they can get hyped up just by listening to music. If there are two white-crested pheasants, one can teach the other, and in just a few minutes they'll be having a blast together. Some people might ask if the parrot raised by the national producer is anything special, whether it has excellent singing and dancing skills, and is only missing the ability to play basketball. Actually, that's not the case. Every white-crested pheasant is a master of rhythm and a dance expert. No matter the environment, they can dance to the music and bring the atmosphere to a climax. Even when it loses all its fur, it doesn't stop it from dancing happily. A while ago, a bird without feathers danced to music and went viral online. I don't know if you've seen it. In short, although all the parrots are loud, they all seem quiet and reserved in front of the white cockatoo. You'll yell when you're hungry. You'll yell when you're thirsty. You'll yell when you're in a good mood. You'll yell when you're unhappy. You can yell almost any time. 4x2. Does he need a reason to yell? Absolutely not. It's the same as needing a reason to love someone. When it barks, don't be disgusted by it, because it may already be disgusted by your unpleasant voice. Besides having social arrogance in the parrot community, it also exists in other zoos. It will secretly learn the barks of dogs, and then it can communicate with dogs. It can curse in dog language all day long without repeating itself. They even imitate cats meowing, deliberately scaring the cats. If a stranger comes to your house, it will deliberately greet you in a high-pitched voice. If you don't respond, it will keep following you and making noise. Anyway, as long as there are other pets at home, whether it's a cat, a dog, a hamster, or a rabbit, it will always be the absolute boss. It can even learn from humans to train dogs that are many times its size, and it can be completely obedient. If it tells the dog not to move, the dog will obediently stay in place. It will also carry a cat toy in its mouth and make the cat run around in circles. After listening to Jiang Nan finish speaking, the eyes of the viewers in the live broadcast room were already sparkling with envy. Wow, that makes me really want to have one. I don't believe what the island owner said at all, unless he gives me this white phoenix head cat. I happen to have a cat at home, so I can come and see it for myself. Hey upstairs, why don't you just grab it yourself? Just like me, I like a girl, but her boyfriend won't let us be together, so I moved into their house and lived with them. 3 people, 1 woman and 2 men. Just wondering, how do you use your tools at night? The phrase using tools is used brilliantly. If it were allowed to be kept as pets in China, I would definitely get one, so that I could leave the task of walking the dog downstairs every day to it. Dog, we're both pets. Why should I be the one being walked by a pet? You should be secretly happy. These days, people treat others like dogs, walking them around. I know a rich woman who does just that. Huh, is the person upstairs referring to the 2 letters I was thinking of? The cars in the live stream were going too fast. They weren't just running over your face, they were crashing into it. Jiang Nan quickly changed the subject, saying, to put it bluntly, the white cockatoo is heartless. To put it nicely, the white cockatoo has an excellent attitude. Others' feelings are written on their faces, but its feelings are all written on the tuft of hair on its head. Normally, it's a hogue, calic, hangs down, pretending to be a pigeon. When it gets excited, it's a hogue stands up, as if it's wearing a crown and is the king of the world. If you keep one at home, it can not only uplift your mood, but also make the whole family happy. No matter how introverted a child is, as long as they are cared for by it, they can become a lively child who loves to sing and shout in less than a day. Most importantly, it is always alert. If it sees that your cups are stacked too high, it will use its mouth to pick them up and help you lay them down to prevent them from breaking accidentally. If you wake up in the morning and haven't disposed of the toilet paper left on your bedside table, it will even pick it up and put it in the trash can for you. The island lord is right. Bai Fengtu does indeed have a cowlick on her head. Now the tuft of hair on its head is standing up, as if it knows that the island owner is introducing itself and feels particularly proud. Waking up in the morning? Toilet paper on the bedside table? I think I've discovered some incredible secret. No, you didn't notice, because the secret is all in the toilet paper. If that's what the island owner says, then I have a friend who really needs a white cockatoo. He always just throws toilet paper haphazardly on the bedside table. Actually, I have a best friend who needs it too. The audience is driving again. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan was already teaching the white cockatoo to speak, with melon seeds in hand. Just like before, it's called a gray parrot, using some simple and common words. Jiang Nan had thought he would soon have a well-mannered parrot, but who would have thought? Sha, bot, big, sha. You son of a bitch. The gray parrot flew overhead at some point and hovered there, endlessly repeating the traditional Chinese song it had just learned. Get away from me. Get away from me. Jiang Nan shouted loudly and waved his right hand, trying to drive it away. This scenario is like when you were a child, coming home from school as a good student and being tutored by your parents, when suddenly a bad student knocks on the door and asks you to go out and play. You originally had a desire to learn, but after seeing other children playing outside, you suddenly felt resentful. Although I'm still studying, my mind has already flown off to play. The gray parrot ignored Jiang Nan and continued to squawk to itself. Helpless, Jiang Nan grabbed a handful of melon seeds and threw them onto the grass not far away. Upon seeing the delicious snacks, the gray parrot immediately flapped its wings and flew over, happily starting to eat. At the same time, all sorts of parrots were also attracted there. Without the gray parrot's disturbance, Jiang Nan turned his head with a smile and said softly to the white cockatoo, perched on his left arm, "Come on, let's continue learning." However, as soon as the words were spoken, the white cockatoo uttered 2 words in a clear and distinct voice. Sha. Bot. Chapter 136 The Charm of Jiang Nan. Top streamers from various platforms gather. Whoosh. Jiang Nan's smile immediately faded. Just like the change in expression on Guan Gu's father's face when he saw Guan Gu and Tang Yuyu. That's not fair. I spent over 20 minutes teaching you, and you didn't learn a single good word. Other birds only had to say one phrase of national essence, but you knew it all. Even the critical systems don't offer rewards. Jiang Nan was already feeling depressed, but what would break him was yet to come. After finishing the sunflower seeds, the gray parrot did not fly away. Instead, it found a big tree, landed there, and continued practicing the traditional Chinese art it had just learned. Sha. Bot. You son of a bitch. It becomes more and more familiar with it the more it practices. This led other parrots to follow suit. For a moment, the entire valley was filled with the essence of Chinese culture. Jiang Nan stood there, watching more and more parrots begin to learn to talk, his expression complex, unsure whether to cry or laugh. Luckily, the island lord didn't teach grass. Otherwise, the entire parrot valley would have turned into a herb garden. Island master, may I borrow these parrots for a while? When I'm playing King of Glory someday, if any teammate dares to curse me, I'll lead thousands of parrots to curse them to death. Parrot, I never thought I'd be able to yell at my teammates in a game. Haha, why did I think of that swearing parrot at the Nanning Zoo? During the last live stream from Nanning Zoo, over 100,000 people watched and cursed the parrots. Island owner, you'd better not teach the parrots normal words. Once the tourist season opens, tourists will definitely teach them to continue using swear words. It takes 3 years to learn good habits, but only 3 days to learn bad ones. The live stream chat was filled with ha ha ha. Some viewers even called on their friends to come and watch. Jiang Nan looked melancholy, but finally decided to open the stall. Since the parrots are unwilling to learn polite language, let's teach them swear words instead. Although this is not good, it is at least a way to spread the essence of Chinese culture. Just like Jiang Wan, he taught many foreigners to say traditional Chinese phrases such as ti ma da, shen, and nyo bai. If I can't be the Jiang Wan of the film industry, then I'll be the parrot industry. Holy crap. Jiang Nan began her teaching career. What? Gray parrots are incredibly quick to learn and can pick things up in no time. The other parrots, however, were still slowly reacting and imitating in a rather serious manner. What? With repeated instruction, more and more parrots are learning new national treasures. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have taught the cockatoo to talk. Intimacy level plus 380. Congratulations, host, you have taught the blue-eyed cockatoo to talk. Intimacy level plus 250. The system's voice sounded one after another. Jiang Nan completely ignored him. After teaching what, he taught grass, and after teaching club, he taught eat shit. Gradually, Jiang Nan found teaching traditional Chinese culture uninteresting, and he thought of something more fun. Grandma Li, take this. This is a classic catchphrase of Lu Dihua, a popular streamer on Huya. He wants to teach the parrots the catchphrases of various news anchors. For example, Ye Yang's catchphrase is, "What are you barking like a dog? What is my status and what is yours?" Zhang Daxian's catchphrase is, "Are you a monster? Don't panic, take some medicine. Draw my sword. I'm drawing my sword. I'm drawing it again. I'm drawing it again. How come he's so weak?" Grand Marshal's catchphrase, "Idiot." He then turns and makes a quick, deceptive maneuver. The mute bride, Sister Zhou's, catchphrase, "Guy? Yeah." Little Tuanchuan's catchphrase, "Tina. That's great. Nice." This can help foster relationships with various live streamers. Soon, news spread that Jiang Nan was teaching a parrot to use the catchphrases of various live streamers in his live stream. Many live streamers rushed over, eager to join in the fun. Tong Jinshinch, a man's money is for women to see, not for women to spend. But since the island owner is a man, I must give him a tip today. Father Lai, is it that our country's old master is not worthy? Leaf, I, Emperor Yi, will just watch quietly and say nothing. Lu Dihua sent a rocket as a reward and left a message. Dragon, tiger, and leopard reunite. Shall we score performance points tonight? Wait, where did my performance points go? I'm off to score performance points now, bye. Zhang Daxian gifted 4 rockets and left a message. Island Master, you really are a monster. Huya's top streamers gathered, most of whom have millions of viewers, including Zhang Laosan, Gomeyer, Minkai, and Ziu. In addition, many streamers from other platforms rushed over after hearing the news. However, most of the top streamers on each platform have an agreement that they cannot go to other platforms unless they can afford the penalty for breach of contract. Therefore, they all secretly create alternate accounts. Thanks to Grand Marshals Pai Yanzi for the rocket. Thank you, Pai Yanzi. After sending all the gifts, Decima didn't forget to express his gratitude. For him, thank you gifts are just a way to create a scene. Master, does your name have to be so suggestive? The Grand Marshal's apprentice, this must be Xiao Tuan Tuan. I just want to be a quiet, mute person. Sister Zhou is here too. She also brought along her best friends, Dai Mei and Moz. Besides those from Douyu, streamers from major live streaming platforms such as Douyin, YY, and Kuaishou are also on their way. The gathering of top streamers from various platforms in the same live broadcast room is unprecedented, demonstrating Jiang Nan's current influence. Once you've learned something, you'll become more and more proficient with repeated practice. The same applies to speaking. At first, it took Jiang Nan several minutes to repeat the process before the parrots gradually learned. As they gradually mastered it, they only needed to repeat it a few times to get it right. Even the most intelligent gray parrots have learned not only short words, but also long sentences. Wah! Just as Jiang Nan was making his call, 2 quokkas appeared at his feet. They looked disappointed and aggrieved. It seems you haven't found it either. Jiang Nan picked them up and comforted them. It's okay, you can stay with me from now on. Follow me, and you'll never have to worry about food or drink, and I'll never abandon you. Oh right, we need to name you 2 first. The chubby one will be called Lazy Sheep, and the other one will be called Happy Sheep. Anyway, Jiang Nan had already adopted them, and even named them. Upon hearing that Jiang Nan was willing to adopt them, the 2 little ones' disappointment vanished, and their usual adorable smiles returned. Before they could enjoy their happiness for long, the gray parrot on the branch started squawking. I have a mother. I have a mother. Jiang Nan rolled her eyes at him, annoyed, and said, why are you so mean? You really know how to rub salt into a wound. This time, the gray parrot didn't swear, but it was even more hurtful than swear words. It's like when you're playing a game and you're really good at it. You take a screenshot and send it to a friend who's not so good at it to show off, and your friend says, it's okay, I have a girlfriend. Even if I'm bad at it, she'll still play with me. At that moment, seeing the good results, you felt a tightness in your chest, etc. Jiang Nan suddenly realized something was wrong. I didn't teach the gray parrot to say those words. However, we discussed them separately. Could it possibly break down the characters in other words and recombine them freely to create sentences? Chapter 137. Let's delve deeper. Touching river clams. This gray parrot actually knows how to make sarcastic remarks. It seems the island owner didn't teach it to say that phrase, did he? My goodness, self-taught. Is it possible that this gray parrot was originally capable of talking? I'm reminded of a joke. Someone bought a parrot from a pet store and diligently taught it to talk. But after 6 months, the parrot still couldn't speak. The person even thought the parrot was mute and released it. But as soon as the parrot spread its wings and flew away, it suddenly shouted, goodbye. My friend has a parrot. He calls out dad to the parrot every day, trying to get it to call out to him in return. One day, as soon as he called out dad, the parrot replied, hey, my good son. That's nothing. My friend put a parrot in his bedroom, and after a month, the parrot kept talking to itself. Baby, are you asleep? Give me a kiss. Pet me. Pet me. Don't make a fuss. Not tonight. Are you even okay? Ha ha. They've even copied all our late-night conversations with our spouses. Some viewers in the live stream were full of curiosity and kept babbling, while others had already sped off to kindergarten. Very few parrots are self-taught and can even make sentences on their own. Jiang Nan explained, Scientists believe that although parrots are eloquent, it is only a conditioned reflex, and their speech is just mechanical imitation. This kind of imitation behavior is also called echoing in science. Because birds do not have a well-developed cerebral cortex, and the center for their calls is located in a relatively low striatum, they do not have thoughts or consciousness. They cannot understand the meaning of human language, nor can they use it correctly in every situation. So sometimes they even talk nonsense without regard to the occasion, which is both funny and sad. In the UK, there was once a unique parrot talking competition where the parrots only needed to say one sentence, and the judges scored them based on the content and pronunciation of the sentence. One of the unassuming African gray parrots uttered a sentence that received special praise from the judges and the audience, thus defeating the other contestants and winning the championship. After the cloth covering the birdcage was removed, the gray parrot looked around in all directions, then exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, why are there so many parrots here?" A few days later, the extremely excited owner invited many distinguished guests to his home to celebrate. In order to show how genius this gray parrot was in front of the guests again, he unveiled the cloth covering the birdcage in front of everyone, fully expecting it to say, "Wow, why are there so many distinguished guests here?" in order to win everyone's applause. Unexpectedly, upon seeing the assembled distinguished guests, the gray parrot still exclaimed, "Wow, why are there so many parrots here?" This left everyone both amused and exasperated, and also caused the owner to lose face and become utterly embarrassed. This shows that parrots' ability to learn to speak is merely a conditioned reflex, and they can only learn a limited vocabulary. However, I think there are exceptions. Some parrots are naturally intelligent and have a high IQ. After they can talk, it is very likely that they can even make their own sentences. Just like people, although we all have the same organs, some people are born with super high IQs and can learn anything quickly, while others really can't learn and can't remember anything even if they try to memorize it. These words resonated with many viewers. Isn't this talking about me? When I was a child, I couldn't remember English words, and I tried all sorts of methods. I just can't remember math formulas. I don't know why I have no talent for studying, but when I see others secretly watching adult films in internet cafes, I can memorize the website address with just a glance, and I've kept it for many years. "Hey buddy upstairs, can I have a word with you?" Jiang Nan saw that the live stream was about to start making suggestive remarks again, so he quickly left. Instead of continuing to teach the parrots to speak, he ventured deeper into the valley, wanting to see what else lay within. "The main problem is that my throat is so sore from talking so much that I need to take a break." As he ventured deeper into Jiang Nan, he discovered that the streams there were becoming wider and faster. There must be a large river at the end of the valley. Just as he had thought, after walking deeper for another 10 minutes or so, a large river appeared. The river flows gently, and the sunlight shines down, making it sparkle as if it were studded with countless dazzling diamonds. There are many fish and shrimp in the river, and even river clams can be seen in the Jiang Nan region. The water here is so clear. I really want to jump in and dive in. I saw a crayfish inside. These aren't crayfish. I saw one that was huge. It felt like it was 20 centimeters long. This is the real Australian lobster. It makes my mouth water. So is it for Jean? Huh. Why am I reminded of the Spring Festival Gala skit, The Last Glory of Money? For Australian abalone. Sorry, no. A 4-pound lobster. Sorry, we don't have that size. How big is it? It weighs over a pound. Do you have any that weigh over a pound? Does it exist or not? Damn it. Are you guys putting on a comedy sketch here? Xiao Xinyang, Uncle Benshin, you're using all our lines. The audience was so mischievous, they were having a blast. Completely unaware that Jiang Nan had already placed Xianjiang and Lanianjiang on the ground, letting them play on the grass, he rolled up his trousers and walked into the river. Wait, look what the island lord is doing. Finally, someone noticed Jiang Nan. The island owner went into the water. Is he going to catch fish? Impossible. The otters brought so many fish today, the island lord couldn't possibly eat them all in one day. How could he possibly catch more himself? Could it be catching lobsters? That's even more impossible. Crayfish in the water are too hard to catch. You can easily get pinched if you're not careful. I think we should go find river clams. That's easier. One bite of the river clam and it tastes like chicken, crisp and crunchy. It has 100 times the protein of beef. I don't think you're talking about a clam. Are you talking about ingredients? Or something else? It depends on how you look at it. They're always food. Look everyone, the island owner has already started taking action. As long as it's related to food, The audience's enthusiasm for discussion remains as high as ever. Chapter 138: The 10 Most Precious Pearls in the World. As Jiang Nan walked towards the deeper water, he said, "There are indeed many lobsters here, and they are quite large. However, I didn't bring any tools today, so I'll let them go for now and come back to catch them another day. Once we catch them, we'll make 6 shrimp noodles, the supreme noodle dish. Now, I'll just catch a clam, otherwise it would be too monotonous to eat only fish when I get home tonight." Actually, the technique for catching river clams is first step, then feel. The so-called stepping means stepping barefoot on the bottom of the water. Look around and see if you find anything that's pointed or round. If the shape matches, it's probably a freshwater clam. Empty river mussels usually have brittle shells, so they won't slip when you step on them. As for the second touch, that's naturally reaching out to touch it. Because some river mussels are hidden in the mud and sand, you really can't find them without using your hands to turn them over. Hey, there's something in stock. As they were talking, Jiang Nan suddenly stopped, then bent down and began to feel around in the water with both hands. Soon, a dark, oval-shaped clam was pulled out. Jiang Nan pulled out a small knife from his lower back, ran it around the seam of the clam, and then with a sudden burst of strength, pried open the dark brown shell. In an instant, the white, tender, and pinkish clam meat was revealed. It seems to be contracting and expanding. Wow, this clam meat is amazing, so plump and juicy. And it's all pink. I really hate this kind of life that's so obvious, but the more I look at it, the more I want to. What is that? Tell me more. Poor island owner. He's been in the Great Barrier Reef for so long, and only now can he eat clam meat. Unlike me, I can eat it every night. Just wondering, are you talking about the same type of clam meat as the person upstairs? Wait, there's something inside the clam meat. A pearl. It's a pearl. It's even black. The island owner is so lucky. I'm so envious. The viewers in the live stream screamed in surprise. Jiang Nan, beaming with delight, reached out and took out the black pearl. After washing it in the water, he held it above his head and examined it carefully in the sunlight. He laughed and said, "I just wanted to eat some clam meat, and somehow I ended up finding a precious pearl. Isn't that infuriating? This pearl is quite round, about the size of 2 glass marbles, and very translucent in the sunlight. Most importantly, it has no flaws or damage whatsoever. Damn it, I'm about to grind my back teeth to dust. I can't stand seeing my brothers poor, but I can't bear to see them doing well either. You fucking deserve to die. You deserve to die. Just wondering, are black pearls very precious?" With a smile, Jiang Nan explained, "It seems I need to give everyone a proper introduction to pearls. In the future, when you have a boyfriend or girlfriend, please don't be fooled by the pearls they give you. First, pearls are divided into 2 types, saltwater pearls and freshwater pearls. They can be distinguished by their shape. Saltwater pearls are round, while freshwater pearls come in various shapes such as oval, granular, and tower-shaped, in addition to being round. Seawater pearls take longer to cultivate and have a lower yield, so they are slightly more expensive than freshwater pearls. Secondly, the main colors of pearls are reddish-white with a slight rose tint, white, golden yellow, and black with a purple tint. Black pearls are relatively rare, so they are more precious than other colors. Third, when 2 pearls are rubbed together, imitation pearls feel smooth, while real pearls feel rough. When pearls are rubbed on glass, imitation pearls leave no streaks, while real pearls leave pearl powder streaks. Real pearls will leave pearl powder when lightly scraped with a knife, and after wiping it off with a cotton cloth or your hand, they will not feel damaged. Fourth, dyed pearls generally have poor luster and look unnatural, appearing gray or black. If you wipe them with a cloth dampened with a little 5% dilute nitric acid, black marks will appear on the cloth, and if you gently scrape the surface with a knife, their true nature will be revealed immediately. There is an idiom called round and smooth like a pearl, so the rounder the shape, the better, the less flawed the surface, the better, the more grainy, the better, and if it is black, then it can definitely be called a top-grade product. My pearl is the finest of the finest in every way except that it is not from the sea. Finally, let me add that what we now call natural pearls are actually all cultured. They are artificially implanted, and the mussels used must be triangular mussels. Other mussels will not work. After implantation, they are generally raised for 3 to 5 years, about 30 centimeters above the water surface. And this pearl of mine is 100% from the wild. Jiang Nan put the black pearl in his pocket, while leaving the river mussels on the bank, and then continued to touch the mussels. The viewers in the live stream became even more excited after listening to Jiang Nan's explanation of science. So, The island lord really has found a treasure. Island lord, come and marry into my family. I don't want anything else. I just want this pearl of yours. Sister, do you think I'm okay? I have 2 pearls on me. Thank you, island lord. I'll use my family's pearls to test their authenticity right away. If they're fake, my boyfriend is doomed. Is there anyone knowledgeable who can appraise the island owner's pearl? It's really hard to say, because the price of pearls is not as stable as that of gold. Its price fluctuates greatly, with different prices every day. While touching river mussels in Jiang Nan and watching the live comments, he noticed that everyone was very interested in pearls, so he said, how about I tell you about the 10 most precious pearls in the world? The 10th place is called Lapperglen azure. It is a perfectly round pearl, weighing 28 carats. Discovered in Venezuela in 1560, it was first presented as a gift to Philip II of Spain, and later kept in the Moscow Museum during the Tsarist era, but its whereabouts are ultimately unknown. 9th place is called the Pearl Queen. It weighs 27.5 carats and once belonged to the French royal family, hence its elegant and luxurious name. Stolen in 1992, its whereabouts remain unknown. The 8th place is called Oviedo Pearl. It weighs 26 carats and was discovered in 1520 in Panama, the southernmost country in Central America. It was also the largest and highest quality pearl at the time. A merchant once offered 650 times the amount of pure gold to acquire this pearl. The 7th place is called Princess Charles II. It weighs 28 carats, was discovered in 1991, and was once owned by Emperor Charles II, hence its name. Later, Charles II lost the pearl, but the Queen of Spain obtained it by chance and had it made into a pair of earrings. The viewers in the live stream listened very attentively. Upon hearing this, I could no longer hold back. Pearl earrings? That's allowed. If it's split in 2, wouldn't the price be significantly reduced? Speaking of which, why are they all Western pearls? Are there any from China? That makes sense. How could a great nation like China not have a single rare pearl? Chapter 139 National and Personal Hatred. The Lost Treasure. Don't worry, everyone. Our Chinese pearls are the main attraction. Jiang Nan, maintaining his air of mystery, continued. The 6th place is called the Pearl of Nadiga. It weighs 43.75 carats. Unlike ordinary pearls that are pure white, it is a dark green pearl, produced by the abalone shell, which is what we later call the Tahitian pearl. This pearl once belonged to Lady Nadiga, hence its name. 5th place is called Carlotta Pearl. It weighs 21.5 carats, is perfectly round, and is a natural wild pearl of extremely high quality. Like the Nautica pearl, this large pearl is said to have once belonged to Queen Carlotta of Mexico, hence its name. The 4th place is called the Regent's Pearl. Weighing 84.25 carats, it comes from the Persian Gulf, is silvery white, and has a very lustrous sheen. It is the world's largest pear-shaped pearl. Its first owner was Napoleon, who bought it for 40 million francs. Later, Napoleon set it in the French crown and gave it to his wife, Queen Marie-Louise. Then, Napoleon led his army to Russia, and Queen Marie-Louise was appointed regent and went to the front with her husband. It was at this time that the pearl got its name. If you are familiar with history, you should know that Napoleon failed at the time, and this pearl was taken back with him. In 1953, when Napoleon III was getting married, he changed the regent's pearl into a pearl corsage. In 1987, the French royal family was facing a financial crisis, and the pearl was sold again. A princess bought it and had it made into a pendant. In 2005, this pearl was bought by a mysterious businessman in Geneva, setting a record price of $24.84 million. It is currently the most expensive pearl in the world. The 3rd place is called Hope Pearl. It weighs 450 g and is a huge teardrop-shaped pearl. Unlike all previous pearls, the Hope Pearl has a particularly unique shape, looking like a cylinder with one end white and the other end brown. It is also set with diamonds, emeralds, and sapphires, making the pearl more precious and more recognizable. In the 18th century, the Hope Pearl came into the possession of a banker named Hope, hence its name. With Hope's roar, the pearl was inherited by his 3 nephews and auctioned off, fetching a record price of $200,000 at the time, and then disappeared without a trace. The next 2 to be mentioned are the pearls of our China. Jiang Nan coughed lightly to remind the viewers in the live stream. Upon hearing the word Huaxia, China, the audience instantly became excited. No wonder we've never heard of China's pearls before. They're ranked 1st or 2nd. China Pearl, I'm 3rd. Let's see who dares to challenge me. I'm not bragging. But Chinese pearls are truly amazing. It's not just pearls that are amazing. All kinds of handicrafts are inseparable from China. Yuwu. With me here, no one can surpass China in the field of handicrafts. Jiang Nan smiled and said, the second place is called Laozi pearl. It weighs 350 g, is bigger than a human head, and is worth $4.08 million, making it the world's largest wild pearl. The reason for this name is that you can see the images of Lao Tzu, Confucius, and Buddha from different directions. It's a pity that this pearl wasn't discovered in China, and it's not in China now. It was discovered in Palawan Bay, Philippines, in 1934. In 1936, by chance, it was taken back to the United States by a doctor and sold to a jeweler. It is now kept in a vault at a San Francisco bank. The audience, who were already excited, are now completely fired up. Damn it, my pearl isn't even in China? Lao Tzu, please don't use my name in your names. It's an embarrassment to an immortal. Enough said, my thieving skills are finally coming in handy. Brothers, if I can bring back my pearls, can you guarantee I won't get caught? What a joke. How could you arrest me? Weren't you playing cards with me at home? As long as you can steal it back, I guarantee you'll never have to worry about food or clothing again. You've narrowed your vision. As long as you can steal it back, you'll be my boss from now on. How can that be called stealing? That's called moving. Please remember you're not a thief. You're just a mover of other people's property. Nongfu Spring, I feel offended. Everyone, hold on a minute. If we really want to move them, the number one pearl needs to be brought back. Jiang Nan interrupted the viewers in the live stream and continued. The first pearl is called the Pearl of Asia. It is 100 millimeters long, 70 millimeters wide, and weighs 121 g, making it the world's second largest natural wild Baroque pearl. In 28 years, this pearl was found in the Persian Gulf. The Persian kingdom bought it and named it the Pearl of Asia. At that time, the emperor of our country was Qianlong. In order to curry favor with Qianlong, the Persian king gave it to Qianlong, and it became one of Qianlong's favorites. Later, after several generations, we have to mention one person, a person who will be despised and cursed as soon as he is mentioned, Empress Dowager Cixi. At that time, Empress Dowager Cixi held absolute power, and the pearls ended up in her hands. In traditional Chinese medicine, pearls have the effect of calming the nerves and relieving fright. Empress Dowager Cixi may have done too many bad things and needed to calm her nerves, so she ordered the court craftsman to inlay a large piece of tourmaline next to this pearl and held it in her hands all day long. In 2000, the Eight-Nation Alliance invaded Kyoto and looted the Pearl of Asia. 18 years later, it reappeared in the Greater Bay Area of China and was bought by a Chinese man for $50,000. Who would have thought that it would disappear again after World War II and reappear at an auction in Paris? Because the secrecy measures were so good at the time, the Pearl of Asia disappeared along with the buyer as soon as the auction ended. It wasn't until 1993, when a jewelry store in an island nation borrowed it from its London owner's home for an exhibition to commemorate the 100th anniversary of cultured pearls, that it reappeared in people's sight and then disappeared again. However, I have a feeling it's still in Japan and England. Before he could even finish speaking in the Jiang Nan dialect, the viewers in the live stream were already shouting and cursing. Empress Dowager Cixi was no good person. She's not even human. The national and personal grievances I hear about are making me angrier and angrier. It's just that the Qing dynasty was too weak back then, and many things left by our ancestors were stolen. If you ask me, the Qing dynasty shouldn't even exist in history. Who can argue with that? During the Ming dynasty, firearms were at the pinnacle of the world. But after the Qing dynasty entered the pass, they hid all their firearms, preferring to let them leak rather than use them. If they had focused on developing firearms like the Ming dynasty, the Eight-Nation Alliance wouldn't have been able to invade Beijing. That word, it, is used with great wit. I really don't understand why some people still claim to be descendants of the Manchu Eight Banners, and are so proud of it. Damn it, I spit on them. Sigh, many of our country's cultural relics are now abroad. Even Zhu Di's sword is in the British Museum. There have been many dynasties in history, but whenever the Qing dynasty is mentioned, it's almost always met with criticism. The early Qing dynasty was alright, but the later period was truly disastrous, even more shameful than peeing in your pants pocket on the street. Who says otherwise? When I read novels, I've noticed that very few male-oriented historical fiction stories are about the Qing dynasty. On the contrary, there are quite a few female-oriented stories where the protagonist travels back in time and falls in love with those princes. Gong, keep swearing. Keep swearing. What a joke. Writing Qing Dynasty history in a male-oriented online novel platform would make you a laughingstock among your peers for life. Chapter 140, The Architect of the Animal Kingdom, the Beaver. The audience was cursing, while Jiang Nan was touching river clams. I don't know if he was too engrossed in talking and couldn't focus on two things at once, or if his good luck just ran out, but after touching two more clams, he still couldn't find any more pearls. However, he was already quite satisfied with having a fine black pearl. Just as Jiang Nan was about to go ashore, he suddenly felt as if something was watching him. Human intuition is very accurate, especially when you are being stared at by others. You can always sense that something is wrong and quickly turn your head to look. Just like when you were in school, sitting in the last row secretly reading a novel or playing on your phone. When you felt a chill down your back, it meant the teacher had been secretly watching you for a long time. Jiang Nan looked upstream along the river and quickly spotted his target. Look over there, everyone. There's a cute little guy. Jiang Nan smiled and said to the viewers in the live stream. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, the audience all turned to look at the live broadcast camera. In the footage, the river flowed gurglingly, carrying some driftwood and fallen leaves. Coupled with the distance, they did not see the little guy that Jiang Nan had mentioned. Could the island owner be deliberately deceiving us? Impossible. My husband wouldn't lie to me. I didn't see anything. There's nothing there. Jiang Nan glanced at the comments, zoomed in on the drone's camera, and focused on one spot. Finally, the audience could see clearly. Behind a piece of driftwood, a small animal was peeking out, cautiously observing Jiang Nan. His eyes darted around suspiciously, and I had no idea what he was thinking. Because most of its body was submerged in water, and it was clinging to a piece of driftwood with only its head showing, it was really hard to spot at first glance. The audience admired Jiang Nan's reaction and perception, while also carefully observing the small animal. It looks chubby and at first glance resembles a mouse, but it is many times larger than a mouse. However, like rats, they all have two large incisors. Hey, isn't this Wang Sun? What are you doing here? Wang Sun. Believe it or not, I'll ply you to death with my big front teeth. I saw teeth before I saw any animal. Just like Song Xiaobao, at night you can't see anyone. You can only see a row of big white teeth passing by. This is just a rat, only bigger than a rat. I know it's a big rat. Hearing your words is better than hearing them once more. That's clearly a beaver, isn't it? Beaver, you're the rat. Your whole family are rats. Rats steal things, but we don't. We're well behaved. Jiang Nan smiled and said, That's right. That makes perfect sense. Don't let their plump appearance fool you. They are class 1 wild animals in China. The main reason is that there are too few of them in our country, and they are on the verge of extinction. By 2012, there were fewer than 1,000 left in the entire country. As we all know, beavers like to gnaw on trees and build dams, which is why they are called architects of the animal kingdom. Wherever beavers live or have lived, there is a pond, lake, or swamp. They tirelessly build dams with branches, stones, and mud to block the streams, which can form ponds or lakes covering several hectares. They even build wooden bridges across the rushing rivers to allow small forest animals to cross. The quality is extremely sturdy. Some are even stronger than bridges that humans build with cement. By building river dams, we can improve the environment of their habitat. Wherever they appear, the environment won't be bad. The audience thoroughly enjoyed watching the beavers and listening to the introduction. Stronger than bridges built by humans? My goodness, that's terrifying. There's nothing we can do about it. People these days cut corners, but that only applies to people these days. That's right. Look at the buildings left by our ancestors. They stood for hundreds or even thousands of years, but after being repaired based on the advice of experts, they collapsed in less than a year. Sure. Is this something you can say? This guy actually looks a lot like a groundhog. Both of them are quite adorable. Jiang Nan nodded and said, You're absolutely right. Groundhogs and beavers do look alike, as do capybaras. Although they look alike, they are still easy to tell apart. Everyone is very familiar with the groundhog. Almost everyone has its emoji on their phone, the one that goes, ah. Capybaras have big heads and thick necks, and the key is that they don't build burrows. They rest in ready-made shallow nests. As you can see, beavers look like large rats with two big incisors. The audience learned something new. Great. I've learned so much from watching the island owner's live stream. Big head and thick neck. They're either rich or cooks. I never thought there would be capybaras. Didn't you notice that this beaver has been lying on the driftwood, secretly sizing up the island owner? Is it captivated by his good looks? I think it's very possible. The island owner is so handsome. If he were my husband, I would hug and kiss him every night. Just a kiss? Are you sure you don't want to do anything else? What are you doing? Can you say the last word? Dame, you can't be lewd. To be honest, the island owner's looks are really striking. There are no filters at all, and he's even wearing no makeup. He's way better than a lot of male celebrities in the entertainment industry. Exquisite features. Even from some unflattering angles, he's still very handsome. They were both created by manhwa, so why is there such a big difference? Manhwa, you mud splatters, stop pointing fingers at me, or I'll mold you into little animals in your next life. It would be so great to be an animal. Carefree, just eat and sleep, and never have to worry about mortgages or car loans. There's a reason why ancient immortals came to the mortal realm to undergo tribulations. The mortal world is indeed full of suffering. The comments section became lively again. Jiang Nan explained, beavers are timid by nature and prefer quiet environments. When they are frightened or in danger, they will jump into the water and slap the surface of the water with their tails to warn their kind. It's already an honor that it can lie here and stare at me without leaving in fear. As soon as he finished speaking, the beaver suddenly dove into the water, swam quickly underwater, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. You're gone? You really can't stand being nagged. Jiang Nan sighed regretfully. Some things really can't withstand constant nagging. For example, some people always say they can eat anything and not gain weight, but they end up gaining weight not long after. Some people always say they have a good memory, but then they realize they've left their keys at home as soon as they leave the house. The beaver left, and Jiang Nan turned and returned to the shore. Who would have thought? Thump. No sooner had Jiang Nan stepped ashore than the beaver followed him and immediately grabbed his leg. Chapter 141, a 10-meter-long wooden bridge. The beaver's dam. Jiang Nan. Snap. Smack. Clap, clap, clap. This is the sound of Jiang Nan being slapped in the face. Just now I was saying that beavers are timid by nature, but now they're clinging affectionately to my leg. The slap in the face came too fast, like a tornado. The beaver clung to Jiang Nan's leg, looking at him with a face full of curiosity, appearing exceptionally adorable. It actually caught up with us. The island owner is so charming. Even beavers want to cling to him. To be honest, I want to hug him too. Just a hug. I'd like to interject. Which leg of the island owner are you referring to? The audience couldn't help but make jokes and suggestive remarks. Jiang Nan crouched down, getting a closer look at the adorable beaver, and asked softly, "Excuse me, is there anything I can help you with?" The beaver, of course, didn't answer him. It just stared longingly at the clam that Jiang Nan was holding in his hand. "Are you hungry? Want to eat clam meat?" Jiang Nan smiled, then put his left hand in his pocket, took out a coin, placed it in front of the clam, and said, "Take the money, buy whatever you want to eat." Whoosh. The beaver's excited expression, which had been filled with anticipation, suddenly drooped, and its eyes seemed to lose their light. "Ha ha, Island Master, you're amazing." "Beaver, thank you for your small token of appreciation. It's just enough to buy a 50-cent pack of spicy strips." "Island owner, you've really gone too far. I just don't understand what's the use of just giving it money. If you don't give it masks, it can't even get into the supermarket." "Beaver, listen to me. Thank you. Because of you, the 4 seasons are warm." "Beaver, wow. What a kind-hearted little sixth brother." "Beaver, first of all, your intentions are good, but secondly, you'd better not set off at all." "Beggar, I want money. Why are you giving me food?" "Beaver, I want food. Why are you giving me money?" "Beaver, Grandma saw I had pockets, so she gave me money." You've misunderstood the island owner. He was clearly worried that the beaver wouldn't like the clams he caught, so he gave it money to buy whatever it wanted. The island owner is so kind. I love him. Doge. Upstairs, I think you're right. The island owner is teaching us a lesson. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. The viewers in the live stream were all speaking out for the beaver. Actually, Jiang Nan was just joking. He wanted to tease the timid little guy and test his courage. He quickly picked up the coin and placed the clam in front of the beaver. They even thoughtfully broke the clam open for you. Anyway, he had already caught 3 clams in such a short time, enough for dinner, so giving one to the beaver wouldn't hurt. The beaver's eyes lit up again when it saw the tender clam meat, and it began to wolf it down, brandishing its 2 large front teeth. There wasn't much clam meat, and the beaver devoured it all in the blink of an eye. Then he clung to Jiang Nan's leg again. This time, it didn't stare longingly at the clam, but ran away after holding it for a few seconds. After running a meter or 2, he stopped and turned to look at Jiang Nan. "You want me to go with you?" Jiang Nan asked in confusion. The beaver nodded, looking even more adorable. Wait me a moment. Jiang Nan picked up the remaining 2 river clams, and then picked up the 2 quokkas that were playing in the grass, and followed behind the beaver. The beaver carried Jiang Nan upstream, heading towards the upper reaches of the river. He would stop every few steps and turn to look at Jiang Nan, afraid that he would lose him. Look over there, everyone. After walking uphill for a while, Jiang Nan pointed ahead and said in surprise. The audience followed the sound and looked towards the live stream camera. In the distance, a wooden trapezoidal bridge suddenly appears in the rushing river, connecting the 2 banks of the river. This wooden bridge is quite large, at least 10 meters long. 6 or 7 people could stand on it without feeling crowded, and it certainly wouldn't collapse. A bridge suddenly appeared in a primeval forest. Anyone who didn't know better would think it was left behind by humans who had visited it. The audience was stunned. Just now, Jiang Nan introduced how beavers build dams, making them architects in the animal kingdom. Everyone thought it was just about randomly and haphazardly throwing some wood at the branch of the river, but no one expected it to be so magnificent and grand. Now that I finally see it, I can't help but gasp in shock. Such a massive structure is hard to believe was built by a tiny beaver if you didn't see it with your own eyes. My goodness, is this wooden bridge really that long? It feels so sturdy. Island Master, may I try walking on it? What? Because of my own culture, I can only rely on whatever I have to travel the world. Impressive. I'm truly impressed. What I saw today has completely changed my understanding of beavers. This wooden bridge is so long, and it was built by a beaver. How long must it have taken? The river here is so turbulent. Won't it be washed away? I've always had a question in my mind. Why do beavers like to build dams and bridges so much? While watching the comments section, Jiang Nan walked onto the wooden bridge and even boldly jumped on it to test its quality. The wooden bridge remained completely still, as if a tiny ant had been dropped onto an elephant. You can see just how sturdy this wooden bridge is. Jiang Nan carefully examined the wooden bridge and explained, "This bridge is so long and wide that a beaver could never have built it. You know, beavers have a very strong sense of family, and they usually go out together as a family. There should be other beavers around here, which are this beaver's family members. As for why beavers like to build dams, as I just mentioned, beavers have a very strong sense of family, just like us Chinese. No matter where they go, they will always think about their families and want a house of their own." Everyone has seen science fiction movies. Foreign science fiction movies are either about the destruction of the world or the explosion of the earth. Anyway, the main characters are all kinds of bubbles. But look at our science fiction movie, The Wandering Earth. Although it's also a major disaster, and we have to escape, we take our beloved Mother Earth with us. That's our sense of national identity. After Jiang Nan finished speaking, he looked around and pointed to a quiet little pond not far away, saying, "That's the beaver's home." Beavers will leave a still water area near the dam to build their nests, but the entrance to their nests is definitely not there, but underwater. This way, we can prevent attacks from coyotes and black bears. Furthermore, they also build drainage channels on the dikes to prevent the river from overflowing and destroying homes in the water due to excessive water storage during the rainy season. As Jiang Nan spoke, he gazed into the distance, seemingly searching for something. Chapter 142 Reciprocity. The Beaver's Gift. What is the island lord looking for? Are you looking for the beaver's family? The audience noticed something unusual about Jiang Nan. A few seconds later, Jiang Nan's eyes lit up, and he pointed again, saying, "Everyone, do you see that pile of wood in the pond? That's the beaver's home. Don't be fooled by this messy and unremarkable pile of wood. It's actually a luxurious underwater villa inside. The internal interfaces are very complex, like a maze. In addition, they are also coated with a layer of mud, which not only reinforces them, but also helps them withstand low temperatures." The audience looked in the direction Jiang Nan had indicated. What came into view was indeed a pile of messy wood, which, from a distance, looked somewhat like a small island emerging from the water. After finding the beaver's home, Jiang Nan turned his gaze to the wooden bridge beneath his feet and said, "To be honest, this is the first time I've ever seen a beaver build such a long wooden bridge. I'm quite surprised. However, according to scientists, there is an even more bizarre group of beavers in the Americas. The widest of the dams they have built is as high as 850 meters. Even from space, the giant beaver dam can still be seen. To thank the beavers for their contributions to maintaining the ecosystem, many well-known engineering universities in the United States have adopted them as their mascots, including Caltech." Thump, thump. As soon as Jiang Nan finished speaking, 6 or 7 beavers suddenly emerged from the river. They were all lying on a piece of driftwood, their webbed feet gently swaying, looking exceptionally relaxed. Before long, they noticed their companions, and even more so Jiang Nan beside them, their faces showing curiosity. Am I seeing things? 6 beavers suddenly appeared. Am I seeing things? Did I rinse too much last night? Including the one next to the island lord, there are exactly 7, which is just enough to make a complete set of Calabash brothers. They're watching the island owner. Their eyes looked so blank. They must be seeing humans for the first time. Beavers, get off the wooden bridge we built. I'm letting you get off, but if you trample it, can you afford to pay for it? Jiang Nan also noticed the group of beavers and waved to them as a greeting. Thump. Suddenly, the beaver in front of Jiang Nan jumped off the wooden bridge and plunged into the water. Then it swam to its 6 companions. For a moment, the 7 beavers huddled together and whispered among themselves, though it was unclear what they were exchanging. Whoosh! They quickly burrowed into the water and disappeared. When it emerged again, the beaver had a piece of firewood in its mouth. The beaver climbed ashore, placed the firewood in front of Jiang Nan, and then looked up at Jiang Nan, appearing very obedient. Jiang Nan, what's going on? Why are you giving me firewood? By the way, where did the other beavers go? Even Jiang Nan was a bit confused this time. 5 seconds later, his doubts were resolved. The remaining 6 beavers emerged from the water one after another, each carrying firewood in its mouth, and placed it in front of Jiang Nan. Then they quickly ran off again, probably to continue fetching wood. Is this firewood for me? Jiang Nan looked at the beaver, then at the pieces of firewood, and tentatively asked. The beaver was stroking its head with its front paws, grooming its wet fur. Upon hearing the question, it tilted its head and looked at Jiang Nan, as if asking, isn't it obvious? The viewers in the live stream immediately went wild. What? The beaver actually gave the island owner wood. The island owner gave it a clam before, and now it's giving the island owner wood. Is this what they call reciprocity? Why, I suddenly feel like these beavers are so polite. The island owner is awesome. First, the otters brought fish, then the beavers brought wood. Perfect timing to start a fire and cook the fish. Jiang Nan looked at the plump beaver in front of him, a smile appearing on his face, and said, thank you. I'll take these logs. With this wood, we won't have to collect firewood ourselves. I'm very lucky today. I went deep into Parrot Valley and even encountered this group of cute little beavers. If you encounter a wild beaver in the wild, please don't do what I did and get so close. Beavers are timid, but they can bite if you push them too far. Even with such small teeth, a mouse can hide in a corner of the house and chew up so much furniture. Beavers are many times larger than rats, and their bite force is terrifying. Those 2 big incisors can bite through a tree as thick as a water bucket in 2 hours. As for our fingers, they'll be snapped off with a single bite. Jiang Nan reached out and gently touched the beaver, kindly offering a reminder. Island Master, you're overthinking it. With my luck, I'd never encounter a wild beaver in my lifetime. To be precise, we'll never go to such remote wilderness in our lifetime. We've long since become slaves to work. Hearing what the island lord said, I suddenly felt a sense of unease. Island Master, you must be careful not to let the beaver bite off your finger. Your finger is very useful to me. Open the door. Anti-prostitution raid. Damn it. Why is it always you? Whenever Jiang Nan's body parts are mentioned, the female viewers in the live stream love to make suggestive remarks. Jiang Nan stood up and said, I'll take everyone to see how beavers gnaw on trees. He stood up and walked down the wooden bridge as he spoke. After walking a few steps, I saw a beaver gnawing on a tree. The tree was as thick as an adult's thigh. At this point, the base of the trunk was almost bitten off, and countless wood chips were scattered all around. Beavers' teeth are made of a special material that ensures they don't have cavities and they grow very fast, reaching a maximum growth rate of 4 feet per year. Gnawing on trees is also a way for them to wear down their teeth. Scientific research shows that a lone beaver can gnaw down an 8-foot-tall tree in 5 minutes, thanks to its sharp, large incisors. However, don't be fooled by how enthusiastically they gnaw on the food. Their lives are actually in danger at any moment. That means if they're not careful, they'll be crushed to death. According to zoologists, beavers usually have a good intuition about whether a tree is about to fall and in which direction it will fall. When a tree falls, they will jump to the other side to avoid being hit by the tree. It's a kind of instinct. According to zoologists, beavers have no control over the direction in which trees fall. They can only rely on luck. Once a tree falls, they simply flee in panic. If they're lucky, they might escape. If not, Jiang Nan paused here, but those who know. Chapter 143, The Beaver Hit by a Falling Tree. Jiang Nan saves the day. If things go wrong, it will be compressed from 3D to flat. No cavities? I'm so envious. The beaver killed the tree, and then the tree fell and crushed the beaver. So who killed whom? Ji Yuming from My Own Swordsman. I know the answer to this question. It has to be someone who kills me. The viewers in the live stream were making jokes. By this time, the beaver had already gnawed through a tree as thick as an adult's thigh. Creak, creak. The cracking sound emanating from the core of the tree trunk at the base became increasingly clear. The next second, the tree slowly fell to the ground. At first, it tilted slowly, almost in the blink of an eye, but then, influenced by gravity, it began to crash down at an extremely fast speed. The speed was too fast. The beavers under the tree had no time to react. They might even freeze in place, their minds blank, forgetting to think. This tree isn't very big to humans, but it's enormous to a beaver. The viewers in the live stream were also caught off guard. Before they could even send a comment, the tree had already crashed down. In that split second, Jiang Nan tapped his right foot on the ground, launched himself forward, and charged toward the beaver. He was 4 or 5 meters away from the beaver, and the tree had fallen so suddenly that rescuing the beaver would be no easy task. The pace of development in Jiang Nan continues to accelerate. It's getting closer. Closer. Boom. The tree was less than half a meter away from the beaver. The viewers in the live stream were terrified. The immersion was so strong that some people couldn't help but shout out. To the horrified gaze of the audience, a dark figure appeared in the middle of the tree. He first used both hands to support the tree trunk to cushion the fall, and then firmly caught the falling tree with his shoulders. Boom. The voice was muffled. That's the sound of a tree trunk colliding with flesh. Splash. That's the sound of the branch falling to the ground. At that moment, the audience's pupils contracted instantly, and they gasped in shock. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The audience only saw the tree fall straight down and crash towards the beaver. Before they could even blink, Jiang Nan was already standing under the tree, using his shoulder to catch the falling tree. Although the tree wasn't very big, the fall was very fast. Jiang Nan was clever. He deliberately rushed to the middle of the tree trunk, so that he would have to withstand less force from the fall. In addition, he was physically strong, so he was unharmed. However, because there were too many branches in the canopy and Jiang Nan had rushed to the tree, he lost his balance and swayed, causing the canopy to crash to the ground. Even so, such a quick reaction, such strong shoulders, and such an upright posture make the scene still breathtaking. In an instant, in the eyes of the audience, Jiang Nan was a war god, much like Su Lai carrying a pillar in honor of kings. The scenes from just now lingered in the minds of the audience, playing out repeatedly. Gradually, some of the audience members finally recovered from their daze. A dense barrage of comments immediately appeared on the public chat. Su Lai? The Island Lord looks so much like Su Lai now. In short, he's handsome. When I play games, my favorite support hero is Su Lai, because he makes me feel very safe. I was completely dumbfounded. Even dumber than the 3 idiots. Sun Honglei, Wang Sun, Zhang Yuxing. Are you being polite? Island Master, quickly take off your clothes so we can check if your shoulder is injured. This scheme is so clever. I've never liked it this much before. Yes, hurry up and take it off. The Islander is so strong. I love it. I feel like he could carry me on his back. Island owner interested in a lightsaber transformation or something. Drooling. Out of 100 points, I'd give the island owner 82 points, because the island owner has 18. Does 18 refer to a height of 1.8 meters or 18 centimeters? Island owner, centimeters. It has to be centimeters. Nothing more to say. 999. The Island Lord is simply amazing. 9 times 9. Looking around, the public chat was full of praise and 999. Boom. Jiang Nan placed the large tree on the ground and stretched his shoulders a few times. These beavers went to great lengths to deliver firewood to themselves, almost risking their lives. The last person who went up the mountain to chop wood even gave directions to Sun Wukong. How come you're so unlucky? Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this moment, the rest of the beavers rushed over upon hearing the news. They stood to one side, eagerly examining the canopy. Because their companions are still inside. What I said came true. I never thought I would actually run into a beaver being hit by a big tree. Jiang Nan didn't cry out in pain at all. She simply said something calmly. This is something that young, handsome men who rush to the hospital even for a minor cut on their finger can never learn in their lifetimes. As he spoke, Jiang Nan walked towards the tree canopy. After searching for a while, they finally found the beaver. It has now fainted. I don't know if she fainted from fright. And it still got hit. Although it was only hit by the trunk in the canopy, it was so weak that it was eventually injured. There was a cut on its left front paw, about 5 centimeters long, and blood was slowly seeping out. Jiang Nan picked it up and looked it over. He said, "It's just that its left front paw is scratched. Luckily, I brought some medicinal wine, so I'll give it some." Luckily, I arrived in time and absorbed most of the force, otherwise it would have died and wouldn't have been injured like this. Jiang Nan is feeling fortunate. If the beaver breaks a bone, it has to take out its treasured black jade ointment. Followed closely by 6 beavers, Jiang Nan arrived at a patch of grass by the river, gently put the beavers down, and took out a special medicinal wine from his bag. At the time, in order to speed up the healing of the baby great white shark's wounds, it used a special medicinal wine, and now there is still a little less than half a bottle left, which will come in handy. The special medicinal wine is packaged in an ordinary transparent glass bottle, about the size of a palm. The moment you open it, you can smell a faint medicinal aroma. Jiang Nan only applied a few drops to the beaver's wound, and that was enough. Alright, its wound will heal quickly. Jiang Nan sat on the grass, looking at the 6 beavers in front of him, and warned, "Be careful when you're gnawing on the trees. You won't be so lucky if I'm not around in the future." The beavers stared intently at their unconscious companion, examined him carefully, and only after confirming that he was all right did they run away one after another. Keep gnawing on the tree. Jiang Nan saved their companions, and they worked even harder to gnaw on trees and gather firewood for Jiang Nan. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As soon as the beavers ran away, the sounds of animals echoed in Jiang Nan's ears again. It wasn't a beaver, it was much weaker than a beaver, but it seemed very hurried and angry, almost like it was cursing. Chapter 144 Animals Cursing. The Flying Little Mouse. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Nan looked over and saw a group of small, gray and white animals standing 2 or 3 meters away. He counted them carefully. There were 10 in total. They were gathered together at that moment, yelling hysterically at Jiang Nan, like shrewish women cursing in the street. Jiang Nan was puzzled. When did I offend them? What kind of animal is this? A rat. This time it's definitely a rat. Why are they yelling at the island owner? Why do I feel like I'm being insulted by the island owner? I feel balanced now. I finally feel balanced. It means that not every animal is so fond of the island owner. It shows that the island owner isn't that popular with animals. The viewers in the live stream also noticed the group of animals swearing. Jiang Nan slowly got up and walked towards them. Whoosh! Whoosh! The little animals were prepared, and the moment Jiang Nan stood up, they all scrambled up the nearest big tree. Before we even got close to Jiang Nan, they had already disappeared from the spot. Sasha! Jiang Nan arrived under the big tree, intending to look for the group of small animals, but as soon as he looked up, some dark, unsightly things were thrown at him. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and dodged, otherwise my whole face would have been hit. Jiang Nan looked again and finally spotted the group of small animals on a thick tree branch. The little things they were holding in their paws were dark, inconspicuous creatures. Upon closer inspection, it appears to be their droppings. Sasha! The poop was tossed from their paws and slammed into Jiang Nan once again. What? After uttering a phrase about national essence, Jiang Nan turned and ran, escaping from under the tree as quickly as possible. I maintained a distance of 4 or 5 meters, thinking that this distance was safe enough. Who would have thought? Wow. Wow. The small animal standing on the tree branch jumped down and then took off. It's like skydiving. In an instant, it flew over the head of Jiang Nan. When it flies over the top of Jiang Nan, it will continue to drop poop. And this time it's fresh and ready-made. Jiang Nan didn't dare to hesitate at all and began to dodge frantically. Viewers in the live stream stared wide-eyed at the sight. My goodness, what did I just see? The mouse flew away. This world is crazy. Not only do mice serve as bridesmaids for cats, they can even fly. Could this be the legendary flying squirrel? It looks like they're throwing away poop. The island owner reacted so quickly, otherwise he would have been covered in sweat. Haha, I'm reminded of that chimpanzee at the Nanning Zoo that throws poop at the tourists. I'm reminded of Shun Tung getting his face smeared with cow dung on the variety show Time Travel Bar. What on earth did the island lord do to offend them that they would retaliate so fiercely? I remember an uncle who, every time he went out, would have a bird circling above him, and it would poop right in front of him. Island owner, your movement is amazing. It's so nimble. If I had your movement when I played PUBG, I wouldn't have gotten sniped to death. Jiang Nan had no time to read the comments. He was deliberately running away. He quickly arrived at a wild fruit tree, picked a few large, red ones, threw them on the grass, and shouted, "No matter how I have offended you, these fruits are my compensation to you. If you don't have enough, I can find another way to make up for it." Whether the little animals understood or were tired from flying, they gradually began to land on the ground. It landed precisely in front of the wild fruit. They didn't immediately start eating, but instead stared intently at Jiang Nan, making sure it wouldn't approach before cautiously beginning to eat. Call. Jiang Nan breathed a long sigh of relief, finally having time to read the comments. I will answer everyone's questions one by one. They are not mice or flying squirrels, but sugar gliders. This animal is unique to Australia, and the biggest difference between it and the flying squirrel is that it has a pouch. As you can see, they have big eyes, pink noses, and pointed, thin ears. They are especially cute and can grab people's attention in an instant. Most importantly, they are very small. Even when they are adults, their body length is only about 60 centimeters, including the length of their tails. They have a wide diet, including insects, lizards, and other small animals, as well as some flowers and fruits. However, among these, they prefer very sweet fruits, which is where the honey in the name of the sugar glider comes from. And just as you just saw, sugar gliders can fly. But it's not flying like a bird, it's gliding. They have membranes on both sides of their bodies that allow them to glide, extending from their wrist joints to their ankles. This body structure allows them to glide between trees. Although it's just gliding, not real flying, it's enough. It leaps down from the top of a tree, spreads its gliding membrane, and uses gravity to accelerate, quickly gliding through the forest. This method allows it to avoid the watchful eyes of most predators. In addition, it is also for the convenience of finding food. Sugar gliders are true foodies. According to surveys, it takes about 1 square kilometer to provide enough food for one sugar glider. To move around in such a large area, running and jumping alone is very physically demanding. So, in the long process of life evolution, these cute little animals have gradually evolved the ability to glide. Although I was pretty awesome at wingsuit flying yesterday, it was nothing compared to these. They are highly skilled at gliding. With the movement of their limbs and membranes, they can freely control the direction and distance of their glide. As long as the altitude is high enough, they can fly about 150 meters in one go. With such abilities, no matter how vast the forest, it cannot stop its progress. It can easily travel to every corner. And its natural enemies, eagles and some felines, are usually left far behind by its unique skill. Before Jiang Nan could finish speaking, the viewers in the live stream were already shocked. An animal the size of a palm can glide for 150 meters. That's absolutely terrifying. Isn't this just like a paratrooper in the animal kingdom? At this ratio, even the best human paratroopers would be instantly reduced to dust in front of them. After watching so many animals in the island owner's live stream, I feel more and more that apart from our well-developed brains, we humans seem pretty useless in every other way. They look so cute. I really want to keep one as a pet. Is it allowed to keep them as pets in China? These things are not only cuter than hamsters, but they can also fly. Moreover, I clearly stated in the book that there are billions of wild rabbits in Australia, which are considered harmful animals, and even the government is trying to eradicate them. Can't you understand Chinese? Finally, do you not eat animal meat in real life? If this is considered saintly, then you are the true great saint. Chapter 145. The flying squirrel's home was stolen. These small animals were domesticated in the last century, and naturally, they were allowed to be raised in captivity. Jiang Nan explained earnestly. Sugar gliders have a unique smell that some people may find unpleasant. If you can't stand it, please don't keep one. Because you can't expect to get rid of the smell by constantly bathing it. After reaching adulthood, sugar gliders develop this unique scent, and they love to spread this scent over their living areas, making the odor in their homes increasingly strong. As for the gloaks in the wild, they live in groups like otters and beavers, with a maximum of 50 members in a group. Moreover, they have a certain social structure. In this large family, there is usually one leader and 2 deputy leaders, with a clear division of labor within the group. Generally, there are no major conflicts within the family, and when food is plentiful, they can live together harmoniously. As the leader, in order to prevent sugar gliders from other families from causing trouble, it will mark each family member with its scent. If an unfamiliar sugar glider trespasses into our family's forest territory, the whole family of sugar gliders will immediately get angry and drive the intruder away. Because they are social animals, when they are raised in captivity, they will easily regard humans as the leaders of their group. And once it regards humans as the leader of its group, it will be very afraid of being abandoned by the leader of its group. Because in the wild, sugar gliders that are abandoned by their group have a hard time surviving. They may engage in self-harm if they are not cared for enough by humans, which can even lead to death. Finally, as a species endemic to Australia, sugar gliders are not typically treated by veterinary clinics when they get sick. The unpleasant smell, the need for care, and the difficulty in treatment alone are enough to deter many people. Therefore, you must be extremely cautious if you want to keep a quokka. Sure enough, after Jiang Nan finished his introduction, many viewers in the live stream were turned away. Is it that troublesome? I'm busy with work every day, so I can't possibly take good care of it. I think I'll just not get one. Since you're not going to raise it anymore, then I won't either. Me too. The audience's words are just like what Hugo said in an interview. Eddie Peng isn't married yet. He's not in a hurry, so I'm not in a hurry either. Jiang Nan watched the slugs from afar. Seeing that they had almost finished eating, he picked a few more wild fruits and threw them over. Everyone, look closely at that chubby sugar hyena. It looks like it has a baby in its pouch. Jiang Nan had excellent eyesight and said, like other marsupials, sugar gliders are born prematurely, and their individual development is not yet complete. They have no fur on their bodies and can't even open their eyes. At this time, they need to grow up in their mother's pouch. After birth, these babies will actively crawl into their mother's pocket to get nutrition. This process takes at least a month, until they open their eyes and grow all their fur before they can crawl out of their mother's pocket and see the new world outside. A mature sugar glider can mate 2 or 3 times a year, and each time it can produce 1 or 2 offspring. This honey kangaroo mother only has 1 baby in her pouch. The drone's camera lens was so high definition that viewers in the live stream had the opportunity to see the baby living in its mother's pocket. Wow, the baby sugar lemurs are so cute. This mother is very devoted and responsible, feeding her baby until she's chubby, unlike some quokka mothers who just abandon their babies. Every time we encounter the mother of an animal, the quokka mother has to come out and get beaten up. I once saw a short video about a kangaroo that had lost its mother and was found by a farmer. To help the kangaroo get used to living in a pouch, the farmer sewed a garment with a large pouch on its belly. I feel so touched for some reason. Luckily, this baby gloved weasel has a mother. Otherwise, the island owner would have to sew a pouch for himself. Wait, look at the island owner. What is he doing? At first, all the audience's attention was on the baby sugar lemur. By the time they realized what was happening, Jiang Nan had disappeared from his original spot and was standing in front of the big tree that the beaver had just gnawed down. Jiang Nan glanced at the comments and said, I just suddenly remembered that the honey kangaroo is also a notorious night owl. To avoid predators, they rarely venture out during the day. They usually hide in tree holes and sleep soundly until nightfall, when they quietly slip out to find food. But why are they out and about during the day now? That's a bit strange. As Jiang Nan spoke, he carefully examined the large tree at his feet. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he said, I understand. Their home was stolen. Viewers in the live stream followed Jiang Nan's gaze and discovered a hole in the tree trunk. This should be the home of the sugar wolves. The moment the tree fell, Jiang Nan happened to be the one who caught it, so the sugar hyenas mistakenly thought that Jiang Nan was the one who did it, and therefore kept chasing after him, cursing and throwing poop at him. Everything makes sense now. Ha ha, the island owner is taking the blame for the beaver. How pitiful. Menglei's Han Xian steals bases in the King of Glory arena, while Heli steals bases in the real world. What? Menglei is stealing the tower. He bought a famous blade of despair. Beaver, from now on, please call me Little Dream Tears. After thinking it through, Jiang Nan shook his head helplessly and slowly walked up to the honeycomb weasel. Perhaps because they ate the fruit that Jiang Nan gave them, the sugar hyenas calmed down and stopped resisting him. When they saw him approaching, they didn't immediately climb the tree or squeak. Hey ladies, why don't you come with me? I promise I'll give you a more spacious and comfortable home. Jiang Nan sat down beside them and extended a warm invitation. Since the system had just rewarded us with wooden crates, it wouldn't hurt to give them to them. He could actually take it out now, but if he pulled out such a huge wooden box out of thin air, the viewers in the live stream would definitely be dumbfounded and suspicious. After careful consideration, it was decided that taking them back and placing them in the wooden crate would be the safest option. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the stronger sugar geysers climbed onto Jiang Nan's hand. It should be the head of this family, and it has agreed on behalf of all the members. The reason he agreed so quickly was probably because after eating so many wild fruits, he instantly realized that following Jiang Nan would ensure he would never have to worry about food or clothing. Jiang Nan laughed and said, "Haha, they're quite clever, but we need to name all 10 of you little guys." Chapter 146 System Rewards. Bionic Fish and Mechanical Mouth. 10 names at once. For someone like me who's terrible at naming things, this is pure torture. Why don't we just count from 1 to 10? Why not go from A to J? Why use English? Of course it sounds bigger. That makes sense, IMF. I don't believe you, unless you produce concrete evidence. The viewers in the live stream were buzzing with discussion. This time, naming them really stumped them, since there were just too many, so they simply gave up and left it to its own devices. Jiang Nan thought for a moment and then laughed. How about we name them Thousand Mile Eyes, Wind Following Ears, Mighty 3, Rubber 4, Flying 5, Iron Head 6, Tall Legs 7, Earth Diving 8, Big Mouth 9, and Loud Shout 10. What is this thing? Killua. These are clearly 10 brothers. I saw them when I was a kid. Jiang Nan nodded and said, "That's right, they are indeed 10 brothers. Each brother has his own special ability. The eldest brother can see things thousands of miles away. The second child can hear sounds from extremely far away. The third brother possesses immense strength and destructive power. The fourth one is as soft as rubber, can stretch infinitely, and is impervious to swords and spears. The fifth one grew a pair of wings and could fly. The sixth son was born bald, but his skull was incredibly hard. The seventh child can stretch out his legs, move quickly, and walk as fast as the wind. Lao Ba's legs can rotate when needed, allowing him to burrow underground. Lao Jiao has a very loud voice. When he blows air forcefully, it can create a strong wind. The 10th son's cries were deafening. His tears were so numerous they caused waterlogging, yet his tears had medicinal properties. This is a classic TVB drama adapted from a movie. The mother of the 10 brothers is played by Charlotte Chung. 2 of the brothers are played by Shi Xiaolong and Hao Xiaoan, and the main villain is played by the famous actor Elvis Sui. We happen to have 10 sugar geysers, so we'll borrow their names. After Jiang Nan finished speaking, the viewers in the live broadcast room started discussing it again. Shi Xiaolong. That was my husband when I was a child. My favorite thing about him is his drunken milk fist. Shi Xiaolong and Hao Xiaoan were 2 child stars. They had acting skills, cuteness, and martial arts skills. It's a pity that nowadays, Capital is promoting pretty boys who have nothing. I know Mr. Su Jinjiang. I have his Santa Claus emoji on my phone. Isn't Su Jinjiang as good as Michael Jackson's backup dancers? No, Su Jinjiang clearly played the lead role in the movie Aquaman. Bullshit. Su Jinjiang played Thor. I disagree. I only remember Su Jinjiang's invincible wind and fire wheel, and I still haven't learned it. You talk as if you've learned those poses from other movies, but those are all high difficulty ones. When he was naming the place in Jiang Nan, the beavers had already returned one after another, bringing him a lot of firewood. Then, as the unconscious beaver awoke, they began gnawing on trees to build a bridge. Jiang Nan sat on the grass, enjoying the scenery immensely, and even painted a picture of them. From the moment the beavers started gnawing on the trees, to transporting the timber, and finally inserting the branches into the dam, the entire process was captured in Jiang Nan's paintings. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the beaver bridge construction plan. Experience points plus 60. Ding! Congratulations, host, for rescuing a beaver that was almost crushed to death by a tree. You are hereby rewarded with a bionic fish camera. Ding! Congratulations, host, for taking in a family of homeless sugar wolves. You are hereby rewarded with a mechanical mouth. Bionic Fish Camera X3. These bionic cameras are shaped like fish. The host can place them in a body of water to observe the underwater activities of the animals in that area anytime, anywhere. Note: the bionic fish camera will not be attacked by any animals, so the host can rest assured. Mechanical Mouth X1. This mouth is a high-tech product. Once worn, it can fit perfectly with the user on its own, and the host does not need to perform any cumbersome operations. Because the mouth is mechanical, once worn, as long as the user adapts quickly in a short period of time, it will definitely increase their attack power. This mouth can perfectly replicate the user's real mouth. It can be used for fighting, kissing, biting, eating, and drinking, no problem at all. Note: this beak is only suitable for birds and animals, and once worn, it can never be removed. Jiang Nan had just finished painting when the system notification sounded. After reading the description of the prize, a satisfied smile immediately spread across his face. With the bionic fish camera, you can watch otters fight, beavers build bridges, and even explore and observe various animals in the sea from the comfort of your home. Nowadays, in order to better film all kinds of animals and to ensure the safety of cameramen, many high-tech bionic cameras have indeed been developed. Some are rhinoceros cameras, some are lion cameras, and some are penguin cameras, but these cameras are basically damaged every once in a while. Because the animals are so mischievous, they will always curiously approach and play with each other when they suddenly see another of their kind. And since they don't know their own strength, the camera will eventually break down. Jiang Nan once saw a video of a male lion seeing a camera draped in a lioness's fur and mistaking it for a companion. Perhaps due to extreme hunger, or perhaps simply to tease humans, it actually rode on the camera, staging a lion movie. There was also a monkey camera that was so realistic that the monkey troupe mistook it for a companion. Until one day the camera fell from a tree and shattered. The monkey troupe thought their companion had died and held a funeral ceremony for it in the monkey troupe's custom. The bionic camera awarded by the system is 100% immune to animal attacks, thus relieving Jiang Nan of any worries. Most importantly, it's incredibly realistic, just like the mechanical fish that appears in Jackie Chan's movie Kung Fu Yoga. As for mechanical mouths, who knows, we might actually need them someday. Because some birds are particularly fond of fighting, their beaks can be damaged if you're not careful, especially red-crowned cranes. In 2016, a red-crowned crane living in a zoo almost completely broke off its upper beak after fighting with a companion. In addition, a microbial infection caused the upper beak to die, and the staff had to amputate it. A bird's beak is equivalent to a human's mouth and hand. When a red-crowned crane's beak is removed, it will be unable to forage for food, drink water, preen its feathers, etc., which will seriously affect its quality of life and may even cause death. Despite the excellent care it receives from the staff, it really needs a mouth. To save it, experts consulted on its condition and created a titanium alloy mouth for it. From then on, it defeated all the red-crowned cranes in the zoo and was never defeated. Jiang Nan looked intently at the system's products. The beavers were having a great time. However, one little guy suddenly ran to Jiang Nan's feet, stood up straight, and stared at Jiang Nan with a blank expression. Chapter 147 Jiang Nan. I became the parrot's grandfather. This is the beaver that Jiang Nan recognized. It was the very one that first connected with me. This little guy seems to like me a lot. How about we name your family of 7 too? Without thinking, Jiang Nan blurted out. You'll be like the Calabash brothers, named Big Brother, Second Brother, Third Brother, Fourth Brother, Fifth Brother, Sixth Brother, and Seventh Brother. The island lord has indeed started using numbers to evade responsibility. Beavers. Why do you give other animals proper names? But we're so perfunctory. Aren't we cute? Or are we just rude? I've always called the Calabash brothers Red Calabash, Orange Calabash, Yellow Calabash, Green Calabash, Cyan Calabash, Blue Calabash, and Purple Calabash since I was a child. It seems the Calabash brothers really don't have names. Who says they don't have names? Aren't they called Water Splashing Kid, Long Growing Kid, Unbreakable Kid, Dry Wood and Raging Fire Kid, Invisible Kid, Demon Suppressing Gourd Kid, and Wind Riding Kid? The last 3 are all normal, but what's with the first 3? Seriously? You can drive on this lousy road. The first 4 names are just as good as the names of the medicines that Stephen Chow bought in the movie Tricky Master. I've always had a question. What's the name of the old man in Calabash Brothers? Nonsense. Of course you should call him Grandpa. Oh, my good grandson. Good grandson. The viewers in the live stream were all incredibly mischievous. In an instant, the comments section was filled with praise for the good grandson. Looking at the scrolling comments, Jiang Nan simply said, since everyone thinks that the names I gave the beavers are too perfunctory, then I will give them new names. Let's name them like the Calabash brothers. Chi Qing Tian, Huang Tong Ling, Jin Yukui, Qing Feng Kong, Dian Ruhe, Lan Wuying, and Tung Baiming. Great. Really great. At least this time it sounds high-end. Thank you, Island Master. I write novels, and I feel these names are particularly suitable for fantasy, so I'll borrow them. While naming the beaver, Jiang Nan kept observing the beaver in front of him. At first, he thought the beaver simply liked him. It was only later that we realized this guy was clearly slacking off. While the other beavers were busy gnawing on trees and carrying things, it stayed by its side, comfortably lying on the grass, basking in the sun, looking completely carefree. That expression was exactly the same as in the movie The Diary of Getting Rich, where Song Xiaobao, despite working on a construction site, lay in the sand as if he were sunbathing in the Maldives. Let's call this guy Ting Biming. After all, in the animation, the seventh brother was bewitched by the scorpion demon and the snake demon, became their son, and helped them fight against their own brothers. Just like this guy, he drags his brothers down. I'm leaving now, you should go and help out. Your family members are all working, and you're the only one slacking off. Jiang Nan patted the beaver's head and laughed. After saying that, Jiang Nan got up, carrying the bundle of firewood and 2 baby quokkas, Xianjiang and Lanianjiang, on his back, along with 2 river clams, and led the sugar gloke family back home. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Beaver Ting Biming hurriedly got up and carefully examined him. Only after Jiang Nan's figure disappeared from sight did he pick up a twig and join the team building the dam. Before leaving, Jiang Nan took out the bionic fish camera, a system reward, from his backpack in a place where the drone couldn't capture the footage. Then, he casually put it into the river. The rest is the process of shooting, recording, and observing. Jiang Nan took out his phone and observed the image quality captured by the bionic fish camera. It's comparable to footage shot by a drone, giving you a truly immersive experience. The bionic fish occasionally swam among the schools of fish without arousing their suspicion. Finally, Jiang Nan raised the drone into the air to take aerial photos. Through the drone's lens, a wooden dam and bridge span the river, with 7 beavers busily working among them. The scene is heartwarming and charming, as beautiful as a painting. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, Jiang Nan unknowingly returned to Parrot Valley. Grandpa, Grandpa, before Jiang Nan could even catch her breath, the gray parrot flapped its wings and flew over. Oh my, it's only been a few hours. Why are you being so polite? My seniority has increased by a significant amount. Jiang Nan was overjoyed, and even her fatigue disappeared. Before it could even feel happy, the other parrots nearby suddenly yelled at the gray parrot in unison. You son of a bitch! You son of a bitch! Jiang Nan kindly asked, have you done something that is utterly heinous? The gray parrot kept its beak shut and did not answer. It took Jiang Nan a couple of seconds to react. Grandma Li was tricked by these parrots. The gray parrot might act like it's doing you a favor by calling you sir, but when the other parrots insult the gray parrot, they're clearly insulting you, not the gray parrot. As for the gray parrot, it didn't do anything that would be considered outrageous by gods or men. All of this was arranged by it and the other parrots. As expected of a parrot with the intelligence of a 5 or 6-year-old child, it has a knack for playing tricks on people. Some children speak without thinking and often don't call their parents mom or dad, but instead call them by their first names. The principle is the same. I was planning to give you a bag of sunflower seeds before I left, but that's all for now. Jiang Nan looked serious and pretended to be angry. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. The gray parrot immediately flapped its wings and landed on Jiang Nan's shoulder, pleading for mercy in a slightly coquettish voice. It kept gently nuzzling Jiang Nan's neck with its head. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Wrong. The other parrots in the valley gradually followed suit and began to imitate them. This gray parrot is clearly the king of all the parrots in the valley. Ha ha ha. All right, take these and eat them. Jiang Nan reached into his pocket and threw all the remaining sunflower seeds onto the grass. Whoosh. The parrots flew over in a rush, each picking up a sunflower seed with its beak and earnestly cracking it open. Judging from the tufts of hair standing up on their heads, you can tell they really like sunflower seeds as a snack. Looks like I'll have to bring more next time I come. At the very least, it can help you get closer to these parrots and build a good relationship. That arrogant gray parrot was just acting all cute towards me a moment ago. Ha ha ha. Men just can't resist being pampered. I never imagined that parrots could be caught in traps. Hey, this is someone's new little windmill. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. You damn trap, take this. What do you mean by deadly clamp? That's clearly my dear little sister. What's wrong with a girl being a little coquettish? Brother is right. I just wanted to be a little more coquettish so that you would feel more comfortable, but those bad women call me a slut. They are all too rude and don't understand their good brother at all. Only I would think of my brother. Oh dear, won't people attack me if I say these things? Good brother, you have to protect me. Wow, it's so cute and green. I love it. The viewers in the live stream started to get mischievous. Chapter 148, Unexpected Turn of Events. Preparing a whole fish feast. Alright, I'm going back now. You guys enjoy your meal. Jiang Nan waved his hand and turned to leave. The gray parrot stopped snatching the sunflower seeds and flew up to a branch, calling out to Jiang Nan. Grandpa, come again tomorrow. Jiang Nan felt that his tone and demeanor made him seem a bit like a madam. I clearly came to Parrot Valley, not an ancient brothel. Jiang Nan initially wanted to teach the gray parrot to call him Dad, but inexplicably it became Grandpa. But this is good too, at least it adds up to a generation. It would be even better if the other parrots joined the gray parrot in calling out to itself, instead of calling it your grandpa. Back in Parrot Valley, Moose Luffy was lying on the ground, idly munching on grass. Seeing Jiang Nan return, it jumped up and rushed over, happily nuzzling Jiang Nan with its head. I didn't expect you to stay put and wait for me all this time. Jiang Nan was quite pleased, feeling a warmth in his heart. He rolled over and mounted the moose, patted its head, and said, "Let's go home. I'll give you some extra fruit tonight." On his way home, Jiang Nan's WeChat message rang. I clicked on it and took a look. It was a message from Yuning. "Ala Master, I have something very important to tell you." After that, Yuning sent several frantic emojis. Jiang Nan quickly typed 2 words. "You speak." Something came up unexpectedly, and I can't go to the Great Barrier Reef anymore, so I can't sign the contract with you in person. It's okay, you can sign the contract online. Jiang Nan didn't mind at all. Having grown accustomed to a leisurely life with animals, the sudden arrival of a woman initially caused some discomfort. He had already been moved by Yuning's sincerity, and he would sign a contract with her even if she didn't come in person. After all, she had endured pressure and insults from her master back then, yet she still supported him. "The reason I can't go is because I received a notice that a big storm will soon sweep across the Great Barrier Reef, and ships cannot reach there, so I have to give up. I'm really sorry. Be careful, you're all alone on the Great Barrier Reef." Yuning repeatedly gave instructions, her words filled with apology. Jiang Nan replied, "I will. Thank you for reminding me. Let's sign the contract tonight." After chatting with Yuning, Jiang Nan turned on the weather forecast. Just as she said, a major storm is indeed expected to arrive at the Great Barrier Reef in a few days, bringing with it strong winds and heavy rain. It is indeed difficult for ships to reach. Looks like I need to make preparations and return to the main island as soon as possible. Jiang Nan frowned slightly, as if something had occurred to him. If the storm doesn't cause particularly strong winds and rain, I'll just clean up the building inside and out after the rain stops. But if there's a strong wind or heavy rain that damages some equipment or building windows, then you'll have to get busy. Some animals may even be harmed or affected by this strong wind and rain. Led by the moose Luffy, Jiang Nan quickly returned to the tent camp. Jiang Nan jumped off the back of the moose, put everything down, and after a quick wash, he, who was already starving, popped a fried cicada into his mouth, crunched it up, and swallowed it. After this simple meal, he said, "Let's start cooking. Since the otter brought so much fish during the day, let's make a whole fish feast tonight." This dish is squirrel mandarin fish. The audience was already watching with wide eyes, unable to wait any longer. Here it comes. Finally, it's time to cook. I've been waiting all day. I thought the island owner would use fish to make various dishes, but I didn't expect him to come up with a whole fish feast. Amazing. Hee, I bought a fish, so I can learn from the island owner. I brought my cat over and made it stare at me, so it wouldn't sleep at night and would keep meowing, which bothered me. Now I'm going to make it drool with envy. There's a reason why cats don't like dogs. Isn't the island owner Eddie Peng from the Great Barrier Reef? Eddie Peng is making a whole fish feast. Haha. I think I heard someone call my name. My surname is Peng. When I was born, my parents prepared a whole fish feast. What is my name? Peng Yizhuo. Peng Quanyu. While the audience was discussing, Jiang Nan began preparing the mandarin fish that had been prepared beforehand. The first step is simple. Remove the gills from the mandarin fish, scrape off the scales, and remove the internal organs. Jiang Nan did it very quickly, finishing in less than 2 minutes, her movements flowing smoothly. After cleaning the whole fish, he chopped off its head, spread it out, and flattened it, his movements still methodical. Whoosh! Jiang Nan made 2 quick cuts, the tip of the knife slicing into the fish's back, and with a gentle lift, the spine of the fish's back was removed. Next came a series of dazzling flashes of blades. Jiang Nan carefully removed all the bones from the fish's belly, leaving not a single one. The glistening, translucent fish meat was displayed beautifully on the cutting board. It's like a work of art. Immediately afterwards, the sharp kitchen knife was wielded in Jiang Nan's hand, flashing with cold light once again. This time, he used 3 different knife techniques: slanted knife, straight knife, and modified knife. First, use a diagonal knife to cut the fish meat into decorative patterns. Then, straight cuts were made into the fish meat with a knife, each diagonal cut being even and uniform, with the distance between them almost exactly the same, so precise that it would be used for measurement. Finally, The knife went into 4/5 of the way into the fish meat, without cutting through the fish skin at all. Before long, the most time-consuming part, the carving, was completed in Jiang Nan. Holding the mandarin fish, the pieces of fish meat hung loosely on the bones, just like a fluffy squirrel. After this series of events, the viewers in the live stream were already dumbfounded. Island Lord, you're amazing. Your swordsmanship is incredible, just like a chivalrous knight. I wanted to learn how to cook fish from the island owner, but I haven't even finished the first step yet. Is this a live stream? I thought it was a cooking video I saw online, where a dish is made in just a few seconds. The most challenging aspect of squirrel mandarin fish is knife skills. If you make a single wrong cut, the fish will fall apart. I must say, the island owner is truly a professional. Watching the island owner cook is such a pleasure. It's a real treat. I only noticed the island owner's hands. They are really beautiful, even more beautiful than mine, a girl. Such beautiful hands are perfect for giving me a massage, especially at night. Upstairs, we're cooking right now. You can't be shy. You can wait until you've finished eating and have more energy. With the island owner's knife skills, he could be a head chef at a 5-star hotel, right? I often watch Back to Field, and I feel that Chef Huang Lei is an excellent cook. I wonder who is better at cooking, the island owner or Chef Huang Lei. This can't be compared, since I've never tasted it before. How about the island owner makes it and sends it to my home, so I can try it and then give my opinion? Just bring it to my house. I haven't eaten yet. I feel that the island owner is even more amazing. I often watch Back to Field. Although Huang Lei often cooks on the show, the production team has never shown his knife skills in detail. Anyway, the island owner's knife skills are truly amazing. Look out the window, everyone. A group of little animals have been attracted by the island owner's cooking skills. Chapter 149 The Master Boy is online. The small animals perched on the window are Hung Hing's otters. Even the tiger-headed sea eagle Tai Sui flapped its wings and flew over. Their favorite food is fish, and seeing fish being prepared in Jiang Nan makes them even more eager to try it. Excitement, eagerness, and doubt were all in their eyes. They couldn't understand why a human could eat fish better than them. Jiang Nan ignored the small animals and continued to concentrate on cooking. He put the fish head and fish meat into a basin, which already contained cooking wine, salt, minced ginger and garlic, and other seasonings. Marinating can remove the fishy smell from the fish. Then find a bowl, prepare the starch, coat the fish head and fish meat with the starch in turn, and shake off the excess starch. Next comes the most important step, cooking it. Jiang Nan calmly poured cooking oil into the iron wok, and as the oil heated up, bursts of steam began to rise. When making squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, the oil temperature and cooking time are especially important. If the oil temperature is not high enough, the starch will fall into the pot, ruining the oil and the fish. But the oil temperature is also too high, otherwise the outside will burn while the inside is still raw. As they were talking, Jiang Nan had already put the fish head into the oil pot. The moment the fish head entered the oil pan, the oil began to sizzle uncontrollably. Soon, Jiang Nan fried the fish head until it was golden brown. First, take it out and place it on a plate. Then, Jiang Nan puts the fish into the oil and fries it until it turns golden brown before taking it out. When the fish head and body are placed together, they can be pieced together to form the shape of a whole fish. Finally, pour cooking oil into the pot again, along with salt, vinegar, tomato sauce, and seasonings such as scallions and ginger. Heat the oil in a pan and pour it directly over the whole fish on the plate. Squirrel-shaped mandarin fish is done. Upon closer inspection, the fish on the plate was fried to a golden brown and glossy, resembling squirrel fur. After being drizzled with a sweet and sour sauce, it sizzled and emitted an enticing aroma that whetted the appetite. The viewers in the live stream couldn't stand it after just one glance. It looks delicious. I really want to eat it. Sigh, tears are streaming down my face again. I can't watch any longer. If I keep watching, I feel like my water could flood the whole neighborhood. You'd better be talking about saliva, not some other kind of water, kid. Oh, there's other water in the human body. Jiang Nan picked up her chopsticks, took a bite of fish, and slowly put it in her mouth. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a perfect balance of sweet and sour. She couldn't help but take a few more bites, not even having time to comment. After taking a good bite, he licked his lips with lingering satisfaction and said, "Every famous dish comes with a long-standing legend to highlight the heritage and culture behind it. Zhuanzhu, who used the fish intestine sword to stab King Liao, is said to be an expert in cooking squirrel mandarin fish. This is just a rumor and cannot be verified. However, It is certain that when Emperor Qianlong traveled to the south of the Yangtze River, there was already squirrel carp in Suzhou. Qianlong tasted it and brought it back to the palace. After continuous improvement, it was later developed into squirrel mandarin fish. In ancient times, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish were coated with egg yolk paste, but today they are coated with dry starch. I don't know yet what the specific differences in taste are, but I can try to recreate it another day. Finally, one more point. Squirrel mandarin fish is suitable for people who are physically weak, frail, or have a weak spleen and stomach. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Nan began preparing the next dish. What did the island owner say at the end? That it's suitable for people with weak constitutions. What? A friend of mine is desperately wanting to try it. A friend of mine needs it too. You're all so hypocritical. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm laying my cards on the table. Island Master, I really need this. Please bring me this plate of squirrel-shaped mandarin fish. My friend is really weak. Once I called him, and he said he was climbing stairs, and he was panting heavily. I could hear his female colleagues cheering him on, saying something like, hurry up, hurry up. The last time I called my girlfriend, she was also out of breath, and she was climbing stairs. Thank goodness, the last time I called my long-distance girlfriend, she was out of breath, but she was eating spicy snacks. Wow, I think I've discovered some incredible secret. The live stream proceeded at a consistently fast and steady pace. Jiang Nan, meanwhile, was already skillfully processing the river clam with one hand and a kitchen knife in the other. With a slicing motion of the cleaver along the seam and a forceful pry, the tightly closed clam shell was easily opened. Finally, dig along the edge, and the trembling, plump clam meat is placed on the plate. Clams are cold in nature, and they live in streams where they swallow mud and sand, so their internal organs must be thoroughly cleaned. Everyone look closely. Between the skirt and the clam meat, these two pieces partially cover the clam meat. The crescent-shaped thing might be the gills. Although it feels soft to the touch like the clam meat, it needs to be removed. Next to the cheek, this tubular thing is the intestine, and it must be full of mud and sand. Pinch it open and squeeze it hard at the hole to remove the remaining mud and sand. Jiang Nan was multitasking, talking and dealing at the same time. Why is it that every time I see clam meat, I always feel like it looks a bit like? It's so tender. I really want to slurp it up. The word slurp is used brilliantly. The viewers in the live stream wanted to make suggestive jokes again. Jiang Nan quickly said, if you want the clam meat to taste good, there are 2 steps you absolutely cannot skip. First, you must soften the hard parts of the clam meat by pounding it, so that it will absorb more flavor and taste better. Secondly, clam meat has a strong fishy smell, so add as much scallion, ginger, and garlic as possible to remove the fishy smell. As he spoke, he had already swiftly cut the clam meat into strips and placed them, along with scallions, ginger, and garlic, into the boiling water in the pot. While the peppers are being blanched in boiling water, Jiang Nan begins to chop them. A few minutes later, take out the clam meat, heat oil in a wok, stir-fry it, and add green peppers. Stir-fried clam meat is the simplest way to eat it. Alright, I understand everything you're saying, Island Lord. I just need the money to buy river clams. How about you transfer some to me? This is the most direct way I've ever seen someone ask for money. Can't you be a little more subtle? For example, Island Master, I recently broke up with my boyfriend, lost my job, and my relationship with my parents is not good. I feel that living in this world is particularly meaningless, and I am preparing to leave this world quietly. I heard that eating crabs and persimmons together can cause poisoning. I have just eaten a few persimmons. Can you mail me a few kilograms of hairy crabs now? To be honest, the island owner's cooking skills are about the same as mine. I can also make this stir-fried clam meat. Any girl who wants to eat it can come to my house. But you must bring your own clams. Hey upstairs, you learn really fast. Speaking of which, once a girl goes to your house, can she leave? The girl eats the clam meat. So you'll eat the girl, won't you? I must remember this dish. I'll go buy some river clams tomorrow. Jiang Nan glanced at the comments and said with a smile, I saw someone say it's simple, and that they could do it too. So next, I must make a dish that will convince everyone. The name of this dish is catfish noodles. Chapter 150, The Supreme Emperor. Official apology and compensation. Catfish noodles? I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. It feels strangely familiar. Catfish noodles originated from the anime/manga series, Cooking Master Boy. Jiang Nan said, in the noodles are not noodles themed competition, Little Master won with a bowl of catfish meat. The so-called catfish noodles are actually seafood noodles. Because catfish meat is plump and tender and does not have the fishy smell of traditional fish, the catfish is skinned, deboned, chopped into minced meat, made into noodles, and then pressed directly into boiling water. However, because the catfish meat is too soft and lacks the springy texture of traditional noodles, and squid shreds are interspersed in the middle of the noodles. Finally, it should be drizzled with sea bream broth. Catfish noodles, squid with shredded squid, and sea bream soup. The flavors of these three fish blend together perfectly. As they were talking, Jiang Nan had already begun making it. The first step is simple. Clean the sea bream and place it on a cutting board, separating the fish meat from the head and bones. For someone with such excellent knife skills, it was an easy task. The second step is to roll the separated fish meat into a small roll to prevent the red sea bream from falling apart during cooking. Simply tie the fish meat together with thin thread and set it aside. Fishing line and kite line are best. When making fish rolls, put the fish head and tail bones directly into the pot to make soup. After all, it's nutritious and shouldn't be wasted. Next, prepare the seasonings with soy sauce and other seasonings. Then put the rolled sea bream into the seasonings and cook until it releases a rich aroma. Then turn off the heat and serve. Finally, pour the cooked broth into the simmering fish head soup. In this way, the broth needed for the catfish noodles is ready. Then, it's time to make the noodles. After separating the bones and meat from the two catfish, Jiang Nan began to chop the meat, add eggs, and make noodles. After processing, she soaked the dried squid in boiling water. Once soaked, she used scissors to cut it into strips, the thinner the better, as it would be easier to process. Once the squid strips are cut, stuff them all into the catfish noodles. This will make them chewier and improve the texture. Finally, Jiang Nan put the prepared catfish noodles into the pot to cook. After cooking, take it out and put it into the broth of sea bream. Next, untie the thin lines of the cooked sea bream rolls, cut them into slices, arrange them on top of the noodles, and sprinkle with some chopped green onions as a garnish. Thus, the catfish noodles from the anime Cooking Master Boy have been perfectly recreated in Jiang Nan. Ding! Congratulations on successfully making catfish noodles. Experience points plus 100. The system's voice came through. The viewers in the live stream cheered loudly. Wow, the island owner is amazing. He can even recreate the food from anime. Island Master, take a bite and see if special effects appear in your mind. The island owner's cooking doesn't look appetizing at all. The little chef's cooking, on the other hand, sparkles with light. Island owner, what? You want me to throw the light bulb in the noodles? I hope that one day the island owner can cook all the dishes in Cooking Master Boy. Then you'll be a real-life version of Cooking Master Boy. Jiang Nan satisfied the audience's request, picked up his chopsticks, filled his mouth with food, and put it in his mouth. Fresh. This is the most fitting adjective to describe Jiang Nan. Because each noodle is wrapped with a strip of squid, the noodles aren't particularly chewy, but they're not loose either, giving them a unique flavor. After making the catfish noodles, Jiang Nan successively prepared 7 other fish-related dishes: braised fish, steamed fish, fried small fish, sweet and sour fish, Westlake vinegar fish, and chopped chili fish head. These were all fairly common dishes, and the system didn't award any more experience points. Legend has it that the whole fish feast has 12 dishes, 20 dishes, and even more than 100 dishes. Jiang Nan only prepared 10 dishes, and they were all prepared by one person. Although it cannot be compared with the whole fish feast, it was still very well done. Jiang Nan made so much food that he couldn't possibly finish it all by himself. To avoid waste, he gave it to the Hunghing otters and the tiger-headed sea eagles that came to watch. Ding! Congratulations to the tiger-headed sea eagle Tai Sui for tasting the fried small fish made by the host. Intimacy value plus 50. Ding! Congratulations, otter. You have tasted the steamed fish prepared by the host. Intimacy level plus 30. Bite. The system notifications continued to ring out. Jiang Nan, who was still enjoying her catfish noodles, couldn't help but smile. I never expected that the food I made could randomly increase the intimacy level with the animals. It seems I found another way to level up quickly. As the old saying goes, when people are well fed and clothed, they think of. After eating and drinking his fill, Jiang Nan decisively turned off the broadcast and prepared to drift off to sleep and play cards with the Duke of Zhou's daughter for a while. However, there is one more thing to do before going to sleep: formally signing the contract. Jiang Nan and Yuning signed the agreement online. He reviewed the contract and found it to be much more humane than before. Basically, all the tiger teeth he wanted would be provided, and the contract would do its best to protect his interests. Even accounts on other platforms like Douyin, TikTok, belong entirely to Jiang Nan. It's important to know that as a streamer's fame grows, some streamers' accounts no longer belong to them, but to the company team behind them. If there are any breaches of contract or terminations, the account that you've worked so hard to build will not belong to you, but will be taken back by the company team. Some companies are particularly ruthless. They not only reclaim accounts, but also prevent you from creating a new account and starting over. Many top live streamers and internet celebrities have suffered losses in this regard. Huya is now completely lenient towards Jiang Nan. In short, do whatever you want. What's yours is yours, and Huya won't interfere. Huya will also use all its resources to cultivate and promote Jiang Nan, the currently popular outdoor influencer. On Huya, it doesn't matter if you don't stream outdoors in the live stream room, but instead just lays around playing games or watching movies. Some game streamers have specific requirements. If they don't stream for a certain amount of time in a month, they'll be fined 100% if they switch to streaming other things, including Zhang Daxian. This shows how much Huya values Jiang Nan after getting rid of Hao Run, that scoundrel. Even the official team sent people to open nearly 100 VIP and Guardian accounts, some of which were the highest level, Super God Emperor. These accounts required a monthly spending of 1.5 million to be activated, and the users were required to stay in the Jiang Nan live stream room all day and send big gifts such as airplanes and rockets from time to time. According to Ting Yuning, this is Huya's executive's compensation and apology to Jiang Nan for not leaving Huya back then. Although they had already gotten rid of the culprit Hao Run, they felt it was far from enough. After much thought, they came up with this most direct and attractive way to tourists. This has never happened before in the entire live streaming industry. Chapter 151 Midnight Horror Again. The huge beast outside the tent. Wah! After a long day of work, Jiang Nan quickly fell asleep after the signing ceremony. During the first half of the night, everything was calm and there was nothing unusual. But in the latter half of the night, Jiang Nan, who was fast asleep, suddenly heard low growls from animals. One sound followed another, showing no sign of stopping. Almost instinctively, Jiang Nan opened his eyes and sat up abruptly. I've only been on Hard Island for less than a week, and there are so many places I haven't been to or explored. As for the hidden dangers and wild beasts, I have no idea. But when Jiang Nan opened his eyes, he was shocked to find that the ones making the noise were actually the short-tailed quokkas, lazy and happy. Why are you all yelling like ghosts in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? People who don't know better might think I was like an Indian boy band, doing something to you guys in a tent. Jiang Nan gently patted their little heads and asked in a slightly annoyed tone. But when Jiang Nan patted them, Xianjiang and Lanianjiang didn't react at all, and even their usual cute smiles disappeared. They remained lying on the ground the entire time, staring intently at the back of Jiang Nan. His eyes narrowed, filled with a fierce light. What were once cute and kind creatures now displayed fierce and ferocious expressions. Could it be? Not good. They only behave this way when they feel threatened. Jiang Nan seemed to sense something and decisively turned his head, only to find a dark shadow flashing past behind him, just outside the tent. The moon is especially round tonight. But Jiang Nan couldn't laugh. The moonlight shone directly on the wild beast, casting its shadow onto the tent. Perhaps it was the angle, or perhaps the beast was really big, but Jiang Nan discovered that it was as big as an adult tiger, and even thicker. But there are no wild tigers in Australia, and besides, this is an isolated island. Jiang Nan was filled with doubts. Cold sweat seeped from his forehead. Even with large wild animals like tigers around, and even though I had lit a campfire outside the tent, it wasn't afraid of the flames at all. Moreover, the moose flying and the tiger eagle Tai Sui are still outside. As if on cue, the stellar sea eagle Tai Sui flapped its wings and swooped down from the sky, launching an attack on the wild beasts outside the tent, accompanied by a rough cry. Through the contrasting shadows, one can see that they are fighting fiercely in Jiang Nan. Just as Jiang Nan was about to get up and leave, the short-tailed quokkas, Xianyang and Lan Yanyang, who were already terrified, crawled into his arms. Even the 10 weasel brothers were awakened and, frightened, burrowed into Jiang Nan's arms. In no time, small animals crawled all over Jiang Nan's body. Unfortunately, they could only continue watching. I know nothing about the wild animals outside right now. If they are really ferocious beasts like tigers, it would be best to avoid them for the time being. Jiang Nan wasn't afraid of a huge beast. What I fear is that there are other wild animals around, and I am even more afraid that the fight will disturb even more wild animals. If you are accidentally injured and bleed, the blood will attract even more ferocious wild beasts. Jiang Nan held his breath, widened his eyes, and tried hard to see what kind of wild beast was outside. But as the battle intensified, the beast gradually moved away from the tent, and its reflected silhouette became increasingly blurred, making it difficult to discern. At that moment, Jiang Nan was filled with regret. To give the drone, which had been running all day, a rest, it was specially retrieved and placed inside the tent. If the drone were outside right now, I would definitely be able to see what kind of wild beast it is. However, Jiang Nan is certain of one thing. This beast came for something. Generally speaking, animals that live in the wild year-round will not voluntarily enter unfamiliar territory. They simply reproduce and thrive within their own territory. Unless they were driven out of the territory, or there was simply no food to be found in the territory. But there's no food outside my tent. Having learned from his previous experience, Jiang Nan disposed of all food scraps before going to bed. Jiang Nan's brain raced, but after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't come up with a single clue. Etc. Jiang Nan's brows suddenly furrowed. Could it be that I cooked the fish myself? Although the Hunghing otters and the Stellar sea eagles ate the fish very cleanly, the fish I cooked was so delicious that it still had some fish flavor left. The fishy aroma lingers for a long time, naturally attracting some animals. Could it be that there's a wild beast outside that likes to eat fish? Just as Jiang Nan was pondering this, the sounds of battle coming from outside were getting fainter and fainter. No, we have to go out and check. Jiang Nan put down the twin quokkas and the 10 sugar hyenas, took a deep breath, silently counted to 3, and then suddenly pulled open the zipper of the tent's windproof curtain. However, it was still too late. The beast had already fled in a sorry state. Meanwhile, the Stellar sea eagle Tai Sui was flapping its wings and flying back, its face beaming with pride after its victory. It could have continued the pursuit, but fearing that other wild animals might attack Jiang Nan after it chased the beast, and out of concern for its master, it hurriedly returned. Are you hurt? Jiang Nan strode forward and looked the tiger-headed sea eagle up at him. After confirming that its feathers were just a little messy, it finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Then Jiang Nan turned around and went to find the moose Lufei. After such a scare, it might just disappear without a trace. Fortunately, although the moose was scared, it did not run away but hid behind a big tree. When Jiang Nan came looking for it, it was still trembling with fear. It's all right, that guy has been chased away by Tai Sui. Jiang Nan reached out and stroked the head of the moose, Lufei, gently comforting it. That beast was too big. Probably only the tiger-headed sea eagle Tai Sui could handle it. Jiang Nan didn't expect the moose Lufei to stand up and fight alongside Tai Sui. He just wanted it to protect him. After all, they are not in the same league in terms of size, weight, or ferocity. After calming the moose Lufei down, Jiang Nan returned and began wandering around outside the tent. After searching, no food scraps were found. However, a faint fishy smell did linger in the air. That beast was definitely attracted by the smell of fish. After wandering around again, Jiang Nan found a dark red, viscous liquid on the ground. Blood. This was Jiang Nan's first reaction. Jiang Nan reached out and gently touched it. It was still warm. It must have been that Tai Sui attacked too hard during the battle earlier, injuring it. Next to the blood, there was a clump of dark hair. Jiang Nan reached out and picked it up. He sat down by the campfire, examined it carefully, and frowned slightly. This is the fur of an Asiatic black bear. When did Asiatic black bears appear in the wild in Australia? Chapter 152, A Foreign Land. The exiled black bear. Journey to the West is absolutely true. The black bear demon really does like to steal things. The Asiatic black bear was attracted by the smell of fish and wanted to steal some fish to eat, but not only did it fail to steal any, it also got a good beating from the tiger eagle. A classic case of trying to steal a chicken but losing the rice instead. In modern terms, it's like wanting to meet up with your sister, but before it even happens, your sister secretly cuts off your kidney. After figuring things out, Jiang Nan went back to his tent to sleep. But after all that commotion, he couldn't fall asleep anymore. As soon as I close my eyes, various pictures of Asiatic black bears appear in my mind. It is said that you only miss home the most when you are in a foreign country. This applies to humans as well as animals. Just like the pandas that are sent abroad, in order to prevent them from missing home, and to help them better adapt to life abroad. Almost every country spends a lot of money to build the most Chinese-style residences for the pandas. Pandas are national treasures and are welcomed wherever they go. Black bears are a different story. I wonder how that Asian black bear managed to survive on this isolated island of Australia, having traveled all the way there. Jiang Nan felt increasingly restless and itchy. It feels like playing a game of Honor of Kings before going to sleep. You had a great start and were sure to win, but then your teammates ruined the game. Or maybe you have a really bad teammate who gets solo killed half a minute into the game and then keeps getting killed. Although I didn't mind at the time, thinking it was just a game and there was no need to scold my teammates for it, I lay in bed for hours and couldn't fall asleep. The whole game kept replaying in my mind. Finally, unable to resist, I logged back into the game and repeatedly added my incompetent teammate as a friend to hurl insults at his ancestors. Of course, if someone has a bad temper, they might start cursing and swearing during the game, thus beginning a tense battle to protect their parents. Even worse, some people get angrier the more they think about it and can't help but want to continue playing the game, thinking that as long as they win one more game, they can go to sleep. But the result was that he lost all night and only won one game at dawn. That's what Jiang Nan is like. As the sky gradually turned light, he suddenly remembered that before he went to the island, the staff had repeatedly warned him that there was a bear on a small island nearby, and that he should try not to provoke it. The reason it appeared here was because it often got into fights at the zoo. Any other black bear that approached it was beaten up and left covered in bruises. Left with no other option, the zoo decided to temporarily release the black bear onto a small island in the Great Barrier Reef. After all, there are a lot of fish here, so I believe it can be self-sufficient. To describe it in just 2 words, exile. Jiang Nan hadn't slept well all night, and yawning, she got up very early. After starting the live stream, instead of washing up, he fed the moose Lufei, the tiger eagle Tai Sui, the short-tailed quokka Xiangyang and Hui Tailing, and the 10 sugar hyena brothers. Finally, I cooked myself a simple breakfast. My God, a supreme emperor, and there are more than 20 of them. I heard that you need to write 1.5 million words every month to become a noble. 1.5 million is a lot. I lost it all in one game of Do Dizu last night. On Douyin, the average person in the comment section earns over 1 million yuan a day. I heard these are all officially sanctioned, and they've already explained it on Weibo. It's really impressive how influential the island owner is. By the way, why is the island lord up so early today? Island master, are we going to Parrot Valley again today? We agreed yesterday to go to Parrot Valley to catch lobsters, and I can't wait. Wait a minute. Have you noticed that the island owner has really dark circles under his eyes, looks listless, and has no energy at all? Could it be that the island lord secretly did something bad behind our backs last night? That's for sure. The island lord ate so much fish last night. It's all very nourishing. His body must be very hot. But apart from the island owner, there are no women in the Great Barrier Reef, not even men. But there are animals. Wow, I suddenly smell Indian curry. Humans and animals? Hee hee, I just saw that last night. Brother, my good brother upstairs, can I have a word with you? Hey upstairs, don't believe any of this. I bought one before, and when I opened it, it was just a video of someone training a dog. Keep laughing to yourself. I paid for the Japanese and Western versions before, but when I opened them, the Western version had Tom and Jerry, and the Japanese version had Detective Conan. Just like when I was a kid, my friend dragged me to watch The Haunted Village, saying it was a movie about a teacher who settled down in a mountain village to teach and educate people. It turned out to be a childhood nightmare for me. Nobody's admitting it, huh? Fine, I'll lay my cards on the table. Last night it was me and the island owner. Sorry, I asked for too much last night. The island owner was completely drained. Go play with your eggs somewhere else. The island owner is my husband, so even if we're going to squeeze him dry, I should go first. The viewers in the live stream were very active. Jiang Nan ate breakfast while watching the live comments and didn't participate in the chat. Only after finishing its meal did it say, "Today I will go to Parrot Valley to catch lobsters, but before that, I need to find an adult Asiatic black bear." My camp was attacked by an Asiatic black bear yesterday. Luckily, Tai Sui was there to help, otherwise I would have been in trouble. As for how to find that black bear, we simply follow the route it took to escape and see what happens. If all else fails, we'll look for honey on the island first. That's what black bears love most. Even if we can't find the black bear, at least the honey will attract it. Besides, sugar geese love honey the most, so I can have some to taste. As he spoke, Jiang Nan got up and went outside the tent, walking to the bloodstain left by the Asiatic black bear the night before. The viewers in the live stream, seeing the dried bloodstains, finally believed what Jiang Nan had said. Jiang Nan squatted down and began to tell the story of the Asian black bear, while noticing an ant that had been attracted by the bloodstains. It first took a small sip with its mouth, then seemed very excited and hurriedly ran away to look for other ants. Whenever it encounters an ant, it immediately touches its antennae to communicate, Before long, it arrived in a grand procession with more than a dozen ants. And another ant gradually ran away, probably going home to report the news. Upon seeing this, Jiang Nan disposed of the blood without hesitation. When the ant army arrived, the bloodstains had disappeared, and all the ants began searching the vicinity. Chapter 153 The Great Battle Resumes. The bird that leads the way. Ha ha ha. Island Lord, you're too mean. Island owner, please note that if you do this, your ant pay credit score will drop to a negative number. Ants, we're not human, but the island owner must be a dog. Ant, quickly report back to headquarters. A thief is stealing our food. I used to do that all the time when I was a kid. It brings back so many childhood memories. The viewers in the live stream started making jokes. Jiang Nan shook his head and said, actually, I don't want to do this either, but if a lot of ants are attracted outside the tent, their next step will be to crawl inside the tent, which would be terrible if I slept at night. Moreover, these bloodstains can attract ants, and also other bloodthirsty animals. What if they steal my home while I'm away? That would be even worse. As they were talking, Jiang Nan was drawn to the commotion on the other side of the river. The Hunghing otters have all gathered. It looks like another big battle is about to begin. In less than 5 minutes, the East Star otters arrived. This time, they also brought another family of otters. However, the family has very few members, only 7 or 8. Good grief, they've been losing for 2 days in a row, so they're starting to call for reinforcements. To lack martial ethics is the real lack of martial ethics. I hate it when there are more of us than when there are fewer of us. Of course, if I'm on the larger side, then disregard what I said. Can Hunghing still defeat 2 families? The audience also noticed another family of otters, and the otters of Hunghing began to worry. Thump! As the otters entered the water one by one, a great battle was about to break out. Jiang Nan said as he looked around. Look over here, the Hunghing otters are diving into the water with a loud thud. Look over there, the East Star otters are squawking and following closely behind. At the attack point, the Hunghing otters unleashed a series of powerful and fierce attacks. When defending, the Dongxing otters shake the earth with every move. Jiang Nan deliberately imitated the accent of the famous writer Shan Tianfeng, speaking vividly and instantly shocking the audience. The island owner is amazing. He can even tell stories. There was a skilled ventriloquist in the capital. Island Master, you're referring to this description from Water Margin. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I'll treat you to this. While the viewers in the live stream were discussing it, the battle had already ended. Who would have thought that the numerically superior East Star otters would be defeated again? Perhaps it's because they've just teamed up with another family of otters and aren't very familiar with each other yet. However, judging from the battles over the past 3 days, the Dongxing otters are particularly persistent, and it is believed that the battles will become more intense and frequent in the future. After the otter battle, Jiang Nan didn't linger. He packed his tools, rode his moose Luffy, and set off again. This time, he set off fully equipped, taking only his moose, Luffy. All the other animals stayed at home. After all, this time he was going to find an Asiatic black bear. If any conflict occurred, he would be too busy taking care of himself to look after the other animals. According to Jiang Nan's plan, he intended to go to Parrot Valley first, catch some lobsters while he was there for the parrots, and then focus all his efforts on finding the Asiatic black bear. Unexpectedly, a sudden change occurred. Chirp chirp. Not long after riding the moose, accompanied by a bird's call, a nimble figure descended from the sky and landed on a nearby tree. Lu Fei had never seen this kind of bird before. He stopped, tilted his head, and curiously examined it. Jiang Nan also looked over. This bird is very cute. Its beak is a light cherry blossom pinkish white, its belly is gray, and its wings are brown and white with a few bright yellow feathers. Its most distinctive feature is its eyes. Beneath its dark little eyes, there were 2 tufts of white fur. At first glance, it looks like she's wearing long eyelashes. It makes you want to keep staring at its eyes. As the camera turned to the bird, the viewers in the live stream also saw it and became just as curious as the moose. What kind of bird is this? It looks a bit strange, but strangely beautiful. Why does it seem like it's not afraid of people at all? That's right, the island owner is watching it, and it's watching the director. Island owner, what are you worried about? Little bird, what are you looking at? What a waste of my life. These past 20-odd years have been wasted. I've never even seen a bird like this before, and I don't even know its name. Calm down. We're all just here to make up the numbers. I just don't believe it. When I was 8 years old, the fortune teller said that I would be wearing a yellow robe and eating fish and meat every day. Brothers, just wait for me to become rich. Chirp, chirp. Just as the audience was about to continue their conversation, suddenly, the beautiful bird flapped its wings and landed on the head of the moose, Luffy. Then, they hopped and skipped cautiously toward Jiang Nan. Perhaps it was because it was the first time they had seen humans, and they were filled with curiosity. But it was also worried that humans would hurt it, so its body was always tense. It seemed that as soon as Jiang Nan made any move, it would flap its wings and fly away immediately. Jiang Nan remained still, trying to get the pretty little bird closer to her. A moment later, it jumped onto Jiang Nan's left forearm. Jiang Nan slowly raised his arm to observe the beautiful little bird up close, and laughed. How lucky! I just stepped out today and ran into a honeybird. As you can see, the honeybird is slightly larger than a sparrow. Among all vertebrates, it is the only one that can feed on beeswax. It has a crop that can store a lot of yeast, which helps break down beeswax into absorbable fats, thus providing nutrients. The crop is actually the enlarged part of the posterior part of the esophagus of vertebrate birds that temporarily stores food. Many people have probably seen pigeons in the square. Occasionally, you'll see some pigeons with bulging necks. That's their crop. The viewers in the live stream listened very attentively. Key points. These are all key points. Write them down. Didn't the island owner just say that this kind of bird really likes to eat honey? What a coincidence. The island lord is also looking for honey. One person and one bird. Perfect companions for a journey. Moose flying. Am I not worthy to appear? Jiang Nan glanced at the comments and laughed. Traveling together? Haha. Actually, I'm the one who's been honored. Because the honeybird also has a nickname. The guiding bird. As long as there is honey somewhere, people can find it immediately without relying on humans. It's just that because they are too small, they can't destroy the hive on their own to get honey. They have no choice but to look for humans or animals that like to eat honey after they find honey. Then it will lead humans or animals to the hive, and once the hive is destroyed, they can eat honey and be larvae without worry. Chapter 154 Lead the Way. Honey gathering. They even know how to seek help from humans. How wise. This is the first time I've heard the island owner mention this kind of bird. It's unbelievable. I absolutely refuse to believe that there are birds in this world that lead humans to find honey. The viewers in the live stream were full of doubts. It's normal for people not to believe it, because our country is relatively developed. If you want to eat honey, you can just go to the supermarket and buy it ready-made. Moreover, there are now specialized honey harvesting machines, so there is no need for honey harvesters. Secondly, the honeybird mainly lives in Africa and occasionally flies to Australia. It's normal that people are not familiar with it. Jiang Nan patiently explained. In primitive tribes in Africa, people have to rely on honey crickets to harvest honey. Some people once visited African tribes and found that although many of the people there were poorly clothed, they had honey to eat at home. They suspected that the primitive people there had some special way to find beehives. After the news spread, it aroused curiosity and suspicion among scientists from various countries. A bird scientist named Herbert Friedman even went to observe it himself. After a period of investigation, he discovered that when primitive people collected honey, they did not blindly search in the forest, but always went into the forest first and listened carefully. Soon, a small bird will fly out of the dense forest while chirping loudly and circle above the heads of the primitive man. This bird is the honeybird. Primitive people would be very happy when they saw a honey lemur, because they knew that as long as they followed it, they would definitely find honey. Normally, the honeybird will hover over the heads of the primitive man for a while, and then fly into the depths of the dense forest amidst its chirping calls. What primitive people had to do was actually very simple. Keep up quickly and don't fall behind. The honeyfly is very good at leading the way. It will stop from time to time and call out to guide the primitive people to follow it. Sometimes, it would fly over the heads of hesitant primitive people and circle around them, as if urging them to hurry up and get on their way. As long as they find a beehive and collect honey, primitive people will not forget their benefactor bird. They will leave some honey as a token of their gratitude. Over time, in the cultures of primitive Africans, the honeybird has become a god they worship. They would strictly protect the honeybirds. If anyone dared to kill a honeybird, he would be either cut off his ears or be put to death by someone else. Some tribes even use the behavior of the honeyfly for divination. When the honeybee is attacked by its natural enemies, primitive people will do everything they can to save it. The local people believe that if you stand idly by when the harpy needs help, you will be punished by the gods. In addition to seeking help from humans, honeyflies will also look for animals that like to eat honey to help them. It's just that animals aren't as smart as humans. Each time, the The honeybee pecks at their heads to provoke them into chasing it, thus leading them to the hive. Jiang Nan's vivid and engaging storytelling captivated the viewers in the live stream, who listened with great interest and suddenly understood. "Alan Lord, I have a favor to ask." "Never mind, I'm being impolite. Just give me this honey harpy. I really want to raise one. Then I'll never have to worry about honey again. I don't even know if it's allowed to keep them in China." "Miss, I actually have honey on me too, but it comes out in very small amounts each time, and it's always white. Why don't you take care of me?" "You'd better be talking about honey." Doge emoji. By the way, what are the downsides of such a cute little bird? Just as the live stream was about to get suggestive again, Jiang Nan, after catching a witty comment, decisively said, "No one is perfect, no bird is perfect, and if we're talking about flaws, they really do exist." The honeybird, like the cuckoo, is a brood parasite. However, cuckoos mostly scare away the nest owners with their eagle-like appearance, and then take the opportunity to enter other birds' nests to lay their eggs. The honeybird, on the other hand, waits quietly until the nest owner goes out to forage before sneaking into other birds' nests to lay its eggs. Their eggs hatch earlier than those of other birds, and the hatched honeyhawk chicks are exceptionally fierce. They have a pair of small hooks on their beaks, which form a deadly pincer when they close their beaks. As soon as other birds' chicks hatch, they will use the small hooks on their beaks to kill them. If there are other siblings in the same nest, the chicks may even kill each other after hatching, because in the end only one can survive. The little hook on its mouth fell off on its own about 10 days after it was born. Other birds, however, don't understand why their offspring died. They simply carry the carcass out of the nest and diligently feed the baby honeybirds. But alas, once the baby honeybirds grow up, they will leave the nest and will not miss them at all. Without the nurturing or teaching of their biological parents, they are born with the ability to find beehives and guide humans and other animals. This remains a mystery to this day. Perhaps it's what we Chinese often say, like begets like, and a rat's son knows how to dig a hole. After all, these are things etched deep into our genes. Just like how we are born with the ability to farm, even in games, no matter what kind of game it is, we Chinese can complete the farming game. The audience agreed with Jiang Nan's words. "Island Master, I once played a game called Don't Starve, and now the Chinese have made it a feast." There's another game called Total War, Three Kingdoms. Foreign players are still diligently conquering cities and territories, struggling to keep their troops running smoothly. If they're not careful, their country will be destroyed. Meanwhile, Chinese players are farming. As the saying goes, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. The hearts of the people are food. With food, what is there to fear? So we must farm. As long as we have food, the soldiers will come. With more soldiers, what battle can't we win? Haha. To sum it up in 9 words, build high walls, store up plenty of grain, and delay declaring yourself king. In modern terms, it's called focus on production and promote development. I don't have many hobbies, but I like looking at beautiful women with fair skin, long legs. I once thought it was a mental illness, but now I understand that it's inherited from my dad. Your father, slander. Slander. You're slandering me. Jiang Nan glanced at the comments and was amused. I don't know why, but seeing this sentence immediately reminded me of Xiao Yang with the big belly from Detective Chinatown 1. Whenever I hear the song, Welcome to New York, I picture 3 beautiful nurses walking towards me. Let's go. Jiang Nan composed himself and waved his hand. As if sensing something, the honeybird flapped its wings and flew into the air, beginning to lead the way. The moose leaped forward, quickly following the honeyfly. A little bird leads the way, and a person rides a moose galloping after it. Bathed in the morning sunlight, this scene looks like something out of a movie, quite evocative. Chapter 155 Black Bear Spotted. And there are even cubs? Led by the honey leopard, Jiang Nan arrived at a palm grove. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of bees flapping their wings rang in my ears. Jiang Nan looked up at the sound and saw a bee the size of an adult's fingernail fly past him. Although there was only one, Jiang Nan was very happy. The honeybee wasn't lying. There really was a beehive here. The smile on Jiang Nan's face didn't last long. After walking another 10 meters or so, a huge palm tree blocked our way. The trunk of this tree is very thick, twice the thickness of other trees. Jiang Nan looked up and got goosebumps all over at just one glance. There was a beehive with a diameter of more than half a meter in the dense branches of the tree. From a distance, it looks like a cannonball. Countless bees were moving in and out of the hive one after another, forming a dense, dark mass. If someone with trypophobia saw this, they would definitely faint on the spot. One bee is not scary, But if there are such a terrifying number of them, Jiang Nan would surely die if he were surrounded. What? This is a beehive. This is huge. It's bigger than my future mother-in-law's appetite. You know how to describe things. This is the first time I've ever seen such a large beehive. Firefighters. We need to call for firefighters here. I saw a news report about someone abroad who broke into a beehive. Now that I see such a huge beehive, and thinking back to that man abroad, all I can say is, that's awesome. Indian men's team. There's someone even braver than us. Whose subordinate is this? The viewers in the live stream were already speechless when they saw the beehive. The environment here is so good. There are no human disturbances, and the surrounding area is full of palm trees, which can provide excellent protection for the beehives. Besides palm trees, there are many flowers, providing the bees with convenient food, which is why so many bees gather here, causing the hive to grow larger and larger. Jiang Nan explained, taking a deep breath before saying with a serious expression, if you encounter such a large beehive in the wild, don't even think about getting honey from it. Learn from me, run. As soon as he said the word, run, Jiang Nan turned around on his moose, Luffy, and squeezed his legs together sharply, signaling Luffy to speed up. Want honey? Or should I risk my life? Jiang Nan chose to risk his life. This sentence is similar to a classic line from Uncle Benchan's skit about donating money. Uncle Benchan, do you want money? Do you have any shame? Lu Neng, I want a partner. Ha ha ha, is the island lord chickening out? He wasn't intimidated by a great white shark, but he chickened out at a beehive. That's not like the behavior of an island lord. I have no choice but to be a coward. If I encounter a great white shark, I'll at most be swallowed whole and lose consciousness quickly. But if I'm attacked by so many bees, even if I survive by sheer luck, I won't look human at all. After watching the live stream for so long, I can finally proudly say that I can do everything the island owner can do. The viewers in the live stream didn't gloat, they just made fun of him. Because they all knew that such a large number of bees would be difficult to deal with. Almost every child who has lived in the countryside has disturbed a beehive or been attacked by a swarm of bees when they were young. The memory of that experience always sends chills down their spine. Chirp chirp. Jiang Nan fled, but Xiang Mai Lai wouldn't have it, following behind and calling out anxiously. Jiang Nan said without turning his head, don't blame me for being heartless. I'm just a mortal. When I learn the Vajra indestructible divine skill, I will definitely come and help you collect honey. Chirp chirp chirp. The honey fly was still calling. Jiang Nan rode on his moose, Luffy, and continued on his way, saying, don't blame me. I didn't want to go either, but Luffy insisted on dragging me along, so I had no choice. The scene at this moment, coupled with Jiang Nan's demeanor and tone, was very similar to when Cao Cao was defeated and fled Wurong Road, and Guan Yu let him go. Cao Cao then said indignantly, Yin Chong, I can't leave, I can't leave. The next thing he did was shout, giddy up, chirp chirp. The honeybird kept calling, growing increasingly anxious. Jiang Nan felt something was off, turned his head to look, and was immediately stunned. From the woods behind, a huge dark shadow appeared out of nowhere. It is an Asiatic black bear. The Asiatic black bear paid no attention to Jiang Nan. Its target was the beehive. Jiang Nan, with his excellent eyesight, clearly saw a scar on its left front shoulder. It was left over from last night's battle with the tiger-headed sea eagle. Stop! Jiang Nan called out to Luffy the moose, jumped off his back, patted its head, and said, you leave this palm grove first and wait for me outside. Moose Luffy gently nudged Jiang Nan with its head, signaling him to be careful, before obediently turning and walking away. Jiang Nan drove away the moose Luffy because she was worried that something unexpected might happen later. If the moose Luffy was attacked by the swarm of bees, it would go berserk and become uncontrollable. After watching the moose fly away, Jiang Nan turned and returned to the beehive. I found a small earthen mound, hid behind it, and quietly observed. It really is an Asiatic black bear. This is eye-opening. I thought Australia didn't have this. Don't you know there's such a thing as a zoo? They don't have them locally, but they can import them. Thank you so much. I almost became a Mongolian. The island owner is really lucky. It actually ran into one. The island lord dares not disturb the beehive. It seems we can only leave it to this black bear. The appearance of the Asiatic black bear instantly caused a sensation in the live stream. After all, this thing appeared in Journey to the West, which left a deep impression on people. Jiang Nan reminded everyone, look closely at the V-shaped white patch on its chest. That's a unique mark of the Asiatic black bear. Don't let its chubby appearance fool you. This guy is actually quite agile. He can not only climb trees to dig for honey, but also swim in the water to catch fish, and he can even walk upright. In addition, this guy has an extremely sensitive sense of smell and hearing. He can smell scents from half a kilometer away when the wind is blowing and can hear footsteps from 300 steps away. Unfortunately, their strength is too weak. That's why it has the nickname bear. Just as Jiang Nan was giving her explanation, the grass not far away suddenly rustled. Jiang Nan reacted quickly, looking towards the sound. Two little black bears slowly crawled out of the grass and trotted off to chase after the big black bear. Wow, the little bear is so cute. I disagree. I think big bears are cuter. Hey upstairs, you better be talking about a black bear. I really want to raise one. Those little paws are so chubby, I really want to touch them. It's no exaggeration to say that I could pet 10 of these adorable little bears so much that they'd go bald in one go. Mother bear, dare to suck my cubs? Believe me, I'll suck you. Hello, Xiongda and Xiong'er. Do you still remember me? I'm Bald Chong. The two little black bears made their appearance with an adorable aura, immediately attracting a large number of young women in the live stream. Chapter 156 Living with Animals. The wildest hotel in the world. Jiang Nan remained silent, staring intently at the two little black bears, his brows gradually relaxing. I finally understand why this black bear likes to fight. It beat up all the black bears in the zoo and was eventually exiled here. Jiang Nan said thoughtfully. So that's because it was already pregnant at the time. Black bears are among the most dedicated mothers in the world. They will fight against any wild beast and even attack humans in order to protect their cubs. Each bear cub will stay with its mother for 3 years and will only be allowed to leave after it has learned all its skills. Once a mother black bear is pregnant or has already given birth to cubs, she has no interest in mating with other black bears. But animals are animals. Once they reach mating season, male black bears will stop at nothing and just use force. In this situation, the mother bear has no choice but to fight. Generally speaking, female bears cannot beat male bears because they are at a disadvantage in terms of weight, size, and strength. Once mating is complete, the male bear will kill the female bear's previous cubs in order to ensure that the female bear will take good care of his cubs. The mother bear would definitely not agree to it, and would almost always fight to the death to protect her cubs, but unfortunately, she is no match for them, and can only watch helplessly as her children are killed. Some are smarter and will drive their cubs away in advance. Although it is difficult for a lone bear cub to survive in the wild, at least it will not be killed by the male bear and still has a chance of survival. The black bear in front of us must have realized that she was going to get pregnant. In order to give birth to her cubs smoothly, she had no choice but to keep fighting with the male bears that provoked her. After being exiled here, she successfully gave birth to 2 babies and raised them to this age on her own. As the audience watched the family of black bears hurrying along their journey and listened to Jiang Nan's storytelling, they gradually became engrossed. So, this black bear mother is truly amazing. Being exiled is fine too, living a carefree life on this island. Zhang Qiushan, that's right, this is my ideal life. Jiang Nan glanced at the comments and continued. Actually, there was another place in Australia where the zoo could have housed this black bear. That place is the wildest hotel in the world, called Jamila Hotel. This hotel was originally an aquarium. A 46-year-old man bought an aquarium that was on the verge of bankruptcy. Later, because their whole family loved animals, especially lions, tigers, and cheetahs, they went to Africa to import some. So the family turned this aquarium into Australia's largest private zoo. There are 230 animals in the zoo, and that doesn't even include fish and birds. Later, the family built 18 more guest rooms inside, and it became a hotel. The most unique feature of this hotel is that you can see all kinds of animals no matter where you are. Even when you are taking a shower in your bedroom, you can see lions through the glass. Because it's so unique, it attracts a lot of tourists. But there are too few rooms, so tourists can only book animal rooms online. The most popular ones are the lion, tiger, and bear rooms, which usually require reservations. Each room also includes 2 opportunities for close contact with the animals. The zookeeper will take you to experience some areas that are not open to the public. The most special thing is the zero-contact interaction with the animals. Actually, the hotel was built to provide sufficient funds for the operation and expansion of the zoo. If there is any surplus, the owner of the hotel will also protect various animals. As its reputation grew, more and more injured animals were sent there. Some of the animals there were rescued after being poached, some were rescued from circuses, and some were sent there after being injured in fights in the wild. The audience had never heard of such a hotel before and were immediately struck by its wonder. Thank you, Island Lord. Otherwise, I would never have known. I must go someday when I have the money. The ancients said to read 10,000 books and travel 10,000 miles, but that doesn't work now. I think it should be changed to making a lot of money and traveling 10,000 miles. Jiang Nan was just a casual mention. Who would have thought that one day I would be connected with this magical hotel? As they spoke, the black bear family of 3 had already arrived at the base of the beehive. Seeing the honey sliding out of the beehive above her head, the mother bear couldn't help but drool. Because it injured its shoulder last night, it is now having a hard time climbing trees. After trying several times, the mother bear gave up. However, they did not completely give up. I didn't manage to steal any fish last night, and I'm starving. I have to find a way to get some honey today. The mother black bear circled the palm tree and then started ramming into it. Boom. The massive body crashed into the thick trunk, causing the palm tree to sway slightly. What is the mother black bear trying to do? Is she going to knock down the tree? Or is she going to knock down the beehive? In ancient times, Luzitian uprooted a willow tree. Today, a black bear charges into a palm tree. Be careful. It would be terrible if a big tree fell and hit a black bear. Beaver, this tactic looks familiar? I watched a movie about bears. At the beginning of the movie, the mother bear kept ramming her body against the cliff to eat honey. As a result, a rock rolled down, and the mother bear was unable to dodge and was crushed to death on the spot. The bear cub then began to wander and eventually encountered a hunter. This movie looks good. Does anyone know the name? I'm going to watch it before bed tonight. I think the movie is called The Bear. A good man does it 108 times in one night. While the audience was discussing it, the mother bear's impact had already had its effect. The palm tree didn't fall, nor did the beehive drop, but with the impact of the palm tree, the honey had already accelerated and flowed down the trunk. The mother bear opened her mouth and eagerly began to lick it with her tongue. The amount of honey obtained this way is far too small. Not only is she not getting enough to eat, but her 2 babies are also going hungry. The mother bear quickly came up with another idea. Even though it can't climb up, it still has children. The mother bear was seen half lying on the trunk of a palm tree, while her 2 cubs slowly climbed the tree by stepping on her head. With the mother bear using her body as a ladder, the baby bear climbed very slowly and distantly. However, they were too small and had not yet fully learned to climb trees. One of them quickly tumbled down, while the other successfully climbed up. Chapter 157, the world's only bear to have participated in a war. After climbing the palm tree, the black bear cub trembled slightly, gripping the branches tightly, as if afraid of falling. Besides nervousness, the little creature was also filled with curiosity in the unfamiliar environment. A little bee buzzed past the black bear cub, and it couldn't resist opening its mouth as if to take a bite. Unfortunately, the little bee was too agile and missed its bite. Otherwise, it could very well become like that dog on the internet with a bee in its mouth that got stung and turned into a pig's head. The black bear cub missed the bee and, following its flight path, fixed its gaze on the giant honeycomb above its head. Slurp. From this vantage point in Jiang Nan, you can clearly see the black bear cub licking its tongue, with thick drool dripping from the corner of its mouth. The allure of the honey was too great, and it couldn't wait to continue climbing upwards. At this moment, the bees are moving in and out of the hive in an orderly fashion, diligently collecting nectar. As the black bear cubs drew closer, they finally noticed the uninvited guest. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In just a few seconds, more than a dozen bees swarmed around. And many more bees were flying out of the hive one after another. They wanted to use a human wave tactic to drive away the black bear cubs. Although the black bear cub is still a cub, it has inherited the best defensive talents of bears. Its thick fur protects every part of its body, and the saying, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, and a newborn bear cub is not afraid of a bee, makes it even more fearless. Humans would avoid a bee's sting like the plague, but for a black bear, it's like a tickle. It has no deterrent effect whatsoever and causes no harm whatsoever. The black bear cub felt no pain and became increasingly audacious, approaching the beehive step by step, constantly waving one of its front paws to drive away the growing number of bees. Bees can't pierce its tough fur, but some will attack its relatively vulnerable nose and eyes, so it must be driven away. Of course, the younger brother is also more vulnerable. It's just that bees don't usually raid that spot. He's really tough, just like Zhang Fei in King of Glory after he's transformed. Jiang Nan watched Xiong Feng's battle and felt a deep sense of emotion. He glanced at the time. About 4 minutes had passed. More and more bees gathered around the black bear cub, forming a dense, swarming mass that would make any hair on your body stand on end. Fortunately, Jiang Nan made the wise choice to retreat, otherwise he would be a pig-headed squad leader now. No wonder bears participated in wars back then. If a group of bear soldiers were trained, their destructive power would be unbelievable. Jiang Nan sighed again. What did the island lord just say? Bear soldier. Is there any bear in this world that has ever been on a battlefield? I've been following the black bear cubs closely, but I never expected the island owner's words to be so explosive. The viewers in the live stream were all intently watching the bumblebee battle when suddenly, a single sentence from Jiang Nan caused them to burst into laughter. Jiang Nan smiled and said, "This is a true story, and it happened during World War II. At that time, Germany defeated Poland, and some soldiers took advantage of the chaos to escape to India, preparing to go to the Soviet Union to rejoin their allies. On the way, we encountered a child selling a brown bear cub, hoping to get some money. The cub's parents had been shot by hunters, and it had become an orphan. One of the soldiers really liked the brown bear cub, so he bought it. Later, the brown bear cub followed the unit to the 22nd Artillery Supply Company. As everyone knows, the army is full of rough men who don't know how to take care of children, let alone feed bears. In addition, the army had just suffered a defeat, and there wasn't much good food to eat. This brown bear cub is also very well behaved. It is not picky about food and will eat whatever the soldiers give it. Over time, after becoming familiar with the soldiers, it learned to drink alcohol, and it could drink a lot of it. Several soldiers couldn't outdrink it, and it also smoked. This happened mainly because there were no baby bottles in the army at the time. Out of desperation, the soldiers put jam, honey, and other things in wine bottles, which opened up a new world for the brown bear cubs. Not only that, it would wrestle with the soldiers, and no one in the entire artillery company could beat it. Besides these, it also learned all sorts of basic combat commands and how to ride in a vehicle. As it became more and more popular in the artillery battalion, it also got a name, Wadi, which translates to soldier who brings joy. It's a pity I haven't sung in a long time. This matter was reported to the higher-ups, and pets are not allowed in the army. They strongly requested that it be released back into the mountains. But the soldiers had spent so much time with it that they had grown attached to it, and how could they bear to let it go? So they came up with a great idea, to let Watai join the army and become a formal bear soldier. This is not just talk. At the time, this matter was approved by the higher authorities, and they even issued Watai a soldier's certificate, along with a service number, rank, and pay slip. From then on, Wadi stepped onto the battlefield and played a huge role there. With its physical advantages, it can easily traverse mountains and valleys to reach steep and dangerous places that are inaccessible to humans for reconnaissance, and can also deliver ammunition and shells to the frontline soldiers in the first instance. As long as it is used for transportation, the superiors are most at ease, because it has never made a mistake. After all, how could the enemy possibly imagine that brown bears could be involved in transportation? It's as absurd as seeing sows lining up to jump into a pool on the street. An enemy soldier recalled that he saw a brown bear carrying a 90-pound ammunition box rush past him, completely calm and collected, which terrified him to death. After the war, the 22nd Artillery Transport Company, where Wadi served, became famous. The command at the time granted special permission to rename the 22nd Artillery Transport Company as the 22nd Transport Company, and the company's emblem was changed to an image of Wadi holding a shell. Before joining the army, Watai was just a private, and after the war, he became a corporal. As for Woody, he was sent to the zoo and lived out the rest of his life happily. In 1963, Woody died at the age of 21, while wild brown bears can generally live to be 19 years old. He, who smoked and drank, actually lived a few years longer. Today, there are statues of Wojciech in many cities across Europe. After all, this is the only brown bear in the world that has ever participated in a war. It is unprecedented, and it will probably be difficult to see another one like it in the future. Chapter 158: The Hive Falls. A swarm of bees dances wildly. Jiang Nan's storytelling was vivid and engaging. As viewers watched the family of black bears stealing honey and listened to the story, they became increasingly immersed in the story. This is the first time I've heard this story. I really learned a lot of new things from watching the island owner's live stream. Such a wonderful story must be made into a movie, a TV series, or even an animated film. Impossible. Nowadays, domestic directors are very obsessed with remaking and adapting online novels, and very few are willing to film the original story. I feel fortunate for that brown bear. Luckily, its enemy at the time was not the Russians, otherwise it would not be a war hero, but just a pet. Russian people. Sorry, but here, every household keeps bears, and people ride bears when they go out. Bashu, you ride bears, but we ride dog-faced bears. Doge, a family of Asiatic black bears. Please stop talking. We're the main characters now. Please move the camera over here. Okay. Roar. The story of Jiang Nan's bear soldiers lasted only 5 minutes, but the black bear family had already encountered trouble. More and more bees swarmed out of the hive, forming a dense, black mass that not only surrounded the black bear cub at the top of the tree, but also attacked the mother bear and another cub below. The mother black bear has thick skin and is unaffected at all, but the 2 black bear cubs suffered the consequences. These bees seemed to have become sentient. Upon discovering that the 2 black bear cubs were rather weak, they became even more ferocious and began to swarm around them. The black bear cub at the top of the tree was in the worst condition. It could no longer withstand the attack of the swarm of bees and covered its head with its 2 chubby paws. As a result, he lost his balance, became unsteady, and fell off the tree branch with a thud. The mother bear reacted quickly, rushing forward and catching her cub with her massive body, preventing it from falling onto the hard ground. Another black bear cub couldn't withstand the swarm of bees and stumbled into its mother's arms. Even in such a sorry state, the swarm of bees still refused to stop their attack. Instead, even more people gathered. The mother bear's temper flared up instantly. She rushed to the tree, stood on her hind legs, and began to shake the trunk with all her might. Furious, it no longer wanted to simply eat honey. Instead, it wanted to shake the honeycomb down. Splash! The mother black bear was so strong that leaves kept falling down, like rain. The beehive was shaking violently and could fall down at any moment. Not good. Jiang Nan frowned, and the next second, he decisively stepped back. If the hive falls, all the bees inside will swarm out. In their frenzy, they will attack and sting anyone they see, regardless of the consequences. Indiscriminate attacks, inhumane. The typical principle is, I will not offend others unless they offend me. If they offend me, I will retaliate. The honey bird, which had been perched on Jiang Nan's shoulder, saw Jiang Nan step back and then flapped its wings and took flight, preparing to fly towards the hive. It seemed that Jiang Nan had retreated, and in order to get the honey, it had to find a powerful ally again, and that powerful ally was the incredibly brave black bear mother. It's also possible that it saw the beehive was about to collapse and was worried that the black bear family would eat all the honey, so it wanted to take the opportunity to get a share. Return. Jiang Nan grabbed Xiao Mai Lai and whispered, "Are you out of your mind? You'd better find a place to hide right now. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, you'll definitely get a bite of honey." In the past, honey flies didn't eat the honey themselves. Instead, they fed it to the bee colony. Bees are omnivores and will eat meat. A tiny honey fly, no bigger than a palm, swoops in and is surrounded by thousands of bees and is instantly gnawed to the bone. The honey fly seemed to understand, or perhaps it turned its head to look at the hive and saw that more bees had already swarmed out, so it decisively changed direction. Before preparing to escape, it landed on a nearby tree branch, staring intently at Jiang Nan, reluctant to fly away. "I'll be all right," Jiang Nan solemnly promised. The honeybird nodded in a human-like manner and finally agreed to fly away. After watching the honey pheasant fly away, Jiang Nan also fled the place as fast as he could. His legs moved with incredible speed, much like Dai Zong, the swift-footed swordsman from the water margin. After running out of the palm grove, Jiang Nan came to the nearest small river. There are fish in the river. He came specifically for the fish. Jiang Nan casually picked up a tree branch from the ground and stabbed it at the beaver, hitting it precisely. Although it was just a small grass carp, and not very big, it was enough. Jiang Nan picked up the small grass carp and returned the way she came. Upon arriving near the beehive, Jiang Nan casually tossed a grass carp over, which landed right at the feet of the mother black bear. He wanted to use fish bait to lure the mother black bear away quickly. Therefore, a large opening was deliberately made in the grass carp so that the tender, fatty meat inside could be clearly seen. However, after seeing the grass carp, the mother bear did not bite it. Instead, she looked in the direction from which it was thrown towards Jiang Nan and roared at him. It seems to be saying, "Mind your own business." It got impatient, it got carried away, and even when faced with delicious fish, it was unwilling to give up the beehive. Just like when you're playing a game. If you're playing a marksman and Lanlin King targets you relentlessly in the early game, once you've leveled up in the late game, you'll definitely go crazy trying to kill Lanlin King. Even if there are low-health opponents around him, you won't bother killing them. You just want to kill Lamling King. Why are you so stubborn? Why not eat the meat instead of eyeing the beehive? Jiang Nan hid behind a big tree, covering her face with her hands, and helplessly complained. Haha, the island owner has put in a lot of effort, but unfortunately the black bear mother doesn't appreciate it. It's such a waste to have this grass carp. The island owner should just eat it himself. The most pitiful thing is the two black bear cubs. Look at them, hiding in the corner, covering their heads with their paws. How pitiful they are. Island master, run quickly, or it will be too late. Just like when the Liangshan brothers defeated Feng La and returned to the capital in triumph. Many of them were very clever and left along the way. In particular, Li Jun, the river dragon, took Tong Meng, the river mirage, and Tong Wei, the cave dragon, and even went abroad to become a king. He was much better than Song Jiang. Viewers in the live stream urged Jiang Nan to hurry up and leave. What's there to say? What's there to be afraid of? Jiang Nan turned to leave, when suddenly, bang! The enormous beehive finally fell to the ground amidst the shaking, shattering into pieces. Standing in this location in Jiang Nan, you can clearly see the golden honey flowing out of the broken honeycomb, gleaming with a crystal-clear luster in the sunlight. I could even smell the honey wafting over. This wild honey is of the highest quality, both in terms of color and aroma. Chapter 159, The Bee's Revenge. The mother bear looked at the shattered beehive and roared with joy. It was happy, but Jiang Nan almost cried. As the hive crumbled, all the bees flew out, each more agitated and furious than the last. In just a few seconds, the entire area was filled with bees. It evokes a feeling of dark clouds looming over the city, threatening to crush it. It's like the dark clouds hanging over the Axe Gang when they first arrived at Pig Cage Alley in Kung Fu Hustle. Jiang Nan felt a chill run down his spine and felt extremely uncomfortable. At that moment, he thought of the farmer and the snake, Lu Dongbin and the dog, Mr. Dongguo and the wolf, and Hao Jian and the old lady. He kindly saved a family of 3 black bears, but they tried to harm him instead. From now on, this sentence must be followed by Jiang Nan and Xiong. If you don't want to get stung by a bear and end up with a pig's head, run. Jiang Nan shouted at the mother black bear and then ran away. The mother bear glanced at Jiang Nan, but instead of following, she walked towards the shattered beehive. Even on the verge of death, he's still thinking about honey? What the hell is the difference between this and eating in the toilet? Jiang Nan couldn't help but complain. Without turning his head, he sped up, and sped up again. The bees haven't fully reacted yet, nor have they fully encircled the mother bear. They are still more attracted to her and have enough time to escape. If you hesitate any longer, you'll never be able to leave. Why? Jiang Nan had run less than 3 meters when he heard the innocent howl of a black bear cub. As he ran, he turned his head to look and saw that 2 black bear cubs could no longer stand the dense swarm of bees and were running desperately behind him. With Jiang Nan and the 2 black bear cubs having retreated, all the bees gathered together and focused their efforts on dealing with the mother black bear. The mother black bear had just taken a bite of honey when she was attacked by a swarm of ferocious bees. It couldn't take it anymore, so it reluctantly gave up on the bees and started following. Before catching up, it didn't forget to snatch the small grass carp that Jiang Nan had just dropped. A bite of honey followed by a bite of fish. She's a true foodie who knows how to pair food. The mother black bear was very fast and caught up in the blink of an eye. Only at this moment did it understand Jiang Nan's painstaking efforts. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It caught up, and countless bees followed it like madmen. From a distance, it looks like a tornado sweeping across the sky. Grandma Li, if you didn't run away earlier, don't try to run away with me now. It's such a damn ripoff. Jiang Nan could no longer hold back and swore. It feels like playing Honor of Kings, where all your teammates are on the verge of death, hiding in the bushes to recall, but you insist on going out and darting around, attracting the enemy jungler Zhuge. Zhuge Liang's passive skill is instantly maxed out, and you tearfully secure a pentakill. Despite the profanity, the pace continued to accelerate. Jiang Nan and the mother bear ran very fast, but the 2 bear cubs were too weak and had used up too much energy climbing the tree, so their speed gradually slowed down. Without hesitation, the mother bear turned her head and snatched one of her cubs in her mouth. As a result, one was left. There was nothing it could do. It only had one mouth, and its will was simply insufficient. Jiang Nan gritted his teeth, turned around, and went back, picking up the remaining black bear cubs. And so, in the audience's view, Jiang Nan was holding a black bear cub while the mother bear grabbed another one. and they began their escape at an extremely fast speed. The bees behind them wouldn't let them go, relentlessly pursuing them in swarms. Even from a great distance, you can hear a loud buzzing sound. Someone who didn't know better might think they were in a helicopter. The scene was truly spectacular. It's like a scene from a science fiction movie where the protagonist is running ahead while a tornado sweeps behind. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. It was so enjoyable to watch. It was even more exciting than watching a blockbuster movie with special effects. I disagree. I think the most enjoyable thing is watching Japanese acrobatic films. The way the island owner and the black bear mother ran around felt like they were in Temple Run. Temple Run. Thanks to the island owner for the inspiration, we will immediately design another parkour game based on the idea of poking the beehive. Although it was terrible, I couldn't help but laugh, probably because I thought of something funny. It's so exciting to watch. I'm going to poke the hornet's nest in the tree downstairs from my house right now. I did this with my friends when I was a kid. One of my friends had a shaved head and was wearing slippers. He couldn't run at all and got stung all over his head, like the rows of little bumps on the head of Buddha. Every kid who grew up in the countryside has probably stirred up a beehive at some point. So many childhood memories. There were no cell phones back then, but there were so many fun things to do in the village every day. We were carefree and never got tired of playing. As viewers in the live stream watched Jiang Nan desperately trying to escape, they were all swept up in their childhood memories. The sense of immersion was so strong that it resonated with them. When I was a kid, I would call up a few friends every day, and we would either go to the pond to catch frogs or sneak into the field to dig up sweet potatoes and roast them. We could always come up with all sorts of fun things to do, and none of them would be the same. After starting school, my parents instilled in me the idea that I should study hard and leave the countryside, so I began to work hard to do well on every test. I did leave the countryside after growing up, but it was completely different from what I had imagined. Every day, I was like a walking corpse, repeating the same routine of going to work, going to work, going to work. I was exhausted from working hard for a house and a car, and I longed to go back to my rural home. But due to various issues such as the children's schooling, there's no going back. All the good things are left in my childhood. The beauty of Jiang Nan awakened in them, and their hearts were filled with warmth. Thump. Boom. By the time the audience realized what was happening, Jiang Nan had already run to the riverbank, taken a deep breath, and jumped into the deepest part of the river without hesitation. The mother bear followed closely behind and plunged down. The sounds of the man and the bear falling into the water were exactly the same, but the splashes they made were worlds apart. One was just a small ripple, while the other was like a depth charge. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was a Philippine fishing stunt team diving. Buzzing. Watching Jiang Nan and the black bear family jump into the water, the bees were anxious and restless, hovering in the air, showing no intention of flying away for the time being. The water in Jiang Nan is very fresh, so you can hold your breath a little longer. But the black bear family couldn't take it anymore. Especially the two little black bears. Left with no other option, they can only occasionally surface their noses to breathe. Moreover, every few breaths, he had to quickly hide. Otherwise, the bees will immediately aim for their noses and sting them. Jiang Nan looked up at the sky and discovered that the clever bees had split into two groups. One group was still hovering in the air, while the other group had flown to the other side of the river. He had originally planned to quietly swim to the other side and escape, but now it seemed he had no choice but to give up. Chapter 160 System Reward. The world's largest bee. I don't know how much time passed, but the bees finally left one after another. Jiang Nan and the black bear family had been hiding in the water, and the bears had no way to stop them and had to return empty-handed. Jiang Nan didn't immediately emerge from the water. Instead, it stayed in the water for a few more minutes to make sure they wouldn't suddenly turn back before carefully going ashore. Call. As soon as it emerged from the water, Jiang Nan couldn't help but take a deep breath of fresh air. He once read an article that asked if there was a possibility of a slow-acting poison in the air. Because people breathe air every day, they cannot live to be hundreds of years old. He didn't know if the article was true or false, but he now knew how wonderful it was to be able to breathe air. Fortunately, the climate here is mild all year round, and soaking in the water for a long time is like taking a bath, which cools the body down. If it's a cold winter, it will definitely freeze into an icicle. That feels so good. Jiang Nan rolled over and lay down on the grass by the river, casually assuming a comfortable position and letting the warm sunlight shine on her. It feels so good to have survived such a disaster. This feeling is like when you're playing a game and your teammates feed 7 or 8 kills in the early game. all 3 lanes and the first tower are destroyed, putting you in a huge disadvantage. In the end, you're forced to retreat to your high ground to defend by the other 5 players. But unexpectedly, you manage to turn the tide and win. The black bear family of 3 also crawled to Jiang Nan's side and lay down on the grass, just like him. Who would have thought that just moments ago, the man and the 3 bears were on a life-or-death escape? But now the scene is so heartwarming. After this commotion, the island owner and the black bear family can be considered to have become sworn brothers. What a heartwarming scene, and what an adorable bear cub. Little bear, you thought I was cute when I was little, but now that I'm grown up, you're delicious. The viewers in the live stream breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! Congratulations, host, for rescuing a family of 3 black bears. You are hereby rewarded with a box of bees. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a drying patch. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the secret skill of beekeeping. A box of honey. This box contains honey from the world's largest bee, the Himalayan giant bee, which is 2 to 3 times larger than that of an ordinary bee. The Himalayan giant honeybee can produce some of the world's most precious honey, known as super honey. This honey contains a psychoactive substance. Consuming even a small amount can make the body extremely excited and energetic, and in reasonable doses, it can even become a high-dose hallucinogen. In the United States, honey can sell for between $60 and $80 per pound, which is equivalent to 360 to 500 renminbi per 0.45 kilogram. And that was the price many years ago. Now it has increased many times over, but these are generally black market prices, and you can't buy it through legitimate channels at all. This hive contains 500 or 600 bees, including queen bees, drones, and worker bees of various species. It is already a self-sufficient small society, and with the presence of the queen bee, the team can expand anytime and anywhere. Note: never consume too much Himalayan giant bee honey at once, as it can be fatal. Remember this again. Drying patch X1. In the movie Spider-Man: Homecoming, Spider-Man unfortunately fell into the water and his body became soaking wet. Fortunately, Iron Man added a drying function to his suit, which can quickly dry the moisture on the clothes and the surface of the body. This drying pad was modified from that. At first glance, it looks like a plaster, but it is more transparent and has no odor. The host only needs to attach it to their waist, and if they unfortunately fall into the water due to some special circumstances, their clothes can be dried quickly as soon as they get ashore. Note: this drying patch can be used permanently. Beekeeping skills. One of the unique skills of Xiaolong Nu, the female protagonist of the Return of the Condor Heroes. By clicking to learn, the host can not only become exceptionally proficient in beekeeping, but also command and summon any bees in the surrounding environment to serve them. Through systematic improvements, it can not only summon bees, but also various other types of bees such as wasps and hornets. Note: wild bees will not obey the host's commands 100% of the time, but the Himalayan giant bees rewarded by the system are different. They will be very affectionate towards the host. Like massage techniques, this skill cannot be upgraded like the god of cookery or the art of fishing. Bathed in the sunshine, Jiang Nan looked at the system's rewards. The rewards this time are very generous. The Himalayan giant bees, in particular, brought great joy to Jiang Nan, instantly revitalizing his weary body. Why? Jiang Nan was having a good time when he suddenly heard the mournful cry of a black bear cub. For some reason, the 2 black bear cubs were crying helplessly, their bodies rolling around on the grass. The mother bear was powerless to help her cubs and could only look at Jiang Nan with pitiful eyes. Jiang Nan got up from the grass, walked quickly to the black bear cub, looked it over carefully, and said, "Wait a few minutes." He had barely finished speaking when he disappeared into the grove of trees. The mother bear watched Jiang Nan's departing figure, then looked at her 2 cubs still rolling and howling on the ground. For a moment, she didn't know whether she should follow him. Jiang Nan did not leave the place, but instead began searching in the woods. What is the island lord looking for? Why not help the black bear cub? How strange. The viewers in the live stream looked completely bewildered and confused. This is it. 5 minutes later, Jiang Nan said with a sigh of relief. Before him stood plump, tender plants, their stems about 100 centimeters tall, their leaves not only large, but also very delicate, soft and fleshy to the touch, not prickly at all. The lush green leaves are quite beautiful. At first glance, it looks like a succulent. The black bear cub was stung by a bee, which is why it's howling. We need to find a plant to apply to it. Jiang Nan explained earnestly. This plant is called scorpion grass. In the wild, It is a very common Chinese medicine. After being bitten by mosquitoes, scorpions, wasps, etc., you can tear off its leaves and gently rub them on the wound. Besides external application, it can also be taken internally. When taken internally, it can promote blood circulation, remove blood stasis, and treat sore throat. After saying that, Jiang Nan plucked a piece of scorpion grass and gently wiped the wound. He got stung a couple of times just now, so this is a good opportunity to wipe it off. The effects of the scorpion grass were remarkable. Jiang Nan immediately felt a cool and refreshing sensation at the sight of the sting. Then, Jiang Nan picked some more, and fearing that the mother bear would be anxious, she hurriedly ran back. As soon as they returned to the riverbank, before they even got close, the mother black bear rushed over and stared at Jiang Nan with a serious expression. Chapter 161, Naming Jiang Nan. Big Bear and Little Bear. Jiang Nan waved the scorpion grass in his hand and said, "Believe me, these can cure your children." After saying that, he went to the two black bear cubs and gently wiped the stings on their wounds. The two black bear cubs were mostly stung in their paws and noses, which are relatively vulnerable areas. As the scorpion grass was applied, a chilling sensation came over them, and they couldn't help but sneeze. With a blank expression and an adorable appearance. It has to be said that the scorpion grass really works. Before long, the two black bear cubs felt much better and even stuck out their tongues to gently lick Jiang Nan's palm. Jiang Nan has rescued them more than once, and now they genuinely love Jiang Nan and want to get close to it. They were already adorable, but with that coquettish attitude, they became even more endearing. Seeing that her cubs were in good condition, the mother bear's serious expression relaxed. "Come with me." Jiang Nan glanced at the black bear mother's left front shoulder and said, "Your wound also needs to be treated." The wounds left by the stellar sea eagle on the mother black bear are quite gruesome and will not heal in a short time. If she gets infected during this period, she will be unable to take care of her two cubs. Jiang Nan put all the equipment on the back of Moose Lafii before coming out today, and now he needs to find it first. Next, Jiang Nan began to lead the way, while the black bear family of 3 leisurely followed behind him. Along the way, the two black bear cubs were particularly mischievous, chasing after butterflies that flew by from time to time. When they encounter a small hill, they are too lazy to walk, so they simply curl up into a ball and roll down it. Wow, this is so cute. It's making my heart flutter. It seems the scorpion grass that the island lord found is very effective. The black bear cub is so lively again so quickly. When I was a child, I would get stung by a scorpion, and my grandma would find some scorpion grass to rub on it for me. When the island owner mentioned internal and external application, I suddenly thought of the snot from the movie Neza, Birth of the Demon Child. "Hey upstairs, stop talking, I'm eating rice noodles right now." Wouldn't that be perfect? Doge. The viewers in the live stream were captivated by the two adorable black bear cubs, unable to look away. Jiang Nan is also observing them. He noticed that one of the black bear cubs was a darker color, while the other was a lighter color, somewhat resembling the main characters, Xiongda and Xiong'er, from the popular children's show Bunny Bears. He suggested, "How about we call you Xiongda and Xiong'er from now on? Big Bear and Little Bear." The question is, where is Bald Chong? Island owner, how about I shave my head bald and find a chainsaw? Here's another question. What's the name of Xiongda and Xiong'er's mother? The audience kept throwing out new questions. Jiang Nan looked the plump black bear mother up and down and calmly said, "Her name is Keizaya." The island owner's naming strategy is absolutely brilliant. Black bear mother, my name is Keizaya? What? Am I stealing myself? That's normal. The more you want something, or the more you want to become, the more you'll name it after it. For example, I once saw Louis Koo at the airport, and he greeted me and said, "Hey, isn't this Eddie Peng? I haven't seen you in a few days, and you're even more handsome than me." Pa, I'm clearly Eddie Peng. Looks like it's time for me to pull out my selfie. Just wondering, why is it that my surname is Xia, but my dad named me with the single character Lu? You should be secretly happy. I have a classmate whose surname is Mai, but whose given name is Een. The man named Qin Shou disagrees. Bai Yuntao is passing by. Wei Xinjin did not intend to lie. Jiang Nan glanced at the comments, smiled, and said, "What are these names?" Nowadays, when people want to name their girls, they are basically all the same. The names will definitely contain words like Ku, Tong, Ruo, Xian, Xian, Han, Xian, etc. Many mothers of our generation enjoy watching romance dramas, and they especially enjoyed reading romance novels when they were in school. They can't help but bring the heroine's name into real life, and over time, it becomes an uncontrollable habit. Imagine if these children were in the same class in the future. One day, a child went to the teacher's office and said, "Teacher, something happened in the class. Zixuan and Zixuan were arguing and accidentally bumped into Zixuan and Zixuan. Kexin, Kexin, and Kexin rushed over to break up the fight and bumped into Ruoxi, Ruoxi, and Ruoxi. Zaryui and Zaryui saw this and quickly found the class leaders Heiran, Heiran, Yuhao, and Yuhao. Yuxuan, Yuhan, and Yuki brought medicine to bandage everyone's wounds. Zixuan, 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 and Zixuan clearly said they wouldn't fight anymore, but they started fighting again. Teacher, you have to go and do something about it." When teachers hear this, at best they'll commit seppuku, at worst they'll resign and never dare to enter the teaching profession again. The viewers in the live stream were laughing hysterically. Haha, the island lord has quite the silver tongue. I'm getting more and more excited about becoming the island owner's wife, so we can have sex at night. Seriously? You have to drive for this. I think I understand now. There are actually only 7 or 8 people in this class. No, there's clearly only one. The island owner is truly amazing. There are several students in our class with almost identical names. Every time the teacher calls roll, they all stand up at once. Lu Ziqiao from Love Apartment. I know these characters very well. Aren't they Kinkin, 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 Xing Xing, and Kinkin? Thank you, island owner. My wife is planning to name our daughter these names, so we must change them immediately. Amidst the murmurs of the audience, Jiang Nan has returned to the palm grove and found the moose, Lufiai. Moose Lufiai was standing under a big tree, anxiously circling around Jiang Nan. Upon seeing Jiang Nan return, his face immediately lit up with joy. But upon seeing the family of black bears behind Jiang Nan, his joy immediately turned into tension. Da-da-da! The moose leaped forward, galloping to protect Jiang Nan with its own body. It thought the black bear family was going to harm Jiang Nan, so it faithfully protected it. Although it was afraid of the black bear mother's robe last night, it became bolder after learning that the tiger-headed sea eagle Tai Sui had defeated it. After all, it was protected by the stellar sea eagle. Haha, don't worry, they won't hurt me. Jiang Nan felt a warmth in her heart and gently stroked the neck of the moose, Lufiai, to comfort it. Once the moose's condition had stabilized, Jiang Nan took out a special medicinal wine from its backpack and applied it to the wound on the black bear mother's robe. After much effort, the special medicinal wine was finally used up. It was squeezed clean, not a single drop was left. This bottle of special medicinal liquor has saved 3 animals, a great white shark, a beaver, and a black bear. It is quite practical and cost-effective. Let's go check out the beehive now. Maybe we can find some honey. Jiang Nan flipped over and mounted the moose Lufiai, waving his hand to give instructions. Chapter 162 Rats, Bees, and Thieves. When Jiang Nan returned to the hive, it had already been taken by other animals. Chirp chirp. The honeyfly stood on a broken piece of honeycomb, savoring the flowing honey. Upon seeing Jiang Nan, it even called out softly twice as a greeting. It couldn't wait any longer for Jiang Nan, so it decided to turn back and take a look. To its surprise, all the bees in the hive had already left, and it took advantage of the situation and began to eat. Splash, splash, splash. When the black bear mother saw the honey she had lost and found again, she stumbled over and began to chew the honeycomb greedily. The black bear cubs, Xiongda and Xiong'er, followed suit and started eating as well, just like their mother. Jiang Nan looked around and, after confirming that there were no bees, sighed. It seems the swarm has left. Under normal circumstances, once the hive is broken, the bees will be led by the queen bee to find a more secluded place to rebuild the hive. As he spoke, he arrived in front of the broken beehive and casually picked up a piece. At the same time, he took out the bottle and aligned the broken edge with the bottle opening. As soon as the honey found its outlet, it gushed out in a torrent, instantly forming a viscous, mini waterfall. This little waterfall does have color, and it's an unexpected purple. Even though Jiang Nan was very careful, some honey still dripped onto her hand. It's very sticky, and at first glance it looks a bit like. Jiang Nan didn't think much about it, and just stuffed it into her mouth. The next instant, a wave of sweetness swept through the entire mouth and spread to the taste buds. Wow, so much honey. The bottle opening is facing the honeycomb opening, mouth to mouth. Why does this remind me of a certain sport? Doge. Thick honey was flowing from the honeycomb opening, just like some kind of exercise, and it was quite sticky. Doge. Upstairs, why don't you explain things more clearly? Since you won't explain, then I won't either. For dessert lovers, seeing so much honey is going to drive them crazy. This honey looks delicious, and the color is beautiful too. It's purplish red. I've never seen anything like it before. Susong wasn't lying to us after all. Purple really does have a certain charm. Not only does it look good on girls, but even the honey tastes better. It's so thick and sticky. Compared to this honey, all the honey I've eaten over the years is garbage. If you don't understand, just ask, why is this honey purple? Some viewers in the live stream were making suggestive remarks, while others were filled with curiosity. Jiang Nan explained with a smile, honey only becomes more viscous and darker in color when it is stored for a long enough time to evaporate the water. The honey we usually buy from supermarkets is mostly harvested quickly from the hive to maximize yield. This results in a higher water content, making the honey less sticky and thick and less sweet. Some people even mix water into honey, but it's naturally not as delicious as wild honey. As they spoke, Jiang Nan had already poured himself a full bottle of honey. He put away the honey, mounted the moose Luffy eye on its back, waved to the black bear family of 3 and the honey whistler, and said, I have some things to do, so I'll be leaving now. You all have a good meal and drinks. The black bear family of 3 and the honey leopard were enjoying their meal when they glanced up at Jiang Nan, watched him leave, and then continued to wolf down their food. After this incident, Jiang Nan realized that if Xiang Mai Lai found a beehive in the future, she would go to the black bear mother's robe first, not him. Because the mother black bear is more reliable and more resilient than him. However, they are indeed a very good combination. The honey fly loves to eat honey and is good at finding it, while the black bear mother also loves to eat honey and is even better at destroying beehives. One is responsible for leading the way, and the other is responsible for doing the work. They are simply perfect. It's similar to the Ma Yao duo in Honor of Kings. Leaving the palm grove, Jiang Nan headed straight for Parrot Valley. After feeding the parrots, he planned to start catching lobsters. On the way, he enjoyed the scenery while watching the live comments. Soon, a very interesting comment appeared in the screen. Island Master, I have a question. Why do people call mice thieves when they steal grain, but call bees hardworking when they steal honey? This question was very interesting and immediately attracted the attention of the viewers in the live stream. This is a complete false premise. Oh my God, my head hurts, I don't know why. Whether something is good or bad, right or wrong, kind or evil, beautiful or ugly, it is all interpreted by those in power. Isn't that how society is? Now that we humans are the most advanced animals on Earth, we naturally tend to criticize and redefine other animals. Here's the question. In the world of mice, when they successfully steal our food, do they also say that humans are really diligent? Looking at the scrolling comments, Jiang Nan gave the most direct evaluation, saying, the reason we call rats thieves is because after stealing our food without working, they also spread viruses, diseases, and so on. Not only that, after they've eaten and drunk their fill, they even defecate and urinate on our food. They're not just stealing food, they're wasting it. We humans are different. Nowadays, most bees are artificially bred. We humans have to manage bees, help them treat mites, and replace their queen bees with new ones in time to prevent chaos in their society after the queen bees die. We won't let them work themselves to the bone all the time. We'll leave them some honey as food. Especially in winter. In order to help the bee colonies survive the cold winter, we leave them a lot of food and only take a small portion of it to sell. Most importantly, because they are artificially raised, we don't destroy their nests. Instead, we give them a home. When Jiang Nan finished speaking, the viewers in the live broadcast room suddenly felt enlightened. To be honest, this is a tricky problem. It's really hard to tell right from wrong between humans, bees, and mice in a short time. In fact, what he said was merely an attempt to protect humanity from a human perspective. It sounds a bit like sophistry. After all, not all honey is now produced by artificial breeding. A large portion comes from wild beehives. Wild honey is more fragrant and nutritious, making it more valuable than artificially produced honey. This has led many people to destroy wild honey bee hives to obtain honey in order to make money. To bee colonies in the wild, humans are not just thieves, but robbers. Unfortunately, humans are now the dominant species on Earth, and they are forced to accept the natural law of survival of the fittest. The animated film Bees discussed this issue in detail. In the movie, the protagonist is a little bee who, after seeing humans stealing bees, labels the humans as thieves and takes them to court. Although it's an animation, it's particularly educational. It is more thought-provoking than those domestic films that are still obsessed with monkeys and Neza. Chapter 163 Leisurely Life. catching shrimp and fishing for eels. Parrot Valley. Hello, sir. As soon as Jiang Nan appeared at the entrance, led by a gray parrot, all the parrots rushed to welcome him. They knew that Jiang Nan had come to deliver melon seeds, so they were exceptionally polite. If you didn't know better, you'd think you'd stumbled upon a brothel in Jiang Nan. However, their nature is similar. While feeding him sunflower seeds, he would also take the opportunity to pet all sorts of parrots. While others pet cats and dogs, he pets birds with remarkable skill. This is every man's profession. After saying goodbye to the parrots, Jiang Nan ventured deeper into the valley and arrived at the beaver's home. Upon seeing Jiang Nan appear, the animals that had been gnawing on the tree all gathered around, lining up to welcome him, each one more enthusiastic than the last. He is now quite famous and popular in the animal kingdom of the Great Barrier Reef. Whenever he appears, it can be described with the classic line from the skit, Shao Chui talks, drums and gongs resound, firecrackers crackle, red flags wave, and crowds of people gather. After playing with the beavers for a while, Jiang Nan got down to business, catching lobsters. He took a net bag out of his backpack, showed the opening of the net bag to the camera, and began to explain. This is a professional shrimp catching net. If you look closely, you'll see that this net is shaped like an hourglass, with a wide inlet and a narrow outlet. This season is the busiest time in the river, with small fish and shrimp swarming around, and river shrimp spawning at this time. During the spawning season, shrimp become almost transparent. When sunlight shines on the water's surface, it reflects light, making them not only difficult to spot, but also hard to touch. This is where this special net comes in handy. Put bait in the net, and the river shrimp will follow the scent and burrow in. Shrimp are actually blind. Once they get into a net, it's very difficult for them to get out. Since shrimp are creatures that live by the flow of water, placing a net against the current allows the scent of the bait to spread. As they spoke, Jiang Nan had already gotten busy. It's the first time I've ever seen shrimp being touched. It's amazing. Shrimp are blind. Ha ha ha. Island owner, are you being polite? When I was a child, I used this method to catch small fish in the pond. All I had to do was put some steam buns in a mineral water bottle, tie it with a rope, and throw it into the pond. I could catch a lot of small fish in no time. The problem was that the inlet of the mineral water bottle was too narrow. Once the small fish went in and ate their fill, they could never get out. It's all a setup. It's all a setup. Little fish and shrimp. The city is full of tricks. I want to go back to the countryside. Troublesome, too troublesome. If it were me, I would just put my sweaty feet in the river, and in no time, all the little fish and shrimp in the water would be smothered to the surface. Little fish and shrimp. Is this the legendary biological weapon? Island Master, may I ask what bait you used? I'd like to try it sometime. At this moment, Jiang Nan had already placed the net in place and casually put air inside. He glanced at the comments and said, actually, the bait I used is very simple. It's just the leftover fish meat from last night mixed with water and flour, kneaded into a paste. This will make the taste very fishy and strong, which is unbearable for us humans, but river shrimp love it the most. By the way, if possible, adding some loach with a stronger fishy smell would make it even better. Also, if you really have very sweaty feet, it's fine to put them in a flowing river, but never poison the river just to catch some small fish and shrimp. This not only harms small fish and shrimp, but also damages water resources, causing many innocent animals in the vicinity to die. Jiang Nan knew that the viewers in the live stream were just joking, but he still wanted to offer a friendly reminder. Wow, that was a game high in the last round. The island owner is right. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. Just like the Spring Festival gala skits nowadays, no matter how much conflict there is in the beginning, the theme must be elevated in the end. It's not about educating you. It's about leading you to make dumplings. Uncle Benchen, people are being educated every day of the year, so what's one more night? You should know that your 10-minute performance can't educate people. It's better to let people laugh freely for 10 minutes from beginning to end. Educating people is not scary. What is scary is embarrassment. Imagine how awkward it would be if your whole family sat in front of the TV expressionless while watching the Spring Festival gala. No, 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 embarrassment isn't scary. What's scary is that this is supposed to be a funny skit, but it still tries to make you cry. That's what we call the joy of life. If you're really willing to poison the river just to catch fish and shrimp, you might as well just buy them ready-made at the seafood market. How impressive. At first I thought I just needed to touch them in the water with my hand, but now I know that live shrimp are almost transparent in the water. I've learned something new. No wonder when I was a kid, my friends and I went shrimp catching. We touched here and there. and after 18 tries, we didn't catch anything. Why did you touch me 18 times? Did you want to touch me 18 times? The island owner is wrong. I know there's another thing that's particularly fishy and has a bit of a pungent odor. I just happened to eat it last night. You better mean the kind I'm thinking. What exactly are you talking about? Please be bold and say it out loud. The live stream was going crazy again. It wasn't Mauna Kea, yet the audience kept overtaking each other on the curves. Jiang Nan shook his head and said, "The nets are already set up. We just need to wait quietly for the river shrimp to go in. Now I'll take everyone to catch 2 eels. Fishing for eels? Island master, I have eels on me. You don't need to fish for them. Why is it that whenever I think of eels, I think of that female anchor who once put eels in a..." The viewers in the live stream sped up again. The doors to the bus to kindergarten today have been welded shut, and even the windows have been nailed with iron plates. Nobody can get off. Jiang Nan abruptly changed the subject, saying to himself, "To catch eels, you must first find earthworms, and they must be black earthworms." Black earthworms are characterized by their robust size, thick flesh, and strong fishy smell, making them more suitable for catching predatory fish such as catfish, yellow catfish, grass carp, and snakehead. Red earthworms are slender, more active, and have an attractive color, making them more suitable for catching omnivorous fish such as crucian carp, common carp, minnows, grass carp, and minnows. As Jiang Nan spoke, he walked towards a patch of damp, soft soil, took out a small shovel from his backpack, and began to dig. Black earthworms love to stay in damp, loose soil. There are definitely some here. You just need to dig with a shovel to find them. If you really don't have a shovel, you can use water to water it, and the black earthworms will crawl out quickly. Earthworms usually emerge from the soil after rain, so watering is just a way to create the illusion of rain to confuse them. Chapter 160 for the world's smallest crocodile. Red earthworms are used for fishing, while black earthworms are used for catching eels. I learned something new in the island owner's live stream. If you don't understand, just ask, "What can you catch with earthworms?" Old rich woman. What old rich woman? That's clearly my darling. Excuse my bluntness, but if you were an earthworm, let alone a rich woman, no woman would even look at you, unless you were worth hundreds of millions and were going to die tomorrow. The island owner is right about one thing. Earthworms do indeed love water, whether they are red earthworms, black earthworms, or fleshy earthworms. The viewers in the live stream are all seasoned veterans. While they were joking around, Jiang Nan had already dug up several black earthworms. He grabbed one, held it up to the camera, and said, "These black earthworms are thick and long, and they have a strong earthy smell that eels can't stand. Use it to catch eels, and you'll catch them every time." As he spoke, he had already grabbed all the earthworms and was walking towards the ditch. Thick and long. Earthy smell. Can't stand it. Good grief, did I get the wrong idea? I'm blind. Is the island owner live streaming something erotic? Island master, don't you usually go to rice paddies to fish for eels? When we were kids, we often went to the rice paddies to fish for eels, and we would also catch fish and shrimp in the rice paddies. Jiang Nan glanced at the comments and explained with a smile. The rice paddies are mostly populated by artificial breeding. New eels, some are still eel fry. Just like in some variety shows, when celebrities go to rice paddies to catch fish, in many cases the production team has just put the fish in there. It's just to show the audience and fans how awesome the celebrities are. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing if they couldn't catch any fish after several hours. And in the wild, the best place to fish for eels is an open ditch, like the one in front of us. The river branches into small streams, where the water is clear and the environment is tranquil, making it a favorite habitat for eels. Jiang Nan pointed to the ditch 3 meters away. The area is also covered with aquatic plants, making it an even better hiding place for eels. The island owner is truly professional. I've learned something new again. When I go on a picnic in the countryside in the future, I can show it off to my girlfriend. While the audience was learning new knowledge, Jiang Nan had already killed all the black earthworms. Earthworms are said to be very resilient. Even if cut into several pieces, they can still survive. But Jiang Nan easily dealt with them, simply using a hook to pierce the earthworms straight down from top to bottom. After getting dressed, Jiang Nan explained, "There's a big difference between fishing for eels and fishing for fish. When fishing, you need to thread the earthworm halfway through the worm and leave the other half hanging in the water. This way, the earthworm will struggle and wriggle constantly after entering the water, which will quickly attract fish to bite the hook. When fishing for eels, you need to thread the entire earthworm onto the hook to prevent it from slipping off easily. because eels have a strong bite and are very cunning. They will immediately let go when they sense something is wrong. Everything is ready. Now we need to start looking for the eel burrows. Jiang Nan, wearing the black earthworms he had prepared, took off his shoes, rolled up his trousers, and walked into the small ditch in front of him. He stopped after walking a few steps and said, "You found it so quickly." As Jiang Nan's voice faded, the viewers in the live stream noticed the dark hole in front of them. This cave is underwater. It's definitely an eel cave. Water snakes typically burrow on the surface of the water. Jiang Nan is experienced and 100% certain that there are eels in the cave. He reached out and touched it, and the hole was about the thickness of 2 fingers, which made him even more certain that there was a large item inside, weighing at least half a pound. With a clear objective, let's get started. Jiang Nan squatted down and slowly inserted the iron hook with black earthworms on it into the hole, gently pulling it out. He smoked rhythmically, occasionally twisting and shaking it slightly. As I mentioned earlier, eels are very clever, so the initial movements must be small and the speed of the pulls must be slow. In short, it cannot be violent. A few minutes later, he felt a pull from the other end of the hook. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes, and instead of pulling hard immediately, he first pushed the hook forward, and when the eel relaxed, he suddenly pulled it upward. In an instant, Jiang Nan felt the pulling force becoming stronger and stronger, accompanied by a twisting sensation. Jiang Nan gripped the hook tightly and began to compete with the eels in the hole. Although the bite force of an eel is strong, it is nothing compared to that of a human. Soon, Jiang Nan pulled it out of the hole. Jiang Nan was already prepared. With his other hand, he gripped the eel's neck tightly to prevent it from escaping. Then he looked her up and down. This eel was yellowish-brown all over and had no scales, resembling a water snake. I weighed it in my hand. It was about half a pound. Viewers in the live stream were even more excited to see Jiang Nan catch an eel than if they had caught one themselves. What? The island owner is awesome. This is a master of masters. The island owner looks like he's been doing this since he was a child. His series of movements are so professional. Start slowly, then keep pulling, and finally pull hard. If you know what it's like, you're fishing for eels. If you don't, you might think, Doge. Jiang Nan ignored the suggestive comments from the viewers in the live stream, skillfully switched to another earthworm, and continued searching for his next target. As before, after finding the eel's burrow, insert the hook inside. First, slowly pull it out, then gently twist it, then shake it, and finally pull it out. In and out. This process is repeated. Soon, the hook began to tremble, and even the hole became cloudy. With his superb professional skills, Jiang Nan caught another eel. It's a little smaller than the previous one, but Jiang Nan doesn't discriminate. Whether it's big or small, it all ends up in our stomachs eventually. Just as Jiang Nan was focused on fishing for eels, the viewers in the live stream suddenly became excited. Everyone, look closely at the fork in the river. Are there any animals in the water? Is it a water snake? What? It's a crocodile. Island Master, hurry. There are crocodiles in the river. Wait a minute, something's not right. Why isn't this crocodile moving at all? Could he be dead? After catching another eel, Jiang Nan finally noticed the viewers' comments and became tense upon seeing the word crocodile. He didn't even bother fishing for eels. He darted ashore in a flash. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, nervously surveying the river, and finally found the crocodile the audience had mentioned at the fork in the river. Just as the audience said, the crocodile was lying motionless at the bottom of the water, and anyone who didn't know better would think it had been hit by Zantang's sunflower acupuncture technique. If small bubbles keep coming out of its nostrils, you might really think it's dead. None of these are the most important things. The key is that its size is less than half a meter long. Jiang Nan smiled meaningfully and said, "What good luck. I was just catching an eel, and I ended up encountering the world's smallest crocodile." Chapter 165 The one that doesn't move is a crocodile. The audience was bursting with curiosity. What the heck is the world's smallest crocodile? In my mind, aren't crocodiles all huge creatures? When I was a child, I saw an animal documentary on TV. I happened to see a crocodile hiding in the water and dragging an adult bison drinking water on the shore into the water in one gulp. The bite force was terrifying, and it still lingers in my mind to this day. Jiang Nan smiled and explained, "Humans and animals come in all sizes, and even the cold-blooded and enormous crocodiles that people usually think of are no exception. The smallest crocodile in the world is called the dwarf crocodile, which is the one in front of us. Even an adult dwarf crocodile is only 1 meter long, which is 1/5 the size of other adult crocodiles. It's practically a miniature version. The largest dwarf crocodile on record in the world is 1.9 meters long. The one in front of us is less than half a meter long. It's obviously a cub. The audience listened attentively to the science explanation, while also being repeatedly shocked. What did I just hear? 1.9 meters tall, and the smallest crocodile? Looks like I need to redefine the word smallest. The hobbit of the crocodile world. The hobbit, do you have any manners? They look so cute, I really want to have one. Jiang Nan, looking at the comments, continued, with their small size, harmless appearance, and somewhat cute looks, some countries actually keep them as pets. That country is the island nation where life is pretty good. Although the dwarf crocodile is still relatively numerous in Africa and other places, its overall population has declined significantly compared to the past, and it has been listed as a moderately endangered or endangered species. Artificial breeding is possible, but no country has dared to try it yet. The reason I dare not try is because dwarf crocodiles have extremely high requirements for their living environment. Their favorite places to stay are tropical rainforests, wetlands, ponds, and swamps. Because they are too small to hunt large animals, they can only catch small fish, shrimp, frogs, and crabs to eat, and occasionally they will eat carrion. The second reason is that dwarf crocodiles prefer to act alone. They only build nests with decaying plants and mud during the mating season and look for mates. Once mating is successful, they can lay 10 to 17 eggs at a time. Finally, I'd like to add that although they are small, they are actually quite clever. To avoid predators, they are mainly active at night, but they will also come out to find food when it rains. They usually climb trees to sunbathe. You heard right, dwarf crocodiles can climb trees. When threatened, they will immediately jump down from the tree, dive into the water, and hide in burrows at the bottom of the river. To protect themselves, they have armor-like scales on any vulnerable parts of their bodies, such as their abdomen, neck, and tail, which is something that other crocodiles do not have. As the audience listened to Jiang Nan's explanation, they also observed the dwarf crocodile at the bottom of the water. At this moment, a viewer named Yuxin Beipiao asked a question that everyone was concerned about. Island Master, why is the dwarf crocodile keeping the same posture and not moving at all? What is it doing? Indeed, during the time Jiang Nan was giving his explanation, the dwarf crocodile in the river remained completely still. It's like a sculpture. To avoid disturbing the dwarf crocodile, Jiang Nan did not operate the drone into the water, saying, "It's hunting." When it comes to fishing, the dwarf alligator is definitely a king, and it does it without bait. Under normal circumstances, they will choose to lie down on the bottom of the water in areas where the water flows, then open their mouths and wait quietly for their prey. Calmness and patience have always been the best qualities of anglers. Thanks to a flap in the throat that completely seals off the organs, the dwarf crocodile can hold its breath underwater and will not drown even after 4 hours. Some people may ask how dwarf crocodiles can use their eyes to observe prey in the water. Actually, they don't need eyes at all. The sensory organs on their snout and the skin on both sides of their body are very sensitive. They can sense the movement of prey by detecting tiny changes in water pressure. Fish generally don't have very good eyesight, and the fact that the dwarf crocodile remains motionless can cause them to lower their guard, and they might even mistake it for a piece of wood. When the fish swim into the mouth of the dwarf crocodile without its knowledge, it closes its mouth instantly, and the prey is easily caught. Although they are expert divers, they still need to surface to eat before swallowing. The dwarf crocodile uses this method of hunting mainly because of its small size. Just like when Pan Jinlian and Wu Dalan, or Hu Sunyang and Wang Ying sparred at night, the women would definitely need to put in more effort because of the man's physical limitations. The man even needs to stand on tiptoe or on a stool. What? Isn't this just like Jiangxia fishing in the animal kingdom? The farmer waits patiently for a rabbit to run into his trap, while the dwarf crocodile opens its mouth to catch a fish. My goodness, holding your breath for 4 hours, that's amazing. What's so great about that? Someone from our village went to participate in a diving competition, jumped into the water a month ago, and is still holding his breath underwater. The dwarf crocodile doesn't even blink when it's in the water. I wonder if its eyes get tired. Dwarf crocodile, I've been working so hard fishing, and you're asking me if my eyes are sore? Sun Wukong from Journey to the West. Conquering the Demons. Back in the day, I wielded 2 kitchen knives and hacked my way from the South Heavenly Gate to the East Road of Penglai for 3 days and 3 nights without even blinking. And you're asking me if my eyes are dry. Everyone says that a turtle is motionless, but I never thought there was a crocodile too. The audience made jokes. Jiang Nan sat on the grass, quietly observing the dwarf crocodile. He wanted to capture the moment the dwarf crocodile successfully hunted its prey and closed its mouth. But 10 minutes passed, and Jiang Nan's eyes were getting sore from watching, but the dwarf crocodile remained unmoved. Forget it. Let's keep fishing for eels. Jiang Nan shook his head helplessly. He didn't have the patience to wait 4 hours for the dwarf crocodile to hunt. The sun was warm and shining on him, and he almost fell asleep after only 10 minutes. If he continued to watch, he would definitely keep nodding. It's like when you were in school and you couldn't help but nod and doze off while listening to your math teacher. Jiang Nan got up, preparing to continue fishing for eels, but then, damn it, there are no more earthworms. Jiang Nan wanted to cry, but had no tears. I saw a comment on the live stream saying there were crocodiles, so I rushed ashore, only to find that all the remaining earthworms had fallen into the river. All right. 3 eels are enough for a meal. The sun is shining brightly now, so I'll take everyone for a walk around the neighborhood. Jiang Nan had a good attitude and quickly adjusted, then began to stroll along the river. This stroll led him to discover a treasure. Chapter 166, An Unexpected Gain. Wild ginseng. At the end of the river, there is a lush, green meadow. Among the grass, there grow clusters of crystal-clear flowers. Indeed, these flowers are all transparent, reflecting only a faint light purple hue under sunlight, and the overall shape of the flower resembles a wide bell. It is so beautiful that it is like an exquisite work of art passed down from ancient times. My goodness, what kind of flower is this? It looks so unreal. Anyone you don't recognize will be treated like a life sentence in jail. If the wind hadn't blown it, I would have thought it was fake. These days, real flowers are getting more and more fake, while fake flowers are getting more and more real. I really want to lie down in a flower bed and have a nice nap. I'm not like you. I want to pick one and wear it in my hair. The viewers in the live stream were overjoyed to see this magical flower for the first time. Jiang Nan stepped forward, picked a flower, gently put it in his mouth, and began to chew it, saying, "This flower is called sand ginseng flower. Every part of it is a treasure, and it is nicknamed Little Ginseng. There are many kinds of plants, but the ones that I think are most edible, besides the crops, are the wild ones in the fields. Among the many wild plants, the sand ginseng flower is very common, but it is rarely noticed by people. It is called sand ginseng mainly because it grows in sandy soil. It has a strong ability to adapt to the environment and is distributed in many places in rural areas, such as grass, among rubble, hills, and under forests." Jiang Nan surveyed the surrounding environment and discovered that most of the river's silt had gathered here, providing an excellent growing environment for the sand ginseng flower. The flowers of the sand ginseng are beautiful and should be easily noticed by humans, but why has no one ever paid attention to them? It's because they have already been picked by knowledgeable people before they even bloom. The sand ginseng flowers here have never been disturbed and grow very vigorously. Their stems are upright and thick, and the hairs on their stems and leaves are not only soft, but also very delicate, making them look like top-quality plants. Little ginseng? Is it very valuable? Island Master, what can this flower cure? I saw you just pop one into your mouth without even looking at it. What does the flower of the sand ginseng taste like? Island Owner, please tell me in detail. The viewers in the live stream were filled with curiosity, wishing they could acquire Sadeko's abilities and immediately pass through the screen to experience it for themselves. After all, in people's minds, anything that can be associated with ginseng must be a highly nourishing food. Jiang Nan explained with a smile. It is recorded in the classic text that Adenophora stricta can treat blood stasis and fright, eliminate cold and heat, replenish the middle jiao, benefit lung qi, and long-term use is beneficial to people. It is also mentioned in other works such as Bilu and Yaoxing Lun. As the saying goes, every part of the Adenophora stricta flower is a treasure, and the entire flower can be used as medicine. Of course, the most valuable part is its root. The longer the ginseng flower is aged, the more robust its root becomes. This is similar to many other precious medicinal materials, where the root is of high quality and has great effects. Besides its medicinal value, the flowers of the sand ginseng are also extremely nutritious. They contain a variety of vitamins and minerals needed by the human body, as well as a large amount of nutrients, including high levels of protein and dietary fiber, making them highly nutritious. I need to dig some up quickly so I can add some to my soup later. It'll be absolutely delicious. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Nan had already started making his move. In his eyes, these weren't piles of cash, but delicious food. Island Master, I don't think these are real sand ginseng flowers. Please mail them to me so I can study them carefully. Island owner, I don't believe you for a second. You old geezer are wicked. This is incredibly lucky. I just walked around the riverbed and found a wild ginseng root. I'm not saying anything more. I'm going back to the countryside tomorrow to find some. By the way, how much does this stuff cost per pound? Is it available in the market? Hey upstairs, I've known you're smart since you were a kid. Everyone else is trying to dig it up themselves, but you just buy it with money. The audience was even more impatient than Jiang Nan, asking questions one after another. While digging, Jiang Nan glanced at the comments and said, as far as I know, it's about 20 yuan per gene, the same price as pork, but wild ones are more expensive and more nutritious than farmed ones. Nowadays, there are fewer and fewer wild sand ginseng, mainly because of the increase in ginseng harvesters. In the past, they were practically everywhere, which also affected the ecology. Although the number of wild ginseng is decreasing, the profits earned by grassroots ginseng harvesters are not much. After passing through middlemen, the final market price is ridiculously high. Besides ginseng flowers, it seems that many products are sold through middlemen, which means that farmers in rural areas don't make much money, but the market prices are soaring and city dwellers still can't afford them. Finally, I'd like to add that the medicinal and nutritional value of Adenophora stricta flowers is actually much higher than what I've mentioned. In my country, although the development of traditional Chinese medicine has a very long history, many of its medical techniques and prescriptions have been lost or forgotten to varying degrees due to historical reasons such as time and inheritance. Only some commonly used or extremely precious Chinese medicinal materials and medical methods have been passed down orally or treasured and promoted, which is truly remarkable. Even now, many traditional Chinese medicine practitioners have been forced to close down because, as experts have said, they do not have business licenses. Therefore, many of us do not know much about the effects of certain plants in traditional Chinese medicine. Even when we encounter valuable Chinese herbs, we do not know what they are. It is a typical case of guarding a treasure but not being able to find it. In the countryside, there are actually many Chinese medicinal herbs that may seem inconspicuous, but they are actually very valuable. You may think they are just using greenery to decorate the earth, but they are actually the backbone of the air supply and can even save your life in critical moments. After saying that, Jiang Nan shook his head helplessly, his tone filled with regret and even more sorrow. Who would have thought that traditional Chinese medicine, which has been passed down for thousands of years, would ultimately be ruined by a group of self-righteous experts? There's no way around it. Everything in China revolves around the four words: human relationships and social customs. Not long ago, a school dismissed a foreign professor, only to find that the professor had become a Nobel Prize winner. Therefore, some netizens joked that even if Einstein, Hawking, and others came to that school, they would be fired if they didn't understand interpersonal relationships. Even if Messi and Ronaldo went to the national team, they would be kicked out of the team before they even played if they didn't understand interpersonal relationships. Even if they get on the field, they will be deliberately sent off because they step onto the field with their left foot. Chapter 167, The Sleeping Fire Lotus That Blooms for Only 7 Days a Year. Jiang Nan's words were all reasonable and instantly resonated with all the viewers in the live broadcast room. In the past, the couplets at the entrance of pharmacies read, "I wish there were no illnesses in the world. I would rather the medicine on the shelves gathered dust." Now, pharmacies use loudspeakers to announce, "Buy 10 get 2 free with member points. Spend over 58 yuan and get a pound of eggs free." I once saw a variety show where a child dislocated his arm while playing. He went to see a Western doctor, who made him take x-rays and used all sorts of instruments. But then he met an old Chinese medicine doctor who quickly set it by hand in less than a minute. I am the most qualified to speak on whether traditional Chinese medicine is amazing or not, because I studied traditional Chinese medicine. I clearly remember once in class, he took the pulse of the students in our class. When he took the pulse of a girl, his expression changed drastically. He immediately grabbed a lot of various Chinese medicines and made the girl drink them. Later, I heard that the girl's parents were a bit skeptical and took her to the hospital for a checkup, where they were indeed diagnosed with a malignant tumor. Fortunately, the teacher discovered it in time, otherwise the girl's life would have been in danger. If the teacher hadn't taken her pulse, who would have imagined that this usually energetic and healthy female student actually had a malignant tumor? This is nothing. I also study traditional Chinese medicine. Our teacher once took the pulse of the pure and beautiful school beauty and found out that she was pregnant. The school beauty denied it at the time and kept saying that she didn't have a boyfriend and rarely had contact with boys. Later, the matter escalated, and her parents went to the school and took her to the hospital for a checkup, whereupon she was indeed pregnant. The school beauty, left with no other choice, revealed that she frequently visited various wealthy businessmen outside of school, but she genuinely didn't know whose children they were. What? This is amazing. No wonder I often hear strange noises and see dancing cars when I wander around the school at night. If you don't understand, just ask, why do toy cars dance? Doge. Let me tell you from experience, these are all child's play. Do you know why there are water bottles on the cars parked at the entrance of many university towns? Because the homonym for drink my water is sleep with me. The price varies depending on the beverage on the roof. Non-Fu Spring is $2,000, green tea is $3,000, Gatorade is $4,000, Red Bull is $6,000, and for anything else, you can bring your water bottle on board and we'll discuss it separately. This is a big shot. This is a real big shot. By the way, is the person upstairs some kind of third-place scholar? A group of people in the live stream were discussing traditional Chinese medicine, and unwittingly, the conversation drifted into inappropriate content. Meanwhile, another group of people were still discussing the experts. When it comes to traditional Chinese medicine, everyone praises it. However, when it comes to experts, without exception, they all hurl insults. Experts say that high housing prices are not conducive to young people's ambition. Experts say that setting off firecrackers during the Spring Festival pollutes the environment and must be centrally destroyed. Experts say that in China, which family can't afford 500,000 yuan a year? Experts say that burning coal and charcoal in rural areas during winter pollutes the environment and must be destroyed. Those caught doing so will be fined. On the other hand, the waste gas and wastewater emitted by factories do not pollute the environment at all. Experts also said that renting out your spare house and driving a taxi during your commute can earn you more money. Experts even suggest that college graduates should work in factories for free after graduation and not worry about wages. Experts also said that after you start working, you can give your boss money so that he will have money to pay your wages. The experts said, no way, no way. I suggest all these experts just die. They're a classic case of polluting the air while alive and wasting land when they're dead. If this were during Zhu Yuanzhang's reign, given his volatile temper, these experts who were finding all sorts of ways to bully the people would really have been beheaded. Our wonderful country has saved them. Tell me the names of all these experts, and I'll keep a close eye on them. When they die, I'll play a special song to celebrate. My surname is Hu, and my family has been tomb raiders for generations. When they die, I must dig up their graves. What a coincidence. My surname is Wu, and my family has been doing this for generations. Let's do it together. My surname is Wang, and I'm a bit chubby. Can I join? My surname is Zhang. I'm usually quiet and reserved, but I must join. Don't worry, everyone. I work at the incinerator. I'll chop these experts up and throw them in. What? That's outrageous. In that case, my family is in the funeral business, and we will never take the business from these experts, no matter what. The audience added a dog emoji to the end of every sentence they said. There's nothing they can do. Although they harbor resentment towards these experts, they are just ordinary people in reality, and they are also afraid of being targeted. Adding a dog head changes the meaning. At most, it's just a joke. Jiang Nan, seeing the rapidly scrolling comments, knew that everyone's emotions were not very stable, so he changed the subject and said, everyone, look over there. The viewers in the live stream looked in the direction Jiang Nan was pointing and were immediately stunned. Is this a lotus flower? Wait a minute, why are lotus flowers purple? But she's really beautiful. Just one look at her is so soothing. Take a picture. We have to take a picture. It'll be perfect for making rustic food. Upstairs, tell me honestly, did you make all those corny emojis my parents often send, like the may you live happily ever after meme? Jiang Nan smiled and explained, the flower in front of us is called the water lily, which is considered to be the most delicate flower in the world. As you can see, the outer petals of the fire lotus are purple, with many golden tendrils in the middle, and a budding flower inside. What people don't know is that the fire lotus only opens just before it withers, and it only blooms for 7 days each year. The one in front of us is in full bloom, and judging by how well it's bloomed, it seems to have been open for 4 or 5 days. We're so lucky to have found the blooming water lilies in the last 2 days. This water lily grows in a secluded corner of the river, which is in line with the tranquil growing environment of the water lily. I just happened to find it while digging for sand ginseng flowers in Jiang Nan. At the end of the dense, crystal clear sand ginseng flowers, a single, delicate purple water lily blooms, its beauty like a painting against the backdrop of green mountains and clear waters. Just one glance is enough to bring immense pleasure to the soul and cleanse the eyes. The immersion is so strong. At this moment, it feels like I'm in a Miyazaki Hayao animation. Jiang Nan aims to heal the indignant hearts of viewers through the scenery at this moment. The best way for streamers and viewers to get along is when the streamer considers the audience's needs and the audience considers and supports the streamer. Instead of engaging in crazy scripted battles or various product promotions to rip off audiences and line their own pockets. Chapter 168, The World's Largest Toad. I'm not well educated, so I'll just say one thing. It's beautiful. It's fucking beautiful. Susong wasn't lying to me after all. Purple really does have a lot of charm. Taking a screenshot and using it as a computer screensaver would be perfect. If you don't understand, just ask. Are there only purple water lilies? I prefer the pink ones. They feel so tender and lovely. I also like pink and soft colors. Doge emoji. You better be talking about the sleeping fire lotus. Viewers in the live stream took screenshots or made jokes as they pleased, each doing their own thing without delay. Jiang Nan explained, the fire lotus really does come in pink and even golden yellow. Like all flowers, the water lily has its own unique flower language, which can be considered as a beautiful way of expressing oneself. The flower language of the water lily is quite unique, which is indifferent love, meaning that one does not care about the process of love, but only cares about the beauty of that brief moment. This is largely due to the fact that the fire lotus only blooms for 7 days each year. Simply put, it means not caring about the process or the result, but only about the feeling and enjoyment at a certain moment. Aren't many girls only agreeing to be together after being moved at a certain moment? Enjoy the view, everyone. I'm going back to digging for more ginseng flowers. Jiang Nan's words make a lot of sense. So-called love at first sight is just being attracted to someone in that instant. If you don't fall in love at first sight, how can you fall in love after meeting them once? Of course, some girls prefer to develop feelings over time. Jiang Nan didn't dig up many sand ginseng flowers. It was just enough for their own consumption. These ginseng flowers were so beautiful that he couldn't bear to destroy them all. After admiring the sleeping fire lotus for a while, Jiang Nan returned the way she came. On the way back, Jiang Nan quickened his pace, eager to see how many lobsters he had caught. But halfway there, he was blocked by a small animal. To be precise, the little animal is busy with its own things. There was a toad in front of me, as big as 2 adult palms. In front of it, a stream flows with a gurgling sound. About a meter behind it, there is a small pool of water. It's called a small pond, but it's really just a mud pit, about the size of a toad. The pit was dark and teeming with countless tadpoles. Because there was too little water in the mud pit, and with the scorching sun, the muddy water was rapidly draining away, and the tadpoles were struggling anxiously, creating a chaotic scene. If nothing unexpected happens, all of these tadpoles will die from the sun exposure in about an hour. The toad had realized the seriousness of the problem and had come up with a solution: to dig a canal between the stream and the mud pit. It's more accurate to say that we're digging rather than kicking. The toad's 2 hind legs are very well developed, and the mud along the riverbank is very soft, so it can easily kick its way through. Wow, this toad mother is so devoted. Quokka mothers should take note. I don't know why, but when I see toads or frogs, I feel itchy all over. This toad is huge, and it's so smart. I don't know how smart it is, but I know how delicious it is. Those legs are amazing. I wish my boyfriend had legs that strong. If I had legs like these, I would definitely practice the 12-road tan leg, the wind god leg, the 11 life-chasing legs, and the whirlwind sweeping leaf leg. Kung Fu, Storm Riders, the 4 great constables, the legend of the Condor heroes. Young man, you've got quite a wide range of interests. I'm not that greedy. I just want to learn the 9 Heavens Thunder double kick from Lolo's Adventures. Didn't you notice that it looks remarkably like the 3-legged toad from the Adventures of Little Carp? No. Isn't this my green frog? How did you get here? Bring the island owner back to me right now. Too small. Too narrow-minded. The current travel frog is so busy, either bringing things into the courtyard house or bringing things into fantasy novels. The viewers in the live stream watched more and more, but they were fundamentally wrong. Jiang Nan observed the toad and laughed. They're not female, they're male. Whether it's a frog, a toad, or a bullfrog, they're basically raised by their fathers. Therefore, the story of the tadpoles looking for their mother that we learned in Chinese class when we were young is wrong. And the reason it's so big is because it's not an ordinary toad, but a cane toad, which is known as the world's largest toad. There was once a cane toad pet in Sweden that weighed 2.65 kilograms, was 38 centimeters long and had a full body length of 54 centimeters, which was recorded in the Guinness World Records. Actually, like wild rabbits, cane toads are also an invasive species in Australia. In 1935, in order to control pests in sugarcane fields, people introduced 120 cane toads, hoping they would eat up all the sugarcane weevils. However, things got out of control. Although the cane toad is the largest toad in the world, it can only jump and cannot fly, so the insects clinging to the sugarcane stalks could not reach it at all. To fill their stomachs, cane toads have to find other ways to eat. They have a big appetite and will eat almost anything, from insects to reptiles to small rodents. In addition, cane toads are very resilient. In the wild, they can live up to 15 years old, and in captivity, they can even live up to 35 years old. Cane toads reproduce even faster, laying more than 30,000 eggs at a time, and they do not discriminate based on the mating season. In just 6 months, the number increased to more than 60,000, and then they continued to expand their territory from the wild and eventually entered the city. This has had a serious impact on the local food chain and people's lives. People started hunting them, but who would have thought that the cane toad has venom on its body, even poisoning crocodiles? People were deterred, which at one time made them a powerful species in Australia with no natural enemies. By 2005, many cane toads were already close to entering the Australian capital. In order to deal with them, the local government immediately took some measures, such as strengthening quarantine to prevent cane toad eggs from entering the country, or building 50-centimeter high hedges around the ponds to prevent cane toads from laying eggs. However, the effect was not ideal. Upon hearing this, the audience couldn't wait to ask questions. This thing is even scarier than a wild rabbit? It seems that any alien species can become a strong one in Australia. Who would have thought that the unassuming cane toad was once a powerful force that dominated Australia? That's normal. The Yamata no Orakai and the nine-tailed fox, which are not even ranked in our classic of mountains and seas, became great demons in the island nation and even dominated one side. What happened next? They reproduce so quickly and their bodies are poisonous. This is really difficult to deal with. How were these cane toads eventually dealt with? Island Master, please continue. Chapter 169, The Crocodile Stealing Eels. Jiang Nan clapped his hands excitedly and said, "We don't need humans. The sea toads have solved the problem themselves." It seems that once their numbers reached a certain level, a corresponding mechanism emerged within them, causing them to begin killing each other, and their numbers naturally decreased. Finally, here's a little-known fact for everyone. The mating system of cane toads is quite mixed and can involve one male with multiple females, one female with multiple males, or multiple males with multiple females. They are not aquatic, but rather entirely terrestrial animals. They only come to the water's edge when they are breeding. Tadpoles can even survive in seawater with a salinity of 15%. As soon as Jiang Nan finished speaking, the live stream chat room erupted in excitement. Because they thought of so many people through the toad. Yufan, isn't this talking about me? Sixiong, bullshit. This is clearly talking about me. Yifeng, you can argue all you want, it's definitely not me. South Korean chables, sit down. All of you. This is 100% talking about me. The entertainment industry is so lively that as soon as these keywords are mentioned, audiences will involuntarily think of these people. After explaining the science behind the toad, Jiang Nan carefully observed it. He discovered that the sea toad had stopped moving. Perhaps it's tired and needs a rest, or perhaps the soil is a bit dry and it's trying to find a solution. Fine, I'll help you out. Jiang Nan rolled up his sleeves and pried open the mud between the river and the mud pit with his bare hands. Wow. The tadpoles found a way out and surged towards the river like fish leaping over a dragon gate. Jiang Nan had already gracefully departed. For the sea toad, this task might take half an hour, but for Jiang Nan, it was just a piece of cake. Quack, quack, quack. The sea toad screeched hysterically at Jiang Nan's departing figure, as if to express its gratitude. From then on, a myth and legend remained in the world of sea toads. A tall and brave human dug open a mud pit with his bare hands and saved a group of people. Island Master, I have a question. How do you tell the difference between a toad and a frog? When I was a child, I caught a bunch of tadpoles in a pond, thinking I would raise them to frogs. Who would have thought they would grow up to be ugly toads? In the live stream, a viewer raised a question that puzzled many people. This question was too easy for Jiang Nan. Without even thinking, he said, "It's simple. The tadpole's head is oval, while the frog's is very round. As for adults, they are easier to distinguish. Toads have rough skin with many disgusting bumps on their backs, while frogs have smooth skin with beautiful patterns on their backs. As soon as Jiang Nan finished speaking, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for saving countless sea toad tadpoles. Intimacy points plus 380. Congratulations, host, you have obtained memory bread. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the golden jade bamboo forest. 1 pack of memory bread. 1 pack of this memory bread contains 5 slices, and in appearance, it is no different from ordinary bread. Actually, it tastes no different from regular bread. As the island owner explores more and more islands in the Great Barrier Reef, the number of animals encountered also gradually increases, and the things that need to be dealt with also increase. It is inevitable that some animals and things will be forgotten, which is exactly where the memory bread comes in handy. With just 1 bite, the host can clearly remember anything, even the smallest, most insignificant details, typically for up to a month. For example, if a host is walking down the street and inadvertently glances at a girl, if she is pretty enough, you will quickly remember her appearance, figure, measurements, and clothing, but you will never remember anything else, and may even forget it after a while. But once you eat the memory bread, the girl's lipstick shade, the number of holes in her clothes, the exact number of eyelashes she wears, and so on will be clearly imprinted in the host's mind. Note, in addition to the host, some animals with poor memories can also taste it and remember a lot of things. It is especially suitable for use when training certain animals. Besides, since this bread is no different from ordinary bread, please store it properly, and do not mix it up. However, memory bread can maintain its original shape no matter what environment it is in, even if it is thrown into water, and it will not mold over time. Moreover, anything you remember after eating the memory bread will be imprinted in your mind and will never disappear. 2 acres of golden jade bamboo forest. The host can select a location in the Great Barrier Reef, and the system will automatically start planting. Golden inlaid bamboo is more precious than ordinary bamboo and is one of the rarest varieties of bamboo. What makes it so precious is that on its tender yellow bamboo stalks, there is a shallow, emerald green groove at each node where branches and leaves grow. The grooves are interlaced, and at a glance, it looks like pieces of jade are inlaid on gold bars, making it elegant and lovely. Hence, it is called golden-laid jade bamboo. The golden bamboo planted in the system will not only be planted in a well-organized manner, but will also be fully adapted to the local climate, so the host does not need to worry about death. Note, golden inlaid bamboo is panda's favorite food. Regular consumption of golden bamboo can lower blood sugar, protect the liver, and improve immunity. Please do not eat it secretly. I stole some food. If I don't eat it, who will? Jiang Nan's face was full of bitterness. There are no pandas on the Great Barrier Reef. However, he had already chosen the location for the bamboo forest, which was the back mountain of the main island. After all, it's close to where I live, so I can dig it up any time I want to eat it. Before we knew it, Jiang Nan had returned to the place where shrimp traps were kept away. He didn't rush to pick it up, but instead reached out and touched it, a smile quickly spreading across his face. Ha! We can eat crayfish tonight, and we can eat our fill. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jiang Nan suddenly lifted up. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the shrimp traps were already overflowing. The lobsters, big and small, were all struggling in the cage. Jiang Nan carefully selected and released all the smaller lobsters back into the river. Then, he went back to the spot where he had been fishing for eels. To make it easier to walk, he put all the eels in a bucket, and placed the bucket on the grass by the bank. Clang! Before she even got close, Jiang Nan heard the sound of a bucket being overturned. Startled, she quickened her pace, rushing towards it in 2 steps instead of 3. When Jiang Nan arrived, he saw a crocodile crawl into a bucket and devour an eel. And the crocodile was the same dwarf crocodile they had encountered before. It was originally fishing in the water, but who would have thought that in such a short time, it would set its sights on the eels caught in Jiang Nan. Judging from its ravenous eating, it must have been starving after failing to catch any fish, which is why it chose to steal eels to eat. Chapter 170 Spicy Crayfish and Shriveled Eels. My dinner. Jiang Nan panicked and rushed over while shouting loudly. Although he was very fast, by the time he got close, the dwarf crocodile had already swallowed an eel. And before they even got close to Jiang Nan, they had already hurriedly fled. However, it didn't run far. Instead, it stopped 3 or 4 meters away, licked its lips with lingering satisfaction, and looked longingly at Jiang Nan. Despite being a ferocious and cold-blooded crocodile, at this moment, it actually seemed a little cute, even somewhat adorable. Fine, I'll give you one more. Jiang Nan couldn't stand the dwarf crocodile's peculiar gaze, So he took an eel from the bucket and threw it at it. Now, all that's left in Jiang Nan is the largest one we caught at the beginning, which is enough for dinner. The dwarf crocodile looked at the eel thrown in front of it, and, without hesitation, opened its mouth again and began to wolf it down. It was really starving. I waited quietly in the water for nearly 3 hours, but I still hadn't caught a single fish. They are still too young and lack hunting experience, so they need to practice more. I'm leaving now. Hope we meet again someday. Jiang Nan waved to the dwarf crocodile and happily returned home with his spoils. Today was a very fruitful day, with wild honey, sand ginseng flowers, eels, and crayfish. Ding! Congratulations, host, for feeding the hungry dwarf crocodile with eels. It thinks you are a great person, and your intimacy level has increased by 30. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained snail slowing fluid. Snail slowing fluid X1. This item comes from the well-known Chinese animated series Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. After realizing he could never catch Pleasant Goat, who was known for his speed, Grey Wolf racked his brains and invented a snail-slowing liquid. With a light touch, it could slow Pleasant Goat down to the speed of a snail, making him easier to catch. However, this item has a huge bug. Because it extracts snail genes, it has snail characteristics. Once salt is applied, the animal sprayed with it will turn into water. The system has fixed this bug. Note: when the host is being chased by fast-moving wild animals or birds of prey, such as cheetahs or crocodiles, a light spray can help them escape. However, this item only lasts for 5 minutes and can only slow down the target, not make them as slow as a snail. When escaping, please be mindful of your time. Also, this item can be used by humans. Jiang Nan was checking the system rewards when a viewer in the live stream asked him a question out of curiosity. Island Master, how can I tell the difference between eels and loaches? They look exactly the same to me, just like frogs and toads. Jiang Nan explained. Loach looks like a catfish, like a mini version of a catfish. Eel looks like a snake, like a mini version of a snake. Simply put, one is thick and flat, and the other is thin and long. Nutritional value-wise, loach contains protein and fat, and loach also contains eel protein, which can lower hypoglycemia and regulate blood sugar, but it is very low in fat. Along the way, Jiang Nan chatted with the audience and answered many questions. Upon arriving at Parrot Valley, Moose Luffy was still patiently waiting. Jiang Nan didn't linger. He rode straight to the tent camp. Back at the camp, he was starving, and the first thing he did was cook. Jiang Nan first cleaned the crayfish and eels, then brushed the pan and poured in oil. Once the oil is hot, put the crayfish in and fry them. As the white waves rolled in, the crayfish shells gradually turned bright red. Like a crystal-clear ruby, it sparkles with a dazzling luster. The crayfish are almost cooked through by now, and you can eat them if you want, but they still need to be seasoned. Jiang Nan calmly used a slotted spoon to scoop up the crayfish and set them aside to drain. Next, wash the pot again, pour in a spoonful of clean oil, and add seasonings such as scallions, ginger, garlic, and Sichuan peppercorns. Once you smell the aroma, put the crayfish back into the pot and stir-fry again. In the video, the crayfish in the pot are red, the scallions are green, the garlic is white, and the ginger is yellow. All sorts of colors are constantly being stir-fried, like dancing, dazzling the eyes, and more like a colorful oil painting. As the food critic Wycheck once said, with superb culinary skills, any food can be as beautiful as a painting. This statement is absolutely true, and this moment is the best proof of it. Finally, Jiang Nan poured a spoonful of sauce into the pot. This colorful portrait seems to have been given a soul. All the elements in the painting seem to have come alive and become exceptionally vibrant. Why, tears are streaming down my face again. Crawfish. Crawfish. I want to eat crawfish tonight. Takeout. Takeout. I want to order takeout now. Luckily, I had a premonition and had already made my reservation. Now I'm watching and eating at the same time. I have a strong feeling that today, the takeout orders in major cities will probably all be for crayfish. Crawfish. Is there really no one speaking up for us? Where are the crawfish lovers? I'm speaking up for crayfish. It has to be spicy. That's my favorite. I'm also speaking up for crayfish. I'll have a garlic-flavored one. The viewers in the live stream had their taste buds tantalized by Jiang Nan's flavors and couldn't wait to pick up their phones, open Meituan, and order all sorts of crayfish. As before, the otters of Hung Hing smelled the aroma and gathered outside the window. Each one of them had wide, innocent eyes, and each one looked incredibly cute. Anyone would find such a cute look irresistible, and Jiang Nan was no exception. He picked up a few crayfish with his chopsticks and tossed them out the window, saying, The quantity is limited, so you can try them first. After saying that, Jiang Nan began to prepare the eel in an orderly manner. He first cut open the eel's belly, removed its internal organs, removed the eel's head and tail, and then cut it into strips. Next, coat the ingredients with dry flour and fry until half-cooked. This helps to remove moisture from the eel meat more quickly. Then, Jiang Nan heated oil in a wok again and threw in all the seasonings, including garlic cloves, dried Sichuan peppercorns, dried chili pepper segments, and ginger slices. These seasonings alone already take up almost half the pot. In an instant, the entire kitchen was filled with a pungent, spicy aroma. The smell was strong, and even the billowing white smoke was irritating to the eyes. The little otters were happily eating crayfish outside the window, but they all ran away after smelling the aroma. Some even humanely covered their noses with their 2 front paws, trying to reduce the amount of spiciness they smelled. Besides them, the 2 short-tailed kangaroo brothers, Happy and Lazy, who had been staying in the tent, and the 10 kangaroo brothers had also escaped from the tent. Even the moose, deer, and tiger eagles outside the tent could run as far as they wanted. You can imagine how spicy this pot of seasonings must be. Looking at Jiang Nan again, he remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. Chapter 171 Exquisite Beauty, A Sky Full of Stars. I can smell the spiciness even through the screen. We absolutely have to play a hot girl song right now. Spicy girl, spicy girl, spicy girl is born not afraid of spice. I suddenly remembered an episode of Go Fighting, where the production team arranged for the members to eat an extremely spicy hot pot. Everyone else couldn't handle it, but Huang Lei calmly ate one bite after another, saying it wasn't spicy at all. That was all an act on camera. I heard he was immediately taken to the hospital for a stomach pump afterward. The island owner is a real man. He hasn't shed a tear even now. I suggest he participate in India's chili eating contest. I heard the prize money is as high as 1 million. Island owner, do you want me to risk my life for 1 million and then spend the rest of my life taking care of my stomach? Everyone, stop chatting for a second. I'm the first to speak. It turns out I didn't just smell spiciness. I actually smelled spiciness. I just opened the door and saw my girlfriend Dilruba here, wearing a sexy miniskirt. She's so hot. Fuck you. I really can't take this anymore. I'm going to pee all over your face. I've been feeling a bit feverish lately. Let me take care of it. I need to poop. Can I join in? Absolutely. I'm so happy to see everyone so supportive of my girlfriend Dilruba. You can fight and snatch all you want. I won't compete with you for Dilruba, but Gulnazar, Joey Young, Jinmei, Tianai, Song Tai, and other female celebrities are my girlfriends. I want to have them on both sides. While viewers in the live stream were scrambling to win over girlfriends, a plate of dried-out eels was already prepared. For the final main course, Jiang Nan simply cooked some noodles. Since both dishes tonight are quite spicy, a bowl of clear soup noodles would be the perfect accompaniment. Once the clear broth noodles were ready, Jiang Nan could finally sit down and enjoy them properly. The 2 dishes he made tonight were both spicy, but the spiciness was different from each other. The spiciness of dried eel comes from deep-frying chili peppers to remove all moisture, leaving only the unique spiciness and aroma of the seasoning. The eel is merely the carrier of this seasoning. Take a bite of eel meat, and the spiciness will instantly spread infinitely in your mouth and reach every part of your body. Just one bite, and your face will turn bright red. When you eat this kind of spicy food, you feel the spiciness surging around in your heart, and you have to open your mouth wide and keep laughing to expel the spiciness. The spiciness of spicy crayfish comes more from the unique meaty aroma of the crayfish. When you first take a bite, you'll find the lobster meat tender and juicy, and you won't care how spicy it is. But gradually, the lips will swell slightly. When you eat this kind of spicy food, you'll feel a spiciness and meaty flavor dancing in your throat, and it's a continuous, increasingly invigorating sensation. Jiang Nan couldn't possibly finish all the food by himself, so he picked up his chopsticks, took a few pieces of eel meat and crayfish, and threw them out the window. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Soon after, the hysterical cries of otters could be heard outside the window. Jiang Nan walked to the window and looked outside. He saw that several little otters were all terribly burned by the spiciness. They were sticking out their pink tongues and panting heavily, looking quite adorable. One of them even rushed straight into the heart-shaped lake and gulped down several mouthfuls of water before calming down. However, perhaps because the spicier the food, the more delicious it tastes, they resumed fighting over the leftover eels and crayfish after the heat subsided slightly. In the Jiang Nan region, people eat a bite of meat followed by a mouthful of clear soup noodles, mixing them together. As the aroma of meat and spiciness exploded in his mouth, he became increasingly engrossed in eating, his appetite growing even larger, and he finished both plates of food. After eating and drinking his fill, Jiang Nan went outside, lay down on the grass, and admired the stars. Perhaps seeing Jiang Nan emerge, the fireflies once again sprang from the woods, drifting through the area. Some even went so far as to fall into the hands of people in Jiang Nan. Looking at the twinkling fireflies and the starry sky, the viewers in the live stream widened their eyes. What a beautiful starry sky. It feels like special effects, like a dream. When I was a kid in the countryside, I could often see it when I lay on the roof or on a haystack at night. Now you can't see it at all. The starry sky is beautiful tonight. The sky above was not pitch black, but rather like a painting inlaid with jewels, where you could see stars of all sizes, as well as stars of various colors such as silver, light pink, and orange red. Beyond its stunning beauty, it is simply breathtaking. Many people grow up in cities and, due to their environment, rarely get to see such a dazzling starry sky. Of course, you'll see them occasionally. However, we mostly see them in wallpapers and movies. Wallpapers show too few stars and are not comprehensive, while movies rely more on special effects and are not realistic at all. Actually, I've done the same thing as all sorts of famous figures from ancient times, such as Li Shimin, Yang Guifei, and Li Bai. Do you know what it is? Jiang Nan rested his head on the back of the moose Lufei and asked contentedly, before the audience could answer. Enjoying the same starry sky. Puff. Island master, it's so cold. Really? Did ancient people appreciate the starry sky? The audience raised questions. Jiang Nan smiled and said, in ancient times, although there was no electricity, people went to bed earlier and often exercised, but they still appreciated the starry sky, especially scholars and poets. The environment was much better in the past, and the ancients may have had a clearer and more intuitive understanding than we do now. Dumu once wrote in an autumn evening poem, the night sky is as cool as water. I lie watching the cowherd and the weaver girl stars. Li Shengyan wrote in his poem about Chang'e, the candlelight shines deep behind the mica screen. The Milky Way gradually fades as the morning star sinks. Chang'e must regret stealing the elixir, her heart yearning for the blue sea and sky every night. Chao Pai also wrote in his Yan Guxing, the bright moon shines on my bed. The Milky Way flows westward, and the night is not yet over. The cowherd and the weaver girl gaze at each other from afar. What wrong have you done to be separated by the Milky Way? You should know that there were astronomers in ancient times, such as Zhang Heng and Zhu Chongji, who were well known, and the famous Li Chunfeng. They were thousands of years ahead of those so-called Western astronomers. The most important reason is that ancient emperors were generally quite superstitious. They needed someone to observe the stars to build their tombs. Otherwise, how could the novel Ghost Blows Out the Light describe it as, man lights the candle, ghost blows out the lamp, surveying the land, and searching for the star peaks, seeking the dragon and dividing the gold? Look at the winding mountains. Each winding is a barrier, and if the gate has 8 layers of danger, it will not go beyond the shape of yin and yang and the 8 trigrams. Jiang Nan rattled off a long list of things, then suddenly frowned slightly and said, everyone, look over there. That cluster of stars that looks like a long prism is the famous Orion Nebula. If someone is located far from a city, it is possible to see the Orion Nebula with the naked eye on a clear night sky. The Orion Nebula is the youngest nebula in the Milky Way and also the closest nebula to Earth. The stars that you see in the sky are mostly stars comparable to the Sun. The Orion Nebula is no exception. In a small part of the center, there are 110 stars. The largest of them is 20 times larger than the Sun. Chapter 172 Free Climbing. Beginning. I never imagined I'd be able to see the Orion Nebula in a live stream. Beautiful. Even more beautiful than my wife, Dilruba. Now I understand why so many people are willing to travel to places far from the city. The scenery is just too beautiful. Lying on the grass at night, admiring the starry sky, is a kind of enjoyment. Could it be that people in ancient times also observed the Orion Nebula? Viewers in the live stream were immersed in the beautiful starry sky. That's right, there really is. Jiang Nan nodded and said, in the records of the Grand Historian, in the Book of Celestial Offices, it is written, below are 3 stars, dy, which is called punishment. In ancient times, the Orion Nebula was called Fa or Chung. The commentary also states, Mengkong said, between the 3 trigrams, the upper part is small and the lower part is large, hence the name sharp. Mengkang's description is very credible. His description, in terms of both location and shape, is consistent with actual observations. Besides the Orion Nebula, our ancestors also observed the Orion Nebula, the Pleiades, the Ghost Star Cluster, and the Andromeda Galaxy. Orion is also described in ancient Greek mythology and legends, and stories are associated with it. Around 2000 BC, astrologers connected the bright spots in the sky to outline the hunter in Greek mythology. The goddess of the hunt, Artemis, was attracted to the hunter and quickly fell in love with him. However, the goddess's twin brother, Apollo, was jealous of the hunter's talent and sent a scorpion to kill him. Besides these, everyone should take a look at the 3 brilliant stars embedded in Orion's belt. They are perfectly arranged and neatly spaced, and their positions echo those of the mysterious Sangxingdui site in China. The same is true of the pyramids of ancient Egypt. To this day, people are wondering why the ancients did this. Is it because the pyramids and Sangxingdui are related to extraterrestrials in Orion, and the arrangement of their positions is some kind of transmission method? Perhaps it was because the ancients often observed the stars and found them very magical, so they built their houses according to the positions of the stars. Perhaps it's because aliens really do exist. These past few days, there's been a news story circulating online saying that aliens have visited Earth and that they come every 10 years. Jiang Nan shared his thoughts while admiring the Orion Nebula. After quietly admiring the starry sky for a while, the weather gradually cooled down, and the fireflies slowly faded away. Jiang Nan got up, stretched, and prepared to go back to his tent to sleep. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he said, "Just a heads up, I'll be doing free solo climbing tomorrow. As for where to climb, it is naturally the vertical and treacherous cliff that I encountered during my previous wingsuit flying. That mountain peak is strange and rugged, and many places are very steep. It should be a little over 1,000 meters high. My physical condition is okay, so I should be able to climb it." The viewers in the live stream were all ready to say goodnight, but upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, they immediately perked up. "I never expected there would be a preview in the live stream. It's hilarious. Free solo climbing. Is the island owner going to risk his life again? King Yama, who is repeatedly causing trouble in my territory. It's too dangerous to go alone. You should at least have a team with you." That's right. I've seen that those who do free solo climbing all have teams with them, some responsible for safety and others filming the whole process. The world record for free solo climbing is 900 meters. Is the island owner going to break the world record? Jiang Nan showed no sign of tension and said leisurely, "That's right. The world record holder for free solo climbing is Alex Honnold, who climbed El Capitan, which is 914 meters high. El Capitan, a mecca for rock climbers worldwide, is the world's largest granite monolith, towering in the United States. The dawn wall of this rock is known for its steepness and danger, and is considered the most difficult route to climb in the world. Honored started climbing when he was 10 years old. His parents were very supportive of him and quietly nurtured him. His father would use ropes on the ground to protect him, and his mother would send him to a specialized training base. Compared to Chinese parents who focus more on grades and exam papers, they do pay more attention to cultivating their children's interests and hobbies. Since 2009, he has dreamed of free soloing El Capitan and has tried more than 1,000 times. Free soloing is his ultimate goal. He spent a year and a half preparing for this, climbing El Capitan nearly 60 times with the help of ropes. This is not a rehearsal, but a repeated attempt at different rock points to study how to overcome the most difficult areas. Otherwise, no matter how skilled a master is, they will fail. After you've thoroughly familiarized yourself with the route, make sure the weather, temperature, humidity, and wind direction are all suitable, and that your physical condition is at its peak. Then you can officially start climbing the mountain. Finally, after overcoming numerous hardships, it took him a total of 3 hours and 56 minutes to successfully reach the summit. His climbing process was also filmed as a documentary. The film took 807 days to produce. In the current superficial entertainment industry, where a movie can be made in a month or even just over 10 days, more than 800 days is extremely rare. However, the results are also quite remarkable. They have won the Academy Award and the Emmy Award, as well as many awards in other countries. After Jiang Nan finished speaking, the viewers in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Just by listening to Jiang Nan's description, they could already picture the scene in their minds. They couldn't imagine what it would be like to watch Jiang Nan climb the mountain tomorrow. "Island Master, why don't we give up? This is too dangerous. It feels like we're delivering goods to the King of Hell." They started learning and training from a young age and conducted over 1,000 site visits. Island Master, are you really capable of doing this? Island Owner, a man can't say no, especially at night. Island Master, I support you. Tomorrow I will bring my whole family to see you. We must break the previous record and keep the world record in China. Go for it, Island Owner. Whether you make it to the top tomorrow or not, I'll arrange a super rocket. Island Master, I have nothing to offer you, so how about I give myself to you? You'll have to be gentle with me tonight. Some viewers advised Jiang Nan to give up, while others unconditionally chose to support him. Faced with such an extreme challenge, the voices of persuasion and support are basically at opposite ends of the spectrum. The one who tried to dissuade them was worried about losing their life, while the one who supported them wanted the honor of breaking the world record. Even if they didn't break it, at least they were Chinese, and that was enough. Jiang Nan smiled calmly and said, "Everyone, don't be so nervous. Let me tell you the rest of Hanold's story." Chapter 173. The Island Lord's health is still alright? Then I'm just a vegetable. Everyone thought that after breaking the world record, he would gain both fame and fortune and start to squander it. Who would have thought that they went to Greenland? Because there is one of the tallest unclimbed natural megaliths on Earth. Imiko Taluk. This 1,140-meter high cliff was formed 3 million years ago and is composed of granite and gneiss. In Greenlandic, this cliff means separated people, which is simple and clear. If you want to go up there, you will definitely have to separate from your family. Before Hanold, there was no record of any human climbing to the top. Unlike El Capitan, the rock formations there are very loose due to 3 million years of weathering and the freeze-thaw cycle in the Arctic. They keep falling off. In addition, the temperature is low and it snows from time to time. So even though people climbed up there, it was not free climbing. That's all for today's story. Please come early tomorrow, everyone. I'm going to have a date with the Duke of Zhou's daughter. As Jiang Nan spoke, he walked into the tent and turned off the live stream the moment he drew the curtain. The next morning, before dawn, Jiang Nan finished washing up and having breakfast. Then, he shouldered his backpack, rode his moose Luffy, and headed straight for the distant cliff. Today he also traveled light, taking only the moose Luffy with him, leaving all the other animals at the camp. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, he was already standing at the foot of the mountain. The live stream currently has 15 million viewers online and is still growing. Many viewers were so excited about Jiang Nan's free solo rock climbing this morning that they stayed up all night waiting in the live stream. Some were introduced by relatives and friends. Others were attracted by the advertising. That's right. Since signing the contract, Huya has started to promote Jiang Nan on a large scale across various channels. Basically, as long as you turn on your computer or mobile phone, you can see advertisements for free climbing in Jiang Nan. There were also cover posters made specifically for Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, the #1 outdoor live streamer on the entire internet, is about to break the world record by free soloing. Jiang Nan, the master of the Great Barrier Reef, can reach the heavens with his bare hands. Master Jiang Nan. Extreme challenge. Free solo climbing. Life hangs by a thread. Even other live streaming platforms such as Bilibili, Douyin, Kuaishou, and YY contacted Huya executives overnight after learning about the incident, hoping to obtain the broadcasting rights. As for the price, Huya can set whatever it wants. Huya's management was very clever. They actually allowed them to broadcast for free, but only for 1 day. Although if they disagree, Jiang Nan can attract more traffic to Huya and even crash Huya's software and make a fortune in gifts. It will definitely be resented by other platforms. If they unite to boycott Huya in the future, wouldn't they be attacked from both sides? The most important reason is that the authorities intervened. That's right, the official organizers also want to acquire the broadcasting rights. Since the official representatives have come to negotiate, Huya has no choice but to comply. Therefore, the current 15 million views in the live stream only represent the Huya platform. Views from other platforms have not yet been tallied. Jiang Nan ignored all that. In order to maintain his best condition and not be affected by the outside world, he simply didn't want to pay attention to these things. Last night, when Huyas Yuning contacted him to ask if he agreed to the broadcast, he agreed without hesitation. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Jiang Nan looked up at the smooth, almost vertical cliff face where one wrong step would shatter him to pieces, and said calmly, "My ordinary body is enough to conquer you." Island owner, you must be joking. If your body is nothing special, then I'm a vegetable. Louis Koo, my looks are just average. The island owner makes it sound so easy, like it's as simple as drinking water. Cliffside, can you please show me some respect? I have my pride too. After listening to the island owner's story last night, I specifically went to check out that record sheet. It was so tense, exciting, and thrilling. These extreme sports have always been foreign. I never thought that we Chinese could also stand up for ourselves. For those viewers who don't understand, free solo climbing requires using only your hands to climb the entire way without any other equipment, which makes it extremely dangerous and is considered the most dangerous of the 10 most dangerous sports. Climbers not only do not carry any climbing equipment, but also have to directly confront the rock face and the howling mountain wind. They need to be in excellent physical and mental condition and cannot make a mistake because of a small oversight or accident. Ahead was a bare rock wall. Below was a bottomless abyss, and there was no protective equipment at all. There wasn't even a rope to save my life. The support surface for my hands and feet was only 2 centimeters, about half the length of my thumb. Stop talking, I'm fucking suffocating. The live stream rooms on major platforms have exploded with excitement. Viewers across the internet felt a chill run down their spines as they looked at the oppressive and heavy cliff before them, and goosebumps rose all over their bodies. All the audience members were on edge, feeling like they were the ones climbing up. Looking at Jiang Nan, he calmly put his backpack on the ground and then started warming up. In reality, the head moves first, then the shoulders, then the waist, and finally the legs. Strike from above, unhurried and calm. Finally, Jiang Nan repeatedly pinched each of his fingers, making a snapping sound. No one in the audience urged Jiang Nan to hurry up, they just watched silently. Free solo climbing can be fatal at any time, and it is an extremely dangerous sport. You need to have very high physical fitness, know climbing techniques, and have excellent mental fortitude. If you're bored and want to participate in outdoor rock climbing activities, be sure to warm up your body first. After Jiang Nan finished, he began to speak to the viewers in the live stream. Island owner, you are such a kind person, not forgetting to conduct safety education even at a time like this. Island master, don't worry, I will never go rock climbing in my life. 1,000-meter cliff. Even if I were reborn as a monkey in my next life, I still couldn't climb it. Island master, please be careful. Once you get there safely, I'll have your babies. Get out of my way, everyone. If anyone's going to have babies, it'll be me. I'm 1.8 meters tall, with fair skin, a slim waist, and a big butt, a classic S-shaped figure. Absolutely the island lord's dream. Why don't you mention your face at all? Are you the legendary shrimp-type girl? While the audience was discussing, Jiang Nan had already tightened all his clothes and pants. The higher you go, the stronger the wind becomes, and the more you wear, the greater the wind resistance. So he wears clothes that fit him quite closely. Just to be on the safe side, it's best to tighten it up before going up. Next, Jiang Nan found some dry sand on the ground and rubbed it vigorously on his hands. Finally, gently place both hands on the mountainside. Chapter 174 Jiang Nan. I'm just a rock climbing enthusiast. The journey to Jiang Nan is about to begin. Climbing a 1,000-meter high cliff without any protection. The audience immediately tensed up, their breathing becoming rapid. Jiang Nan, however, remained calm and composed, his arm muscles bulging slightly as he began to exert force. Immediately afterwards, I found a foothold and followed steadily. What is the most important thing in free solo climbing? Route. Honold had previously scouted El Capitan thousands of times in order to determine the most suitable and effortless route. After all, compared to physical labor such as carrying, free climbing cannot be stopped halfway and can only keep going up. As you go up, you will consume more and more physical strength. The most terrifying thing is that when you climb to a place where there is no foothold, it is too difficult to go down and you can't climb up, so you can only stay in midair and wait for rescue. During the wingsuit flight that day, Jiang Nan had already observed every part of the cliff from above. Just now, he used a drone to conduct another survey from bottom to top. He has already planned out the most suitable route in his mind. Jiang Nan did not deliberately rush uphill from the start, but instead climbed steadily, step by step. The drones followed closely, sometimes filming from above, sometimes from below, all to give viewers a more realistic and immersive experience. The sun had just risen, and since Jiang Nan was still at the foot of the mountain, the sunlight couldn't reach it at all. Therefore, the rocks on the entire cliff were a mix of dark brown and gray, which looked rather gloomy and made people feel uncomfortable and a bit depressed. Unbeknownst to many, Jiang Nan has already climbed 100 meters upwards. The drone zoomed out, and viewers saw that Jiang Nan appeared very small on the huge cliff. It's like a fly landing on an elephant. Though small in sight, it is incredibly tall in the hearts of the audience. After all, for any one of them, Climbing up to 10 meters would probably be too much to bear. Some viewers, especially those with a fear of heights, were too scared to watch when the height was only 3 or 4 meters. I could only cover my eyes with my hands and peek through the gaps between my hands from time to time. The island owner is awesome. Those hands are amazing. They can grip tightly even through gaps in the rocks that are only 2 or 3 centimeters wide. Free solo climbing is not just a test of finger and arm strength, but also of body coordination. The island owner has deviated from where he started and is now climbing upwards in a crooked, slanted line. The island owner is my husband, and of course his fingers are amazing, since he uses them on me every night. Could someone please fill in the last few words? I really don't know what they are. Look at my innocent and inquisitive eyes. While the audience was still cheering for Jiang Nan also encountered a major problem. At this moment, a very smooth rock appeared in front of him, so smooth that it had no sharp edges and could not be gripped with his fingers. For a time, Jiang Nan had no choice but to come to a halt. It's over. A smooth rock has appeared in front of the island lord, making it impossible to move forward. Is the challenge going to fail? It's alright. The island lord has already climbed over 100 meters. In my heart, he's already a hero. The audience thought Jiang Nan was going to give up, but who would have thought? Jiang Nan took a deep breath and continued upwards. He didn't climb up the smooth rock. That would be like trying to go to the toilet in the dark in the middle of the night. It's suicide. Jiang Nan observed a narrow crevice next to the smooth rock. He could continue climbing upwards by squeezing into the crevice. Although the gap is very narrow, only enough to fit half a body, it is enough for Jiang Nan. Soon, Jiang Nan placed his body in the crevice. Before putting it in, he made a special observation inside, fearing that some small animals might live there and be startled into attacking him. And so, Jiang Nan began to climb upwards like a worm through the narrow gap. This narrow crevice was tens of meters long, and Jiang Nan crawled for tens of meters in this terrible and unsightly posture. There is no other way except the first time. Once you pass through the crevice, the rocks become rougher, allowing you to continue climbing normally. During this time, Jiang Nan encountered another problem. He had to grip the stone strips tightly with his hands, which caused his feet to stick too tightly to the mountainside, making it difficult to continue climbing and making it almost impossible to move an inch. However, this is a problem that many climbers encounter. It's better to fasten it tightly than not to at all. Extreme sports are like that. Every minute and every second is full of excitement, making your blood boil. Every cell in your body must become active, and even your strength must surge out as if it were real. The world is vast, and even the walls of cliffs can hold endless wonders and excitement. Today's live stream has been broadcast on major platforms, and the results and achievements are outstanding. Whether it is popularity, traffic, or buzz, it easily surpasses all outdoor live streamers. I never expected this. I can actually see the island owner's live stream on Douyin. I'm speechless. I have to send a 2698 Heart of the Universe to show my support. I'll get a Douyin account with a score of 1428. I wish the island owner could actually join Douyin. I'm tired of all the outdoor videos on Douyin. They're not interesting at all. This is basically the sentiment expressed by viewers on all major platforms. Outdoor live streamers from various platforms were naturally not satisfied and flocked to the live stream room to see what was going on. You won't believe it until you see it. Once you do, your legs go weak. Because the drone was taking pictures from above from the angle of Jiang Nan, which is a 100-meter high cliff with no support below. At such a height, if one slips and falls, there will be no remains. These outdoor live streamers were startled. Some remained stunned in the live stream room, while others left quietly in shame. No comparison. This is a master. You can't compare, and you can't criticize. They risk their lives doing outdoor live streams. How can you compare them? How can you criticize them? Nowadays, most outdoor live streamers just explore shops, sing songs, and chat up pretty girls. Some people are more adventurous, going out into the wild to pitch tents or go fishing. Basically, there's not much difficulty, and there's no danger at all. If you can even hook up with a beautiful woman, you might even have something happen between you. It's incredibly comfortable. This is a typical case of using money given by fans to seduce the beautiful women the fans like, and ultimately succeeding in getting the women the fans like. The fans lost not only the beautiful woman, but also the money they had been spending. In comparison, if Jiang Nan is Sun Wukong, then they are the ashes left in Lao Zi's 8 trigrams furnace. This is only if Jiang Nan is willing to compare with them. If not, they are not even worth ashes. Jiang Nan glanced down, slowly exhaled, and said, "We've only completed 1/3 of the way. We still have a lot to do. Actually, everyone shouldn't idolize me too much. I'm just an ordinary climbing enthusiast, maybe a little bit better physically. That's all. Chapter 175 The Light of China. Just an ordinary rock climbing enthusiast? A little bit better in physical fitness? Is that all? I smell something pretentious coming from here. This is too Versailles. Are there any professional rock climbing enthusiasts in the live stream? Preferably those who do free solo climbing, who can give an evaluation of the island owner's skill level. One rock climbing enthusiast actually recorded a live stream and posted the video in the group. This group is full of people who love rock climbing. However, due to limited conditions, most of the climbing is indoors, and the safety measures are excellent, so there is no danger at all. Of course, there are some hidden free solo climbing masters among them. These days, no matter what you play, there will be a group chat. Especially niche hobbies or sports that are too dangerous. Because there are fewer people playing, it is all the more necessary for them to gather together. The video was recorded very well, starting from the moment it passed through the narrow gap in Jiang Nan. There was no editing whatsoever, and the scenes shot by the drone from multiple angles were also captured. Therefore, the enthusiasts in the group could see it very clearly, as if they were there in person. In less than half a minute, almost all the group members were pulled out of the chat. Even some people who usually like to slack off got excited. Free solo climbing? Does anyone in China still dare to do that? This must be several thousand meters high. I remember the world record is only a little over 900 meters. Is it a screenshot from a game? I think it's video editing. We live in the era of short videos now. Almost everyone can shoot and edit short videos, so it's not surprising at all. This person looks familiar, like a streamer. Some people expressed doubt, thinking it was game footage, since some game graphics can indeed be made to look incredibly realistic. Some have pointed out that this is an edited version of a short video. Only a few people recognize Jiang Nan. People who enjoy outdoor sports rarely use the internet, or more accurately, they don't have the time. So naturally many of them don't know that Jiang Nan is the top outdoor enthusiast. Seeing these people's doubts, the person who originally posted the video explained, "Don't misunderstand, this is not game footage, nor is it a short video edit, but a live recording. There's still free climbing right now. I'll share the live stream link in the group so you can all check it out." The one or two people who recognized Jiang Nan hurriedly said, "I remember now. Isn't this the island owner? I've seen him catch barnacles before, but I've been too busy lately to watch his live streams. I saw it a little later than you. When I saw it, he was still fishing for the white wolf king to eat." Upon seeing these messages, those who had previously expressed doubts were completely stunned. Live stream of free solo rock climbing? Does anyone in China really dare to stay up this late? Historically, almost no dangerous outdoor sports have been associated with China. Free climbing is no exception. Among China's more than 1 billion people, the number of genuine rock climbing enthusiasts is at most a few thousand. As for free solo climbing, there are even fewer, probably not even 50. Therefore, whenever large-scale competitions and carnivals are held in Europe and America, the presence of Chinese people can raise questions, and Chinese athletes are often nowhere to be seen. Just like a long time ago, volleyball championships were almost monopolized by other countries, and Chinese players were nowhere to be seen. Until the emergence of the women's volleyball team, which won 5 consecutive championships, the championship was kept in China, and people all over the world began to pay attention to the Chinese women's volleyball team. Although Jiang Nan's free solo climbing performance was not as great as the women's volleyball team's, he still managed to elevate the international standing of Chinese climbers through his own efforts. At this moment, in the hearts of all the rock climbing enthusiasts in the group, Jiang Nan had transformed from an ordinary streamer into a towering idol. Soon, the person who started it shared the live stream link in the group. Everyone eagerly clicked on it. The first thing you see when you enter is Jiang Nan, which is built on a cliff hundreds of meters high. A constant stream of cold wind blew in his face, but he was completely unaffected. Moreover, every step he took was very steady. First, use both hands to probe the path, and only after confirming that the gap between the stones you are holding onto is firm, do you slowly climb up. Although it's slow, it's definitely moving upwards. What? Real? Idol? I worship you. We've climbed almost halfway up. How come I only just saw it? What a pity. The group of rock climbing enthusiasts were all incredibly excited. Some people felt they weren't satisfied with watching from the shared links, so they turned on their computers, downloaded hues, and started sending virtual gifts. Like fishing, rock climbing enthusiasts are generally not short of money, and are even richer than fishermen. Money is like waste paper to them. Some people even sent a rocket every time they saw Jiang Nan climb up a meter without ever stopping. Soon, Viewers in the live stream noticed the presence of these rock climbers. Everyone couldn't help but ask, could these be the legendary rock climbing enthusiasts? May I ask, how good is the island owner's rock climbing skills? Yes, give us your opinions, and let us laymen broaden our horizons. The climbing world's Andy Lau. 4 words, top in China. Step by step, I am the climbing champion in our city. I can say without exaggeration that there are almost no people in China who dare to free solo climb, not even for just 100 meters. Even those who started climbing a long time ago wouldn't dare to do it alone. Huya newcomer. China's climbing level is far behind that of other countries. As for free solo climbing, it's incomparable. If this video were posted on the international internet, it would definitely go viral, and China's international climbing standing would rise to more than one level. The rock climbing enthusiasts expressed their opinions one after another, as if they had been given a stimulant and were extremely excited. Even when I was young, the first time I secretly watched a pornographic film alone in bed, I was never this excited. Just as the rock climbing enthusiasts were giving their feedback, Jiang Nan encountered another problem. At that moment, a huge, protruding rock appeared above him. This giant rock completely blocked the way to Jiang Nan. What's even more terrifying than climbing a nearly 90-degree vertical rock is having a giant rock protruding from the vertical section. The drone slowly ascended, even giving the giant rock a close-up shot. At this moment, all the viewers watching the live broadcast held their breath, anticipating Jiang Nan's next move. This boulder is really big. It's possible to go around it, but it would take more effort, and the side is much steeper. If you're not careful, you could easily slip and fall. Chapter 176 successfully reached the top, breaking the world record. Jiang Nan stared at the giant rock in front of him, motionless, seemingly lost in thought. The audience could see clearly that even though his entire body was pressed tightly against the cliff, his clothes and pants were still shaking violently in the strong wind. The exposed muscles are faintly visible. But now even girls who like erotic things are no longer in the mood to appreciate them. Gurgle. Many viewers, though sitting in front of their computers, still nervously swallowed. They only care about the safety of Jiang Nan. Under the tense gaze of the audience, Jiang Nan finally moved. With a sudden burst of strength, he managed to hang directly from the protruding boulder, while his legs detached completely from the mountainside and floated in midair. It's exactly the same posture as when doing pull-up exercises. At this moment, Jiang Nan was only supporting his body with the strength of his arms. If he lost his strength or if one of his hands slipped out, the consequences would be unimaginable. In an instant, the audience, who had just swallowed and were still reeling from the shock, broke out in a cold sweat. This scene is no longer a dangerous free climbing act. It's risking your life. The live stream screen was completely silent. The viewers had lost all interest in typing. They prayed silently that the mountain wind would stop blowing, so that Jiang Nan could have some peace and not be blown into the abyss. Jiang Nan quickly reached the end of the giant rock. He calmly used one hand to grip the rock face and reached his other hand inwards. After finding a gap to hold on to, he immediately exerted his strength and pulled himself up. The towering, perilous rocks were thus easily conquered by Jiang Nan. What? The island owner is awesome. I have to say, the island owner is really bold. My heart is still pounding. Let me share a little-known fact with you. The gallbladder is located in the chest area of the human body. The island lord has well-developed muscles, so naturally, he is very brave. Bullshit. I'm fucking stupid. Why am I such a coward? Is it possible that you've had cosmetic surgery? At this moment, viewers on various live streaming platforms such as Huya, Douyu, and Douyin were all stunned. Compared to climbing up from the cracks before, this time it was significantly more difficult and dangerous. Climbing enthusiasts have once again commented on this. The climbing world's Andy Lau. After seeing this, I take back what I just said. The island owner is not only top in China, but also top in the world. Step by step. If this had happened in ancient times, the island lord's actions would have earned him the title of a god, and perhaps even resulted in a statue being erected in his honor. Huya newcomer. I misspoke. With the island owner here, China's international standing will not only rise by one level, but will directly overtake others and reach the top. From now on, the world's advancement will depend on China, and China's advancement will depend on the island's leader. Jiang Nan is very good at climbing, making the audience's hearts jump and their hearts hang in suspense for a moment. Fortunately, after passing the giant rock, the cliffs became much gentler, allowing Jiang Nan to catch her breath. Another hour passed without him realizing it, and he continued climbing. At this point, there was still more than 100 meters to go to the top. 100 meters or so doesn't sound like a long distance. If someone is fast enough, they can cross it in a few seconds. But now it's vertical upwards, so the difficulty is naturally exaggerated. In addition, Jiang Nan has already climbed a long way, and his physical strength has been greatly depleted, so the difficulty will be further increased. Just like in a 1,000-meter race, it's easy at the beginning, but it gets harder as you go on, and many people fail in the last 100 meters. Jiang Nan did not slacken. He gritted his teeth and continued climbing. If they can climb up, the world record will definitely be broken. As it continued upward, the drone, which had been keeping pace with the Jiang Nan region, began to rise slowly. Gradually, the drone flew to the top of the cliff. Here, visitors can see vast expanses of lush and tangled vegetation. There is nothing else besides this. After all, no one has ever climbed up here before, and there may not even be any animals. So, there are only plants. Arrive. We're almost there. It'll be soon. Faster. The audience cheered and encouraged Jiang Nan continuously. But these words just don't seem right. It's unclear how much time passed, perhaps tens of minutes, perhaps an hour, but Jiang Nan finally managed to grab onto the edge of the cliff. He suddenly exerted force with both arms, and the bulging veins were clearly visible. With the exertion, he supported his entire body with his hands, and then leaped up, successfully climbing up the hill. Jiang Nan lay directly on the grass, motionless, letting the sweat pour out of his pores. After calming down for a while, Jiang Nan slowly stood up, looked down at the cliff below, and smiled from the bottom of his heart. Not bad luck. Upon hearing his words, the viewers in the live stream went wild. Good luck? That phrase sounds so familiar. Xiaoyan, that's my line. Island Lord, please don't say that. You conquered this cliff with your strength. This isn't an island lord, he's clearly the southern god. Phonetic pun, deduct money. Male god. Male god. Haha, I can't tell the difference. The koi fish that was drinking pesticide and blowing bubbles donated 100 rockets as a reward. Comment. Congratulations to the island owner for breaking the world record by climbing a cliff over 1,000 meters high in 4 hours and 40 minutes. The Bull Demon King rewarded him with 2 sets of Emperor sets. Comment. Congratulations, island owner. Congratulations, island owner. Just wondering, island owner, do you never get tired even after fighting all night? Eddie Peng, a climber, gifted 30 treasure maps. Comment. I think there's a line in Do Dizu, a popular Chinese card game, that's perfect for the island owner. Fight until dawn. The big spenders in the live stream started giving virtual gifts. Not only Huya, but also big spenders from platforms like Douyu and Douyin flocked to Huya's live stream and started spending lavishly. They are not short of money and are celebrating Jiang Nan in their own way. They also knew that their platform was broadcasting, so in order to get the gifts to Jiang Nan, they naturally had to come to Huya. Looking at the frantically scrolling barrage of comments and special effects gifts, Jiang Nan said, "Everyone, just do your best, but don't get carried away." No matter what, he would always advise viewers and fans not to get carried away with sending gifts. Otherwise, some people will be unable to resist stealing, and some will even secretly take their parents' hard-earned money. These are all very brainless behaviors. At that moment, Jiang Nan saw the message about the koi fish drinking pesticide and blowing bubbles, and he realized that he had unknowingly broken the world record. Jiang Nan casually remarked, "So world records aren't that difficult after all." Chapter 177, The 3 Unlike Animals. Jiang Nan has indeed broken the world record. Honold took 3 hours and 56 minutes to conquer the 914-meter high El Capitan. He climbed the 1,000-meter high cliff in just 4 hours and 40 minutes. Although it took more than 40 minutes longer, it covered more than 100 meters more than Honold, and the environment along the way was more complex, with steep cliffs that were nearly 90 degrees vertical. And as he said, world records are indeed very easy to break. Because there are many boring and bizarre world records in this world. Someone once set a world record for going for 40 days without closing their eyes or sleeping. Some people have gone 60 years without bathing, setting a record for the longest period without bathing in human history. There's also a person who can unhook 91 women's bra clasps in 1 minute, setting a world record. One woman even had stories with 919 men in just 1 day, a feat that remains unmatched. Jiang Nan sat on the grass and rested for another 10 minutes or so until he regained his strength. Then he stood up and said, "The vegetation here is very lush, and since no one has ever disturbed us, I believe there are many small animals that are hard to encounter on ordinary days." He casually looked around as he walked down the mountain. I didn't deliberately look for it. After all, it was just a guess. He prefers to let things take their course and doesn't have excessive expectations for anything. On the contrary, he often experiences unexpected gains and surprises. Otherwise, all he gets when he's overjoyed is disappointment. As we walked, the mountainous terrain ahead began to become more complex, with many pebbles appearing on the ground, mixed with a lot of weeds. However, it does appear spacious. Walking on this, it feels like the clouds are incredibly close to you. From the live stream camera, the ground appeared increasingly open. At this moment, Jiang Nan seemed to see something, quickened his pace, and immediately stopped. Soon, a pile of poop appeared in the audience's sight. The poop was dark, round, and had a grainy texture. What? This isn't sheep dung. I saw it when I went to the countryside when I was a child. I've seen them before, and I thought they were chocolate chips, so I kept putting them in my mouth. Shui, I'm familiar with this technique. I even thought the tapioca pearls in bubble tea were like this. Doge. I was drinking bubble tea and I spat it out in one gulp. I'll never look at bubble tea in the eye again. Could there be some goats around here? The audience discussed it curiously. This is Bichon flea droppings. Among all the marsupials in Australia, the bilby is the most precious and has a nickname, the three unlikes. The baboon has long, large ears, a pouch on its belly like a rabbit, and two well-developed hind legs, resembling a kangaroo, yet its overall appearance is that of a baboon. In addition to these, the bilby is also the smallest marsupial in the world, with a body length of only 50 centimeters and a tail that is half that length. During their run, their tails become incredibly stiff, like a perfectly straight flagpole. Bilberry is not good at forming groups and lives a solitary life, only seeking each other during the mating season. Like rabbits, they like to dig burrows, which can be up to 3 meters long, and the burrows are spiral-shaped. In addition, these burrows may have multiple exits, which is especially important if a burrow is invaded by predators and one can escape through other exits. The entrances to these burrows are hidden in the grass, making them difficult for predators to find, and they can also provide shelter from the harsh sun and various dangerous weather conditions such as wind and rain. When they go out to forage, they leave their young in burrows. You heard right. Even though they have pouches, the cubs still have to live in caves. The pups will stay in the pouch for about 2.5 months. During this time, they will grow very quickly and can weigh up to 200 grams when they leave the pouch. Once the pups come out of their mother's pocket, they never go back in and then begin to live in the burrow. The mother will continue to nurse her cubs for the next 2 weeks. After that, the young bilby will leave its mother's burrow and begin to live independently, taking care of itself. The bilby has one of the shortest gestation periods of all mammals, only 14 to 17 days, and gives birth to 3 offspring at a time. If the surrounding environment is good enough, it may give birth to 1 more. Currently, the bilby has been listed as an endangered protected animal. Jiang Nan spoke very seriously and observed very carefully. The feces in front of us were completely dry, indicating that there were indeed bilbies nearby, but they had not appeared in this area in the near future. He continued walking forward, this time with his eyes wide open, paying special attention to the surrounding bushes, trying to find the bilby's burrow. I never imagined that besides the 4-legged creature, there would be a 3-legged creature in this world. It looks like a rabbit, a kangaroo, and a raccoon at the same time. I'm suddenly really looking forward to seeing what it looks like. I suddenly remembered the fennec fox, Nick Wilde's companion in Zootopia. With a little dressing up, it looks like a little elephant. To be honest, I have a baby elephant on me. Doge emoji. Nonsense. What man doesn't have that? Elephant, why is your trunk so long? It turns out this animal is endangered. I thought almost all animals in Australia were overpopulated and would endanger human life. Viewers shared their thoughts on the public chat. Jiang Nan shook his head and sighed. The bilby in northern Australia disappeared in 1930, and by 1950, the southern ones had also disappeared. Because they rarely appear, it was once suspected that they were extinct. The distribution range of the bilby has declined rapidly northward, and the decline is very fast. The same is true for its population. Historically, the overall population of bilbies has declined by more than 90%. This situation arose because their fur had commercial value, leading to their mass hunting. In fact, the bilby had been living a peaceful life in Australia for thousands of years until Europeans came to Australia, at which point they faced extinction. Europeans went on a hunting spree in Australia, capturing these rare animals, skinning them, and selling their fur at high prices. They were even once offered as tribute to the royal family. Not only that, they also brought many alien species, such as hunting dogs, which led to the gradual extinction of the bilby family, which originally had few natural enemies. Excessive hunting, coupled with the development of animal husbandry, has led to the extensive destruction of the rabbit-eared bilby's habitat, further worsening their survival prospects. Currently, many of them are hiding on small islands that no human has ever set foot on. Chapter 178, Discovering Extinct Animals. While popularizing science, Jiang Nan did not forget to search for the bilby. The further down you go, the steeper the terrain becomes, and the more complex the environment becomes. Whenever he passed a patch of grass or a hidden corner, he would pay special attention, trying to find the burrow dug by the baboon. However, each attempt ended in failure. Just as Jiang Nan was about to give up, he suddenly heard a few noises. It sounded like erasing a blackboard, but even more like the sound of animal feet running across gravel. It seems to be not far away. I've finally found it. Jiang Nan rubbed his hands excitedly, but instead of running off, he became even more cautious and said, "You must be extremely careful when approaching bilbies, as they are very timid, highly alert, and very sensitive. Bilberry eyesight is poor, so they mainly rely on hearing and smell to perceive their environment. As the saying goes, when God closes a door, he always opens a window. With its keen sense of smell, the bilby can detect food buried several meters underground and can also sense the scent markings of other individuals, thus preventing it from easily trespassing into other people's territory. And their huge ears can hear the sounds of insects and predators. Just like the Marvel superhero Daredevil, he has poor eyesight, but his hearing and perception are exceptionally developed. At the slightest disturbance, they will scurry back into their burrows. Moreover, they are very fast, and even if a lynx or other ferocious beasts launch a sneak attack, it is difficult for them to catch up. If we can photograph a bilby today, we'll be incredibly lucky. Finally, here's a little-known fact for everyone. The ears of the bilby are also used to help regulate body temperature." As soon as Jiang Nan finished speaking, he stopped in his tracks. The audience looked puzzled upon seeing this scene. Has the island lord been acupunctured? The island owner must be a robot. It ran out of power while walking, so it stopped. That makes sense. I've long suspected the island lord is a robot. Otherwise, how could he be so omnipotent? I read a news report that people suspect American billionaire Mark Zuckerberg is a robot because his facial expressions are very unnatural and his eyes are lifeless, yet he is exceptionally intelligent. While the audience was discussing the matter, the drone had already pointed its camera at the scene that Jiang Nan had seen. When they saw it clearly, the audience was stunned. Not far away, a large tree blocked the way. Looking up, you could see a dark hole in the trunk. The opening is about the size of 2 adult palms. Quack, quack, quack. Bird calls could be heard from the tree hollow from time to time, but they didn't quite sound like birdsong. Before long, a fluffy little bird appeared at the entrance of the cave. It is about 10 centimeters long, with dark reddish-brown feathers on its head, chest, and neck, while its back and tail are bluish-black, and its wings are gray. The combination of several colors doesn't look jarring. On the contrary, it makes the outfit even cuter. Puff! Under the watchful eyes of Jiang Nan and all the audience, the little bird spread its still-developing wings and jumped down from the 10-meter-high tree hole. That wasn't all. Then came the second, the third, and the fourth. There were more than a dozen of them, one after another. Fortunately, the grass on the ground was lush enough, and the animals were too small to cause any injuries or fatalities upon landing. Some of the birds were too afraid to jump down, but something inside the tree hole kept urging them on. Its calls loud and urgent. When forced to do so, they have no choice but to jump down hastily. After landing, they did not rush to leave, but gathered under the tree, all looking up at the cave entrance. Finally, a bird about 50 centimeters long flapped its wings and flew down from the tree. It must be the mother of these birds. It already knew how to fly, while the other birds all landed vertically, some even landing face first when their bodies were out of control. What kind of little bird is this? It looks so cute. They're all so chubby and cute. Wait, is that a bird? Why do they have pointed beaks, just like birds, but their feet are like ducks, and they even have webbed feet? Did the bird cheat on its owner, or did the duck stray? The viewers in the live stream finally noticed something strange about the birds. Jiang Nan carefully examined them, his brow never relaxing, and said, "These are indeed not birds, but ducks. Their name is common merganser. Although the common merganser is an anatidae, its beak is indeed different from other anatidae species. The common merganser is very different from other ducks. Although they can fly and swim briefly and eat small fish, shrimp, and various aquatic animals, they make their home in tree holes. To protect their young, mother ducks will try to find some old, thick trees, and the tree hole must be very high away from the other side, at least 10 meters, and some even as high as 20 meters. 2 days after they are born, the ducklings are driven out of the tree hole by their mother to go to the seaside to learn to swim. As soon as Jiang Nan finished speaking, the viewers in the live broadcast room were already speechless. What is that? 2 days after birth, it jumped down from a tree that was 20 meters high. This would have to be shattered from 3D to 2D. Alan Lord, please don't be silly. We're not well educated, so don't try to fool us. I live in a building 20 meters up now, and I feel uncomfortable just looking down from the window. Many baby birds are only 2 days old and are still chirping and opening their mouths wide, waiting for their parents to feed them. These ducklings have already started to fall from midair. Birds can be so cunning. Why does it feel so strange to hear the island owner say the words, mother duck? That's right. Aren't all ducks male? Why are there mothers? Chickens are a better animal for mothers. If you don't understand, just ask. Are you sure you're talking about chickens and ducks? The viewers in the live stream started racing again. However, you can't blame them for being indecent. I don't know when it started. Picking up soap is still just picking up soap. A godsister is still just a godsister. And not interrupting is still just not interrupting. Chrysanthemums are flowers. Wood ear mushrooms are vegetables. Cucumbers are just for eating, and chickens and ducks are no longer animals. Jiang Nan explained. As you all just saw, the ducklings jumped down from the tree and didn't die. They can't fly, but they're chubby and light from birth, so their tiny wings can easily withstand the force of falling. The animals in nature are so amazing. If they don't do stupid things when they are young, they will die when they grow up. Barnacle geese are only 2 days old when they have to jump off a 100-meter cliff. They either die from the fall or learn to fly during the descent. It's that cruel. Chapter 179, I'm not a duck vendor. The mother duck didn't notice Jiang Nan either and continued leading the way on her own. On the contrary, the last little duck in the group spotted Jiang Nan, stood still, tilted its little head, and carefully examined it. A few seconds later, they quickly caught up with their companions and started chattering amongst themselves, as if saying, "Look, there's a 2-legged creature following us." Then, they actually turned their heads, took small steps, and stumbled towards Jiang Nan. Perhaps the animal taming technique worked, because they weren't afraid of Jiang Nan at all. Of course, most of it was out of curiosity. After all, it was the first time they had ever seen a human. And this human's looks are comparable to those of the readers of this book. Jiang Nan held the 2 ducklings in his hands, examining them closely, and exclaimed in surprise, "These are actually Auckland mergansers. Didn't they go extinct 100 years ago?" Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, the viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. Mercedes-breasted ducks are actually classified? I thought all mergansers looked exactly the same. I was so naive. Is this an extinct animal? Is the island owner sure? The island owner's luck is just too good. He didn't find the Bichon flea, but he found an extinct animal. It's just an ordinary duck. How could it possibly go extinct? The island owner is just joking with us again. Jiang Nan's face was serious as he solemnly declared, "I'm not kidding. This is the extinct Auckland Island merganser. Currently, there are 5 species of mergansers in the world. One of them is the common merganser, which is the largest of all mergansers. It can reach a length of 70 centimeters and a weight of up to 2 kilograms. Common mergansers often form small groups, but during migration and winter, they often gather in large flocks of dozens or even hundreds of birds. Their footprints are found almost all over the northern hemisphere, and the colder the weather, the further south they go. You can meet them in the northeast of our China. A while ago, there was a news story in northeast China where someone filmed a group of baby birds jumping down from a nest that was 20 stories high. At the time, they thought they were goslings, but after the film was taken and posted online, netizens discovered that they were common mergansers. The second one is the Chinese merganser, which is a species unique to China. The most striking feature of the Chinese merganser is the black scale pattern on its flank feathers, hence its earlier name, scale-flanked merganser. Later, ornithologists discovered that they frequently appeared in the Qinbei mountain area with a narrow distribution range. Only a few individuals occasionally flew to a few neighboring countries, so they changed their name to Chinese merganser. In addition, the Chinese merganser has another distinctive feature, 2 tufts of crest feathers on the back of its head, which at first glance resemble the head of a phoenix. Finally, the Chinese merganser is an ancient species that survived the end of the tertiary glaciation. It is a Class 1 protected wild animal in China and is known as the giant panda of birds. The third type is the brown merganser, which, as its name suggests, has brown feathers all over its body. The brown merganser flies very fast and very straight, and its wings often make a clear wing vibrating sound when they flap. Although they fly fast, they are quite clumsy when taking off, requiring rapid flapping of their wings on the water and a short run up on the water before they can take off. In addition, they are also excellent divers, able to swim underwater for about 40 meters per second at a time, making them one of the 6 most threatened waterfowl in the world. And they are mainly distributed in several countries in South America. The fourth type is called the red-breasted merganser. As their name suggests, their breasts are mostly red and brown. They are just as common as common mergansers and are also distributed throughout the northern hemisphere. Their numbers are currently decreasing rapidly. The last one is the Auckland merganser right in front of us. They were first discovered on Auckland Island in 1840 by a traveling group of Julius Diamond Deer Well, a member of the Ming cult, hence the name. Their extinction was mainly caused by human hunting and predation by invasive mammals. They like to live hidden among the rocks. The young cannot fly, and even as adults they can only fly briefly, so they are easy to catch. In 1973, because they could not be found anywhere, it was determined that they were extinct. However, their fossils were later discovered on Campbell Island, hence the name Campbell's duck. That's right, mergansers have lived on Earth for a very, very long time, tens of millions of years, which is longer than the history of humankind. Jiang Nan introduced all the common mergansers in one go. The 2 little ducks in my hands were so drowsy from listening that they started to close their eyes and become sleepy. Just like when I was in school, I would always fall asleep whenever the teacher started to lecture seriously, and I just couldn't stop myself from falling asleep. The viewers in the live stream were completely engrossed in listening. My goodness, they've existed even longer than humans. Didn't some scientists say that we humans evolved from fish? Maybe tens of millions of years ago, mergansers were eating us. It jumps from a height of tens of meters right after it is born. No wonder it has become a national first-class protected animal. Mercedes, otherwise, how do you think I got my nickname Water Panda? That's right, it's because I love to court death, just like a panda. What a pity. They survived for millions of years, only to be driven to extinction by us humans. Jiang Nan looked at the scrolling comments and said, the red-breasted merganser and the common merganser are currently the most numerous. There are only tens of thousands of them in China, while there are hundreds of thousands abroad. The Chinese merganser is on the verge of extinction, with the known population numbering less than 5,000. There may be fewer than 250 brown mergansers left in the wild, and 4 of them have been kept in captivity by humans. As for the Auckland merganser, as I said before, it went extinct 100 years ago. I never expected to encounter it today. It's incredible. Quack, quack, quack. No sooner had the Jiang Nan dialect been spoken than the rapid calls of mergansers reached his ears. Looking down, I saw that the mother duck was already standing at my feet. It found the 2 missing children and came looking for them with a long line. It was clear that it was very excited. It spread its wings and was about to pounce on Jiang Nan, using its sharp beak to peck at Jiang Nan's handsome face. Jiang Nan's face must not be injured. Otherwise, if a beauty contest were held in the world in the future, it would be too boring if he couldn't participate due to disfigurement. Don't get agitated. Don't get angry. I'm not a human trafficker. No, I'm not a duck seller. Jiang Nan quickly placed the 2 ducklings in front of their mother and took several steps back to appease her wariness and anger. Chapter 180 Adorable Pets Make Their Debut. After the 2 ducklings landed, they groggily opened their eyes. Upon seeing their mother so close by, knowing they were in the wrong, they instinctively lowered their heads. When the mother duck saw that Jiang Nan had returned her child, she finally lowered her guard after her feathers had been ruffled. Then, they continued down the mountain with their children to search for streams. However, it did not let its guard down. This time, it no longer focused on leading the way, but turned its head from time to time to look at Jiang Nan, as if it was very uneasy about Jiang Nan. A classic case of taking 1 step and looking back 3 times. Jiang Nan looked helpless, both annoyed and amused. He really wanted to say, I'm innocent. I didn't kidnap your child. Your child came to me on their own. However, the more I listened to this statement, the less believable it seemed, and the worse it sounded, so I simply kept it to myself. A couple of days ago, the story of a brave woman who charged forward for love became a trending topic, and many little fairies on Weibo stood up to defend the female protagonist. The general meaning is as follows. The female lead is innocent. She did not actively flirt with the men. She was just bored and lonely at school, and the men took the initiative to approach her. The culprit is none other than the male protagonist, because he didn't show up in time when the female protagonist needed his company. Since other men can provide her with companionship, why can't she choose to pursue her own happiness? What Jiang Nan was trying to say just now was exactly the same as this statement. However, Jiang Nan was indeed wronged. While the female protagonist who charged for love was truly a chicken, a typical case of being itchy for sex. It's that thing, you know what I mean. Haha, Mother Duck doesn't trust the island owner. As a mother, it's a good thing to care about your child. After all, the common merganser was declared extinct 100 years ago, and the ones in front of us may be the last survivors. We must protect every single one. I almost thought we were going to see a merganser version of Lost and Alone. There's also the movie Dearest, starring Huang Bo and Zhang Yi, which is also about a woman desperately searching for her child, and it's very touching. I'm reminded of a skit about child abduction that Shun Ting once performed. There was a really good slogan in it. If a stranger offers you snacks, don't take them, don't be greedy. A stranger approaches, tries to strike up a conversation, but doesn't say anything and just turns and leaves. If a stranger offers you a drink, don't drink it, you might be drugged. A stranger will pick you up and carry you away, holding onto the railing tightly and refusing to let go. Parents, be vigilant and upgrade your awareness of abduction prevention. Children, don't be afraid. Your parents will definitely find you. As a huge fan of Shinting's looks, I had no idea. I absolutely have to go see it tonight. Sorry, I'm the face wrinkle powder for Shintang. Doge. Shintang, can you shut up? These aren't wrinkles. They're clearly a ranking of 21st in the Asia-Pacific region. Exactly 21 wrinkles. No more, no less. This slogan must be told to those baby mergansers, provided they can understand it. The audience was discussing it. Jiang Nan watched as the merganser family left. Only after they gradually disappeared from sight did they turn around and find another way down the mountain. In that brief moment, Jiang Nan decided to stop following the merganser family. They were declared extinct more than 100 years ago due to hunting by humans. Perhaps they weren't completely extinct at the time, and a few, or maybe a dozen, remained. They were so afraid of humans that they deliberately found a secluded place where humans couldn't go and quietly hid there to continue to reproduce. They are inherently afraid of humans and dislike being disturbed by them. If we don't disturb them, they might be able to live a better and happier life. Many of the remaining wild animals are actually facing extinction due to human intervention and misplaced protection. Jiang Nan didn't know how long she had been walking, but as she walked, she always felt that there was something around her. Suddenly looking towards the small earthen slope to the side, I was surprised to find a small animal that was about 10 centimeters long. It looks like a raccoon, a rabbit, and a kangaroo. It's a Bichon flea. Because the small mound is gray in color, and there are many pebbles around it, and the bilby is also gray in color, it is really hard to spot it when standing in it. The bilby also discovered Jiang Nan, and was a little confused. And so, Jiang Nan inexplicably encountered the Bichon flea. I searched very carefully just now, not missing a single clump of grass, but I couldn't find it no matter how hard I looked. Now, I just glanced at it and found it. Fate is truly a wonderful thing. Many things in the world are like this. The more serious you are, the harder it is for your wishes to come true, but the less you care, the more unexpected rewards you may have. For example, Simp. The baby bilby appears to be 2.5 months old and has likely just left its mother's pouch. They rarely come out during the day unless there are caves around them. Jiang Nan looked at the baboon in front of him and uttered 2 sentences. Just then, a rustling sound came from the bushes beside them. Then, 2 baboons emerged from the bushes. If Jiang Nan's guess is correct, there must be a cave in the grass. The 2 bilbies first ran to their companion, probably worried that their companion would be frightened. Then he looked up and examined Jiang Nan, his face full of caution, curiosity, and a hint of wariness. Jiang Nan observed that their bodies were tense, as if he took another step forward, they would immediately dart back to the grass and slip into their burrows. For a moment, the situation reached a stalemate. On the forest path, the man and the 3 bilbies were all a little nervous, at a loss, and didn't know what to do. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive, and Jiang Nan couldn't help but hold his breath. Just as he held his breath, another baboon slowly emerged from the bushes. This one is larger, about 50 centimeters long, and is clearly the mother. Even the mother, upon seeing Jiang Nan, froze in place, her face filled with astonishment. Meanwhile, the viewers watching the live stream were frozen in place, staring at the scene in disbelief. They never expected to find a baboon in Jiang Nan, let alone have such a sudden encounter. Although the bilby is cute, viewers remember Jiang Nan saying that they are very vigilant and sensitive, and will run away without thinking at the slightest disturbance. They were afraid that the 4 baboon in front of them would be frightened by Jiang Nan and disappear from their sight. Screen recording. We absolutely must record the screen. Absolutely. Otherwise, if it runs away, we'll never see it again. Island Master, don't move. Otherwise, the Bichon flea will escape. Just as the Island Lord said, it really is a hybrid of 3 different things. But it's so cute, so adorable. I really want to touch it. Bill Ford, if you dare touch me, I'll run away. Bulbasaur, I'm a protected animal. What are you, some random cat or dog? Please get your dirty hands off me and don't defile my noble body and fur. I remember now. I've seen this guy on a coin. Island owner, please consider my feelings, okay? You guys are having a great time chatting, but I'm too scared to move. Is there really no one going to speak up for me? Haha, the bumblebees think the islander is going to play red light, green light with them. This is a stalemate. Let's see how the Island Lord breaks it. Chapter 180, A Fateful Encounter. A pet gets a massage as a reward. Jiang Nan was also thinking about how to break the deadlock. Then he opened his mouth and said clearly and distinctly, I am a good person. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, the viewers in the live stream gaped open. At that moment, they felt as if something was blocking their throats, and they couldn't make a sound. Everyone's hearts were hanging in suspense. Fearing the baboon would be frightened and run away, Jiang Nan unexpectedly raised his voice even louder, deliberately increasing the volume by several decibels. That's so annoying. Just like a cat's paw, it always wants to touch something on the table before it will stop. I expected the Island Lord to use a million different methods to break the deadlock, but I never imagined it would be so simple and unpretentious in the end. I admit, the island owner is indeed a good man. Silver? I think it should be that silver. I know. It's the swinging part. Whether the 4 bilbies understood or sensed the unique kindness emanating from Jiang Nan, they calmly continued to frolic in the area. Before long, they disappeared into the grass. Jiang Nan went closer to take a look and discovered that there was an ant nest in the grass, with ants crawling around densely, as if they were having a meeting. 3 baby baboons stretched out their long tongues and kept licking ants, eating with great relish. The mother Bichondrius ran to the ant nest, stuck her tongue directly into the ant hole, and when she came out, her tongue was covered with countless ants, which she ate all at once. My goodness, a bilby eats ants. With that long tongue, it's almost as big as a pangolin. It's exactly the same as when I eat sunflower seeds. I don't crack them open one by one, but I crack them all onto the plate and then eat them all in one go. It feels really satisfying and great. I've noticed something strange. There doesn't seem to be a water source here. How do the bilbies drink water on a daily basis? As the audience watched the family of 4 bilbies eat, they voiced their doubts. Jiang Nan explained, Bilalos don't drink water. They mainly get their moisture from their food. In addition, they eat not only ants, but also termites, as well as plant seeds, grass seeds, roots and fruits. They also eat spiders and lizards, and occasionally snails, bird eggs, or small mammals. However, their favorite insect is the termite. As mentioned before, they have an exceptionally developed hearing. They will press their huge ears against the ground so that they can hear the sounds of termites and other insects digging underground. Then all you have to do is use your sharp claws and strong forelimbs to dig it out. Because the fur of the bilby is very soft, it cannot protect its body well when eating, and it will be bitten by termites more or less. To this end, they came up with a brilliant idea. When digging tunnels to the termite chambers, they would place their long, thin tongues over their bodies to quickly harvest a large portion of the termites. Jiang Nan scrolled through the comments and continued, I just saw a viewer say that there is a picture of a Bichon flea on the coin, and that's not a lie. In 2011, Australia issued a commemorative silver coin for the bilby to raise awareness about its protection. It was legal tender. The obverse of this commemorative coin features a portrait of Queen Elizabeth, while the reverse depicts a bilby sitting in the grass, looking back. Its body is colorful, and its appearance is playful and cute. In addition, they also raised some bilbies on some small islands. Back in 2007, we specifically kept 128 bilbies in captivity to prevent them from being eaten by foxes, wild dogs, and wild cats. As soon as Jiang Nan finished speaking, the mother bilby, who had already eaten her fill, came over. It wiggled its waist and rubbed its body against Jiang Nan's calves, looking very relaxed and lazy. Jiang Nan smiled, squatted down, and carefully placed his hand on the head of the bilby mother. Its fur is really soft and feels exceptionally comfortable to the touch. Especially those big ears, so soft and tender, they feel like succulents to the touch. The viewers in the live stream were completely stunned. Then, something even more baffling happened. Because Jiang Nan's touch was so comfortable, the mother baboon actually laid down on the ground right in front of him, exposing her soft belly. When a fierce or naturally sensitive animal exposes its belly, it means that it has completely trusted the animal. The audience looked puzzled. It's lying down? It just lay there like that? Didn't the island owners say they are very sensitive and terrified of humans? It seems you like me a lot. We're destined to meet, so I'll give you a massage. Jiang Nan looked delighted. Next, I began to give the mother Bichondrium a full-body massage. Seeing their mother's comfortable expression and posture, the 3 baby baboons stopped eating the ants and gathered around her. The live stream chat exploded instantly. Cute. So cute. Just as cute as my sister-in-law. Reported. This live stream is openly acting cute. Luckily you said fierce. Otherwise I would have thought the island owner was selling himself. Oh my god. I wish I could be the island lord's hand so I could masturbate him. Too small. Too narrow-minded. I want to become the island owner's thing, so he can masturbate me every night. If you don't understand, just ask. What is that thing? Island master, could I borrow your hand for a moment? I have a bold idea, to go out on the street and randomly give massages to beautiful women, and see if one of them will fall in front of me. What? My mind has suddenly expanded. I also want to borrow the island lord's hand. Link it. Get on the shared bike. I absolutely have to buy the island owner's hand today. Looking at the increasingly bizarre audience members, Jiang Nan smiled helplessly. I'm not weird enough. I feel a bit out of place, so I'd better focus on massaging my mother, the Bichon fiddle. A baby Bichondrium was very curious and bold. It ran up to Jiang Nan, stared at him with its big, watery eyes, and looked at him expectantly, wanting to try the massage as well. One of the more lively ones had already jumped onto Jiang Nan's body, looking down at its surroundings. The other one was rather shy, hiding directly behind its mother and cautiously observing Jiang Nan. These 3 baby bilbies are a mix of social anxiety, shyness, and good behavior. They've got them all. It has to be said, this bilby mother is really good at giving birth, just like someone who gave birth to twins at once, and suddenly has both a son and a daughter. Chapter 181, A Strange Natural Phenomenon. A torrential rain is coming. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. I originally thought that the bilbies would be very sensitive and wouldn't dare to approach humans. I was also planning to observe them eating ants for a while before quietly leaving. Who would have thought they would act cute and affectionate towards me? However, this heartwarming scene will not last long. The cubs will have to leave their mother's womb to live their own lives in 2.5 weeks. As Jiang Nan spoke, he reached out and gently touched the baby baboon in front of him. After realizing that Jiang Nan wouldn't hurt him and had no malicious intent, the baby baboon grew bolder and became increasingly agitated on Jiang Nan, even climbing onto his head. The shy one began to actively approach Jiang Nan. 2.5 weeks? Why not 2.5 years? Why are there little black girls everywhere? She just gave birth and is now pregnant again. Island Master, I never expected you to be this kind of person. I liked you quite a bit before, and now I like you even more. Remember to bring your bilby when you go to court. Island Master, I'm going to take the bar exam right now. Wait for me for 2.5 years. If you don't understand, just ask. Why do we only see the mother bilby, but not the father? Are you going to turn your back on me after you've done your job? It seems that many animals in nature are like this. But recently, a woman among us humans also pulled up her pants and denied everything, and even called 5 of her bed partners to beat up her husband. Bed partner? That's a brilliant term. Jiang Nan stroked the belly of the mother Bichondrium and explained, just like in ancient times, Bichondriums practice polygamy and naturally don't care about their offspring. The most dominant males will mate with the most dominant females and other females, while the less dominant males will mate with females of equal or lower status, which is what we often call marrying someone of equal social standing. During the mating season, the male will first find the female and then start sniffing her face, shoulders, belly, etc. You can think of this as the prelude. And their mating all takes place underground, with the longest recorded mating lasting about 18 hours. Due to the decline in the number of bilbies and their semi-free nocturnal lifestyle, there are currently no records of them mating in the wild. After Jiang Nan finished speaking, the audience started discussing it again. 18 hours? Oh my god, that's a long time. the legendary man who could have sex 18 times a night. Is it possible for scientists to extract the genes of the bilby and invent a similar drug? I'm asking on behalf of a friend of mine. I'd also like to ask on behalf of my boyfriend. If such a drug really existed, and a man took it, the whole earth would probably tremble in fear. In the live stream, countless times, they've made suggestive and vulgar remarks. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing a massage for the mother of the bilby. The mother of the bilby feels very comfortable. Intimacy level plus 100. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Tai Chi. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing free solo climbing and breaking the world record. The next extreme challenge is now open. Extreme surfing. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a surfboard. Tai Chi Chuan. Tai Chi Chuan is a traditional Chinese martial art that integrates Confucian and Taoist philosophy, as well as the dialectical concepts of yin and yang. It combines multiple functions such as cultivating temperament and strengthening the body, emphasizing both internal and external cultivation and the balance of softness and strength. It has been applied for recognition as an intangible cultural heritage. Currently, Tai Chi Chuan is divided into several styles, including Yang, Zhao, Sun, Wu, and He. The system extracts the essence of each style and integrates them into one. Practicing Tai Chi every day can improve a person's intention, energy, form, and spirit. Moreover, if the host encounters an animal that is several times, 10 times, or even dozens of times stronger than itself, it can skillfully use Tai Chi to defeat it with minimal effort. Extreme surfing. This is not ordinary surfing, nor does it require the host to surf on a calm and sunny sea. Instead, it requires waiting for the sea to be filled with huge waves and then rushing through the spray. Note, success is achieved when the host charges through 10 giant waves. Surfboard X1. This surfboard is the most expensive surfboard in the world, valued at $1.3 million. This is a very rare wooden surfboard, made of expensive paulownia wood. The plate features a 23-karat gold lion, and the outer ring of red translucent resin around the lion design makes it even more precious. In addition, its curves are quite beautiful, which can effectively lower the surfer's center of gravity, making them more stable in the waves. Jiang Nan was stunned for a moment after hearing the system's voice. It's been almost 2 hours since I successfully free soloed the rock climb, and the system only just delivered the prize. What's going on here? Could it be delayed? Or are they plotting something? A minute later, Jiang Nan understood the system's intention. His phone suddenly beeped with a text message. He picked it up and was stunned. This is the Australian Bureau of Meteorology. Here's a brief weather forecast. Through satellite monitoring, we have noticed that a large area of rough-surfaced lenticular rain clouds is rapidly forming at your location. We expect to see prolonged and extremely heavy rainfall, or even thunderstorms, within the next 2 hours, which could very likely lead to landslides. Please leave this area within 1 hour, or move to a safer indoor location and try to find sturdy cover. Never appear in the mountains or by the sea. Never. 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 If a region in China experiences sudden heavy rainfall or other unusual weather, a text message notification will be sent. 3 of these text messages came in a row. It's easy to imagine how bad the situation was. Previously, Yuning couldn't come because she was stopped by heavy rain. But how did it suddenly turn into rough-faced clouds? The system is giving me the world's most expensive surfboard at this time. Is it trying to make me surf in a storm? Playing on the most expensive surfboard, riding the waves in a storm, risking your most precious life. Jiang Nan shook his head and decisively gave up. Surfing in a storm is less appealing than committing seppuku and going to report to the king of hell. That would be much quicker. Rough-faced clouds are the most unusual of the world's 10 most rare cloud formations, and some people may never encounter this rare cloud phenomenon in their lifetime. Generally speaking, the appearance of rough-faced clouds is always accompanied by torrential rain. Rough-faced lenticular clouds are formed when rough-faced clouds collide with lenticular clouds, a phenomenon known as a legendary celestial event. In ancient terms, it was an extraordinary natural phenomenon. It's easy to imagine how terrifying rough-faced lenticular clouds are. Jiang Nan ignored the family of bilbies in front of him and looked up at the sky. The sky was blue with white clouds drifting by. It didn't look like it was going to rain at all. Jiang Nan, refusing to believe in superstitions, climbed up the nearest big tree and looked towards the distant sky. Chapter 182, Facing the Challenge Head-On. Saving the Merganser. Wow, the clouds on the horizon are so beautiful. Layer upon layer, like waves. Like a wave? I couldn't help but look down. It's not as big as mine, not as round, and not as white. I don't believe you unless you show me the photos. Since you don't believe it, then I won't believe it either. I'm blind, so even if there's a photo, I can't see it. May I touch it with my hand? Who would have thought that Jiang Nan's simple observation of the clouds in the sky would lead viewers in the live stream to make suggestive remarks? It was already afternoon, and the clouds, bathed in the glow of the setting sun, were tinged with gold, a breathtaking sight, like a celestial palace, captivating and enchanting. Enjoying this beautiful scenery did not bring comfort to Jiang Nan. Instead, his expression changed drastically. The clouds are beautiful, but they are churning wildly, which is not a good sign. It is well known that weather forecasts are often inaccurate, but this time it seems that the forecast was accurate. Jiang Nan jumped down from the tree and said to the family of 4 Bilby, "It's going to rain heavily soon. You should go home quickly and hide deep underground, and don't come out. May we meet again someday." Before he could finish speaking, he had already rushed down the mountain. Seeing Jiang Nan's posture, as if he had been chased by wolves, the viewers in the live broadcast room were full of doubts. Rain. Does the island lord possess the same precognitive abilities as Zhuge. Zhuge wasn't a prophet. It was rheumatism, a precursor to chronic leg pain. Otherwise, how could he have accurately predicted the east wind? Otherwise, why would he have ended up in a wheelchair later in life? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. When Zhuge burned Sima Yi's army, how come he didn't use rheumatism to predict the heavy rain? That heavy rain came so suddenly that my rheumatism didn't even have time to register it. Didn't you see that Zhuge was crying from the pain when it rained? Just as the viewers in the live stream were spouting nonsense, the golden sea of clouds overhead began to churn rapidly. In just 5 minutes, the golden yellow turned into lead gray. A leaden gray mass surged in from afar, like a locust swarm passing through, shrouding everything in its path in darkness. Strange. It was bright just a moment ago. How did it suddenly turn dark? It's getting dark way too fast. Did the heavens activate a speed-up skill? My wife's face changes faster than the weather. Faced with the sudden change in weather, the viewers in the live broadcast room were very nervous and stopped joking about Jiang Nan. Instead, they became more convinced of its power. At this moment, the sky above Jiang Nan looked just like the scene in Stephen Chow's Kung Fu Hustle where the Axe Gang arrives. Jiang Nan didn't even look back and took off running down the mountain. He ran ahead, and the dark clouds chased after him. At this moment, Jiang Nan wished he could use his third leg as well. He wasn't joking, because in the United States, there was a man whose third leg was an astonishing 56 centimeters long. Every day when he went out, he had to sew a separate pant leg for it, and it could actually be used to walk. Wow. Jiang Nan slammed on the brakes, and his rapidly speeding body suddenly came to a stop. Suddenly, a group of cute little animals popped into his mind, mergansers. 2 days after hatching, the merganser chicks will jump down from a tree hole 10 meters high and begin living in the river with their mother. They will never return to the tree hole again, unless they reach adulthood and reach mating age. Most importantly, they can't go back. They are only a dozen centimeters long, while the tree hole is over 10 meters long. They are completely incomparable. They can neither fly nor climb trees. With a heavy rainstorm looming, if the mother merganser doesn't find a good place to take shelter immediately, her ducklings will surely perish. Moreover, there are far too many ducklings, 12 in total. If they get startled and accidentally get separated from their mother, the situation will become even worse. This was their first time leaving the tree hollow and stepping into this brand new world, and everything outside was unfamiliar to them. Jiang Nan looked up at the sky, gritted his teeth, and said, "Never mind, let's go find the merganser first." The torrential rain wouldn't arrive for another 2 hours, giving him ample time to save these rare animals that had been declared extinct by humans. Jiang Nan turned and ran wildly in the direction the merganser had just left. The speed was even faster and faster. Anyone who didn't know better would think that divine traveler Dai from the water margin had come back to life. Seeing Jiang Nan's decision to turn back, the audience became concerned and puzzled. "Island Master, why did you go back again? Did you find a faster way down the mountain?" "Island owner, hurry and leave, or it will flood. I think I just heard the island owner say he was going to find the common merganser." "Why would you go looking for mergansers at a time like this? They're ducks, they're not afraid of water at all." Being unafraid of water and being drenched by water are two completely different things, okay? The ducks I raised when I was a child died from being soaked in the rain. The dark clouds overhead grew increasingly terrifying. Jiang Nan continued searching among the grass. Hard work pays off. He found a family of mergansers behind a boulder. The merganser mother also felt the sudden downpour, but it was too late to take her children back to the tree hole, so she could only take temporary shelter here. The boulder is slightly tilted, which can block some of the falling rain. However, in the event of a violent storm, the tilted part of the boulder would not be able to withstand the force of the storm. When Jiang Nan arrived, the mother duck was carrying a duckling in her beak, trying to carry it under the boulder. The little duck was clearly frightened, running around aimlessly and quacking incessantly. As for the other ducklings, they are relatively easy to care for, as they have all gathered under the boulder. They huddled together, seeking warmth from one another. My body was trembling violently. I felt cold, but even more so, I was terrified. At this moment, the mother duck's attention was entirely focused on the duckling that was running around. Unfortunately, the mother duck is not very good at carrying her duckling and is unable to lift it up. It can only pick up one small wing at most. Therefore, they cried out in anxiety. The voice was helpless, anxious, and hysterical. That's how ducks are. They simply can't carry their own ducklings. Many people have seen videos online of mother ducks with their ducklings. Whenever they encounter a step, the ducklings can't keep up, and the mother duck can only quack and quack, seeking help from kind passersby. Upon seeing Jiang Nan suddenly appear, the mother duck was startled at first, then rushed to Jiang Nan, quacking loudly as if to say, "Save my child. Please, please." At this moment, in order to save its child, it had completely let down its guard against Jiang Nan and became extremely humble. Because it knows that in the current situation, only Jiang Nan can help it. In its eyes, the moment Jiang Nan appeared, it seemed as if a halo of sacred light emanated from the back of its head. Chapter 183 System Rewards. Creating an underwater world. I'll help you. Jiang Nan's voice is gentle. Then, with lightning speed, he caught the scurrying duckling, held it in his palm, and placed it under the tilting boulder. Upon seeing its companions, the frightened ducklings immediately rushed over and joined them. The mother duck came to Jiang Nan and gently nuzzled him with her head to express her gratitude. Jiang Nan did not leave, but looked around at the tilted boulder and said earnestly, "It's not safe here. Not to mention that it can't keep out the rain. If the wind is too strong, the boulder will fall down. I'll take you home." After saying that, Jiang Nan took off his coat and put all the little ducks inside. Then he packed his clothes into a bag and slung it over his arm. He picked up the mother duck in one last hug and ran away. At this moment, Jiang Nan, with the mother duck on her left and 12 ducklings on her right, ran much slower, but her appearance became exceptionally majestic. This scene is strikingly similar to the one in the movie Wolf Warrior 2, where Wu Jing, with the national flag wrapped around his arm, leads the Chinese people through the battlefield between the two armies. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Nan finally arrived at the home of the common merganser. Now all we need to do is put all the ducklings in the tree hole. It's warm inside the tree hollow, and they won't get wet from the rain, so they can safely get through this storm. As they were talking, Jiang Nan had already put down the mother duck and started climbing up the tree. Jiang Nan is very strong and agile, so climbing trees is no problem for him. Can lie down, lie down. The ducklings started quacking. Through their clothes, they could see themselves getting farther and farther away from the ground, and they became more and more nervous, their little legs starting to kick wildly. Jiang Nan had to find a tree branch to stop, gently stroke them, and soothe them until they calmed down before continuing to climb. Throughout the entire process, the mother duck stood under the big tree, looking up with concern. Perhaps out of impatience, or perhaps seeing Jiang Nan gradually approaching the tree hole, the mother duck flapped her wings and flew directly into the tree hole, poking her head out to greet the approaching Jiang Nan. Before long, Jiang Nan arrived at the tree hole. He placed his feet on the tree branches, keeping his body close to the trunk to prevent himself from falling, then reached into his clothes to take out the little ducks and put them in one by one. Even though he himself was about to get soaked in the rain, the island lord still wanted to save the merganser. That's a truly high level of character. If it were me, I would have run away in terror long ago and wouldn't have even thought of the common merganser. If it weren't for the island owner, none of these ducklings would have survived. So, does that mean the island owner is the second parent of these ducklings? From now on, the island owner will be the godfather of the merganser. Duck daddy? I'd rather be a duck daddy. This car was driving straight at my face. The viewers in the live stream cheered for Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan put all the merganser chicks into the tree hole, glanced inside, and whispered, "Grow up quickly, so you won't have to rely on your mother anymore." Back in their familiar cave, the merganser chicks calmed down considerably. They stopped quacking and struggling, and instead raised their heads to look at Jiang Nan with their big eyes. Live a good life, and make sure you raise all the children well. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come to me anytime. Jiang Nan didn't dare linger. After giving the merganser mother a few words of advice, she quickly climbed down the tree and ran down the mountain. The dark clouds were still rolling overhead. Many viewers had never seen such a spectacle before and were all shocked. Jiang Nan had no time to appreciate it. He was running faster and faster. Occasionally, when they come across a small hill about a meter high, they simply jump down without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for saving the merganser family. The mother merganser is very grateful to you, and the baby mergansers love you. Affection level plus 600. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a water tank. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the clear sand. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained aquatic plant seeds. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the sculpture skill. Water tank X1. This water tank is 1 meter long and half a meter high. It looks no different from an ordinary water tank, but in fact, its material is exactly the same as that used in the world's most expensive aquariums. The world's most expensive aquarium, valued at 100 million, is located in Palin. Standing 25 meters tall, it features a hollow design in the middle, meaning the interior of the aquarium is actually sealed. This design is very unique because visitors can take an elevator in the middle and enjoy the view from bottom to top. Once inside, you can see colorful fish swimming around, giving you the illusion of living underwater. This water tank is simply made of the same material as the original, without referencing its design. After system modifications, this water tank can automatically simulate the changes of the 4 seasons, a function that no other water tank currently possesses. Note: in addition to this water tank, the system also provides some seashells and a small artificial rockery, which the host can use for decoration. Kingsha X Pack. This is a very special type of sand that can be laid at the bottom of a water tank to automatically simulate a marine ecological environment. In addition, the sand is semi-transparent, so even if the island owner feeds small animals such as shellfish and crabs that like to hide in the sand, they can clearly observe their every move. Moreover, the sand quickly absorbs the excrement and leftover food of marine animals and converts them into nutrients for the aquatic plants, thus ensuring the hygiene of the tank at all times. The host does not need to change the water or clean it every day, and it will not disturb the various small animals in the tank. 1 pack of seaweed seeds. Although it is a single pack, it contains 10 different kinds of seaweed from the sea, including seaweed, grazer daisy, sea lettuce, sea caltrop, sea anemone, coral, etc. Note: this aquatic plant can reproduce on its own and provide for marine animals. Sculpture. By learning this skill, the host craftsmanship can reach its peak. Like the skills of the god of cookery, fishing, and archery, it needs to be upgraded. Currently, it's only at the beginner level. The host can only learn wood carving. Once the host levels up to intermediate and advanced, they can unlock stone sculptures and sand sculptures. You can even carve on eggs. Note: the host can create exclusive carvings for various animals, as well as other things. The system will award corresponding experience points based on the difficulty, value, and impact of the carving. The common merganser truly lives up to its reputation as a rare animal that has been declared extinct by humans. Just by bringing them home, Jiang Nan received 4 rewards in one go. After a quick check, Jiang Nan continued running at full speed. And they didn't stop during the inspection. When Jiang Nan arrived at the foot of the mountain, Luffy the elk was already standing in the middle of the road, eagerly waiting. Chapter 184: The Apocalypse Arrives. Dark clouds destroy the city. I never expected you to come all the way here to wait for me. Jiang Nan looked at Jiang Nan appearing in the middle of the road, a smile on his lips, and muttered to himself. Previously, the moose flying was not here, but at the bottom of the cliff it had climbed. It must have sensed the change in weather and hurriedly ran over to wait for Jiang Nan on the nearest road. Such spirituality deeply moved Jiang Nan, who thought to himself, no wonder many immortals in ancient times rode deer. Many animals are often more sensitive than humans to danger, so much so that they can sense it in advance. When an earthquake is about to strike, chickens will fly, dogs will jump, rats will escape from their holes, and fish will leap out of the water. Even before a normal rain, swallows fly low. Jiang Nan flipped himself onto the moose Lu Fei, and before he could even speak, Lu Fei had already started galloping towards the tent camp. With Luffy the moose leading the way, Jiang Nan was finally able to rest, catch her breath, and finally have the opportunity to chat with the audience. Let me give you a brief introduction. The clouds overhead are called rough lenticular clouds, a legendary celestial phenomenon that is extremely rare. Jiang Nan looked up at the sky and felt a chill run down his spine. The clouds were still churning violently and twisting wildly, resembling a hideous human face, which looked quite terrifying. Moreover, the color changed from lead gray to dark black. When we were on the mountain, we could still see some light in the sky, but now it has been completely swallowed by darkness. Everything around us began to turn pitch black, as if we had returned to the beginning of chaos, or even the end of the world. If you didn't know better, you'd think this was a post-apocalyptic novel. At this moment, Jiang Nan began to feel fortunate that he had found the moose Lu Fei in time, otherwise he would not have been able to find his way back at all. Lu Fei, on the other hand, can rely entirely on scent to determine his location. However, to help Lu Fei travel more easily, Jiang Nan took out a headlamp from the backpack on its back to light the way. After doing all this, Jiang Nan continued, lenticular clouds also have another name: UFO clouds. The reason is simple. Because of its shape, which is similar to a lens and appears in the sky, it is often mistaken for an alien spaceship or an unidentified flying object. Abroad, many people often claim to have seen alien spaceships, but these are actually just lenticular clouds, which are simply a natural weather phenomenon. If the temperature drops suddenly when the air passes over the mountains, the moisture in the air will condense into lenticular clouds. Lenticular clouds are generally classified into three shapes, named according to their atmospheric altitude at which they appear: lenticular stratocumulus, lenticular altocumulus, and lenticular cirrocumulus. As you can tell from their names, stratocumulus clouds appear at the lowest altitude, altocumulus clouds are second, and cirrocumulus clouds are the highest. In 2015, lenticular clouds appeared in both the UK and Russia. The photographers who took the pictures thought it was a UFO from a science fiction novel. Because it hovered on the top of a mountain, they even thought that the mountain was a secret alien base on Earth. In 2019, a cloud formation resembling a flying saucer appeared over Beijing, China. The official Weibo account of the Meteorological Bureau stated that it was a lenticular cloud, which belongs to the altocumulus cloud family. Rough-faced lenticular clouds are very, very special. As the name suggests, they are a combination of rough-faced clouds and lenticular clouds. Rough-faced clouds are very unstable. Their appearance will not bring heavy rainfall, but it will make a mess of the sky. For example, the clouds that swirl across the entire sky, twisting and turning haphazardly, just like now. Sometimes the sky turns red or even green. A while ago, someone posted a picture of such a sky online, which caused quite a stir. Some netizens even said it was an unusual phenomenon and that the leisure era was about to begin. In summary, lenticular clouds are stable and contain rain, but because they are so stable, it usually doesn't rain. Rough-nosed clouds are unstable and don't carry rain. When they collide, they become one, which is unstable and accompanied by strong winds and heavy rain. A few years ago, a similar event occurred in southern China. It brought heavy rainfall that lasted for a long time. That event also showed us the strength of the People's Liberation Army. That was truly a demonstration of serving the country and the people and carrying heavy burdens forward. Only after Jiang Nan finished speaking did the audience truly understand how terrifying rough-faced lenticular clouds are. You may not understand a lot of the beginning, but you'll definitely be able to hear the last part. After all, the destructive power of the major floods that struck southern China a few years ago touched the hearts of people across the country. Some people made donations voluntarily. Some people brought supplies to distribute. Some people went there in person and participated in one rescue operation after another. Even in the entertainment industry, many directors have made movies and donated all the box office revenue, while all the stars who appeared in the movies acted on a voluntary basis. Although they couldn't earn a single penny, they still went ahead without hesitation and rushed to participate. For example, in the movie The Banquet, which Stephen Chow starred in, he was first referred to as Master Chow by the audience. Before that, he was called Little Star, like Andy Lau. This is a truly patriotic film. Unlike Now, which stays in theaters for half a year in order to make money and increase box office revenue, it just won't be taken off the screens. Moose flew along at breakneck speed, and despite its speed, it encountered no accidents thanks to its familiarity with the roads. Jiang Nan didn't urge it on, but instead held up its miner's lamp, trying to illuminate every corner of the road. A man in a deer race against time, fighting for survival amidst the looming darkness. Half an hour later, Lu Fei, The moose had run a very, very long way, but the sky above him was still a dark, gloomy mass. Don't rush. Don't panic. Just keep this speed. Jiang Nan gently stroked the neck of the moose, Luffy, offering tender comfort. Above, dark clouds were still rolling and pressing very low, as if they were only 3 or 4 meters away from Jiang Nan. Inside the live stream, all the viewers were silent, praying for Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan has never banned any viewers from the live stream, yet there are indeed hundreds of thousands of people watching. However, very few viewers typed in the chat. This is not only true for Huya platform, but also for other live streaming platforms. Although separated by a screen, the immersive experience was so strong that viewers couldn't help but feel tense. Even though some viewers were in areas where the sun was blazing, her hands still felt icy cold, and she felt as if she were enveloped in a chill. The hearts of all the viewers were in their throats, ready to jump out at any moment. Just like in Journey to the West, when the 5 travelers passed through Shower City, Sun Wukong was forced to transform into Tang Santang and spit out his heart. Click! The heavy rain finally came. After a flash of lightning, a series of thunderous booms began to resound. The lightning was ferocious and blinding, as if it would split the sky above in two. Because they were so focused, many female viewers were so frightened that they screamed hysterically and jumped from their computers into their beds. It wasn't until this moment that they remembered they were also afraid of lightning and thunder, but they were so worried about Jiang Nan that they had forgotten all about it. To be able to forget one's fear because of focus, one can imagine how perilous the situation in Jiang Nan must be. Chapter 185 Black Bear saves the day. Seeking shelter from the rain in a cave. Snap, snap, snap. That's the sound of rain falling. The first raindrop landed squarely on Jiang Nan's face. The raindrops were large, about the size of broad beans. In the end, I still couldn't get back before the rain started. Jiang Nan sighed helplessly. However, he was glad that he only brought the moose Luffy with him today, and not any other animals. Otherwise they would have been terrified, and it would have delayed their journey. I just don't know how they are now, whether they've already hidden themselves in the tent, obediently waiting for my return. Wow. The rain was getting heavier. It was as big as the Milky Way overflowing in the sky, and even Marshal Tianpeng couldn't control it, as it poured down from the sky. It's even more terrifying than Lu Xing's other name, hailstorm. When I was a child, I often encountered such heavy rain in Jiang Nan. I don't know why, but in my memory, it always rained a lot when I was a child, especially at night. I would feel especially happy when I heard the rain hitting the window and rushing down the eaves. Because I can sleep in late and don't have to go to the fields with my parents. Why is no one talking in the live stream? Is the rain too heavy and it's causing my connection to lag? Jiang Nan suddenly noticed that there were no scrolling comments on the public screen and said, I know, everyone must have never seen such heavy rain before and is scared. In fact, it is precisely in times like these that we must not be afraid, but rather learn to find joy in hardship. Let me tell you a few stories about idioms to lighten the mood. Chow Pai saw an old man quietly slip into a widow's house and turned to Chow Chong beside him, asking, Does that look like our father? Chow Chong nodded and said, Yes. This idiom is called Chow Chong weighs the elephant. There is also an idiom called Yanzi's mission to chew. The story goes like this. After Yanzi was humiliated, he left. A minister who knew Yanzi rushed after him, shouting as he ran, Yanzi, Yanzi, how can I live without you? Liu Bei went to Zhuge Liang's house for dinner, but got an upset stomach and had to go to the toilet 3 times in a row, which gave rise to the idiom 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Chow Pai sent his younger brother to learn to drive, but the brother killed someone in a car accident as soon as he started driving, which gave rise to the idiom composing a poem in 7 steps. When Kong Rong's parents were getting a divorce, they asked Kong Rong for his opinion. Kong Rong said, Divorce. Whoever ignores me is a coward. This is how the idiom Kong Rong sharing pairs came about. Zhou Ji, dressed in his court robes and hat, looked in the mirror and said to his wife, Who is more handsome, me or Su Gong from the north of the city? His wife replied, You are far more handsome than Su Gong. How could Su Gong compare to you? This gave rise to the idiom, You're so beautiful. Jiang Nan told 6 idiom stories in one go, each one more exciting and thrilling than the last. Ha! Island Master, you're a real talent. If I hadn't gone to school, I really would have been fooled by you. So, it turns out that I couldn't live without you, Swallow. That's what I knew all along, ha! Little Knife pulled a butt, what an eye-opener. Everything was normal up to this point. But what's with this idiom story at the end? I never expected this. You can't judge a book by its cover. Island Master, you're a bit of a nag too. Remember to bring Zhou to the court hearing. Zhou, I'm so dead I can't be any deader. My bones have turned to ash, and I'm still yelling at your asshole with my big gold watch. Haha, Zhou was from the state of Qi during the Warring States period. The state of Qi is located in present-day Shandong. Maybe he really did use that kind of insult. After Jiang Nan's intervention, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room finally eased a lot. The frightened female viewers clutched their stomachs and sat back down at their computer desks. As the rain intensified, Jiang Nan could only keep wiping her eyes and face with her hands. Otherwise, she couldn't see the road at all. After walking for a while, the moose stopped. Roar. Suddenly, an Asiatic black bear appeared before them. The loud and powerful roar startled the viewers in the live stream once again. Jiang Nan looked closely and discovered that the newcomer was actually Black Bear Mother's robe. Huh, what are you doing here? Jiang Nan opened his throat and roared. The rain was too heavy, and they were afraid the mother bear wouldn't hear them. The mother black bear walked over with heavy steps, opened her mouth, gently nibbled on Jiang Nan's trouser leg, and then turned and left. Does this mean I should follow them? Jiang Nan instantly understood and casually instructed. Xiao Fei, follow the cassock. And so, the black bear mother in her robes began to lead the way, while Jiang Nan rode his moose, Lufei, in hot pursuit. However, Jiang Nan is quite curious about where its two children, Xiongda and Xiong'er, went. About 10 minutes later, the mystery was solved. Led by the mother black bear, Jiang Nan arrived at a cave. The cave entrance is nearly 2 meters high, suggesting that the interior will be even larger. Meanwhile, the two bear cubs, Xiongda and Xiong'er, were lying at the entrance of the cave, anxiously waiting for their mother, the black bear, to return safely. They excitedly whimpered as they watched their mother return. Above Xiong'er's head stood a familiar animal, a honey leopard. Just as Jiang Nan had predicted, the honeybee and the Asiatic black bear have become a family, and many beehives on heart-shaped island are going to suffer from this. Without hesitation, Lu Fei, the moose, led Jiang Nan into a cave to avoid getting even wetter. Thank you. Jiang Nan jumped off the back of the moose Lufei and came to the black bear mother's robe, where he solemnly thanked her. He didn't know how the mother black bear found him. Perhaps they knew which road I was going to take, or perhaps they recognized me through their keen hearing, and thus came to lead the way. Regardless of how the mother black bear found it, its appearance was perfectly timed. Otherwise, given how fast moose fly, Jiang Nan would be soaked to the bone by the time they returned to the tent camp, and might even catch a cold. Whether the black bear mother in her robes understood or not, she raised her head and adopted a haughty posture. Its round eyes darted around mischievously, as if to say, "You saved my family before, now let me, this big black bear, save you, this two-legged creature. If word gets out in the animal kingdom, I'll be very proud." Ha ha, the black bear mom's little expression is hilarious. I never expected the black bear mother would come all the way to rescue the island owner. What great luck. In any case, the island lord is safe now. This is the first time I've seen such heavy rain. The weather is terrifying. It feels almost unreal. I wonder when this rain will stop, and how are the Quokka twins, happy sheep and lazy sheep, and the other little animals that stayed at the tent camp doing? Viewers in the live stream breathed a sigh of relief for Jiang Nan, but at the same time became worried about the other animals left in the camp. Whether it's a quokka or a sugar hyena, they are both very timid. This is the first time they have faced such a big storm and strange weather phenomenon, and with Jiang Nan not around, it's hard to know if they will be frightened and run away. Chapter 186 Little Black Bear. Don't worry, everyone. My tent is very sturdy. No matter how heavy the rain is outside, it will be very warm inside, and will not be blown down by strong winds. Jiang Nan stood at the entrance of the cave, admiring the rain scene, and replied. It was still dark outside, and through the rain, you could see the black clouds still churning. Rainwater has already formed small streams on the ground, flowing towards low-lying areas. Some of the rainwater was blown into the cave by the strong wind, making the ground at the cave entrance wet. Jiang Nan couldn't help but take 2 steps back and begin to observe the internal structure of the cave. After walking 2 or 3 meters into the cave, around the corner, you can see clumps of dry grass. The hay was laid out neatly, presumably where a family of 3 black bears rested. It seems that this cave was not a temporary place found by the black bear mother, but rather a place where they have always lived. Jiang Nan said softly. He was about to continue deeper into the area when he suddenly felt a chill, which gave him goosebumps. He was now completely soaked, and he would feel terribly cold if a cold wind blew by. Never mind, let's start a fire first, then change our clothes. Jiang Nan discovered that there was plenty of firewood in the cave, which would be perfect for making a fire. It's not much, but it's enough to keep warm tonight. The clothes were all in the backpack on Moose Luffy's back. The backpack was waterproof, so the items inside were not soaked by the rain. Although Jiang Nan could use the drying patches awarded by the system to quickly dry her wet clothes, doing so would inevitably arouse suspicion from the audience, so it would be better to start a fire instead. Since we can't leave tonight anyway, we definitely need a campfire for lighting. Jiang Nan turned the drone's camera to the cave entrance, allowing the audience to enjoy the rain scene, while she began to change her clothes. While changing clothes, he also took out a dryer patch and applied it to his lower back. In just 30 seconds, Jiang Nan felt her body, which had been soaked by the rain, become warm and the cold sensation disappeared. Even my hair started to feel dry. After changing his clothes, Jiang Nan started a fire. The firewood inside the cave was very dry. It could be lit with just a tiny spark. In the blink of an eye, the raging flames illuminated the vast cave. The black bear mother felt the warmth of the fire and immediately rushed over, lying down beside the fire to dry her wet fur. Two bear cubs, Big Bear and Little Bear, were lying on their backs, playing around out of boredom. Moose Luffy also laid down beside the fire, feeling the warmth of the flames. As for the honey fly, it flapped its wings and flew into a crevice at the top of the cave, where it went straight to sleep. Its greatest hobby is finding honey to eat. Now that the rain is too heavy, it can't go out at all, so it might as well go back to its nest to sleep. Like many others, Hibiki Miyuki especially enjoys sleeping on rainy days and feels that it is particularly comfortable. Jiang Nan took out a few fried cicadas from his backpack, stuffed them into his mouth, and swallowed them to make his stomach feel better. Why? Xiong smelled the fragrance of cicadas and, without anyone noticing, had already moved close to Jiang Nan and gently rubbed Jiang Nan's calves with his chubby little paws. It's not that I'm stingy, it's just that I don't have many, and I haven't eaten all day. Jiang Nan looked helpless and said with a sigh, "If you want to eat them, I'll go and catch a few for you to try after the rain stops." Wah! Xiong lay down on the ground and started to whine, his eyes looking pitiful. "Fine, I'll let you have a taste." Jiang Nan couldn't stand the whining and whining anymore, so she took out a cicada, broke it in half, threw one half to Xiongda, and placed the other half in front of Xiong. Fair and impartial, without favoring anyone. In this respect, they are much better than many parents who have a second child. Although they always say that both children are their flesh and blood, and that they care about everyone, when problems arise, especially when the second child suddenly cries, they don't ask why and immediately blame the eldest child. Especially when distributing snacks, they will always give more to the second child, and they will say with the excuse, "You are the eldest, you are his older brother, you should give way to him." After eating the cicadas, Jiang Nan was so tired that she leaned against the wall and fell asleep in a daze. I don't know how much time had passed, but suddenly I heard a few scattered sounds. Being in the wild, one must be extremely cautious. Almost instinctively, Jiang Nan opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, he blurted out a classic Chinese phrase, "Holy crap!" While Jiang Nan was asleep, the playful bears, Big Bear and Little Bear, used their teeth to open the backpack zipper and rummage through all the contents. Especially the clothes that Jiang Nan had just changed out of, including underwear. Xiongda was alright, wearing a short-sleeved shirt typical of Jiang Nan. But for some reason, Xiong actually put his pants over his head and couldn't shake them off no matter what he did. Hearing Jiang Nan's call, the sleeping black bear mother, Kezia, opened her eyes. Upon seeing the scene before her, she displayed a human-like expression of embarrassment. It covered its head with its two paws, not daring to look at Jiang Nan. To be precise, I'm too ashamed to face anyone. This awkward scene is no less embarrassing than when you were a kid secretly watching Japanese adult films in your bedroom, only to have your parents walk in and see everything. The viewers in the live stream were laughing so hard they were practically sticking to their backs. I never expected this. Xiong has been exposed. Bear 2. I just love playing up the BL, boys love, vibes, so tell me, is that okay or not? Now the whole internet knows. Thank goodness it wasn't a love triangle, otherwise it would have been so awkward. Thank goodness it wasn't lace or anything women wear, otherwise it would have been even more embarrassing. I've been observing this carefully, and this island owner is really something. Oh no, I'm even more lusting after the island lord's body now. What should I do? Pa. I'm almost embarrassed to call you out on it. You're just lusting after the island owner's body. You're clearly lusting after. My best friend is willing to pay a high price to buy it. Don't drive recklessly. Xiong looks like he's about to rob a bank. Aren't all the bank robbers wearing black stockings? Bear 2. I just like being different. Is there a problem with that? Ha ha ha. I just remembered a scene from Go Fighting, where Sun Honglei, Huangbo, and others pulled out Zhang Yuxing's clothes, which were full of youthful energy. Island Master, please upload the link for the little black bear. I really need it. Stealing is no fun. Wouldn't it be faster and more convenient to just buy from online stores or malls? The ones Xiong stole were definitely all worn. That's what makes them real. How can the newly bought ones compare? Everyone else is already on the highway, and you're still here babbling away. In an instant, all the perverts in the live stream were drawn out. A large portion of the audience were female. There's no way around it. Science shows that women are 6 times more attracted to women than men. Chapter 187 Interspecies Cooperation. Animals seeking shelter from the rain. Jiang Nan said irritably. Grandma Li, I know black bears are born with the trait of stealing, but I never expected you to be such a good thief. He quickly stood up, pulled the clothes and underwear off Xiongda and Xiong'er's bodies, and put them back into his backpack. Then, he grabbed them with both hands, ready to give them a good talking to. But to everyone's surprise, Xiongda and Xiong'er looked completely fearless, with expressions that said, I know I was wrong, but I just shouldn't have done it. Jiang Nan almost witnessed another explosion of traditional Chinese culture. He tossed Xiongda and Xiong'er onto the black bear mother's robe and said irritably, These are your children. You'd better take care of them. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps reached my ears. Judging from the sound, it seems like some animal is coming through the muddy road. The sound instantly attracted the audience's attention. With such a large fish caught, how come there are still animals running around outside? Are there any animals that like to come out in the rain? Jiang Nan frowned slightly and turned to look at the cave entrance. The black bear mother in her robes stood up abruptly, shielding Xiongda and Xiong'er behind her, baring her teeth and adopting a wary posture. Moose Lufei also stood up and walked in front of Jiang Nan, protecting his master with his own body. Under everyone's watchful eyes, an unexpected scene unfolded. In the drizzling rain, a short, gray animal ran into the cave. Upon seeing Jiang Nan, Lufei the moose, and the black bear family inside the cave, they were clearly stunned and stood frozen in place. The audience breathed a sigh of relief. Although they didn't recognize the small animal, judging from its size, it wouldn't pose a threat to Jiang Nan. Before they could even catch their breath, another animal ran into the cave. It was a wolf. The wolf was a head taller than the smaller animals and looked much stronger. It's all over. The island owner is doomed. The wolf is crying. What's there to be afraid of? How could a wolf possibly be a match for the black bear mother in her robe? I feel like Lu Fei's huge antlers could pierce right through them. Speaking of which, was this little animal fleeing from a wolf and thus wandered into the cave in a panic? Just as the audience was discussing it, an unexpected scene unfolded once again. After entering the cave, the wolf paused for a moment, but it was clearly not as nervous as the small animal from before. Instead, it found a dry corner in the cave and quickly walked over. The small animals followed closely behind it, never leaving its side. They huddled together in the corner. Perhaps worried that Jiang Nan and the mother black bear would hurt them, they were also somewhat uneasy and did not lie down at all, but remained standing. The mother bear didn't let her guard down either, keeping a close watch on them. For a moment, as they stared at each other, the atmosphere in the cave became extremely tense. I never expected to encounter coyotes and badgers. They're cooperating across species to avoid the rain. Don't be alarmed, they won't attack us. Jiang Nan realized that the two animals had no intention of attacking and gradually relaxed. At the same time, he patted the heads of the moose Lufei and the black bear mother Kezia to comfort it. We're all here to avoid the rain, so it's best to stay peaceful and there's no need to fight each other. Moose Lufei and black bear mama Kezia listened to Jiang Nan and gradually laid down on the ground again. Jiang Nan sat down again. When the two animals saw that Jiang Nan, the moose Lufei, and the black bear mother sat down, they vigorously shook the water off their bodies and snuggled up to lie on the ground. The scene was heartwarming, yet even more eerie, leaving viewers both intrigued and puzzled. Coyotes. A badger. What did the island lord just say? Interspecies cooperation. What on earth is going on? I was so nervous I almost screamed. I thought a fight was going to break out. Jiang Nan stared at the coyotes and badgers who had already begun licking each other's fur and explained, The coyotes are completely different from the white wolf king, Moonlight, that we encountered before. The white wolf king, Jiang, is a gray wolf and likes to live in groups. Coyotes prefer to act alone, but occasionally they will come out with their whole family. And as you can see, coyotes are much smaller than gray wolves, and at first glance, they look like Chinese rural dogs. Coyotes are widely distributed and can be found in almost every country. They used to be mostly active during the day, but due to pressure from human activities, they now mainly appear at night. In addition, coyotes can live up to 10 years, and the longest recorded lifespan in captivity is 18 years. And they are omnivores. In addition to eating mice, rabbits, and other small mammals, they also like to eat all kinds of wild fruits and plants. In some areas, coyotes also eat human garbage. Among all wolves, coyotes have the lowest status, and gray wolves will even hunt coyotes when food is scarce. Humans hunt coyotes to make coats from their fur. In the United States, a coyote pelt can sell for about $17. After Jiang Nan finished speaking, the viewers in the live stream all felt sorry for him. $17? That's only a little over 100 yuan. What? That's such a ripoff. A life is only worth $100. But to be honest, they can actually buy genuine products for a little over 100 here, while we can only buy fake leather for a little over 100 here. Why, I suddenly feel so sorry for coyotes. It's one thing to be bullied by humans, but it's unbelievable that other species of wolves also harm them. Luckily, the island owner didn't drive them out of the cave, otherwise they would have been in even worse shape. Jiang Nan glanced at the comments and felt sorry for the two little animals, so he looked at them and asked, "Do you want to come over and warm yourselves up?" As he spoke, he even offered up a spot for himself. Perhaps because they were too afraid of the black bear mother's robe, or more likely because they were too wary, they remained unmoved, simply staring longingly at Jiang Nan. Helpless, Jiang Nan pulled out two thin wooden sticks, picked up a few burning firewood, and placed them half a meter in front of them. This will at least allow them to feel a little bit of warmth. Soon, the coyotes and badgers felt the warmth emanating from the flames and moved closer, giving Jiang Nan grateful looks. The look in his eyes was no longer wary. Instead, it became kind and gentle. He no longer grinned and tensed up. I finally relaxed completely. Jiang Nan sat down again, looked at them, and continued, "Coyotes can reach speeds of 65 kilometers per hour and can jump up to 4 meters, which is beyond the capabilities of us humans. They can swim, but they are not good at climbing. They usually communicate by howling and smell. Besides that, they are exceptionally focused and hardworking. Their monogamy stems from their typical monogamous nature. Once they've chosen one, they'll mate with her for the next few years and share the responsibility of caring for the cubs. When the female wolf is pregnant, the male wolf will even take the initiative to go out hunting. They are diligent because even if they discover burrows abandoned by other animals, they will not take them for themselves, but will rely on their own strength to occupy an area and dig a burrow to live in. Coyotes are a classic example of how the more honest a child is, the easier it is for them to be bullied. Chapter 188, A Treasure Lies Deep Within the Cave. After introducing the coyote, Jiang Nan took a deep breath and continued. Compared to the coyote, the badger doesn't have any particularly outstanding advantages. If I had to pick one, it would be digging a hole. The burrows of badgers range from several meters to more than 10 meters in length, with crisscrossing branch passages. There are main passages, side passages, and blind ends. The walls of the main passages are smooth and clean, free of debris and feces. The ends are built with dry grass, branches, and leaves. And badgers are also omnivores, eating similar things as coyotes, so they can always get together and cooperate. Especially when catching animals hiding in burrows, badgers will use their powerful front paws to dig open the burrows, and when the animals inside are startled and rush out, the coyotes will use their speed to quickly capture and kill them. After that, they will share the food together. There was a video of a coyote and a badger working together that went viral online before. Actually, it's perfectly normal for them. The audience was pleasantly surprised. I remember now, I saw that video online. There's an idiom called wolves and jackals colluding, but I think it could be changed to wolves and badgers colluding. So these are coyotes and badgers. I'm so lucky to have seen them in the island owner's live stream today. Who would have thought that animals and nature know how to cooperate across species? I always thought they would kill each other for territory and food. Jiang Nan smiled and said, "Actually, there are many animals in nature that cooperate across species. Coyotes and badgers are just one of them. The honeyfly and black bear we encountered before, Weren't they also working together to collect honey? In addition, sea anemones and hermit crabs, ants and aphids, cowbirds and cattle egrets, and many other creatures will cooperate with each other. For example, weaver birds will build their nests above wasp nests to prevent birds of prey from attacking their chicks. When weaver birds are feeding their young, they will bring back a lot of insects, and the leftovers will become food for the wasps. For example, the prawn will live its entire life in the central cavity of a deep-sea silica sponge called the twin-in-one sponge. Symbiotic phenomena are also very common in marine biological communities. In the Pacific Ocean, there is a large coral called shizzy, which is particularly beautiful and emerald green. The reason it is so beautiful is that a kind of tiny seaweed lives in its tissues. There are also various large fish and small fish and shrimp. The large fish provide protection for the small fish and shrimp, such as hiding them in their mouths when enemies come. The small fish and shrimp clean the food residue and parasites in the mouths of the large fish, keeping the large fish healthy. When you watch Animal World, you'll often see zebras and antelopes gathering together. This is because antelopes are highly alert and can act as lookouts for zebras, while zebras are sensitive to water and can find fresh grass for antelopes. Strictly speaking, they cooperate with each other to achieve a win-win situation and improve their own lives. Jiang Nan was originally very sleepy, but after this disturbance, she was no longer sleepy. And it's still raining heavily outside. And it seemed to be raining even harder, with many of the outside sights becoming somewhat blurry. After the science lesson, Jiang Nan suddenly became bored. Now that he can't get out, he can only continue wandering around in the cave. This cave is really big, and it has many winding passages. Jiang Nan had no idea what was going on inside, let alone where these passages led. Fearing getting lost, he simply wandered around the entrances of these passages for a short while before returning to the campfire. As soon as Jiang Nan sat down, the black bear mother in her robe slowly walked over and began to nibble at his trouser leg. Then, the black bear mother in her robe turned and disappeared into one of the passages. Could there be some kind of treasure? Jiang Nan rubbed his hands excitedly and followed closely behind. Etc. What will happen to Xiongda and Xiong'er? What if coyotes and badgers attack the two bear cubs? The mother bear is so carefree. Aren't there moose flying over there? They should be able to protect the two bear cubs. As Jiang Nan and the black bear mother in her robes left, the viewers in the live stream immediately became anxious. Jiang Nan, seeing the comments, immediately explained, "Please rest assured, animals in nature are rarely ungrateful. They are more likely to repay kindness. This is the den of the black bear mother, Kejupa. It allows coyotes and badgers to come in and take shelter from the rain without driving them away, and the coyotes and badgers will not harm Xiongda and Xiong'er. Most importantly, animals in nature are very intelligent. Whether they are carnivores or herbivores, they rarely engage in cannibalism when faced with natural disasters. For example, during droughts, all the animals will gather around the pool to drink water. Carnivores will not attack herbivores, and herbivores will not be afraid of carnivores. Also, when the forest is on fire, many animals will hide in caves. In one cave, you can find more than a dozen animals, and they are all different kinds. It's practically comparable to the motorcycles driven by Indians." Jiang Nan's last sentence made the viewers in the live broadcast room laugh. As we all know, India is a particularly magical country, and even their modes of transportation are quite amazing. There was a joke about this one night. In India, two motorcycles collided, injuring 30 people. An ambulance came and took everyone away. Jiang Nan followed the black bear mother's robe forward, and as they went deeper into the darkness, their vision became increasingly obscured. Left with no other option, it turned on the drone's lights and also turned on the miner's lamp it was carrying. With the aid of two types of lighting, viewers in the live stream could still see clearly. As they continued forward, Jiang Nan felt increasingly uneasy. Because the surrounding mountains are no longer angular, but rather very smooth, as if they had been carved by human hands. That's impossible. While some artificial structures have been built on the various islands in an effort to develop the Great Barrier Reef into a tourist destination, there's no need to excavate deep into a mountain cave. Unless there are some valuable treasures in this cave. For example, fossils, ores. Jiang Nan was filled with doubt, constantly considering various possibilities. As you continue walking, you'll find several square stones on the ground. These stones are covered with vines, indicating that they have been here for a very long time. Stone. It's not unusual to find stones in a cave, but how come there are such neatly arranged stones? Even with tectonic movement, it's impossible for it to be this neat. This was clearly built by humans. Something's not right here. Jiang Nan's expression shifted, and he quickly walked over. Chapter 189. Routine livestream turns into tomb raiding livestream? The viewers in the live stream were all captivated by this bizarre scene. Island Master, don't make it sound so mysterious. They're just a few broken rocks. It's truly remarkable to find several such neatly arranged stones deep within a cave. Look at those vines on the boulder. They seem to be decades, or even hundreds of years old. I don't think it could be man-made. After all, it's impossible for anyone to have come here hundreds of years ago. Even if someone did come, they wouldn't have bothered to carve a few stones like this. Could they really have been formed naturally? Although I admire the wonders of nature, these giant rocks still seem a bit out of place. Jiang Nan stood still, carefully counted them, and found that there were a total of 18 pieces scattered haphazardly in every corner. It seems that apart from being square, there is no pattern to it. Rumble. As soon as the black bear mother stepped into the passage between the boulders, a muffled sound suddenly rang out, perhaps because she had stepped on some kind of mechanism. Upon closer inspection, these boulders began to slowly move. Return. Jiang Nan sensed something was wrong, grabbed the black bear mother's hind leg, and forcibly pulled her back. Luckily, they pulled them back in time, otherwise they would have turned into mincemeat in the next second. The boulders were moving faster and faster, and they were even leaving afterimages. Moreover, their movement routes are also irregular. In its rapid movement, it forcibly blocked Jiang Nan's path. What? Upon seeing this, almost all the viewers in the live stream unanimously exclaimed, "National essence." Many of them had previously disbelieved that this was man-made, but now, seeing this scene, they were all proven wrong and felt a lump in their throat. What exactly is going on? Could there be a large tomb here? Goodness, my usual live stream has turned into a tomb raiding live stream in an instant. Calling Hubei. Fatty is there. The island lord is in trouble. I think in this situation we have to call upon Partridge Whistle, the pinnacle of combat power in Ghost Blows Out the Light. In recent years, with classic tomb raiding novels such as Ghost Blows Out the Light and The Grave Robbers Chronicles being adapted into film and television dramas, audiences can't help but make connections when they see this magical scene. Just like some people who have watched too many domineering CEOs, if they happen to meet a rich and handsome man in real life, even if they only pass by each other, they will always have fantasies in their minds. They might even have already thought of what to name their grandson in that 1 second when they brush past each other. The boulder moved quickly and stopped just as quickly. After about 2 minutes, they finally all came to a stop in their original positions. The black bear mother, still shaken, dared not go any further and stared intently at Jiang Nan. It had noticed something strange about this place a long time ago, but it hadn't gone any further. Today was the first time it had led Jiang Nan so deep into the area, and who would have thought it would almost lose its life? Jiang Nan didn't dare to move forward. With a quick glance, he picked up a piece of gravel from the ground and threw it directly forward. Bang! After the pebbles rolled to the ground, the boulder did not continue to move rapidly. Just as Jiang Nan was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a shocking scene unfolded. Swish! Arrows shot out with a whooshing sound from the gaps in the walls on both sides. The arrows rained down like a storm. Phew! Luckily I was careful, or I would have been riddled with bullets. People in Jiang Nan gasped in shock. The black bear mother, dressed in a robe, was so frightened that she retreated repeatedly. Click! An arrow struck the wall and bounced back to Jiang Nan's feet. He crouched down, reached out, and picked it up, examining it carefully. As Jiang Nan examined the arrow from head to toe, his brows furrowed, and he muttered to himself, "Strange. Judging from the material, this arrow is a product of our Chinese civilization, and it's not a modern one. Could it be that hundreds of years ago, some Chinese people landed on the heart-shaped island in the Great Barrier Reef?" Jiang Nan's words caused an uproar across the internet. Has Huaxi a sharp arrow appeared on an Australian island? Or was it hundreds of years ago? If this gets out, it will definitely cause a huge sensation in the archaeological community. Even disregarding the arrows, just looking at these mechanisms, one can easily conclude that they were the work of the Chinese. After all, hundreds of years ago, only the Chinese people possessed such skillful craftsmanship. It's important to know that several hundred years ago, during the reign of 5 emperors, Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Yunwen, Zhu Di, Zhu Jiaokai, and Zhu Jiaokai, the Ming dynasty was at the pinnacle of the world in terms of wealth, national strength, and other aspects. During the Ming dynasty at that time, all nations paid tribute to the emperor, who dared to disobey. The rain of arrows lasted for about a minute before it stopped. Having learned from the previous two experiences, Jiang Nan dared not move forward immediately and continued to pick up stones and throw them on the passage. Bang! 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 Jiang Nan threw several small stones in succession, and then there was no movement ahead. There shouldn't be any problems. Jiang Nan patted the head of the black bear mother's robe and said softly, "I'll go ahead and scout the way first. You wait here." The black bear mother's robe was too fat, making it even more difficult for her to move around and run fast in such a confined space. If there are still traps, we will surely perish here. Jiang Nan, however, is agile and still retains some vitality. Jiang Nan took a deep breath, silently counted to 3, and finally mustered the courage to step forward. He was not a professional archaeologist or tomb raider, nor did he know anything about these things, so he was still a little nervous when faced with such a dangerous situation. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened along the way until, at the end of the passage, a bottomless pit appeared before them. On the other side of the pit, there seemed to be no passage, only solid rock walls. "Are we going downhill?" Jiang Nan thought for a moment and said, "I'll go get something from my backpack." When he returned, he was now armed with a mechanical grappling hook, just like the one used by Batman. This was a system reward I received previously. I thought I would use it while free climbing, but I never had a chance to use it. Now it's perfect for me to use. This was something he had just taken out of the system, but he deliberately said he was going to get it from his backpack just to avoid arousing suspicion from the audience. Jiang Nan put on the grappling hook robotic arm, gave it a gentle flick, and launched the grappling hook out. Bang! That's the sound of the grappling hook grabbing the rock wall opposite the pit. Jiang Nan pulled hard to make sure there was no danger before slowly descending. It's unclear how long or how far they descended, but Jiang Nan finally reached the bottom of the pit. He had barely come down and hadn't even had time to retract the robotic arm when he was drawn to the scene before him. There was a collapsed hole in front of us, and we could see a lot of rubble piled up all around. The gravel was also covered with lush vines. If you don't look closely, it's really hard to spot the hole. This opening is much smaller than the previous one, about 1.78 meters wide, and can only accommodate 2 people at a time. Looking inside from the cave entrance, there is a passageway. It is not a naturally formed passage, but a man-made stone wall passage. Chapter 190 Navigators even earlier than Zheng He. The viewers in the live stream also saw this scene, and all showed expressions of disbelief. Deep within a secluded cave on a small, untouched island in Australia, there lies another cave hidden in a hidden mountain cave. The increasing number of man-made historical sites seems somewhat unreal and out of place on the island. What exactly happened here before? Who exactly set foot on the Australian island before? The island owner is amazing. He actually discovered these ruins. Does anyone know any archaeological experts? Please contact them quickly to come and take a look. Jiang Nan, his face beaming with excitement, picked up his headlamp and prepared to go in and investigate. But remembering what he had just experienced up there, he decisively picked up a small stone to probe the way. After confirming that everything was correct, they then entered the cave. The tunnel inside the mountain cave is very long. It was also covered with dense vines. Luckily, the headlamp illuminated the area clearly enough, otherwise I would have thought I had stumbled upon a snake's den. Even through the screen, viewers in the live stream couldn't help but feel tense as they looked at the bottomless tunnel ahead. When faced with unfamiliar and mysterious things, humans feel more fear than excitement. There are murals carved on the walls on both sides, which can still be faintly discerned despite being buried by vines and weathered by the passage of time. Jiang Nan carefully observed the murals and said softly, "If I'm not mistaken, Zheng He's fleet landed on this island several hundred years ago." A simple sentence left the viewers in the live stream stunned. Zheng He? Could this site be from the reign of Emperor Yongle of the Ming Dynasty, Zhu Di? Everyone knows Zheng He. In his early years, he served Prince Yan, Zhu Di, and was a meritorious official in the Jingnan campaign. He made 7 voyages to the Western Ocean, crossing half the globe and carrying out the largest series of maritime explorations in world history before the end of the 15th century. There are many reasons for his voyages to the Western Ocean, such as the strength of the Ming Dynasty and the expansion of overseas trade, but only 2 reasons are most widely accepted. First, Zhu Di was searching for his missing nephew, Zhu Yunwen. Third, Zhu Di knew that his ascension to the throne was not smooth. In order to gain the recognition of the whole world, he naturally needed to announce it to the world. So he sent Zheng He to spread the news of his ascension to the throne all over the world, so that everyone would know that the Ming Dynasty had a new emperor and fear him, this war maniac. Zhang He visited 36 countries and regions, including Australia, but many Western countries are unwilling to acknowledge this. The rediscovery of this site can serve as the best proof of Zhang He's existence. Every word of Jiang Nan is like a nail, deeply engraved in the minds of the audience. Who would have thought that such a shocking discovery could appear in a streamer's live broadcast room? It sounds strange, but it really happened. After listening to Jiang Nan's explanation, the audience felt even more mysterious about the cave, and their breathing became rapid with tension. Was it really left behind by Zhang He's fleet? The island owner's discovery is so amazing, it will definitely be on the news tomorrow. I never expected this. I was just watching a live stream, and I actually saw the relics left behind by Zhang He's fleet. I know Zhang He. In the movie The Mermaid, didn't he end up with a mermaid? Excuse me, are you referring to a mermaid with a fish head on top and a human head on the bottom? Or a mermaid with human legs on top and a fish tail on the bottom? The number of comments in the live stream kept increasing. More and more viewers are calling their friends and family to join the live stream, because they might witness history today. And one viewer's prediction was absolutely correct. This matter did indeed make the news, but not tomorrow, but today. The official media outlet that was broadcasting the news immediately released a message on its official Weibo account, titled, "Remains of what appears to be Zhang He's fleet landing on the Australian continent have been exposed. The evidence is irrefutable, and history will be rewritten." Previously, it was widely believed that a Spanish navigator from Torres discovered it in 1606. Jiang Nan continued to walk in. As you move forward, the number of vines gradually decreases, and the murals on both sides become clearer. These murals clearly depict a vast fleet sailing on the sea. Jiang Nan picked up his phone to check the signal strength, hoping that the live stream wouldn't be interrupted as he continued walking. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. They were surprised to find that the number of viewers in the live stream had exceeded 15 million. This data is based on the fact that many viewers are watching the broadcast on other platforms. Even Zhang Daxian, the top streamer on Huya, only had a peak concurrent user count of around 14 million. Jiang Nan was very pleased and continued while watching the comments. Before Zhang He, there was another navigator named Wang Dayuan. He discovered many sea areas in southeastern China, such as Penghu in Taiwan, and also some small islands in northern Australia. His name was Wang Dayuan. He was called the Marco Polo of the East by many Western scholars, and he also wrote a book called Island Barbarian Records. Before Zhang He's voyages to the Western Ocean, he had studied this book of his repeatedly. Although the Island Barbarian Records is just a nautical notebook, it contains very detailed records. According to the records, Wang Dayuan also went to Southeast Asia and other places. He found that the culture and customs of those places were similar to those of China, but also different from them. For example, the laws of Jinla respected the Chinese. If a Chinese person was killed, he would be sentenced to death, but if a Chinese person killed a foreigner, he would only be fined heavily. The Bruneian people respect Buddhism and also respect the Chinese. If they encounter a drunk Chinese person on the road, the locals will carefully help him back to rest. In Colombo in Sri Lanka today, where local chiefs often rob ships that have been forced to land there by storms, so try to avoid landing there. Wang Dayuan's notes are characterized by writing down whatever he sees. It is precisely because of this that Zhang He was able to learn a lot about the original customs of the coastal regions and avoid taking many detours. Wang Dayuan even went to what is now the Maldives and wrote that it was the lowest-lying country he had ever seen, and he was really worried that it would be swallowed up by the sea one day. He was also the first traveler to divide the vast Indian Ocean into two parts, calling the Indian Ocean east of India the Eastern Ocean and the Indian Ocean west of India the Western Ocean. After returning, Wang Dayuan rested for 2 years before starting his Hainan Airlines journey again. The second time, he set a rule for himself. If he had been to a place before and made a record of it, he would not make a record of it again if he did not make any new discoveries on the next visit. But he would definitely record any new places and new things he visited. Therefore, although the locations of Wang Dayuan's second voyage were repeated, the recorded observations were all different. And the Maldives was the second place he discovered, along with Australia. According to the records of the island barbarians, Australia is the last island in the world, hence it is called the Desolate Island. The men and women on the island are different in appearance. They do not weave or wear clothes. They cover themselves with bird feathers. They eat without cooking. They only eat raw meat and drink blood, and they live in nests and caves. Wear a short blouse of 5-colored silk, and tie it with a single piece of embroidered cloth. It also records an Australian crane with gray feathers, a red beak, red legs, that can dance, and is 6 feet tall, which Wang Dayuan called the fairy crane. In short, many of the accounts in the book are remarkably similar to the actual situation in Australia today. You should know that Wang Dayuan was a man from the Yuan dynasty, and at that time Australia was indeed inhabited by a group of primitive people. Chapter 191, the end of the passage. Zheng He himself. Inside the live stream, all the viewers were listening attentively to Jiang Nan's science popularization. Gradually, 6 words emerged in their minds. That's fucking awesome. Regardless of whether what Jiang Nan said is true or not, his ability to calmly and confidently explain science in such a bizarre and dangerous environment is enough to show how good his mental fortitude is. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to say such a long thing. They would probably have wet their pants from fright. The Island Lord is amazing. He knows so much. I really want to pry open his little head and see what's inside. No need to look, it definitely contains me. After all, I'm his wife, whom he's never met, but whom he dreams of being intimate with every day. If that's the case, then Yang Mi dreams of me being intimate with her every night. Hee, Shuiying, and I have some too. Is it just me and Kuan? I'm a guy. What? Bro, you're still the best. By the way, does anyone have any proof that what the island owner said is true? I have a question. During the Yuan dynasty, our Chinese people were already capable of long-distance voyages? That's incredible. The audience, filled with doubt, turned to Baidu and began searching for the person Wang Dayuan, whom Jiang Nan had mentioned. Wang Dayuan, a civilian navigator during the Yuan dynasty, courtesy name Huanzhong, was a native of Nanchang. The audience was stunned when they saw the pop-up message. They didn't expect that they could actually find this person on Baidu. Not only that, but what Jiang Nan said was even more detailed, accurate, and precise than what Baidu found. In fact, during the Song dynasty, we already had a relatively accurate understanding of navigation, astronomy, and geography. People would use star positions to plan long voyages. During the Yuan dynasty, Quanzhou port was at the height of its historical development, renowned far and wide, and was even known as the largest port in the East. Wang Dayuan wrote the island barbarian records after his voyage, while Zheng He wrote the Faxin book Golden Sutra and drew maps. Unfortunately, only fragments remain now. Friends who are interested in maritime history can search for it on Baidu. Jiang Nan explained as she carefully walked forward. The passage is about 30 meters long. When you reach the end, you will see a smooth stone wall. Jiang Nan reached out and touched the wall, then continued walking to the side. What? A minute later, Jiang Nan couldn't help but blurt out a phrase from the national essence. He jumped a meter away, his body trembling violently, panting heavily, as if he had been frightened. Hand. Manpower. He was 100% certain that he had touched a person's hand, and it was extremely cold. Despite feeling a chill run down his spine, Jiang Nan slowly shone his headlamp in that direction. As the vision gradually brightened, a human-shaped dark figure suddenly appeared. What? This time, it's the audience's turn to appreciate traditional Chinese culture. Many viewers were so startled that they tensed up and almost punched the computer in front of them. Some viewers who were watching on their phones couldn't resist throwing their phones in the trash. Jiang Nan remained calm and carefully examined the figure. After seeing it clearly, he finally breathed a long sigh of relief. It turns out that this is a human-shaped sculpture made of stone. The sculpture is 2 meters tall and almost perfectly replicates every part of the human body. In addition, ancient stonemasons also made clothes for the sculptures. After so many years, although some of the features on his face and the clothes and decorations on his body have been worn away, he still looks radiant and lifelike. It looks as if it really exists. As viewers in the live stream gradually got a clearer look at the human-shaped sculpture, they began to criticize it. This is so realistic. It almost gave me a heart attack. Heart disease is nothing. My baby was almost scared out of its wits. This is what first-person tomb raiding should be like. I finally understand what it's like when Hu Bei'ai and Fatty Wang go into tombs. Jiang Nan carefully examined the sculpture in front of her, and then looked at the mural on the wall. The content of the murals was no different from the murals in the passageway we had visited before. They simply depicted various events during our sea voyages. It's like using murals to record events. But who is this sculpture depicting? Jiang Nan wanted to find the answer through the murals, but after looking for a long time, he couldn't find any relevant records. Who exactly is this sculpture of? Jiang Nan muttered to himself. Could it be Zheng He himself? If that's true, then this discovery is truly astonishing. You have to understand that people today have no idea what people in ancient times looked like. They only know what they looked like based on portraits. The portraits are not accurate at all. For example, the portraits of Zhu Yuanzhang were deliberately painted by the Qing dynasty people to smear him, making him look like he had a long, narrow face. This has led many people to believe that Zhu Yuanzhang was extremely ugly. And the portraits of various poets in the Chinese textbooks are actually all fake. They were just painted by the artists based on their fathers-in-law. The only way to be 100% certain about what ancient people looked like is through sculptures, such as the terracotta army of Qin Shi Huang. Why is there a sculpture of Zhang He specifically inside the passageway? This is so strange. What are they hiding? Jiang Nan returned to the stone wall and observed its overall structure more carefully. He always felt that this was not a simple passageway. There might be something behind the stone wall. However, the stone walls were perfectly sealed, and no mechanism could be found at all. He also noticed that the stone wall and the top of the passage were connected as one, which meant that everything around was a single entity and could not be opened at all. What is the island lord doing? Are we looking for a government agency? No way, no way. It really turned into Tomb Raiding. Island Master, as someone who has read the Northern School of Tomb Raider Chronicles, I must tell you, be careful, the police may come looking for you. If they do come to talk to you, you'd better confess everything you can, so that it will be easier for you to write books and make a fortune. Island Master, as someone who has read Ghost blows out the light, I suggest you quickly light a candle in the corner. Man lights the candle, Ghost blows it out. Hello everyone, my name is Hubei. Welcome to my live stream. Now, just send me a rocket, and I'll open the museum for you. The viewers in the live stream were all incredibly creative, and even in this tense atmosphere, they didn't forget to make jokes. However, this is also good. At least it makes some timid viewers feel relaxed, no longer feeling suppressed and tense, and no longer screaming and shouting in fear. Since the stone wall could not be moved, Jiang Nan could only turn his attention back to the human-shaped sculpture. The sculpture holds a stone sword in both hands and has planted it at its feet. The expression on its face is somewhat sad, but more so, it is resolute. His face looked somewhat effeminate, but not at all like a girl. On the contrary, he looked very majestic and powerful. The first thing he thought of when he saw this face was a big star, Chen Kun. In the entire entertainment industry, he seems to be the only one who can be both feminine and not effeminate, etc. Feminine. Zhang He was a eunuch, so wouldn't he be considered effeminate? However, he had served in the army and fought in many battles, so he was indeed more domineering than ordinary eunuchs. At this moment, Jiang Nan was 100% certain that the sculpture in front of him was a depiction of Zhang He himself. Chapter 192, An Astounding Discovery. A large burial complex. I apologize for the offense. After confirming that the sculpture in front of him was indeed Zhang He himself, Jiang Nan immediately went up to him and bowed deeply in respect. Then he went up to the sculpture and reached out to touch it. They searched every nook and cranny, from top to bottom and left to right, trying to find the mechanism to open the wall. However, he found nothing. Did I misjudge the situation? Jiang Nan, not believing in superstition, went behind the sculpture and gently tapped on the stone wall. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of the tapping was not dull. It sounds empty. The viewers in the live stream, who had initially been skeptical of Jiang Nan watch, immediately began to show their support. Empty. It really is empty. There's something behind the sculpture. There must be something. The island owner's intuition is amazing. Incredible. Jiang Nan's expression changed drastically. He pulled out a dagger from his lower back and began clearing away the vines behind the sculpture. Once all the vines were removed, he noticed a crack in the wall behind the sculpture. Looks like we'll have to move the sculpture. Jiang Nan murmured to himself softly. Next, place both hands on the sculpture and push it to the side. Sizzle. As Jiang Nan continued to exert force, the 2-meter-tall sculpture actually came to life. It also emitted a harsh friction sound during the movement. It sounds a bit like scratching a blackboard with your fingernail. Because the sculpture has stood here for so long, pebbles and dust fall from time to time during the relocation process. At first glance, it looks like the earth is shaking. The viewers in the live stream were already dumbfounded. They couldn't get a close look at the sculpture through the screen, but they knew it was made of massive stones. A person who is 2 meters tall weighs at least 100 kilograms. If they are made of stone, the weight would be doubled or even heavier. But Jiang Nan did it so easily. Isn't that a bit too intense? At this moment, the audience thought of many powerful figures from ancient times, including Xiang Yu, the overlord, with the strength to uproot mountains and the spirit to cover the world, Li Kengxiu, the Flying Tiger General, Lu Bu, the slave of 3 surnames, and Li Yuanba, who was rumored to be the reincarnation of the golden-winged roc. If Jiang Nan were in ancient times, he could definitely become a great general, and might even be as famous as these great figures. Amidst the surprised and doubtful gazes of the audience, Jiang Nan finally pushed the sculpture away. Then, he came to the gap and found that it was more like the gap of a door. Since that's the case, let's keep pushing. There is no other way. The stone gate was very heavy, and having not been opened for hundreds of years, it was covered with vines and other plants to increase friction. But Jiang Nan had drunk the spiritual water, and his body was already different from that of ordinary people. He could push it away even if he tried his best. Bang! The stone door was pushed open with a bang. A wave of stench immediately hit us. Fearing poisoning, Jiang Nan quickly covered his nose and mouth, retreated 7 or 8 meters away, and then stopped, quietly waiting for the stench to dissipate. Is there some kind of smell? Why did the island lord run away? This is too dangerous. I remember that many ancient tombs have strange smells. If you smell even a little bit of it, the person will definitely die. That's right. I remember that scientists secretly opened the tomb door of the pyramid, and a smell rushed out. 1 person died on the spot, and the rest felt unwell and were sent to the hospital, but none of them could be saved. I once read a report about an archaeologist who entered a tomb and smelled a strange odor. He eventually focused on a jar and confidently declared that the smell was wonderful and must be wine brewed by the ancients. To prove his point, he took a small sip and his face immediately changed. It turned out to be urine. Haha, tomb raiding can be this funny? This is truly eye-opening. Island Master, you'd better be careful. If you come across any pots or jars inside, don't drink them. Doge. Jiang Nan looked at the scrolling comments and explained, what I smelled was the smell of decaying plants, nothing else. This means that the interior is completely sealed, and air cannot circulate normally. Once the stench gradually dissipated, Jiang Nan cautiously approached again. Just to be on the safe side, we'll clear the way with stones first. After confirming there were no traps, they slowly entered. Inside the door was still a small passageway. However, the walls on both sides no longer have murals, but are instead very plain and smooth. Although the air could not circulate, moss grew on the walls due to the seepage of groundwater and rainwater. At the end of the passage, Jiang Nan saw an empty stone chamber. The stone chamber is very large, about 100 square meters. When Jiang Nan shone the light of his miner's lamp into the stone chamber, he was stunned. Bone. All I could see were bones. And they were all human bones. These bones were rotten beyond recognition, but their shapes still revealed some traces of human remains. The bones were arranged neatly and not at all messy. Moreover, it is quite obvious that some bones are missing arms, some are missing legs, and some bones have cuts. Basically, all of them are injured. Only those who spend years on the battlefield can accumulate so many wounds. Upon seeing this, all the viewers in the live stream were stunned. They felt a chill run down their spines and dared not even breathe. Some people are extremely timid. They're afraid even of animal bones, let alone people. They'd be so scared they'd leave the live stream immediately. So many bones, and arranged so neatly, I understand now. This is a large burial area. These people must not have been of particularly high status, so they were all buried together. Not only that, there weren't even the most basic burial items. But then another question arises. If they are just ordinary people, why is there a statue of Zhang He guarding the entrance? Are these the bodies of local indigenous people? Or, Jiang Nan muttered to himself. The viewers in the live stream were already terrified, but after seeing Jiang Nan so calm and composed, they all began to worship him. This is absolutely incredible. To be so close to so many bones and not only not afraid, but also wondering who these bones are. This courage, this boldness, this audacity is truly admirable. Finally, Jiang Nan spoke again. I understand. These are the corpses of soldiers from Zhang He's fleet. How did the island owner figure that out? Is the island owner just guessing again? I admit that the island owner is amazing in many ways, but archaeology is something that still needs to be done by professionals. Viewers in the live stream expressed their doubts. It wasn't that they didn't trust Jiang Nan, but they felt that judging solely by sight was somewhat careless. Just like when I was a kid doing tests, I never wanted to use a pen to do the calculations, but instead used my eyes to look and calculate. In the end, the test score turned out to be a single digit. Chapter 193 Voluntarily Submitting to Subjugation. The Landscape of the Ming Dynasty. Jiang Nan ignored the audience's questions and patiently explained. Zheng He's 7 voyages to the western seas did not involve attacks on local residents along the way like Western colonists did. Instead, it was more about trade and cultural exchange. That is why these bodies could not have belonged to local residents. They could only have been soldiers from Zheng He's fleet. Secondly, Zheng He's 7 voyages to the Western Ocean brought not only essential personnel such as officials and doctors, but also a large number of soldiers. Where did these soldiers come from? Many of them were veterans who had followed Zhu Di in his campaigns for many years. After the war, the veterans had nowhere to go, so Zhu Di arranged for them to join Zheng He's fleet. After all, although they were old and some were injured, they were very experienced. The various wounds on these bones indicate that they came from the battlefield. Third, people die in HNA. Even with medical treatment, some people will not be able to hold on. In addition, with all sorts of accidents, the death toll will only gradually increase. After these soldiers died, we couldn't take them all back with us. They would have stank long ago if we left them in the ship's hold. So we had to bury them on the spot. Jiang Nan's argument was reasonable and well-founded, leaving the viewers in the live stream momentarily speechless. Jiang Nan didn't stop and continued, "Let me tell you a story about Zheng He's voyages to the Western Ocean. Zheng He's fleet sailed south and reached Java, which is now the island of Java. Java is an important point in the Strait of Malacca. If you want to go to Africa from the Strait of Malacca, Java is the only way through. At that time, Java Island had a relatively large population and relatively abundant resources. When Zheng He's fleet arrived, they intended to rest briefly before leaving. However, just as they were docking to replenish their supplies, a riot broke out in the area. The riot also involved Zheng He's fleet, forcing him to stop and deal with it. The incident began because there were 2 kings on Java Island, the East King and the West King. Due to various conflicts and plans, the 2 kingdoms naturally went to war. The Western King easily defeated the Eastern King and seized the Eastern King's territory. As luck would have it, at this very moment, Zheng He's fleet passed through the territory of the Eastern King and stopped here to rest and purchase supplies. The Western King's men were in a bloodthirsty frenzy. They didn't care where the ships came from or who you were. They just killed and hacked anyone they saw. More than 170 people disembarked to purchase supplies, but none of them returned alive. The matter escalated quickly and even reached Zheng He's ears. Many soldiers were furious, feeling that this tiny place was provoking the entire Ming dynasty, and demanded that troops be dispatched immediately to avenge their fallen crew brothers. Zheng He was also very angry and surprised at the time. He felt that the Western King was his enemy, which was like throwing an egg against a rock. Logically speaking, how could a person with normal thinking dare to attack someone who was much stronger than him? Something unusual must be going on. There must be some reason behind this that we don't know about. So Zheng He suppressed his anger and chose to remain inactive. He did this not because he didn't want to avenge the crew members he had worked with day and night, but because he wanted to find out the reason first. The most important point is that if he acts rashly, it will only make the countries along the way suspicious of his purpose in going to the Atlantic, and they may even exclude them and prevent them from going ashore to replenish supplies. This will not only affect all subsequent itineraries, but also the reputation of the entire Ming dynasty. That's why Zheng He chose to prioritize the overall situation and refrain from taking action. When the Western King learned that his subordinates had mistakenly killed soldiers of the Ming dynasty, he was terrified. Because he knew that Zheng He was leading more than 27,000 well-trained soldiers of the Ming dynasty, as well as the most powerful weapons and munitions of the Ming dynasty. If Zheng He gave the order, the entire island of Java would be razed to the ground, and he would be riddled with bullets. After careful consideration, the king of the West immediately sent an envoy to apologize to Zheng He, expressing his remorse repeatedly, and finally cleared up the misunderstanding. Of course, this was not just a simple clarification of a misunderstanding. Since then, Java has been a vassal state of the Ming dynasty, willingly paying tribute every year. After seeing the Ming dynasty's friendliness and magnanimity, several small neighboring countries also extended goodwill to it and expressed their willingness to submit to its rule. Each time they returned, these countries would send envoys to accompany Zheng He to the Ming dynasty to pay tribute to Emperor Yongle, Zhu Di. After learning about this, Zhu Di praised Zheng He highly, saying that he knew how to sacrifice his own interests for the greater good. Robbing, killing, and seizing cannot subdue the people. Even if they do, riots and rebellions will break out after a brief period of submission. Nor can it lead to a better integration of the two cultures. The best way to conquer is not by using force, but by making them willingly submit, and use their friendly actions to promote development and exchange. That's real vision. Some Japanese devils who are living comfortably really need to learn from this. After finishing the story, Jiang Nan took a deep breath and said, "The reason I told this story is to tell everyone that accidents do happen frequently during voyages, and many people have died. To this day, many soldiers are still buried in foreign lands." It truly lives up to the saying, "The soul calls from 10,000 miles away. To die in battle is to return home." Jiang Nan wasn't simply telling a story. He was also carefully examining every corner of the stone chamber, and finally, he discovered another strange place. There was a small hole in the wall diagonally above. The entrance to the cave is very small, only allowing one person to crawl in at a time. Moreover, only people with a slender build can climb in. Obese people simply cannot. Why is there still a small hole? What's inside? Jiang Nan walked over with a heart full of doubt, took his headlamp, and shone it inside. Inside was a long, narrow passage, pitch black, and you couldn't see anything. At this point, the number of viewers in the live stream was increasing, including some professional archaeologists. Jiang Nan discovered a group of burial sites for some soldiers from Zheng He's fleet, and the sculpture there is very likely to be Zheng He's own likeness. How could these professionals not be excited? Even if it's just through a screen, they're eager to see it. Now that Jiang Nan has discovered another strange little hole, they are even more excited and wish they could immediately pass through the screen and crawl in Jiang Nan's place. Although it looks a bit like a dog hole, we've come this far, so let's go in and find out. Jiang Nan bit her lip, held her breath, and went straight inside. Chapter 194: The animal most like a dragon in the world. Jiang Nan climbed through the narrow tunnel for about 7 or 8 minutes. If a claustrophobic person were in this environment, they would have gone insane long ago. The key tunnel is winding and twisting, requiring you to change direction every few steps, just like a maze. Moreover, Jiang Nan always had a feeling that he was constantly moving upwards. When Jiang Nan emerged from the tunnel, he found himself in a space of several tens of square meters. These spaces were not created by humans, and there are no traces of human activity. Everything is completely natural. There is a pool of water directly in front of the space. I don't know if it's groundwater or if it came from somewhere else. Jiang Nan walked forward slowly, and when he saw the animals in the pool clearly, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. This is too lucky. We previously discovered a bird of paradise that looks like a phoenix on the main island of the Great Barrier Reef, and now we've discovered a legendary dragon on Hard Island. The key is the 5-clawed golden dragon from our Chinese mythology, not the winged lizard from Western countries. As soon as Jiang Nan finished speaking, the live stream room erupted in excitement. He's gone mad. The island owner has gone mad. Dragon? I laughed. How could there possibly be a dragon in this world? Hey upstairs, how can you be sure there are no dragons in the world? Our ancestors wouldn't just randomly put animals that don't exist into the 12 zodiac animals. Who says no one has ever seen a dragon? I have. My father-in-law is really deaf. I've seen a real dragon. Once, I was taking pictures of the scenery with my phone and I saw it in the clouds. But after I posted it online, many people didn't believe me and said it was special effects. But I can say with 100% certainty that it was a dragon. Has everyone forgotten the Yingkou dragon incident? That was definitely a dragon. Otherwise, why would the news have been suppressed? I understand. Did the island lord see the anaconda? As the saying goes, a snake grows into a python grows into an anaconda grows into a dragon, and a dragon grows into a jiao. Few people have seen a dragon, but the anaconda truly exists. If it were an anaconda, the island lord would be dead by now. Anacondas are 10 meters long. The island lord wouldn't even be enough to fill its teeth. According to the classic of mountains and seas, there were indeed dragons in the past, but they were all eaten to extinction by humans. That makes sense. As we all know, the classic of mountains and seas is essentially a recipe. The 5 divine beasts of China: azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and Kailan. The dragon ranks first. In ancient times, the dragon was a symbol of good fortune, and every emperor wanted to be likened to a reincarnation of a dragon. This led to many legends, such as the extraordinary phenomena at the birth of some emperors and the appearance of dragon shadows in the sky. Although there have been many legends about dragons throughout history, and especially now, many people have actually photographed dragons. For some reason, these stories have disappeared without a trace. However, when it comes to dragons, almost everyone can give a long speech. In just a few seconds, the previously quiet and subdued live stream room became lively again. The barrage of comments was so numerous that Jiang Nan couldn't keep up, so he decided to speak up and express his opinion, saying, "Whether dragons exist in this world or not is a matter of opinion and perspective. I'm no exception. I believe they do exist. Perhaps dragons live in certain special areas, such as the deep sea, which are inaccessible to humans." In modern times, a dragon did indeed fall in Yingkou. Although the authorities tried their best to suppress the news, everyone at the time claimed that they saw the dragon with their own eyes. Not only that, but it's rumored that a museum in an island nation even preserves dragon bones. In ancient times, according to the Shuowenjizi, a dictionary of Chinese characters, the dragon is the chief of all scaly creatures. It can be hidden or visible, small or large, short or long. It ascends to the sky at the spring equinox and dives into the abyss at the autumn equinox. During the Ming Dynasty, the image of the dragon became more concrete and detailed. The Compendium of Materia Medica records, its head resembles a camel's head, its horns a deer's, its eyes a rabbit's, its ears a cow's, its neck a snake's, its belly a clam's, its scales a carp's, its claws an eagle's, and its paws a tiger's. It has 81 scales on its back, representing the yang number 9. Its voice is like the clanging of a bronze plate. It has whiskers beside its mouth, a bright pearl under its chin, a reverse scale under its throat, and a bashan on its head, also known as a chimu. A dragon cannot ascend to heaven without a chimu. Its breath can turn into clouds, and it can transform into both water and fire. In addition, in the well-known classic romance of the Three Kingdoms, Luo Guanzhong also summarized the characteristics of the dragon through Cao Cao's words. He said, "The dragon can be big or small, can rise or hide. When it is big, it stirs up clouds and mists. When it is small, it hides its form. When it rises, it soars between the universe. When it hides, it lies dormant in the waves." Now that spring is in full bloom, the dragon takes advantage of the time to change, just as a person who has achieved his ambitions can roam freely across the 4 seas. If our ancestors never saw a dragon, how could they have recorded it in such detail? And why are there records from every dynasty? Although humans cannot be 100% certain that dragons exist in this world, we have discovered 3 animals that look very much like dragons. The first type is the anaconda that everyone just mentioned, but the anaconda is just a larger snake, nothing more. The second animal is called the armadillo lizard, which is closer to the dragon in Western mythology and is seriously inconsistent with the Chinese dragon. Moreover, it is not domineering at all. When threatened, it will put its tail in its mouth, curl itself into an indestructible ball, and then quickly roll down the slope to escape. This strange way of escaping is very similar to that of another strange mammal, the armadillo, hence the name. However, this guy has thick, hard scales on his body, which is somewhat similar to our Chinese dragon. The last animal is the salamander. As he spoke, Jiang Nan turned the camera towards the pool and zoomed in. In the pool, there was a golden animal. It has the body of a snake, but also has 4 claws. It looks a bit like a miniature lizard, but even more like a dragon, because it also has small fleshy horns on its head. It's a pity it doesn't have scales, otherwise it would look even more like one. What? It really is a dragon. My goodness. I can't believe I've actually seen a dragon in my lifetime. This is amazing. I'm going to call my family over. I'm speechless. I hope this dragon will bless me to find a rich woman soon, and that she'll kick the bucket in 6 months and leave me her entire inheritance. Hey upstairs, you haven't even collected all the Dragon Balls, and you're still trying to take advantage? A newt. It really is a newt. I've seen newts online before, but most of them are white. This is the first time I've seen a golden one. That's right, with the golden color, it looks just like a dragon. This is so cute. The word adorable was made just for it. I really want to give her a kiss. I wonder if I can get some good luck from it. The appearance of the salamander instantly melted the hearts of all the viewers in the live stream. Almost no one can resist the charm of cute little animals. Some of them took photos, some made wishes, and some gave praise. In short, everyone forgot to discuss whether dragons actually exist. Jiang Nan remained calm and squatted down to observe closely. This salamander is as big as an adult's palm. Perhaps because of its golden skin, it also emits a faint glow, making it look even more magical. Chapter 195 Salamander. Living from the Ming Dynasty to the present. Salamander. Of all the animals discovered in the world so far, the one that most resembles a dragon. While admiring the newts up close, Jiang Nan explained, there are over 400 known species of salamanders in the world, and more than a dozen of them are on the verge of extinction. The one in front of us has a very impressive name, Emperor Salamander. The most distinctive feature of the Emperor Salamander is the golden spots on its back. However, most Emperor Salamanders have black skin, but this one is yellow. It must have mutated from staying here for many years. When it was permitted to keep salamanders as pets, the price of an Emperor Salamander was several times higher than that of other salamanders. Later, as its wild population declined by about 80%, it was successfully listed as an endangered protected animal and prohibited from being kept as a pet. Furthermore, artificial breeding is extremely difficult because emperor salamanders can only survive at temperatures below 23 degrees Celsius. The viewers in the live stream listened very attentively. My goodness, over 400 kinds. Since emperor salamanders cannot be kept as pets, can other salamanders be kept as pets? Does anyone know the price of a pet salamander? I really want to have one. After all, it's a dragon. Maybe it can ward off evil spirits. I just searched it on Baidu and found that the cheapest axolotl only costs a little over 10 yuan. What? Really? I'll place an order. I have to. What did the island lord just say? This salamander has been here all along. Could it have been here since the Ming dynasty? Otherwise, how could it have mutated? On that day, pet salamanders were in high demand on major shopping platforms, with some even experiencing shortages. I ask you, who wouldn't want to raise a dragon? Jiang Nan didn't actually sell any products, yet the results were hundreds of times better than those live streamers who used tricks to sell products. A classic case of unintended success. Since everyone is so interested in keeping salamanders, I must give you a brief introduction. Don't disturb the salamander during the day, because it's a night owl and only comes out at night. On a regular basis, they need to be fed small insects such as earthworms, tadpoles, and snails. The most important thing is, never try to touch or kiss a salamander just because it looks cute. Jiang Nan glanced at the comments and dutifully explained, most salamanders look cute and pretty, but Zhang Wuji's mother once said that the prettier a woman is, the more dangerous she is, and salamanders are no exception. Salamanders are poisonous. In their tiny glands, they contain a deadly bacterium that they can use to produce a toxin called tetrodotoxin. When a salamander is attacked, it immediately secretes this deadly neurotoxin, making it impossible for its opponent to catch it and leaving it helpless. Many animals are already afraid and keep their distance just because they see their colors from a distance. Even snakes are no match for them. When a snake attacks a salamander, the salamander secretes a glue-like substance from its tail. It then uses its tail to relentlessly and violently lash the snake's head until the snake's mouth is stuck shut with the secretion. Eventually, the snake is stuck together and completely unable to move. This is just one of the salamander's survival strategies. Those who enjoy watching superhero movies should be familiar with Wolverine and Deadpool. They are highly skilled, and most importantly, they have a strong ability to heal themselves. Especially Deadpool. Even if his body is chopped into pieces, he can grow back. And the salamander's tissue regeneration ability is equally terrifying and abnormal. Thanks to tissue regeneration, salamanders not only do not produce scars, but also almost perfectly replicate the area before the damage, making salamanders a template for perfect regeneration. Even if the spinal cord or brain is damaged, they can be perfectly repaired. Currently, humans have begun to study salamanders in an attempt to invent related drugs. If we can research scarless healing methods, we can significantly accelerate the postoperative recovery process for patients. If we can develop tissue regeneration, we can treat many more incurable diseases. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream could no longer remain calm. What? Salamanders are like this? The Deadpool of the animal kingdom? I can't take it anymore. The more I hear about salamanders, the more I like them. I have to buy one. Oh my god, buy it. Jiang Nan smiled calmly and said, what's so special about tissue regeneration? Compared to the salamander's third ability, it's not even worthy of carrying its shoes. Some salamanders only live for a dozen years or so, but some salamanders are very long-lived, with lifespans that humans can only dream of. In this world, perhaps only turtles can fight against it. The longest-lived salamander discovered to date is over 200 years old. Even after the Jiang Nan science popularization session ended, the viewers in the live broadcast room were still unable to calm down for a long time. Some of them had never even heard of salamanders before. This was the first time they had ever seen one. Some people may know about salamanders and have even kept them as pets, but they never imagined that salamanders, which look small and cute, could be so domineering. Putting aside the fact that it is poisonous, the fact that it can regenerate tissue and live for 200 years is already astonishing, and it makes people increasingly believe that salamanders have some kind of connection with the legendary dragon. They might be close relatives. While the audience was still in shock, Jiang Nan continued. I looked around and found that there were no small caves here that this salamander could squeeze into. Moreover, we are already some unknown depth underground, making it impossible for salamanders to get in. Therefore, there is only one possibility. It was here when this large burial complex was built. If that's really the case, then it must have lived for hundreds of years and be an animal from the Ming dynasty. Easily broke the world record held by a salamander that had lived for over 200 years. Jiang Nan became more and more certain of his statement the more he thought about it. In ancient times, the dragon was equivalent to the emperor and was supreme. Although these soldiers in the large burial complex died in foreign lands and could not return, they were undoubtedly treated the best by having Zheng He statues guarding their front and salamanders resembling dragons protecting their rear. Animals from the Ming dynasty? Really? Island Lord, you can't be joking. How could any animal possibly live that long? The viewers in the live stream expressed their doubts once again. It's not that they can't accept it, but rather it's a basic human instinct. When faced with things that are better than themselves, humans tend to either admire or question them, and some might even say, I could do that too. Just like when Su Bingtian broke the world record. Although he received a lot of flowers, applause, medals and honors, he also faced a lot of doubts. Some people even arrogantly said that they had already broken Su Bingtian's world record when they were in junior high school. I can do it too, is one of the biggest illusions of humankind. It's as famous as she seems to like me. Chapter 196, The 10 Great Emperors of China. Have you ever heard of the shark that death forgot? Jiang Nan smiled calmly and said, there is a type of shark in the world called the Greenland shark. It is different from ordinary sharks. Although its body length can be comparable to that of a great white shark, its lifespan can reach hundreds of years. It is ferocious and will feed on other animals in the ocean, and it will even eat its own kind when it gets vicious. Its longevity is partly due to its slow metabolism. Although these sleeper sharks are huge, they only grow about 1 centimeter per year. In addition, they are the absolute kings of the sea, and few animals can compete with them. As a result, their living environment will be much easier. Based on their age, they only reach adulthood and begin to reproduce when they are over 100 years old. Scientists once discovered a Greenland shark that lived for 400 years, which means it was very likely born during the reign of Emperor Jin of the Ming dynasty. And 400 years is just a conservative estimate. Scientists believe it may live longer, even more than 500 years. Sharks can survive from the Ming dynasty to the present day, let alone the even more resilient salamanders. Moreover, this salamander in front of us is very likely to have mutated. It is undisturbed by the outside world all year round, and has no fear of being scared. In addition, there are plenty of plankton in the pool to eat and drink. I believe it can definitely live from the time of Emperor Yongle of the Ming dynasty to the present day. Every word Jiang Nan spoke struck a chord with the audience. If it really is a newt that has lived since the Ming dynasty, then the island owner has truly struck gold. They're both human, so why is it that one of them raises a cheap salamander that costs only a few dollars, while the island owner raises a mutated salamander that has lived for hundreds of years? The difference is like heaven and earth. You've stayed here for hundreds of years. It's time to go and see the outside world. Jiang Nan rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a sturdy plastic bag. Next, the plastic bag was placed in the pond. As the water flowed in, the salamander, which had been quietly staying in place, was also swept in. And so, Jiang Nan carried the mutated salamander in a plastic bag and returned the way he came. He didn't linger when passing the large burial area and continued walking back. Once back in the passage, before finally leaving, Jiang Nan moved the Zheng He sculpture back to its original position. Using the same grappling hook as Batman, Jiang Nan returned to the cave. When they emerged from the winding tunnel, the black bear mother, Kezia, who had been waiting in the same spot, had already pounced on them impatiently. Only after confirming that all was well in Jiang Nan did his agitated emotions subside slightly. Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. Let's go back. Jiang Nan gently patted the head of the black bear mother in her robe, offering words of comfort. The black bear mother in her robe nodded human-like gesture and continued to lead the way. When they returned to the cave, it was still pitch black outside, and the heavy rain continued to pour down. Meanwhile, Xiongda and Xiong'er snuggled into the arms of the moose Lu Fei and fell fast asleep. Snot bubbles even came out of Xiong'er's nostrils. With each breath, The snot bubbles grew bigger and smaller, which was quite adorable. Coyotes and badgers that had come to take shelter from the rain were also resting together. The departure of Jiang Nan and the black bear mother's robe did not affect them, as if nothing had ever happened. Jiang Nan didn't disturb the animals. He went to the fire, added some firewood, and finally sat down. For the first time in hundreds of years, the golden newt saw the outside world and was full of curiosity about everything, swimming back and forth in the plastic bag. Jiang Nan casually grabbed a small snail from the wall beside him and put it in a plastic bag. The salamander opened its mouth wide and swallowed it whole without hesitation. Finally, it climbed to the edge of the plastic bag, stared wide-eyed at Jiang Nan, and licked its lips with its pink tongue, still wanting more. It seems that after staying in the underground pool for so many years, you really haven't eaten anything good. Jiang Nan smiled and continued catching snails for the salamanders to eat. Anyway, now that it's raining, the snails have become more active and are crawling all over the cave walls, so there's no need to worry about them being hard to catch. Goodness, for this little salamander, all these snails in front of it are practically a free lunch. Salamander, who are you calling a little kid? When I was alive, your ancestors for 18 generations back weren't even born yet. Salamander, after holding back for hundreds of years, I can finally have a good feast. Sun Wukong, this feeling is familiar to me. Seeing the enthusiastic audience, Jiang Nan suggested, why don't we give this salamander a name? Salamanders are dragons, and dragons are emperors, so let's name it after an emperor. Let's choose the most awesome emperor from all the ancient emperors. It was time for the familiar naming segment again, and the audience became even more active, expressing their ideas and hoping that their chosen names would be adopted. What the island owner said is so interesting. Eddie Peng is a man, and I'm a man too, so doesn't that mean I'm Eddie Peng? Ha ha ha. Upstairs you figured this out? That's right, I am Eddie Peng. I'm not Eddie Peng. I'm the most handsome Erlang Shun, Vincent Tiao. I'll treat you to beer and clams. Ing Zheng. He must be called Ing Zheng. Am I Li Lao Air, not prestigious enough? Lucio. I'll just smile and say nothing. Zhu Di. Since this salamander is from the same era as me, let's name it after me. Zhu Yuanzhang. Fourth son, look into your father's eyes, and I'll allow you to say it again. By the way, is this salamander male or female? If it's female, wouldn't it be perfect to name it Wu Zaishan? Emperor Kangzi also wants to join the group chat. Zhu Qichen, can we name it after the worst emperor? Hu Hai and Sima Yin expressed their agreement. Jiang Nan, watching the increasingly rapid scrolling of comments, said, let's still call him Kongba. Throughout Chinese history, there have been many emperors. If we were to rank all the emperors, the top 10 would be without a doubt. Qin Shi Huang, Liu Bang, Emperor Zhou of Han, Emperor Wu of Han, Emperor Guangyu of Han, Emperor Wen of Sui, Emperor Taizong of Tang, Emperor Taizhu of Song, Zhu Yuanzhang, Emperor Qinzhu of Ming, and Emperor Xinzhu of Qing. However, some people may not be satisfied with this order. Some people also think that Genghis Khan, Wu Zaishan, and others should be added. But the number one spot belongs to Ing Zheng, who deserves everyone's praise. Just like in fantasy novels, the ceiling is never known, but the floor tile is always Tang's San. The reason why Jiang Nan did not choose Ing Zheng as its name, but instead chose Kongba, is mainly because this salamander has lived from the Ming dynasty to the present day. Although it is very likely from the reign of Emperor Yongle, Zhu Di, since Zhu Di was most afraid of his father, he simply named it after his father's nickname. Seeing the constant questions raised by viewers in the live chat, Jiang Nan immediately offered an explanation. After explaining, he was bored, so he took out his notebook and drew everything that had just happened. Chapter 197, A Wonder. A Rainbow in the Rain. By the time the painting of Jiang Nan was finished, the sky was gradually turning white. But the torrential rain showed no signs of stopping. Jiang Nan thought for a moment and then decisively used the rainbow summoning card rewarded by the system. For a moment, the raindrops were still pouring down relentlessly, but a rainbow quietly appeared overhead. The colors are red like wine, orange like orange juice, yellow like bananas, green like dates, cyan like apples, and purple like blueberries. The 7 colors are very soft and clear, and just one glance can bring joy to the heart. A rainbow appeared in the rain. It was breathtaking. It's as if it has directly transported Jiang Nan into a fairy tale world. Wow, there's a rainbow on a rainy day. This is the first time I've ever seen this. It's truly incredible. The island owner is quite lucky. He actually witnessed the spectacular sight of a rainbow in the rain. When I was a child, I experienced sunny days, but it would still pour rain. I just saw a video on Douyin a few days ago that seemed to show lightning, rain, sunshine, and a rainbow all at the same time. There are more and more bugs in this world. It seems that even the people in the sky are starting to slack off. What are you waiting for? Make a wish. Today we encountered the animal that looks most like a dragon, and we also saw a rainbow in the rain. Your wish will definitely come true. These are all good omens, indicating that the island owner will have a series of good fortunes ahead. The viewers in the live stream had been watching all night and were already sleepy, some even yawning incessantly. But after seeing the spectacular rainbow in the rain, they immediately perked up. It's like a starving person eating a Snickers bar, or even more like drinking a sports drink. Whether it was due to the rainbow, or because the downpour had come to an end, the sky finally cleared up about half an hour later. The honeybee flapped its wings and was the first to fly out of the cave. The coyotes and badgers woke up shortly after, and after taking a deep look at Jiang Nan, they also left. Jiang Nan, fighting off his drowsiness, extinguished the fire, mounted his moose, and prepared to return. Chirp chirp. Just then, the honeybird flew back. Upon hearing the noise, the black bear mother, Kejapa, who was fast asleep, immediately opened her eyes, working even better than an alarm clock. Although Xiongda and Xiong were still a little sleepy, they perked up and followed along happily. Let's follow them and see. Maybe we can get some more honey, Jiang Nan said softly. After traveling through the forest for more than 10 minutes, the honeybird stopped on a large tree. Knowing it was time to eat, the black bear mother opened her mouth wide and pounced on the tree. Not wanting to fall behind, Xiongda and Xiong started walking faster and faster. A family of 3 black bears pounced on a big tree and gnawed at it for a long time, but they couldn't find a single drop of honey. They initially thought the honeybird had made a mistake, and even looked up at it with a puzzled expression. The honeybird stood on the tree trunk, chirping incessantly, as if to say, "This is it. I can't be wrong." Helpless, they could only look to the belated arrival of Jiang Nan. "Let me see what's going on." Jiang Nan smiled helplessly, took out a dagger from his waist, and stepped forward. The bark of this large tree is dark and shiny, and it looks very old. The trunk is so thick that it would take 2 adults with outstretched arms to hug it. This is not surprising. What is strange is that the big tree is dead, but not completely dead. It is in a state of being half alive and half dead. Perhaps because it was struck by lightning, the left half of the trunk was completely charred, and the top branches no longer had any leaves, while the right half was still growing vigorously, with lush and verdant branches and leaves at the top. Jiang Nan circled around to the withered left half and, after careful observation, discovered a crack there, from which bees were constantly flying out. He calmly used his dagger to pry open a section of the bark near the crack. In an instant, everything hidden beneath the tree bark was revealed. Honeycomb. This is a mini honeycomb. Peace. Mini? These 2 words sound contradictory and seem incompatible. But the beehive before us must be described in this way. The reason I say a patch is because the area under the bark is densely covered with beehives. This is only what we saw after opening up a small portion of the hive. If we opened up the whole hive, there might be even more. They are called mini because these beehives are not very big. Each one is about the size of a palm. Some are even only the size of a 7 or 8-year-old child's fist. Small and exquisite. It was completely different from the large beehives that Jiang Nan had encountered in the palm groves before. My goodness, so many beehives. The honey fly is truly amazing. It managed to find so many at once. The island lord is rich this time. It's all fresh wild honey. Say no more, island owner. Hurry up and post the link. The viewers in the live stream are already craving it. Luckily, it's breakfast time now, and some viewers have already started eating while watching, otherwise they would have been drooling. Even so, some viewers couldn't resist making themselves a cup of honey. I'll only take a portion. You can divide the rest among yourselves. Jiang Nan didn't rush to collect the honey. Instead, he looked at the honey leopard and the black bear family beside him and said solemnly. The honeydew and the black bear family were already hungry and were all staring longingly at the beehive. If Jiang Nan hadn't been standing in their way, they would have pounced on them long ago. After Jiang Nan finished speaking, he took out tools from the backpack on the back of the moose Luffy and began to make honey for himself. Faced with the sudden intruders, these bees did not launch a fierce attack as they had before, but instead frantically scurried up and down. Because of their sheer number, they quickly surrounded Jiang Nan, with some even landing on the area, causing concern among viewers in the live stream. What? So many bees. Island owner, run. Otherwise you'll get stung, and your head will turn into a pig's head again. Island owner. Please make your statement clear. Last time, it wasn't me who got stung and turned into a pig's head, but a family of black bears. Your statement is clearly questioning my professionalism. Wait, didn't you notice that the island owner isn't afraid of these bees at all? That's right. The bees have all landed on the island owner, and he's still completely unmoved. I understand. The island lord must have mastered the Vajra indestructible divine skill, the #1 martial art in the world. The audience gradually noticed something amiss. Jiang Nan calmly zoomed in on the drone's camera and pointed it at the bees surrounding him, smiling slightly as he said. Everyone was so shocked by the sheer number of beehives that they didn't really look at the bees properly. Now take a closer look. As the camera zoomed in, viewers in the live stream finally realized that the bees in front of them were completely different from those they had encountered before. Although they look very similar and are covered in pollen, they appear to be much smaller overall. It's even half the size of a regular bee. Chapter 198, the smallest bee in the world than a mosquito. Is that a bee? It looks like a ladybug. I just swatted a mosquito, and when I compared them, I found that these bees were actually smaller than mosquitoes. Did the mosquito cheat on its owner, or did the bee have an affair? The viewers in the live stream became increasingly confused. These bees, smaller than mosquitoes, are called stingless bees. Jiang Nan pointed to a group of bees standing on his arm and said, "Look closely at their legs. They're covered in pollen." Just like their name suggests, the biggest difference between them and other bees is that they don't have stingers, so they won't sting. As they spoke, more and more bees crawled onto Jiang Nan's body. Looking into the distance, the Jiang Nan region, surrounded by bees, seems to be wearing a black coat. If someone with trypophobia saw this scene, they would be terrified. Seemingly to verify that these stingless bees were not philosophers, Jiang Nan deliberately shook his hands so that the audience could see them more clearly. Strange. If they don't have stingers, how do they protect themselves and their hive? For bees, their stinger is their weapon. If they don't even have a weapon, wouldn't they be at the mercy of others? There are many animals in the wild that like to eat honey. If they find a nest of stingless bees, wouldn't the stingless bees face extinction? When God closes a door, he opens a window. So where is the window that stingless bees have? The viewers in the live stream were becoming increasingly confused. Blind students, you've discovered the key point. Jiang Nan smiled slightly and began to explain. Stingless bees do not have stingers, but they are small, and the hives they build are also very small. If it weren't for the honey cricket leading the way today, I'm afraid my black bear mother and I would never have found them in our lives. After speaking, Jiang Nan zoomed in on the camera again. This time, instead of targeting stingless bees, they targeted tree bark. A trickle of water was seen slowly flowing down from the dark bark, extending all the way to the ground. These sticky water stains are honey. Jiang Nan gently patted the tree bark and said, because they are so small, the stingless bees and their nests are very well hidden. As you can see, this group of stingless bees has built many, many hives in the bark of the left half of this big tree. In other words, they have lived here for many years without being discovered by nearby animals. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many beehives that the honey was squeezed out and flowed out, attracting the attention of the honey crickets, they could probably have stayed here for several more years. Even top hive hunters like honeybirds can only find stingless beehives by relying on honey that has accidentally leaked out, let alone other animals. Besides that, God really did open windows for stingless bees, and 4 of them at once. First, stingless bees release a toxic gas when their lives are threatened. This poison gas has a very unpleasant smell. It can not only obscure the enemy's vision, but also affect the enemy's sense of smell, thus serving as a deterrent. Secondly, stingless bees also secrete a corrosive liquid. This liquid is highly lethal. Under normal circumstances, small insects such as mosquitoes, flies, and ladybugs will die once they come into contact with it. Moreover, stingless wasps can secrete this venom over a wide area. Third, the mandibles of stingless bees are very well developed, several times more so than those of ordinary bees. Furthermore, their lower jaws have serrated edges, which directly contributes to their exceptionally strong biting ability. They can easily bite through the fur of even large animals, such as bears. Fourth, stingless bees can not only collect nectar, but also sap, which is an ability that other bees do not have. The stingless bee has a structure on its hind legs that can store propolis, so the stingless bee always has propolis stored on its hind legs. This propolis has excellent adhesive properties. When encountering enemies, they use this highly viscous propolis to stick to the attacker, rendering the attacker immobile, and then tear it apart with their powerful jaws. To sum it up in one sentence, Propolis is the mage, and the jaw is the archer. Once the mage has control, the archer can easily deal damage. These four abilities will not threaten the life of stingless bees, while bees with stingers will inevitably die after stinging a person. Because a bee's stinger is attached to its internal organs, and the stinger has barbs. If a bee stings a person or other animal, these barbs will get stuck in the skin, the bee's tail will be broken off, and even some of its internal organs will be pulled out. Ordinary bees that sting people basically cannot survive, while stingless bees do not have such a structure, which means that stingless bees have a much lower mortality rate than ordinary bees after defending or attacking. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. They never imagined that such a tiny bee could have so many functions. Compared to these bees, I feel like a complete waste. Since these bees have so many abilities, why don't they attack the island owner? Island Lord, isn't it good that you're not attacking me? Do you want me to go see the King of Hell? I have a question. If all the honey in these hives is extracted, won't the stingless bees be left homeless? I suddenly remembered a classic saying. In the eyes of humans, there are only two kinds of bees in this world, the killer bees in the wild, and the good bees that know how to collect nectar. Jiang Nan glanced at the comments and continued taking out honey, saying, stingless bees only attack when their lives are threatened. They are generally very friendly. Even if you take their honey, they won't go crazy. They'll just be anxious. That's why they haven't attacked me yet. Secondly, the hives of stingless bees here are already overflowing with honey, and it is believed that other animals will soon be attracted here. To save these stingless bees, we must harvest all the honey. Otherwise, when other honey-hunting animals come to eat it, they will be much more ferocious and ruthless than me. They might even kill these tiny stingless bees. And there's no need to worry about stingless bees being homeless, because stingless bees have a very strong tendency to congregate. Even without a hive, they won't scatter in a chaotic mess. Instead, they'll move together and find a more secluded place to build their hive. Finally, I would like to add that because stingless bees are relatively docile, they have now begun to be artificially bred in China, especially in Zhejiang. The stingless bee is small and flexible, allowing it to go deeper into the flower tube to collect nectar, fully pollinating crops, fruit trees, and Chinese medicinal herbs, and the effect is better than other ordinary bees. A classic case of an inch longer, an inch stronger. Chapter 199 Going Home. The Typing Spider. After the science popularization session, Jiang Nan filled 2 large bottles with honey before leaving. Before leaving, he waved to the family of 3, including the shrew and the black bear, and whispered, I'm leaving heart-shaped island now. We'll meet again someday. That's right, Jiang Nan is leaving. He had originally planned to get back before the storm hit, so he was in a great hurry to complete the free solo climb. Unexpectedly, the storm came so quickly and was so terrifying. He must get back as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knows what kind of damage the houses on the main island would have suffered from the storm. Only after the storm can the value of the island keeper be truly appreciated. Jiang Nan needs to rush back to repair and inspect various facilities. Seemingly understanding what Jiang Nan said, the black bear mother, Kezia, abandoned the delicious and sweet honey and decisively pounced on it. Big Bear and Little Bear followed along eagerly. I've never seen them so excited when I said goodbye to them before in Jiang Nan. Thump. The black bear mother pounced on Jiang Nan and pinned him to the ground, licking him incessantly with her tongue. Xiongda and Xiong'er also took the opportunity to snuggle into Jiang Nan's arms, whimpering incessantly, showing their affection. It's clear that they are very reluctant to leave Jiang Nan and are trying to retain it in this way. Wow, this black bear family is so clever. The saying all things have a spirit is absolutely true, except for mosquitoes and cockroaches. Island Master, don't go. Island Master, how will I live if you leave? The island lord was taken advantage of by a mother bear. Pass this message down. The island owner had relations with a mother bear. Pass this on. The island owner had relations with the mother bear and then denied it afterward. The mother bear could only desperately try to keep him with her cubs, and the story was passed down. The island lord abandoned his wife and children, spread the word. What should have been a heartwarming scene turned into a farce for the viewers in the live stream. You guys are so perceptive, you even knew to try and keep me here. Looking at the reluctant black bear family, Jiang Nan kept stroking them and said softly, it's not like I'm not coming back. We'll have a chance to meet again, don't worry. And so, Jiang Nan began to comfort the black bear family, and after playing with them for a while, they reluctantly let go of him. Jiang Nan waved goodbye to the black bear family, rode his moose Luffy, and finally returned to the tent camp after a night. As he said, the tent set up by the system was very sturdy, and even though the storm last night was unusually strong, the tent remained completely still and was not blown over. After everything in the tent was tidied up, Jiang Nan was ready to officially leave Heart-Shaped Island. He had a great time on this trip to Heart-Shaped Island, getting to know many small animals. Before leaving, he also took several small animals with him: a newt, a giant sea eagle, the quokka twins, Xiang Yang and Lazy Yang Yang, and a family of 10 sugar glokes. He really wanted to take Moose Luffy with him, but this time he was going to ride the great white shark back, and Moose Luffy couldn't get on at all. In addition to taking these animals with him, Jiang Nan also secretly put bionic fish into the heart-shaped lake in front of him, so that he could observe the battle of the Hunghing otters anytime and anywhere. The system rewarded 3 bionic fish. One was placed in the beaver's home, one was used to observe otters, and Jiang Nan decided to place the last one in the waters near the main island, so that he could observe more marine animals. I'm leaving now. Live well on Heart Island. I'll come back to visit you often. If you encounter any danger, you can go to the black bear family at any time. On this island, few animals can threaten them. Moose Luffy carried Jiang Nan all the way to the seaside. After jumping off Moose Luffy's back, Jiang Nan kept stroking Moose Luffy's head and giving him repeated instructions. The Moose Luffy was smarter and more intelligent than the black bear family. It kept nuzzling Jiang Nan with its head, looking reluctant to leave. After rubbing against it for a minute, it turned around, ran into the forest, and disappeared. Go home. Jiang Nan watched the moose fly away, stretched, and said, I wonder if the mother and baby great white shark are still waiting for me in the nearby waters. If not, then it's a tragedy. As soon as Jiang Nan finished speaking, the live stream chat exploded with excitement. Island Master, don't go. Look up at your head. Good heavens. There's a spider there. This spider is huge. It reminds me of the spider demon from Journey to the West. Wait a minute. Something's not right with this spider. Is it writing? Are even spiders this cultured now? By the way, where do they go to school? Am I the only one who feels this is weird? I'm most afraid of all kinds of insects in my life. Is the island owner stuck? There's a giant spider that can right behind you. Don't miss it. Jiang Nan glanced at the comments and was immediately stunned. A giant spider? Can you even write? At first, he thought the audience was joking with him, but when he looked up, he saw that there was indeed a spider on the big tree in front of him. It has to be said, this spider is really big, about half the size of an adult's palm. In daily life, the spiders we see are generally very small, about the size of a thumbnail. This one in front of us is dozens of times larger than an ordinary spider. This spider has bright colors and, like other spiders, 8 long legs, with a ferocious face. At first glance, it is indeed quite frightening. However, if you put it into the context of the spider demon played by Wang Liqin in Journey to the West, the Demon Strike Back, it suddenly becomes incredibly beautiful. Most of it is unimportant. What is truly astonishing is that it actually managed to weave several English letters into the enormous spider web. It's just that because of the angle, you can't tell what it is at first glance. Jiang Nan wandered around under the tree for a while, found a suitable angle, and finally recognized it. See you next time? Welcome back next time. Although a few letters may be a little unclear because the weaving was too rushed, that's roughly the meaning. Wow, are spiders this polite nowadays? Jiang Nan was overjoyed and ecstatic. He never expected that as he was leaving, a strange spider would greet him so politely. Jiang Nan stood under the big tree and observed it carefully again, discovering that the spider had woven many webs between the branches. These spider webs also have many crooked English letters. The letters on the other spider webs were too ugly and some were broken, so they couldn't be arranged at all. Only the one we saw at the beginning could be perfectly combined to form a sentence. Everyone knows spiders can web, but who has ever seen a spider write, let alone a complete sentence? It's no wonder that some female viewers in the live stream were frightened. If a male viewer were to witness such a scene in the dead of night in the wilderness, he would be terrified. What's the difference between this and following a girl with a good figure, but whose face you can't see clearly late at night, only to have her walk all the way to a cemetery and then say, I'm already home. Why are you still following me? Chapter 200 Black Widow, not even sparing her own kind. I have reason to believe that what Xing Shaoxian from iPartment 3 said about the origin of the internet being a spider called the internet is absolutely correct. I understand now. Did ancient Western sorcerers make prophecies by observing the writing woven by spiders? If a spider that could write text appeared in a tomb raiding novel, It would be absolutely terrifying. The viewers in the live stream were saying increasingly outrageous things. Jiang Nan could only smile wryly and explain. Actually, this is just an ordinary golden spider, which is very common in the wild. Now everyone's living and working places are very clean, and they clean almost every day, so it is naturally difficult for golden spiders to grow big, and their size will be relatively smaller. It's natural to find it quite unusual to occasionally see a large spider. As for the writing that everyone talks about, it's just that the spider weaves its webs in a larger and clearer way. With our excessive interpretation, it has become writing. If we insist on analyzing it from the perspective of literary quality and connotation, these cobwebs written in the first place have no meaning. However, spider silk is extremely useful for the survival of spiders. To make it clearer for the viewers in the live stream, Jiang Nan picked up a twig from the ground and pointed to the spider web woven by the giant golden spider. These spider webs are thicker and more conspicuous than ordinary spider webs. Jiang Nan explained. In folk tradition, there are 3 interpretations of this thickest type of spider web. Firstly, if the spider web is relatively thick, it will be particularly conspicuous, and some birds will naturally avoid accidentally crashing into it, thus preventing damage to the spider web. After all, weaving a web is very hard work for a spider. It requires constantly spinning silk. The second explanation is that it attracts insects. The third explanation is that it was to better protect themselves from being captured by other animals. Jiang Nan spoke very seriously and showed no intention of stopping. After a large number of comparative experiments, it was found that these spider silks did not have a significant bird-repelling effect, and the first bird-repelling theory is not valid. The second point, the insect-attracting theory, I don't think is valid either. Look closely, everyone. The golden spider itself is very brightly colored. Where did that spider go? Jiang Nan was speaking when he noticed that the golden spider, which had been in his sight just moments before, had suddenly disappeared. After searching around, I discovered that it had unknowingly climbed onto the spider web above my head and continued to weave crooked and distorted words. Found it. As you can see, the golden spider has many yellow spots on its legs. Don't underestimate these small spots. They can actually reflect ultraviolet light. Some insects are attracted to light sources and will uncontrollably swarm towards them, much like moths to a flame. Therefore, the allure of these spider webs to insects is not as great as the charm of the golden spider itself. Just like some rich women or nouveau riche, they always think that young, beautiful, and handsome girls or boys genuinely like them. But in reality, they only like their money. Their money is more attractive than them. Jiang Nan smiled and continued. Personally, I think the golden spiders weave these webs for better survival. If danger approaches, the spider web will first bind the target, thus giving the golden spider time to escape. Although the colors and stripes on the golden spider are bright, it is really hard to spot if it hides among the branches and lies motionless. Here's a little-known fact for everyone. In nature, there is a type of spider that specifically hunts golden spiders. This spider is called the burrowing spider. The burrowing spider is not as big as the golden spider, but it has excellent eyesight and superb jumping ability. When hunting, the lobster spider will first shake the web with its foremost pair of walking legs, making the golden spider mistakenly think that prey has come to its door. At this moment, the golden spider moves toward its suspected prey, unaware that it has entered a death trap set by the burrowing spider. When the golden spider moves into the jumping range of the whole spider will jump onto the golden spider's back, and then use its venomous pincers to deliver the final, fatal blow. That's why the golden spider weaves its web as thick and complex as possible. It's not for aesthetics or art. It's simply to buy itself more time to escape before danger strikes. After Jiang Nan's explanation, the viewers in the live stream all understood Jinzhu. A single conversation with you is worth more than 10 years of study. I finally understand. What does it mean to be professional? Look at this. This is what it means to be professional. Trusting the island owner is the right thing to do. I didn't believe those doomsday prophecies from the start. They were obviously just bragging. I don't believe it either. I'm just cooperating with him. Upstairs. Wait a minute. I saw your name. You were definitely talking about the internet or something. Then you must have misread it. I never said any of that. In the live stream, there were many viewers offering hindsight analysis. Just like Lu Dihua, a King of Glory streamer on Huya's gaming section. His only flaw is his stubbornness. Jiang Nan smiled and said, if you pay attention to your surroundings, you can find many interesting little animals, especially in the neighborhood and garden downstairs. It's just that everyone is too busy with work to have the time or leisure to observe things. Finally, I must add one more point. If you encounter a spider, never touch it with your hands, because you can't tell if it's poisonous or not. Most importantly, spiders are cold-blooded. Like mantises, they enjoy killing their own kind. Even if the other person is one of their own kind seeking pleasure, they will be treated as prey and eaten. Male hunts for mates, female hunts for food. For spiders, anything that's offered to them is food. Especially the golden spider in front of us. Don't be fooled by the fact that it doesn't look sinister at first glance. In fact, it's quite beautiful. It doesn't attack aggressively like other spiders. But that's actually the golden spider's strategy. It possesses the same captivating beauty as when facing a lovely insect, and its usual posture is unlike that of other spiders, which display ferocity. Its 8 legs are held in pairs, making it appear at first glance as if it only has 4 legs, seemingly lacking any fierceness. However, this is precisely the golden spider's strategy. There's a saying that goes something like this: the best hunters are often the hunters themselves. Golden spiders will present themselves as innocent little creatures, making their prey think they are no threat and thus lower their guard, only to be killed in the end. The female golden spider is significantly larger than the male. The reason for this is that it can carry more eggs and has a stronger ability to protect its offspring in stages. Similarly, they will also eat their own kind. If you see a smaller spider wandering around the edge of a golden spider's web, it is likely a male spider that has come to mate. Don't mistake this behavior for something romantic, because after the male and female spiders have made love, they will immediately flee this place. If your legs go weak and you slow down even a moment, you'll be eaten. Some of them would be eaten alive during their intimate moments. Unbelievable. This is utterly terrifying.